Have you ever dreamed of a second chance? In a world of legends and glory, a hero once stood at the pinnacle, only to be cast down into the abyss. He was a gifted warrior, a legend in a virtual reality game admired by all, where every battle demanded true skill. Yet at the height of his glory, he lost everything. His love was betrayed, his honor was shattered, and in the end, he was driven to the brink. In a moment of despair, he threw himself from a great height, feeling as though he was a phoenix disappearing into the void. But in that very moment, a spark ignited. His life was not over. It was just beginning again, like a brilliant phoenix reborn from the ashes. What will he do with this second chance? He will reclaim what was stolen, repay what was owed, and forge his own legendary story, more glorious than ever before. This isn't just a game. It's a battle for honor, glory, and revenge. 8th of March, year 2039. Night. In a luxury suite on the 19th floor of the Tian Lun Pavilion Grand Hotel. Even though the desire had died down, but the ambiguous feeling of it still lingered around. Zhang Yang sat in his bed with his top half naked, watching the bare and empty pillow on his bed, his heart filled with the inconceivable. He came to participate, no. Perhaps in other words, he came here as a final resort to stop his girlfriend's wedding. Based on only one sole reason, that is, because he was not the groom. He and Lin Yu met each other through an online game called God's Miracle. Though they first started off as enemies, they eventually got to know each other and ultimately developed feelings towards each other. However, Lin Yu's family's background was worlds apart from his. Her family had reached a point where their assets had surpassed a massive number, which was in the billions. So naturally, they would not hand over their only daughter to some unheard-of man such as him. Even then, Zhang Yang was not a poor and miserable nobody. He had a luxurious home, a few branded cars, and a few $100,000 in his bank account. In the eyes of regular women, he was what they would deem as a bachelor with exceeding qualifications. Still, as compared to the Lin family, there still existed a huge gap between them. With his efforts in vain, the elders of the Lin family treated him just as coldly. They almost chased him out of the house. The only thing that Lin Yu could do was to shed her tears for him. She could not ever agree to leave this planned marriage for his own. She only resorted to one desperate request, and that was to never see her again. Zhang Yang knew that Lin Yu was a girl who obediently respects her elders. Her mother threatened to take her own life to compel Lin Yu to go along with their wishes. That was enough reason for Lin Yu to accept the hand in marriage between the equally wealthy Liu family's only son, Liu Wei. In fact, the marriage should have been held 3 or 4 years back. It was only delayed because of Lin Yu's constant struggle. But right now, it was obvious that her struggle had come to an end. Zhang Yang withdrew quietly from Lin Yu's wedding and went back to his hotel room. His heart fell into the depths of despair as he thought of his beloved who would become someone else's wife. He went to have a dull drink before retiring to his room completely drunk. In the midst of it, he received a call. He could not recall what he said, but not long after that, a woman came into his room and laid on his bed. Zhang Yang was so incredibly drunk that he instantly went into action when the both of them embraced each other. As the situation developed, Zhang Yang sobered up and realized that he recognized the woman who he was entangled with. It was the person who taught him Chinese studies back in university, Miss Yu Li. Eventually, Yu Li too recognized Zhang Yang. They ended their session as they were both unimaginably abashed. But as compared to him, Yu Li was more embarrassed than he was. She became a hostess but bumped into her old student. This made her feel ashamed, resulting in her bolting out of the room without even bothering to collect her payment. With the mark left on his chest where Yu Li kissed him, Zhang Yang shook his head as he struggled to get the thoughts of this one-night stand out of his mind. But still, why would Yu Li give up her job as a teacher to sell herself to a hotel to become a hostess? There were many possibilities for her to do so. Perhaps a teacher's salary was insufficient, or perhaps she had bad luck in making acquaintances and was forced by her boyfriend or husband to do this. Or perhaps she needed the financial help to pay for her parents' illness. Zhang Yang did not have much left in him to think about Yu Li because right now, while he was sober, he was being tortured by the pain in his heart. In his mind, there was only one person he could think of. Lin Yu bangs. The sound of the door crashing was heard as two burly men wearing suits and dark sunglasses barged in. Their cold facial expressions and body builds carried a strong killing intent. Trailing behind them, of average height and size, was a man who walked in wearing a white formal suit and a pair of gold-framed glasses. He had the handsome face of a young man, yet he wore a careless smile on his face like a true gentleman. Liu Wei. Zhang Yang immediately recognized that young man as he gritted his teeth. One of the burly men grabbed a chair and Liu Wei immediately sat on it. He crossed his legs and said, "You must be wondering why I left my newly wedded wife to come here in the middle of the night." "HMPH, cut the bullshit," said Zhang Yang coldly as he stared at his rival. Both he and Lin Yu knew that Liu Wei was adamant in marrying Lin Yu. However, this was not because of his feelings towards her. It was due to the Lin family's fortune. Both the Lin and Liu families were heads of the business world. If they were to unite through marriage, then they could rule over a larger market together. Liu Wei laughed, but his facial expression contained no intentions of humor. He said, "Any women that belongs to me should not have any other men in their minds, and even if they do, I'd allow only the memories of a dead man. Do you understand now, Zhang Yang?" Zhang Yang was astounded. He knew that this man, the only son of the Liu family, would do something outrageous. But this is a hotel, a public place. It was just beyond imagination. There's no need to be surprised. This state of Jai is under my family's influence. Even if I put a hole in the sky, there would be someone to patch it up for me in my stead. Liu Wei continued to speak as he laughed coldly. "That bitch actually delayed the wedding for 4 years because of you. HMPH. After I'm done with you, I shall go back and take really good care of her." Zhang Yang went into rage, fiercely did a backflip from the bed and onto his feet and shouted, "If you even dare to lay your hand on a strand of her hair, I'll kill you." "Haha, not only will I be going to touch a strand of her hair, I will also be going to mess her up really badly. That bitch actually slept with you for a number of times, did she not? That bitch actually made me out to be the bad person." Liu Wei's handsome countenance faded. "Bastard!" Zhang Yang screamed and leaped towards Liu Wei. Liu Wei scoffed and commanded the two burly men, "Throw him off the balcony." "Roger," answered the men instantly and simultaneously as they went into action. Liu Wei had the highest of confidence in his experienced bodyguards, and in a very relaxed manner he said, "A man broken by the loss of the love of his life jumped off to end his life. How does that sound as the title of tomorrow's newspaper headlines? I do wonder how that bitch would react to this. The face that she would make would certainly be very amusing." Even so, Zhang Yang did not show any signs of fear. He lost both his parents when he was very young and had been rebellious ever since. Since then, there was no one who bothered to care about his brawls, and he eventually became some sort of the locals' little tyrant. Eventually, he toned down after he enrolled in a university. He stopped getting into fights and instead joined a martial arts society and had proper skill showdowns. He was born with a naturally strong and agile body build. After joining the society for merely 2 years, he was said to have beaten the 9th National Martial Arts Competition's champion's instructor. Through the years, He had never stopped his training, and this led to his unparalleled strength. These two men must have had a certain degree of skill to become Liu Wei's bodyguard. But still, in Zhang Yang's eyes, they were still nobodies. Bang, bangs, bangs, bang. Zhang Yang's fists were as fast as electric, flowing and dancing around. His feet moved like a snake, and with a move called False Steps Chaos Punch, he beat them both until they had no chance of countering. Liu Wei was both surprised and enraged. He never knew that Zhang Yang had such formidable skill. Without actually thinking things through, he pulled out a small firearm and fired at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was not curious about how a notorious family like the Lius could have gotten hold of a firearm. Instead, he was surprised that Liu Wei would actually open fire at a public place. At the moment, his eyes were directed at the black hollow muzzle of Liu Wei's gun. He instinctively waved his arm and hit one of the bodyguards who staggered in front of him, blocking his front. Pa! As the deafening sound of gunshots faded into the distance, a mark of fresh red blood appeared on the vest of the bodyguard. The man fell onto the ground before he could even let out any cries of pain. Liu Wei did not stop there, even though he was stunned for a moment. He held his gun back up and aimed at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, who was not afraid of getting a beating, went to brawl with the other man. He then held the man as a meat shield and rushed towards Liu Wei. The man saw that Liu Wei was aiming directly at him. Terrified, the man started to sweat as he screamed, "Please, Master Liu, don't shoot, don't shoot." Being selfish and reckless, it was impossible for Liu Wei to listen to the cries of his own underlings. He then pulled the trigger repeatedly, letting 6 shots off as he emptied his magazine. Within the smoke, bullet wounds could be seen on the dead bodyguard's abdomen, chest, and head. He had died before death could come to him. Zhang Yang pushed the body aside and rushed forward so quickly that he hit Liu Wei as he reloaded his gun. In a flash, Zhang Yang emerged from behind the dead man's body. He then powerfully lifted his hammer-like fists and punched Liu Wei's face firmly. The punch was so powerful that it sent Liu Wei's gold-framed glasses flying off. A stream of blood came oozing out from a brand-new wound that he had just received. Zhang Yang pulled Liu Wei out from under the man's body, and immediately another punch followed. Ah! He screamed continuously. Liu Wei was a man born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had never and could never endure this level of pain. In the end, however, he was still a ruthless man. With eyes carrying ill intent, he glared at Zhang Yang and yelled, "You bastard! You dared to strike me! You're a dead man! Not only will I kill you, I'll mutilate your corpse and feed them to the dogs." No matter how well one could control his temper, under the circumstances of being shot for 7 rounds, one might still lose his nerves completely. Zhang Yang's rage was already well beyond comprehension. After listening to Liu Wei's endless taunting, his rage rose by yet another level as he delivered one more punch. With a "pa" sound, Liu Wei's face was covered in his own blood, and with "wah" sound, he spat out 7 to 8 pieces of his broken teeth. "Master Liu! Master Liu!" Several voices could be heard echoing through the hallway, and more burly bodyguards came rushing into the room. Some of them had bulging waists, indicating that they were carrying weapons. Liu Wei regained his composure and screamed shrilly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Kiang, kiang, kiang. The bodyguards who received the order rushed towards Zhang Yang. Some of them even pulled out their knives. Zhang Yang's blood was dripping from his waist. Even though he had a meat shield to protect him, he still got shot in his abdomen. In just mere moments, he could feel the energy in him gradually seeping out. His vision blurred, and he knew that he could faint at any time. In a situation like this, Staying conscious alone would be difficult. What more taking on those burly men? Zhang Yang directed his gaze at Liu Wei and murmured, "Am I actually going to be doing the citizens a favor?" With a burst of laughter, Zhang Yang grabbed onto Liu Wei and dashed towards the balcony. Gaining an unstoppable momentum, the two of them soared into the air before falling down from the 19th floor like two shooting stars. "Who?" Zhang Yang woke up all of a sudden. His breath was rapid as he could only feel the cold sweat around his body. He opened his eyes and looked around, dropping his jaw when he saw the scene in front of him. What played out in front of him was a classroom, a room that was capable of fitting hundreds of people. Yet only 30 people occupied this space sparingly. A few of them were reading, chatting, or making a ruckus about who knows what. Every one of them were faces that he could doubtlessly recognize. They were all his university coursemates. Is this university? Why I am here, I should be dead. Zhang Yang's mind was filled with an endless stream of questions of the unknown. "Zhang Yang, what's going on? Are you not feeling well?" somebody asked. Zhang Yang turned his head and looked. He saw a sentimental face with a sincere smile. It was a familiar yet strange feeling. He was Li Shang Yuan, his class representative while he was in university. But he died 3 years ago in a plane accident. Zhang Yang nodded his head unconsciously, as if he was sleep-talking. "I am fine." He reached out and pinched himself only to feel the lingering sting of the pain. Zhang Yang bared his teeth and inhaled breath of cold air. "This is definitely not a dream. That means I am not dead. And it seems that I have traveled a few years back in time." Zhang Yang took out his phone and saw that the date displayed on it was the year 2034, June 16th. 5 years. God gave him a chance to alter his destiny. In that moment, Zhang Yang felt anxious yet excited. He did not care how he rewound time by 5 years. He only knew that this was an opportunity for him to stage a comeback. For a dead person, nothing could be more precious than this. This was his final year in university, and in just another 7 or 8 days, he would have graduated and obtained a job. If everything followed its proper course, he would work in a software company and live an easy life without any notable achievements to his name. It was only until 2 years later that he started to play the online game God's Miracle that was introduced by a company colleague. At that time, God's Miracle had been operational for more than 2 years. Initially, there were 4 million players connected simultaneously, but the number spiked to billions playing online at any time of the day, only ever increasing for every day that passed. As early as half a year after God's Miracle went online, Dream Technology, the team who developed God's Miracle, set up an A-class and S-class professional league, providing a stage for professional players to show off their skills. Just like any esports scene, the fame of the champions would bring about great advertising effect. Global corporations would then begin to invest in God's Miracle, going so far as to sponsor teams to use their name as mascots to their brands. Some might even establish their own teams to participate. The income of a professional player was increasing steadily, no lower than that of a traditional sports celebrity. Certainly in the later stages of the game's establishment, God's Miracle itself became highly valued in the industrial line. The amount of virtual transactions could even make global corporations feel envious. With each of these corporations building up their own elite team, they had entered into a commercial war of the virtual world. Zhang Yang had been athletic since birth. In such a realistic virtual reality game that utilizes brain waves to operate, he could fully unleash his potential, which was on par with professional players. He set up his own team, and in the second year, he joined a B-class amateur team. Eventually, 1 year later, he would then enter an A-class professional league. After entering the A-class league, Zhang Yang immediately received a substantial sponsorship from a large corporation which also included a considerable monthly income. In the meantime, he befriended Lin Yu, whose in-game name, Ein, one was Clear Perfume. Through a minor conflict that got them acquainted, they began on bad terms as they occasionally fought each other but somehow ended up as good friends. It was then that Lin Yu began to get involved with Liu Wei. In order to escape the fate of a prearranged marriage, she made a deal with her family. As long as she could build a successful career in God's miracle and share a portion of the glory and profits from the huge industrial chain, her family would no longer intervene in her marriage affairs. And thus, Zhang Yang and Lin Yu worked hard together to develop and strengthen the Clear Water Guild in order to participate in the S-Class League. Unfortunately, Clear Water was constantly pressured by Myth, a guild led by Liu Wei. Unable to surpass the expectations of their rank, Clear Water's position was indefinitely stuck as a second-rate guild. This inevitably led to stunted growth in terms of generating revenue for development. Compared to other professional players, Zhang Yang joined the game a little too late as well, causing him to fall behind in terms of equipment and level. Even though he may have superior athletic skills, he was still unable to make up for such a huge gap. Furthermore, he had always been a loner and did not have reliable teammates, which consequently led to his inability to break through the A-Class League. During that time, Liu Wei implemented the Trojan horse strategy. He sent a mistress into Clear Water to court Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang and Lin Yu had yet to realize their feelings for each other. Thus, once the hot-blooded Zhang Yang got entangled with the woman, he fell into their trap and almost caused the disbandment of Clear Water. Fortunately, Zhang Yang still had a conscience as he felt guilty and lost. During the time he felt depressed, Lin Yu fought back against public complaints and fully supported Zhang Yang. Offering him boundless trust and support, they finally realized their feelings for each other and finally got together. Unfortunately, Lin Yu's business in God's miracle completely fell through. The elders in the family arranged her marriage with Liu Wei despite her attempts to reject such a proposition. She fought valiantly against the political marriage, but there was nothing that could be done. The only result of her strenuous efforts was that it led to the postponement of her wedding. The events following that caused Zhang Yang to attend the wedding, eventually perishing together with Liu Wei. Who? Zhang Yang forced out a breath. Now that he had one chance to do it all over again, he must not allow the same tragedy to repeat itself. If the sole reason the Lin family would not accept Zhang Yang was because he was powerless, then all of his problems could be solved if he could just obtain status equivalent to the Lin family. However, to obtain the same status as the Lin family was not a walk in the park. Although Zhang Yang had some fortune in his previous life, he was aware that he was not made for the business world. It was an impossible task for him to become a top entrepreneur nor a successful businessman even if he had the knowledge of future development and trends for the following 5 years. Perhaps, after some of the events were recalled in his mind, he might be able to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nevertheless, it would still be incomparable to them. The field in which he was most familiar and proficient in would be God's miracle. According to the official statistics of God's miracle, in the 5 years game review, One Sword Stroke was the S-Class League player with the highest income of up to $420 million annually. In the review, it was also mentioned that the entire virtual item microtransactions that transacted through the game platform over the 5 years would total up to a whopping $7.9 trillion. In reality, Zhang Yang was no prophet, but he understood the entire game as a whole. The rise and fall of any materials, price, the strategy for any dungeon, the tactical strategy for the world boss, the prerequisite conditions to trigger any hidden quest. All of these information was deeply imprinted inside Zhang Yang's brain. His grand plan was to first set up his own guild to accumulate fame and reputation, preferably making it to the top of the China region, and eventually the top 8 globally. After that, through collecting and monopolizing materials, he could definitely earn a large sum of money. He knew very well that if he was alone, he would be powerless. However, as a guild, it was possible to earn billions of dollars in this godlike game. Eventually, the Lin family would start to seek out alternatives to turn over their aging businesses. When the time is ripe, Zhang Yang would not need to do much, and they would personally hand over Lin Yu to him to gain a share of the virtual industry's fortune. As for Zhang Yang, he could achieve his dream of entering the S-Class Professional League to fight for the championship title of the World Team League. Ita-ta-ta. The clicking sound of the approaching high heels was shrouded by the ringing of the school bell. A beautiful woman walked into the classroom. A formal suit adorned the tall and slender figure. Her complexion spoke volumes of her age, which would be of about 23 to 24 years. She had her long hair tied up into a bun, which made her look more or less quite mature. Students, you will all begin to tread your first steps into society and a job in less than 10 days. As your teacher, I bid you the best of fortunes in acquiring a splendid job. Zhang Yang was immersed in his memories, recalling the sweet smile of Lin Yu when the emotions which he suppressed deep within him suddenly erupted like a volcano. Despite it being in the middle of the class, he stood up and rushed out of the classroom. The students stared at his back with stunned eyes. As for the beautiful teacher, she was trembling with rage. However, Zhang Yang halted his steps abruptly after exiting the classroom. Presently, he and Lin Yu did not know each other. He could not possibly just rush up to her and announce to her, "Hey, I am your future lover who died and came back in time. Come on, let's fall in love again." I would definitely be treated as a psycho. Bear with it. According to history, Lin Yu would only join 1 year after God's miracle began operations. Right now, the only choice he had was to wait. Zhang Yang sighed. Just when he wanted to turn around to return into the classroom, he saw the pretty teacher wearing a scary face with her hands on her hips, blocking the classroom door with her fearsome look. "Zhang Yang," she gritted her teeth as she called Zhang Yang's name. Her 2 fists relaxed and clenched alternatingly. It was only then that Zhang Yang noticed her. This pretty teacher was Yu Li, the person who he would have a one-night stand with. He was drunk at that time and did not have much of an impression of that night. But right now, he could clearly recall that her body was sexually voluptuous. Hidden underneath the suit were the enticing curves of her bodyline. By looking at her jade-white neck, his eyes stared instinctively at those well-covered peaks. As a student, Zhang Yang found it difficult to look at his teacher in that way. A fiery sensation came to him, as if the fierce battle between them happened just not too long ago. With that, even if he saw less at the moment, he seemed to be able to see even more clearly. He smiled with his teeth wide open and said, "Teacher, I want to go to the restroom." Yu Li was about to go crazy. This brat, not only had he rushed out the classroom during class hours without even asking for leave, he even dared to stare at her with those invasive eyes. It made her feel naked and defenseless, as if he could see through her formal attire. Angry and abashed, Yu Li pointed towards the restroom and said, "Go." Zhang Yang nodded and dashed off like the wind. He returned to the classroom after loitering around for a while. He greeted Yu Li and sat in his seat. However, Zhang Yang gazed up only to notice that Yu Li was still angry. Although her expression was solemn, there was a hint of flirtatious flush on her jade-white skin. Yu Li had always been an attractive woman. She had always been the target of obscenity among the boys. Currently, with such a vulnerable look, it only made all the boys slobber endlessly. Zhang Yang used to be one of those boys who secretly had a crush on Yu Li. But as time went by and more trouble arose, he began to leave behind his days of student romance. He wondered, "Miss Yu is so beautiful, why would she work as a hostess? What a waste! If there is a chance, I would definitely help her." Yu Li announced the end of the class after the two-period class session concluded. Before she left the room, she threw a ferocious look at Zhang Yang. The students began to make some noise the second the teacher left. "Zhang Yang, what are you going to do after graduation?" Li Shangyuan handed an address book to Zhang Yang. People usually jot down contact numbers when they approached graduation in order to keep in touch in the future. Zhang Yang took the book and wrote his home phone number casually. He said, "Probably a professional gamer." "A professional gamer," a fatty called Zhao Zairo's song squeezed over. His nickname was Chubby Pole. He said, "Can you earn money by playing games?" "I am not sure about other games, but if it's God's miracle, it is most definitely possible to earn a lot." A thin and tall person called Zhou Xiang joined the discussion and continued, "I have a relative working at Dream Technology. According to him, the gaming helmet for God's miracle had sold more than 500 million units. "What gaming helmet?" some people came over and asked casually. "Don't tell me you have not watched television or even surfed the web. Advertising for God's miracle covers the entire globe. It's the world's first super virtual reality game in the history. Say goodbye to traditional games. Now you can access the game anywhere and anytime with just a helmet. It's all thanks to Dream Technology that the game can finally operate this year after more than 10 years of beta testing." One of the fans of the game spoke emotionally. "If it's really that fun, I will go buy one and try it out later." "Come, let's do a head count. Those who want to play God's Miracle, please register. We'll establish a guild and embark on God's Miracle together." 7 to 8 days later, Zhang Yang went back to his house after receiving his graduation certificate. On his way home, he dropped by and bought himself a gaming helmet. Now that everything has been prepared, all he needed to do left was to wait for God's miracle to start. According to the internet announcement, the game will start its servers globally on the 10th of this month. Dong, 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 someone came knocking. It was not that Zhang Yang did not have a doorbell, he did. It was just that the contraption had been decades old and as such had broke down a few years back. "Who is it?" Zhang Yang went to the door and peeked through the peephole. A sweating fatty was standing at his doorstep, repeatedly fanning himself with a paper fan. Zhang Yang got excited as he saw the familiar guy. He opened the door hastily and smiled as he said, "Long time no see, Fatty Han." Han was shocked by Zhang Yang's overly excited reaction. He screamed, "Why are you so excited? It's not like I owed you money. Hey, 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 you're not into homosexual stuff, right?" Han Guang had been his sole brother before they could even put on their pants. The two of them went to junior school all the way up to high school together. Throughout the years, their relationship developed through their participation in street brawls. Even though Zhang Yang eventually enrolled in university and Han Guang started work, their friendship had never been affected. Zhang Yang knew that in 1 year's time, Han Guang would get involved in a street fight and suffer a grievous injury. He would die before he could be sent to the hospital. At that time, the incident left a scar on Zhang Yang. He could not even smile for half a year. This time, he would not let any accident befall his sole brother. Zhang Yang swore in his heart as he revealed a calm and cheerful expression. As he calmed himself as if nothing had ever happened, he asked Fatty Han, "Today is not a holiday. What are you doing here?" Subconsciously, Zhang Yang did not want anyone to know about his predicament. Even if he were to tell people about it, no one would believe him. Secondly, if his secret was exposed, he could be captured and subjected to experiments. In the end, he decided that he'd rather bring his secret to the grave. Han Guang pursed his lips and said, "Holiday my ass, I quit my job. That bastard manager is a bloody animal. I always knew that he likes to harass the female employees. Yesterday, I caught him molesting a girl in the pantry. Because I couldn't endure it any longer, I ended up beating him. He was so enraged that he had the female employee and I fired." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "That employee, did she blame you for dragging her down with you?" How'd you guess it?" Han Guang exclaimed. "That B*TCH must have gotten her brain bashed out. Here I am being a Samaritan trying to save the day, but all I got in return was nothing but blame. If I had not acted, that SH*TTY manager could have." Zhang Yang smiled inwardly. Of course he could have guessed it. It was Han Guang himself who told him about this incident before. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and said, "It's a SH*TTY world we're living in." Han Guang let out a sigh and said, "You are absolutely right. This is a D*MN*SH*TTY world we're living in." After the two of them entered the house, Han Guang went to the fridge and helped himself to a bottle of beer. He then bit off the bottle cap with his teeth. In just 2 to 3 gulps, he finished the entire bottle of beer like a cow drinking water. After finishing a bottle, he wiped his mouth and yelled, "Awesome." Zhang Yang sat in front of him and asked, "What do you plan to do next? Find a new job?" "That's why I'm here today," Han Guang whispered secretly. "Have you ever heard of God's miracle?" "The one that is always advertised on the television," said Zhang Yang, snickering. Han Guang got excited and said, "Yeah, that's the one. I heard this from my cousin who sells the gaming helmets for the game. He said that there are many people who will be playing this game, and through it, you can earn a fortune." "Oh, how?" Zhang Yang vaguely recalled that Han Guang used this method to persuade him to join the game, yet he rejected his invitation. Now that he thought about it, if he had taken Han Guang's advice and accepted his invitation to join the game on its release day, he might not have had that resulting wretched ending. With a face as though he has had everything thought out, Han Guang said, "My cousin said that there is a way. Once you achieve level 20, you will unlock the ability to use the real money trade, RMT1 system. That service allows you to trade in-game currency for real-world currency. As long as we can farm enough gold, we could be rich." "Okay, I'm up for it. I had wanted to play the game anyway," said Zhang Yang, happily nodding away. He had many methods and strategies to amass fortune at the tip of his fingers. Even if he taught the fatty a way or two, it would still not affect his ability to earn a lot. Naturally, for a friend, he would not be that stingy about it. Han Guang was filled with happiness. With us brothers working together against all obstacles, we would be able to defeat our enemies and become unstoppable. Right, Yang, what if we really did earn a fortune? How are we going to spend it? Are we going to fill a house with a bunch of bikini girls for me to ogle at all day?" "Scram, you pervert!" Zhang Yang pretended to get incensed. Han Guang grinned lecherously, revealing his bright white teeth. Ever since he was young, this fatty had always dreamed of establishing the world's greatest harem. This was especially true after he had read the Manhua II, The King of the Harem. "Right so," Zhang Yang pretended to ask casually, "what race and class are you going to pick?" Elf race thief, Han Guang answered without hesitation. He must have had some level of understanding towards the game, otherwise he would not have uttered those words. Zhang Yang could not recall what class Han Guang had picked in his previous life, but a thief. Zhang Yang said, "I think you'd better pick another class." I think a hunter should suit you well." "Why?" asked Han Guang. "It is because of your big and bulky personality. It doesn't even suit the requirements of a sneaky and agile thief. In fact, it's not just thieves, but every other type of melee attack classes would not suit you either. I think you'd better choose to be a hunter, a beast master. With your pet engaging the enemy in front, you could stand your ground and attack. Isn't this much safer? For Beastmasters, they possess good dungeon raiding ability, decent damage output, and an overpowered skill called Fake Death. It is an aggro 3 clearing skill, a powerful utility skill indeed," Zhang Yang exclaimed. Han Guang nodded while deep in thought. He could not help but agree with Zhang Yang's statement. "I would have never thought that you were so knowledgeable." Zhang Yang smiled as he tried to search for an excuse. "When I decided to play this game, I did my research on the forums." Oh, the innocent fatty immediately took his words as the truth. "In that case, I'll try the hunter for a change. When you achieve level 5, buy a few bottles of Porto whiskey, and try to hand it over to an NPC called All Drunkard Si Wang." "Why?" "I've read about it. That NPC will trigger a hidden class quest for the hunter job." Zhang Yang tried giving another excuse. "Really?" said Han Guang suspiciously. "Have I ever lied to you?" asked Zhang Yang. "All the time. F*CK, this time it is real. Believe me?" Zhang Yang scratched his head, resisting the urge to smack someone. He recalled that there was a hunter above level 100 who encountered a bug when he completed the quest. Besides the hunter who completed the quest, one of his party members also received the reward. It was Phoenix, a legendary pet. Not only did the Phoenix have a high damage output, it could also be used as a mount. Imagine riding on the Phoenix with that trail of blazing fire. What sort of awe would it inspire? If both of them summoned their phoenixes in the middle of the main city, how many players would have their jaws drop in wonder? Unfortunately, the hidden quest had only one drawback. That was, beside the first 2 players who have received the reward, no other player can ever get their hands on a phoenix. Non-hunter classes can only deploy their mounts in the open world. They cannot summon their rides in a dungeon or the battle arena. Because the bug's effect on the game was not as damaging as the developers expected it to be, they decided to allow both the hunter and his party member to retain their unique pets. This time, it would be their turn to own this amazing pet. The hunter and his party member who obtained them in Zhang Yang's past were Korean. Zhang Yang never did like the Koreans, so even if he snatched the unique pets back, he would believe in the adage, "Finders keepers." "All right, I'll stake my trust on you once again." Han Guang finally agreed to his proposal. "Did you buy a gaming helmet?" "I have already prepared long ago. I'm just waiting for the servers to start." Hey, let's go to the restaurant across the road and have a few drinks. I tell you, there's this new girl there. She looks just like a fairy. I think she has some feelings for me. Whenever I was around, she would send me flirtatious glances." "Didn't you say that the last time?" "You little brat, you dare to question the charms of this daddy. All right, what class will you be playing as?" "You'll know what it is when the time comes." "Why are you putting on airs for? I hope you get strike by lightning." A few days passed and the last day of June arrived. At 8:45 a.m., God's miracle would begin simultaneously around the world, allowing players to register their accounts and create their characters. At 9 a.m., the server for the world's 8 regions would come online, signifying the integration of this futuristic and titanic digital system with the public's lives. Zhang Yang put on the helmet and felt a strange and unexplainable electric current travel across the skin of his head. Zhang Yang waited for 3 to 4 minutes before a bright light emerged, ringing a familiar sound. Welcome to the world of God's miracle. Generating game account, please wait a moment. Synchronizing your brainwaves and biometrics to your account. Please note that there is no need to input your password the next time you log in. The system will scan your brainwaves and automatically match you to your game account. Please note that only one character can be created per person. If you wish to create another character, you must delete your current character before you can create a new one. Once you have created a new character, you cannot create a new one within the next 15 days, and a new character cannot be deleted within its first 3 days. Account creation successful. Welcome to the continent of Norlanda. Warrior, the Union is in need of your assistance. The soft voice of a girl echoed in his ears. A familiar scene played in front of him. Countless demons and specters rained down from the heavens and crawled up from the earth with every intention of attacking the solitary city of humanity mercilessly. The setting of God's miracle was that the humans had joined forces with the elves, beastmen, and dwarves to fight off the invasion of the invading demons and specters. Zhang Yang had seen this scene countless of times, which led him to click on the skip button to jump to the character creation interface. Please pick your race, said the soft, feminine voice of the system. Human. Race selection, human confirmed, the soft voice continued. Please select your class. Warriors. Class selection, warrior confirmed. Please choose your specialization. For every class, there would be a choice of specialization. The specializations available to a warrior was the Berserker and the Guardian. Guardian? Zhang Yang let out a nostalgic smile. In his previous life, he picked Guardian as his specialization. Zhang Yang picked the same class because of 2 reasons, the first being that he actually loved the class very much. The second reason was because he thoroughly understood the class. Every class possessed hidden quests that was related to it. These non-repeatable quests had luxurious rewards. Zhang Yang had finalized his decision because these quests were directly linked to the class, and Zhang Yang fully understood the warrior class. Specialization, Guardian confirmed, the voice continued. Please enter your character's name. Zhan Yu 4. Character name Zhan Yu confirmed. As the system sound paused, the scene changed, and a figure that was a mirror image of him appeared. This is the character created based on your physical characteristics. You can modify and change the facial complexion by using the system's user interface. Even though adjustments could not be made for the body, since Zhang Yang had always focused on exercising, in addition to his height of 180 cm 5, he had no complaints about his character's physical appearance. He thought for a while and did some modifications to his facial features. For better or worse, he only wanted to make it difficult for him to be recognized by others. After he was done modifying his character, he selected Confirm. Character creation complete. Please wait patiently for the connection to establish. While waiting, you may check your character's ability guide to ensure a more thorough understanding of your role for a better gaming experience. Good gaming. A character interface appeared in front of him. The character that he had just created was wearing a set of worn-out equipment and had a short sword strapped to his waist. As a guardian, he did not even have a shield. He knew that only when his character has reached level 5 and only after completing the required class quest would he receive a steel-grade shield. Currently, he only had 3 pieces of equipment: worn-out chest plate, whitewood armor. Defense. Level requirement, 0. Worn-out shin guard, whitewood armor. Defense +1. Level requirement, 0. Beginner's short sword, whitewood one-handed sword. Weapon attack, 1-3. Attack interval, 2 seconds. Level requirement, 0. Attack interval determine the frequency or rate of attacks. After performing a normal attack, the period before another attack could be initiated would be the attack interval. Dagger weapons would have the shortest interval time, followed by one-handed weapons and ranged weapons. The longest attack interval would be the two-handed weapon type. Wood-grade equipment were also known as white-tiered equipment. Only the defense attribute of a white-tiered equipment could be enhanced further. As for white-tiered weapons, they would possess extremely mediocre attack stats. The next step up from whitewood equipment would be black steel, followed by green copper, gray silver 6, yellow gold, violet platinum, mythical, ethereal, holy, ascended, and finally, celestial, the highest tiered and strongest equipment currently available in the game. Due to such distinction between equipment, the quality of the resultant stats provided by these equipment is also extremely wide. This forced players to continuously grind 5 in order to placate their need for improvement. Zhang Yang's character attributes are as followed. Player Zhan Yu. Level 0. HP 50/50. Rage 0/100. Defense 2. Vitality 0. Strength 4. Dexterity 1. Intelligence 0. Spirit 0. Luck 0. Melee damage 5/8. Attack interval 2 seconds. Ranged attack 0. Vitality, strength, dexterity, intelligence, and spirit are the 5 basic player attributes. Vitality increases a character's max HP. 10 HP will be added for every point invested. Strength increases a character's physical damage. A certain amount of damage will be added for every 2 points invested. Dexterity increases a character's movement speed and its physical attack's critical rate. Additionally, for thieves and hunters, it will increase skill damage. Intelligence increases a character's spell damage, max MP, and its spell's critical rate. 10 MP and a certain amount of damage will be added for every point invested. Spirit reduces a character's casting time and increases its MP regeneration speed. Luck was a special attribute that cannot be increased through equipment bonuses. It could be obtained as a reward for completing certain main quests or high-difficulty hidden quests. This attribute had many uses, such as potentially allowing the player to deal a triple damage strike, called Lucky Strike. Every new character would have a total of 5 points that had been automatically assigned to their basic attributes. Since warriors do not require intelligence or spirit, these 2 attributes would begin with 0 points invested. Strength and dexterity, on the other hand, would have more points allocated in them. Rage was only possessed by warrior classes. While out of combat, a warrior's rage would be reduced to 0. After entering combat, rage would constantly accumulate by 1 point every second. Rage could also be increased depending on the damage output of regular attacks and a character's level. Utilizing skills would generally consume rage and were often called rage discharge. Ding. With a crisp ding, the notification signaled the official launch of the server. With a flash in his eyes, Zhang Yang had come to an ancient village square. Within a short period of time, many new players spawned around him. As many more appeared rapidly, the square was filled instantly. Some of the players were forced to squeeze to the side as even more new players spawned. As this was the first ever virtual reality online game in history, each and every player logged into the game were stunned motionless, appreciating the breathtaking yet vivid surroundings. "I'm leaving now. This game is so realistic." "Damn, don't block me, let me through." "What are you shoving around for? Are you rushing to be reincarnated?" "Bastard, where do you think you are placing your hands? Do I look like someone you can simply take advantage of?" "Lady with that look, even if you let me touch you, I would be too frightened too." "And why are your hands still on my breasts?" "Hee, it's too crowded. There is no space for my hands." "Oh God, you lewd dog and lecherous vixen, I can't stand it. I'd rather go back and jerk off." After some time, the players finally regained their senses, and their conversations gradually turned chaotic. Veteran gamers, or those who had read the introduction, had all rushed off to receive quests from NPCs. Many players began to swarm the outskirts of the village to hunt and kill various kinds of monsters. The horde of players made were like a swarm of locusts, devouring any monster almost as soon as it spawned through simultaneous attacks by 10 or more players from all sides. These sad monsters died miserably, turning into experience points for the players. About 10 minutes after the initial launch of the servers, the new players' spawning rate finally began to slow down to a stable rate of 1 player per minute. Dream Corporation had predicted that there would be a large number of players logging into the server during launch based on the sales of the gaming helmet. In order to accommodate such a scale, they had created tons of dungeons close to the beginner villages in order to disperse the horde of players. This also served to help prevent a low monster-to-player ratio. The first thing Zhang Yang did was to leave the spawning point. Because of the second opportunity given to him, he was definitely not going to progress through quests like most players would. He had already outlined his own level-up plans before logging in. While heading to the village entrance, Zhang Yang opened his skill list to check his current available skills. A new guardian was given 2 skills, Charge and Force Strike. Rush charges toward a target, stunning the target for 2 seconds and gaining 10 rage. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Force Strike. Level 1 performs a powerful strike on the target immediately, dealing 100% of melee damage with a 5% chance to trigger an additional attack. Cost 30 rage. Cooldown time 1 second. Requirement melee weapon. Skills with levels could be upgraded through allocating skill points into it, to a maximum of level 10. When skills such as Force Strike was maxed, the chances of triggering an additional attack would be increased to 50%. However, skill points would only be given every 10 levels. Even if one had reached the game's maximum level of 300, only 30 skill points would be accumulated, marking skill points as precious and rare. Nevertheless, bonus skill points could also be obtained through the completion of some main quests and hidden quests. Wild elite bosses would also have a fixed rate of dropping skill points, but the difficulty would then be extremely high. "Those damn wolves killed another 3 villagers today. Are there any warriors who would help us eliminate these cruel beasts?" asked the snow-bearded village elder while pacing back and forth anxiously. If it were not for the village elder who an tag above his head and a yellow exclamation mark, no one would have noticed the difference between him and a real person. A yellow exclamation mark represented an NPC who had a quest to give. The extremely lifelike virtual reality system was one of the most attractive aspects of the game, yet it was also the most controversial. Due to its true-to-life representation, players had actually begun pornography businesses. which eventually led the game company to add an additional patch specifically for this matter. Players were forbidden to remove their undergarments. The funny thing was, some countries had actually requested Dream Technology to exclude them from this settings. They believed that allowing pornographic exchange in virtual reality would alleviate the severity of this particular issue in real life. After Dream Technology complied, the rate of prostitution activities and rape cases significantly lowered in those countries. Amazed with the phenomena, additional countries had also sent their requests to remove this patch. As a result, players with too much free time had even selected the world's top 10 prostitutes in the 8 servers. Quite obviously, some unfortunate and innocent female players were dragged into it. For example, Thousand Elegance, who ranked 3rd in the China server, was the only daughter of the chairman of Tian Pharmaceutical in real life. With such wealth, why would she ever get involved in the sexual business? It was plainly ill-intentioned people slandering her and ignorant masses spreading the news which ultimately ruined her innocence in the end. Of course, these were out of the topic. Zhang Yang moved forward and said, "Dear respected village elder, I am willing to serve." The village elder was overjoyed and said, "Courageous young lad, your kindness will definitely be thanked with God's blessing. Ding, you have received a quest. Eliminate the wolves." Opening the quest log, Zhang Yang checked its description. Eliminate the wolves, difficulty level D. Quest description. You have accepted the request of the village elder. Go to the west of the village and kill 20 wolves to keep the village safe. Progress, wolves killed. 0-20. There were 5 quest difficulty levels in God's Miracle, S, A, B, C, and D in descending order. The difficulty level was determined by 2 factors. First, the level difference between the player and the monster. Second, the difficulty of the monster itself. As for Zhang Yang's quest, since the wolves he had to kill were only level 1, thus the system had determined the difficulty level of the quest to be low and categorized it as level D. After receiving the quest, Zhang Yang then ran to the blacksmith shop on the outskirts of the village to learn smithing and mining from the blacksmith and the miner respectively. A pickaxe immediately appeared in his inventory. Then, Zhang Yang went to the west of the village and arrived at the western wasteland where the wolves gathered. Some 30 wolves were wandering around the wasteland, occasionally howling into the sky, their howls piercing and frightening. Zhang Yang withdrew his beginner sword and charged towards a targeted wolf. Although his current damage was low, the wolf's HP was also similarly low, allowing him to kill one wolf with 7 or 8 hits. In just a matter of minutes, 20 wolves had been slain by him. Zhang Yang's body flashed in a golden light, boosting him to level 2. All his attributes had increased by 1 point, and he obtained 5 additional attribute points, AP. Zhang Yang had simply distributed the extra AP to 4 strength and 1 dexterity, and resumed killing wolves only to stop grinding when he had collected 10 pieces of wolf pelt. At the same time, the novice army had neared and proceeded to occupy the western wasteland. Zhang Yang had no intention to remain here. The most undesirable thing during a war of leveling was to have many players but too little mobs. He then decided to leave immediately. Before leaving, however, he wandered around and was lucky enough to find an iron vein. He then took out his pickaxe and began mining right away. Ding, you have used mining on an iron vein. You have picked up iron or X3. You have gained 1 experience point in mining. Zhang Yang kept the iron ore into his inventory, turned, and left the western wasteland. He then returned to village elder to complete the quest, eliminate the wolves, obtaining a pair of white-tiered boots and 3,000 experience points. The village elder had still looked troubled, so Zhang Yang continued conversing with him and received a quest called Haunted Cemetery. Haunted Cemetery, difficulty level C. Quest description: strange things have recently occurred in the cemetery located to the west of the village. Strange noises can be heard whenever night falls. Please find out what has happened. Progress: find the source of the haunting. 01. Zhang Yang knew that the quest difficulty had increased because he was about to face a level 4 monster. A monster relatively stronger compared to his level, resulting in the system categorizing it as level C with the beginner sword in his hands. He ran all the way to the West Cemetery. The tombstones were arranged well, but the place was empty, as there were no monsters around. That would mean that no other players were around either. The cold and silent atmosphere gave off an eerie feeling. Zhang Yang found a tomb and went inside. Pressing on faintly glowing iron plate, a rumbling noise sounded, and a tunnel that was only half a man's height appeared in front of him. Bending his body, Zhang Yang proceeded into the tunnel towards an open space. This was a huge underground catacomb with a passage extending to places far away. Stone chambers lined both sides of the way, and faint, goosebumps-inducing growls could be heard. Zhang Yang took a few steps forward and turned into the first stone chamber on the left. With the weak illumination from a torch fire, he was able to see 7 to 8 shabbily clothed specters wandering around inside. He took a slight step forward and had immediately entered the trigger range of the closest monster. The specter let out a low cry and attacked Zhang Yang with his fangs and claws. Dead villager. Normal. Level 4. HP 200. -11. As Zhang Yang slashed with his sword, a white-colored text flickered above the monster's head. In God's miracle, damage produced by normal attacks would be indicated with white text, while skill-inflicted damage was indicated with yellow text. Additionally, self-damage was indicated with red text, while healing with green text. Finally, critical hits or heals were displayed in magnified text. A level 4 mob had HP and defense much higher than that of a level 1 wolf. Even though a slash from Zhang Yang had caused 11 HP of damage, it was nothing in comparison to the monster's HP of 200. Zhang Yang bent down and evaded the monster's attack. If other players witnessed this, they would have yelled, "Impossible!" or something in a similar manner. In traditional gaming, the evasion rate was determined by the system. Even if the player could not move an inch, the evasion could still occur when an attack landed on the player. But in God's miracle, there was no evasion rate system. But this did not mean that the player could not evade attacks from monsters or players. The system entrusted this capability to the player, allowing them to make their own decisions. If the player's reaction was quick enough, the evasion rate would also rise proportionately. However, reaction alone did not determine the evasion rate of a player. The other factors that contributed to increasing the evasion rate would be movement speed, which was subsequently affected by the dexterity of the player. The higher the dexterity, the faster the movement speed. That was why Zhang Yang's investment in dexterity had not solely increased his movement speed, but also his critical rate. Currently, many players were not used to this change, while some were even oblivious to it. It was only a month later, when a battle recording was uploaded to the forum, that the thought of manual evasion was gradually made known to these players. Zhang Yang let out a soft huff. The beginner sword in his hands swung every 2 seconds until his rage was raised to 30. This led to Zhang Yang activating his force strike. Half a minute later, the specter transformed into a pillar of light, signaling its defeat. Ding, you have killed undead villagers. 200 EXP gained. Ding, you have obtained 5 copper pieces. You've obtained linen X2. He did not obtain a quest item, but it did not matter as he still had to collect more linen anyway. And up until now, there were no other players that stole his kills. The worst kind of situation for those who aimed to boost their levels was a bad monster-to-player ratio. This place seemed a little too hellish, but for Zhang Yang, it was a heavenly spot. After he collected the loot, he continued luring monsters one by one to kill them. In a place where monsters were concentrated, Zhang Yang did not use the skill charge as it would easily engage more than 2 monsters. Based on his capabilities, Zhang Yang could easily evade the simultaneous attacks from 17 monsters at once. But because he did not possess any area of effect, AoE attacks, he did not want to waste his efforts to do it. Even though grinding level 4 monsters was slow, the experience points given was high. In 10 minutes or so, he hit level 3. After he invested his AP in the same manner as before, allocating 4 to strength and 1 to dexterity, he pulled out his sword and continued on slashing. Ding! You have obtained Mysterious Black Box. Mysterious Black Box, quest item. Description: a complicated magic is engraved on this box. It carries an ancient and evil aura. Perhaps it is wise to bring it back to village elder Huen to inspect. Even with his quest completed, he did not want to leave the leveling ground. Now that other players have yet to discover this place, he quickened his pace and continued grinding. There were a total of 12 chambers, and each chamber had 7 to 8 monsters inside. He cleared each and every one of them. Alone, his killing speed could not keep up with the monster's spawn rate. Usually, after clearing the 3rd chamber, the 1st chamber would spawn new monsters. Zhang Yang trained, and only after he reached level 4 did a 2nd player finally arrive. Following closely, a 3rd player arrived, and no sooner the 4th. When he reached level 5, the field had more than 20 players. The monster spawn rate could not keep up with this many players. Zhang Yang was satisfied. He looked around and noticed that the highest leveled player among them was 3. He had gained an enormous leading advantage. Zhang Yang consolidated the linen in his inventory as he headed back to the village. 20 pieces a stack, and he had 19 stacks and a half, which could easily be sold for 18 silver coins. In God's miracle, 1 gold coin was worth 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was worth 100 copper coins, similar to other traditional games. Zhang Yang gained 3,000 EXP and a pair of white-tiered gloves after he had surrendered the mysterious black box to village elder Huen. Normally, the beginner village quests would not award any good items. Of course, there were exceptions. Zhang Yang arrived at a tailor shop and found apprentice tailor Annie. She had an exclamation mark on her head indicating an available quest. Young adventurer, I need a lot of linen to help increase my tailoring skill. If it is not too much trouble, could you help me collect some linen? Annie looked shyly at Zhang Yang as if she was embarrassed to ask him for his help. This super-realistic feature made the non-player characters, NPC, look as though they possessed a conscience. This was also one of the features that made God's Miracle the greatest game in history. Ding, Annie has a quest for you, a generous gift. Will you accept it? Zhang Yang smiled weakly and selected accept. He then took out a stack of linen and turned it over. Ah, thank you so much. You're such a kind person. With these linen, I will definitely improve my craft and become an official master tailor, Annie replied excitedly. Ding, you have completed the quest, a generous gift, gained 5,000 EXP. Young adventurer, to thank you for your generosity, I'm willing to sew you a cape. I am only able craft a rough wolf pelt cape, but it can boost your abilities. Annie continued as an exclamation mark appeared on her head. Ding. Annie has a quest for you. Annie's gratitude. Will you accept it? Annie's thanks. Difficulty level D. Quest description. Your kindness and generosity moved Annie. She has decided to use her ability to make you a wolf pelt cape. But you must gather 10 wolf pelts and 40 linen as material. You can't make porridge without rice, right? Progress, wolf pelt 10/10 linen 44. This was the reason why Zhang Yang first completed the quest, Clear the Wolves, to hunt for the 10 wolf pelts. As for the catacombs, his aim was not only to gather linen but also to grind levels. Annie's quests required the player to be level 5 before it was available. If it was not Zhang Yang but a regular player, they would have sold their wolf pelt to an NPC. Even if they kept them, they would not have accumulated that much. When they had achieved level 5 and was given this quest, they would have to return to the previous location to kill more wolves. Furthermore, based on the ridiculous number of new players, it would be an impossible task. This was in addition to the fact that linen was only dropped by humanoid-type monsters, and the specters were the only humanoid monsters around the village. Zhang Yang had suffered before. Previously, he had wasted so much time running up and down to complete this quest. Luckily, that was when the servers had been running for 2 years. The entire beginner village was bare, and no one was there to compete with him. Ding, you have completed the quest. Annie's thanks. Gained 5,000 EXP. Ding, you have obtained wolf pelt cape. A flashing black, shiny cape appeared in his inventory as he completed the quest. This was the reward for completing a quest, and also the first black steel equipment any player could get from a quest. Wolf pelt cape, a black steel cape. Vitality +2. Strength. Dexterity +1. Level requirement 5. Note, this cape was obviously made by an apprentice tailor. It is an uncommon, ragged, and patchy cape. Is this cape even reliable at all? Usually, there was yellow text attached to an equipment which included lore for immersion. As for the lore on this cape, the developers must have been trolling to include such a funny description. Zhang Yang looked at Annie again. This time, a blue-colored exclamation mark appeared on the shy girl's head. In the game, a blue exclamation mark indicated a repeatable quest. Young adventurer, I need a lot of linen to help increase my tailoring skill. If it is not too much trouble, could you help me collect some linen? Zhang Yang turned over stacks of linen, 1 stack a time. Ding, you have completed the quest, a generous gift. Repeatable gained 5,000 EXP. Ding, you have completed the quest, a generous gift. Repeatable gained 5,000 EXP. Ding, you have. With the system notifications appearing repeatedly, Zhang Yang achieved level 6 when he turned over his 12th stack of linen. The exclamation mark on Annie's head finally disappeared. This repeatable quest was only available for players at level 5. In less than half a minute, Zhang Yang leveled up. As of now, the other players should probably be struggling at level 2 or 3. Even if luck was on their side, they could only be at level 4. Well, since there were too many people, they were all competing with each other, which led to everyone not being able to obtain sufficient monster kills. Without stopping, Zhang Yang left the tailor shop and headed to the village hall. There, he found warrior class instructor Farian. Ah, this is sad. As a guardian, you don't even have a shield? You embarrass me, the instructor, who looked like he was in his 30s, said in contempt, almost spitting on the ground to emphasize his statement. Well, it could not be helped. No matter what class a player was at level 5, they would face this kind of embarrassing moment. For example, if a berserker came up to him, the man would have said something like, "Ah, this is sad. As a berserker, you are actually holding on to a tattered weapon like that. Do you want to be a woodcutter instead?" And this was the time when the player will receive their first class quest, and the reward would be a class-specific black steel weapon. In the name of the god of war and beyond, you must be tested. Only then would I consider instructing you. Instructor Farian's face showed disdain as he passed Zhang Yang a piece of paper. "Greenhorn, you are not to return to me unless you have completed the task listed on the paper." "Ding, you have accepted the quest. A warrior's trial." A warrior's trial. Difficulty level C. Quest description. Fulfill Farian's demands. Greenhorn, you must become a true warrior. Progress. Iron or 3,200. What came next would highly depend on luck. Iron ores could be mined or bought from other players, and the difficulty of this quest was due to the time required to complete it. This kind of setting would have definitely irked anyone. As beginners, they did not want to have to waste too much time just to complete this. In the near future, the game developers would adjust the completion condition to only 20 iron ores. But Zhang Yang did not have much time to idle, waiting for the adjustments to be implemented. With that much time, he could have possibly leveled up to level 10 or even 20. Additionally, there was a chance to trigger the warrior class, hidden quest. While completing the quest of collecting 200 iron ores, the hidden quest could be triggered if there were more than 10 refined iron ores in the inventory. Refined iron ores were rarely found in iron veins, and the chances of harvesting it was very low. The probability was so low that when luck was bad, a single piece of refined iron ore could not even be obtained after mining 1,000 pieces of iron ores. Naturally, that was not the case with refined iron veins, but they were rare, and there would always be tough monsters protecting them. With such low probability, this warrior class, hidden quest, was never triggered by any player until the 3rd year since the game's launch. There was a mining fanatic who did nothing but mining whenever he logged on to the game. He had even stayed at the beginner village for half a year. Coincidentally, this man had chosen warrior as his class. And so, this player who had 100 refined iron ores in his inventory had successfully triggered the hidden quest. He then stumbled on his way, finally completing the quest to score an average, and obtained 1 skill point as well as a horizontal sweep skill book. Just the reward of a single skill point was enough to make people jealous, but when he had posted the skill description of horizontal sweep on the forum, all the warrior players were close to tears. Horizontal sweep attacks all nearby enemies, 100% melee damage to every target. Cost, 20 raid. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Requirement, melee weapon. Such a powerful skill with AoE damage had fallen into the hands of a player who only mined every day. What a tragedy it was. Soon, however, players realized that even with an average score, one had been rewarded so handsomely. What if excellent or even perfect scores were achieved? How attractive would the reward be? Unfortunately, hidden quests have one drawback, that there would never be a second quest of the same kind once it was completed. There were 4 types of quest score: bad, average, excellent, and perfect. Only quests with S difficulty, however, had this quest scoring system. Zhang Yang first went to the alchemist shop and sold all the junk items in his inventory. The amount of money he possessed consequently increased to 23 silver coins. Scrolling through the item tab of the alchemist shop, he found a beginner healing potion commonly known as Red Pot, and the experimental poison that was beginner village exclusive and could only be bought once per player. Beginner healing potion, white consumable. Use instantly restore 100 HP. Experimental poison, white consumable. Use apply it on a weapon lasts 60 minutes. Attacks have 30% chance to poison a target, causing 3 HP damage each second for 15 seconds. Can be stacked up to 5 times. A red bottle cost 1 silver coin each, while the experimental poison was more expensive, each costing 10 silver coins. Zhang Yang splurged and bought 10 beginner healing potions and 1 experimental poison in one go. He then left the beginner village and moved towards the mountain region north of the village. He remembered that there was a refined iron vein spawn point somewhere in a corner of the mountains which refreshed every hour. Each harvesting could result up to 2 or 3 refined iron ores. That was the only refined iron vein spawn point in the entire beginner village, and it so happened to also be the lair of the Black Panther King. This was indeed the so-called high-risk, high-reward. The journey was long. Zhang Yang spent more than half an hour to reach a valley surrounded by oddly shaped rocks. In the deepest pit of the valley, a mine vein glimmering with a bright silver glow had grabbed Zhang Yang's attention. That was exactly the only refined iron vein spawn point that would be refreshed in the entire beginner village. Lying next to it, though, was a 2 men tall and 6 men long giant Black Panther. This was the strongest boss in the beginner village, the Black Panther King. Black Panther King, Black Steel Boss. Level 15. HP 45,000. That frightening HP. Zhang Yang took out the experimental poison and smeared it on the beginner sword. The rusty iron immediately shone with an emerald glow. Poisons were supposed to be a unique attribute only available to players with the thief class, but the game producers had wanted to let other players experience the charm of poison, and so had placed a limited amount of experimental poison in beginner village. As each player could only purchase 1 bottle, it would not affect the balance of the game. This had become the key factor for Zhang Yang to slay the boss. Zhang Yang adjusted himself before charging directly towards the Black Panther King. Stunned from charge, Zhang Yang swung his sword and slashed the Black Panther King. -6. Due to the great level gap and extremely high defense of the boss-level monster, even when Zhang Yang had 38 points of basic damage, he had only inflicted a pathetic 6-point damage on the boss. Moreover, with the low damage output, only 3 rage points were obtained. Even with the addition of 10 rage points from the charge attack, he was still far from casting a Force Strike. Besides, Force Strike could not inflict much damage. The only way to kill this high-level and high-defense boss was to rely on the power of poison. After 2 seconds, the Black Panther King recovered from the momentary stun and waved its claws towards Zhang Yang, enraged. Zhang Yang calmly dodged and evaded the monster's attack. At the same time, he made another swing of his sword and landed it on the Black Panther King's body. Ding, your attack has caused Black Panther King to be affected by experimental poison, 1 stack, losing 3 HP every second. Poisons were categorized as magic damage, and the damage could only be reduced by magic resistance. Zhang Yang showed a hint of joy. Although the effect of the poison was not too strong, as long as he could inflict another stack within 15 seconds from the first stack, he could slowly accumulate a total of 5 stacks and gain the full effect of the poison. The Black Panther King got more furious as its strike missed while in turn was damaged numerous times by its enemy. It clawed fiercely towards Zhang Yang again. Dodge. Zhang Yang performed like a professional player, evading attacks by constantly moving and changing his position. He did not waste any chances to attack, slashing continuously as more damage was inflicted on the boss. Ding! Your attack has caused Black Panther King to be affected by experimental poison, 2 stack, losing 6 HP every second. Ding your attack. In no time at all, the experimental poison's effect had stacked up to 5 times, causing the Black Panther King to lose 15 HP with each passing second. Although this was ridiculously slow compared to its long HP bar, the boss would eventually die from the poison after 50 minutes if Zhang Yang maintained his game. Zhang Yang dared not be careless. His feeble HP could not afford even a light hit from the boss. It would have been a confirmed kill if he got hit even once. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 45 minutes. The HP of the Black Panther King decreased to around 10%, and suddenly the creature flashed a blood-red glow. Its originally huge size now grew even larger, gaining faster attack speed and higher frequency of attacks. This was what players commonly identified as berserk, a state where only strong monsters would enter whenever they were near death. Zhang Yang's nerves were high-strung, fully unleashing his athleticism to dodge the Black Panther King's attacks again and again. At this moment, a character's movement speed would obviously be unable to keep up with his reflexes. Only by distributing more attributes points on dexterity would it be possible for him to utilize his advantage to his best ability. From this point of view, Zhang Yang would be more suited to play as a thief. Of course, towards the latter part of the game, along with the improvement of equipment quality, the character attributes would become less important and could eventually be ignored. A good equipment would be the better way to properly enhance one's capability. -15. -6. Dodge. -15. -15. -7. The damage numbers kept appearing above the Black Panther King's head. Zhang Yang finally managed to drain its HP. As the last -15 damage from the experimental poison flashed, a moan was heard from the Black Panther King as it fell on the ground, died, and turned into a white light. Finally, it was over. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. He felt exhausted after nearly an hour of fighting in this intense battle. Ding, you have killed the Black Panther King. Gained 90,000 experience points, double reward for exceed level kill. Ding, congratulations. You are the first player to kill a Black Steel boss. Your glorious achievement will be recorded in history. Do you wish to announce your name so that the world can praise your might? Zhang Yang was surprised. Due to the fact that he had joined the game later than anyone else previously, he had missed all the first kill chances, thus never encountering an event like this. His immediate reaction was naturally picking, yes. Spreading his name across the server and be admired by all, was this not the sole intention of every online gamer? Moreover, it would ease his process in creating his guild, attracting more players to join him. Then another thought came to his mind. He had nothing right now. Besides Fatty Han, whom he was still not able to contact, he was completely alone. What if within this period a strong guild had their eyes on him? He was powerless to reject had they sent an invitation. Once he had refused their recruitment, endless harassment and ganking one would await him. This needed no doubt. Zhang Yang remembered that there was a tanker called Endless Starlight previously, whose skills were fairly average. Although he was in a small guild, his dungeon achievements were qualified enough to challenge other large guilds. At first, some of those guilds sent their invitations to Endless Starlight in requests of a guild transfer. Endless Starlight had liked his guild so much that he had rejected all the invitations. As a result, 3 big guilds had joined in alliance to attack Endless Starlight and his guild. Within 10 days, high guild members could not continue any longer and had chosen to quit the guild, thus leading to the disbandment of the small guild. Endless Starlight was extremely depressed and had opted to delete his account and protested in the official forum. The officials had replied that they do not encourage private fights in God's miracle, thus setting level drops and red titles as penalties. Those with the desire to PK, please go to the arena. Those who had the wish to kill their enemies, please go to the battlefield. These would definitely not result in the dropping of levels nor equipment. You would have to pay the price for the grudges you had created. Regardless of reasons, the officials would not partake in the personal grudges amongst players. Zhang Yang was not only playing the game, he had wanted to use the game to make money, to accumulate enough fortune to fight the Liu clan and compare to the Lin clan. He knew the trend of the game, knew when and what material would be valuable, though this item manipulation would require him to be among the leading players' level. For example, the hottest sale item among level 20 players, the beginner anti-dark medicine. Its formula could only be obtained from a gray-silver rarity chest. In order to get the formula, one must possess the capability of getting the gray-silver rarity chest. In addition, the formula must be obtained as early as possible. Otherwise, when the timing had passed and everyone had the formula to make the medicine, they would no longer be in demand. For now, Zhang Yang needed an unhindered environment until he could set up a guild and possess the power to say no. Eventually, Zhang Yang chose reject. Immediately, red text that specifically belonged to the server announcement began popping up in the world channel. Server announcement. Player name hidden has successfully killed the Black Panther King, level 15 Black Steel Boss, China server. This achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. Please celebrate and cheer for him. Server announcement. Player name hidden has successfully killed the Black Panther King, level 15 Black Steel Boss, China server, obtaining 10 gold coins from the system rewards. Server announcement. Player name hidden has successfully killed the Black Panther King, level 15 Black Steel Boss, China server. 500 reputation points across all races in the league are awarded. A series of red messages filled the screen. The effect was absolutely amazing. Ding, you've received an extra reward, luck +1. A luck attribute reward. Zhang Yang felt quite surprised. Luck was an attribute that could not be upgraded through any equipment, yet remained very important. This attribute could affect a monster's drop rate as well as the success rate of upgrading equipment and rune weapons, and of course, the Proc 2 rate of Lucky Strike. Looking at the 5 server announcements showing repetitively on the screen, even Zhang Yang had felt a little smug. He then averted his gaze from the announcement and looked towards the drops from the Black Panther King. On the other side, the sudden server announcements had caused an uproar among players in the China region. What the F***CK? I've been killing monsters for so long only to reach level 5 and someone had actually killed a level 15 boss. Is this for real a solo fight? F*** King server. I got distracted reading the server announcement and got myself killed by a monster. F***CK, it must be a hack. How could anyone perform a solo attack on a black steel grade boss? F***King GM, come out and face God. Give it up, there is no GM in God's miracle. The only thing monitoring the server is a supercomputer. Fair and justified. Fair my ass. Justified my ass. No more asses, speed leveling is more important. How do we level when there are more players than monsters? As a spellcaster, I haven't even casted any spells. I've been hitting them with my wand the whole time. The one above, let's shake hands. I'm a cleric and I don't even dare cast spells. With a 2-second delay, there would be no chance to even kill a monster. Soon after, someone posted on the forum saying he had deliberately searched for the Black Panther King and discovered that its HP was a shocking 45,000. Only one hit to this person, who was a level 5 player, had already inflicted around 230 points of damage. How could anyone initiate a solo fight? He then directed his complaint to the game company, questioning them of the existence of hacks or bugs. Almost immediately, the company replied to the post, "No hack could be used in God's miracle, while the case of bugs could never be completely fixed." Based on the playback data of the game, however, the first player to have killed the Black Panther King did not take advantage of any bug. No sooner the forum had livened up. People were wondering and discussing how the player had killed the Black Panther King. With just one touch, the Black Panther King's loot entered Zhang Yang's inventory. Black Panther King's shin guard, black steel heavy armor, defense +3, vitality +7, strength, dexterity, level requirement 10. Black Panther King's chest plate, black steel heavy armor, defense +3, vitality +6, strength +3, dexterity, level requirement 10. Black Panther King's arm guard, black steel leather armor, defense, vitality +3, dexterity +2, level requirement 10. Warrior and knight classes wore heavy armor, hunter and thief classes wore leather armor, while spellcaster and cleric classes wore cloth armor. Of the 3 equipment Zhang Yang had looted, he could only use 2 of them. It was not too bad, but he had to reach level 10 before he was able to use them. In God's miracle, helmets, chest plates, and shin guards were the equipment that would add the most attribute points. Gloves, boots, necklaces, capes, and rings added comparatively lower attribute points, but necklaces and rings would usually have a special effect attribute. A weapon would only increase physical or magical damage and would not possess any attributes, though some high-grade weapon would have special effects. The next item loot was not an equipment but a bloody severed head of the panther. Bloody skull, black steel, special item. Description: this is the skull of the Black Panther King. Take it back and present it to village elder Hu En. He will definitely reward you for your contribution. Bound: a bound item would be an item that players cannot trade or give away, which meant that the rewards could only be claimed by Zhang Yang. The corpse of the Black Panther King disappeared instantaneously as soon as Zhang Yang had finished collecting all his battle loots. He then proceeded to mine the refined iron vein. Ding! You have used mining on the refined iron vein. You have obtained refined iron, or X2. Your mining skill has increased by 2 points. Zhang Yang grinned as he picked up the 2 shiny refined iron ores. Due to the ore's rarity, it had become a form of currency in the game. The ores were glowing with a silver gleam. The beautiful, lustrous glow was a feast for the eyes. He kept his pickaxe and left the valley, beginning to wander around in search of more iron ore to mine. The respawn rate of the refined iron ore was 1 hour, so he recorded his time before he left. When the time arrived, he would return to mine again. On the other hand, the respawn time of the Black Panther King was 24 hours. Zhang Yang would have had acquired enough refined iron ores to even wait for the boss to respawn. Zhang Yang would gladly be looking forward to battle more respawned bosses, as he would not only acquire equipment, but also EXP. One boss alone had given him enough EXP to fill up 80% of his experience bar. With just 2 kills, he could have leveled up. How easy! Zhang Yang made a few rounds in the mountain for about 4 hours and had already mined the refined iron vein for 5 times, obtaining 11 refined iron ores. Without dilly-dallying, he was grinding and searching for ores. By then, he had reached level 7, but only had 126 iron ores, still quite a distance from reaching 200. Zhang Yang cussed the developers of the game as he resumed his search of iron veins. Checking his mini-map that showed a blinking point not too far from where he was, he rejuvenated and rushed over with the pickaxe in his hand. Upon the acquisition of the mining skill, spawning points of iron veins around would automatically be indicated on the mini-map. Tang! Tang tang! Zhang Yang swung his pickaxe and began mining the iron vein. A piece of pale silver metal came into view as he lifted the pickaxe. Looks like my luck is finally here. I've finally gotten an immature, refined iron ore, Zhang Yang exclaimed with mixed feelings. After mining 126 iron ores, this was the first time he had actually encountered an immature, refined iron ore, leading him to question his luck. At this very moment, though, he would rather trade his precious, refined iron ores for iron ore with the fierce competition to get to the highest level. He could not afford to waste too much time in completing just one quest. Just 10 refined iron ores were enough. Putting away the ores and his pickaxe, he turned, wanting to leave the place before hearing a clear female voice. Hold up, mate. Zhang Yang was astonished and turned around. 2 exceptionally beautiful girls appeared from behind a large boulder. Both of them did not look any older than 20. The girl on the left wore a dark red leather armor. Perhaps the developers of this game had a domination fetish for the leather armor, which was extremely short and tight. The deep V-cut design was so low that almost more than half of both her round, voluptuous mounds were exposed. As she walked, the resulting bounce was definitely a scene that could cause massive nosebleed within seconds should the man not possess sufficient willpower. Her lower half was covered in a leather skirt, tightly wrapping her firm, shapely buttocks. Her legs were long and fair, hips swaying with each step she took. The other girl wore a plain, long dress in white. The dress was very loose, and so it had completely hid her figure. Me? Zhang Yang asked, pointing at his nose. The hot girl clad in leather armor asked with a pout, "Is there anyone else here besides you?" Her voice was coy and sweet as honey, sugary enough to disarm anyone. Zhang Yang might have looked like he was in his 20s, but he had gone through reincarnation, experiencing life and death, and thus had become calm and collected, unfazed by much. After he was done admiring the girl clad in leather armor, he averted his gaze to the girl dressed in white and asked, "What is it?" Just like him, both of the girls had their character information hidden, so Zhang Yang did not know how to address them. "I'm White Orchid, a cleric from the Crimson Rage Guild," the girl introduced herself. "She is Thorny Rose, Crimson Rage's thief." Crimson Rage? Zhang Yang had some impression of this guild. That was because this was the only guild in God's Miracle to have an all-girls team. Their guild master, Thousand Seeker Snow, ranked 4th in the top 10 list of godly magicians in the China region. Crimson team that was under her lead was also an S-class professional clan league team. "Oh," Zhang Yang casually acknowledged and said, "Well, nice to meet you. See you then." Hey. Thorny Rose was a little upset seeing that Zhang Yang wanted to leave. In her eyes, men were animals who think with the lower part of their body. She had never encountered a man who had not flocked to her like bees around a honey pot. Even if she chased them away with a broom, there would still be people who would not leave. What more a man who initiated his leave? Zhang Yang would be the first time Thorny Rose had met a man who brushed her off. She ran up and held on to Zhang Yang. "We have some business to do with you." What of it? Zhang Yang knew he did not have much to do with anyone from Crimson Rage. "We want to buy the refined iron ores that you have just mined." Thorny Rose huffed. These two sure had sharp eyes. Not only that, they, too, possessed a knack for business. Even though God's miracle had countless players, those who actually did material gathering were of a scarce number. Supplies for materials such as herbs and ores would never keep up with the players' demands. Now that this profession had yet to become popular, prices of all these materials were extremely high. Especially the rare materials, the price would still remain stable even as the game made progress, never once decreasing. So far, most of the players only cared about leveling up, not yet realizing the value of these precious materials. Later on, hell would break loose simply over the right to own a spawn point of rare metal veins or herbs. Yet now, these female players from Crimson Rage had actually begun collecting rare materials. Zhang Yang was quite impressed with their awareness ahead of time. Not selling? Zhang Yang shook his head, denying their offer. The refined iron ores would only cost a few copper coins if sold right now, not even close to 1% of its true value. Thorny Rose could not help but be surprised that her offer was denied directly by Zhang Yang. She had thought that this man was playing hard to get in order to attract her attention, but she was now completely certain that this man had no interest in her. Since when did I lose my charm? Thorny Rose's competitive desire to overturn this situation came ablaze. We can offer you a high price. How about 10 silver coins? Just as Zhang Yang wanted to reject her offer, he suddenly thought of something and said, I will not sell them, but if you can trade them with iron ores, I might consider. White Orchid then replied, How many iron ores do you plan to trade for one refined iron ore? Since Zhang Yang was still lacking 72 ores, he said, Let's make it 72 pieces. 72 pieces. The girls looked at each other, pleasantly delighted. They knew the low rate of mining a refined iron ore, mining over 200 to 300 iron ores only to come across one refined iron ore if luck was lacking. The rate could be even lower. It was an absolute worthy steal to trade 72 pieces of iron ores for one refined iron ore. Is it not enough? How about an extra one? Zhang Yang took out 2 refined iron ores from his inventory, and with a sincere smile on his face, 2 refined iron ores for 72 pieces of iron ores. How about that? This man was a complete idiot. White Orchid and Thorny Rose shared a look. Without hesitation, they took out 72 pieces of iron ores and entered the trading interface to place them there. Once Zhang Yang had placed 2 of his refined iron ores, White Orchid immediately pressed Confirm to complete the transaction. With a ding, the system notified them that their transaction was completed. The 3 of them looked at each other, smiling, thinking that they had caught a good deal, and bade each other farewell. Heh, and here I thought that stinking man is somewhat different. He was just a little more guarded. For a moment there, I thought I've lost my appeal. Thorny Rose exclaimed with relief, patting her pendulous chest after they had walked some distance. On the other hand, White Orchid replied thoughtfully, I still think that the man was, how do I put it, he should have been a little more cunning. HMPH, these 2 pieces of refined iron ores are not fake anyway. Thorny Rose was nonchalant. The shield blueprint Ying Ying managed to get her hands on requires 5 of these refined iron ores to be able to craft a black steel grade shield. Our guild will definitely be the first to make it and gain a huge advantage in the first dungeon war. White Orchid thought about it and had to agree. No matter how hard she could think, these 2 pieces of refined iron ores were definitely worth more than those iron ores. Die. Die, die, the game messenger rang. White Orchid quickly answered the call and heard the voice of a woman speaking. Sister Orchid, Sister Rose, the guild master has just ordered everyone to bring all the iron ores to the village hall. Thorny Rose and White Orchid exchanged a look and felt ominous. "Xiao Qing, what does the guild master want the iron ores for?" White Orchid asked. The person on the other end of the line had answered immediately. "The warrior class quest requires 200 pieces of iron ores." "Mei Mei is waiting for you." "Oh no," both White Orchid and Thorny Rose cried at the same time. "Ah, that evil man, he actually dared to scam me. Don't ever let me see him again. See if I will entice him with all my might and then send him off flying with a kick. If I didn't make him cry and broken-hearted for at least a few years, I shall not be named Jiang." Thorny Rose spat spitefully, hating Zhang Yang with a burning passion. The thing was, she was actually more annoyed that her usually alluring charm did not work at all this time. After a while of seething with anger, she began to feel thankful that she was not the only one deceived and said, "Sister Orchid, I'm all boobs and no brain. What's your excuse?" Zhang Yang jogged all the way back to beginner village and found warrior class instructor Farian. Panting for breath, he could not help but miss the teleport reagent that could only be bought after level 10 in the capital. "Greenhorn, I've got to admit that I've underestimated you." Farian was still wearing a smug face as he received the iron ores delivered by Zhang Yang. "But you're still just a greenhorn. Here, take your shield and get out." Farian threw over a shield gleaming with black luster to Zhang Yang. "Ding, you have completed the class quest, a warrior's test. Gained 5,000 experience points. Thick iron shield, black steel shield. Defense +10. Vitality +5. Level requirement 5. Wait," Farian's smug expression had suddenly changed into a surprised one. "You actually have refined iron ores." "That's right, honorable great master." Zhang Yang took out 10 refined iron ores from his inventory and handed them to Farian, knowing full well that he had successfully triggered the hidden quest. "What beautiful luster, it reminds me of the diamonds in Dofus Mountain." Farian reveled, his gaze towards the refined iron ores in his hands as indulgent as a lover's. Only after a short moment did Farian say, "I was once a blacksmith before I became a great warrior." "Greenhorn, these refined iron ores made my hands tingle. If you agree, I would like to use them to make an indestructible blade." "As you wish, honorable great master." Zhang Yang immediately nodded and agreed. "Very well." Farian was delighted and said, "However, just these refined iron ores are insufficient. You will also need to collect another 3 types of materials." "Ding, Farian has a quest for you, materials to craft a blade eye. Will you accept it?" "Accept." Zhang Yang checked the quest log immediately after he had accepted the quest. Material to craft a blade eye. Difficulty level C. Quest description. Farian needs the incisors of the ivory fanged boar as crafting material for the blade. It is said that these monsters appear in the watermelon farm south of the village. Progress. Collect incisors of ivory fanged boar 010. Ivory fanged boar. That would be a level 10 monster, would it not? Zhang Yang did not leave immediately. Instead, he talked to Farian again and learned level 5 warrior skills, block and shield bash. Block level 1. Raise your shield, blocking 1 frontal attack from the enemy for 1 second. After a successful block, it will cause 100% damage to the enemy, generating a huge amount of aggro. Build some rage. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Requirement, shield, shield bash. Bash the target with your shield, dealing 200% damage and generating a huge amount of aggro. Can only be casted after a successful block. Cost 10 rage points. Requirement, shield. Block would definitely be a guardian's most divine skill. When the cooldown time reduces to 1 second after leveling it up to level 10, be it the immunity to offense or the burst damage that would come right after with a shield bash, its might would be utterly terrifying. After equipping himself with the thick iron shield, Zhang Yang went to village elder Huan and handed him the Black Panther King's skull. Ah, is this the skull of the Black Panther King? This damned beast which had killed so many of our villagers. Elder Huan was absolutely delighted, looking at Zhang Yang with elation. Praise the Lord, you are indeed a brave and kind young man. All of the villagers will be so very grateful to you. Ding, you have completed the quest, removing the villagers' threat. Gained 10,000 experience points. A ding. Your human race reputation has increased by 200 points. 200 reputation points. Zhang Yang pursed his lips. Reputation had been a confounded system in the game. Each race had their corresponding reputation divided into 7 levels in ascending order: hostile, unfriendly, neutral, friendly, respect, admire, and worship. If a player's reputation level in a specific race is lower than neutral, he would induce attacks from that specific race whenever he entered their territory. If the reputation level had reached friendly or higher, the player would be able to purchase items corresponding to their reputation level. Basically, the higher the reputation of a person towards that specific faction, the better the quality of items one would be able to purchase. Zhang Yang arrived at the south of the village. There were wild boars everywhere gnawing watermelons in the 3 existing watermelon farms. To the side was a farmhouse and a white, bearded man pacing around anxiously. "Elder One, is there anything I can do for you?" Zhang Yang ran forward to strike a conversation as soon as he saw the yellow exclamation mark above the NPC's head. "Look at those damn wild boars trashing my watermelon farms. Kill them all and I will reward you," the old man bellowed. "Kill the boars, difficulty level C. Quest description: kill those damn ivory-fanged boars. Progress: kill ivory-fanged boar 010. Ivory-fanged boar, normal. Level 10. HP 500. There were another 4 or 5 player parties in the watermelon farms. As the ivory-fanged boar's level was slightly higher, most of the level 5 players could not go solo when fighting the monsters, and thus formed parties. Even so, the huge level gap had still made killing a single boar difficult for a team of 5. These people showed no intention of leaving even with their slow pace. To them, at least this place still had monsters, and was far better than places where a freshly spawned monster would instantly be stabbed by more than 10 swords simultaneously. A few of them had started laughing when they saw Zhang Yang coming alone. "Fool, are you seriously grinding here alone? A donkey must have kicked your brains out. Haha, I wonder how many donkey kicks does it take to make one so stupid. Let's just wait and see how he's gonna get his ass kicked by the wild boars." Of course, there were kind-hearted players too. "Buddy, the monsters around here are all level 10. You can't do it. Our team's spellcaster is about to leave. There is a slot in our party. How about joining us?" Most of them seemed to have overlooked the shield on Zhang Yang's back. It would have been a reward received only after one had completed the level 5's class quest. While there were an incredible number of players who had already reached level 5 currently, the number of players who had cleared the class quest could only be counted with less than one hand. Zhang Yang smiled and rejected their party invitations. He gripped his beginner sword and moved towards the closest wild boar. He then activated the skill charge when he was in its effective range. Stunned. -30. Streams of blood gushed out as Zhang Yang swung his weapon and slashed the boar. Who? The ivory-fanged boar recovered and roared angrily. It stabbed towards Zhang Yang with both its sharp fangs. Zhang Yang activated the skill block. -27, successful block and counterattack, shield bash. Another normal attack, rage increased to 30 points, force strike. Dodge, block, entered into cooldown. Zhang Yang easily evaded the attack of the wild boar with just a swift move. A level 15 Black Panther King could not even come into contact with Zhang Yang, let alone a common level 10 monster. In just 4 to 5 seconds, Zhang Yang had delivered 181 damage points, decreasing 1/3 of the boar's HP. All of the players could only stare at him wide-eyed on the sideline as if they had seen a ghost. Those damage numbers were unbelievable. Was this dude really a guardian? Guardians actually had pretty good nuking one power. The key point was the skill block. The timing for using block would then be the key factor during the early stages to tell the difference between an outstanding guardian and a regular guardian. Characters would gain an additional effect after activating block, allowing the player to block another attack for the following 1 second. Since the follow-up effect only lasted for 1 second, if the skill was activated too early and the attack had yet to come, the effect would have disappeared by then. And if the activation was too late, block would have been invalid. Thus, the devastating shield bash that followed could not have been activated. Of course, when block had reached level 10, these restrictions would have been nulled, so one could easily keep spamming to the button. Zhang Yang had been changing his position with ease until block's cooldown time had been fulfilled. He then activated another chain skill. The ivory-fanged boar wailed and died with a white flash, granting Zhang Yang 500 EXP. His hands reached out, and with luck, he had gotten an incisor. F***CK, this guy is mighty. Yeah, he killed it so quickly, and did not even suffer from a single drop of HP. I just finally realized that you can evade a monster's attack by moving around. I thought it's a given that a character depends on evasion, parry and block to gain attack immunity. Bro, this is a virtual reality game, not a traditional online game. Gotta learn more. The surrounding players were having a heated conversation. Luckily, Zhang Yang had chosen to hide his name, otherwise he would have gotten famous here. Still, there were nosy players who had used the in-game recorder to record how Zhang Yang had fought the monster and posted it to the forum, titling the post, "Unexpected Godly Player, Unscathed Killing," raising a public commotion. Everyone was but a beginner at this current stage of the game. How could they not be impressed when they saw Zhang Yang's advanced skills that was at least 5 years ahead of the current game's standard? Within a short period, countless players had turned Zhang Yang into their idol, worshipping him. Zhang Yang killed the wild boars consecutively. Although his killing speed was considerably slow compared to a 5-man party, he was killing without suffering from damages, and thus there was no need for him to rest, increasing his efficiency. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he had already slain 10 wild boars but had only collected 7 incisors, requiring him to continue grinding. Another 5 minutes had passed before Zhang Yang finally succeeded in collecting 10 incisors. He first submitted the quest, "Kill the Boars," and rushed back to meet Farian. Behind him, the players had long been dumbfounded, their own fights long forgotten as they only cared about observing Zhang Yang's fight. "Well done. You can now start searching for the second material." Farian granted Zhang Yang 5,000 EXP and continued instructing. Ding. Farian has a quest for you, material to craft a blade, II. Will you accept it? A new entry was added to the quest log after Zhang Yang had accepted the quest. Material to craft a blade, II. Difficulty level, C. Quest description. There is a pack of fire elementals wandering in the scorched valley. Upon death, the fire elementals condense into potent, refined fire essences. It was said that the scorched valley is at the end of the road towards the west of the village. Progress. Collect refined fire essence 03. Towards the opposite direction. Zhang Yang sighed and followed the quest instructions, going west from beginner village. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the valley, ground burnt and fuming soot. Flaming red elemental monsters wandering around his destination. Fire elemental, normal. Level 10. HP 500. This place was too far from beginner village and no quest would have led anyone here, so there were no one around besides Zhang Yang. Let the killing begin. This second quest had only asked for 3 refined fire essences, but that did not mean that this quest was easy to complete. In fact, Zhang Yang had only managed to farm his first refined fire essence after 20 minutes. Farming the second refined fire essence was rather quick, as it only took the following 5 minutes. The third one, though, took him a whole hour. What luck! Zhang Yang examined his hands as he walked back to the village. He checked his EXP gauge and realized it had already reached 73%, not far from advancing to the next level. After all, he had been going beyond his level and grinding on level 10 monsters. The EXP obtained were noticeably much more. Returning to Farian to submit the quest, the man had rewarded him a handsome amount of 5,000 EXP and said, "Young warrior, you've completed the task I entrusted you with again and again, leaving me an impression that you do have slight talent. All right, this is the last material needed, the Frost Giant's soul." Different Frost Giants would have different power in their souls and, of course, different strength levels. You may select the difficulty to challenge according to your own capability and courage. Ding, you may choose one of the following difficulty levels to complete for this quest. The higher the difficulty level, the better the reward. Please choose. Extremely difficult, hard, average, easy. Extremely difficult, Zhang Yang decided without hesitation. Obviously, the chance of obtaining perfect score would only be available in this level of difficulty. Haha, a bold selection. I hope that you're as what you've chosen to face, Greenhorn. Farian passed Zhang Yang a sparkling crystal-like rock. Take this frost stone and place it in the center of the magic circle in the basement. The circle will be activated automatically, and it will summon the Frost Giant. A ding. You have accepted the quest. Materials to craft a blade, I. Ding, you have obtained the item Frost Stone. Materials to craft a blade, I. Difficulty level S. Quest description. To obtain the last material, you must use the Frost Stone to summon the Frost Giant, defeat it, collect its soul, and pass it to Farian. This quest must be completed alone. The quest will fail automatically once a second player gains aggro from the Frost Giant. Progress. Collect Frost Giant's Soul 01. S-level quest. It looked like the time to obtain the ultimate reward had finally arrived. The basement was situated underneath the village hall. Zhang Yang spent 5 to 6 minutes to reach the base, walking through a winding path. He had wondered about the purpose of this basement previously when he first played the game. He had finally gotten his answer now. The basement was lit with torches all around and was very spacious. Right in the center was an intricately drawn magic circle. Zhang Yang took out the frost stone from his inventory and mounted it to the empty hollow within the circle. Hong! Endless white light emanated from the ground, dazzling and captivating. A low voice then echoed in the basement. Who summons Malatog? Malatog was slumbering. Whoever awakes Malatog must receive a frosty punishment. Honged. A giant with a height of 6 to 7 men appeared in the middle of the magic circle. Its entire body was a sky-blue color, and it exuded penetrating chilliness, dropping the basement's temperature by several degrees within seconds. You, a mere mortal, dares to disturb Malatog's sweet dream. Malatog will crush you. The blue giant immediately noticed Zhang Yang and threw its fist towards him. Malatog Elite. Level 10. HP 5000. Zhang Yang stepped back and used charge on it. In an instant, a starry effect appeared above Malatog's head, indicating it had been stunned. -18. He swung his sword only to inflict a pitiful 18-point damage. Such strong defense. It was a shame that the effects of the experimental poison had long since disappeared, and as the poison could only be bought once per player, Zhang Yang would have to rely on himself to slowly defeat it. Despicable ant, you've angered Malatog. Malatog lifted his fist and threw it at Zhang Yang again in rage. Block. -17. Such a thick-skinned creature, Zhang Yang murmured, raising his shield as he activated Shield Bash. -54. Malatog let out a cry of pain and anger after receiving the blow. It then raised its big foot and took a step forward, wanting to stomp on Zhang Yang. -19. -19. Although the resulting damage from one normal attack followed by a force strike was not much at all, it had instead made Malatog even angrier. Battling someone as agile as Zhang Yang, it would seem like Malatog was playing a game of whack-a-mole. Even though he had the advantage with his outstanding strength, he could hardly land a hit on Zhang Yang but instead kept receiving damage. 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%, 50%. Puny mortal, taste the frost god's rage. Malatog suddenly crouched and slammed the ground with both his fists. Immediately, countless spear-like ice spikes pierced up through the ground. Zhang Yang had never encountered such a monster, so naturally he would not have known what kind of attacks it would use. Even though he was already cautious the moment it spoke, because he would never have known what to expect, how was he supposed to figure out his strategy to counter? In an instant, Zhang Yang had maximized his athletic skill to the best he could, skillfully dodging each icicle with grace. Ding! You have been attacked by an icicle. You have lost 30 HP. Ding! You have been attacked by an icicle. You have lost 30 HP. Ding! The system notification had rang 5 times consecutively in his ears. Even though Zhang Yang had pushed his speed to the limit, he was still unable to be at his best due to the character's own agility constraint. As a result of it, he had received damage from 5 icicles and had his HP reduced tremendously. And this was Zhang Yang. If it had been someone else, they would have been completely annihilated by this monster's special skill. Zhang Yang only had a total HP of 190, and it had been instantly reduced to 40. He tapped a bottle of beginner healing potion. A +100 green text floated across his head, and his HP bar instantly went up again. The red pot had a 30-second cooldown time, so it was fortunate that the move by Malatog did not appear frequently. Otherwise, the cooldown period would have been too long. Malatog will smash your bones to smithereens. The frost giant stood up again, and everything returned to how it was. 40%, 30%, 20%, 10%. Zhang Yang began to feel anxious. There would be a chance for a monster to turn berserk when its HP had fallen to 10%. Once they had entered the state, their attack activation rate would drastically increase, and that would be the most dangerous part of a battle. Even if Zhang Yang was highly skilled, he would not have been able to withstand 3 to 4 continuous waves of a boss special attack. Luckily, it did not turn red. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself. This quest could only be completed by a single player. The monster's skill was already capable of killing a player instantly. If it had entered Berserk state, how would it be possible to clear? 3%, 2%, 1%. Despicable mortal, Malatog will return, Malatog will. As the last drop of HP vanished, Malatog was finally defeated. Its gigantic body fell with a thundering thud. Who? Zhang Yang exhaled a puff of air. He finally completed it. The magic circle reactivated, and the frost giant's corpse began to shrink until it finally became a small blue marble the size of a regular fist. So this is the frost giant's soul? Zhang Yang picked up the marble as he scanned the entire room. F*** King hell. How come there are any drops when I've just killed a freaking boss? Zhang Yang returned from the basement annoyed and handed over the marble to Farian. Young man, you've proven your strength and ability. I have to admit, you would be an amazing warrior in the future. Farian waved his hand invitingly and said, Come with me. Now that all the materials have been gathered, I will craft you an indestructible blade. A ding. You've completed the quest. Materials to craft a blade, I. Gained 10,000 exp. Still, he had yet to receive the ultimate reward. Zhang Yang patiently followed Farian to the village's blacksmith shop. Farian and the owner greeted each other, and he took out all sorts of materials. Dang, dang. Dang, Farian lifted the metal hammer and began to smith. Fortunately, since this was a game, everything progressed very quickly. Within half a minute, a shiny, sharp sword had appeared in Farian's hands. Take this, young warrior. Let it be your most loyal companion and drink up your enemy's blood. Furian tossed the sword to Zhang Yang and retrieved a red-colored book. This is filled with skills I've learned in battles. Now I shall give it to you. Ding, you have obtained the item Refined Iron Sword. Ding, you have obtained the skill book, Horizontal Sweep. Ding, you have completed the hidden class quest, Farian's Request. Quest score perfect. Gained 20,000 EXP. Ding, you have obtained the reward, 1 SP. Ding, congratulations on achieving level 8. All attributes +1 and obtained 5 free AP. Ding, congratulations. You are the first player to complete a hidden quest and to obtain a perfect score. This achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. Do you wish to announce your name so that the world can praise your mightiness? Announcing it again. Zhang Yang gave it some thought but eventually still decided on reject. In an instant, the neglected Quiet World channel was once again filled with the server announcement's red text. Server announcement. Player name hidden is the first to have successfully completed a hidden quest and obtained a perfect score China server. This achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. Please celebrate and cheer for him. Server announcement. Player name hidden is the first to have successfully completed a hidden quest and obtained a perfect score China server, obtaining 10 gold coins from the system rewards. Server announcement. Player name hidden is the first to have successfully completed a hidden quest and obtained a perfect score China server. 500 reputation points across all races in the league are awarded. Ding, you've received an extra reward, luck +1. Within a day, the server had flashed red twice, causing commotion among the players in the entire China region once again. That is just crazy. He actually completed a hidden quest. God, he even got a perfect score. I saw a statement on the official website saying the difficulty setting in achieving a perfect score could only be completed by 1 in a million. I wonder what the rewards are. Fucking shit, server. Why have I not encountered a hidden quest? Face problem. Character problem. Wash your hands after taking a dump. Just throwing it out there. Which hand do you use to wipe your ass after taking a shit? Left hand. Right hand. Right hand. I use toilet paper. You guys have a weird fetish. Just like that, the conversation took a rather interesting yet different turn very quickly. Zhang Yang opened his inventory to check the rewards from this quest. Refined iron sword, black steel one-handed sword. Weapon attack, 1624. Attack interval, 2 seconds. Level requirement, 10. At present, most players were still grinding tirelessly to obtain rewarded weapons from completing the level 5 class quest, while Zhang Yang had already obtained a level 10 black, steel rarity weapon. If word got out, those players who had been grinding relentlessly would definitely be devastated. Horizontal sweep, skill book. Use grants the skill horizontal sweep. Bound, Zhang Yang was a little furious. He had obviously gotten a perfect score, yet his reward was similar to those of average score. This was ridiculous. Zhang Yang tapped the skill book against his body, and a new skill appeared in his skill window after giving out a bright light. Horizontal sweep. Attacks all nearby enemies, dealing 200% melee damage to every target. Cost, 20 rage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Requirement, melee weapon. 200% melee damage. Zhang Yang's eyes glinted. He clearly remembered the horizontal sweep, which the mining fanatic had got and could only deal 100% melee damage. Oh, perfect. Now this reward would have been the right match for perfect score. Hooray. Zhang Yang had 2 upgradable skills now, but the performance of a maximized 4-strike skill was low with only a 50% chance of triggering an additional attack. Without much hesitation, he added a valuable skill point on the Divine Block skill. Block. Level 2. Raise your shield, blocking 1 frontal attack from the enemy for 1 second. After a successful block, it will cause 100% damage to the enemy, generating a huge amount of aggro. Build some rage. Cooldown time, 9 seconds. Requirement, shield. The reduction in cooldown time of the skill block had not only increased the attack immunity, but more importantly, had also increased the usage frequency of shield bash. This was of utmost importance to Zhang Yang. All the substantial quests in Beginner Village had already been completed. The next objective would be to level up to level 10 and then proceed onwards to the capital. Zhang Yang had no other option now but to solely depend on grinding through monster killing. He had come to the Scorched Valley where there were the fewest players, intending to grind here until he reached level 10. With horizontal sweep, his current grinding ability had risen to a whole different level, making it harder for other players to catch up. Before entering the valley, Zhang Yang was surprised to see that there were now more than 10 players at the mouth of the valley. All of them did not hide their names and shared the same name tags of so-and-so Rogue Clan above their heads, most of them appearing to be level 5, 6 players. Rogue Clan? Zhang Yang could not help but grit his teeth. Rogue Clan was a guild. There were Guild Master Rogue Bunny, Vice Guild Master Bunny Bro 2, and following their seniority ranks, it would be Bunny Bro 3 and Bunny Bro 4. In short, they were all Bunny brothers. This guild was very popular in Zhang Yang's previous life, but it was not because their guild was strong. It was because everyone in this guild was a hooligan. Guild Master Rogue Bunny was said to be a gangster too in real life. The people in his guild were originally his gang members, and were regularly involved in organized crime such as cheating, abducting, and bullying. This rogue guild had never changed its objective even upon entering the game. As long as it was beneficial to them, They were willing to do anything, making up whatever scoundrels' tricks they could think of along the way. When the guild Clearwater was going against Liu Wei's guild, Myth, Liu Wei had hired Rogue Clan to bash members of Clearwater. Those rogues had spammed deliberate messages of insults and slanders in the capital every day, using words which were extremely derogatory and vile that would even disgust one to nausea. Rogue Bunny had even personally led dozens of men and stationed themselves at the entrance of the Clearwater Guild. Whenever a female player came out, they would take off their pants, slap their asses, and talk dirty, an absolute demonstration of the absence of their ethics. The frustrating part was that the Clearwater Guild was not powerful enough, and thus could only set up their base in the capital's zone instead of freely picking their own base outside. This was primarily because PK among players was restricted in the capital. Unable to do anything, Zhang Yang and the others could only watch these scoundrels behave the way they were. During that time, the situation had caused hundreds of female players to not go online for days, indirectly affecting the morale of male players. Zhang Yang had hated these guys for a while now. Just as he wanted to draw his sword and PK, he aborted this idea reluctantly. Beginner Village was also protected by the system. Players were unable to engage one another in a PK. Rogue Clan is camping this field. Other players leave the field immediately or we will kill you back to level 0. A player with the name Bunny Bro 9 spoke arrogantly when he saw Zhang Yang walking towards them. Ah, the arrogance. With just a few level 5 or 6 players, they had wanted to take over the entire field. Boss, there is really a boss inside. I think it's called Firebender Bar, a black steel boss. But there is a player fighting it now. A thief player appeared suddenly from sneak mode and said excitedly, "Boss is indeed boss, knowing there is a boss inside even before entering awesome." One of his subordinate pandered. "Ha ha!" Rogue Bunny laughed, all conceited and superior. "Let us have this boss killed and have the system issue an announcement. By then the Rogue Clan will be renowned across the world. We can then recruit thousands of brothers and become rich." As expected of Boss, brilliant, valiant, and prophetic. "You made us all sell our things to buy these gaming helmets and play the game as a group. No one but Boss would have been so bold." Another man sang his praise. "However, Boss, I've heard that the server only makes announcements for being the first to kill a black steel boss," one of his men stated. "Nonsense! You dare doubt Boss' words, was your head kicked by a donkey," Bunny Bro 8 lectured him immediately. Rogue Bunny threw out a kick and sent that player who objected flying. "If you were so smart, you wouldn't need me as your boss now, would you?" "That's right, Boss is brilliant. Peerless, handsome boss. Almighty boss." Rogue Bunny shifted his gaze and saw Zhang Yang watching their little show by the side. He then angrily said, "You there, fool, why are you still here? Do you want to be killed back to level 0? These people did not seem to know that the beginner village had PK restrictions. An idea came to Zhang Yang's mind and he grinned. "Kill me back to level 0? Hee, come and try, I am insusceptible to damage." "Ha, insusceptible to damage in your dreams." Bunny Bro 4 raised his sword to slash towards Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang did not move nor evade, but welcomed the sword with a smile. Shah! The beginner sword cut right through Zhang Yang's head, but it had seemed to be cutting through a shadow. Zhang Yang was completely unaffected. With the protection of System God, every player was the same. Bunny Bro 4 was incredulous. He waved his sword a few more times, but it was the same. The system had nullified the attack. Rogue Bunny and his gang gasped in shock, their eyes staring wide as saucers. "Boss, he really is insusceptible to damage," Bunny Bro 5 shouted. Rogue Bunny immediately replaced his overbearing and arrogant expression with a smile and said, "Friend, I am Rogue Bunny, Guild Master of Rogue Clan. Brother, let's be friends." "Get out of my way. I'm gonna go F***CK the boss," Zhang Yang said with an intentional rough tone. "Wait, brother, wait." Rogue Bunny stopped Zhang Yang at once, his face wearing a smile of flattery. "Don't be so spiteful." Zhang Yang sneered and said, "You want in on my indestructible body?" "Brother, how did you get this indestructible body? Is there any secret?" Rogue Bunny asked in earnest. Zhang Yang looked as though he was so very contented. He seemed like he wanted to share it with them, yet had to hold himself back, all while looking at Rogue Bunny and smiling. Rogue Bunny was restless. "Brother, bro, our acquaintance is fate. Don't be so selfish." Zhang Yang put up a mysterious front, carefully peeking around. Rogue Bunny and his followers came nearer and surrounded him, wearing the same expression. "Actually, this secret is very simple. All you need to do is to chant the spell." Zhang Yang exposed his secret. "What spell?" more than 10 people asked simultaneously. "We are all stupid." Zhang Yang lowered his voice and said, "Really?" "If you don't believe it, try it out." Zhang Yang shrugged. Rogue Bunny randomly pointed at one of his men and said, "Come chop me." That man eagerly picked up his weapon and wanted to swing it. "Wait," Rogue Bunny quickly shouted. "I haven't chanted the spell." He adjusted his expression and chanted loudly, "We are all stupid. Come on. Here I come." That man, too, roared before he gave a chop with his sword. Null, Rogue Bunny was delighted. He immediately laughed out loud and said, "It really worked. Haha, indestructible body. Boss, now that we have this secret, we can kill any boss we want and wipe out anyone we wish." Rogue Bunny waved his arm mightily and said, "Let's go, follow me, and let's kill the boss." "Wait," Zhang Yang quickly said. "The duration of the spell is very short, so you have to keep chanting. It may also not work if your voice is not loud enough." "Okay, we got it. You can fuck off." Rogue Bunny resumed his wretched character, burning the bridge after he had crossed the river. He laughed maniacally and led his men towards the valley. More than 10 players rampaged without a care and gained the aggro of 7 to 8 fire elementals shortly. These people were fearless. Each of them loudly chanted, "We are all stupid," and started to fight the monsters. Players of level 5-6 versus level 10 monsters. As a result, complete annihilation. Some 10 minutes later, these people resurrected and came back running. "Boss, why is it not working?" Bunny Bro 8 complained. Rogue Bunny thought about it and said, "Maybe we didn't chant loud enough. Let's try it again." "We are all stupid. Go." Again, all of them got completely wiped out. Another 10 minutes later, the Rogue Clan members ran back after resurrecting. "Boss, I think we have been fooled." "Doesn't the spell sound like we are all stupid?" A man voiced his suspicion. F***CK, you are the stupid one. Rogue Bunny was mad. "Chant it louder, go." "We are all stupid." They went on in batches. Zhang Yang watched them for a while in a hidden spot at the mouth of the valley, laughing until his belly ached. He waved his beginner sword and began his grinding journey. The first time he had came here to collect refined fire essences, he was alone. So before he could even enter 1/10 of the valley, monsters had already spawned behind him. Therefore, he did not have to continue moving inwards. Recalling that the members of Rogue Clan had said that there was a boss in the valley, Zhang Yang got excited and made his way in as he grinded. As he reached the middle of the valley, Zhang Yang came across a sacrificial altar that took up a lot of space. Complicated magic circles were engraved in the middle of the altar, with white rays flowing out of it. In the center of the sacrificial altar, a crimson-colored fire elemental was fighting an elf girl clad in a snow-white sorcerer's robe. The other fire elementals were far away from the altar. The fire elemental currently engaged in the battle was significantly bigger than the other ordinary fire elementals. Its color was also much deeper. Each attack delivered by the fire elemental carried a dazzling fire glow. That elf girl was obviously in a disadvantageous position. She kept dodging but was still cornered and attacked. Her HP bar reaching an alarming level. Firebender bar, Black Steel boss. Level 10. HP 2286 5000. Kalina normals. Level 10. HP 537 2000. Rogue clan, those bloody idiots. Zhang Yang could not help but curse. This was not some PvE fight, it was obviously two NPCs fighting against each other. "Young warrior, please help me," the elf girl Kalina cried for help when she had noticed Zhang Yang's presence. "Thou shan't believe this devil, mortal," Firebender Bar commanded with a low voice. "Leave. I command thee." Zhang Yang unsheathed his beginner sword and used charge towards his target, Firebender Bar. The reason was as plain as daylight. Kalina's name was green, belonging to the friendly category that could not be attacked. On the other hand, Firebender Bar had a red name, a confirmed monster. There were no choices in this matter. Stunned. After stunning Bar, Zhang Yang swung his sword and began a series of attacks against it. Firebender Bar recovered from the stun and furiously roared, "Foolish mortal, thou shalt pay for thy actions." Bar made a fierce turn and gave up his attack on Kalina, instead starting his attack on Zhang Yang. He must have triggered a quest in the game's storyline. Otherwise, Bar would not have simply changed his course from Kalina, who had dealt more damage, to him who had only just begun attacking. This obviously did not match the aggro value. Zhang Yang knew it was the system's settings that had allowed only attacks towards Bar, and so there was no other way around. While evading and counterattacking, he thought to himself, "Kalina, this name seems very familiar. Where have I heard of it?" This elf NPC must have a backstory. It is impossible for an average level 10 NPC to possess 2000 HP and manage to deal almost 3000 damage against a boss while only losing less than 1500 HP herself. Her attacks must have been stronger than the boss. Even as Zhang Yang pondered, his actions showed no signs of slowing down as he continued to deal damage to Firebender Bar. "Mortal, that's enough. Stand down now and I shall forgive thy insolence." Combined attacks from Zhang Yang and Kalina had managed to bring down Bar's HP to a mere 10%. "There is no other way. The plot requires your death, and there's nothing I can do about it," Zhang Yang murmured as he continued dishing out attacks. "Damn you, mortal. Curse you, you've released a demon. The blood of the innocent will be in your hands." Bar cried as it turned into a lump of ash amidst the white light. Yet its voice echoed in the air. "Kalina, the god of the fire shall incinerate your soul." "Ha ha ha," Kalina let out a pleased and relieved laughter. "It's been 3000 years, 3000 years. I, Kalina, am finally free from this damned seal." Clumps of black fog emerged from all corners as Kalina absorbed them into her body. The once delicate face of a young girl morphed into a ferocious one filled with evil aura. "Pa, pa, pa. Pa." The sound of snapping chains rang around him, yet Zhang Yang did not see anything but the slowly widening grin on Kalina's face. Her eyes that had radiated with white rays gradually darkened and sank into an abyss. Hong! With a loud and devastating explosion, the entire sacrificial altar came crashing down. As the dust settled, Kalina emerged completely different. A pair of black, bat-like wings stemmed from her back. Each wing had the length of 5 men, flapping to allow her to glide freely in the air. See. The white sorcerer's robe that she had been wearing began to tear itself apart, replacing itself with a half-cupped chest plate, exposing most of her breasts. Her lower half was an unbelievably short metallic skirt. Hanging on her back was a dragon's bone longbow taller than her. The bright and lively elf girl had morphed into a devilish and sexy fallen angel in an instant. These game designers such fetish. Witnessing Kalina's current appearance, Zhang Yang remembered a name. He then checked the name above her head and noticed that it had changed as well. Demon Lord, Kalina the Fallen Wind Ranger, God-class boss. Level, HP. A God-class boss, the highest-ranked monster in the game. It was her. The background setting of God's miracle was the invasion of demons and specters, with each race uniting to protect their homeland. The highest-ranked demons were the demon lords. There was a total of 9 generals, and Kalina was ranked 7th on the list. According to the official introduction page, Kalina was originally an elf hero, bearing the name Wind Ranger. In one of her battles, she was betrayed by an allied force and became filled with wrath. The Wind Ranger was lured into the dark force by the Demon King, thus falling from grace and turning into a demon lord. After she had turned into a demon lord, she had went up against her previous brethren and war comrades, killing them mercilessly. She was eventually sealed away by the god of fire. Zhang Yang could only laugh. Amidst his bemusement, he had actually released a God-class boss. This damned game company, they actually placed such a powerful boss in the beginner village. Were they not scared that this would escalate into a bloody mess? With the ability of a God-class boss, if it had unleashed just one special skill, the entire beginner village could have been completely annihilated. Puny mortal, you've helped me escape. Should I just kill you to thank you? Kalina flapped her wings, gliding in the air as she looked at Zhang Yang like she was looking at an ant. Or perhaps I should just let you suffer in regret and misery your whole life. That may be a better reward. Farewell, mortal. Enjoy your last moments in life, for I, Kalina, shall completely destroy this world. Kalina seemed to be thinking about something as she flapped her wings promptly and flew high into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Who, for the sake of the storyline, he had actually spent half a day and ended up empty-handed. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of disappointment. Ah, you imbecile! What have you done? A small, red-bearded dwarf who had sprung up out of nowhere grabbed Zhang Yang by his collar and bellowed, spraying his spittle everywhere. Traveler Aaron Pillar, normal. Level 1. HP 100. Green name NPC, a friendly. Although Zhang Yang would very much like to have this NPC slashed, it could only remain as a passing thought. He pushed the dwarf aside and did not utter a single word. This was obviously part of the plot progression, but he had no interest in arguing with a system-controlled NPC. Aaron furiously pushed Zhang Yang aside and said, "Human? Absolute imbecile of a human. Did you know that you have just released a demon? One that could have brought extermination to the whole world at that." She was already sealed. How did she manage to escape? Ignorant mortal. Kalina, she was once an elf hero, a wind ranger. Her bow and arrows could shoot down the stars in the night sky, an existence that rivaled God. Even the god of fire could not kill her and could only seal her up. But her power proved to be stronger. Even with her physical body sealed, she had managed to manifest herself into an indestructible spiritual form to engage in a never-ending battle against the fire elementals who guarded the seal, attempting to destroy the seal to gain her freedom. Aaron sighed. As expected from a god-class boss, a mere thought would have already had such prowess. "You, human, you have to fix this," said the dwarf. "You must make haste to White Jade Castle and report this matter to Grand Magus Anthony Phelan to allow them to prepare for the impending disaster. Ding, Aaron Pillar has a quest for you. Disastrous news. Will you accept it? This is a main story quest. Complete the quest to receive a handsome reward." Main story quest. In comparison to a hidden quest, triggering a main story quest was much easier. However, it was exactly because the trigger was easier that the completion difficulty was extremely high. Initially, you may be required to just run around a little and kill a few monsters, but the last step or even last few steps would always require you to fight a super boss. It would be a near impossible task even with tens of thousands of players engaged. Zhang Yang was psyched. Even though he had managed to accidentally trigger a few hidden quests in his previous life, but because he had joined the game a little too late, he had naturally never encountered a single main story quest. Yet this main quest right now, if he was eventually required to overthrow Kalina, he would have to find tens of thousands players above level 200 to join him. Otherwise, it would just be sending them straight to their deaths. To achieve level 200, it would take at least 5 years. Zhang Yang had only managed to get to level 179 after grinding for 3 years in his previous character. Accept! Zhang Yang accepted the quest. Since he did not know how long he would take before arriving at the last plot step, he might as well take it easy. After announcing the quest, Aaron promptly left the place. Zhang Yang wondered how a level 1 NPC could roam around the field filled with level 10 monsters so freely. Zhang Yang continued on and grinded. After half an hour, he bathed in a golden light and reached level 9. Checking the time, he noticed that it was already past 9 p.m. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and decided to reach level 10 before disconnecting to rest. The altar did not respawn after it was destroyed. Instead, many fire elementals had appeared. Main story quests were exclusively singular, and so the situation where he had helped Kalina escape her seal would not reoccur to other players. Zhang Yang spent another 4 hours grinding and had finally achieved level 10. Then he opened his inventory and changed into the 3 black steel equipment that had long sat there unused. His HP and weapon attack increased by a certain degree. Player, Zhan Yu. Level 10. HP 350. Defense 16. Strength 60. Melee damage 7684. Attack interval 2 seconds. For a tank, this amount of HP was under expectations, but his weapon attack was absolutely wonderful, capable of generating massive aggro. He then invested his SP gained from achieving level 10 into the skill block, and the skill's cooldown time had reduced to 8 seconds. Zhang Yang went to the beginner village's teleportation portal and was beamed to White Jade Castle as a white light. He then disconnected. Taking off the gaming helmet, Zhang Yang made himself some supper and took a bath after finishing his meal. He then went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yang woke up at around 6 a.m. and worked out for an hour. He took a shower and went outside to grab some yuxia one from a local breakfast stall. He got back home and ate it with milk. After his breakfast, Zhang Yang was preparing to enter the game when he heard his phone ring. "Hello." "Little Yang, you're indeed amazing." Zhang Yang could only get a hello out before his words were drowned by the caller. "I followed your instructions and picked the hunter class. First, I killed the wolves, collected 10 pelts, and later moved to the catacombs to kill some monsters. Once I reached level 5, I handed over the coats. Haha, I burnt the midnight oil and got to level 10. Who are you?" "Damn, you can't even recognize your fatty bro's voice," Han Guang scolded jokingly. I even took the hunter's hidden job quest, but I can't even complete extremely difficult and hard, so I only took the average difficulty level and got an average score, obtaining a skill book called Precise Shot. Haha, this skill is totally off the charts. Still, some guy had actually gotten a perfect score. I felt so jealous after seeing the server announcement. I really don't know how he did it. Zhang Yang smiled a little as he listened to Han Guang's excited tone. All right, you should have reached the capital by now, right? Let us both go and raid a dungeon later. I've been playing the whole night. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep for a few hours. Little Yang, I'll join you later in the afternoon. Wait for me. All right, my IGN is called Slim and Handsome. Don't forget to add me into your friend list. Han Guang hung up before Zhang Yang could even reply. Slim and handsome? Zhang Yang recalled Han Guang's size that could compare to that of two average men standing side by side and felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he had disconnected yesterday, Zhang Yang's rank among China region's players might not have been first, but he had definitely been in the top 10. After one night, though, mad-level grinders had taken advantage of the fact that there were less players in the middle of the night and grinded up their levels. Zhang Yang left the teleportation portal and reached the home of warriors. Along his way, he had spotted more than tens of level 10 players. Upon entering the capital, a new feature was added to the game interface: ranking. There were a lot of rankings, such as player-level ranking, Hall of Fame ranking, First Hardcore Mode Dungeon Raid ranking, Fastest Hardcore Mode Dungeon Raid Level Clearance ranking, and so on. The rankings were based on regions. God's Miracle had divided its global players into 8 regions: China, Japan and South Korea, India, Europe, Africa, South America, North America, and Australia region. The Australian server had included a few other Asian countries such as Indonesia, Singapore, and so on. Each region had one server, and each server had only one ranking. The servers of these 8 regions shared data so cross-regional wars could be implemented, resulting in an integrated gaming environment. Currently, most of the rankings were empty. The rankings that had grabbed more attention would be the player-level ranking and Hall of Fame ranking. Hall of Fame ranking, China region. One player, name hidden, was the first to kill a level 15 Black Steel boss, the Black Panther King, in the field, Continent Calendar 9287, August 23rd. Two-player, name hidden, was the first to complete the hidden quest with a perfect score, Continent Calendar 9287, August 23rd. Zhang Yang then swiped out the player-level ranking and checked the current levels of the expert grinders. Player-level ranking, China region. 1. Powerful Priest, Troll, Cryomancer, level 11. 2. Humble Gentleman, Human, Cryomancer, level 11. 3. Hunt the World, Troll, Sniper, level 11. 4. Slender Waist, Elf Pyromancer, level 10. 5. Overlord Orders Chicken, Orc, Berserker, level 10. 6. Floating Fireball, Human, Pyromancer, level 10. 7. Frost Knight, Elf Assassin, level 10. 8. Sky Shaman, Dwarf Guardian, level 10. 9. Don't Hit My Face, Dwarf Defender, level 10. 10. King of Assassin, Orc Bandit, level 10. As expected of spellcasters, the master grinders in traditional games, there were already 4 of them among the top 10 player level ranking. Of course, professions picked in the early stages of the game did not matter as much. The key to leveling fast was the duration spent online or having a strong support at your back. For example, a guild could have all its members deal damage to a monster until its last drop of HP, then reserving the last hit for its designated player. According to the settings of God's Miracle, Player under non-party mode who made the last hit on the monster would gain 50% EXP. Therefore, if the guild had been willing to sacrifice the interest of a portion of its players, it could easily boost the level of one or more players. Rich players could also hire others to push their levels faster. If a guild could cultivate a high-level player who could enter the rankings, it would be advantageous to the guild's image, achieving effective advertisement. Zhang Yang sighed. His level was a little behind. However, it was not compulsory for him to be the top one in player-level ranking, as long as he had remained in the list. What was more important to him was the progress of the fastest hardcore mode dungeon raid level clearance ranking. To assess the strength of a guild in God's Miracle, the most important standard was the guild's speed in hardcore dungeon raids. After all, there were only a few bosses in the field, and their respawning period took several days up to a whole month. The competition was fierce since there were limited bosses but numerous players. The equipment loot would never have been sufficient to go around. A dungeon would be different. As long as players were capable, they had equal chances to defeat bosses and acquire better equipment. The chances of obtaining stronger equipment would drastically increase if a player had joined a speedy dungeon raiding guild. To most players, their decision on which guild to join would have been obvious. Zhang Yang's plans were, first, to use his familiarity of the game's future trend to hoard materials and sell them to earn a fortune. Second, to strive to be the first to clear most of the hardcore mode dungeon raids, boosting his reputation to form a super guild. Third, to look for outstanding teammates and establish his own team to dominate the S-Class League, achieving his previous life's goal. Currently, though, he did not possess much capital, and thus was unable to hoard much materials to profiteer of market monopolization. That was why he had now set his eyes on dungeon clearing, the hardcore mode of Banger Crypt. Banger Crypt was the game's first dungeon with a level 10-15 range recommendation, allowing a maximum of 10 players. All dungeons in God's Miracle had consisted of 3 modes: normal, difficult, and hardcore. Normal mode was fairly simple. A little grinding in the raid would have cleared the level. Obviously, the drops would be of average quality, a grade lower than those in difficult mode. However, it would allow common players to enjoy the excitement of fighting the boss, making it the main choice of casual players. Difficult mode lived up to its name of being very difficult. Even for teams in which players were already familiar with one another and had great teamwork, they would still have a hard time grinding before they were able to clear the dungeon. Going into difficult mode with temporarily formed party could very well equate to seeking your own death. Hardcore mode was even more vicious, where a minor mistake could lead the whole team to an instant death. However, the rewards were equally great. Dropped equipment were of the highest grade. Hidden bosses that could only be found in this mode, too, had chances of dropping various profession recipes. These 3 modes were not connected. That would mean that there was no need to clear normal mode or difficult mode before accessing hardcore mode. As long as the prerequisite quest for the dungeon raid was completed, players could freely choose between the dungeon's modes. The first party to clear the hardcore mode dungeon raid would enter the first hardcore mode dungeon raid ranking and have the news announced to the world through the server. It would have been a glorious feat. Regardless of it being an individual player or an entire guild, this announcement would still be a great declaration of valor and fame. Fastest hardcore mode dungeon raid ranking would then be unlocked. Record-breaking players would be listed in the ranking, and the server would issue a global announcement as well. There was a rule in speed rating ranking, though, that if the level of any particular player in the clearing team had exceeded the dungeon level's upper limit, the result would not be taken into account. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless to have several level 100 players breaking the record of a level 10 dungeon. First clear and fastest hardcore mode dungeon raid would have been the core competition for all guilds in the future, bearing utmost importance. Zhang Yang had his eyes set on the hidden boss of the hardcore mode banger crypt, MMORPG. There was a chance for this boss to drop the metal caster's shield recipe. The shield would be of green copper rarity, the best one to date for both guardians and defenders before level 20. He wanted to earn his first pot of gold using this recipe to accumulate even more wealth. He could then snowball his wealth into greater proportions. Zhang Yang found a female NPC with the name tag, Ani Warrior Instructor at the Warrior Settlement. Blonde hair, blue eyes, large breasts, and voluptuous hips. She was wearing a sparkling gold armor designed so sexily that it had only barely covered her chest and buttocks, revealing her alluring snow-white skin. Although all of them knew well enough that this character was an NPC, many male players had still stared lustfully at her, drooling. Zhang Yang, too, felt that it was much more pleasing to the eye looking at this pretty lady in front of him as compared to the sharp-tongued, middle-aged Farian. He started a conversation with the NPC and learned the level 10 Guardian skills Shield Oath and Provoke. Shield Oath passive increases defense by using a shield, reducing all damage by 20%. 1 rage increase each second while in combat. All aggro points generated by your attacks increase by 20%. Requirement, Shield, Provoke. Provokes a target and forces it to attack you, lasts for 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Recalling the main quest in his quest log, Zhang Yang decided to first complete the quest and see what would follow. Zhang Yang asked an NPC guard about the whereabouts of Grand Magus Anthony Phelan and went to the Magician Tower in the center of the capital. "Warrior, you do not belong here." 2 NPCs with sorcerer's robes had blocked Zhang Yang's way. Zhang Yang said, "I have an important message for Master Anthony Phelan." "Is that so?" The 2 NPCs hesitated before one of them said, "All right, Master Phelan is at the top of the Magician Tower." He guessed that these 2 NPCs would not have let him pass if he did not have the main quest in his quest log. Zhang Yang thought about it while he entered the Magician Tower. He went along the staircase and soon reached the top of the tower, the 9th floor. An old man with chest-length beard was deeply engrossed in looking at a crystal ball, his back hunched and faced Zhang Yang. Speaking before Zhang Yang could even open his mouth, "Young man, I have already known the purpose of your visit." The Grand Magus Anthony Phelan, God-class boss. Level HP. In God's miracle, every capital was safeguarded by a God-class boss. This white-bearded old man would be the strongest person in White Jade Castle. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had witnessed how the old man had unleashed a formidable skill during the Demon Siege War and wiped out millions of demons, a scene that was both terrifying and impressive. Unfortunately, this powerful Grand Magus would be assassinated by a demon's assassin as part of the storyline. As he was a God-class boss, he would never respawn after his death. "Master Phelan, what should we do now?" Zhang Yang simply replied to keep the plot going in order to unlock the follow-up quest. Phelan sighed and turned around. His face filled with despair and sympathy. Kaelina was once a great hero, but she was betrayed by the people she had sworn to protect with her life. Her soul had been suffering from the torment of betrayal. I can feel it. He paused before saying, "Perhaps there is still some hope to free her soul." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. As long as he was not required to kill the God-class boss Kaelina, the main quest should be much easier to complete. "Young man, I need you to collect 3 items." After you've collected them, I shall be able to create a relic capable of purifying the dark force casted by the Demon King and revive Kailina's soul. Phelan spoke in a deep voice. This mission is very difficult. Are you willing to take on this responsibility? Did he even have an option? Zhang Yang nodded his head and replied immediately, Yes, Master, I am willing. Ding, you have accepted the quest, the crafting materials of a relic. This is a main story quest. Complete the quest to receive a luxurious reward. The crafting materials of a relic, difficulty, S. Quest description. Phelan needs you to collect 3 materials to create a powerful relic in order to purify the dark force affecting Kailina. These 3 materials are the heart of the black dragon, the horn of the mythical unicorn, and the book of the damned from the specter race. Progress. Collect the heart of the black dragon 01, the horn of the mythical unicorn 01, and the book of the damned 01. Shit, I might as well fight Kailina directly. Zhang Yang cursed when he saw the materials he was required to collect. The Black Dragon and the Mystical Unicorn were both level 150 field bosses and also the strongest among monsters of their own level tier. While killing them would be hard, it would still be easier than actually trying to fight Kailina. What got Zhang Yang mad was the Book of the Damned. Book of the Damned was the Spectre race's totem, hidden well within the evil spirit tower that resided in the sacred land of the Spectres. Not only was it heavily guarded by a strong defense force, in the tower also sat the strongest among the 7 Witch Kings in the Spectre realm, Witch King of the Undead, a god-class boss above level 200 Maidvich. To acquire the Book of the Damned under his nose. Still, he would consider all these to be fine. All he had to do was to acquire the Book of the Damned and not defeat Maidvich, Witch King of the Undead. Now, though, as there was absolutely no way for him to proceed with this quest, he could only set it aside for now. Zhang Yang first accepted the quest, Traces of the Gnomes, the prerequisite quest to enter the Bangor Crypt dungeon. The quest was simple to eliminate 20 gnomes. After completing the mission, he met up with Sor, the army captain. This middle-aged man was shocked and could not believe that there had been gnomes around the White Jade Castle. This NPC then gave out a subsequent quest, Find their lair. Zhang Yang followed the quest instructions and arrived at the entrance of the Bangor Crypt dungeon. Upon completion and submission of the quest, he then received Sor's final quest called The Raid, and obtained the permission to enter Bangor Crypt dungeon. The Raid difficulty level A. Quest description. You have found the lair of the gnomes. Find their leader, Daderda. Initiate the raid and slay these horrid creatures. Progress. Kill Daderda 01. This quest did not set any required specific difficulty level to kill Daderda, so even if the boss was killed in hardcore mode, the end reward of the quest would have been the same as those in normal mode. Zhang Yang returned to the dungeon entrance once again and saw a 9-man party waiting outside the dungeon. As they saw Zhang Yang walk towards them with a shield on his back, one of the players had immediately private messaged him, Bangor Crypt normal mode. We have a main tank. We're in need of another off-tank. Would you join us? Only guardians and defenders could wield a shield in the game, so the player could easily identify Zhang Yang's class even with his profile hidden. Difficult mode and hardcore mode could only be attempted once a day, but normal mode did not have any limit to its entry. Zhang Yang had to keep his dungeon entry until Fatty Hand came online to go with him, so he could only do normal mode with this party now. He thought about it and replied, Invite me. A ding. Player Floral Shorts invites you to join his party. Will you accept his invitation? Accept. Zhang Yang tapped confirm. Ding, you have joined the party. Party leader, Floral Shorts. Distribution mode, roll the dice. Distribution mode referred to the distribution method, when items of white grade and above dropped. Roll the dice mode was the most common party choice where the item would automatically go to the player who had rolled the highest number. Besides roll the dice, there were also leaders' distribution. Party leader would decide who would receive the loot and individual loot, finders, keepers. Zhang Yang noticed that of the 9 players, Floral Shorts and 3 others belonged to the guild Pride, while another 2 were in different guilds themselves, while the remaining 3 were guildless like Zhang Yang. F***CK, this off-tank has only 350 HP. He is useless. Floral, kick him out. A spellcaster by the name of Prideful Precepts scorned when he saw Zhang Yang's HP value. Ding, you have been expelled from the party. Zhang Yang received a notification as soon as he was expelled. Zhang Yang could not help but become surprised. Members of this Pride Guild were so domineering, expelling someone without a second thought. Rage simmered in him, but he shook his head at once. Why be petty and degrade himself to the same level as those imbecile players? Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Yang's sight was glued to a player who had not hit his name. 100 shots, male dwarf, beast hunter, level 10. It was him. Zhang Yang vividly remembered that this beast hunter had been an impressive character in his previous life, and was ranked first in the top 10 beast hunter list. Just by looking at his skills, he may not be the best. However, his luck was extremely good that he had managed to get a baby red dragon as his pet. Dragons, as one of the most powerful monsters in God's miracle, even if it was downgraded to a player's pet and lost its devastating killing skill, was still remarkably strong. With the help of his pet dragon, 100 Shots had managed to squeeze into the top 10 ranking and eventually took the first spot. Players dubbed him as the Dragon Hunter, and even players who had gotten phoenixes as pets were considered inferior to him. As for how 100 Shots got his hands on the pet dragon, he had always been secretive about it and had never revealed anything. Thereafter, beast hunters had kept attempting to figure out the method to obtain such a pet, but had never managed to even come up with a clue. The dragon hunter, it had always been just him. Yet now this future hotshot was still a long way from his fame. By his side stood a pet pig that kept wiggling its butt. His current expression was without the confident flair after he had gotten famous, looking just like any other common player. Never had Zhang Yang thought that he would meet this future hotshot on the second day of his game. He was stirred. If he could get 100 Shots to join him, he would be taking a large step forward towards his dream of conquering the S-Class League. Furthermore, 100 Shots was still a common player now. This would be the best time to get close to him. Hey, we're still lacking 1 member. Take it as a favor. We'll bring you in as a good deed. Floral Shorts suddenly sent him a private message. Along with it, an invitation to join his party. Zhang Yang's first reaction was to reject the invitation, but as he saw that 100 Shots was also in the party, he changed his mind immediately and chose accept. Returning to the party, Zhang Yang took his time and looked through the party's structure. A defender main tank, a sacred knight healer, 2 hunters DPS, 2 thieves DPS, 2 mages DPS, and 1 priest healer. The main tank defender's HP was very high, totaling a whopping 700 HP. However, with 3 gaming years worth of eyesight, Zhang Yang could easily tell with a glance that only the shield worn by this Pride Guild player, kindling chest hair, was of black steel rarity. The rest of his equipment were only of whitewood rarity. Since whitewood rarity equipment, other than its armor, would not add any attribute bonus, this defender's HP would have been completely increased by his given AP. This had also meant that the 50 AP gained on his way to level 10 were all invested in vitality. In addition to the attribute increase when he leveled up plus the default 50 HP at level 1, it would total up to 650 HP. Lastly, with 5 points of vitality bonus from the Black Steel Rarity Shield, they would all add up to exactly 700 HP maxed. This kind of vitality investment was also known as the Bull's Blood investment. Since the beginner equipment was weak, the AP gained during leveling up would be the main support of increasing a tank's attributes. However, starting from green copper rarity and above, the bonus attribute provided would be enough to match the AP. From gray-silver rarity and beyond, the bonus attributes would exceed the character's own AP. Thus, equipment would become more crucial as the game progressed. Nevertheless, as a tank, one had to be able to defend attacks in addition to withstanding a monster's aggro. Otherwise, the boss would have wiped out all the other players, so even with such high HP, how would one compare to the boss? This tank's weapon was a white-grade one-handed hammer bought at level 10, possibly having 7/13 weapon attack range. But since he had added all of his AP with the Bull's Blood method, his maximum would have only reached 15 strength and melee damage of around 22-28 points. A regular level 10 monster would have 10 defense points, while an elite would have 15 and a boss would have 20. If he could only inflict 7/13 damage on an elite, it would have meant that he could only dish out 2/8 damage to a boss. It would be close to impossible to pull any aggro at all. In comparison, Zhang Yang's sword alone would have already dealt 16-24 damage. Adding 60 points on strength attribute meant that his melee damage could reach a terrifying 76-84 points. Hey, useless guardian, just watch and learn later. We're doing you a favor here. Don't mess up and cause us all to die, blabbered prideful precepts. Pay no heed to them. These guys have a stinky mouth. It's not worth to pick a fight with them. Zhang Yang received a private message looking at the sender, 100 shots. Zhang Yang smiled. He was just thinking of approaching him and quickly sent a reply, I'm just going to treat it as them farting. Haha, you're absolutely right. They're just a bunch of stinky kiddos, 100 shots instantly replied. All right, now that we're all gathered, let's go into the dungeon. Time waits for no man, Floral Shorts announced in the party channel. Speed haste. All 10 players entered the dungeon one by one. A sudden change flashed, and they had arrived at a scarcely lit underground cave. Just some distance away stood 6 green and oddly shaped gnomes. They had no eyes on their face, but their ears were exceptionally large. Gnome Soldier, Elite. Level 10. HP 5000. Harry, go, said Floral Shorts in the party channel. Guardian, be prepared. If someone OTs, be sure to handle it. Priest, Sacred Knight. You two focus on healing the tank. OT1 referred to the moment when someone had caused an aggro value that exceeded the monster's current target, typically the tank, causing the monster to switch its attacking target. Even though both Guardians and Defenders were considered as tank, these two classes had totally different attacking styles. Defenders would have more AoE attacking skills, making them suitable for fields where there were many smaller monsters. His spell immunity skill was better too, giving him an advantage when faced with a magic-type boss. On the other hand, Guardians had a stronger single-target aggro pulling ability, suitable for dealing with single physical-type bosses. Carrying a shield on his left hand and a war hammer on his right, Kindling Chest Hair walked a few steps forward and furiously threw his shield out. That was not showing off at all, but actually activating the defender's skill called Shield Toss, a skill that would attack 3 targets at once, causing 100% physical damage to each one. -1. -1. -1. 3 pathetic damage figures floated across the 3 gnome soldiers' heads. 6 monsters roared at the same time and charged towards Kindling Chest Hair. Kindling Chest Hair remained rooted and activated the skill Devotion. A white light flashed beneath his feet while a magic circle with a radius of 2 meters appeared. The moment those gnome soldiers entered the circle, -1 and -2 damage texts flashed above their heads with each passing second. Devotion deals 100% holy damage to all targets within 10 seconds. Holy damage is categorized as magic damage and is unaffected by defense. Shield Toss and Devotion were both very powerful skills. Unfortunately, they would require a significantly higher strength value to properly deal decent damage. Since Kindling Chest Hair used a pure tank build, he had completely ruined these 2 skills. "All right, everyone start attacking. No one is allowed to slack. I will put out the damage statistics when we're done. No equipment for the lowest damage dealt," said Flowery Pants in the party channel as he dashed forward wielding 2 swords, a bandit. Zhang Yang was an off-tank, meaning he was to hold aggro onto monsters and avoid competing with the main tank's enmity. He had waited until Kindling Chest Hair took on all 6 gnome soldiers before rushing forward to take one on. With just one normal attack from Zhang Yang, the monster had immediately turned its head and thrusted the spear raised in its hand towards Zhang Yang. Yup, definitely OT. Luckily, he was also a tank. Kindling Chest Hair was furious and scolded. "Noob, don't use provoke to pull monsters. Do you even know how to play?" He was too self-confident, thinking he had already established a lot of aggro. He thought that the monster had turned around only because Zhang Yang had used provoke. "That's right, if you use provoke too many times, the monster will become immune to it. UF*C King noob," prideful precepts followed. These 2 idiots were hopeless, but there was no need to explain his actions as only the truth would prevail. The damage-dealing team had begun their attack, as fireballs and frost arrows filled the space. All gnome soldiers except the one Zhang Yang was luring had ignored Kindling Chest Hair and had made their way towards the attacking team. Floral Shorts showed no responsibility as a party leader, abandoning everything after yelling attack, and had only swung both his swords, relishing in the joy of stabbing the monsters back. Everyone was attacking their own monster with no intention to draw their attacks together to kill one monster at a time. Kindling Chest Hair's enmity grabbing skills was too low, causing 5 monsters to go after the OT at the same time. F*CK, the F*CK is our defender doing. Pull them properly. A mage who was in the middle of casting a fireball stopped his action and shouted in bewilderment. Kindling Chest Hair was terrible at holding aggro, though his skills in refuting was not bad at all, arguing back immediately. F*CK, you OT the monster and dared to complain? Noob, get the F*CK out. You're the noob. If I'm the only one who OT'd the monster, then it would be fine. But now 5 monsters OT'd simultaneously. Only you can achieve this sort of wonderful work. The mage shot back. Zhang Yang used charge and managed to keep up with the monsters that had lost control. He swung his sword and activated horizontal sweep. Yellow damage text floated across the heads of those 5 monsters at once. -137. -148. -145. -298. -139. There was an unexpected critical strike. One monster was stunned from charge, while the remaining 4 monsters turned back and attacked Zhang Yang. Block. Zhang Yang raised his shield, successfully blocking 4 monsters' attacks at the same time. According to block skill description, each use could only block 1 attack. However, Zhang Yang had wittingly adjusted his position, causing the setup of 4 simultaneous attacks from the monsters. Since the attack gap was too short, the system had considered them as 1 attack, allowing block to successfully ward off all incoming attacks. It was unsure if this was considered a bug. The gaming company had long since realized about this, but had not removed or patched it. They instead claimed that this particular moment was difficult to master, and so if someone could pull it off, they should consider it as a bonus from the system. -45. -45. -45. Block reflected the damage, as 4 yellow damage text flashed accordingly. Zhang Yang raised his shield, aimed towards the stunned monster and bashed it. -105, shield bash. At this point, the stunned monster had recovered, and the monster Zhang Yang had been pulling initially had also charged forward. Remaining calm, Zhang Yang evaded all 6 monsters' attacks with a side step, while gathering all the monsters onto a mound through his strategic movement. Dodged, dodged. Dodged again. Zhang Yang's HP remained untouched since the beginning, easing through the monsters' bombarding attacks. Expert! The other 5 party members who were not from Pride cried in astonishment. Oh my God, such high damage. Is he really a tank? No wonder his HP is low. All his AP were added to strength. He could only allocate AP in such a way because he was so skillful. Can't you see that he hasn't received any damage? Jealousy stemmed from the fear of comparison. Kindling chest hair could not hold it in any longer. Holding his war hammer, he ran up to Zhang Yang and used Justice Defense, pulling 3 monsters to himself. Justice Defense was a defender's provoking skill. Each activation could only provoke 3 monsters, forcing them to attack the caster for 2 seconds. This would be why a tanking defender was much more suitable to pull monsters in a group. Kindling chest hair unleashed all of his high enmity skills on those 3 monsters, earnestly hoping to pull aggro, but after 2 seconds the monsters had returned to attack Zhang Yang immediately, completely ignoring Kindling chest hair. Kindling chest hair was both embarrassed and angry. He casted Justice Defense once again, right after the 10 seconds cooldown time, only to receive the same result. Defender, stop pulling. Each time the monster attacks you, your HP drops rapidly. You're putting a load on the healers. Prideful Babysitter, a priest from Pride, and the guildless sacred knight Ocean Despair were unhappy, but it was the latter who complained. Prideful Babysitter had not voiced out due to being in the same guild as Kindling Chest Hair. Kindling Chest Hair was infuriated, mentally blocking off the complaints. Justice Defense was activated once again after 10 seconds, annoying Ocean Despair to the point of being speechless. Zhang Yang marked one of the gnome soldiers and said, "Focus and kill the marked monster." Everyone was cooperative, changing their target and switching to attack the one Zhang Yang had marked. Unfortunately, Floral Shorts and Prideful Precepts had ignored his words and continued to deal damage to their own targeted monster. Pa, pa. Half a minute later, 2 gnome soldiers had fallen under the focus fire. Kindling Chest Hair's face turned sour. As he activated Justice Defense for the 4th time, none of the monsters were affected. If Provoke was used against a monster for too many times in a short period, the monsters would develop an immunity against it. Pa, pa, pa. Pa. One by one, the monsters fell, and soon after the last was killed, everyone was withdrawn from combat mode. Zhang Yang frowned as he checked the damage statistics. Damage statistics. 1. Zhan Yu, 12,354 damage, 41%. 2. 100 shots, 4509 damage, 15%. 3. Snowy Death, 3313 damage, 11%. 4. Defiant Monk, 3051 damage, 10%. 5. Flame Emperor, 2422 damage, 8%. 6. Prideful Precepts, 2102 damage, 7%. 7. Floral Shorts, 1893 damage, 6%. 8. Kindling Chest Hair, 1287 damage, 4%. It was astonishing that Zhang Yang had ranked first in dealing damage. Horizontal sweep ace AoE was devastating. The counter-attack damage after block was also substantial, of course. Only a professional player like him could have utilized this skill to also deal AoE damage. Very good. No one died. Harry, you've done well. Floral Shorts blatantly lied, singing praises of Kindling Chest Hair. Flame Emperor chuckled unamused and posted the damage statistics in the party channel. There was a moment of silence. F***CK, what is this shit? A Guardian is the top DPS? What a joke. There must be a problem with the system. Prideful Precepts jumped to his feet and said, how embarrassing, those Pride members other than the priest. The other three were the lowest in the damage statistics. Go on. Go on, Floral Shorts diverted the topic and urged everyone to move forward. Kindling Chest Hair had a grave look and periodically stared at Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with hostility. The second wave had much fewer monsters. There were only 2 guarding the corner of a passageway. Noob warrior. Keep your eyes on me. I'll teach you how to properly pull a monster. Kindling Chest Hair had thought that while he might be unable to pull 6 monsters, but since there were only 2 now, it should not be a problem. Prideful Precepts chimed in, noob, just stand there and don't move. Zhang Yang lightly smiled and, as they had wished, stood still and watched Kindling Chest Hair rush towards the 2 monsters while wielding his war hammer. Executioner Gnome, Elite. Level 12. HP 6000. In God's Miracle, monsters which guarded entrances were known as Gate Gods, their most notable characteristic being their extraordinary attack power. Killing tanks within seconds was a common feat. Prideful Precepts and his gang did not know about this, but Zhang Yang understood this piece of information thoroughly. Since Kindling Chest Hair had wanted to send himself straight to death, why should he stop him? Such a pity, though, that being killed by monsters would not reduce their levels, but would only damage their equipment durability or inflict a very small chance of dropping their equipment. If only it could be the same as PK, where death would cost a drop in player's level. Zhang Yang thought regrettably. Kindling Chest Hair walked a few steps forward and casted Shield Toss on the Executioner Gnome. After being attacked, both Gate Gods furiously dashed towards Kindling Chest Hair. This time, everyone had learned from their experience and did not engage, as they had the knowledge that a certain someone's aggro holding could not be trusted. Minus 105. Minus 97. Both monsters stabbed Kindling Chest Hair with their spears, delivering a significantly high damage, removing a third of Kindling Chest Hair's HP immediately. Kindling Chest Hair was startled. Before he could even react, 2 more damage texts floated over his head. Minus 99. Minus 102. Ding, Executioner Gnome uses Immolation Assault. Ding, Executioner Gnome uses Immolation Assault. Minus 200. Minus 200. Ding, player Kindling Chest Hair has died. Instant kill, F***CK, yeah. Kindling Chest Hair died a little too fast, and that was even before other players had even entered combat. After killing Kindling Chest Hair, the two monsters quickly headed back to their original positions, surprising Zhang Yang, who was waiting to intercept the aggro. "Shit! What's going on with you healers? Why didn't you guys heal me?" yelled Kindling Chest Hair angrily. Ocean Despair did not want to debate with this idiot anymore, and so his own guild mate, Prideful Babysitter, replied, "You died too fast. I couldn't react in time." Truthfully, Kindling Chest Hair was not killed within seconds. There was still a short moment of time for them to heal. It was just that they had never met this kind of monster, so no one had the awareness for danger. A slight distraction, and they would not be in time anymore. Kindling Chest Hair kept quiet for a moment, then said, "Revive me." Prideful Babysitter said, "Can't do it." "Sacred Night?" Kindling Chest Hair asked as he turned to Ocean Despair. "Nope." "Fuck, how can you be a babysitter when you don't even have a reviving skill?" Kindling Chest Hair scolded again. He released his corpse and returned from the spawning point to where he died. Ocean Despair was being ridiculed again, his expression turning even more sour. Resurrection could be used to revive a fallen player who died out of combat, saving him the time and effort to return from the starting or spawning point. It was a useful and practical skill that could be learned by both priests and defenders. However, this skill could not be obtained from a class instructor and could only be attained from skill books found in monsters' loot. Resurrection's drop rate had always been low. Even 5 years after the game's server had been launched, the Resurrection skill book was still in high demand and could be sold at the exorbitant price of several thousand gold coins. As of now, the people who possessed this skill would most likely be the main healers of large guilds. Before the game had launched, the officials had wanted to help the players understand each profession clearer, and had released introductions of skills attainable by each profession in their website, including the functions and effects of skills, as well as the method of attaining said skills. However, the officials had kept quiet regarding skills attainable through hidden quests, allowing the players to figure out a way themselves. Floral Shorts thought for a little while and said, "When the defender comes back, the two tanks will each pull one monster. Healers stay alert. These two monsters seem fierce." Zhang Yang's attention was not on this dungeon anymore. He had taken the chance to have a casual conversation in private messages with 100 Shots. Even though Zhang Yang had already known about this guy's future accomplishments, he would not pick his teammates solely based on skills. A player's moral character would be of greater importance. 7 to 8 minutes later, Kindling Chest Hair had revived and stood once again amongst the party members. "Harry, recover your condition," Floral Shorts said as he marked the two monsters with different symbols. "Defender, you're to handle the monster marked with a star. Guardian, yours is the one with a sun mark. Go." Kindling Chest Hair consumed a piece of cake and had his HP and MP fully recovered. He then took out his war hammer and shield, going straight for the monsters. Shield toss. Zhang Yang too used charge and dashed towards the monster with a sun mark. With a swing of his sword, a damage text with the figure emerged above the monster's head. The sun monster had recovered quickly and stabbed towards Zhang Yang with its spear. Block. -42, block reflected damage. -102, shield bash. -140, horizontal sweep. The aggro value was established in an instant. The other teammates had unanimously picked Zhang Yang's target as their attack target. Swords slashed and spells flew all at once. Kindling Chest Hair was furious because even his own guildmates, Floral Shorts and Prideful Precepts, did not dare to attack the monster he had pulled. How embarrassing. Ding! Executioner gnome uses immolation assault. Zhang Yang reacted swiftly and slid back, leaving the monster's melee attack range and caused immolation assault to hit nothing but air. On the other side of the battle, Kindling Chest Hair was suffering major damage, causing Prideful Babysitter to spam cast his healing skills while reminding Kindling Chest Hair to use his own health recovery potion. Ocean Despair had long since given up on him. After about 40 seconds, the sun monster let out a wail, collapsing in its own pool of blood. The party turned and attacked the star monster Kindling Chest Hair was pulling. After 10 seconds or so, the monster let out an enraged cry and ignored Kindling Chest Hair, charging towards 100 shots. He's been pulling aggro for over a minute and still managed to get OT. It's really a wonder of wonders. Flame Emperor was more than shocked. Charge. Zhang Yang quickly chased after the star monster. He was not competing for aggro with Kindling Chest Hair, so he naturally had full rage as he did not use any rage-consuming skills. Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep, followed by a normal attack, and then continued with 3 force strike, causing a large amount of damage and aggro. Once the star monster recovered, Zhang Yang used provoke and forced the monster to attack him for 2 seconds. Block. -42. Shield bash. -102. 100 shots performance was commendable. He had stopped attacking and had waited for Zhang Yang to hold the monster's aggro. After the 2 seconds ended, the star monster was still attacking Zhang Yang, confirming its complete aggro lock on Zhang Yang. Kindling Chest Hair kept his mouth shut. With this situation in hand, however shameless he was, remaining silent would be his best course of action. If he had quibbled, he would only be setting himself up as a joke, not like he was not one already. In due course, the star monster had died. The party progressed, and after clearing 5 waves of monsters, they had finally encountered the first boss. It was a black colossal hound the size of a public bus, its fur a shining black. The boss was currently sleeping on the floor, snoring thunderously loud and drooling all over. Black Claw, guardian beast of the crypt entrance. Black metal boss. Level 12. HP 36,000. There was only a lone boss in this overly large cave and no minions around. "What's the plan?" Snowy Death asked in the party channel while staring at the fearsome, monstrous beast. "Easy. Tanks pull, damage dealers attack, and healers heal. It's simple," Prideful Precepts said with ease. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "This boss has 2 skills, the first being Death Stare. It's a skill that causes the player with the highest aggro to receive extra damage. The target will receive an extra 100% damage when attacked, and this skill can be stacked indefinitely. In this case, theoretically, this boss requires 2 tanks. When one tank has accumulated high stacks of Death Stare, the other tank takes over. When the debuff ends, the first tank will replace the second tank once again. Of course, if the DP Sirs are strong enough, we could still do this with only 1 tank, killing the boss in the shortest amount of time." The players looked at each other, neither of them trusting Kindling Chest Hair to hold aggro. To believe that he could do it would be more unlikely than to believe that all prostitutes are virgins. The only way to do it was to go all out on dealing damage and to kill it forcefully. The second skill is Venom Spit. It will target players at random and cause around 200 basic damage in normal mode. The cast rate is very high, so there will be substantial healing pressure. Zhang Yang continued. Prideful Precepts gave a skeptic look and asked, "How did you know? You're not making this up just for the sake of bragging, are you?" Zhang Yang had cleared this dungeon numerous times in his previous life. How could he not know? Zhang Yang smiled and said, "There are a lot of dungeon information on the official forum. I saw it in passing." Everyone believed him without a doubt. "Harry, which of you two would be the main tank?" Floral Shorts still had faith in kindling chest hair. "Of course it would be me. He won't survive a hit from the boss with that petty HP." Kindling chest hair had yet to realize the difference in ability between him and Zhang Yang. He had a big hat but no cattle. Ocean Despair could not help but chuckle. Kindling chest hair had been displeased with him for a while and yelled, "What are you laughing for? Was I wrong?" Ocean Despair remained silent but posted the heal received statistics in the channel. Heal received statistics. 1. Kindling chest hair, 57,632, 92%. 2. Snowy death, 1579, 3%. 3. Flowery pants, 1553, 3%. 4. Janyu 1422, 2%. Is this for real? Everyone looked at the list and was beyond surprised. What did it mean? Zhang Yang had not only locked a monster's aggro, his attack evasion was on another level. He did have less HP compared to kindling chest hair, but based solely on his skills. Monsters' attacks could barely graze him. If so, why does it matter whether he had high or low HP in the first place? The pitiful kindling chest hair was still unable to grasp the overall picture and had laughed egoistically after looking at the statistics. "Now you guys know my pain. I've pulled so many monsters, of course they would attack me." Ocean Despair smirked, "Pain your ass. Healing you is the real pain." Kindling chest hair was livid. Just as he had wanted to refute Ocean Despair's comment, he was flooded by blames from the rest of the party, criticizing his weak ability in locking aggro, as whoever was supposed to deal damage to his monster would definitely OT. Feeling overwhelmed, he wanted to find the other 3 Pride guildmates as support, but saw them intentionally turn their heads away, pretending to miss the conversation. All right. The 2 of you go together. Whoever holds the aggro will tank it," Floral Shorts finally decided, an attempt to help kindling chest hair, but everybody had known that this was just for show. Let's not compare kindling chest hair's aggro to Zhang Yang. Perhaps even healers could build higher aggro than him. Go! Zhang Yang unsheathed his refined iron sword and dashed towards Black Claw. Not wanting to be outshone, kindling chest hair also rushed towards the boss. Charge! A shield toss. Zhang Yang dashed towards the boss like a train, arriving right in front of Black Claw almost immediately. He swung his sword and slashed the boss. The damage was reduced by roughly 20 points due to the boss' high defense. At this time, kindling chest hair had also arrived and smashed his war hammer furiously. -1. Tragedy. He could not break its defense and had only caused 1 point of damage. At the same time, kindling chest hair activated devotion. A glowing golden light appeared beneath his feet and another -1 damage text appeared above the boss's head. 2 seconds later, the boss had recovered from the stun and clawed at Zhang Yang. Block. A shield bash. -96. A horizontal sweep. -136. Start the attack, Zhang Yang announced in the party channel. Justice defense. Realizing that he could not beat Zhang Yang, kindling chest hair had immediately provoked the boss to temporarily pull Black Claw's aggro over. Ding, you are affected by Death Stare, stack 1. All damage received increased by 100%, lasts for 12 seconds. Kindling chest hair really had the worst luck. Just as he provoked the boss, Black Claw had activated Death Stare. His body flashed in a crimson glow and a debuff appeared above his avatar. This skill could not be dodged or blocked. The provoke effect had worn off after 2 seconds and Black Claw returned to attack Zhang Yang. Fire up the DPS-1, Zhang Yang said in the party channel. He was not worried about being instantly killed under the stacking effect of Death Stare, but more so that the longer they took to kill the boss, the more Black Claw would cast Venom Spit, ultimately wrecking the party when the healers became overwhelmed. Of course, in this normal mode, he could easily solo kill the boss alone. After a while, Black Claw turned around and took aim at Prideful Precepts, spitting black spittle on him. F***CK, is that how you pull the monster, Noob Warrior? How could you let the boss attack me? Prideful Precepts rebuked and then hollered at the same time, heal me. He had a total of 300 HP, but 200 was gone instantly. You're the F***C King Noob, that's the boss Venom Spit. Zhan Yu had explained it very clearly just now. It randomly targets a player. What are you barking at? Defiant Monk could not hold his anger anymore and finally exploded. Grunting, Prideful Precepts remained displeased and begrudged, but did not fight back. 10 seconds later, Kindling Chest Hair initiated another provoke and temporarily pulled Black Claw's aggro over again. Ding! You are affected by Death Stare, stack 2. All damage received increased by 200%, lasts for 12 seconds. Poor thing, he had just drew the boss over and was immediately stacked with another Death Stare. Zhang Yang exclaimed internally, who said this guy was a noob. He's been provoking precisely when the boss casts Death Stare. Such a genius. After beating up Kindling Chest Hair, Black Claw turned again and Zhang Yang took over the aggro. After some time, Black Claw stopped his actions and aimed at Snowy Death, casting Venom Spit and dealing 200 HP of damage to him. Kindling Chest Hair casted the third provoke on the boss after Justice Defense. His cooldown had completed. Ding! You are affected by Death Stare, stack 3. All damage received increased by 300%, lasts for 12 seconds. Black Claw's Death Stare was casted every 10 seconds, coincidentally the same as the cooldown time of Justice Defense. This was the reason Kindling Chest Hair had been the receiver of Death Stare each time he had provoked the boss. Minus 528. Black Claw's normal attack damage was already around 150 points usually, and since Kindling Chest Hair had 3 stacks of Death Stare on him, his basic damage had reached an approximate 600 points. Deducting the defender's passive 15% damage reduction and character defense, the damage had still amounted to 500+ points. Reduced to almost nothing from a total of 700 HP in an instant, Kindling Chest Hair panicked and screamed, "Heal me." A plus 76. A plus 73. A plus 100. 3 green numbers floated across Kindling Chest Hair's head. They were the healing done by Prideful Babysitter, Ocean Despair, and his own ingested bottle of Red Pot respectively, raising his HP to 421 points. Although Ocean Despair had hated Kindling Chest Hair, he had still dutifully healed him at such a critical moment. Minus 509. Black Claw made another blow in an instant, and the hit landed on Kindling Chest Hair. Ding! Player Kindling Chest Hair has died. Black Claw turned and continued attacking Zhang Yang. Unable to contain it anymore, Flame Emperor laughed and said in the party channel, "It seems that the defender does have some contribution. He'd endured 3 times of Death Stare for Zhan Yu. Your death was not in vain." "Yeah, a hero. You can rest in peace." Players that were not from Pride were talking merrily in the party channel, their words causing Kindling Chest Hair to fume with anger. His intention was not even to help Zhang Yang, he merely wanted to throw a tantrum. Who would have known that he would be triple stacked with Death Stare, which allowed him to be instantly killed by the boss? He had dug his own grave, provoking the boss continuously to have Black Claw become immune to the effects. Zhang Yang could not have saved him even if he wanted to. Of course, Zhang Yang had no interest in saving such a foolish and arrogant guy even without the provoke immunity. He was not that kind. "Speed up the DPS one," Zhang Yang said in the party channel. "Okay," the crowd replied. Zhang Yang won their respect with his capabilities. Without kindling chest hair, snagging, death stare, Zhang Yang had quickly gotten stacked with many levels of the death stare debuff. Death would be an absolute certainty had the boss even touched him lightly. However, Zhang Yang had maneuvered himself with such agility, moving and dodging, not giving Black Claw a single opening to land a strike. While Venom Spit had caused a certain degree of burden to the healers because they did not need to heal their tank, a lot of MP was conserved and they had more than enough to heal the other players. The party had not lost any more members. 80%, 70%. Under the constant attacks the party, the boss, HP, had decreased steadily. Nearly 3 minutes later, Black Claw's HP was left with a mere 10%. A ding. Party leader Floral Shorts has changed group looting parameters to master loot. A system notification popped up suddenly to indicate the change of distribution method. "Floral Shorts, what are you doing?" Defiant Monk quickly questioned. "I'm afraid that people will mess up the loot, so I'll split it myself," Floral Shorts said in a self-righteous tone. Everyone kept mum and continued attacking the boss. "Ding, the party you are in has killed Black Claw. Obtain 3,650 EXP, 50 points party bonus." Black Claw fell to the ground and dropped 3 to 4 equipment and a heap of gold coins. "Let's see what the drops are." Equipment was every player's main motivation to enter dungeons. When the boss had died, everyone had automatically surrounded the loot. However, due to the master loot mode, they could only look at the equipment dropped but were unable to pick them up. Black Claw, Black Steel Fist Gloves. Weapon attack, 713. Attack interval, 1.9 seconds. Level requirement, 5. Heavy chest plate, Black Steel Heavy Armor. Defense. Vitality, +3. Strength. Level requirement, 5. Black leather boots, Black Steel Cloth Armor. Defense. Vitality, +2. Intelligence. Level requirement, 5. According to the dungeon setting, equipment dropped from hardcore mode would be 1 grade higher than difficult mode, and equipment dropped from difficult mode would be another grade higher than normal mode. Since Banger Crypt was the lowest level dungeon in the game, only hardcore mode would drop green copper equipment. If it had been according to the setting, the equipment dropped in normal mode should only be white-tiered. However, the game company had taken into consideration that if the first dungeon had only dropped white-tiered equipment, it would have discouraged the players. Compromising, they decided that normal mode would also drop Black Steel equipment, but its level requirement was reduced to level 5, while difficult mode and hardcore mode continued dropping level 10 Black Steel and green copper equipment respectively. Ding! Player Floral Shorts has obtained Black Claw. Ding! Player Kindling Chest Hair has obtained Heavy Chest Plate. Ding! Player Prideful Precepts has obtained Black Leather Boots. A ding! You have been distributed with 96 copper coins. A series of system notifications rang. Party leader Floral Shorts had distributed all the equipment in a flash while simultaneously obtaining the gold coins and distributing them to each party member through the system. This had caused a wave of disapproval among the party members. What the F***CK? How can you distribute the equipment without asking? F***CK, barbarians hijacking equipment. What did you think we were? Your workers. Floral Short snorted and said, I am the party leader, of course I have the priority for equipment. Harry is the main tanker. If it wasn't for him tanking the boss, Death Stare, we wouldn't have beaten the boss, and he died twice. Is it wrong to prioritize him in equipment distribution? As for precepts, he dealt the highest DPS among those who wore robes. F***CK you. You can't even command as a leader and had zero contribution to the party. How dare you put yourself as priority? The defender is a complete joke. There's no difference to our party with or without him around. Zhan Yu got stacked with 13 stacks of Death Stare, and he was all right. What difference would 3 stacks make? Look at the damage statistics yourself. If you're not blind, Precepts was much worse than Flame Emperor. Prideful Magus replied immediately, the damage statistics is not even accurate. How is it possible that our Guardian ranks first every single time? I've been attacking all the time. I might as well commit suicide if my attack is lower than a tank. The rest of the players got even more enraged listening to his self-righteous argument. Let's go on, let's go on. It's just a few equipment, everyone can get them after a few more rounds. Prideful Babysitter pacified the party. Change the party leader or we'll quit, 100 Shots said. Yeah, change the leader, the others followed. Ding, player Floral Shorts has made player Prideful Precepts the party leader. Is this showcasing the lowest level of one's IQ? F***CK, you are all shameless. Defiant Monk was rendered speechless by these Pride members' scoundrel ways. Either change the leader to Zhan Yu or disband, 100 Shots said while the others agreed immediately. The 4 Pride members were at a loss. Ding, player Prideful Precepts has made player Zhan Yu the party leader. Zhang Yang had encountered plenty of barbarians in his previous life, but those who could compete with the Pride members were indeed few. These men should have joined the rogue clan. He smiled lightly and changed the group looting parameters to roll the dice mode and said, let's continue. He did not care for the loot from normal mode. There would be more good stuff waiting in difficult mode and hardcore mode. He had wanted to kick the 4 prideful players out, but had quickly changed his mind. Expelling them was not the best way to punish them. The best way to release his anger was letting them know that this party had the ability to clear difficult and even hardcore modes, so these selfish, greedy guys should have tried to snitch better equipment, then kick the others out at that time to drive them mad with jealousy and regret. The players continued along their way. After killing 5 waves of minions, they reached the second boss. A 3-man tall, green-skinned gnome was sitting in front of a large metal door napping, a sharp spear in its arms. The atmosphere was completely silent as no other minions were around. Babaraba the Sleepyhead, Black Steel Boss. Level 13. HP 39,000. How do we fight it? The party's sight had settled on Zhang Yang. Unknowingly, he had become the party's core. Zhang Yang recalled and said, this boss has only 2 skills. First, Curse of Water and Fire. It will cast a water curse on a random melee player who is not holding the most aggro and cast a fire curse on a random ranged player. These 2 cursed players will keep losing HP, but once both of them are together, the curse will be removed. In that case, we can all fight in melee range distance. This way, there is no need to move everywhere, no? 100 Shots had thought of an idea. Zhang Yang laughed. If everyone did melee attacks, the boss will only cast the water curse. 2 players will then keep losing HP, and there will be no way to dispel it. Oh, the crowd nodded uniformly. Zhang Yang began distributing responsibilities. Later, when we start the fight, ranged players stand together. Remember to stand at least 10 meters away from the boss. That be around this line. I will position the boss later. Ranged attackers do not cross this line or else the boss will consider it as melee range distance. Melee players attack from the left side. Whoever gets cursed should run to the center. Respond as quickly as possible, otherwise it'll be a burden to the healers. After the curse is removed, return immediately to your original positions. Understood. Zhang Yang continued. The boss' second skill is to summon a puppet to aid him in battle at every 25% HP loss. The puppet's HP is low and should be around 3,000 HP in normal mode, but its damage is sky-high. That is why we must nuke it the moment the puppet is summoned. You guys don't have to worry about aggro, I'll be the first to pull it. Everyone instinctively looked at kindling chest hair. Usually the main tank would pull the boss, aggro, while the off-tank would pull the minions. Things would then work out flawlessly. Obviously, kindling chest hair was completely undependable. If he were to pull minions, those minions could end up flying everywhere. Kindling chest hair was annoyed to the point of rage by the team's stare. What are you looking at? Pay attention. Even when the puppet is summoned, the boss will still cast Curse of Water and Fire, so always remember to run to the center to dispel the curse, Zhang Yang reminded. Understood, the crowd nodded again. All right. Start the fight. Zhang Yang waved his sword and did a charge towards the boss. -78, normal attack. -138, horizontal sweep. Babaraba recovered quickly, and with a deafening shriek, it had thrusted towards Zhang Yang with its spear. Block. -34, block reflected damage. -99, shield bash. -55, normal attack. Attack now, Zhang Yang commanded in the party channel. The crowd moved onwards, melee fighters stood together, ranged fighters gathered on their end as well. In just a matter of time, Babaraba had casted Curse of Water and Fire. Ding, player Snowy Death has been affected by Curse of Water, losing 70 HP per second. Effect will remain until player's death. A ding. Player 100 Shots has been affected by Curse of Fire, losing 70 HP per second. Effect will remain until player's death. Without waiting for Zhang Yang's reminder, these two players had come out of their formation and headed towards each other. They got together quickly and split up instantly, returning to their positions and resumed their attack on the boss. The healers had also healed them, quickly restoring their HP. Well done. That's it, Zhang Yang complimented as encouragement. About 15 seconds later, Babaraba casted yet another Curse of Water and Fire. Its targets this time were Floral Shorts and Ocean Despair. Ocean Despair had quickly gone to the center, but Floral Shorts remained attacking the boss. Floral Shorts, quickly head to the center. Zhang Yang frowned as he yelled. Run faster, Noob Knight, I'm still attacking here, said Floral Shorts without a care. Bloody idiot. Ocean Despair ran towards Floral Shorts in an instant. The moment the two of them were near each other, the spell was removed. Since Floral Shorts did not cooperate fully, they had taken a bit more time, causing them to lose over 200 HP. That was 2/3 worth of their HP value. Ocean Despair then ran back to his position and self-casted 3 times of Holy Light. Only then did he manage to recover his lost HP, his expression vicious. Babaraba's HP had been lowered to the 75% mark soon after. Damned intruders, all of you must die. Babaraba raised its spear and began to chant a spell. Come forth, demon, from the depth of the abyss. Bring evil with you into this realm. Ding, Babaraba has summoned demon puppet Tassair. A hexagram magic circle appeared underneath Babaraba's feet. As a dim light flickered, a red demon only half a man's height had appeared by its side, the demon's long tail extended from its hip. It had sharp teeth and deep green-colored eyes. Taser Babaraba's demon puppet, elite. Level 13. HP 3000. This was a minor demon, also known as an imp, the lowest ranked among the demons. Taser needs a sacrifice? The demon shrieked and set its sight on prideful babysitter leaping towards him. Charge! Zhang Yang dashed towards Taser and landed a slash on it with his sword. Normal attack, minus 142, horizontal sweep. Target the imp. Nuke it. Taser recovered from the stun and leaped towards Zhang Yang to attack him. Block. Minus 39, block reflected damage. Minus 98, shield bash. Zhang Yang lured Taser towards Babaraba, and when both the monsters were together, he crouched, evading both their attacks, and returned to his original position. Taser's HP was very low, and it was immediately killed under the crowd's combined attacks. After that, the party refocused their attacks on Babaraba. It did not take long for Babaraba's HP to hit the 50% mark. Intruders, your attacks have hurt Babaraba. Babaraba is angry now. Babaraba raised its spear again and began his chant. Come forth, demon, from the depth of the abyss, bring evil with you into this realm. A hexagram magic circle appeared once again underneath Babaraba's feet. This time, a blue fat demon appeared by his side. It had no legs, but there was a black malicious cloud floating under it. There were faces with only eyes on both the front and back of the demon. Gluttony, Babaraba's demon puppet, elite. Level 13. HP 3000. This floating demon, due to its blue-colored body and fat shape, was also called Blue Fatty by the players. This demon was one rank higher than the previous one, but both monsters, attacks, and HP were similar here in the normal mode dungeon raid, only differing in their appearance. And Baratu Margitten? Gluttony let out a weird low noise and floated towards snowy death. Provoke. Zhang Yang immediately took over and did a blow, minus 59 damage text floating from the top of Gluttony's head. Block. Minus 39, block reflected damage. Minus 98, shield bash. Ding, player kindling chest hair has been affected by Curse of Water, losing 70 HP per second. Effect will remain until player's death. A ding. Player Prideful Precepts has been affected by Curse of Fire, losing 70 HP per second. Effect will remain until player's death. Babaraba had taken the chance to cast Curse of Water and Fire during the chaos. Move quickly, Zhang Yang frowned as he reminded them. Kindling chest hair went on clashing with the boss like he had not heard a thing. Prideful Precepts remained unmoving, shooting frost arrows. F*CK me, you two better start moving now. Your fucking HP is dropping too fast, I can't keep up, Ocean Despair shouted angrily. Bullshit, I'm attacking. Healing is supposed to be you healers' job. Why else do we need you to raid the dungeon with her? Prideful Precepts answered arrogantly. Fine, fine. Do it your way, I'm not going to heal anymore. Ocean Despair stopped his actions. Prideful Babysitter was desperately healing, but even if he were to heal one-to-one, he would not be able to keep going. What else could he do when there were two? He then said, Precepts, Harry, you two better get going now, I really can't keep this up anymore. Only then did the two of them stop what they were doing unwillingly, looked around, and then ran towards each other. After a few steps, Prideful Precepts, HP had dropped to rock bottom. Prideful Babysitter was nearly done casting his healing spell, but Prideful Magus had then died from Curse of Fire. Ding, player Prideful Magus has died. SH*TTY Noob Knight. F*CKU. Prideful Magus cussed. How the F*CK are you a healer? What the F*CK were you doing not healing? If I ever F*seeking heal you dogs with even another single drop of HP, I really am a shitty noob knight. Ocean Despair scolded back. Without Curse of Fire, kindling chest hair could not dispel the curse of water. He was barely alive from his vast vitality as he shouted, "Shut the F*CK up and start healing me." Ocean Despair did absolutely nothing, determined to turn against everyone in pride. Prideful Babysitter had been healing kindling chest hair constantly, but how could he heal in time, especially when he was alone? Kindling chest hair's HP loss was much faster than his healing speed. Within seconds, kindling chest hair died as well. Ding! Player kindling chest hair has died. Seeking noob knight. F*CK your entire family. Kindling chest hair too cussed. Ding! Player Prideful Magus was expelled from the party. Ding! Player Kindling chest hair was expelled from the party. Zhang Yang smiled faintly as two notifications rang out. Too noisy, it's disturbing the fight. Floral Shorts had wanted to rebuke, but he held back and said, "Okay, just add them back when the battle is over." Gluttony was killed promptly, and the battle's rhythm returned to its normal pace. Countering Curse of Water and Fire was actually not difficult. They were in normal mode after all. With the absence of both of Pride's barbarians, the party's efficiency had significantly increased, with each player running towards each other almost instantly once they were cursed. The pace lasted until well after Babaraba summoned its third demon, as they finished killing the boss rather quickly. Ding! The party you are in has killed Babaraba. Obtained 4,924 EXP, 50 points party bonus. A ding! Player Prideful Precepts has joined the party. Ding! Player Kindling Chest Hair has joined the party. After the battle, Floral Shorts had been urging Zhang Yang to re-invite the other two players into the party, or they would have lost the chance to bid for an equipment once somebody had touched the boss corpse. Zhang Yang gave a slight smile and sent the party invitation to the two of them. Before they could even start arguing, Zhang Yang preemptively said, "All of you Pride members, no one speak from now on. I will kick anyone who can't keep their mouth shut. If all four of you can't keep your mouth shut, I'll kick all four out. We don't even need that many players in normal mode." Stunned by Zhang Yang's authoritative assertion, even though the four Pride players held a grudging look, no one dared make a noise. If these words were to come from Zhang Yang had they first started the dungeon raid, they would have treated it as a passing joke. After experiencing two boss battles, though, they knew that Zhang Yang was a pro player, someone much more skillful than them. Other party members smiled, their anger subsiding. They began to think even more highly of Zhang Yang. "Touch the corpse," Zhang Yang said casually. Although Floral Shorts had stayed silent, his reaction was incredibly fast, rushing to the boss' side, and with a touch, 3 equipment and a roll-the-dice window had appeared in front of everyone. In roll-the-dice mode, for items higher than white tier dropped by the boss, each player in the party could roll should they desire it. The system would then randomly generate a number between 100. The player who had the highest roll would obtain the item they had rolled for. Of course, if there was no need for the item, one could pass. Bloodstained hat, black steel cloth armor. Alarmers. Vitality +3. Intelligence. Level requirement 5. Zhang Yang had chosen to pass, and the others were quick in making a choice. A total of 5 players rolled for the equipment. Prideful Precepts, 36 points. Flame Emperor, 87 points. Prideful Babysitter, 76 points. Floral Shorts, 27 points. Kindling Chest Hair, 92 points. Ding. Player Kindling Chest Hair has obtained Bloodstained Hat. The party boiled with anger again. Why the hell did you roll for a cloth armor when you're not even cloth-classed, mother asterisk seeker? Where did this barbaric pride guild come from? All barbarians. Those from Pride kept mum, be it due to having qualms about Zhang Yang's warning or their arrogance which was keeping them from arguing. What was clear, though, was that they were determined to be barbarous to the end. It did not matter whether the other 2 equipment fit them, they had chosen to roll for them anyway. Zhang Yang sent a private message to the other party members one by one saying, Level 5 black steel equipment are not much better than whitewood rarity ones. Let them need 1 roll. Let us clear the difficult and hardcore modes later and show them what real loot is. Make them jealous, that's the best payback. The players were thrilled. This would mean that Zhang Yang had intended on leading them to raid both difficult and hardcore modes. After battling 2 bosses with him, they already had no doubts regarding Zhang Yang's capabilities. Perhaps hardcore mode could be a problem. Difficult mode, though, there would be a big chance that they could clear it. Receiving such a promise, the party calmed down. To be honest, level 5 black steel equipment would have been insignificant to level 10 players. It would have been discarded after a few levels of use. The players from Pride had humiliated themselves for temporary benefits and had also lost their chance to raid the difficult and hardcore modes with Zhang Yang. It was obvious whether they had benefited or suffered a loss. Hard leather chest plate, black steel, leather armor. Armors. Vitality, +2. Dexterity, +2. Level requirement, 5. The rest of the party had fought back mercilessly in dealing with the Pride players' shameless act. All the players besides Zhang Yang had joined the roll. Ocean Despair ended up obtaining the equipment. He then passed the equipment to the leather armor-classed player, Defiant Monk, who had the second highest roll. Defiant Monk was utterly grateful. Hard leather gloves, black steel leather armor. Armors. Vitality. Dexterity. Level requirement, 10. This equipment, however, had fallen to one of the Pride members. The 4 of them had looked as contented as winning a $500 million grand prize. The others had already adjusted their emotions and had treated them as a joke. Only scornful smiles appeared at the corners of their lips, none of them saying anything. The Pride Quad thought they had put a halt to the other party members' momentum, feeling all the more pleased with themselves. "Let's move forward," Zhang Yang said calmly after the equipment distribution. Bangor Crypt had a total of 3 bosses and another 7 waves of minions along their way to the last boss. The party had spent 20 minutes clearing the minions and had finally reached the ultimate boss after passing through a long tunnel. Gnome Leader Dadarida, Black Steel Boss. Level 14. HP 42,000. Dadarida was a 5-meter-tall giant gnome sitting on a plain throne. By his side, 2 guards in duty were guarding seriously. Royal Guard. Elite. Level 13. HP 6,500. Zhang Yang set his mind straight and began to explain the strategy. This boss battle is divided into 2 parts. First, eliminate the 2 guards. I will grab a hold of their aggro when we begin. Target the star-marked, one first and then the sun-marked next. Then we follow up with the boss. The boss has two skills. He will randomly place fire pits on the ground for the first skill. I think it should be about 10 to 15 pits. You have to pay attention and avoid the pits because each step will cost you 100 points of damage. The boss will spin and spew a cone-shaped flame for his second skill, and 300 HP will be taken once you're burned. However, there's a 2 seconds casting delay that can't be interrupted but can be used as an indication of attack. The boss does not spin very fast, so as long as you follow its rotation, you'd be able to avoid the flame. What you need to pay attention, though, is that you'll have to also focus on the fire pits as you evade the spewed flame. Keep your eyes on both dangers. Zhang Yang paused and asked, "Is everyone clear? If you don't understand, ask me now." I can repeat the strategy again. Everyone remained quiet. "Very well, we shall start now." Zhang Yang wielded his sword and ran forward. When he was within the casting range, Zhang Yang used charge and stunned Dadarada, slashing it at the same time. -52 damage text then floated across the boss' head. When the battle began, the gate to the passageway would be closed automatically and would not open again unless the battle had ended. Both the royal guards immediately shrieked in their strange voice and charged towards Zhang Yang. Block! -32, block reflected damage. -92, Zhang Yang used shield bash on the star-marked monster. -136. -142. -129. Zhang Yang immediately chained horizontal sweep with his previous attack, causing yellow damage numbers to drift across all three monsters' heads. Without further instruction from Zhang Yang, the party had initiated their attack on the star-marked monster at once. Ding Dadarada used lava pit, lasts for 60 seconds. 10 fire rings with 1 meter diameter each then appeared randomly on the battlefield. Some had appeared right beneath the player's feet, while some had appeared randomly across the battlefield. "Beware of your steps," Zhang Yang reminded. Evading 10 pits was fairly easy. Everyone resumed attacking the star-marked monster, killing it in just a short amount of time. Ding! The party you are in has killed a royal guard. Obtained 700 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Next target, continue, Zhang Yang commanded. Ding Dadarada used lava pit. Lasts for 60 seconds. Another 10 fire pits appeared on the field, and everyone started becoming busy evading the pits. Suddenly, Dadarada stopped attacking and raised its hands. A progress bar appeared on its head as it began chanting in a weird language. "Get ready. The boss is going to spit fire. Be on your feet." Zhang Yang turned and moved away from the boss front, pulling the sun-marked monster with him. Ding! Dadarada used flamethrower. Dadarada opened his mouth, and a flame more than 30 meters long was spat. He then slowly twirled and began his rotating attack. "Take note of where you're stepping." Zhang Yang pulled the sun-marked monster's aggro while moving along with the boss, hiding by his side the whole time. Even with Zhang Yang's reminder, a few players had forgotten about the lava pit beneath their feet as they evaded flamethrower, causing damage text to float from their heads one by one. Ding! Player Floral Shorts has died. Ding! Player Prideful Magus has died. A ding! Player Prideful Babysitter has died. Ding! Player Flame Emperor has died. Good job, 4 members had died in an instant. On the other hand, if it were not for Kindling Chest Hair's 700 HP accommodating his damage from lava pit, he would have turned into a corpse already. Continue the attack. Zhang Yang did not want to criticize anyone. After all, since this had been everyone's virgin battle against this boss, progressing in any way was inevitable. Furthermore, the boss would cast lava pit every 10 seconds. Since the fire pits would last for 60 seconds, it meant that there would have been a total of 60 fire pits on the field later on, making things even more chaotic. And this was only in normal mode. The fire pits in difficult mode would have lasted for 90 seconds with an extra 30 pits, while hardcore modes would last for 120 seconds, covering almost the entire field with fire pits. Ding. Dadarada used lava pit. Lasts for 60 seconds. 30 seconds later, there were 30 pits on the field. Fortunately, flamethrower's activation rate was less frequent. Ding! The party you are in has killed Royal Guard, obtained 700 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Sun Monster kept it up for a while but had eventually succumbed to the party's nuke. Hurry up and attack the boss, Zhang Yang hollered softly. Ding, Dadarada used lava pit, lasts for 60 seconds. Almost simultaneously, Dadarada stopped his attack and a progress bar appeared on its head once again. Ding, Babaraba used flamethrower. With 40 fire pits on the ground, all hell broke loose. Ding, player Snowy Death has died. Ding, player Defiant Monk has died. Ding, player Kindling Chest Hair has died. Ding, player 100 Shots has died. A ding. Player Ocean Despair has died. Amidst the raging flame, Zhang Yang became the sole survivor in his party. Translator note. 1. In Roll the Dice mode, the options a player is given is normally either Need, Greed, or Pass. Players who rolled Need will be given the highest priority. And so if you rolled a 1, when you chose Need, it did not matter if someone rolled 100 as Greed. You would still be the final winner of the item. In most cases, the game's system would prevent a player from rolling Need if the item could not be used by the player's character. However, this does not seem to be the case for God's Miracle. Zhan Yu, give it up. 100 Shots advised when he saw Dadarada's HP had only dropped by 9%. Let's do it one more time. We've all experienced it now. Surely we'll last longer. Zhang Yang gave a slight smile and said, "Let me try." Try your ass. Do you think you're God that you can solo kill a boss? Prideful Precept scolded. I'll kowtow to you thrice and call you grandfather every single time I see you if you could solo kill it. HMPH, I'm not that blessed to be your grandfather. I don't want to die of being infuriated by you. Zhang Yang avoided the boss, attacks agilely while delivering substantial damage to it. Technically, his damaging power was the highest in the team anyway. If he were to do it alone, it would only prolong the battle duration by 2 to 3 times more. Noob Tank, don't waste any more of our time, okay? Floral Shorts joined in. Each minute you take to fight it while 9 of us lay here is equivalent to 9 minutes wasted. You can't possibly compensate us for the time lost. Hey, don't assume you represent all of us, yelled Snowy Death. I have full confidence in our guardian. I don't mind laying here for a while. If you're afraid of wasting time, you can always resurrect yourself immediately. I also have no problems laying here for a little while more. 100 Shots, too, had expressed his support for Zhang Yang. Bunch of mother asterisk seekers. Kindling Chest Hair could only cuss lowly. Even though the Pride Quad kept throwing insults, none of them had released their bodies. In God's Miracle, if you had released your body before a dungeon raid ended, you would not be able to resurrect to rejoin the dungeon as well, and you would also be foregoing your ability to participate in the roll for battle loot. Whatever had been going on in their minds, even though the Pride Quad had no faith in Zhang Yang's ability to solo kill the boss, none of them had released their bodies, fearing the possibility of an upset. That said, even if they had released their bodies, they could not re-enter the dungeon, so they might as well lay back and watch. Ding, Dadarada used lava pit. Lasts for 60 seconds. Ding, Dadarada used lava pit. Lasts for 60 seconds. Finally, the field had achieved the maximum number of fire pits. With 60 lava pit on the field, it was a sight to behold. The field was fully enveloped in bright, fiery light. The pits had covered almost half of the entire landscape in such a huge cave. Ding, Dadaraba used flamethrower. Dadarada began to spit fire again. After lava pit had reached its maximum number of uses in the field, flamethrower became the biggest threat, forcing the player to move around. The current field filled with lava pits would have been the worst scenario for the players. Only 1/3 of Zhang Yang's athleticism was required to cope with the current situation. This was just a joke for him. If this situation had required his full capabilities, how could he aim to clear difficult and hardcore mode later on? Dadaraba's HP dropped consistently, decreasing from 91% to 66% after 3 minutes. Zhang Yang's HP had remained a solid 100%, moving at a comfortable pace in his evasion of the boss attacks. He then swung his sword, chopping away at the boss HP. Pro, a real pro, everyone stared in disbelief. Though they had already known of Zhang Yang's exceptional skills, nobody had any idea how high his standard was. With the scene in front of them then, they clearly understood a pro's realm. Solo kill a boss. This dude could totally solo kill a boss. No, not only this boss, he could completely raid this entire normal mode banger crypt dungeon on his own. The only difference would be that a party would take approximately 1 hour while he would have taken 3 hours. Was this dude even human? Flame Emperor immediately searched for a name on his friend list and sent a private message and said, "Guild leader, I have something to tell you." A reply came back soon after. "Is it important? I'm in the middle of difficult mode banger crypt party raid." Flame Emperor turned on the recorder and filmed Zhang Yang fighting the boss. He then sent the recording over and said, "Leader, this is of utmost importance. You must see the video I just sent you." "Haha, you little rascal. You wouldn't be sending me another porno, right?" The other side replied instantly. Either he had killed the boss or they were completely wiped out. "Guild leader," Flame Emperor expressed his innocence. The player on the other end turned on his voice chat. His surprised tone could clearly be heard. "Hey, quiet for a second, I'm talking to Flame here." He paused for a moment and asked, "Flame, what's the man, SIGN?" "Zhan Yu," Flame Emperor turned off the party channel and began voice chatting with his leader. "Extraordinary. He never got hit once. There are so many pits on the ground, yet never once did he step on them. Pro and absolute pro. Even if this was only normal mode, it's still very impressive. When we did it previously, we actually got wiped out twice by this third boss and had only managed to clear it on the 3rd try." The person on the other end of the line kept quiet for a while and said, "This player, he's not in a guild." "Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you," Flame Emperor replied. "Try to approach him later, ask him if he's interested to join our lost paradise. I'll loosen the conditions a little. Give him an officer position and a spot in our guild's first explorers team." "Okay, I got it. Oh, right. Leader, he told us that he'll clear difficult mode with us later." "Would you like to join us?" said Flame Emperor. I've yet to clear the first boss here, so I haven't used any of my entrance counts. Basically, I could still join you guys. Right, isn't your party full already?" "There are 4 shitty Pride members here. We'll kick them out after clearing normal mode." "That's good. Reserve 4 spots for us from Zhan Yu. I'll bring Sky and the rest to join you guys." "Hold up about recruiting him. Let me talk to him personally when I've come over." "Sure," Flame Emperor agreed simply. On the other side, Daderida's HP had dropped to 21%, yet Zhang Yang still had his HP untouched. At this point, no one had any doubts. Zhang Yang could totally solo kill the boss. 15%. 10%. 7%. 4%. 3%. 2%. 1%. Ding, the party you are in has killed Daderida. Obtained 42,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Zhang Yang had obtained all the EXP since dead characters could not be awarded with any EXP. This had exponentially increased his EXP bar so much that one could visually witness the surge. He did it! He really did it! The other 9 players mumbled to themselves as if they were dreaming. Go resurrect yourselves. I'll wait for you guys to loot the corpse, Zhang Yang said, grinning. Prideful Precepts, though, had interpreted Zhang Yang's intention with a crooked point of view and said, Loot now, we'll resurrect after equipment distribution. We can just revive at the entrance, no need to run all the way here. If drops were looted amidst resurrection, players outside of the dungeon would not be able to roll for the loot. Zhang Yang smiled and crouched to touch the corpse. Heavy hammer, black steel one-handed hammer. Magic attack 812. Level requirement 5. Lord's hat, black steel leather armor. Defense. Vitality +3. Dexterity. Level requirement 5. Linen pants, black steel cloth armor. Defense. Vitality +2. Intelligence. Spirit +1. Level requirement 5. The party began rolling, and Ocean Despair had managed to get the heavy hammer, while Snowy Death had obtained Lord's hat, and finally Flame Emperor had gotten linen pants. None of the Pride Quad had obtained anything. This obviously made everyone happy, smiles etched on their faces except the Pride members whose expressions were awful. They then released their bodies and resurrected themselves at the spawn point. We shall challenge difficult mode after reviving. If anyone has anything else to do, you can leave, said Zhang Yang casually. He actually had not much care for difficult mode's equipment, but this party's current equipment was too basic. It would be extremely tough for them in hardcore mode if they did not loot some proper equipment from difficult mode. The Pride Quad's eyes lighted up thinking about level 10 black steel equipment dropped in difficult mode. In comparison, normal mode's drops had been complete trash. The party was quiet, no one had any indication of leaving. Pride members, you guys can leave yourselves, Zhang Yang said. Why do we have to leave? Kindling chest hair immediately shouted. Zhang Yang was obviously a pro player. As long as they followed him around, they would definitely have access to good equipment. No reason, I just don't like your faces. Zhang Yang kicked them all out without further ado. F***CK, add us back now or else I'll kill you every time I see you. I'll make sure to kill you back to level 0. Prideful Precepts had sent Zhang Yang a private message instantly. Bro, we've done you a favor by taking you in back then. You can't just kick us out like that, right? Floral Shorts tried to guilt-trip Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang did not waste any effort talking to them, immediately blacklisting the Pride Quad. From now on, he would not be receiving any more private messages from them. He opened the character search window and tried searching for Slim and Handsome to see if Fatty Han had connected. Coincidentally, the result had shown that his character was online. Zhang Yang hurriedly sent a private message saying, Fatty shit, I'm Zhang Yang. Attached, along with the message, was a friend request. Instantly, the request was approved and Fatty Han sent back a reply. Oh, I've just slept for about 2 hours and you've already reached level 10. Zhang Yang scoffed and said, Enough chit-chat, go complete the prerequisite quest for Banger Crypt Dungeon quickly. Big Brother here will bring you to raid difficult mode. Little Yang, you'd better not forget that you were born 2 months later than your fatty big bro. Fatty Han refuted and said, All right, I'll go do the quest now. Pro, now that we're short of 4 players, I have some guild members who would like to join. Let me invite them over. Is that all right? Flame Emperor asked in a private message to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, I have a friend joining. He's doing the prerequisite quest now, so you can only invite 3 players. Sure, Flame Emperor gladly replied. Zhang Yang passed over the party leader position to Flame Emperor, and without much delay, he had added 3 players into the party. Ding! Player Crimson Fire has joined the party. Ding! Player Phantom Day has joined the party. Ding! Player Silky Snow has joined the party. Flame Emperor had returned the leader position to Zhang Yang right, after he had finished adding members with his invitations. Hi everyone, Crimson Fire greeted with a smile as soon as he had entered party. Zhang Yang was still exiting the dungeon when he said, Those releasing their bodies would resurrect themselves at the entrance. Right, Crimson Fire, where are you guys? How soon can you be here? We're in a dungeon raid now. After we leave the original party, we'll be sent to the entrance automatically, much faster than all of you, said Crimson Fire with a smile. Zhang Yang nodded and sent a message to Fatty Han. Hurry up or you'll miss the first boss. F***CK, your fatty bro is on his way, wait for me, Fatty Han replied immediately. Zhang Yang smiled. Of course, he would have waited for Fatty Han before starting the boss fight. He, as a human being, would always have a little selfishness. Very soon, the dead characters had resurrected at the dungeon entrance, while Zhang Yang had also exited the dungeon, and all 9 of them gathered. Wow, we even have a beautiful lady. Among the 9 players, 8 were male and Silky Snow was the only female player. This was a norm in any game, where the male player population would always be much higher than that of the female player population. God's Miracle had only attracted a large number of female players after a few months due to its realistic game interface. Silky Snow had selected Elf as her race, wearing a milky white long dress and a golden floral headpiece. She had a slender body, waist slim and long legs with round, perky breasts. Her almond-shaped face oozed a mature, seductive aura, and while it was not peerless, she was outstanding and would definitely make heads turn. Silky Snow, female elf priest, lost paradise level 10. Crimson Fire, male dwarf bandit, lost paradise level 10. Phantom Day, male orc berserker, lost paradise level 10. These 3 people had the Lost Paradise guild tag above their heads just like Flame Emperor. Before this, it was the Pride Quad, and now it was the Lost Paradise Quad. Once bitten, twice shy, the other 4 party members inspected the Lost Paradise members with a cautious gaze. Zhang Yang set the dungeon difficulty to difficult mode and said, Let's go! His eyes scanned around and saw that the Pride Quad had revived, looking at him and the party with eyes filled with vengeance. Ding! You have entered Banger Crypt difficult mode. Why are we still short of 1 player? Phantom Day asked, frowning. He's still doing the prerequisite quest. He will arrive soon, though. It's fine, we can go ahead, Zhang Yang replied. The number of monsters had remained the same in difficult mode, but their HP and attack damage would have increased exponentially. Gnome Soldier, Elite. Level 10. HP, 7,500. Their HP had increased by 50% compared to normal mode. Zhang Yang marked one of the monsters and said, Focus your attack on the marked monster later. We'll take them out one by one. Phantom Day had once again voiced his opinion. Can you hold so many monsters just by yourself? Should we get a defender first, then swap your friend in after we've got to the first boss? Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It's fine, I should be able to hold it." Phantom Day kept quiet after that. They had known before they came that this trip was to observe Zhang Yang's capabilities and then decide what conditions to offer him in recruiting him to the guild's first explorers team. That way, why even if Phantom Day had not believed that Zhang Yang could pull 6 monsters, he remained quiet. Zhang Yang moved forward wielding his sword. Before he could start the fight, his body suddenly flashed with a white light and a translucent shield appeared. Ding! Player Silky Snow has casted Holy Shield on you. 80 damage points will be absorbed. Lasts for 30 seconds. Holy Shield was a skill exclusive to priests. It was very practical, but it could only be obtained from skill books looted from monsters, drops. Seeing that Silky Snow was able to attain this skill, it would seem that Lost Paradise should have some capable players in their guild. Zhang Yang had thought about it as he picked a monster and did a charge. 11 rage was generated from the normal attack, and 10 more rage had come from charge, raising Zhang Yang's rage to 21 at once. Minus 146. Minus 152. Minus 304. Minus 149. Minus 144. Minus 153. 6 damage texts popped up at the same time from using horizontal sweep. One of them had even been a critical strike, a pleasing sight to those watching. F*CKU, what devastating damage, Phantom Day yelled. While he was slashing monsters, he asked, Zhan Yu, what skill of yours is that? How could it be so powerful? Zhang Yang continued pulling aggro while posting the skill horizontal sweep. What the F*CK, how could such a godly skill exist? 200% melee attack damage, and it's even an AoE. This is wicked. Big brother Zhan Yu, where did you get this skill book from? Phantom Day had admired the power of horizontal sweep so much that he had even addressed him as Big Brother. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I coincidentally completed a hidden quest. This was the reward. After hearing that, disappointment greeted Phantom Day. If the skill book was dropped by a monster, there would be a chance to obtain it no matter how rare it was. A hidden quest's rewards, though, could only be unique. There could only be one in existence. Zhang Yang used block and reflected a significant amount of damage to all monsters. 8 seconds later, horizontal sweep's cooldown time had ended, so he gave the monsters another blow, bringing about another 6 horrifying damage texts. He then said, Berserkers can learn Tornado Cleave at level 20. It's also an AoE attack. Tornado Cleave waves the weapon in your hands like a tornado, causes 80% melee damage to surrounding targets. Cost, 20 rage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Requirement, melee weapon. It seemed like a power-shrunk version of horizontal sweep, but a berserker could wield 2 one-handed weapons or a 2-handed weapon. Its 80% melee damage would not have been any worse than a guardian's horizontal sweep, of course, provided that both of their equipment were on the same level. Phantom Day sighed and said, But I'll have to wait till level 20, and the damage is much lower than horizontal sweep. Before level 20, no other class would have any AoE skills other than the defender. Even Zhang Yang had only obtained one because of a hidden quest. While the two of them were talking, the gnome soldiers fell one by one. Although these monsters, HP and attack, were a lot higher than those in normal mode, it was still useless if they could not even land a hit. A higher HP had only meant that they took a longer time to kill them. Few minutes later, and 6 monsters had fallen. Zhan Yu, would you like to join our Lost Paradise? Crimson Fire sent an invitation to Zhang Yu and said, "Our guild is sponsored by Dragon Century Corporation. Every core member will have a fixed salary. If you join us, I can offer you an officer position and a spot in our first explorers team. The monthly salary will not be any lower than 10,000. A typical white-collar would have a salary of around 10,000 each month. What Crimson Fire had offered was indeed not bad. If it had been in his previous life, Zhang Yang, who had just entered the game, would have succumbed to this temptation and agreed immediately. However, a mere 10,000 could not strike his interest any longer. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Currently, I do not have any intentions to join any guild." "What a pity," Crimson Fire said regretfully. He then turned his head and gave a look to Silky Snow. The vixen subtly nodded her head and began to chat with Zhang Yang. The beauty trap. Zhang Yang shook his head with indifference. In his previous life, he would probably have been blinded by beauty. He was currently living a second life, though, and that made Zhang Yang much more resiliently firm and steady. He regarded Silky Snow's advances with impartiality while leading the party forward. "Little Yang, add me into the party. I've completed the prerequisite quest." A message had finally come from Fatty Han after the party had cleared their second last wave of minions. Zhang Yang immediately sent a party invitation, and an elf hunter called Slim and Handsome appeared in the party list. "Hurry up and come over or I'll start the boss without you," Zhang Yang said in the party channel. "Don't wait for me," Fatty Han cried. Some 7 or 8 minutes later, a jumbo-sized elf came running from the back. By his side was a black wolf. According to the official introduction, elves were all tall and slim, but Slim and Handsome had completely destroyed the image of the noble and elegant elves. His bucket-shaped waist was already frightening to look at. "I'm not late, right?" Fatty Han scanned the party and his eyes shone when he saw Silky Snow. He ran over to her in his glorious, jiggling ass and said, "Hi, beautiful. I'm Slim and Handsome, the greatest hunter in the future, the one and only." Zhang Yang took the King Panther's armlet he had obtained from slaying the Black Panther King and handed it to Fatty Han. Fatty Han took it naturally without faking courtesy. Giving him a smile, he equipped himself with the armlet. Zhang Yang said, "All right, it's the boss battle soon. Quiet down, I'll explain the strategy." The boss still only has 2 skills. Death Stare's effect remains unchanged, but Venom Spit's damage has increased by 50%, and every hit could deal 300 damage. Those who have less than 300 HP would definitely be killed within seconds. Silky Snow, please make sure you cast Holy Shield on everyone who has less than 300 HP in order to prevent member reduction. In the party, a total of 4 people had less than 300 HP: Crimson Fire, Phantom Day, Fatty Han, and 100 Shots. It would seem like they have distributed their AP on damage instead of their HP. Of course, Fatty Han's AP distribution was completely influenced by Zhang Yang. It would be meaningless if he had high HP since he would have a pet in the front lines after level 5 anyway. "Is 1 tank really enough?" Crimson Fire expressed his worry and said, "The party I've led before had been wiped out for 7 or 8 times by this boss. It was all because the tank had accumulated too many stacks of Death Stare and was then killed instantly by the boss. There's no need to worry, our pro brother here had accumulated over 10 stacks of Death Stare in normal mode, but the boss couldn't even touch him." Snowy Death praised earnestly. He had long since become a fan of Zhang Yang. Crimson Fire still had his doubts, but said, "Let's try it out then." He had kept another sentence unsaid. The boss attack speed in difficult mode is much faster than in normal mode. Even if Zhang Yang could evade its attack in normal mode, that did not mean that he could do the same in difficult mode. "Let's start." Zhang Yang took a deep breath and went to the boss wielding his sword. Charge. -57. -141. Zhang Yang chained horizontal sweep after a normal attack, causing a huge amount of damage in a short time. Begin the attack. Once Zhang Yang gave his order to attack, everyone started to deal damage with all their might. Ding! You are affected by Death Stare Stack 1. All damage received increased by 100%, lasts for 12 seconds. Not long after their attacks begun, Zhang Yang had received a debuff effect enveloping his entire body with a dark gas. Zhang Yang did not mind it, but Crimson Fire was panicking internally, thinking, the boss already has a high attack. Adding this stack of debuff means Zhang Yang would be instantly killed in just one strike. However, it was proven that his worries were irrelevant. Zhang Yang was dodging and attacking repeatedly without any sign of panic as he moved around agilely under the boss' brutal attacks. The scene would have led people to believe that he was just having a stroll in his garden. Oh, come on, this is a hard-mode boss, Crimson Fire shouted in his heart. His own guild had formed a so-called Elite Dungeon Explorers Team 1, but they were wiped several times facing this first boss. If it had not been to witness Zhang Yang's capabilities and to recruit him, he would have remained at the first boss, repeating the round endlessly. How could he just dodge the boss attacks that easily? Crimson Fire could not comprehend it, as he had observed that Zhang Yang had not spent much effort at all, a slide to the right, a dodge to the left, how relaxed. How was it that the two tanks from his guild became ruthlessly crushed by the boss even though they had given their all? As expected of Brother Expert, said Snowy Death with a look of extreme pride on his face, as if he was the one fighting the boss now instead of Zhang Yang. As Crimson Fire unrelentingly attacked the boss, his gaze towards Zhang Yang became filled with a burning passion, and his desire to recruit Zhang Yang into his guild grew stronger. The ease Zhang Yang had in dodging the boss attacks was, in fact, built upon his 5 years of experience of metagaming. Based on his instincts, each time the monster had made slight jerk, Zhang Yang would have been noted of where the next attack would come from and could dodge correspondingly in advance. This was all experience and metagame knowledge. Suddenly, Black Claw stopped its attacks and turned. With a tui, a black spit shot towards Defiant Monk. A red damage text with -300 then floated across Defiant Monk's head immediately. Luckily, his own HP was high enough to withstand the attack. After deducting the 300 points of damage, he was still left with a mere 40 HP. With several heals from both Ocean Despair and Silky Snow, the party returned to its original attacking momentum. To be honest, this boss' key difficulty lay with the tank. Due to Death Stare, the party would usually have 2 tanks. These 2 tanks would need to coordinate the aggro to prevent the tank's death from overstacking Death Stare on one of them. Once one of the 2 tanks died, the other tank would surely end up with the same fate, unless the party was strong enough to have killed the boss before any tank had fallen. However, Zhang Yang was an exception. Having 5 years of superior metagaming experience, dodging the boss' fierce attacks was a piece of cake, effortless. He had speculated that even if it were a boss from hardcore mode, he could also still perform a 90% and above dodge rate. Now that he had solved the issue of the tank's death, this boss would definitely be a piece of cake. 90%, 80%, 70%, 10%. Black Claw's HP ran low and hit rock bottom in an instant. With one last shield bash from Zhang Yang, Black Claw let out a loud growl and fell, popping equipment and gold coins on the ground. It's over, Crimson Fire thought he was dreaming. This boss that had taken his guild several hours to defeat was so easily killed by a pub party in just one try. How conflicted he was. On one hand, he had wanted Zhang Yang to kill the boss to prove his worth in being recruited. And on the other hand, he did not want the battle to end so soon, as it would only prove that his guild's elite dungeon explorers team was just a lousy piece of. "How was it? I told you Brother Expert is the greatest." Both being bandits, Snowy Death had instinctively felt closer to Crimson Fire, patting his shoulder with a pride-filled face. Crimson Fire could not help but curse internally at him boasting about Zhang Yang's achievement like it was his. "Lit Yang, I'm the lucky hand. Let me touch the corpse," said Fatty Han as he went over immediately to loot the corpse. According to an official statement by God's Miracle, loots from monsters were determined by players who did the last strike. However, most of the players were still superstitious, choosing to believe that loots would depend on the luck of players who touched the corpse. Thus the birth and existence of the terms lucky hand and unlucky hand. Fatty Hand touched the corpse, and a roll-the-dice window for the 3 equipment immediately appeared in front of everyone. Black Claw Rage Fist, Black Steel Fist Gloves. Weapon Attack, 15-23. Attack Interval, 1.9 seconds. Level Requirement, 10. Both were fist gloves, but compared to the pair in normal mode, this pair's weapon attack was obviously higher. Both bandits had chosen to roll while the rest of the party passed. Even though both Zhang Yang and Phantom Day could also equip themselves with fist gloves, one had already owned a level 10 black steel weapon, while the other preferred two-handed weapons, so none of them rolled along with the bandits. In the end, Snowy Death had rolled 87 and won over Crimson Fire's 82, obtaining the fist gloves. Snowy Death happily changed into his newly obtained weapon while flaunting it to Crimson Fire. The players who were not from Lost Paradise had somewhat felt that they were much closer to Zhang Yang, subconsciously ostracizing those from said guild, as they felt that Lost Paradise players seemed to have joined for convenience. Dog-faced helm, black steel heavy armor. Defense +3. Vitality +6. Strength +3. Dexterity. Level Requirement, 10. Both Knight and Warrior classes could wear heavy armor, but Ocean Despair was a healer, and the helm had physical attack attributes, so he voluntarily passed. Zhang Yang, 47 points. Phantom Day, 33 points. Unlucky hands? Phantom Day shook his head in disappointment. Zhang Yang put on the helm, and his entire face was promptly hidden behind a dog head. At a glance, he looked like an actual standing dog. Everyone burst into laughter once they saw him. Little Yang. "Wow, you're so handsome right now," Fatty Hand guffawed. Fortunately, the game had the option to hide the helm, and Zhang Yang checked the option immediately. Only then did the dog face disappear, but the party was still holding in their snickers, the corners of their mouths twitching whenever they looked at Zhang Yang's face. Shiny heavy boots, black steel heavy armor. Defense +3. Vitality +5. Intelligence +4. Spirit +1. Level Requirement, 10. This was obviously a Sacred Knight's equipment, so everyone passed to allow Ocean Despair to obtain it without any hesitation. Ding, you have received 1 silver coin and 30 copper coins in distribution. After distributing the equipment, the money was collected. This boss was a stingy one, only dropping 13 silver coins. The currency control in God's Miracle was fairly strict. Currency inflation was never a problem even in the later stages of the game. "Let's take a look at the damage statistics," said Phantom Day excitedly. For a lot of players, raiding dungeons provided them with 2 pleasures in life. First, getting equipment. Second, comparing damage. When everyone checked the statistics, they were dumbfounded. Damage statistics. 1. Zhan Yu, total damage 11,345, 21%. 2. Slim and Handsome, total damage 8,647, 16%. 3. Phantom Day, total damage 7,566, 14%. 4. Crimson Fire, total damage 7,027, 13%. 500 Shots, total damage 5,401, 10%. 6. Snowy Death, total damage 4,863, 9%. 7. Defiant Monk, total damage 4,861, 9%. 8. Flame Emperor, total damage 4,328, 8%. Zhan Yu, are you actually a guardian or a berserker? Phantom Day exclaimed. He was so confident that he would place first in dealing damage, but he had never guessed that not only could he not place first, he was not even ranked second. Fatty Han immediately agreed with him. Yeah. That's right, I should have been at the top of the list. This fat F***CK had completed a hidden class quest and had obtained Precise Shot. Even though it was only an average score reward skill, he still possessed an additional skill and extra AP compared to his peers. With everyone's mediocre equipment, the advantage of having a skill would have been magnified. Crimson Fire's eyes burned with passion. He was even more eager to recruit such a talent now. His glinting pair of eyes was as like that of a sex-deprived widower, scaring Snowy Death who had caught a glimpse, and had immediately created some distance from him, thinking that the man might have a different orientation in some aspects. Let us continue then. Zhang Yang swung his sword, leading the team forward. He had established an absolute authority. No one had any objection. After around 10 minutes of killing minions with utmost ease, the party had reached the second boss. Compared to normal mode, this boss had much higher HP and damage, Curse of Water and Fire, dealt more damage, and summoned demon puppets were also more powerful. However, Zhang Yang's party had also swapped in 3 lost Paradise Elites, boosting their battle power significantly. Therefore, Zhang Yang did not care to explain much since the boss skills were the same. They only had to follow the same strategy as the one in normal mode. With an attack command, Zhang Yang led the party and bashed the boss. Within just 4 to 5 minutes, the second boss wailed upon its death and had equipment scattered all over the ground. Upon looting the corpse, there were only 1 leather armor and 2 cloth armor with no heavy armor in sight, annoying Phantom Day to the extent of him calling Fatty Han unlucky hands, and declaring that he was not allowed to loot the corpse the next time. The party chatted merrily. After they had distributed the equipment, they moved on and had killed the last boss after clearing waves of minions. Ever since defeating the first boss, Black Claw, no one had any more doubts in clearing hard mode. Zhang Yang was ridiculously strong. Everyone had felt that he only had to bring along a healer. No, there was probably no need for a healer. Just him alone could have cleared the entire hard mode. Their challenge now laid within hardcore mode. Translator note. 1. A team formed to explore an uncleared dungeon to discover and understand the mechanics of the run. This will aid the top team of a guild in clearing the dungeon with record time. Brother Expert, are we still doing hardcore mode? Snowy Death gazed hopefully at Zhang Yang. He was afraid that the latter might say no. It was not just him. The rest of the party was also staring at Zhang Yang with puppy eyes. Zhang Yang had proven himself to be capable of challenging, perhaps even clearing hardcore mode. As for gamers like them, there was no better glory than having the server announcements spam their names. Just imagining the rows of red text from the server announcement hovering was enough to fill one with mind-numbing excitement. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Of course." Hearing his promise, the rest of the party all had delighted smiles. "But I need to say something first," Zhang Yang claimed. "I will need a smithing recipe that would only be dropped by hardcore mode's hidden boss, Memoramo. If anyone has any objection, speak up now so it won't be awkward later." "Brother expert, I'm fine with it even if you want to claim all the equipment that dropped, let alone a recipe," Snowy Death said excitedly, a red text server announcement. "That would have been much more enticing than any equipment." "No problem," the crowd replied. "All right, let's go to hardcore mode." Zhang Yang adjusted the dungeon difficulty and said, "Let's go." One by one, all 10 of them stepped through the dungeon entrance of Bangor Crypt for the 3rd time. "Ding, you have entered Bangor Crypt, hardcore mode." "Tusk, tusk, tusk, hardcore mode." Just the announcement alone fills one with gusto, Defiant Monk laughed as he said. "Are we the first party to challenge Bangor Crypt in hardcore mode?" "It must be so," Ocean Despair, too, boasted uncharacteristically. "Brother Zhan Yu, how confident are you in clearing hardcore mode?" Laced with Crimson Fire's casual tone of asking was his immense anticipation. As a guildmaster, he was more desperate than anyone else to be announced as the first to clear hardcore mode. It would be of tremendous help in spreading the name of his guild. At first, Crimson Fire had only wanted to observe Zhang Yang's capabilities personally to decide what conditions to offer in recruiting him to his guild. However, Zhang Yang's performance in hard mode had already amazed him. If he could also clear hardcore mode, this would be an unexpected surprise for Crimson Fire. Bangor Crypt is the game's first dungeon, so even if it's hardcore mode, it's not impossibly difficult. As long as we play according to tactics, chances of clearing the dungeon is still very high. Zhang Yang remained reserved in his speech. Crimson Fire, though, was delightfully surprised. Both Sky High and the Dominators are clearing hardcore mode's first boss. I've heard that they have been wiped for over 10 times. Can we really surpass them? Sky High and the Dominators were both long-standing guilds in games in the China region. Their distinguished existence had been undeniable in past online games, boasting impressive dungeon records. Since God's Miracle was launched, the guilds had also sent their main members into the game. Although Lost Paradise was also a sponsored semi-professional guild, they would only be a lightweight contender in comparison to Sky High and the Dominators. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "We should be okay." "I believe in Brother Expert." Snowy Death had immediately expressed his trust in Zhang Yang, his faith solid as a rock. Zhang Yang straightened up his sword and said, "Well, get ready to fight. Fully utilize your potions if you can. The monsters in hardcore mode are very fierce and will need to maximize our DPS." He stepped forward and used charge towards the 6 monsters that were standing at the entrance. -70, a normal attack landed on one of the monsters. His rage rose to 21 points, and Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep. -144. -159. -143. -900. -153. -148. D*MN? Phantom Day could not help but cuss it as he witnessed a huge -900 damage text appeared above the monster's head. It was not just him, the rest were as bewildered. Zhang Yang was surprised too. The reason behind such devastating damage was a complete coincidental superimposition of a critical strike with a lucky strike, resulting in a total increase of 600%. Lucky Strike dealt 3 times more than a regular attack, its trigger rate determined by the luck attribute. Due to the monster's high defense, classes like thieves and hunters who rely on the dexterity attribute could only deal mediocre damage because a normal attack was a mere 10 or so damage. They could only deal greater damage by casting skills, but even then, it would only be 30-50 points of damage at the most. Witnessing such a ridiculously high damage of 900, not a single soul was spared from being dumbfounded. Zhan Yu, now I'm actually glad that you're not a berserker. If you had used a two-handed weapon with horizontal sweep, just now, that damage would have reached 1,500. Phantom Day patted his chest in relief. He had long since given up the idea of comparing damage output with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Amp up the DPS. The faster we clear this, the quicker we get to wrap things up." Zhang Yang had kept something unsaid, which would be the implementation of an inheritance patch in the future. Once it was released, each class would have an opportunity to obtain an inheritance. For example, a warrior would have the spirit swordsman, barbarian, god of war, and so on for inheritance. A spirit swordsman would have a 30% damage increase when sword-typed weapons were used in attacks. The most powerful of all was the god of war inheritance. It would be a unique inheritance where only one person in the whole world could obtain. One of God of War Inheritance's effects was to grant a guardian or a berserker the ability to equip two-handed weapons, dual-wield one-handed weapons, or a shield in off-hand slot. This meant that as long as Zhang Yang obtained the God of War Inheritance, he could still use two-handed weapons or dual-wield one-handed weapons simultaneously. However, the patch would only be launched when players have reached level 100. That would be at least a year later. Everyone was motivated when they had witnessed Zhang Yang's damage power. There was no one who did not deal their damage to the best of their ability. They knew that they could never be on the same level as this madman, but they did not want to lose to everyone else at the very least. With this setup, waves after waves of minions were wiped, and very soon the party had arrived at the first boss, Black Claw. This was the third time seeing that familiar dog face. Black Claw, guarding beast of crypt entrance. Green Copper boss. Level 12. HP 72,000. Compared to normal mode, the HP was doubled while the rarity had risen from black steel to green copper. F***CK that's over 70,000 HP? It's crazy. Fatty Hen wiped his saliva and looked at his poor little white pig's pitiful 300 HP. He could not help but cry, "Little Yang, can I make this boss my pet?" "What do you think?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Fatty and said, "This boss still isn't difficult, it just has higher attack, venom spit, can now cause over 400 damage. Let's just hope that it targets our healers less frequently." Zhang Yang's HP had reached 410 points from obtaining the dog head. Other than him, only Flame Emperor and Snowy Death had above 400 HP. That would mean once the rest of the party members were in contact with Venom Spit, they would be wiped. Zhang Yang pondered and said, "Silky, by all means, make sure everyone with 320 HP and above has Holy Shield. Give up on those with lower HP." Since Holy Shield could absorb 80 points of damage, those with 320 HP and above could still barely survive after receiving Venom Spit with the shield. However, those with less than 320 HP would die from an attack even with Holy Shield. Using Holy Shield on them would only be a waste of MP. "Let's go!" Zhang Yang walked a few steps forward and used Charge towards Black Claw. -57. A sword slashed and the white damage text floated above the boss' head. Black Claw had recovered quickly and let out a fierce growl, swinging its claws to attack Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang hurriedly evaded while swinging the sword in his hand, using another normal attack. -60. As his rage rose to 29, Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep. -145. Zhang Yang held back from using block because the boss, attack speed in hardcore mode, was incredibly fast. Even Zhang Yang could not ensure a 100% evasion rate, so he would only activate block when he could not evade the attack in time to keep himself from harm's way. Ding, you are affected by Death Stare, stack 1. All damage received increased by 100%, lasts for 12 seconds. Very soon, Zhang Yang was stacked with a number of Death Stare. The others had already started their attacks on the boss as soon as Zhang Yang had pulled the boss. Ding, you are affected by Death Stare, stack 2. All damage received increased by 200%, lasts for 12 seconds. 20 seconds later, Zhang Yang was targeted with the second stack of Death Stare. Black Claw's melee attacks was around 200 in hardcore mode, and so, along with the debuff, Zhang Yang would have suffered from a 600 points damage, which would instantly kill him in just a single attack, even with the 20% damage reduction passive skill. Easy. How could this boss have such rapid attack speed? Phantom Day exclaimed. In his opinion, he was amazing if he could have dodged just 1 out of 100 of the boss attacks. But it seemed like the faster the boss attacked, the quicker Zhang Yang's reflexes became, almost as if the limit for his upgrade in technique and skill was the sky. Truthfully, Zhang Yang was far from unleashing his full potential, but with the limitation of equipment and insufficient dexterity, he could only perform to this level. Excluding Zhang Yang, the rest of the party members were extremely anxious that he would be wiped out by the boss at any given moment. Their tension was similar to that of tightrope walking, where a slight carelessness would spell doom. To err is to be human. Zhang Yang was not a robot, and he eventually made a small mistake. He was just half a step slower, a fatal half step, watching the unavoidable massive claw heading inevitably towards Zhang Yang led the party to feel disappointed. However, they had actually let out a sigh of relief in their subconscious minds. To err is to be human, otherwise they would have been God. Ding. You have blocked Black Claw's attack. Minus 39, block reflected damage. Minus 204, shield bash succeeded in dealing a critical strike. Under disbelieving gazes, Zhang Yang had displayed an absolute counter. The block that he had been saving all this time had ultimately become resolutely unraveling the devastating strike. Is that even possible? Crimson Fire was stunned. He was certain that the 2 tanks in his guild would not have enough time to activate block in the event that they failed to dodge an attack. After a while of madly attacking Zhang Yang, Black Claw turned his head and spat black venom targeting 100 shots. Ding! Player 100 shots has died. 100 shots was instantly killed with a devastating 400 damage. Carry on the attack, or else we'll all die, Zhang Yang shouted. He brandished his sword and continued to attack the beast. 90%, 80%. Black Claw's HP was slowly reducing. Ding! Player Phantom Day has died. 70%. Ding! Player Ocean Despair has died. 10%. A ding! Player Crimson Fire has died. When Black Claw's HP was at its final 10%, Zhang Yang's party was also at its final 3 players, him, Fatty Han, and Silky Snow. Come on! The 7 players who had fallen cheered. 8%, 7%, 6%, 5%. Ding! Player Slim and Handsome has died. Go all out, Silky. Forget shielding and healing. Let's attack together, Zhang Yang shouted. If he was the sole survivor, the boss, Venom Spit, would definitely target him too. He was sure he could dodge this in normal or even hard mode, but the boss, skill activation speed was too fast in hardcore mode. Furthermore, the distance between the two of them was too short, and it would be impossible to dodge. Silky Snow complied and immediately began casting Holy Ray. 4%, 3%. Ding, player Silky Snow has died. Come on. Kill it. A pro, you can do it. Fatty Han and the others got excited, shouting as loud as they could. None of them was willing to let all that they had done end in vain at 1%. 2%. 1%. Suddenly, Black Claw's attacks paused and the black venom was spat. F***CK, everyone cried in their hearts. Zhang Yang remained calm and continued slashing with the sword in his hand, dealing another 2 attacks. Normal attack. -840. Horizontal sweep. Critical strike on top of lucky strike. Ding, player Zhan Yu has died. A ding. The party you are in has killed Black Claw. The 2 system notifications rang. Zhang Yang and Black Claw fell at the same time. Is it over? It's over. Everyone went from hesitance to surprise and then to cheering with glee. If it was not for their characters being dead, they would all be hugging each other in celebration, especially for Crimson Fire. Maybe normal players like Snowy Death could not fully grasp the actual difficulty of hardcore mode, but he had full comprehension. Even super guilds like Sky High and the Dominators had died repeatedly in their attempts at the first boss. Under Zhang Yang's lead, though, they had actually cleared the first boss with just 1 try. If it was said to be sheer luck, Crimson Fire would disagree. This man, Zhan Yu, he was certainly impressive. Revive and run back. We will distribute the loot. Zhang Yang was the first to release his body and return to the start of the dungeon in his soul form. Ever since his rebirth, this would be his first time experiencing the soul form. Looking at the monochrome surrounding, Zhang Yang felt a surge of dizziness and ran to resurrect himself at the dungeon entrance disarrayed. Within a flash, the colors returned, and only then did he regain his train of thoughts. The rest of the party had revived 1 by 1, and all 10 of them stood before Black Claw's massive corpse soon after. The crowd was still excited as ever. They would have believed they were in a dream if not for the corpse that laid in front of them. Fatty Hen had even tried to hug Silky Snow, but she had pushed Phantom Day into his embrace instead. Pro bro, loot the corpse. Everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Yang. Before this, they could never have seen themselves defeating a hardcore mode boss. They were all grateful to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang patted Fatty Han's shoulder and said, "Fat F***CK, go loot the corpse." Fatty Hen let out a joyful laugh and touched the corpse with his plump hand. Fang, green copper, dagger. Weapon attack, 24-32. Attack interval, 1.4 seconds. Level requirement, 10. Green copper equipment. This was by far the highest grade of equipment. Both thief and warrior classes could use daggers, but only a thief specialized in assassination could bring out the full potential of a dagger. The party had 2 thieves, but both of them were bandits. That had only meant that no one in the party was suitable for this weapon. Warriors, thieves, just roll for it if you want. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Being courteous after Zhang Yang had passed, Phantom Day followed suit. Only Crimson Fire and Snowy Death rolled for the weapon. This time round, Crimson Fire had rolled a 98, winning over Snowy Death. Such a pity. If only it were a one-handed sword, axe, or even hammer, it would have been the best. Crimson Fire sighed disappointedly as he equipped the dagger to his offhand slot. It's still not bad. Even though offhand weapon does not affect skill damage, just looking at DPS, this dagger's DPS has reached 20, much better than black steel equipment, said Snowy Death enviously. To every profession in the game, weapons played the major role in dealing the most damage. Fatty bro, continue looting, said Defiant Monk. Fatty Han was a social butterfly. He could bullshit and banter, and had been the best of friends with the party members. Fatty Han looted with his fat hand again, and another equipment popped out. Shiny chest plate, green copper leather armor. Defense +4. Vitality +10. Strength +3. Dexterity +7. Level requirement 10. Great item. Fatty Han was gleeful. I do have red hand. The three hunters and Snowy Death had rolled. Crimson Fire had consciously passed since he had already obtained a weapon. In the end, 100 shots had got the equipment with 85 points. Sigh, I do have red hand, but why is my roll so unlucky? Fatty Han shook an head for show and looted the corpse again for the last equipment. Refined metal gauntlet, green copper, heavy armor. Defense +6. Vitality +6. Strength +3. Dexterity. Level requirement 10. As all the players saw that the equipment was of use to Zhang Yang, they had passed without a sound from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang did not feign courtesy as well. With a thanks, he equipped the gauntlet at once, increasing his HP to 470 and attack damage from 82 to 90. Ding! You have received 5 silver coins and 20 copper coins after distribution. After collecting all the loots, the corpse began to disappear. The system was obviously very stingy, as it had only awarded 52 silver coins even after defeating a hardcore mode boss. Next target, the second boss. The party went on their way to the second boss, Babaraba, in high spirits. This first dungeon was indeed easy. Zhang Yang could not help but think after clearing the last wave of minions. Minions from the second dungeon, Marzerway's lair, and onwards would have been much tougher to handle. They would either have tricky skills or they would know sneak, lurking in the shadows until players were within their aggro-effective range, then jumping out to ambush. Of course, the trickiest would still be the bosses. The bosses in Bangor Crypt were so much easier compared to the upcoming dungeons. This hardcore mode could only be considered as a trial version. Babaraba the Sleepyhead, Black Steel Boss. Level 13. HP 78,000. Little Yang, same old tactic, asked Fatty Han quietly, fearing that he might wake the boss up. Same old, Zhang Yang nodded. He then frowned and said, but those cursed with curse of water and fire will lose 140 damage per second. So not only do you need to react faster, move to position, and take a red pot at once, healers must also be quick on healing. 140 damage per second was enough to wipe out most of the party members under 3 to 4 seconds. Zhang Yang took a second to think and said, let's change the strategy up a bit for this round. Don't bother to attack the summoned puppets, focus your attacks on the boss solely. I'll hold on to the puppets' aggro. The healers won't be able to handle this massive amount of healing, so we can't afford to drag this on. Kill the boss quickly. Understood, the crowd nodded. All right, once I start attacking the boss, all of you attack instantly, go all out. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and walked towards Babaraba's aggro range. Babaraba woke up at once. It took its spear and dashed towards Zhang Yang, yelling, Foul mortal, you've awoken Babaraba. Babaraba will kill you. Zhang Yang stunned Babaraba with a charge. -60, normal attack. -152, horizontal sweep. At the same time, the entire party launched their attacks. Babaraba had recovered quickly and thrusted its spear towards Zhang Yang. Block. -40, block reflected damage. -106, shield bash. This time, Zhang Yang did not hold back on using block. Firstly, the boss did not have any debuffing skills. Even if he had accidentally been attacked, he would not be instantly killed. Secondly, this boss, DPS, was too strong. Zhang Yang had to maximize his own attack power. Babaraba was enraged, its eyes grew crimson and casted its skill. Ding! Player Phantom Day has been affected by Curse of Water, losing 140 HP per second. Effect will remain until player's death. A ding! Player Defiant Monk has been affected by Curse of Fire, losing 140 HP per second. Effect will remain until player's death. Don't be adamant on attacking, run now, Zhang Yang commanded lowly. Phantom Day and Defiant Monk were team players. Both of them ran towards each other promptly while the two healers did their work, doing everything they could to make sure the two cursed players survived. Within 2 seconds, the curse was dispelled as the two of them quickly got together. Good job! Return to your position and attack, Zhang Yang commanded while evading the boss attacks. Healers, drink your blue pots if you need to, don't try to save on those. After 15 seconds, Babaraba had casted Curse of Fire and Water again. Thankfully, the party had already formed a certain degree of tacit understanding after grinding together in hard mode. Adding Zhang Yang's authoritative stance, once he had prompted, they ran to position without hesitating. Plus the hard work from the healers, there was no sign of losing players. Slowly and steadily, Babaraba's HP had dropped to 75%. You despicable vermin! Babaraba is angry. It then stabbed its spear into the ground and raised both its arms, chanting a spell. Come forth, demon, from the depth of the abyss. Bring evil with you into this realm. A hexagram magic circle appeared beneath Babaraba's feet, and a red imp appeared by his side. This was the second time the party had met Tasser. Tasser, Babaraba's demon puppet. Elite. Level 13. HP 6,000. Without further delay, Zhang Yang used Provoke before Tasser could do anything. Percent demonic language, Tasser shrieked and waved its claw towards Zhang Yang. Block. -46. -40. 2 block reflected damage text appeared together. -160. -150. Horizontal sweep. Zhang Yang jerked his hand. His sturdy shield bashed Babaraba's face. Ignore the imp. Focus on the boss. -106. Shield bash. Pained by Zhang Yang's continuous attacks, Babaraba picked up the spear stabbed into the ground and thrusted it towards Zhang Yang. At the same time, it casted Curse of Fire and Water. Both cursed ones moved instantly, dispelling the curse just as their HP bars were almost emptied. Zhan Yu, I only have half MP left, said Silky Snow. I only have slightly more than half too, Ocean Despair echoed. I got it, Zhang Yang frowned. Hardcore mode had required players to have decent equipment before raiding. According to the official guide, spend 2 days to raid hard mode, then hardcore mode. A strong team may defeat the first boss, then spend another 2 days raiding and collecting equipment before trying out the second boss. The final boss had always been the hardest. Without 4 to 5 days of dungeon exploring, it would be undefeatable. If it had not been for Zhang Yang, this party would never have been able to clear hard mode. Their basic equipment was pathetic as evident in raiding hardcore mode. Insufficient DPS and healing ability. Zhang Yang had left this issue in the hands of God now, since he would not be able to do anything about it. Since the party did not have to change their attack target, it was as if dealing damage on a wooden dummy, reducing the boss HP to 50% quickly. Foolish mortals, I will crush your bones to make my goblet. Babaraba had so many programmed lines. He threw his spear aside once again and started to summon the second puppet. A hexagram magic circle appeared and another imp joined the battle. Gluttony, Babaraba's demon puppet. Elite. Level 13. HP 6000. Zhang Yang was ready with his horizontal sweep. After casting Provoke, he had quickly chained horizontal sweep. The floating creature turned immediately and waved its plump limbs towards Zhang Yang. "Hey, fatty, looks like this guy is much fatter than you," Zhang Yang joked, an attempt to humor the current stressful atmosphere. "Lof*CK off." Fatty hand puffed angrily and said, "I'm fatter than it." In his opinion, being fat was a sign of strength. He would never take second to anyone or anything. The importance of a good leader to a team could be seen from Zhang Yang's Pub 1 party. Under Zhang Yang's timely reminder, those afflicted with curse of water and fire had instantly moved positions to dispel the curse. They had not lost anyone as of yet. If it had been another party, they would have been disoriented by the chaotic situation and would have repeatedly wiped out for several times now. Despicable mortals! Babaraba has underestimated you. Babaraba will be serious now. As its HP fell to 25%, Babaraba began its third summon. "Come forth, demon, from the depth of the abyss." The hexagram magic circle flashed again, and a sensual woman appeared beside Babaraba. It had 2 long horns on the top of its head and a long tail behind its back. Its hand was holding a whip, and its legs were a pair of hoofs. Its outfit was exceptionally skimpy. Its upper body was only covered by a small leopard-skinned bra, revealing most of its skin, while its lower body was cladded in a lace mini-skirt. Truly a seductive feast for one's eyes. Alice, Babaraba's demon puppet. Elite. Level 13. HP 6000. Succubus, a demon ranked higher than the imp and floating demon, but considering the fact that it was brought in as a summoned puppet in this dungeon, it did not have any specific skill set. Slap! Alice struck with its whip, its hips swaying as she posed lewdly. "My dear master, you've summoned Alice. Do you wish to do something naughty?" F*CK me, is this for real? Fatty hand wiped his saliva. "Little Yang, can I get her as a pet? Just seeing her beside me every day will definitely boost my mood 100-fold. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Change your class to priest or spellcaster, and you might have a chance to get the summoner inheritance when the inheritance patch is launched. You'd then be able to summon a variety of demons, including this succubus." Fatty Hen looked longingly at Alice with heart-shaped eyes and finally said unwillingly, "Fine, I'll remain a hunter, a class with a confirmed future." "Zhan Yu, my blue pot is out," said Silky Snow. Ocean despair followed. "I can probably heal another 2 more times." Truthfully, it had been lucky that the 2 of them had held up till now. In a dungeon raid, a tank would usually receive most of the healing. However, since Zhang Yang had an exceptionally high damage evasion capability, he basically had not drained any of the healers' MP. That was why these 2 could manage to hold on till now. Otherwise, if they were to heal another tank with their current equipment configuration, they would have depleted their MP much earlier. Healers ran out of blue pots. Everyone get ready with your own red pots. Don't be stingy on those. Move even faster if you're cursed with curse of water and fire. Don't wait for my reminder," said Zhang Yang in the party channel. "Roger." The players attacked with all their might since the healers had completely exhausted their blue pots. The boss would never stop casting curse of water and fire just because they had no more blue pots. If the fight dragged on, they would all be annihilated. 22%, 19%, 16%. Ding, player Snowy Death has died. A ding. Player Defiant Monk has died. The boss had casted Curse of Water and Fire again. Since Snowy Death and Defiant Monk only had 200 HP left and their red pots were still on cooldown, they died from the curse after taking just 2 steps despite reacting in time. Keep up with the attacks. Zhang Yang's sword slashed. He was evading 4 monsters' attacks while dealing significant damage at the same time. Silky Ocean, come to the melee range. Silky Snow and Ocean Despair were confused, yet they did not hesitate and immediately ran to the boss side. They had nothing to do anyway, so they took out their weapons and began attacking the boss, dealing a stream of -1 attacks. 14%, 11%, 9%. Ding, player Silky Snow has died. Ding, player Flame Emperor has died. Phantom Day and Crimson Fire are the main DPS, and they're the only 2 players at melee position. If no one came to fill the space up, they will definitely be nuked, Zhang Yang casually explained. Damn, little Yang, how could you be so sly? You sacrificed our lovely Silky just like that. Fatty Hen complained in Silky Snow's stead while checking out her body lying on the floor, cussing in his heart that her skirt could have been lifted higher so he could peek more clearly. I'm happy that I could at least be of use till the end. Silky Snow sent a smiley face in the party channel. Fatty Hen teased immediately, Lovely Silky. I've been in love with you all along. You've better not have a change of heart and fall for little Yang. Let Fatty Bro tell you that guy could go 3 months without showering even once. You can smell his foul odor even from 3 kilometers away. Silky Snow smiled bashfully and ignored Fatty Hand's 7%, 6%, 4%. A ding. Player Crimson Fire has died. Ding, player 100 Shots has died. Come on, almost there, the fallen players cried, thinking if it would be a close call just like the battle against Black Claw. Zhang Yang thought and said, Ocean, you move to the ranged position. 3 of them were in melee position right now, while Fatty Han was the only one in a ranged position. If there was no adjustment, Fatty Han would definitely die. Fatty Han was currently the 2nd highest DPS output, and Zhang Yang needed him to survive until the end. He could only depend on luck now to see who the boss would target. 3%, 2%. Ding, player Phantom Day has died. Ding, player Ocean Despair has died. Yeah, everyone cheered when the boss had targeted Ocean Despair instead of Fatty Han, making Ocean Despair feel miserable. It's not like I had offended any of you. Do you guys have to be so happy about this? 1%. 0%. With the last drop of HP drained, Babaraba fell with a shriek. Ding, the party you are in has killed Babaraba. Obtained 39,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus. We did it again, the party applauded endlessly. Before this, who would have thought that a pub party like theirs could take out 2 bosses in a row as though it was a piece of cake? Wow, so much EXP, Fatty Han exclaimed. Zhang Yang brandished his sword to continue dealing damage to the 3 remaining demons and said indifferently, If you had died, I would have gained more EXP. He paused and said, Everyone don't release your bodies yet, there should be an achievement. Fatty Han ordered his pet to attack while drawing his bow and asked, Little Yang, what achievement? Some superficial shit. It's just to show off what you have accomplished without actually rewarding anything, Zhang Yang replied casually. Even though all 3 demon puppets had 6,000 HP each, they still did not last long under the combined attacks of Zhang Yang and Fatty Han. Quickly, they died one by one. Ding, you have obtained the achievement I can 1v4. What is this stuff? Fatty Han said. Zhang Yang explained, This achievement system is usually available in hardcore mode dungeons, and it's usually used to encourage a more difficult killing method. For example, we've completely ignored the summoned puppets and only targeted the boss. The system has identified this as a harder method and rewarded us with this achievement title. Only then did everyone understand. However, what they knew better was the fact that they could not have gotten their hands on this achievement if it were not for Zhang Yang's capabilities. Why couldn't their equipment be better to allow them to kill the boss normally? Revive yourselves. 8 of them released their bodies. While running back, they asked, Zhan Yu, are there any other achievements outside of the dungeons? There are, and many more so. You probably couldn't obtain all of them even after playing for 10 years. Zhang Yang organized his thoughts and said, for example, if you get killed by the same person for 100 times, you'll get an achievement called, I hate you. If you get killed 1,000 times by the same person, you'll get, I hate you to the core. When everyone had returned from resurrection, Zhang Yang told Fatty Han, go loot the corpse. Fatty Han had been waiting impatiently. This was the moment he had been waiting for after such a long battle with the boss. Behold Fatty Bro's big lucky hand. Fatty Han extended his fat hand towards the boss corpse. Brother Han, wash that hand first, Snowy Death shouted. Lightning spear, green copper, two-handed spear. Weapon attack, 85-113. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 26. Level requirement, 10. Gee, good stuff. Phantom Day began to drool, his eyes radiating desire. Aside from him, the rest of the party had automatically passed. The equipment went straight into Phantom Day's inventory. Thank you, everyone, thank you. Phantom Day equipped the spear at once, bowing in appreciation to everyone, especially Big Bro Zhan Yu. Fatty Han got angry and said, Phantom Day, I was the one who'd looted the corpse. Why didn't you thank me? Thank you, Fatty Bro. Phantom Day was slap-happy with euphoria, quickly bowing to Fatty and causing everyone to laugh. Heavy boots, green copper, heavy armor. Defense, +6. Vitality, +5. Strength, +4. Dexterity. Level requirement, 10. Shah, the moment the roll the dice window appeared, 9 of them passed, giving Zhang Yang an unconditional win on the equipment dropped. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Yang courteously thanked the party and equipped the boots. His character's attributes increased immediately. HP, 520 strength, 70 armor, 31 attack damage, 86-94. Babaraba's secretly stashed succubus mini skirt, green copper, cloth armor. Alarmers. Vitality, +10. Intelligent, +7. Spirit, +3. Level requirement, 10. Once this equipment came up, everyone was dumbfounded. All of them had clearly remembered it to be the same mini skirt the succubus had been wearing just now. If a female player were to wear it, that would definitely cause nosebleeds. Damn, that boss was too depraved, despicable, Fatty Han claimed, full of righteousness. Despite saying that, his eyes went back and forth between the skirt and silky snow, not bothering to hide his own lustful intentions. Together, we request this equipment to be given to Silky Babe, Snowy Death yelled. Only 2 players were able to equip cloth armor, Silky Snow and Flame Emperor. As long as Flame Emperor passed, the equipment would belong to Silky Snow. Flame Emperor laughed and unhesitatingly chose to pass. Since they were both from the same guild, it would belong to the same stash no matter who had it. Moreover, he was a male character. Wearing a skirt would be too much for the eyes to take in. He would have never dared to wear something like that unless it were celestial equipment. Silky Snow's face flushed with embarrassment. Translator note. One pub party is a gaming community lingo for public party. These are parties formed by recruiting players in public, and their efficiency can be quite inconsistent, since more experienced players would normally choose to venture into dungeons or quests with pre-made parties with their guild members or own social circles. For achievement-related objectives like first clear and speedruns, players would generally choose to avoid pub parties due to their unreliability. "Lovely Silky, you must put on the skirt to increase the party's morale," said Fatty Hen righteously even though he was drooling. "Yeah, yeah." A bunch of wolves started to cheer. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Even if she does put it on, you guys won't have a chance to see it. Can't you guys see that she is wearing a dress?" The animals were disappointed when they heard it. Fatty Hen straightened his collars and said, "Well then, Fatty Bro must continue to work harder. I'll definitely loot a cloth armor top from the next boss." "All right, settle down. Let's move on to the last boss." Zhang Yang swung his sword around. "Zhan Yu, now that I have a new weapon, my damage output will definitely not lose to you," Phantom Day said confidently. Weapons played a major role in increasing damage output. Phantom Day was using a level 5 black steel two-handed sword obtained from a class quest. Now that he had swapped it with a level 10 green copper two-handed spear, his attack power had increased significantly, as did his confidence. Zhang Yang smiled a little and said, "Okay, let's fight for it." The party went forward and cleared the minions, finally arriving at the final boss after going through a small passageway. Before engaging, Phantom Day checked the damage statistics and felt down once again. Even though his damage output had surpassed Fatty Han, he was still immensely behind Zhang Yang, their difference a total landslide. If it compared damage done on single targets, Phantom Day would catch up and quite possibly even surpass Zhang Yang after equipping himself with the new weapon. However, facing waves of minions which led to there being multiple targets, Phantom Day, who was without any AoE1 skills, would still lose to Zhang Yang because of his horizontal sweep. "I've never thought that we could actually come this far," Crimson Fire exclaimed as they stood together facing the final boss. To think that 2 hours ago, he was still dying repeatedly at hard mode's first boss, yet now here he stood before the final boss of hardcore mode. The passion to recruit Zhang Yang burned even stronger. Of course, he also wanted Fatty Han, whose damage output was incredibly high. The best-case scenario would be recruiting them both. Crimson Fire sent a private message to Silky Snow saying, "How are you doing? Do you think you could get a hold on Zhan Yu?" "That guy seems like he won't buy anything I try," Silky Snow replied quickly. Crimson Fire replied, "I believe in you. You're our Lost Paradise's ultimate babe. As long as you put in more effort, even the strongest of steel will melt into cotton fluff." "Sigh, I'll need to be a honeypot again." "It's not so bad. This is just a game anyway. You don't even have to do the real deed. Give him a little bait to entice him. Isn't that the best trick up your sleeve?" "HMPH, let me put out my disclaimer first. I'm all for baiting Zhan Yu, he's hot anyway. But that fatty is an eyesore, don't even try to ask me to do anything," said Silky Snow. "Sure, do your best, you must bring Zhan Yu into our guild. You've also seen what he can do. If he joined us, our Lost Paradise will surely be among the strongest guilds in God's Miracle. And when that happens, our sponsorship will increase by at least 10 folds. Crimson Fire was worried that Silky Snow would not give her best, so he had quickly explained the stakes involved. "I got it. He's sure to fall for me with just a flick of my fingers," said Silky Snow confidently. "The final boss is a problematic one." Zhang Yang stopped at the entrance of the boss field and hesitated. This boss has two skills. There's one that spews fire, which causes around 500 damage. Most players would be killed with just one strike. The other skill with the fire pits has its duration increased to 120 seconds. After 2 minutes into the battle, there will literally be no spots to stand on. The damage by the pits are around 200 points. You'll die quickly if you remain in there. Dadarida in hardcore mode had been dubbed one of the most frustrating bosses ever by players in his previous life. Due to the many fire pits in addition to the boss, flame spits, there would technically be nowhere to evade it. Death was certain, be it from flamethrower or lava pit. The first kill of this boss had only been achieved by a party which had depended on their level and equipment when its players had achieved an average of level 30. That was how overwhelming the two skills were. However, somebody had discovered later on that there was a terrain bug in hardcore mode boss field. The boss would not cast fire pits on that specific spot. With this, there was finally a possibility to defeat this boss provided one had reached a certain level of skill. Once the bug tactic was leaked, the boss became much easier to kill. The developers did not issue any penalty nor attempt to fix the terrain bug. Instead, they had recognized this tactic as a battle strategy. With regards to this issue, the developers had explained. When the boss was designed, they had slightly underestimated the effect of lava pit, causing the boss to be overly strong. Since there were players who had discovered the bug tactic, even if it had violated the game's original intention, they would have to let bygone be bygones. Zhang Yang knew very well that without the bug, the party's level and equipment would have never been enough to nuke the boss within 2 minutes. If they had not been able to do that, then they could only be burnt to their deaths by the fire pits. However, he could not think of an acceptable reason to reveal the method. I read it on the internet. Seemed to be quite acceptable, but how could it be possible to have found every single detail online? He then decided to have the party to first try it out normally before revealing the bug tactic. The party had killed 2 bosses in a row, thus all of them were bearing much confidence and were eager to take on this boss. They did not perceive the boss to be as difficult as they had thought of before. Zhang Yang shook his head, thinking of how he would be nuked for once. Same old plan, kill the star-marked first followed by the sun-marked, said Zhang Yang as he tagged the 2 monsters with the marks and dashed over with his sword. Charge. -71, normal attack. -167. 146, horizontal sweep. Dadarida and its 2 guards rushed towards Zhang Yang growling. Within a short while, the field was filled with sounds of sword clashing. Everyone had nailed their teamwork, attacking the star-marked monster without waiting for Zhang Yang's instructions. Ding! Dadarida used lava pit, lasts for 120 seconds. Dadarida spread its arms. With a flash of red light, 10 blazing pits appeared and spread all over the field. The party swiftly moved, avoiding the pits and continuing their attacks on the star-marked target. Ding! The party you are in has killed a royal guard. Obtained 650 EXP, 50 points party bonus. The star-marked monster was nuked by the party in an instant. Dadarida growled and a progress bar appeared on its head. Ding! Dadarida has used flamethrower. Prepare to evade, said Zhang Yang as he pulled the sun-marked monster around Dadarida. When the boss, flamethrower, had ended, the sun-marked monster only had less than 25% HP remaining. The team's damage power had indeed increased after Phantom Day had equipped a new weapon. Ding! Dadarida used lava pit. Lasts for 120 seconds. Ding! The party you are in has killed a royal guard. Obtained 650 EXP, 50 points party bonus. The party then focused their attacks on the boss once both guards had been defeated. With the boss, high HP of 84,000 though, their progress to bring it down was extremely slow. Ding Dadarada used lava pit. Lasts for 120 seconds. Ding Dadarada used lava pit. Lasts for 120 seconds. In just 1 minute, the entire field had a total of 60 lava pit. When the boss had casted flamethrower again, the entire party was a mess. But since they had experience from both normal and hard mode, they had somewhat managed to endure the chaos. By the time the number of lava pit had reached 80, the number of surviving players started to drop, and when the number of lava pit reached 100, everyone had died except for Zhang Yang. Eventually, there were 120 lava pits, and the field was a sea of fire for as far as the eyes could see. Nowhere was safe. Everyone's skyrocketed confidence had plummeted back to their original state. How would one evade a sea of fire? If there were no boss, Zhang Yang might still be able to find his way out of the lava pit. However, he had to dodge the boss attacks and evade the lava pit beneath his steps simultaneously. Even Zhang Yang could not pull off such a feat. Of course, Zhang Yang had not intended to solo kill the hardcore mode boss. What he had wanted to do was to reasonably stumble upon the terrain bug. He led the boss to move around with him and withdrew to a crack that could fit exactly one person. He stood at the crack and continued attacking the boss. Even though he was not damaged by lava pit, he could not evade properly as he was stuck in the crack, and he died after receiving numerous attacks from the boss. The party, with their blind faith on Zhang Yang, had expected to witness another great counterattack of his solo fight with the boss. Seeing that he had actually failed and died, they were at a loss. Zhang Yang released his body as he laughed. "Did you guys really think that I could defeat the boss alone?" Everyone was embarrassed. Reviving themselves, the party gathered again at the boss field. "Zhan Yu, how about we call it a day?" Even though Crimson Fire, too, had wanted to defeat the boss, as a guild master his judgment of a situation would certainly be better than everyone else. This boss was obviously still out of their league. "I agree. Look at the sea of fire, there's literally no place for us to hide. The developers must not have wanted anyone to clear this boss," said Phantom Day as he nodded in agreement. The others still had their faith in Zhang Yang, but after Phantom Day's analysis, they could not help but agree. "Brother Expert, it's already amazing that we could even set foot on this stage. Clearing one less boss only means fewer equipment. We'll defeat it together after getting stronger," said Snowy Death. The few of them had only wanted to raid normal mode at the beginning. After tagging along with Zhang Yang, they had actually managed to conquer hard mode and even cleared 2 bosses in hardcore mode. What more was there for them to ask for? Zhang Yang laughed and said, "When I was pulling the boss around the place just now, I found a place where there isn't any fire pits. I think we can make our stand there and fight back." The crowd's eyes radiated simultaneously after having heard what Zhang Yang said. Although they mentioned that they were willing to give up their intent of clearing the dungeon, but if there was a slight possibility of clearing it, each and every one of them would naturally tag along given the chance. As long as they could defeat this boss, they would obtain the first clear server announcement for Bangor Crypt. Having the entire server channel flooded with red messages about you, wouldn't that be the greatest glory any player could ever receive? Zhang Yang said, "Look over there, can you see a crack in the wall? After I initiate the battle, I need all of you to continue with the original strategy and clear the 2 minions. All ranged characters, including the healers, will then hide inside the crack while I defend the front lines." I tried it just now and found out that the position where the crack is would not have any lava pits, and the boss, Flamethrower, would only hit me alone. Healers, just focus your healing on me. How about us? Phantom Day, Crimson Fire, and Snowy Death awkwardly said. As for you all, every man for himself, Zhang Yang said casually. Big brother, that's cold-blooded, Snowy Death complained deliberately. Zhan Yu, you are despicable. You do realize my weapon attack is better. How could you just ditch me aside? Woo, 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 Silky Snow, please allow me to enter and be mine, Phantom Day cried out. Zhang Yang did some calculations. He found out that the base damage of Flamethrower is 500, and with the Guardian passive skill deducting 20% receiving damage, he would only receive 400 damage from the skill. Currently, his HP was 520 points, and as long as the healers did their job to ensure his HP was always in its best condition, this boss would be as good as being in the bag. Let's give it a try. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and marked 2 royal guards with the star and sun icons. Here I go, Zhang Yang stepped forward, charge. When horizontal sweep was activated and Zhang Yang managed to establish the aggro, he cried out, signaling the initiative to attack like a war horn. After a brief moment, the 2 minions were defeated. Good job! Now, ranged attackers and healers. Quickly enter the hole, Zhang Yang shouted. Hee, quickly enter the hole, I like that very much. Fatty Hand smiled depravedly while the other male players joined in to let out a perverted giggle. The comment was treated as a mere passing joke, and the team quickly headed into the crack one by one. Zhang Yang relocated his character to the front of crack and shielded the players behind him. Fatty Hand laughed and said, To the 3 guys out there, may God bless you. Healers, keep your heals focused only on me. The people inside will take no damage, and you can ignore the other 3 outside. My HP will be dropping very quickly because I can only use block to gain attack immunity. Healers, pay attention to the timing and drink blue pots. We will be wiped if your blue pots ran out before the boss dies. Zhang Yang paused for a while and said, Silky, do not cast Holy Shield, and only use it when I tell you to. Okay, Silky Snow promised. All right. Ranged attackers, deal as much damage as you can. As for the 3 players outside, try to contribute a little before you die by dishing out as much damage as you possibly can. Zhang Yang twirled his sword and slashed the boss. Because Zhang Yang needed to remain in front of the crack, he could not evade much due to the limited space, fully utilizing the only defensive skill he had, block. Even though he had 31 points of defense, it was not enough to withstand the boss, 200 attack, so he had to absorb them all, resulting in his health dropping like a waterfall. It was fortunate that the healers listened to his instructions and did not heal the others, only focusing on restoring Zhang Yang's depleting HP. There was nothing to fear if the healers did not heal excessively. Ding! Dadarada had used Lava Pit, lasts for 120 seconds. Fortunately, there was only 1 pit on the boss left side, while the rest spawned far from the melee attackers. As long as the melee attackers remained vigilant, they would not be damaged. Silky, shield now! Zhang Yang commanded instantly when he noticed the boss pause his attacks while a progress bar appeared over its head. Immediately, Silky Snow waved her tiny hands and a semi-transparent barrier covered Zhang Yang. Holy Shield was an instantaneous spell, and there was no delay in casting. Hong! Dadarada opened its mouth wide and spat out a trail of flame. Minus 320! A huge red text floated over Zhang Yang's head, indicating that he received damage. His initial HP of 389 immediately dropped to 69 HP. Flamethrower base damage was 500 points. The damage reduced to 320 points. 20% was deducted by Zhang Yang's passive skill, and 80 damage was absorbed by Holy Shield. With Zhang Yang acting as the barrier in the front, the rest of the party was safe and sound. However, things were completely different for the other three outside. The boss was leaning against the wall, and since the game did not have a function that allowed one to phase through the walls, the three of them were pushed against the wall. With nowhere else to run, they had to receive the brunt of the boss's attack head-on. Ding! Player Snowy Death had died. Ding! Player Crimson Fire had died. Ding! Player Phantom Day had died. Woo woo woo, how miserable! Phantom Day cried in the party, "Silky Snow, please soothe me." Silky Snow merely replied with a smiling emoticon in the party channel. Zhang Yang smiled wryly. This flirtatious exchanges between Phantom Day and Silky Snow probably had a hidden motives. It was as though they were intentionally attempting to invoke Zhang Yang's feelings of superiority so that he would try and wrestle for Silky Snow's attention. Zhang Yang pondered about this while his hands showed no sign of slowing down. His sword waved relentlessly and the boss, HP, was plummeting. Due to the terrain bug, the initially impossible boss fight had become extremely simple. Although the room was filled with lava pit, no one got hurt in the crack. Fatty Han and the others only needed to mindlessly attack, and only attack. 80%, 70%. The boss HP fell swiftly. Zhang Yang checked the MP of Ocean Despair and Silky Snow, and his heart calmed. It should be enough to hold on until the boss was defeated. 60%, 50%, 10%, there was hope. Brother Zhan Yu, let's make a deal. After the boss is defeated, is it possible to use the name Lost Paradise for the party name in the announcement? Of course, it wouldn't be for naught. We will transfer 100,000 to your account as payment. How about it? Crimson Fire sent a private message to Zhang Yang. Using $100,000 to buy a server announcement sounded ridiculous. But if Zhang Yang agreed, Crimson Fire would be the one profiting. At that time, God's Miracle had over 4 million online users, and out of that, 2 million users were solely based in China. That was no small amount. A server announcement would be a great advertisement for Lost Paradise. Just think of how many members they would be able to recruit after such an advertisement. Additionally, the guild was a sponsored one. There would definitely be a reward waiting for them if they could get themselves a server announcement, and the amount would definitely exceed 1 million. Who else but Crimson Fire could have thought of such a profitable trade? Zhang Yang thought and said, "I don't want money. I want 10,000 gold pieces." Currently, there was no exchange service between gold pieces and real-life currency. However, there were private in-game currency traders. As the players' level were still relatively low and the in-game currency generation is even lower, one gold piece was valued at $10 to $13, which means 10,000 gold pieces would be worth about $100,000. Crimson Fire did not hesitate and replied, "Deal, but currently the gold piece production is very low. I would need several days to collect 10,000 gold pieces." "Okay, deal." Zhang Yang accepted and assigned the party leader to Crimson Fire. The battle was near its climax, and the crowd heard the system notifications but did not respond. Even though Zhang Yang agreed to the deal, he did have a few considerations to think of before he could accept it. First, the dungeon's first completion was not all that fair. Second, he wanted to lay low and not attract too much attention. Third, he needed to collect a large amount of gold pieces to start stockpiling for his future plans. Crimson Fire was surprised at Zhang Yang's instant reaction. He said, "You were quick at passing the leader to me. Aren't you afraid of me cheating you?" "KK, I can trust you." Zhang Yang only said things that others would like to hear. In fact, he believed that a smart person like Crimson Fire would not want to make an enemy out of him for just 10,000 gold pieces. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. 100 shots fired his last attack, and Dadarida let out its last loud growl before falling. Ding! You and your party have killed Dadarida. Obtain 12,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the first clear of the Bangor Crypt hardcore mode. A ding! As a party leader, please name your party to be enlisted in the list of hardcore dungeon first clear. An input box appeared in Crimson Fire's interface. Naturally, he did not hesitate to key in Lost Paradise. Immediately, red notifications began to flood the server's chat channel. Server announcement: the party Lost Paradise has successfully conquered the Bangor Crypt hardcore mode, obtaining the first clear server announcement, China server. Their names will be eternally etched in the hardcore mode first clear achievement board. Server announcement: player Crimson Fire party leader has obtained the reward for being the first to clear China server, Bangor Crypt hardcore mode. Obtain system reward of 10 gold pieces, 1 skill point, and all races reputation points increased by 500 points. Server announcement: player Zhan Yu party member has obtained the reward for being the first to clear China server, Bangor Crypt hardcore mode. Obtained system reward of 10 gold pieces, 1 skill point, and all races reputation points increased by 500 points. Server announcement: a huge uproar was triggered when the server's chat channel was filled with the announcements. Seriously, I haven't even passed normal mode, and now someone even claimed the first clear for hardcore mode. I haven't even left the beginner village. Where did these strong players come from? This is only the second day, and the first clear of hardcore mode had already been taken. Lost Paradise. Anyone heard of them before? Haha, Lost Paradise is our guild. Our guild has experience in management and possesses proper reward and punishment regulation. All of you had just witnessed the strength of our guild, and right now we are still recruiting players. A level 1 guild can only hold 10,000 players. Slots were limited, so it's on a first-come, first-served basis. Please do not miss this opportunity. Request for babysitting. Request for carrying. Request for hugging. Under Crimson Fire's management, his guild members traveled all over the place since the server announcement, taking advantage of this moment to scour everywhere in hopes of recruiting more skilled players. Ding! You and your party have killed Black Claw. Obtain 24,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Wah, it's finally over! Screams of joy filled the air. Sky Shaman smiled proudly as he saw 9 of his party members celebrating after defeating the first boss. Sky Shaman then switched to the guild channel and announced, hardcore mode, first boss Black Claw defeated. Oh yeah, the guild channel was filled with cheering. As expected of the master, the official China's #1 tank, it hasn't even been a day and you have already conquered the first boss of hardcore mode. Haha, our guild Sky High is really the strongest. Those guys from the Dominators must be crying by now. Guildmaster bro, bring me along when you enter hard mode, please. I'm still wearing a lot of Whitewood equipment. Everyone in the guild was discussing and chatting passionately, and Sky Shaman could not help but smile proudly. He asked casually, how are the Dominators doing over that side? Their elite team was wiped not longer than 5 minutes ago according to their members. They are still stuck at the first boss, said a hunter with a longbow hanging on his back, a tag on his head stating, World Pursuer Sky High. Very well, we're 1 step ahead of them. Sky Shaman let out a smile. However, we mustn't let our guard down just yet. The Dominators has always been our arch-rival, which means they are strong. We must never stop improving ourselves. We must get the second and last boss to obtain the global announcement for our first clear achievement, and let everyone know that our guild, Sky High, is the strongest in every single game there is. We will get the first clear server announcement for the China server, but we will not stop there. We must also get the world's top 8 server announcement too. We are the strongest. Hurrah! 4 of the team members were touched by Sky Shaman's speech, their faces flushed with excitement. Server announcement. The party Lost Paradise has successfully conquered the Banger Crypt hardcore mode, obtaining the first clear server announcement, China server. Their names will be eternally etched in the hardcore mode first clear achievement board. Server announcement. Player Crimson Fire Party Leader has obtained the reward for being the first to clear China server, Banger Crypt hardcore mode. Obtained system reward of 10 gold pieces, 1 skill point, and all races. Reputation points increased by 500 points. Server announcement. Player Zhan Yu, party member, has obtained the reward for being the first to clear China server, Banger Crypt hardcore mode. Obtained system reward of 10 gold pieces, 1 skill point, and all races. Reputation points increased by 500 points. Server announcement. The server announcement channel began to flood with announcements. What? Impossible! Sky Shaman's face changed instantly. His legs went limp almost to the point where he could fall down at any time, in his face. Right in his red, shameful face. At that moment, the entire guild channel turned dead silent. Once the achievement board was open, Lost Paradise's party name could be clearly seen. Hardcore mode first clear achievement, China server. 1 Banger Crypt. First clear party, Lost Paradise. Party leader, Crimson Fire Bandit, Lost Paradise. Party members, Zhan Yu Guardian, no affiliation. Ocean Despair Sacred Knight, no affiliation. Phantom Day Berserker, Lost Paradise. Defiant Monk Sniper, Lone Desert Smoke. 100 Shots Beastmaster, no affiliation. Slim and Handsome Beastmaster, no affiliation. Snowy Death Bandit, no affiliation. Flame Emperor Pyromancer, Lost Paradise. Silky Snow Priest, Lost Paradise. Guild Master. The 9 party members' face turned bitter as they looked at Sky Shaman. The first clear achievement for hardcore mode had been claimed, and therefore all of them lost their will to continue. As a guild master of a top-tier guild, Sky Shaman had a natural ability to judge and analyze a situation calmly. He began his analysis and said, "This party has 4 members from Lost Paradise. Even their party name is Lost Paradise. However, they have 5 non-affiliated members and a hunter that belongs to another guild. If I guessed it right, this should be a pub party." "Pub party? Master, can pubs even raid hardcore mode?" asked the party members. If party that was comprised mostly of pubs could successfully conquer the hardcore mode, then what were the top-tier guilds, elite teams doing? "Look at the composition of the party. There is only 1 tank." Sky Shaman narrowed his sight, revealing a surprised and disbelieving expression. "It's real. There is only 1 guardian. The other warriors are of the Berserker and Sacred Knight specializations." Sky Shaman took a deep breath and exhaled. He was a guardian himself. He knew the boss, difficulty in the hardcore mode better than anyone else. Even the most recent Black Claw that they had just defeated could only be done because he and the other tank had been cooperating in other games, forming an unspoken bond between them. Only then were they able to solve the issue of the death stare stacking that would normally cause entire parties to fail. But that party only had 1 guardian. How did he endure the death stare throughout the battle and survived? If I'm not wrong, the secret to their success lies in that party's tank. Pursuer, try your best to obtain information on each member of this party, especially the guardian Zhan Yu. Sky Shaman's expression cleared and said, "Disband the party. We have lost Bangor Crypt, but in the next dungeon we will fight to regain our honor. In these coming days, I want all of you to keep to a strict training schedule. Even if you were able to, you are not to allow your names to be listed in the level ranking board. I'm giving all of you 7 days. After 7 days, all of you must reach level 20. We will be the first guild to claim Marzerway's lair. Somewhere else, the Dominator's raiding team. Boss, our brother in Sky High said that their elite team has defeated the first boss," said Circular Piglet hurriedly. It was not a strange thing, as both Sky High and the Dominators were rivals. They had always been at each other's throats in almost any other MMOs. They had always been fighting endlessly to be China's best guild. And now, their skirmishes had also brought them to God's miracle. Humble Gentleman was calm. He said, "Don't be so agitated. Being 1 step ahead doesn't assure a guaranteed victory. It's still going to be a battle to determine who would have the last laugh." Hey, Circular Piglet shyly scratched his head. "It is still not a good feeling to lose to them." "If you don't feel good losing to them, then get your sh*t together, you stupid swine. If it wasn't because of your careless mistake, we wouldn't have been completed wiped in the last fight now, would we?" lectured Humbly Gentleman as he laughed. "Oh, come on, boss. Don't remind me of my past mistakes. I'd already apologized for that 100 times. I thought there was an earthquake, and that's why I disconnected," explained Circular Piglet. "And was it really an earthquake?" "No, it was my pet cat. It jumped on top of my head." "You stupid little pig. Remember, you're our tank. You're the wall that protects us. Before you are allowed to fall, you must always prevent the boss from attacking us at all costs. Understood?" "Oh, understood." If there really was an earthquake, you better stay strong. Do not worry about a tiny earthquake. If push comes to shove, I'll personally dig you out from your house." Everyone was laughing at Humble Gentleman's joke. The atmosphere lightened up and no one felt depressed for losing the fight. Server announcement. The party Lost Paradise has successfully conquered the Bangor Crypt hardcore mode, obtaining the first clear server announcement, China server. Their names will be eternally etched in the hardcore mode first clear achievement board. A server announcement. The atmosphere turned silent. F***CK, who are these people? They actually managed to conquer hardcore mode. Is it Sky High? No, these people do not belong to Sky High's elite team. Just look at the achievement board, holy cow. Lost Paradise. From which hole did this low-tier guild dig out of? Since when was a low-tier guild this strong? The Dominator's guild channel was suddenly bursting with talks and discussion. "Boss!" Circular Piglet showed a bitter face. As if they had lost something that they did not even know, the members shared the same bitter expression. They were full of desire, trying to get their hands on the first clear server announcement. But just when they were about to start their battle, the announcement was taken away from them. What else could they feel? To make matters worse, they lost to an unknown, low-tier guild. Shame. Such a huge shame. Humble Gentleman took a deep breath, laughing as he said, "Well, at least it wasn't anyone from Sky High, right? Think about it from their perspective. They thought they had the upper hand against us. Who knew they were only scooping water with a straw basket? They're surely feeling much more despair." Circular Piglet and the rest of them laughed. Some of them sounded forced, but at least it was better than the worst-case scenario. Do a little background check on those people, especially that warrior called Zhan Yu. To be able to endure hardcore mode bosses is no easy feat. He must be a pro among pros. Heh, to think that a person like this remains unaffiliated with any guild. Zhang Lan, go and make contact with him. Get him into our guild. Oh yeah, try and get the rest of the unaffiliated players from that party to join us as well. If they could survive that mode, they would naturally prove to be quite extraordinary themselves. Similar reactions and conversations occurred simultaneously amongst the top-tier guilds throughout the entire China server. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and the rest of the party were indulging in their own version of excitement. Ding! You have obtained the title Crypt Slaughterer. The titles themselves were useless, as they do not possess any addition to the attributes nor provide any special effects. However, to have a rare title hanging over your head could attract quite some attention. The Crypt Slaughterer title could only be obtained by players who obtain the first clear achievement. Naturally, it is extremely rare. Zhang Yang turned off and disabled the friend request and stranger private messaging function to avoid being disturbed endlessly. After the excitement wore off, he would turn it back on again. We really did it! If the ever-calm crimson fire was filled with excitement, the others were already bursting from it. Zhang Yang ran over to the back of Daderida's throne. He took out the pickaxe and started mining a glowing golden vein. Ding! You have used mining on plain copper vein. You have obtained plain copper or X3 moonstone X2. Your mining skill has increased by 2 points. This plain copper vein will only spawn here in hardcore mode after the death of Daderida. Zhang Yang eyes glowed. Plain copper ore itself was already a rare vein, and the moonstone was part of the possible loot from mining the plain copper vein. This is a rarity among rarities, truly priceless. Wah Zhan, you bro, you're too mean. You could have at least left me one of those veins to mine. At least I could increase my mining skills, said Phantom Daze as he walked over, laughing as he spoke. Fortunately, he did not see the items Zhang Yang had excavated, otherwise there would be a hard time for Zhang Yang to talk his way out. Zhang Yang laughed and shifted his attention to Fatty Han. Fatty, time to loot the corpse and get our equipment. The fickle-minded Fatty Han had only felt excited for a short moment when the server announcements flashed. He wiggled happily towards the corpse when Zhang Yang told him to loot it, ignoring the announcements, because his mind was already distracted by the thought of looting a cloth armor top, just so he could witness the glorious sight of Silky Snow wearing the miniskirt. Heavy crossbow, green copper, ranged weapon. Weapon attack, 4254. Attack interval, 2.4 seconds. DPS, 20. Level requirement, 10. Ranged weapon, that would be a hunter's weapon. Fatty Han's eyes shone. I won't be giving in this time. I'll roll 100 points and grab this. Zhang Yang laughed and said, All right, hunters roll for the weapon. All three hunters wanted the weapon, seeing it would be the first green copper ranged weapon in the server at this stage of the game. It was definitely going to be an attention grabber if they could get their hands on it and show it off in the city. 100 shots, 98 points. Defiant Monk, 99 points. F***CK you all. Fatty Han prayed to all things divine at once before he pressed the roll button. Abracadabra. Slim and handsome, 100 points. Ah ha ha. Fatty Han was surprised at first before letting his laughter follow. The item had automatically entered his inventory. D*MN Fatty, I'm going to report you for using hacks, Defiant Monk cried. Haha, you should have known who I am. Fatty Han flipped his hair in sass and continued to loot the corpse. Light coat, green copper, cloth armor. Defense. Vitality +8. Intelligent +8. Spirit +4. Level requirement 10. It really came out? Snowy Death was shocked. Flame-using Magus, if you dare to roll, I'll definitely wreck your ass, Fatty Han said murderously to Flame Emperor. As perverted as Fatty Han looked, he was like Zhang Yang. They grew up getting involved in fights and had a dangerous aura. Flame Emperor jumped and had actually selected to pass obediently. None would ever find out if it was because Flame Emperor was being pressured into it, or because he had also wanted to see Silky Snow in the miniskirt. Although Silky Snow had only rolled 15 points, the coat had naturally gone to her since there was no competition. "Hurry up and change into it," a group of lusty wolves cheered. Silky Snow twisted and turned, reluctant to put on the coat. Zhang Yang then added oil to the fire and said, "There's still a hidden boss, so it's best to power up however you can." Since Zhang Yang had already said so, Silky Snow could only change from the long dress she was wearing into the light coat. The sexy miniskirt was then unveiled to the crowd, showcasing her slender, milky legs and just barely her pink undergarments. Hallelujah! Fatty Han wiped his saliva and looted the last piece of equipment distractedly. Lord's Shin Guard, green copper, heavy armor. Defense +6. Vitality +10. Strength +7. Dexterity +3. Level requirement 10. Phantom Day and Ocean Despair had both chosen to pass, and the equipment went straight into Zhang Yang's inventory. Ding! You have received 9 silver coins after distribution. Dadarada's corpse then disappeared, and the coins on the ground were looted too. Brother Expert, where is this hidden boss? Snowy Death looked around. Zhang Yang pointed to a corner of the room and said, "After Dadarada has been defeated, an extra door will appear in the field, and there will be a passageway that leads to the hidden boss." "Zhan Yu, how do you even know about this?" Crimson Fire asked suddenly. "Don't tell me that you've gotten it from the internet. I won't believe it." "Yeah, me too." The others expressed their doubts as well. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Actually, I'm the Terminator and I've traveled 5 years back in time." "Boo," the crowd jeered. All right. "I've participated in the game's beta version," Zhang Yang shrugged. The crowd bought it. "Brother Expert, what is the hidden boss loot, gray-silver equipment?" Snowy Death asked. "It's nothing that exaggerated. Gray-silver equipment is only available in level 20 dungeons." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Have you guys realized? Have the bosses dropped any necklaces or rings before?" "No." "Exactly, necklaces and rings are only available as loot from hidden boss in hardcore mode other than being rewards from certain quests," Zhang Yang explained. "Wow, in that case we must go for it," Defiant Monk said excitedly. Zhang Yang had given life to too many miracles. Their doubts on their abilities to defeat the boss had long since vanished. "Let's go." Zhang Yang waved his sword and walked to a corner of the room. Pressing on a protruding stone after feeling about, a stone door appeared and opened in front of them with a thud. "Use the skill point awarded by the system just now, as it's better to strengthen yourselves even if it is just a little." Zhang Yang then assigned the new skill point to block, reducing its cooldown time to 7 seconds. The others nodded and agreed. Behind the stone door was a long passageway, extending all the way down with both its sides lighted with torches. Fortunately, there were no minions around. The passageway took them about a minute to traverse before they finally arrived at the entrance of a large stone chamber. "Don't go inside just yet." Zhang Yang stopped at the entrance and said, "Let me explain the strategy." In the middle of the stone chamber laid a gigantic gnome. Different from other green-skinned gnomes, its whole body was in crimson red, leaking out a murderous aura. Its feet were shackled with a heavy chain with the other end locked into the walls. Demonized Memorimo, Green Copper Elite. Level 15. HP 90,000. D*MN, its level is higher than the final boss, Flame Emperor exclaimed in a hushed voice. Hidden bosses have always been the hardest to defeat in dungeons, Zhang Yang said. Of course, the badly designed Dadarida was not included. This boss has 3 skills. The first is a do T1 aura effect. As long as you're within 30 meters of it, your HP will be dropped continuously. It's a magic effect. If I'm not mistaken, I think it is a shadow element duty which can reduce your HP by 30 for every 3 seconds. Priests, please remember to cast and maintain regeneration on everyone. The second skill is demonization. The boss will randomly pick a player to demonize. The demonized player would then be controlled to attack everyone else. Regardless of whether you are melee or ranged now, you would automatically use melee attacks once demonized. A demonized character has 3,000 HP, and each attack can deal 1,000 damage. The advantage is that a demonized character's speed is extremely slow. It's very easy to dispel this effect. All you have to do is to deplete the demonized player's HP, and the control would return to the player, while restoring the player's HP to its original state. However, demonization has one more negative effect. The player could still receive damage from party members for as long as 10 seconds after demonization vanishes. So once the effect is gone, you need to stop attacking immediately or else you might kill your own members. Dispelling demonization must be done quickly, as once there are 2 or more demonized players, will be as good as wiped. Zhang Yang paused to give them some time to digest the load of information and continued. As for the third skill, every time the boss loses 25% HP, it will cast a special skill. I've forgotten the skill name, but it's an AoE skill, and the range is 200 meters. It also does 1,000 attack damage. 1,000 damage AoE, shouldn't we just give up then? Crimson Fire frowned and asked. Not really. During the battle, the energy crystal will randomly spawn around the field. A barrier will appear after shattering it, granting immunity to all attacks. The crystal has 1,000 HP and its barrier lasts for 10 seconds. Zhang Yang had intended to explain further, but after seeing everyone's confused faces, he sighed and said, "Just do according to what I say. Attack what I tell you to and move where I tell you to." Roger. Little Yang, you should have just said that earlier. It's much simpler, Fatty Hand said mercilessly. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, Fatty, you'll be responsible for breaking the energy crystal. It's a crystal pillar half the height of a man. It's very easy to spot, but the location is not fixed, so once it has spawned, you must remember its location. When I give you the signal to attack, ignore everything else and put in all your effort to break the crystal, got it? You can count on me? Fatty Hand patted his chest in earnest. All right, after we start, ranged classes including healers should stand 5 meters away from each other. If a ranged character is demonized, then everyone should get away from him, while the other ranged characters should deplete his HP immediately. Melees just focus your attacks on the boss. If you get demonized, I'll pull the boss away, while ranged characters concentrate on depleting the demonized melee character's HP. Zhang Yang raised his sword and said, "Let's give it a go." He moved a few steps forward and a red damage text, -24, immediately popped up above his head. At the same time, the system notification rang. Ding, you are affected by Dark Halo. Lose 30 HP every 3 seconds, Shadow do T, until you leave the aura's area of effect. He had a passive skill with 20% damage reduction. Agagaga, here come some little bugs to kill Momoromo's boredom. Once Zhang Yang entered the boss aggro range, Momoromo immediately jumped to its feet, grabbing the chain shackling itself, and actually twisted the arm-thick chain off with sheer brute force. Momoromo is going to drink all your blood. The ugly red-skinned gnome dashed forward and stretched its long arms, waving it towards Zhang Yang. Its hands were like the sharp claws of a beast, shining viciously. Zhang Yang used charge and stunned the boss. He then raised his sword and slashed its head, spraying blood everywhere. Begin the attack. Upon Zhang Yang's signal began the final battle. Translator note. 1do-T stands for damage over time, which refers to an effect that causes smaller amounts of damage over a period of time. This damage is usually calculated per tick, which happens at regular intervals depending on the effect of the skill or item. The total damage dealt could be calculated as such: duration of effect, S, interval for each tick, S, X damage per tick. Ranged classes including healers. Be aware of your surroundings. Make sure that there's at least 5 meters of distance between each other. Zhang Yang commanded as he pulled aggro. The 3 melee attackers. Snowy Death, you stand on boss left and Phantom Day on its right. Crimson Fire, you'll attack from behind it. F***CK, Snowy Death, can't you differentiate left from right? Go to the other side. All right. All out ramp up the DPS. The aura effect might seem to cause only a little do-T, but every 3 seconds drains away 30 HP per character, which would lead to 300 HP in total. Healers might not be able to handle that much healing once it's dragged on, said Zhang Yang. The party nodded in agreement. Everyone performed at their best and attacked the boss with all their might. All 6 bosses from hard and hardcore mode had given Zhang Yang and the party a total of 18 equipment, which was about 2 equipment per player on average. Compared to when they had first started the dungeon raid, it was a huge improvement. Especially those who had obtained new weapons. Their damage-dealing capabilities had increased by leaps and bounds. With both Phantom Day and Fatty Han already in possession of strong damaging power, their attack power had risen to a whole new level after swapping in new weapons, enough to allow them to be on par with Zhang Yang. Zhan Yu, check out the stats, I've already caught up to you, said Phantom Day delightedly. It was true. According to the damage statistics, Zhang Yang, Phantom Day, and Fatty Han were in a rat race for the top 3 places in the list. With their minuscule difference in damage output, any first strike would have allowed that player to place first. Zhang Yang laughed. Aren't you a little shameless to be competing damage output with a guardian? F***CK, are you really a guardian? Phantom Day bemoaned. Ding. Demonized Momoromo has demonized player Defiant Monk. During the intense fight, the boss had suddenly turned its head around as he directed a blood-red mist towards Defiant Monk. The mist flew at such an incredible speed that Defiant Monk was not able to react in time. His entire body suddenly shone with a crimson glow, expanding to at least double of his original size while his HP increased to 3,000 points. Ranged players, including healers, quickly get away from Defiant Monk and nuke his HP, commanded Zhang Yang. 100 shots and the rest of the ranged players switched their targets immediately and fired towards Defiant Monk. Being controlled by the boss, Defiant Monk had lost control over his own character and could only watch helplessly as his character proceeded slowly towards Silky Snow, who was the closest to him. -52. -47. A chain of damage figures landed on Defiant Monk, and his HP was briskly reduced to 0. His body then returned to its normal size, and his HP rewound to its original value. Stop. Resume attacking the boss. Zhang Yang multitasked while maintaining his watch on the situation with Defiant Monk all along. Still, 100 shots and the rest of the ranged attackers were a little slow in reacting, allowing their fireballs and arrows free rein and damaging half of Defiant Monk's 300+ HP. "You beasts! Couldn't you guys be a little gentler?" Defiant Monk hurriedly consumed a red pot to reduce the healer's load. Another 10 seconds or so had passed. Ding, demonized Memorimo has demonized player Phantom Day. Zhang Yang swiftly took off and pulled the boss away. Ranged, attack Phantom Day. Melees don't even try, you'd be wiped out instantly. "Shitty boss, why the hell would you pick me? Did I ever offend you?" Phantom Day was pissed, as his damage output was a close tie against Zhang Yang's and Fatty Hands, but now that he was demonized, he could only watch as his name plummeted down the damage statistics. "My fellow comrades, fire upon me," Phantom Day shouted. "Kill me, hurry." With their initial experience, the ranged attackers became quicker in halting their attacks after depleting Phantom Day's HP. It was fortunate that they did it in time, as he would have been killed by his own teammates with his measly HP that was less than 300. "Fatty, have you seen the crystal yet?" Zhang Yang asked Fatty Han just as he saw the boss, HP drop to 80%. "My saw it," Fatty Han replied just as quickly. "Okay, don't hit it yet." "Wait for a little longer," Zhang Yang said as his eye locked onto the boss HP bar. 79%, 78%, 77%. "Fatty, unleash your attacks upon the crystal." "All right." Fatty Han changed his target immediately, firing his arrows toward the crystal that was half a person in height. 76%. Crack. The crystal broke and a blue, translucent, hemispheric light shield about 3 meters long in diameter appeared in its place. 75%. "Memorimo is going to show you the real demon." Memorimo had suddenly stopped attacking to chant something in an odd language, a progress bar appearing on its head. "Everyone stop and follow me." Zhang Yang turned and dashed towards the light shield. "This boss skill has a 3-second cast time. Make haste, everyone." The party members had formed some sort of spontaneous reaction to Zhang Yang's order and had ran with him into the light shield. "Flame Emperor, Snowy Death. The both of you are too slow. Hurry up and run." As he got into the shield, Zhang Yang turned and saw both Flame Emperor and Snowy Death being left behind. Even with Zhang Yang leading the party, each player's response speed still varied. Ding! Memorimo has casted Shadow Blast. A dark light with Memorimo as its core blasted out, its range reaching more than 200 meters. Ding! Player Flame Emperor has died. Ding! Player Snowy Death has died. Two enormous, -1,000 damage text appeared on their heads as both Flame Emperor and Snowy Death succumbed to the blast. "Get out of this shield and go back to your original positions. Continue the attack." Zhang Yang rushed out of the shield and used charge on the boss, stunning it. The shield then faded after a few seconds. Everyone spread back out to their positions and resumed the original attacking momentum, but the loss of 2 members had greatly reduced their attacking power. Luckily, the 2 who died were not the main damage outputs, so the impact was not as disastrous. Since 2 of the players died, the healers also had a lighter load in healing the remaining team members. 100 shots, be my slave. Demonized Memorimo let out a deafening growl and flung a blood-red mist towards 100 shots. Ding! Demonized Memorimo has demonized player 100 shots. "Ranged attackers fire towards 100 shots," Zhang Yang instantly commanded. Under Zhang Yang's instructions, the battle progressed smoothly. Ding! Demonized Memorimo has demonized player Slim and Handsome. Less than a minute later, The boss had turned and threw the mist towards Fatty Han. "Melee, stop what you're doing. Ranged, nuke Fatty Han back to our side," Zhang Yang commanded swiftly. The boss had 53% HP currently. If they had dropped it to 50%, Shadow Blast would be triggered, and with the demonized players still on the field, it would have been extremely chaotic, resulting in more deaths. Once Fatty Han was released from demonization, Zhang Yang said quickly, "Fatty, quickly break the crystal." "Got it," Fatty Han hurriedly fired at the crystal. 52%. 51%. Crack! With the crystal broken, the blue translucent shield reappeared. 50%. "Haha, Memorimo will show you the real demon once more." Memorimo stopped its attacks and began casting Shadow Blast. "Sprint your way to the shield. Don't insist on attacking. Only living players can deal damage," said Zhang Yang as he sprinted towards the light shield. Ding! Memorimo has used Shadow Blast. A wave of dark light pulsated through the entire field. "Carry on the attack!" Zhang Yang dashed towards the boss and brandished his sword, dealing significant damage. "Silky, Ocean, how's your MP?" Zhang Yang's main concern was still the healer's healing endurance due to Dark Halo's existence, which would drop everyone's HP to their deaths once the healers ran out of MP. "I still have 40% MP, but my blue pot cooldown is almost done," said Ocean Despair. "I only have 30%. I just consumed 1 MP pot," Silky Snow had also hurriedly replied. Silky Snow had expended her MP much faster than Ocean Despair, as she had to make sure everyone had regeneration on them. Regeneration restores targets' HP to the equivalent of 200% magic attack every 3 seconds over 15 seconds. The boss still had 50% HP. This would be a little difficult. "Keep up the effort, we can do this," said Zhang Yang. 40%, 35%, 30%. The boss HP continuously dropped. "Stand strong, just one more Shadow Blast, and there'll be hope for us to clear this." Zhang Yang encouraged the entire party. "Fatty, you can break the crystal now." "Roger that." Fatty Han immediately drew his bow to shoot the crystal. After a chain of attacks, the crystal shattered and the blue, translucent light shield appeared once again. Ding! Memorimo has used Shadow Blast. "Zhan Yu." "My blue pots are out," declared Silky Snow. "I can do a few more," Ocean Despair reported. "Got it." Zhang Yang used charge on the boss and said, "Fatty, when the next crystal spawns, break it right away." "Okay." 22%, 19%, 16%. Without Silky Snow's regeneration, the entire team's HP began to drop significantly, leading Ocean Despair to frantically spam Holy Light. His MP bar that did not have much to begin with flashed in alert. "Little Yang." "The crystal has spawned," Fatty Han yelled and immediately fired. Zhang Yang scanned the area and located the crystal's location, hastily making his way towards it while pulling the boss. "Everyone gather at the shield." "What about the boss? Random demonization." "The shield makes us immune to it, no fear." Crack! Again, the crystal broke and the hemisphere appeared. Zhang Yang withdrew himself to the very border of the shield and had the boss blocked outside of it. This way, he was immune to damage, yet it allowed him to continue dealing damage to the boss. "Ocean, Silky, how long till you can consume another blue pot?" 24 seconds. 14 seconds. "All right, after you consume the blue pots, focus your healings only on Fatty, Phantom, Day, and me. Ignore the rest of the team." Beginner Mana Potion could only restore 100 MP, forcing Zhang Yang to make sacrifices. 15%, 14%, 13%, 12%. Just as quickly as it appeared, the shield vanished, and everyone began to lose 30 HP every 3 seconds once again. Ocean Despair become my slave. With the boss, demonization, Ocean Despair's body expanded and he became the boss underling. Don't mind him, focus on the boss. Just half a minute more and we're through. Zhang Yang dragged Memorimo away from Ocean Despair. What a waste. If only he could consume one more blue pot to heal us for a little longer before being demonized. Fatty Hand murmured. 11%, 10%, 9%, 8%. Silky Snow kept her eyes on the blue pot's cooldown time. Once the time was up, she quickly consumed one and her MP went up by 100 points. Immediately, she casted regeneration on Zhang Yang, Fatty Han, and Phantom Day, expending her MP. A -30 red damage text floated across her head, depleting her last drop of HP and killing her. Ding, player Silky Snow has died. 7%. Ding, player Crimson Fire has died. 6%. Ding, player 100 Shots has died. Ding, player Defiant Monk has died. 5%. 4%. 3%. A ding. Player Phantom Day has died. 2%. Ding, player Slim and Handsome has died. Memorimo still had 1,747 HP left, but Zhang Yang only had 124. You can do it! Everyone cheered. Just in the nick of time, a crystal spawned. Zhang Yang was thrilled, using charge towards it and slashed his sword repeatedly against it. Even though the crystal pillar had 1,000 HP, but since it had 0 defense value, its HP had dropped rapidly. The boss came up to him. Block. Zhang Yang swiftly activated Shield Bash on the pillar, depleting its remaining HP. He jumped right into the shield as soon as it had appeared, stopping his HP from dropping further at a worrying 4 points remaining. He then immediately turned and attacked the boss. 1%. 0%. With a loud, enraged growl, the red-skinned monster had finally fallen. Ding! The party you are in has killed demonized Memorimo. Obtained 45,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus. We did it! Everyone shouted in celebration. Ocean Despair had immediately recovered after the boss had been defeated. Brother Expert, you're my idol from now on. You do not know how much I admire you, Snowy Death shouted in the party channel. Zhang Yang said, don't release your bodies yet. I'll be looting the corpse so that all of you can revive at the dungeon entrance after that to save time. Okay, the crowd agreed. Holy Spirits Abracadabra, please give me the shield recipe. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together and went towards the boss corpse. Resurrection, skill book. Use, you will learn resurrection. Class requirement, Sacred Knight Priest. Wow, brother, you have the lucky hand, Phantom Day yelled. Have a talk with the Sacred Knight, we must get our hands on this skill book. Crimson Fire quickly sent a private message to Silky Snow. Resurrection would be extremely useful in dungeon raids, greatly reducing the time consumed to revive oneself and therefore boosting the efficiency of dungeon raids. Okay. Silky Snow replied and sent a private message to Ocean Despair. Ocean, can you let me have this Resurrection skill book first? I can pay you. How about 100 gold coins? After a while, Ocean Despair replied, I want to learn this skill too. Let's roll together and see our luck. Silky Snow was in the middle of persuading Ocean Despair when Zhang Yang said, both healers roll for it. Silky Snow thought about it and decided to roll first. If her roll was higher, then she could save herself the trouble of persuading a hard-headed person. Even if she had rolled a lower number, it was still not too late to strike a deal with Ocean Despair. The rest of the party had passed, leaving both healers to roll. Silky Snow, 86 points. Ocean Despair, 91 points. The skill book immediately went into Ocean Despair's inventory. Without hesitation, he immediately patted the skill book on his body and gained the Resurrection skill. Silky Snow had still wanted to private message him, but who could have guessed that Ocean Despair had acted so quickly? Ocean, you can use your new skill to save them now. I'll continue to loot the corpse. Zhang Yang laughed and said. With a hum from Ocean Despair, he began chanting to resurrect the party members. Smithing recipe, earthen round shield. Smithing recipe. Use, you will learn to smith earthen round shield. Requirement, beginner smithing skill. That's it, Zhang Yang's eyes radiated and said. Everyone, I won't be courteous now. They had a deal previously that if a smithing recipe dropped, it would be given to Zhang Yang. The entire party had passed on rolling, and Zhang Yang patted the recipe on his body at once. A golden light flashed, adding earthen round shield to the initially empty smithing list. Earthen round shield, green copper shield. Defense plus 40. Vitality plus 20. Level requirement 10. Holy cow, the shield alone had provided 200 HP and 40 defense points. Even if the boss had high attack, it could reduce an ample amount of physical damage, significantly boosting one's survivability. Furthermore, most players only had whitewood equipment now, and they were definitely going to be unable to break past this 40 points of defense. Big bro Zhan Yu, post the shield description. Let us witness its power too. Phantom Day could not help but ask when he saw Zhang Yang's foolish grin. Zhang Yang smiled and posted the shield's description to the party channel. Wow, such high defense. I objection. High dexterity and low strength classes like us thieves would definitely be unable to break your defense with just normal attacks. Snowy Death was shocked. Brother Zhan Yu, please smith a few more for us if you have enough materials. Our guild will buy them from you. Crimson Fire sent a private message to Zhang Yang. He could imagine that with tanks equipping this shield, their survivability would definitely be raised to another level. Okay. His main purpose in obtaining this recipe was to sell the shields for money anyway, so Zhang Yang had agreed readily. 500 gold coins each. Damn, you have no mercy. Haha, your guild is so wealthy that a mere 500 gold coins is nothing for you. Crimson Fire hesitated a while before saying, Okay, I'll book one for now. Mail it to me via cash on delivery when you're done. Okay, pleased to be working with you, big boss, Zhang Yang laughed. The primary materials to smith this shield were iron bar and rare copper bar. Iron bar could made from iron ore, which was worthless, while plain copper bar came from plain copper ore, where a spawn point was available at the third boss. Each time hardcore mode Banger Crypt was cleared, he could collect 2 to 4 plain copper ores. Basically, he was doing a zero capital business. Little Yang, hurry up and loot the corpse, I can't wait any longer. Fatty Han expressed his impatience. Zhang Yang laughed and extended his arm to loot again. Shiny silver pendant, green copper necklace. Physical plus 3. Intelligent. Equipped effect. Target receives an additional buff of magic shield each time a healing spell is casted. Shield disappears after absorbing 20 points damage or after 30 seconds. Shield effect cannot be stacked. Level requirement 10. Wow, even though the attributes are nothing much, there's a special effect, Phantom Day exclaimed. All necklaces and rings have special effects. That's why the drop rates are so low. Zhang Yang nodded and said, Healers roll for it. Ocean Despair and Silky Snow helped themselves and rolled. Ocean Despair winning the roll at the end. Shadow Collar, Green Copper Necklace. Vitality +3. Strength. Dexterity. Equipped effect. Each attack on the target will inflict 1 stack of Shadow Wrath. When 3 stacks of Shadow Wrath are achieved, 20 points shadow damage will be inflicted onto the target. Level requirement, 10. All physical attack classes can roll for it. Let's roll together, no need to give it up to anyone. Let's see our luck, Zhang Yang said, laughing as he rolled first. Those who had initially wanted to give up their rolls changed their decisions and tried their luck after hearing what Zhang Yang had said. Even if they could not get it, it was still for the fun of it. As a result, Zhang Yang overshadowed everyone with a mere 76-point roll. Haha, what *TTY luck you guys have? Zhang Yang shook his head and equipped the necklace. Archer's Ring, Green Copper Ring. Vitality +2. Dexterity +3. Equipped effect. Ranged attacks have a fixed rate of activating Wind's Blessing effect. Effect increases attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked. Level requirement, 10. Hunters roll for it. Zhang Yang selected to pass. Oh yeah! Defiant Monk was very lucky to have rolled 100 points, instantly winning 100 shots and Fatty Han. Amber Ring, Green Copper Ring. Vitality +3. Strength. Equipped effect. Each successful dodge of attack have a fixed rate of increasing 20 points strength for 10 seconds. This effect cannot be stacked. Level requirement, 10. D*MN, why is the trigger conditioned by dodging and not attacking? Phantom Day was angry. This effect would be useful in PK or solo grinding, but for dungeon raids, he would have no chances of evading attacks as a damage dealer. Fine if you don't want it, Zhang Yang laughed as he said. Who says I don't want it? Come on, let's roll, Phantom Day said quickly and tapped the roll button. Zhang Yang was aware that he had gotten more than enough and decided to pass. The result was Crimson Fire winning the roll. D*MN Guildmaster, you a thief class need dexterity, not strength. Don't snatch it from me, Phantom Day cried. F*CK, more nonsense and I'll throw you out, Crimson Fire laughed as he said. Phantom Day immediately went speechless. Zhang Yang looted again, but there were only gold coins left. However, they had hauled 4 equipment, a skill book, and a recipe. It could already be considered as a jumbo loot. Ding! You have received 10 silver coins after distribution. After every item was distributed, Momorimo's corpse too had disappeared. All right, all done. Everyone can now go back to the capital and complete the quest. There should still be a black steel equipment reward. Zhang Yang took a teleportation reagent from his inventory and asked Fatty Han, Fatty, you have teleportation reagent. Teleportation reagent? What is that? Fatty Han returned Zhang Yang a lost sheep expression. Zhang Yang shook his head and traded a teleportation reagent over and said, This will teleport you to the nearest friendly town, saves you the journey. There's such a thing. Fatty Han quickly confirmed the trade. Little Yang, don't be so stingy, give me a few more. F*CK, this thing costs 1 gold coin each. It's expensive. Despite his complaint, Zhang Yang had still traded a few more reagents with Fatty Han. He still had 20+ gold coins anyway, and Crimson Fire had still owed him 10,000 more. Brother Zhan Yu, why not reserve your dungeon entry tomorrow for our guild? I'll hire you. What do you think of 1,000 gold coins per hardcore mode raid? And if the equipment looted are of use to you, you'll have the highest priority. Crimson Fire sent a private message to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang pondered, leading dungeon raids would undoubtedly be a good way to earn a fortune. Not only could he get equipment, he could also earn lots of gold coins. It would only be for now, though. When he had finally established his own guild, he would not need to work for others anymore. Okay, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll gather at the dungeon entrance. Zhang Yang quickly sent back a private message. But I want to reserve an attacker spot for Fatty. Deal, see you tomorrow, Crimson Fire agreed readily. Big brother, please approve as friend, said Snowy Death as he sent a friend request. Snowy Death had acted as a prompt for the rest of the party, and they too had sent friend requests to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and approved each friend request. Ripping teleportation reagent, a magic circle glowing with a white light appeared under his feet. With that, he quit the party and said, "Goodbye, everyone, see you." Big brother, bye. I see you. Since teleportation reagent was overly expensive, the others were not willing to spend it. Other than Fatty Han, who had also torn one of the reagents, the rest of the party members went by foot. 10 seconds later, the magic circle was formed completely and a white light enveloped Zhang Yang. With a flash, the white light dissipated and Zhang Yang had appeared in the portal of White Jade Castle. Another white light flashed and Fatty Han too had appeared next to Zhang Yang. "Little Yang, since when did you become so powerful?" Fatty Han had been Zhang Yang's buddy, but his outstanding performance made him felt like Zhang Yang was a complete stranger. "Since when was I not outstanding?" Zhang Yang laughed. F***CK? Fatty Han booed but did not ask further. Regardless of what had happened, Zhang Yang would always be his brother, and that was enough for him. "Let's go, it's time to complete the quest." Zhang Yang dragged Fatty Han in search of Army Captain Soren and completed the raid quest, obtaining a black steel ring. Soren's appreciation ring, black steel ring. Vitality +2, strength +3. Equipped effect, each attack triggers a fixed rate in healing your HP. Recovery rate will be 1% of the damage. Level requirement, 10. This would be the first equipment in the game that possessed the life steal effect. It's too bad that the recovery rate was too low, and so was the trigger rate. It could not be helped since this was a general quest's reward. A ring as a reward was considered satisfactory, and it's always better than receiving nothing at all. Hong. A flash of golden radiance illuminated the area, and Zhang Yang had risen to level 11 with the 10,000 EXP reward from his quest. He had thought that he would enter the player level ranking, but after he checked the board, he found out that those who were still level 10 that morning had all reached level 11. He was not in the ranking, but thankfully the player who had ranked first was still level 11. "Fatty, I'm going to make the shield. Go level up yourself," said Zhang Yang. Fatty Han yawned and said, "I've only slept for 3 to 4 hours. I'm feeling sleepy again, so I guess I'm going to get some sleep first." Zhang Yang peeked at the system clock and said, F***CK. "It's going to be 6 p.m. What sleep? Go have your dinner and come back online to play for a while more. Rest well at night and don't burn the midnight oil anymore. You're playing for such a long time every day anyway, why would you stay up late?" Makes sense. "Well then, I shall go kill some mobs now that I've just gotten these new weapons." Hold up. Someone just private messaged me." He paused for a brief second, and his face had immediately morphed into a perverted one. "Little Yang, a pretty babe wants to chat with me, so I'm not gonna bullshit with you anymore." Zhang Yang smiled and left for the auction house. To make an earthen round shield, he would need 100 iron bars and 1 plain copper bar. Zhang Yang did not have any iron bar in his inventory, so he had to buy them from the auction house. The auction house was where players trade, buy, or sell items in the game. Every city would have them, but different cities would not share the goods. Simply said, Items put on auction in White Jade Castle's auction house could only be bought from the house itself, and players from other cities would have to travel all the way here if they wanted that particular item. Once Zhang Yang entered auction house, he loaded the search window and keyed in the keywords, iron ore, iron bar. Tapping the search button, a whole page of results appeared. Since the game was still in its early stage, all sorts of prices were set. Zhang Yang did a simple price comparison and auctioned for 15 stacks of iron bars that had costed 50 silver coins for each stack, buying a total of 300 bars. He then went to the mailbox and collected the iron bars that were sent by the auction house. After that, he went to the smithery and placed 100 iron bars and 1 plain copper bar onto the cast. He then opened the crafting window and selected the earthen round shield and tapped Craft. His character then moved on its own and picked up a hammer, a progress bar appearing below his avatar. After 30 seconds, ding, you have crafted earthen round shield. Your crafting skill has increased by 1 point. In God's miracle, crafting level could be categorized into beginner, amateur, advanced, professional, specialist, master, and grandmaster. Each level up required 1,000 crafting points. NPCs would not teach players to craft any items, and all of the items could only be learnt through recipes found by players. The lower-ranked recipes were easier to obtain, but once a player had reached the professional level and beyond, it would be extremely hard to obtain even one recipe that corresponded to the level. Furthermore, going from professional to specialist would require a player to craft items from professional-ranked recipes. Nothing could be done if there was no recipe of that rank. That was why even after 5 years in the game in his previous life, far too few players had managed to become a grandmaster of crafting. Zhang Yang stroked the shield lovingly and swapped the old shield to equip it, raising his attributes by heaps. Player Zhan Yu. Level 11. HP 790. Defense 64. Strength 86. Dexterity 32. Luck 2. Melee damage 102-110. Attack interval 2 seconds. 64 defense. Zhang Yang laughed. With such a high defense value, not many players would be able to penetrate his defense at the moment. His 790 HP could allow him to stand still, and it would still take half a day for someone to kill him. He then proceeded to utilize all his materials and crafted 2 more shields. After that, he went to the mailbox and mailed one of the shields to Crimson Fire via cash-on delivery. He then put the other shield up with a minimum bid of 400 gold coins and without a buyout price for a day on the auction house anonymously. It was about 6:03 p.m. when he had wanted to log off and have his dinner, but he was interrupted by a private message notification sound. "Buddy, I have a lot more iron ores here. If you would like to buy more of them, you can contact me directly, and I can give you a lower price." Zhang Yang checked and saw that the message was sent by someone named Professional Miner. He immediately recalled that it was the person whom he had bought the iron playtest from in the auction house. Auction houses would usually charge a 10% service fee, so most players would want to establish direct transactions with regular customers to cut their cost. Realizing that he would need a large amount of iron playtest to craft shields, he would indeed need a stable supplier. Zhang Yang then replied the message saying, I would require 10 to 20 stacks of iron playtest daily. Can you guarantee the constant supply?" "Haha, my name is Professional Miner, 10 to 20. If you want several times more than that amount, I could also dig them up for you," Professional Miner replied smugly. "Very well, what's the price?" It depends on how many you want. Let's make it 100 stacks for now. Zhang Yang simply gave a number. That amount would allow him to produce only 20 shields anyway, so it was not that much. Sheesh. What's with that amount? Professional miner drew in a shaky breath. Haha, you said you could do it. Zhang Yang laughed as he replied. Hee hee, 100 stacks are too much. I only have 30 stacks for now. Okay, 30 stacks it is. Name your price. How about 48 silver coins per stack? Professional miner had auctioned a stack for 50 silver coins in the auction house, and the 10% service fee would have cost him 5 silver coins. Therefore, the price offered now was cheaper by 2 silver coins, which Zhang Yang thought was acceptable. Zhang Yang replied instantly, Very well, mail them to me via COD. I'll be logging off to have dinner now. Okay, let's be friends. It's easier to keep in touch. Zhang Yang easily accepted the friend request and logged off. Taking off his gaming helmet, Zhang Yang let out a long breath. After laying down for such a long period of time, his body felt rather stiff. He stretched in his room for a bit before heading to the kitchen to prepare his dinner. He logged back in after having a simple meal. The email notification indicated that he had new mails, so Zhang Yang went to the mailbox and retrieved them. The first one was about the iron ores from Professional Miner. 14 gold coins were deducted after Zhang Yang selected Accept, as the transaction was via COD. 30 stacks of iron ores were then added into his inventory. The second mail contained 500 gold coins that the system had sent over after Crimson Fire retrieved the shield. Zhang Yang sent a message to Fatty Han, asking him to complete a quest together, but Fatty Han rejected him, saying that he wanted to chat with the pretty girl and did not have time for him. Hoes before bros, what a douche! Zhang Yang shook his head. He had wanted to bring Fatty Han along for a special quest, but since that Fatty could not be counted upon, Zhang Yang would just ignore him. Going out of the city and heading eastward, he was blocked by 4 players who prevented him from walking further. Floral Shorts, Prideful Precepts, Prideful Babysitter, and Kindling Chest Hair, the Pride Quad. F*CK, you noob warrior, I've said it before. If you didn't add us back into the party, I'll kill you back to level 0. Prideful Precepts glared at Zhang Yang, gritting his teeth. Oh, how infuriated they were after Zhang Yang had kicked them out of the party. They then discussed and decided that they would not let this matter rest and must make Zhang Yang pay for his arrogance. Therefore, they had waited at the dungeon entrance to gang up and beat Zhang Yang up once he came out. However, what had greeted them after waiting for so long was the red text-laden server announcement. They had felt angrier after seeing that. If Zhang Yang had not kicked them out from the party, they would have been part of the glorious feat. These 4 players had not even reflected on the reason of their expulsion, but had piled all their fury and blamed it on Zhang Yang. This had further steeled their will to punish Zhang Yang. After Snowy Death and the rest of the party had exited the dungeon, they had waited for another period of time, yet Zhang Yang was nowhere to be found. Prideful Precepts then realized that Zhang Yang must have used a teleportation reagent. They then rushed hurriedly back to the city and with such coincidence, stumbled upon Zhang Yang in their journey. Zhang Yang smirked, with just you bunch of useless douches. Useless your ass, why are we still talking shit with him? Wreck the guy. Kindling Chest Hair held his hammer tightly with his eyes locked on Zhang Yang. Yes, roll him over. If he's not killed back to level 0 today, I can't stomach this insult. Floral Shorts said as he used stealth, disappearing from their sight. Prideful Precepts had started to cast a fireball, while Kindling Chest Hair had wielded his hammer and rushed towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang waited patiently with his arms crossed, sneering. Noob warrior, just die. said kindling chest hair as he dashed over, swinging his shield and tossing it towards Zhang Yang. Shield toss. Pa, a damage text floated above Zhang Yang's head. -1. A ding. You are under attack by Floral Shorts and his party. You have 10 minutes to counterattack. After the system notification rang in his ears, Zhang Yang's gaze turned cold, revealing his lethal aura. According to the game's rules, whenever a fight occurred between players, the first to attack would be identified as the challenger by the system and marked with a red name tag. The other party would then be given 10 minutes to counterattack unrestrictedly. A red-tagged player would drop 2 levels if they were killed regardless of whether the deed was done by players, monsters, or even NPCs. Zhang Yang had not initiated the attack solely because he had wanted the system to identify them as red-tagged challengers. At the same time, Floral Shorts had emerged from his stealth mode and appeared behind Zhang Yang, slashing him with 2 swords. -1. -1. Unable to penetrate Zhang Yang's 64 points of defense, Floral Shorts could only cause a pitiful 1 damage. Shit, how is this noob warrior's skin so thick? Floral Shorts asked, surprised. Dang, kindling chest, Hair's hammer landed on Zhang Yang, yet he too could only deal a pathetic -1 damage. -36. Prideful Precepts, Fireball had also landed on Zhang Yang and had finally dealt damage that was not too shabby. Defense could only reduce physical damage. It would be ineffective against magical damage. Zhang Yang scoffed and used charge towards Prideful Precepts, stunning and slashing him with his sword, causing a devastating -103 damage that was 1/4 of his HP in an instant. F***CK me. How is his damage so high? Screamed Prideful Precepts. Babysitter, heal me. At this time, both Floral Shorts and Kindling Chest Hair had come back, raising their weapons to attack Zhang Yang. Block. -70. Block reflected damage text floated across Kindling Chest Hair and Floral Shorts' heads simultaneously. -204. -210. -209. -190. -20. The horizontal sweep had caused high damage on the Pride Quad and triggered the necklace's shadow rage, reflecting on Zhang Yang's current target, Prideful Precepts. What the hell, this guy isn't human at all. Babysitter, heal me. F***CK off me first. -166. Zhang Yang flicked his wrist and bashed his shield on Prideful Precepts. Shield bash dealing incredible damage sent Prideful Precepts, whose HP was not even 100 points, straight to Resurrection's spawn point. He did not even give Prideful Babysitter any opportunity to heal him. Ding! You have killed Prideful Precepts. -99. Zhang Yang swung his sword and slashed Prideful Babysitter, simultaneously activating Force Strike and dealing -101 damage. Ding. You have killed Prideful Babysitter. In an instant, only Floral Shorts and Kindling Chest Hair with their 146 HP and 428 HP were left. -1. -1. -1. Floral Shorts and Kindling Chest Hair had used all their brute strength in attacking Zhang Yang, but were unable to penetrate his defense, their faces paling in shock. God's miracle was designed really well. Even a player's inner feelings could be expressed so realistically. Zhang Yang applauded internally and then dealt a horizontal blow towards Kindling Chest Hair. Damn, this guy must be using hacks. How can a F***-seeking guardian deal such high damage? Cried Floral Shorts. He had thought that they could take Zhang Yang easily by outnumbering him 4-1, but unexpectedly the situation was reversed. How could they not feel embarrassed? Fucking GM won and shitty game. Why didn't they do anything about the hacks? What the F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK you and your ancestors? Kindling chest hair cussed immediately. Zhang Yang raised the shield immediately after Block S cooldown completed. -70. -80. 2 block reflected damage texts popped up while Zhang Yang conveniently activated shield bash. -156. Kindling chest hair huffed in pain and exclaimed, "Floral, let's withdraw quickly." "Trying to run?" sneered Zhang Yang as he drew his sword again and launched another horizontal sweep. -202. -20. -208. +2. Life steal from the ring was triggered. Floral shorts and kindling chest hair did not even manage to turn around before they both fell and died. Kindling chest hair had actually dropped an equipment. It was the heavy chest plate he had obtained from their normal mode banger crypt run together. "Ding, you have killed floral shorts." "Ding, you have killed kindling chest hair." Zhang Yang picked up the equipment and stored it in his inventory without a second thought. Although he did not need it, it could be sold for a few gold coins if he auctioned it at the auction house. He was in need of money, so every penny counts. Some 10 minutes later, Floral Shorts and his friends had revived themselves by returning their spirits to their bodies. Shah! Suddenly, a shadow sprang out from the bushes by the road and charged towards prideful precepts, causing rotating stars which symbolized the stun status effect to immediately appear on his head. "Crap! That noob guardian is spawn camping," Floral Shorts yelled in surprise. -106. Zhang Yang waved his sword, and a huge damage text floated across Prideful Precept's head. How could Prideful Perceps, who had just revived with only 20% HP, withstand such a blow? Thus, a white light flashed, and he was sent to sign his attendance at the graveyard once again. When his rage rose to 25 points, Zhang Yang wielded his sword and used horizontal sweep. -198. -205. -208. -20. Kindling chest hair and the 2 others who stood close to each other were then sent off to meet the resurrection goddess in a stream of white light. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, cried Prideful Precepts in his spirit form as he appeared at the graveyard. Not long after, he received notice of Floral Shorts and the others' deaths. All of them were dropped to level 6 from dying twice under red-tagged names. "That guy, could he still be camping our bodies?" said Prideful Babysitter with a tone of fear in his voice. "Let's run back to our bodies but not resurrect ourselves yet. We'll wait," said Floral Shorts. The 4 of them returned to their bodies and waited patiently. 1 hour later. "He should be gone by now, right?" said Floral Shorts with uncertainty in his voice. "Yeah, it's been so long now." "He shouldn't have such patience," said Prideful Precepts. "I'll count to 3 and let's resurrect together. 1, 2, 3. A gust of wind blew by and all 4 souls were still there standing. "F asterisk CK, why didn't you guys resurrect?" scolded Prideful Precepts. "Damn, why didn't you resurrect?" Floral Shorts argued back as well. Stop quarreling, we're all a family." "Let's do this again. Whoever doesn't resurrect this time is a new bastard. His son will be born without an asshole, and his daughter cursed to forever remain flat-chested," said Prideful Babysitter. 1, 2, 3. 4 of them resurrected together. Shah! A flash of sword went by, and 4 bodies laid dead on the floor. "Ay, crap!" Prideful Precepts was filled with tears. The other 3 looked at each other speechlessly. They had wanted to kill Zhang Yang back to level 0 initially, but looking at their own pathetic states now, they have already dropped to level 4. If they were killed another 2 more times, then all of them would really end up hitting level 0. "Let's resurrect here," Floral Shorts finally said after a long time. Resurrecting directly at the graveyard would incur additional penalties, dropping 1 level and decreasing all attributes for 80% for an hour. Zhang Yang leisurely laid by the bush and played with a stalk of grass, glancing at the 4 bodies by the road occasionally. Suddenly, all 4 bodies turned transparent and eventually disappeared. Hee, they've resurrected directly at the graveyard, huh? Zhang Yang patted his butt and stood up. The nearest graveyard was in the capital, and it was prohibited for players to fight there, so there was no chance for him to kill the Pride Quad back to level 0. Zhang Yang had been an absolute dictator since he was young. The title Lil Overlord of Octagonal Alley was not bullshit. It was in fact a title he had earned through sweat and blood. The despicable Pride Quad had dared ambush him and even threatened to kill him back to level 0. Naturally, he had needed to remind them to engrave this lesson into their hearts. Checking the time, he realized he had actually wasted 2 hours on the Pride Quad. Zhang Yang thought about it and chose to log off immediately. The place he had intended to travel to was not nearby, and he would have to go to bed by the time he arrived and killed only a few mobs. In addition, he had a dungeon raid at 9 AM tomorrow. Running back and forth would be such a pain. Theoretically, a player could only get a mount at level 40 and a flying mount at level 100. How Zhang Yang missed the days in his previous life where he could roam the world on his Stormhawk. Just as Zhang Yang had logged off, he recalled that he had forgotten to inform Fatty Han about the next morning's dungeon raid. Inevitably, he had to log back on to send the Fatty a private message, telling him to wait at the dungeon entrance at 9 AM the next morning. Fatty Han seemed like he was still chatting with a certain pretty girl and had only acknowledged the message after some time before completely ignoring Zhang Yang once again. Logging off and laying on his bed, Zhang Yang took out his diary and scribbled what he could remember from the game's trend in his previous life. According to his memory, the final boss Marzerway in the level 20 dungeon, Marzerway's Lair, was a magic-type monster. Its shadow ball had been extraordinary. Currently, nobody possessed much magic-resistant equipment and could only achieve high magic resistance with the aid of potions. There was an alchemy recipe that could produce a potion called Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion. Upon consumption, it would increase a player's shadow resistance by 100 for 1 minute. This would be an absolutely necessity to clear Marzerway's lair. Zhang Yang's next stage of his get-rich-quick scheme would be to sell this potion. It would definitely rake in massive profit. After he received Crimson Fire's gold coins tomorrow, Zhang Yang plans on hoarding brassica weed and ginkgo flower, the 2 main ingredients in crafting Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion. Zhang Yang strategized for a while and went to bed. The next day, Zhang Yang woke up at around 6 in the morning and spent an hour exercising. After having his breakfast as well as a short break, it was already around 8:30 AM. He put on his game helmet and logged on. Ding! Player Crimson Fire invites you to join his party. Will you accept his invitation? The moment Zhang Yang went online, he received a party invitation. He accepted it since they had made an agreement the previous day. Ding! You have joined a party. Party leader, Crimson Fire Group Looting Parameters, Master Loot. He checked the party list and, well, there were already 10 players. It was just lacking him. He already knew half of the party members: Crimson Fire, Phantom Day, Silky Snow, and Fatty Han. The other 5 were unfamiliar faces, but he guessed that they would probably be the elites of Lost Paradise. Royal Pardon, Dwarf, Beastmaster, level 10. Love Lonely, Human, Pyromancer, level 10. Absolute Defense, Human, Defender, level 11. Favorite Orange, Elf, Cryomancer, level 10. Little Demon, Human, Sacred Knight, level 10. Immediately, Phantom Day and the others had greeted Zhang Yang enthusiastically. "So early?" Zhang Yang asked in the party channel as he laughed. "Yeah, you're the last one. Hurry over. We can begin once everyone's here," replied Crimson Fire. "Okay, I'm coming." Zhang Yang had logged off midway yesterday, so it would only take him roughly 10 minutes to walk over to Bangor Crypt. HMPH, how stuck up. "9 of us have waited for such a long time for you," Absolute Defense suddenly said. Zhang Yang was surprised and thought to himself, "It's already said that the dungeon raid starts at 9 a.m. I looked at the time before coming, and it wouldn't have passed 9 a.m. when I reached the dungeon anyway. What a temper this bro has." F*CK, don't play if you don't want to wait. F*CK, who do you think you are? Fatty Han had a far shorter temper than Zhang Yang, turning angry immediately when he heard people complaining about his brother. Crimson Fire hurriedly pacified them and said, "Absolute, stop your nonsense." 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang arrived at the dungeon entrance. Differing from yesterday's deserted state, the valley was filled with people as most players had reached level 10 and wanted to try raiding the dungeon. Lone players were searching for pub parties while parties were finding players they lacked. All sorts of messages flooded the open channel as though it was a market. Among the crowd, tanks and healers were undoubtedly scarce. Although Zhang Yang had hidden his profile information, people could still recognize him as a tank because of the shield he was carrying on his back. He had received no less than 30 private messages asking him to join their parties. "Let's enter the dungeon," commanded Crimson Fire. "Ding, you have entered Bangor Crypt hardcore mode." All 10 players appeared at the entrance one by one. Zhang Yang glanced at Fatty Han and was surprised. "Why are you in a guild?" As coy as Fatty Han was, he would never hide his profile information. Slim and handsome, Crypt Slaughterer level 10. Blazing City were the 2 rows of text above his head. He. Yesterday I met this pretty chick who really fancies Fatty. So I've decided to temporarily join her guild and give her an opportunity to further understand her idol," Fatty Han said shamelessly. "Oh yeah, why don't you join in as well? I'll be bolder if you're with me." Zhang Yang frowned and said, "We'll talk about it later." Translator note: 1GM stands for Game Master, Game Moderator, or Game Manager. This is sort of the admin go-to person hired by an MMO developer to cater to the masses of people playing an online game. GMs generally help ensure the stability of the server, and usually have various kinds of jobs as long as they are related to the game server. "Brother Zhan Yu, I've gathered all the elites in the guild here. Do you think we have a shot at the fastest hardcore clearance ranking?" Crimson Fire sent a private message to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh. "Aren't you being a little greedy? Just 1,000 gold coins and you want me to help you get on the ranking?" Crimson Fire smiled awkwardly. "If we really did get on the ranking, I'll add on another 10,000 gold coins." How could a mere 10,000 gold coins be compared to a server announcement spam? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "You have no idea how it works to be on the speed ranking, right?" Isn't it just breaking the previous record?" Crimson Fire replied earnestly. "It's divided into 2 conditions. First, like you've said, If the ranking already has records, you would only have to break the previous ones. Second, if the ranking is empty like it currently is, then you would have to fulfill 2 conditions in order to be ranked. Zhang Yang continued. The first condition is to beat the record time taken by the first clearance, and the second is to beat the system's own allotted time. What? There's a system allotted time? Crimson Fire really did not know. Of course. Otherwise you could spend the whole day for your first clearance, then beat the record by improving just 1 minute each time, and that would have let you spam your name all over the ranking. You must know, each record breaker of fastest hardcore clearance ranking will be rewarded with items like runes, gems, and so on. Do you think that the system would really be this easy and nice? Oh, Crimson Fire finally understood. That's why the system has to set such a high bar. You need to fulfill these conditions before the system recognizes your result to qualify you for the ranking. As for Bangor Crypt, the speed limit set to be ranked is 30 minutes. *T. That fast? Even if Crimson Fire bore the title of Guildmaster, he still could not help but curse it. Zhang Yang laughed. That's the case, so it'd be better to just raid for the equipment. When everyone has reached level 15 and has mostly green copper equipment on, you might be able to consider trying to do a speedrun one. With Zhang Yang's explanation, Crimson Fire abandoned his idea, giving up on his hope to rank on the fastest hardcore clearance ranking anytime soon. Guildmaster, can we start now? Absolute Defense said smugly, taking off the shield from his back and the hammer from his waist, his gaze on Zhang Yang filled with hostility. Zhang Yang was puzzled. When did he ever offend this man? However, he was not the kind of man to be afraid of rocking the boat. He did not have to endure this, so he had immediately rolled his eyes back at Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense felt so wronged. He was Lost Paradise's MT main tank. There was not a single person in the guild who had not politely addressed him, Brother Absolute. No one could match his monster pulling skills nor his reaction rate. He had received many poaching attempts with high salaries from large guilds, when he was still in other games to sway him to switch guilds. If it had not been for him liking silky snow, he would have left this tiny Lost Paradise. However, he felt that he had been humiliated yesterday. Their guildmaster had actually abandoned him to join a pub party for a dungeon raid, saying things about discovering a powerful tank and wanting to check him out. What was that? Lost Paradise already had him, the universe's strongest tank, so why would they need another tank? Furthermore, what happened in the end had angered him even more. Not only had the pub party cleared hard mode, they had also managed to take down hardcore mode. Absolute Defense was furious. How could he not be involved in such a valiant event? He would never acknowledge that his standard was lower than that pub tank's. He felt that luck was merely on his side, and that was all. Last night, Crimson Fire gave him a shield and had insisted that he raided hardcore mode the next day together with the party. Absolute Defense was completely dumbfounded once he had inspected the shield. It was a green copper equipment, the best shield in the game so far. He did not have to put much thought into it to know that the shield must have been obtained from hardcore mode Bangor Crypt. Why did that pub party's guardian, this Zhan Yu guy, not claim the shield? As a tank, shields would have been the most valuable defense equipment. He could not have let this go. The only reason he could think of was that Zhan Yu must have been an additional supporting cast in the party and not worthy of the shield. That would explain why the guildmaster had held on to the shield and gave it to him. The more Absolute Defense thought of it, the more sense it made for him. When Crimson Fire had said to raid hardcore mode together with Zhan Yu, he had personally decided to properly humiliate that lucky bastard. To think that the brat had managed to tag along with his guildmaster, and obtain the first clearance of hardcore mode, which even he did not get. Absolute Defense equipped and unequipped his earthen round shield, repeatedly to try and provoke Zhang Yang as if he was saying, "Look here, this shield belongs to me." "Who do you think you are, huh? Take a good look and be envious." Zhang Yang could not comprehend one bit. Why on earth was this guy showing off the shield he had crafted? What could it mean? He definitely had a loose screw. Never mind, no use wasting time on a dimwit. "I'm going now, keep those heels on me silky." Absolute Defense dashed towards the mobs with flair, not forgetting to give another despising look at Zhang Yang before he left. "Your guild's tank, this one. Is his brain still working properly?" Zhang Yang could not help but send a private message to Crimson Fire. Still, Absolute Defense must be of a certain level to be Lost Paradise's MT. Defenders were a natural at pulling groups of mobs, and those 6 monsters had completely locked onto Absolute Defense's aggro with no signs of swaying to other targets. Even then, Absolute Defense was no Zhang Yang. He had fully depended on his defense and skills to absorb the damage. Hardcore mode monsters were expected to be ferocious, and Absolute Defense's HP shot up and down like a roller coaster ride, putting a load on the healers. Zhang Yang stood by one side and watched. They were only minions. There was no need to put up such a big fight. Elites were indeed elites. The monster killing rate was completely incomparable to the pub party yesterday. The minions were quickly killed without Zhang Yang moving an inch. However, the healers had completely drained their MP and had to rest and consume some food to recover their MP. "Zhan Yu, can you complete a quest together with me later?" Silky Snow had quickly refilled her MP and skipped over to Zhang Yang to ask him sweetly. "Silky, what quest is it? I can go with you." Absolute Defense jumped to his feet immediately. His feelings for Silky Snow was not something recent. Zhang Yang shrugged, trying to indicate that since there was someone for you, we should not waste more time. Although there was such a saying, "You are only young once," Zhang Yang had experienced the uncertainties of life and was now fully determined to strengthen his own capabilities in order to be Lin Yu's dependable rock. There was simply no time for flings. Silky Snow felt agitated, turning to glare at Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense had no idea of her hidden agenda and had gotten angrier instead. "Not only is that little rascal a bastard, he dares to flirt with my girl. Unforgivable." With totally no intention to, Zhang Yang had leapt from being a bastard to someone's love rival. Moving on, Crimson Fire led the party forward without realizing the conflict that had occurred between Zhang Yang and Absolute Defense. The gatekeeper. "Zhan Yu, you and Absolute Defense take one each." Even though Crimson Fire knew perfectly well that Zhang Yang alone could tank the entire hardcore mode, but since he had already brought along his guild's tank, it would be a humiliation to Lost Paradise if he had just sat aside. "HMPH, Guildmaster, I can do this alone." Absolute Defense was utterly confident ever since he had equipped the shield, and mere mortals would not be able to stop his panache. Zhang Yang only gestured for Absolute Defense to welcome him to give the fight a try. Absolute Defense scoffed again and went ahead with his hammer. "Pa, pa, pa." After a moment of chaos, Crimson Fire hurriedly asked for help. "Zhan Yu, go quick, Absolute is gonna fall. Hurry, healers increase the healing speed." Fatty Hen laughed watching the scene. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and used charge, stunning one of the monsters and began dealing damage. After the monster had recovered, Zhang Yang used Provoke and had stabilized the aggro once the 2-second Provoke effect wore off. When Absolute Defense had noticed the same shield on Zhang Yang's left hand, he was befuddled. How could he have one too? To save time, Zhang Yang refrained from quibbling with absolute defense and cleared all the minions along the way so they had arrived at the entrance of the first boss quickly. Having witnessed Zhang Yang's capabilities and his astounding ability to pull aggro, it had made absolute defense felt like a total extra. When Black Claw had been defeated, he was even more surprised. Stacking over 10 stacks of Death Stare, Zhang Yang was not hit even once by the boss. His manipulation of movement and timing had opened Absolute Defense's eyes. He had not known that a tank could actually reach this level. From then on, he was completely listless, attacking monsters without making a sound. Since the party was stronger than yesterday's and Zhang Yang's equipment had a major upgrade, the party had not been wiped even after defeating the hidden boss, though some deaths were inevitable. According to the deal made, Zhang Yang would be prioritized for any equipment that would be of use to him. Zhang Yang had then accepted 4 green copper equipment without hesitation. Lord's Helm, green copper heavy armor. Defense +6. Vitality +12. Strength +6. Dexterity +2. Level requirement 10. Bloodied cape, green copper cape. Vitality +3. Strength. Level requirement 10. Warrior's chest plate, green copper heavy armor. Defense +6. Vitality +12. Strength +8. Level requirement 10. Amber ring, green copper ring. Vitality +3. Strength. Equipped effect. Each successful evasion has a fixed rate of increasing 20-point strength for 10 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked. Level requirement 10. 47 minutes. Crimson Fire had timed their progress. Zhan Yu, do you think we could get the time down to within 30 minutes if we upgrade our equipment and master our battle strategy a little better? There's hope for it, said Zhang Yang as he equipped his new gears. We'll continue to raid hard mode and not take any more of a professional's time, said Crimson Fire. With equipment obtained from hardcore mode, it would be a humiliation to not pass hard mode. Okay, bye-bye then. Both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han quit the party. Fatty, let's go. There's this special quest I want you to do with me, said Zhang Yang to Fatty Han after leaving the dungeon. What's the reward? Increase the effect of using bandage by 100%. PSH pointless, Fatty Han said impatiently. Fatty here is a hunter. My baby will block attacks for me. I need no bandages. Little Yang, the pretty babe, came to chat with me again. You're on your own. I'm not following you. D*MN. Zhang Yang made a disdainful gesture. Since Fatty Han had refused to join him, Zhang Yang could only go on his own. After Zhang Yang left the dungeon, he made his way out of the valley and proceeded eastward. He went through several forests and finally arrived at a small village. He went ahead to meet the village elder and accepted the quest, missing livestock. Zhang Yang then left the village and arrived at a huge lake. The monsters here were all level 15 and above, while players were generally around level 10. So they were either raiding Bangor Crypt or grinding on level 11 or 12 wild boars at the Wild Boar Mountain. The site had remained empty with no players present aside from him. Under the shade of an obscure big tree, Zhang Yang found an old man wearing a white medical coat. His eyebrows and beard were snow white. He had decorated the head physician in a tag above his head. "Old man, why are you here?" Zhang Yang started a conversation with the NPC. "Adventurer, I'm the physician of White Jade Castle. I'm currently developing an antidote and need a large amount of python gall. Can you collect some for me?" said Deckard. "Ding! Deckard the head physician has a quest for you. Collect python gall. Will you accept it?" Of course he would. Adventurer, those pythons are venomous. It is very dangerous. You must be cautious. Deckard voiced his concern. Zhang Yang remembered very clearly that this NPC would send a follow-up quest with an ultimate reward of the title Physician's Friend. When first aid was used, the bandage healing effect would increase by 100%. First aid was categorized as a supportive skill that has no relation with class skills. Any player could learn it from the first aid trainer when they had achieved level 20. First aid would allow a player to create a variety of bandages, different kinds healing different amounts of HP. This was an alternative recovery skill aside from potions for non-healer professions. In order to trigger the follow-up quest, 2 conditions were to be fulfilled. First, the player must not have learnt first aid in the capital. Second, the player must repeatedly complete the prerequisite quest, collect Python Gall. According to a player who had completed the quest in Zhang Yang's previous life, he had to complete this repetitive prerequisite quest for 99 times. After the follow-up quest had been completed, Deckard would return to the capital 1 day later, which theoretically meant that there was a possibility that all players could obtain the reward. Of course, Zhang Yang had not only come for the reward alone. A gray-silver chest would randomly spawn around this lake, and there was a very small chance that the chest would contain the recipe, Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion. This was his main purpose. Collect Python Gall, difficulty C. Quest description. Deckard, the head physician, needs your help to collect 20 Python Gall S to develop an antidote. Those monsters should be in the Tranquil Lake. Progress. Collect Python Gall 020. Missing livestock. Difficulty C. Quest description. Those pythons in Tranquil Lake were dreadful. They have eaten a lot of the livestock in the village. Go kill them. Progress. Kill gold venomous python 040. These 2 quests could be done at the same time, coincidentally. Take this should aid you in your quest. Deckard handed over a bottle of potion to Zhang Yang. Ding, you have obtained item Diving Potion. Diving Potion, consumable. Use allows you to breathe underwater for 1 hour. Level requirement, 10. Zhang Yang consumed the potion, and a buff icon appeared on his head, enabling him to breathe underwater. Toon, he dived into the lake. A dark golden flash sparked on Zhang Yang's left, and a -14 damage text floated across his head at the same time. Zhang Yang dived in the water, gaining an underwater vision of the lake. A 2-meter-long golden-lined snake as thick as an arm had stretched its mouth wide and glided towards Zhang Yang. If it had been on land, Zhang Yang was sure he could dodge this attack. However, his movements were restricted while underwater, so how could he have kept up with the python's agility? Ding, you are affected by gold python venom. Stack 1. Reduces 10 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. Zhang Yang's face turned dark as a debuff icon appeared on his avatar. Gold venomous python, normal. Level 15. HP 750. Zhang Yang's defense was high, so the physical damage received was very minimal. However, the python's venom was magic damage, so it would be troublesome if he stacked too much of them. Zhang Yang grabbed his sword and began attacking these monsters as fast as he could. His damage output had already been high since the beginning, and with the 4 new green copper equipment that he had gotten today, his HP increased to 950 points while his attack damage had reached 115, 123. Truly remarkable. Only 3-4 strikes were enough to kill the python. Zhang Yang stretched his hand and easily looted the gall and with luck, 2 venomous python fangs. They were white-tiered, etc. 1 items that were to be sold for money. The lake was full of gold, venomous pythons. Zhang Yang had no idea where the chest could have spawned, so he could only make rounds to explore the whole lake. An hour later, he had collected 23 python galls, while the quest, missing livestock, had long since been completed. He had already killed over 100 pythons. Since the diving potion's buff had worn off, Zhang Yang could only go back to Deckard to complete the quest. Brave adventurer, citizens of White Jade Castle will never forget your good deed. Deckard praised Zhang Yang generously, but did not reward him with any actual item. Adventurer, are you willing to help me again? Could he not willingly accept it? Zhang Yang sighed and accepted the same quest once again. He went back to where he had come out from the lake and jumped in again, hunting for python galls while searching for the chest. Zhang Yang had already forgotten how many times he had completed the quest, and how many times he had taken the diving potion. For he had been killing pythons to the point of sickening monotony when his eyes suddenly gleamed, as he spotted a silver chest on a rock at the bottom of the lake. He had finally found it. This F***Sea King lake was ridiculously huge. He had swam for so long only to have searched 2/3 of the place. However, there were 4 pythons guarding the chest, but they were all normal mobs, not bosses or even elites. Zhang Yang took aim at one of the pythons and launched charge, dashing towards it. -105. The other 3 venomous pythons immediately swam over in attempt to attack Zhang Yang with their bloodied fangs. Block. -84. -84. -84. Block reflected damage. -183. Shield bash. -224. -215. -231. -222. -20. Horizontal sweep had caused 4 damage texts and had simultaneously triggered the necklace's shadow wrath. 2 seconds later, all 4 pythons charged towards Zhang Yang again. Ding, you are affected by gold python venom. Stack 1. Reduces 10 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. Ding, you are affected by gold python venom. Stack 2. Reduces 20 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. Ding, you are affected by gold python venom. Stack 3. Reduces 30 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. A ding. You are affected by gold python venom. Stack 4. Reduces 40 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. These pythons were truly cumbersome. Zhang Yang focused his attacks on a python and killed one instantly, the second following. Zhang Yang had already stacked 5 stacks of gold python venom by the time he had cleared all 4 pythons. His HP had reduced to 358 points when the python's venom effect had disappeared. That was more than half of his HP. Monsters with Du-Ti effects are not something you could just ignore. Zhang Yang sighed as he opened the chest. Du-Ti damage over time, a continuous damage effect over a fixed duration such as the python's venom as described above and Curse of Water and Fire by the second boss in Bangor Crypt. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. TSSD, the chest opened. Zhang Yang looted and Undyne's Lungs, special item. Allows you to breathe underwater without equipment. A must-have for leisure travel and killing people. Meh, even though it had taken a slot in the inventory, at least he would not have to find Deckard after every 1 hour. Treasure map piece 2. Gray-silver. Use, put together all 3 pieces of the treasure map and obtain a complete treasure map. A treasure map piece. Zhang Yang's eyes glinted. There were numerous treasure spots in God's miracle, but it could only be dug when a complete treasure map had been obtained. Naturally, different grades of treasure maps would lead to corresponding treasure spots. What a pity there was only one piece, another two more to go. Again, recipe, silk belt, leather work recipe. Use, you learn how to craft silk belt. Requirement, beginner leather work. A ding. You have obtained 50 silver coins. The chest became transparent and eventually disappeared. No more. Zhang Yang sighed. The obtained recipe was not the one he had wanted. Continue grinding. Zhang Yang began to grind non-stop. With Undyne's lungs, he did not need to leave the lake for air, so he grinded until all 40 slots of his inventory were filled. He then got out from the water and completed the quest for Python Gaulless. At the end of the day, Zhang Yang logged out at 12 a.m. He had completed Collect Python Gaul quest for a total of 14 times. It was still a long way to go compared to the 99 times the player had mentioned. However, Zhang Yang had gained a level, but he was still not enlisted on the player level ranking. He wondered if those ranked lunatics had ever logged off to actually sleep. Fortunately, he was still motivated because the beginner anti-shadow potion recipe had still not been found. Otherwise, he would definitely lose his patience grinding on those crappy snake again and again. Gray-silver chests would only be spawned once every 3 days, and that meant that he could only spiritlessly grind mobs tomorrow. A new day had arrived. Zhang Yang went online at 8:3 a.m. and did a hardcore mode banger crypt run with Crimson Fire and his party as per yesterday's arrangement, and went straight to Tranquil Lake after that to resume his endless farming of Python Gaulless. It was around 3 p.m. when Zhang Yang's body flashed a golden ray after he killed yet another gold venomous python. Ding! Congratulations! You have achieved level 13. All attributes +1. Obtained 5 SB. Ding! Your level has fulfilled the conditions to enter the player level ranking. Would you like to be enlisted in the ranking? Zhang Yang had not expected that there was an additional option other than the usual level-up system notification. I can be enlisted. Zhang Yang was stumped. He did not realize that he had been gaining experience so quickly as he had been focused on killing the pythons. Then again, it was expected. Zhang Yang's high attack power was undeniable, and nothing else was on his mind as he had been grinding the whole day. Thus his level had risen so quickly. He checked the player level ranking and saw that all top 9 places were level 13, while the 10th spot was a level 12. If he had selected to be enlisted, he would then replace Folk Stories, a Templar. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had entered the game 2 years too late. Consequently, he had never got the chance to be enlisted on the player level ranking. That was why he did not know he had a choice in being enlisted on the ranking. He contemplated and eventually selected Reject. Right now, it would be better for him to stay out of the limelight while he accumulated his wealth. After level 10, Zhang Yang had changed his way of assigning his AP, investing all of them into vitality. Before this, he had been completely equipped with whitewood equipment, which had then required him to assign his AP to increase his attack and maintain aggro. Now that he had green copper gear, his damage output had significantly increased, which subsequently required him to invest into his HP. Instead, as monsters and bosses in level 20 dungeons were all ferocious beasts. Furthermore, some of the bosses were magic-based, and their skills would have been unavoidable with evasion or block. If he had not invested in his vitality, he would be in a tight spot. Since he had gained a level, his farming speed had also increased. Just in a single day, he had submitted Python Gaulless for the repeatable quest 15 times. On the 3rd day, Zhang Yang made it to level 14 and completed the Python Gaul quest 14 times. On the fourth day, just as he entered the dungeon, Zhang Yang had heard Crimson Fire say, "Zhan Yu, you've gotta slow down your leveling speed. We still want to break the dungeon's speed record. If you zoom your way to level 16, then our results won't qualify." Zhang Yang took a glance, noticing that everyone in the party was either level 12 or 13. In comparison, his leveling speed was indeed a little fast. "Right now, leveling is the most important aspect of the game. Don't put all your efforts into dungeon raids," said Zhang Yang. He had suffered enough in his previous life for leveling slower than everyone else. Moreover, the reward for obtaining the hardcore mode's first clearance was SB, while rewards for hardcore mode's fastest clearance ranking were only runes and gems. The difference between these two rewards was too much. However valuable runes and gems were, there were just as many ways to obtain them. Zhang Yang did not value them as much. If he had delayed his leveling for these gems and missed the following first dungeon clearance, that would be his biggest loss. "Ah, please don't," Crimson Fire tried to persuade him. Although Absolute Defense's equipment had been beefed up in the past 2 days and had the capabilities to tank hardcore mode now, ultimately he was still thousands of miles away from Zhang Yang's survivability, offense, and aggro control. Plus, the key to speed clearing hardcore mode was time, and a tank's capabilities would directly affect the efficiency in clearing the dungeon. It was only understandable that Crimson Fire did not want to let such a strong player like Zhang Yang off his grasp as he hurriedly turned to Silky Snow and signaled her to persuade him as well. Silky Snow laughed depreciatingly. For the past few days, even though she had become closer to Zhang Yang, their relationship was not any different from the others. What difference could she make in persuading him? Crimson Fire persuaded Zhang Yang once more, but seeing that he had steeled his desire to maintain his current leveling speed, he could only give up. As a guild master, it was naturally his duty to prioritize the advertising effect of the red server announcement spam. As of now, Lost Paradise was the only guild that has cleared hardcore mode Banger Crypt. He had to maintain this status quo and take it a step further by ranking in the fastest hardcore clearance ranking. Now that Zhang Yang could not be depended upon anymore, Crimson Fire had to find another solution. After clearing the current hardcore mode, Crimson Fire had stopped asking Zhang Yang to reserve his dungeon entrance count for the next day, but had assigned Absolute Defense to be the main tank, training the teamwork of the new party. Even though Zhang Yang felt that losing the 1,000 gold coins of income each day was a pity, he did, however, earn 4,000 gold coins in the past 4 days, and with the 10,000 gold coins that Crimson Fire had owed him earlier, he almost had enough funds to initiate his plans. Returning to Tranquil Lake, he resumed his endless farming of Python Gaules. Once again, he had managed to unlock another chest, but he had only obtained another treasure map piece with no beginner anti-shadow potion recipe in sight. He would have to wait for another 3 days. From the 5th day onwards, there were an increasing number of players present for the quest. While there were still not that many players around, Zhang Yang's crisis awareness had still rang. He was not afraid that they would take up all the monsters, but it was them stumbling upon the gray-silver chest and looting it that he was afraid of. Moreover, this chest would spawn at random places. The only thing quelling his worries was the fact that there would always be 4 gold venomous pythons guarding the chest when it had spawned, so random players could never take on the monsters alone. It was lucky that the poison effect of these pythons was utterly annoying and underwater maneuverability was tough, so most players would just leave the place once they had completed the quest, unlike Zhang Yang, who had already made the lake his second home. The 5th day had passed, and Zhang Yang had reached level 16. He had submitted Python Gaul S for the 73rd time. Since Fatty Hand's equipment had graduated because of the hardcore mode runs, Zhang Yang did not raid dungeons anymore and had instead spent his entire day farming at Tranquil Lake. On the 6th day, Zhang Yang reached level 17 and submitted Python Gaul S for the 88th time. The 7th day, around 2 p.m., Zhang Yang brought the last 20 Python Gaul S to Deckard and completed the 99th Collect Python Gaul quest. As of now, he had reached level 18, and if he wanted to, he could have been in the top 3 of the player level ranking. Of course, that was excluding the fact that there could be others like him who did not wish to be ranked. Young adventurer, your bravery impresses me, your persistence awes me. Deckard was finally moved, looking at Zhang Yang with admiration. Your kindness is akin to Buddha's. Oh, bless you, young adventurer. You must lend me your aid for one last time. Finally, Zhang Yang cleared his throat and said, I will do my best. Ding, you have accepted the quest, the last Python Gaul. The last Python Gaul, quest difficulty S. Quest description. Deckard wants you to head over to the Python King's Nest, west of Tranquil Lake. Slay the golden venomous Python King and obtain its Python Gaul. Adventurer, please be cautious. Golden venomous Python King is extremely strong. It would be better if you could bring your companions. Progress. Obtained golden venomous Python King's Python Gaul 01. Quest reward, Specialist First Aid, title Physician's Friend. Physician's Friend. Increases bandage healing effect by 100%. Awesome, the quest had directly rewarded Specialist First Aid skill. Zhang Yang was delighted. To increase First Aid skill level, he must continuously make bandages from beginner linen bandage to coarse cloth bandage, cotton bandage, and silk bandage. Each level would require at least 1,000 of its respective bandages and above to level up. This quest had rewarded Zhang Yang with Specialist First Aid, saving him the trouble of going through beginner, amateur, advanced, and professional. A total of 4 levels and time to make more than 4,000 bandages. Since the reward had been revealed, the quest score would be irrelevant. Regardless of an average or perfect score, the final reward would remain the same. Exactly what level would this golden, venomous Python King be? Zhang Yang went to his friend list and was about to invite Fatty Hand to slay this boss together when, to his surprise, found that the guy was not online. Oh well, let's try it once. If I fail, then I'll find someone for help, Zhang Yang thought and headed west. A few players were killing pythons by the bank. When Zhang Yang traveled past them, they did not pay him any attention. The west of Tranquil Lake was a thick bush. At first glance, it did not look anything like a king's nest. Zhang Yang dived into the water to examine the bush closer. After 10 minutes or so, he finally found a hidden cave. Was this the Python King's nest? It looked nothing like one. Zhang Yang went into the cave and slowly swam inwards. The cave was very narrow, and after several meters deep, it was completely dark. Even with his eyes wide open, he could not see anything, and all he could do was follow his gut feeling and continued swimming forward. After a while, Zhang Yang could obviously tell that the water level was decreasing from his head to his chest, then to his stomach and knees. Finally, he had stepped on land. Since it was a game, once his character left the water, his clothes and equipment dried immediately. Turning around the corner, a wide swathe of plains greeted his eyes. Zhang Yang found himself exiting a hollow trunk of a huge fallen old tree. He checked the mini-map and found that he was still in Tranquil Lake, but this place clearly did not resemble anything like the lake. How did the game developers design this place? Not far away, a huge python was coiling its body. Its girth was thick as a bucket, but its length could not be determined since it was coiled. A rough guess would estimate the length of the python to be at least 10 meters long. Resting peacefully beside the python was a gray-silver chest. The chest! Zhang Yang's eyes glinted. No wonder he could not find the chest after a whole day today. It seems like it had spawned hidden in such a secluded place. Highlighting the python, the huge beast's information window hovered in front of Zhang Yang. Golden Venomous Python King, Green Copper Boss. Level 20. HP 60,000. Zhang Yang was filled with anticipation. He knew that he would get a handsome reward if he could beat this boss. However, high returns meant high risks. Even though this boss, HP, was not as dreadful as a hardcore mode's boss, he did have a party of 10 players in hardcore mode. Let's just try it first, Zhang Yang decided and unsheathed his sword using charge on the boss. Minus 110. Such strong defense. Zhang Yang was surprised. His current attack power could have dealt 151 damage, but he had only managed to deal around 100 damage on the boss. It was evident that the boss had a strong defense, probably 40 points or so. The higher a monster's level, the shorter it would take to recover from being stunned. The Python King had recovered in no more than 1 second and shot towards Zhang Yang with a hiss. Block. Minus 58, block reflect damage. Minus 156, shield bash. The Python King did not manage to land any of its attacks, so it had quickly whipped its tail about in an attempt to coil Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang hurriedly withdrew, evading the attack while simultaneously brandishing his sword to counterattack. Minus 103. A monster's most dangerous aspect was not knowing what skill it possessed. Not knowing its skills had naturally meant that there was of formulating a counter-strategy. Only through constant deaths could a player reveal the monster's skills one by one. This was why Zhang Yang, who was familiar with almost all future dungeon bosses' skills and tactics, had a significant competitive edge. Even if he was not skilled, just his thorough understanding of the boss's skills would be enough to bring him fame in the server. All the guilds would have wanted to recruit him. Right now, though, Zhang Yang could only cautiously stare at the Python King, staying alert of any moves it might make. He had never faced this boss before, so he had to wait patiently for the boss moves in order to counterattack. This was the most passive strategy ever, but he had no alternatives for now. 97%, 94%, 90%, Python King's HP went down slowly. This green copper monster seemed to have no other special skills, as it kept attacking with its predictable fangs and tails. Ding! Gold Venomous Python King has used Strangle. Just as he thought about how monotonous the fight was, the Python King glided towards Zhang Yang at lightning speed and coiled around him with its golden body. Although Zhang Yang had been alert, the skill had no activation sign, so he could not have prepared for it. He had been careless to have used block, which was now in cooldown, so even though he had quickly withdrew, Zhang Yang had still lost to the boss speed and was strangled by the huge snake. Minus 184. Immediately, a red damage text appeared on his head. Referring to the battle record, Golden Venomous Python King's Strangle has dealt 184 points of physical damage. 116 HP was reduced. Zhang Yang had 20% of damage reduction passive skill and up to 70 points of defense, thus the 300-point damage was reduced to 184 points. He quickly used a red pot and a plus 100 floated across. 88%, 86%, 84%, the boss HP continued to decline. Ding! Golden Venomous Python King has used Venom Spit. Subconsciously, Zhang Yang used block immediately and raised his shield. Ding, you are affected by venom spit. Reduces 50 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. He had used block for nothing. Only then had Zhang Yang realized that the boss, Venom Spit, was of magical property damage instead of a physical one. The debuff status icon appeared on his avatar at once. Crap, do T again. His high defense had been totally useless. Ding, Golden Venomous Python King has used Strangle. D*MN? Zhang Yang cursed out loud. His block earlier had been wasted, so the effect had disappeared right after 1 second. He had nothing else to block this skill with now. -184. Another red damage text glided across Zhang Yang's head while Venom Spit. Duty recurred with -40, reducing his HP to 712 points. This was the disadvantage of knowing nothing regarding the boss' skills. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would at most have been damaged by Venom Spit, and could have definitely used block against Strangle. Indeed, ignorance is the ultimate enemy of mankind. 82%, 80%, 78%. Zhang Yang calmed down and continued to hack away intensely. 20 seconds later, the Python King stretched its mouth wide and spat a dark green venom towards Zhang Yang once again. Ding, you are affected by Venom Spit. Reduces 50 HP every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. Zhang Yang bemoaned inwardly. He could nullify Strangle with block, but he could do nothing against Venom Spit, a magical attack. Although he had 20% damage reduction from his passive, it still dealt significant damage. If he had brought along a healer, obliterating this boss would have been a piece of cake. He was left with 452 HP, yet the boss still had 75% of its HP. It seemed impossible to clear. He had wanted to give up quickly and get a rematch after finding a healer, but Zhang Yang guessed that there might still be skills the boss had yet to cast, so he decided to continue the fight. Ding! Golden Venomous Python King has used Strangle. Block. -58. Block reflected damage. Red Pot's cooldown had completed and Zhang Yang used it at once, causing a +100 text to pop up. 71%, 67%, 56%. The boss' defense was high, but Zhang Yang's attack damage was equally substantial. He had brutally slashed the boss' HP down to 40%, but his own HP was also at a sad 92 points. He could only withstand 2 more duty effect. -40. Zhang Yang's HP went down to 52 points. 3 seconds later, another -40 floated across his head, and he was left with only 12 HP. Another duty was bound to appear when a white light had suddenly flashed by Zhang Yang. A green, +154 text that had never looked any cuter floated across his head at the same time. Someone had healed him. Zhang Yang turned and saw a lady dressed in white standing by the trunk's entrance. She was incredibly tall and slender. Her especially thin waist highlighted her voluptuous hip with such allure, and her pert breasts heavily blessed, being astoundingly ample. Character's physique was not modifiable in the game, which meant that this woman would have the same well-proportioned body in real life. Unfortunately, while the lady had a figure that at least 90% of the female population would be jealous of, her face was ordinary. She was not ugly, but she had quite a distance to go to call her a beauty. However, her pair of eyes were very beautiful. They were magnetic and faintly enticing. "Thank you," said Zhang Yang quickly. He had a good impression of this lady with a fantastic body but a plain face. If it had been someone greedy, they could have opened the chest while he was battling the boss. This lady did not hide her profile. Little Snow, level 13, and Lone Desert Smoke were the two rows that hovered above her head. Judging from her appearance, she would be around her 20s. The face could be modified, though, so Zhang Yang could not be sure if what he had seen was her real face. Little Snow smiled and casted another healing spell on Zhang Yang and said, "You're welcome. I was just passing by. Oh, right, where is this?" "I'm completely lost. I got confused and walked for so long, and then I arrived here." The game had a mini-map that marked the player's location. It would be really hard to even get lost, even if you wanted to. Now that she had actually lost her way into this place, that sounded even more ludicrous. Zhang Yang remembered how the cave's entrance was properly concealed, and had he not accepted the quest which sent him here in search of the Python King's nest, he would have given up long ago. Terrible sense of direction, Zhang Yang concluded in his head as he sent a party invitation to her. In God's miracle, as long as a player has dealt damage to the monster, they would be eligible to obtain its loot. For sacred knights and priests, though, they could not get any equipment nor experience just by healing, so they must be in a party with attackers. Zhang Yang had intended to ask Ocean Despair for help, but since Little Snow had helped him and left a good impression, he had decided to share the loot with her. The equipment Little Snow was wearing were not bad. Everything was basically level 10 black steel equipment. Although Python King was a level 20 boss, Zhang Yang's attack nullification ability was incredible. It would be more than enough as long as she healed the HP lost from Venom Spit. "Wow, you're already at level 18? Little Snow hesitated before accepting the party invitation. She was surprised when she noticed Zhang Yang's level. "Why isn't your name on the player level ranking?" "Enlistment is optional," explained Zhang Yang. "Oh," Little Snow nodded and her eyes shone. "Ah, you are that Zhan Yu. Are you interested to join our guild? Defiant Monk kept praising you." "A Defiant Monk? You didn't know Defiant Monk was in our guild." Zhang Yang only knew that Defiant Monk joined a guild, but he did not remember clearly which guild it was. He laughed and said, "I see, we're kinda fated then." Little Snow's eyes were beguiling, the corners of her mouth raised into a faint smile. She might have looked ordinary, but her beautiful eyes made up for everything, outshining her flaws. "Brat, trying to flirt with me." "Brat," Zhang Yang smiled depreciatingly. Although he was only 22 years old currently, adding the 5 years of his previous life, his mental age was close to a 30-year-old uncle, elder sister who was terrible at directions. Zhang Yang quietly amended his evaluation of Little Snow in his heart. With the addition of Little Snow, Python King was no longer a threat to Zhang Yang. Even as it used both its skills interchangeably, its death was still imminent. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. As the last drop of the Python King's HP vanished, it too had fallen to its death. "Ding! The party you are in has killed Golden Venomous Python King. Obtained 30,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus." "Olay! This monster is a boss." Little Snow was very surprised. "If it's not, do we need such a long time to kill it?" Zhang Yang replied stoically. He had thought that killing this boss would induce a system reward. This could have been the first green copper boss in the field. After waiting for some time, though, Zhang Yang dropped his head in disappointment as there was no reaction from the system. It's not strange since a tank's attacking damage is low, isn't it?" Little Snow was indignant. This girl, did she not see the boss HP? Did she not see the damage he had dealt? Zhang Yang sighed and asked, "Where have you been looking all this while?" "The tank's HP bar, of course." Little Snow had a despising look. "If you die, how am I, a priest, supposed to survive?" Made sense. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Okay, let's loot and share the equipment." He looted, and the first equipment came out. Python King's Hood, green copper cloth armor. Defense, vitality plus 18. Intelligent, 9. Spirit plus 3. Level requirement, 20. This one's for you, Zhang Yang passed easily. Little Snow darted her eyes and said, "Hey, are you really trying to flirt with me?" "Ha ha," Zhang Yang laughed dryly. "Can you please not be so narcissistic? I already have someone I like." "I know that. That person you mentioned must be me," Little Snow said with an I-know-it-all expression. A narcissistic elder sister who was terrible at directions. Zhang Yang ignored her as he proceeded to loot the corpse. Ophelia's staff, green copper staff. Magic attack, 168, 191. Level requirement, 20. Note, this staff still carries the stench of Python King's innards. Poor Ophelia. May your soul rest in peace among the gods. Again. Yours, Zhang Yang sighed heavily. It was not that he wanted the equipment, but more so because he did not want Little Snow saying that he wanted to court her. Nevertheless, Little Snow giggled happily, carrying an "I knew it" expression. HMPH, Drama Queen, another loot. Zhang Yang did not believe that it would only drop priest's equipment. Boots of agility, green copper, cloth armor. Defense, vitality plus 10. Intelligence plus 6. Spirit plus 4. Level requirement, 20. F*CK my life. Zhang Yang felt speechless. Again, resurrection, skill book. Use, you will learn resurrection. A class priest knight. Zhang Yang shed a manly tear. All 4 items were for priests. Little Snow's eyes had turned into crescents from smiling, mumbling, "Indeed, kindness is always rewarded." Zhang Yang looted the corpse again. He had finally gotten something that was not for priests. Golden venomous Python King's Gall, quest item. Ding, you have obtained 15 silver coins. With the last item looted, the boss corpse disappeared instantly. There's still the chest. Zhang Yang rubbed his palms and rushed towards the gray-silver chest. Wow, a treasure chest! Little Snow's eyes radiated with interest. "Let me open it, let me." Since they were in the same party, it did not matter who had opened the chest. Zhang Yang moved aside. Little Snow threw herself on the chest and rested her cheek on the lid of the chest as her hands caressed the chest, her indulgent expression scaring Zhang Yang. A fortune-loving and narcissistic elder sister who was terrible at directions. After some time, Little Snow had finally opened the chest with great reluctance under Zhang Yang's urge. The unwillingness written on her face was as if Zhang Yang had murdered her father. 10%, 20%, 100%. The chest opened and Little Snow stuffed her hand inside. Silver-scaled sword, gray-silver, one-handed sword. Weapon attack, 197, 219. Attack interval, 2.6 seconds. DPS, 80. Equipped effect, increases critical strikes rate by 1%. Level requirement, 20. Jackpot. This silver-scaled sword would really put his current refined iron sword at 16, 24 weapon attack to shame. Since yellow gold equipment could only be obtained from level 50 bosses, he could use this sword until he had reached that level. Zhang Yang looked at Little Snow and thought to himself, "Is this yin and yang one?" They're complementing each other as he had looted her equipment while she looted his. "Wow, such a pretty sword!" Little Snow picked up the silver-scaled sword. Before rolling, Anyone who was eligible to roll for the loot could pick up the equipment but was unable to equip it nor store it in their inventory. It was obvious that men and women had completely different perspectives. What Zhang Yang had cared about was silver-scaled sword supreme functionality, while Little Snow had only cared about its appearance. Zhang Yang rolled 42 points while Little Snow passed without hesitation. The strongest one-handed sword at the current stage of the game then went into Zhang Yang's inventory. It was a shame that he had 2 more levels to go before he could equip it. Recipe: Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion. Alchemy Recipe. Use: You will learn to craft Beginner Anti-Shadow Potion. Requirement: Beginner Alchemy Skill. Seriously, it came out. This thing's drop rate was not even 1 in 10,000. In his previous life, even when the game had reached its mid-late stage, players who could craft this potion only numbered a handful. Silver-scaled sword, alchemy recipe. These were extremely rare drops, yet she had looted them both in one instance. What great lucky hands. Zhang Yang's own 2 points of luck was crap in comparison to her. Little Snow, this is something that I need. Can you give it to me? This was a matter concerning his fortune, so Zhang Yang had to quickly speak up. I will consider it if you call me elder sister. Little Snow was more than delighted. The lady did look like she was older, but Zhang Yang's mental age was almost 30 years old, so it was extremely hard for him to utter the words elder sister. You won't say it. Well then, I'm going to roll now, teased Little Snow. Little Snow, you're more like mischievous snow, Zhang Yang sighed. Ha ha ha, that's why it's fun. Hey, are you saying it or not? Elder sister, Zhang Yang said, gritting his teeth. He added another word under his breath, which? Good boy. Come, let Big Sis here give you a candy. Little Snow grinned, her eyes forming crescents. After Zhang Yang kept the recipe, he thought to himself, wait till I make a huge fortune with this recipe and make you cry your heart out. Little Snow looted once more, and the last item popped out. Treasure Map Piece 1, Gray Silver. Use: Put together all 3 treasure map pieces and obtain a complete treasure map. Zhang Yang checked his inventory. Right now, he had piece 1 and piece 3. This piece would be a recurring one, so he unhesitatingly passed. He was extremely contented with the silver-scaled sword and the recipe. After Little Snow obtained the map piece, the chest dissipated slowly. Come, let's get out of here, said Zhang Yang as he went into the empty tree trunk. Little Snow hurriedly followed behind. As he moved forward, Zhang Yang had suddenly realized that the little blinking dot that had represented Little Snow on the mini-map had disappeared. Zhang Yang quickly asked in the party channel, Little Snow, where are you? I don't know, Little Snow replied. It's dark everywhere. This woman could get lost even when she was following him. She was really something. Stay there, I'm coming, Zhang Yang could only say feebly. Okay, but hurry, it's so dark here and the water is so cold, it doesn't feel nice at all, complained Little Snow. All right, I'm coming now. The blinking dot had finally reappeared in his mini-map after some few hundred meters of swimming. Zhang Yang swam over to her and said, Follow me closely. She replied, I can't even see you. How am I supposed to follow? Can't you read the map? Zhang Yang might have thought too highly of her. Nope, I can't understand it. Gives me a headache, Little Snow replied. This was how a directionally challenged idiot came about. Zhang Yang sighed and extended his hand. Then grab onto my hand. Okay. Holding on to the idiot's hand, Zhang Yang led Little Snow out of the water. After 20 minutes of swimming, they finally saw daylight, both of them emerging from the bushes. My hands are soft, aren't they? Little Snow asked out of the blue. They're all right, Zhang Yang casually replied. How long do you plan on holding them? Little Snow's tone was laced with a feeling of the calm before a storm. Zhang Yang looked. Oh, he had forgotten to let go after holding her hands for so long. Hee, my bad. My bad. Zhang Yang let her hands go and took a step back to express his innocence. Little Snow looked at him haughtily and said, Rascal, be careful next time. I'm not someone you can easily take advantage of. Speaking of arguing, Zhang Yang was not afraid of her. Before he had confirmed his relationship with Lin Yu, he still had his fair share of dating women. He just wanted to avoid causing trouble, as he would rather not have any affairs with the opposite sex. With a light smile, Zhang Yang said, I'll be on my way to complete a quest. See you next time. Zhang Yang left the party and headed towards Deckard. He lifted and waved his left hand to bid farewell. Chi rascal, Little Snow murmured and opened the voice messenger. Hello, cousin, are you calling me to pick you up cause you're lost again? A crisp voice of a young girl came through. How many times would this be? Come on, cousin, stop making a fool out of yourself. You're a Cambridge graduate. How can you have less sense of direction than me, a high schooler? HMPH. I majored in business administration and not tourism or geology or even archaeology. Can't I get lost? Coos, you've gotten lost too many a time, don't you think? Fine. I'm done arguing with you. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up. The girl on the other side of the line gave in. Who asked you to pick me up? I'm not lost. Then why did you call me? I was in the middle of grinding. I met that Zhan Yu just now. He's strong indeed. Stronger than you. Why, I'm a berserker. Why would you compare me to him? Nothing, I'm just comparing. Little Snow stretched lazily and said, He's indeed someone worth recruiting. Well then, go pull him in. Hee, you have big boobs. Didn't they say that guys like big boobs? He's sure to be enticed by you. The girl on the other side of the line laughed. You little brat, your boobs are as flat as a sunny side up. Han Ying Zhu, I'm warning you. No comments about my breasts. It's a sunny side up. HMPH milk cow. Returning to Deckard, Zhang Yang passed the golden venomous python king's gall. Over and the head physician's eyes were wide open. This is really the python king's gall. I can feel it. This soft sac contains such poisonous venom. It's shocking. Adventurer, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Ding, you have completed the quest, the last python gall. Obtained 10,000 exp. Ding, you have learned the skill first aid. Ding, your skill first aid has leveled up to specialist. Ding, you have obtained the title, physician's friend. A chain of notification rang at his ears, sounding absolutely melodious. He opened the first aid window and saw that he had already learnt 5 types of bandages: linen bandage, coarse cloth bandage, cotton bandage, silk bandage, and magic woven bandage. However, cotton cloth could only be found from looting humanoid monsters. As of now, he could only farm for coarse cloth. Coarse cloth bandage. Recovers 500 HP over 10 seconds, channeling needed. Any damage or movement will cancel channeling duration. Cooldown, 1 minute. With the title Physician's Friend, first aid effect would be doubled, healing 1000 HP over 10 seconds. That would almost completely refill Zhang Yang's HP. Zhang Yang took out a teleportation reagent and tore it. A magic circle formed under his feet, and he arrived at White Jade Castle 10 seconds later. Ever since Zhang Yang started the Physician's Friend quest, he had not returned to the city. When he finally did, the first thing he did was to store all his junk items into his storage before checking his mailbox. A few days ago, the mail assistant informed him of new mails, but he could not retrieve any as he was away. The mails came from the auction house, informing him of his sale of the earthen round shield, which had transacted for 870 gold pieces. He received his payment after having 87 gold pieces deducted as tax. Zhang Yang had a look at his inventory and realized that he currently had 15,300 gold pieces. If this game had a personal wealth ranking board, he'd definitely be on the list. With the intention to learn the alchemy skill, Zhang Yang decided to forget mining and proceeded to the alchemy shop. To gain a fortune from mining would mean to invest quite a lot of time that Zhang Yang did not have. The only reason for him to learn mining was for the class quest in Beginner Village. Shortly after, he took out the beginner anti-shadow potion recipe and patted it on his chest. A gold light shone, and his alchemy list now had something added to it. Zhang Yang went to the auction house, opened the shopping window, and searched for the keywords brassica weed and ginkgo flower. As soon as he confirmed his search, rows and rows of the items were listed out. Normally, a stack would usually cost 20 silver pieces. However, there were sellers that attempted to scam others by placing only one herb and selling it at the same price, deceiving careless players into buying them in a bid to earn more. Zhang Yang selected all the available brassica weed and ginkgo flower, with a price of no higher than 30 silver pieces to purchase. What was once in abundance at the auction house was wiped clean, and now there remained only a few units of herbs being offered up for sale by other players. While the others were still in the midst of purchasing the same ingredients, they did not realize that a huge supply of them had disappeared, leading some to turn furious. Where are all the ginkgo flower? I just saw over 100 stacks a few moments ago, and now there are only 7 units left. Mother asterisk seeker. Which son of a B asterisk TCH is trying to sell 1 unit for 20 silver? I clicked it twice. Brassica weed is gone too. What the hell? How am I supposed to raise my alchemy level like this? Which bastard is so rich to buy all those herbs in an instant? Brassica weed was one of the materials used to create the beginner healing potion, while ginkgo flower was used to make the beginner mana potion. The drop rate for these 2 recipes was rather high, and players would usually rely on them to raise their alchemy level. It was expected that players would be distraught when Zhang Yang cleaned all the shelves. He headed back to his mailbox right after that to retrieve all the purchased brassica weed and ginkgo flower. However, having insufficient inventory space to collect them all at once, he had to place most of the herbs temporarily into the bank. When a character was created, they were given a free bank column from the system that had 100 slots. Players would then need to pay if they require more space. Additionally, the more slots you bought, the higher the price would be, increasing the price by 10 times for each subsequent purchase. Zhang Yang had bought 3 bank columns, which gave him more than enough space to store his purchases from the mailbox. He felt the pinch of spending 1,100 gold pieces for them, though. Once that was settled, he went back to the alchemy shop to buy a large amount of empty bottle to create the beginner anti-shadow potion with his newly learned alchemy. Ding, you have created beginner anti-shadow potion, X1. Your alchemy mastery has increased by 1 point. Ding, you have created beginner anti-shadow potion, X1. Your alchemy mastery has increased by 1 point. Ding, you have created beginner anti-shadow potion, X2. Your alchemy mastery has increased by 1 point. Well, 2 bottles, Zhang Yang smiled and felt that this must be the advantage from his luck attribute. The luck attribute provided a certain chance to have 2 end products whenever a player crafted something. The higher the luck attribute, the higher the chance. Despite that, the chances would still be very slim even if a player had 100 luck. After exhausting all of his materials in his inventory, Zhang Yang immediately ran to the bank to exchange his crafted potions for more materials and began crafting more. With the ridiculous settings in the system, it took 2 seconds to create a bottle of potion. Zhang Yang bought 370 stacks of materials which could be converted into 7,400 bottles of potions. It took 4 hours of potion crafting to use up every material he had, but thanks to that, his alchemy skill had surpassed amateur level, and with that, the beginner anti-shadow potion icon turned gray. This meant that he could no longer obtain any experience points from crafting it to further increase his alchemy mastery. As he looked at the neatly arranged potions in his bank, Zhang Yang felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Currently, a bottle of beginner anti-shadow potion costs only 5 silver pieces, but once players proceeded to the next dungeon, Marzerway's Lair, those potions would begin to fetch 1 gold piece for each bottle. That's a guaranteed bestseller right there. Naturally, the prices for brassica weed and ginkgo flower would be raised as well, reducing the profit margin. Zhang Yang opened his friend list and noticed that Fatty Han had just logged in. He sent him a private message. "Hey Fatty, quickly stock up on any brassica weed and ginkgo flower you can find. Prices will be increasing over the next few days. If the price doesn't exceed 2 gold pieces, buy them all." "Damn little Yang for real," Fatty replied hastily. "Fatty, this is a golden opportunity right here in front of you. It's up to you to grab that chance." "Little Yang, I only have 16 gold pieces. I can't get much with what I have." "All right, I'll mail 1,000 gold pieces to you later. You owe me for this." "Hello. That's good, brother." Fatty Han did not express much appreciation through words. Their friendship need not be that courteous, for what mattered more was the deed and the thought of it. After Zhang Yang transferred 1,000 gold pieces to Fatty Han, he withdrew 6 units of plain copper plate and 30 stacks of iron plate to craft 6 earthen round shield at the blacksmith. He was surprised by the results of his first auction of the shields. There were rich people everywhere. He placed 1 earthen round shield for auction with a minimum bid of 400 gold pieces and a maximum buyout price of 1,000 gold pieces for 24 hours while omitting his name. This was the best way to get the best price out of a rare item, selling them one by one. The higher the supply, the lower the price, making it worthless if the stock increased. After that, Zhang Yang went ahead to look for any strange and special crafting recipes up for auction. Within a few days, what was once a desolate place had now turned into a lively auction house, and the number of items for sale had definitely multiplied. Over at the Crafting Recipes tab, there were hundreds of recipes on sale, most of them being beginner whetstone recipes and a few other random equipment recipes. Quoting the official 5-year game review, after the launch of the server, the number of players that joined shot up from 4 million to 10 million in merely 10 days. 3 months later, the developers announced a heaven-defying target game population of 1 billion, and God's miracle continued to steadily grow over time. 2 years later, the game reached its unbelievable goal of 1 billion players. The more high-leveled players there were, the better the auctioned merchandise that could be found. Beginner whetstone was the most economical product to use when raising smithing mastery. The only material needed to craft it was a piece of iron plate. Beginner whetstone was considered as consumable goods and was generally used to polish weapons, increasing its attack damage by 10 for an hour. Having his smithing skill at an amateur level, Zhang Yang could not depend on the earthen round shield to raise his mastery. He immediately purchased the beginner whetstone recipe from the auction house, withdrew it from his mailbox, and opened his friend list to send a message to the mining specialist. "Hello there, old friend. How many units of the iron plate do you still have?" After a while, he received a reply. "Yo, I haven't heard much from you these days, and here I thought you did not need these anymore. I've got plenty of iron plate. How many do you want?" "All right, give me 100 stacks." Raising his smithing skill to amateur level would require him to use about 50 stacks of iron plate. But Zhang Yang only had 7 plain copper plate. That could be used with merely 35 iron plate. "Whoa," the mining specialist replied in shock. "I'd say, please don't scare the crap out of me every time. 100 stacks is too many. I only have 50 stacks, including the ones in my bank." "50 stacks then. Deal. Send it to me whenever you're ready, mail transaction as usual." "Sure thing, boss. Thank you for your patronage." Zhang Yang patted the recipe and learned how to craft beginner whetstone. The mail would require 30 minutes before arriving, and it would be meaningless to just wait. But he had been grinding monsters like a madman for these past few days, and he could not muster any desire to kill monsters within this short period of time. A ding! A notification came from the mail assistant. Zhang Yang received a new mail. He was surprised for a moment. He thought that the mail system had changed after he was reborn. The mail could arrive so soon. He checked his mailbox and found that it was not from the mining specialist but a notice from the auction house. His earthen round shield had been sold for the maximum buyout price by a player with a strange name, Windward 3 Feet P. "I'm rich." Without wasting any more time, Zhang Yang ran to the bank, took out a second shield, and auctioned it again in the same manner. Ding! In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Yang was notified again. The shield was once again sold to Windward 3 Feet P. Zhang Yang placed yet another shield for auction, and the same buyer bought it once again. Listed, sold, listed, sold. After 10 minutes, 5 of Zhang Yang's shields were sold out, and Windward 3 Feet P had been the one to grab them all. He thought of raising the price for the last few units, but 1,000 gold pieces was already rather plenty, so he decided not to do it. In the initial stages of the game, gold pieces devaluated very quickly. According to the current market ratio of 1:9, 1,000 gold pieces was worth nearly 10,000 bucks. Money really made a difference. But it mattered not. At the current stage of the game, Earthen Round Shield was the best shield available. Aside from Lost Paradise, no other guilds have defeated Dadarida. Plain copper ore was also one of the deciding factors in setting the rareness of the shield. Windward 3 Feet P should be someone from a big guild, as it could explain how he was able to buy all 6 shields from Zhang Yang. Gray-silver grade shields only dropped in level 20 hardcore mode dungeons. According to the game developers, each big guild would need at least 4 to 5 days to explore and complete Marzerway's lair when players reached a suitable level. Marzerway's lair was much more difficult as compared to Bangor Crypt. During the exploring period in the beginning stages, players would be stuck for a day in normal mode due to a lack of understanding of the boss skills. They are then stuck for another 2 to 3 days in hard mode, and even longer in the hardcore mode. It would take up to 10 days just to obtain a gray-silver shield. Furthermore, there would always be a few parties from the big guilds who were able to clear hardcore mode with their corresponding levels. Normal players would only return when they have reached higher levels. With that assumption in mind, the demand for Earthen Round Shield would last longer, but the selling price would drop over time. It seemed that the hardcore mode of Bangor Crypt was still worth raiding. After half an hour, Zhang Yang received his iron plate, stacks, and stored it in his inventory after paying mining specialist. Just as he was about to craft a beginner whetstone at the blacksmith. Beep. He received a private message. Brother Zhan Yu, we're in the middle of a boss battle. Could you lend us a hand? It's a level 25 gray-silver boss, and we can't take him down no matter how many times we try. It was a message from Defiant Monk. Ever since their first clear hardcore dungeon achievement, they have not traveled together. However, they have kept in touch with each other by sending greetings whenever someone logged in or off on a daily basis, thus maintaining a close relationship. Even though Zhang Yang wanted to recruit 100 shots as soon as he could, he feared that doing so would affect his future in becoming a dragon hunter. If he really did miss out on the red baby dragon, it would be a total disaster. Zhang Yang questioned back, "That level 25 gray-silver boss, what's his name?" "Martyr Undoing." "Crap," Zhang Yang blurted out. "This boss is on a whole new level. Martyr Undoing is the world boss at around level 30, and if you wanted to try and fight him, you would better bring a whole lot of level 20 players with you. How many players do you have there now?" "We've got more than 30 players here," Defiant Monk replied with pride. Letting loose a sigh, Zhang Yang said, "Here's my advice, give it up and go home." But Defiant Monk was relentless and continued trying to persuade Zhang Yang. "Zhan Yu, this is a level 25 gray-silver boss. If we take him down, we'll definitely have an achievement to it with a server announcement. It's an attractive reward, all right, but you would still need to have the capability to challenge him." As he was about to decline the offer, he remembered something from the past. In his previous life, there was a player that posted in a forum claiming to have defeated Martyr Undoing alone. As soon as he published it, other players just mocked him for it as he was only level 28. They just kept mocking him until he posted a video of him single-handedly killing the boss, and the forum could only accept and quieten down. Martyr Undoing was a spellcaster class monster, and his only skill was the fireball. As soon as the battle began, he would begin to cast it, and being a world boss, his fireball was not only a single one but 10 separate balls. Each ball dealt at least 1,000 damage and can be casted every 3 seconds. Truly, he was a monster capable of wiping out entire parties. However, he needed to channel Fireball every time before using it, and the hunter made good use of the topographic layout of the area to his advantage. As soon as Undoing began channeling, the hunter hid behind a huge rock out of the boss' line of sight. In God's miracle, if a target left the line of sight, any attack would have been rendered ineffective, causing the boss to cancel the spell channeling. When that happened, the hunter would re-emerge and resume attacking. With him in sight, the boss would once again begin to channel his spell, but before he could complete the 3-second cast time, the hunter would slide behind the rock once more. This strategy was truly straightforward and the execution was fairly simple. The only difficult part was that the boss' HP was ridiculously high. Since attacking continuously was impossible, the hunter spent an entire day just to slay the boss. Once his strategy got out to public, people started to realize that it was not so difficult to fight this boss. The developers reacted quickly to this by removing that huge rock. When Zhang Yang entered the game, that rock was already gone. He only stumbled on this tactic while leisurely browsing through the forums. If that rock was what he imagined, then even a melee character could properly utilize the advantage. After thoroughly thinking through, Zhang Yang replied to Defiant Monk, "Okay then, send me the location. I'm heading over now." 87,145, 24,103. "We'll be waiting for you. Someone else will add you into the party, don't reject it. and as soon as he said that, a party invitation came through. Ding, player Drizzler has sent you a party invitation. Will you accept it? Zhang Yang selected accept and was added in. Ding, you have joined the party. Party leader, Drizzler. Item distribution, party leader distribution. With him in the party, there were a total of 34 players. The game only allowed a maximum of 50 in one party. Zhang Yang scanned through the player names and recognized one player, Little Snow. Scrawny rascal! Little Snow sent what looked like a tooth-bearing and paws Clowingematican, which was one of the available ones in-game. Zhang Yang merely ignored her and continued on. Defiant Monk began introducing Zhang Yang to the team with words of praise. Guys, this is Zhan Yu, the guardian that gave us that clear in the hardcore mode run. He's super pro. Zhang Yang initially planned on laying low, but with an introduction like that, he could only respond. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you, Zhan Yu. Whoa, level 18, that's awesome. Why isn't his name in the level ranking board? Must be a bug in the system. Everyone began chatting, and the channel got rowdy. Zhang Yang opened the map to track the location given by Defiant Monk, and according to it, he would be heading into the deep parts of the plains Cloud Mountain. If memory served him well, all the monsters in that area were above level 20. Puzzled, he asked Defiant Monk, "How did you even find this boss in such a desolated area?" To which he hastily replied, "We've an idiot here who has a terrible sense of direction." She got lost and wandered into the plains Cloud Mountain and found him. It had to be Little Snow. Zhang Yang clearly recalled that woman's sense of direction almost immediately. Drizzler, the party leader, sent a message in the party channel. "Everyone, recover your HP, we're fighting him once again." "That's our guild master," Defiant Monk introduced. Soon the battle began once more and Drizzler began giving orders. "Big Lin, start the fight. Healers, watch yourselves. Attackers, move forward behind me." Zhang Yang didn't have to think any further, as he already predicted the entire party would be wiped out. Half a minute later, all the names on the list aside from Zhang Yang had gone dark, which signified that they had died, and complaints began to fill the chat. "Master, this monster is too strong. We're not capable of fighting it." "Yeah. With all the fireball flying around, anywhere around us is a kill zone. Even the healers can't heal us in time. This level 25 boss is completely out of our league." But Drizzler felt discontented, and should we just give up? The others began to realize that they were underpowered. "We have no choice. We need to get above level 20, find equipment from the next dungeon, and raise our HP to at least 1,500 to even have some hope." Defiant Monk had banked his confidence on someone else instead. "Hold on for a little longer. Zhan Yu hasn't arrived yet, and with him here there should be a way. The problem isn't the tanker, it's the boss, multi-target skill. We don't need a tanker against a skill like that. Master, let's wait for Zhan Yu and try again." Zhang Yang's performance in the Bangor Crypt really made an impression on Defiant Monk to the point where he blindly trusts Zhang Yang to handle any problem in front of him no matter the difficulty. As Drizzler had not decided on anything yet, she went along with Defiant Monk's suggestion. "Okay then, we'll wait for him to arrive, and then we'll give it one more try." Suddenly someone in the party exclaimed, "Oh, nuts! My wife is about to have a baby. I'd better send her to the hospital now. Sorry guys, I'll be leaving." And after that, more people voiced out as well. "Whoops, it's almost time to go to work. I'd better prepare dinner for my wife first. Bye guys, I'm logging off too. Take it slow. F***CK, My next-door neighbors are barking at each other like dogs. I'd better go over there and give them a piece of my mind, or they're not stopping at Al. Sorry, I'm going to be busy in a while. Got to give my boy some milk. In only a matter of seconds, more than 10 players gave ridiculous excuses to leave the party and logged off. Out of the 34 players before this, there were only 15 left. Well, that's it then. Dismissed, Drizzler unwillingly announced to disband the party as many of them gave excuses just to leave. With that, the only ones left in the party were Drizzler, Little Snow, and Zhang Yang. Even Defiant Monk left the party, and he sent a message to Zhang Yang not long after saying, "Zhan Yu, sorry man, your entire journey is wasted." "Not a problem," Zhang Yang replied as he continued on towards the plains Cloud Mountain. Little Snow saw his name was still in the party list and inquired, "Scrawny rascal, why are you still in the party?" "Well, I want to give it a shot." "A shot at what? Trying to court me?" "Hanyin Zhu, could you please stop toying with others?" Drizzler couldn't ignore any more of Little Snow's behavior and interjected with a sense of justice in her. He, are you jealous, perhaps? Since you're still underage, you can't really be in a relationship. Feeling enraged from that comment, Drizzler threatened her. "Hanyin Zhu, I swear I will go up those stairs and punch you in your boobs. I'm going to bust those humongous bubbles." "Ha, Miss Sunny, side up. You really are jealous of me." Little Snow could not contain her laughter anymore. Zhang Yang could only remain silent. These two women are wild. During the battle of words between the two, Zhang Yang reached the plains Cloud Mountain and ran straight towards the boss location. Being level 18, he caused the monsters that were level 20 and above to turn aggressive, so he had to slay his way through. Drizzler kept on threatening Little Snow while she was still playing around. "Hanyin Zhu, I'm cutting ties with you. If you ever get lost again, don't even think about calling to me for help." "Let's see, you've been cutting ties with me since you were younger." This would be the 1,892nd time you did that. Or was it the 1,893rd? After passing through a bush, Zhang Yang reached the location, and he spotted two female characters at a distance. One was just casually looking at her fingernails with her arms stretched out, while the other had both arms on her hips looking quite fierce. That should be Little Snow and Drizzler. As soon as they saw him approaching, they stopped quarreling, and Little Snow asked him, "Are you really sure about trying this out?" Drizzler was a female human warrior, level 13. From the looks of it, she was about the age of either 17 or 18 years old. Her body was still underdeveloped. She was completely flat-chested and didn't really have much of a behind as well. However, she did have beautiful complexion, and given time, her body would mature into someone truly seductive if her face changed as well. "I'm sure about giving it a go," Zhang Yang casually responded while closely observing the huge round object. It was about 5 meters in width and 3 meters in height, and it looked more like a chopped tree trunk. "There is a chance." Zhang Yang could not help but let out an excited smile. Looking at Zhang Yang, Little Snow felt a chill run down her spine. "Yo, look at the way you smile. You're such a pervert. Drizzler, take a look at the bad uncle." Just a second ago, they were in a heated argument, but now they were the best of friends. Drizzler hurried to Lit Snow and hid behind her, looking at Zhang Yang, and said, "Cousin, here's your glorious mission. Sacrifice your dignity and use your sex appeal to lure this uncle into our guild." Little Snow didn't take that suggestion too kindly. "Stinking little brat, what do you take me for, someone you can just buy and sell? The two of you stay here. I'm going to try and take on this boss myself. Even if things get out of hand, don't try to enter this fight." Zhang Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to them. While applying a whetstone on his weapon, he fixated his eyes on the boss. A man dressed in white robe, kneeling in front of the altar, and on his left side, there was a purple wand. Beep. One by one, messages flooded his friend list. Defiant monk. You're a pro, you really did kill the boss, haha. I knew you could do it. Snowy death. Pro bro, taking on the boss without inviting a bro. Come on, bro. 100 shot, congratulations. Fatty Han, F*CKU man. How could you have hoes before bros? There are 2 babes right there and you can't even let me have one. Crimson Fire and Silky Snow sent their regards too. He knew there was envy and jealousy hidden in their words. Zhang Yang could not tolerate those 2 anymore. All right, you're all grown-ups now. Stop acting like children, I'm opening the corpse. They were so intoxicated with money that their eyes glowed into a weird symbol of money. Ding. You have obtained 40 silver pieces after distribution. Such a stingy gray-silver boss, only giving 1 gold and 20 silver. Drizzler openly replied to him, Zhan Yu, you should get all the equipment since technically you killed the boss. A plain copper mine spawned, but Zhang Yang could not harvest it as he had discarded that skill. Someone else harvested and gave it to him. As promised earlier from both parties, Zhang Yang could have all 3 plain copper ore. Lone Desert Smoke members had no objections regarding this, as the only reason they were there was to look for better equipment. While Zhang Yang led the party into the secret chamber of MMORPG, a private message appeared from Fatty Han. Little Yang, lend me a hand in hard mode. Surprised, Zhang Yang replied, What the F*CK are you doing in hard mode? Hurry up and raise your level, and I'll bring you in to get the first clear achievement of the level 20 dungeon. Fatty Han continued pleading, Please. I'm carrying a lovely girl to farm for some equipment. These 2 noob tanks can't even get past the first boss. We got wiped out 3 times. I've already made a promise to her, so please come and help me. After waking up from a good night's sleep, Zhang Yang logged into the game filled with energy and spirit. Opening his friend list, he saw Fatty Han online and realized that he was only level 15. So painfully low. 100 Shots was online too, and he was only a level lower than Fatty Han. Looking through the level ranking board, Floating Fireball was at level 19, while the other 3 were level 18, except for Clear Color, who was level 17. 100 Shots and Fatty Han's levels were just too low. Zhang Yang suddenly had an idea. I know an excellent place for a quick level up. He sent the party invitations to them, and Fatty Han accepted it immediately. Even 100 Shots accepted it. He has been maintaining good ties with Zhang Yang by chatting him up for the past few days. Guys, I found an amazing place to grind, exclaimed Zhang Yang through the party channel. Go, 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 Fatty Han shouted excitedly. A traditional, boring, and never-changing style of battle would definitely put someone to sleep. Therefore, having a rapid leveling style would incite an unbelievable fervor into someone even like Little Snow, as if she could morph into a dragon and slay the monsters in one swift fire attack. After an hour or so, everyone but Zhang Yang gained a level. It was almost lunchtime, but no one in the team talked about logging out for a meal, knowing that a loophole like this could be removed by the game developers at any time. With that thought in mind, they were on a frenzy not to waste this golden opportunity. Hey guys, how about we log off once everyone is at level 20? Zhang Yang asked. While furiously killing more spiders, Drizzler replied, Well, I'll take this as a chance for me to skip a meal. I'm not going to stop here just yet. Little Snow tried to provoke her even more. Floating Fireball's real name was Lu Ming. He was someone you could say was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. But unlike other rich boys, he does not like cars, parties, or even girls. His attention was for online games. He would definitely play games that were popular then and did not hesitate to spend some money in game. With his own decent gaming ability, he would unquestionably raise some kind of uproar in whatever game he played. When God's Miracle was launched, Lu Ming entered the game and established the guild called Pride. Since Lu Ming was famous in the gaming world, he could naturally gather up a large group of underlings, but most of them were only in it for the money. Fatty Han began cursing furiously in the party channel. "Little Yang, those bastards dropped my level only because their boss didn't like me to be higher than him. F***CK. They even sent me a private message, warning me to stay in the city and never leave, or else they will kill me every time I try to do so." Zhang Yang inquired more, "Who is their boss?" "Some guy named Floating Fireball, the guild master of Pride. He was the guy at first place in the level ranking board, and they were mad with the fact that we snatched their position away. They're also planning to kill the other 4 players that are above him." Drizzler responded with a chest full of justice. How could he be so arrogant? Is the first rank only for him, who died and made him king of the game? Zhang Yang and the party guarded the bodies for a while, but when they saw the bodies turned translucent and began disappearing, they knew that they chose to revive in the city. "Let's go." "Time to head back." Zhang Yang sheathed his sword. Fatty Han nodded in agreement. Although still not satisfied, but killing them with the red tagged penalty and dropping their level by 4 with an additional one after being revived in the city, he was contented. Zhang Yang and the others aside from Fatty joined back the lone desert smoke and continued the banger crypt hardcore mode. Fatty Han went to find girls from the massage parlor to discuss life. He hit me." "He hit me?" the man screamed at the top of his lungs as soon as he got hold on to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang could only sigh. This old scammer is really shameless. There was only a meter between Zhang Yang and the old man, and yet he could roll over that distance to grab Zhang Yang's calf. Zhang Yang did not hold back. "Old man, are you really going to go that far?" Someone as cunning and sly as this old man did not deserve to be treated with an elder's respect. The old scammer kept repeating the same thing. "He hit me! He hit me!" The crowd reacted the same way as Zhang Yang, having no remorse, and began scolding him. "There are so many eyewitnesses here. Do you really think that you could wrong someone like this?" Zhang Yang let out a little anger in him. How many innocent people has this man tricked? Her cold look could not hide her body's sensitive side, and Zhang Yang clearly felt it. Underneath her thin uniform, he could feel her 2 round buns clasped in his hands. It's no wonder people say that the colder a woman is, the more sensitive her body would be, and she is the perfect example. Zhang Yang loosened his grip on her, rolled over, and stood up. As the policewoman did the same, her cheeks blushed like red roses quite visibly. She was beautiful and cute, yet glamorous at the same time. The surrounding crowd gave out a sudden call, and Zhang Yang took this chance to flee from the scene with his tail between his legs. He knew he made a grave mistake, and if he continued standing there, he would be branded a pervert and be arrested. Watching him run away, the policewoman stomped the ground with anger and dread, causing her bosoms to bounce with every step. She turned and returned to the police station with the 3 members of the scamming family. The quest submission NPC was an elf thief, hidden in the shadows at the dungeon entrance. She's barely noticeable even if you stood beside her. One by one, the party members submitted their quests, and the NPC finally gave responses. "Heroes of the Union, behold the sight. Those devil-succumbed spellcasters, look at what they did to this place. Snow Sprite City was once a marvelous and beautiful city, but the wicked dark magicians left this place devastated." Now he sits on the throne in the center of the main wing. You must save this city. You must destroy him. But beware, adventurers. If you want to defeat Marzerway himself, you must first defeat 4 of his underlings and get past the front wing and middle wing. Heed my warning. These 4 underlings were created by Marzerway himself through the use of dark arts, made from the essences of the elementals. These elementals are not to be treated lightly. Holy crap, that's a sick skill. Why isn't the Berserker's tornado cleave that awesome? In her tone of voice, there was a hint of both pity and excitement. All right. All right, save your breath for later. Press on the attack, or it will unleash another tornado and kill us all. Zhang Yang's unreserved manner of speech ticked Drizzler off, and she returned his scorn with her own insult. Zhan Yu, if you're going to continue being humorless, I'd pity whoever that's going to be your girlfriend. She'd be bored as hell. During their quarrels, one of the Guardians was defeated and turned into a pillar of light, disappearing into the air. The party changed their target to the remaining Guardian and bombarded it with all their damaging skills. Zhang Yang's party revived one by one. Luck was not something you can control. There's really nothing you can do about if something went bad and luck did not favor you. On their second run, 100 shots, first silencing shot, was already a miss, leading the team to death once more. What the F***CK is going on? I swear that this is just an easy boss, but how did we get ourselves in this freaking shitty situation? Fatty, I think it's your karma biting back at you. This is probably a payback for peeping at your neighbor's little sister. Zhang Yang joked. Go to hell, little Yang. I'm a true gentleman. Why would I try to peek under a girl's skirt? Fatty said, a honest face. Big bro, Zhan Yu didn't say anything about peeking under a skirt. Did you just dig your own grave? Drizzler giggled away happily. Zhang Yang frowned, suddenly feeling envious of Fatty Han. Why did you address him as Big Bro, and I'm the uncle? Sneaky B****, Zhang Yang whispered to himself. The third boss skill is called Earth Spear. This skill will be casted on 3 random players. It will look like a muddy puddle that's about 2 meters wide. In that puddle, you will have 50% movement speed reduction and also receive 150 damage per second. You must quickly move away from the puddle the moment it appears. The damage and slowing effect will not immediately take effect when it appears, as there will be a 0.5-second delay before the effect kicks in. You must be quick and alert at all times. Zhang Yang took a breather, giving some time for the party to absorb all the information. Lastly, and this one is the problematic one, is after every 15 seconds, the boss will gain 5% increased damage. This is a damage battle. The longer we drag this battle, the worse situation we will be in. Our healing powers will diminish over time, and when the boss has grown to 150% or 200% increase in damage, it will be the end of us. Hey, that's mean, Drizzler laughed underneath her covered mouth. Little brat, what do you know? This is called deception in war. Fatty Han was trying mimic the looks of the great philosopher Zhu Ji Liang. Drizzler, that's called learning from experience. Even in game, he would use some kind of trickery to deceive others. Obviously, he would also be a swindler in reality. Drizzler, you must take this chance to learn. Next time when you see someone like Fatty, you'd better get far, far away from him. Drizzler stood upright and saluted her like a soldier to a captain. Sir, yes, sir. Everyone laughed at the cousin's skit. Fatty Han quickly tried to rectify the situation. Hey, I have the 4 virtues of a youngster. It's just you guys who could not recognize it. Which 4? Said 100 Shots. Being the silent type, he rarely participated in talks, but since the mood got quite rowdy, he decided to join in. I'm a little greedy. After the server announcement flooded the entire server channel, all 20 men from the Dominators and Sky High were left stunned. Those that were not in the midst of battle were fine, but the other 15 people, 3 teams of 5 players, were instantly distracted and got killed off and appeared at the revive point. The results were far too much for them to take in. Who were they to even compete with Zhang Yang's team when they were still struggling at the first boss of the dungeon? At Crimson Rage's side, "Sister Snow, it happened just like you said it will." Thorny Rose cried out admirably as Fire Spirit Far's body fell defeated. "How did you do it? How did you know that Zhan Yu's team would be the first to win the Front Wing's dungeon? If we had followed along to take on the Front Wing, we'd be crying our eyes out by now." Thorny Rose and the rest of the Crimson Rage party were currently in the Middle Wing dungeon. Its third skill is called Lava Flow. Zhang Yang continued to explain the boss skills. Once it's activated, 8 rivers of lava will flow out in a specific pattern with the boss at its center. The lava will continue to flow for 30 seconds, so remember to avoid it at all cost. Anyone standing in it will take 500 damage. Sounds pretty simple. We should be fine as long as we can avoid the lava. And the fourth skill. Holy crap, there's a fourth skill. Little Yang, please finish your sentence. Don't leave us hanging here. Zhang Yang laughed at Fatty Han. The fourth skill is quite simple. For every party member's death, the boss gains 50% damage increase, which is why you have to survive at all costs. In summary, stay alive and don't die. Let's go. Charge. Oh, where did these pests come from? How dare you step into my domain? HMPH. Water Spirit and Earth Spirit are completely useless. How could they let these pests get past them? Facing a spellcaster-class monster would be quite troublesome if players did not possess any passive or automated damage-reducing skills. Zhang Yang felt grateful that he could learn a particular skill when he reached level 30. Shield Wall was an active skill that reduced 75% of all incoming attacks for 10 seconds. Before that, he could only fight hoping Lady Luck was on his side. Zhang Yang stopped thinking and shouted, "Little Snow, revive me." Little Snow suddenly had an epiphany. Wow, I never knew the experience points could be so much when there's so few people standing. Heh. Maybe next time when the boss is almost down, I'll let you guys just die off again. Hey. Isn't that a little too extreme? What do you think? Little Snow threw a playful wink at Zhang Yang as she chanted the reviving spell. The deadliest housewife ever. Zhang Yang shook his head, disappointed. Fatty, 100 shots, quick, take down the clouds. In the light of a dangerous situation, Zhang Yang commanded the team properly while bearing the responsibility of a party leader. Drizzler was scared beyond words. If she would really take it in, even a tiny bit of that boss, putrid fart, would make her not eat anything for days. With Zhang Yang's clear words, 100 shots and Fatty Han turned around and changed their targets quickly and began attacking the cloud. However, the cloud's movement speed was too fast for them to properly react. Even though they managed to take half of the cloud's HP off, they were not quick enough to stop it from touching Drizzler. As soon as the cloud touched her, she cried out for help. No. Ding, player Drizzler has received the summoned cloud's effect. Rotten Stink, stunned for 10 seconds. The stationary Drizzler wobbled back and forth while the air bomb slowly floated towards her. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,200. Zhang Yang reconnected to the game exactly on 5 p.m. He strolled for a little while and the rest of team appeared beside him almost simultaneously. Wow, I've got to tell you, after I had an awesome meal and had a warm bath, I feel so relaxed. Drizzler sounded refreshed and energetic. I feel like I could punch a tiger if one comes out now. Haha, very well, Tiger Slayer. I have high expectations of you, Zhang Yang snickered. Drizzler snorted and proudly replied, HMPH, just watch me. The party team regrouped together and entered the dungeon once again. They could not even remember how many times they had entered and re-entered. Now that the first boss was killed off before, the entire arena was empty. The only remaining monster in this dungeon was the boss, until the dungeon was refreshed and respawned all the missing monsters at midnight. World, Greenie, Fang, Foxy. Tonight, I want each of you to lead teams of your own. We will be carrying out a raid through the front wing and middle wing. I want all of your members to get qualified for entry to the main wing. Sky Shaman, the guild master of Sky High, was gathering elites in the guild to prepare for a large-scale campaign. Guild Master, there are only 17 level 20 players available at the moment. We can't form 4 teams. World Hunter was quick to address the Guild Master's oversight. How long? How long before we have 20 level 20 players? About 5 hours, sir. That's too slow. I want you to arrange a team. I want all level 17 members to help those at level 19 to level up. Within 2 hours, I want to see all of them at level 20. Sir, yes, sir. Sky Shaman turned around and faced his members. His face, initially lined with worry and anxiety, abruptly broke into a broad, knowing smile. Fight now. In the middle of the skirmish, evading ferocious attacks, dodging claws, casting skills, and even in the midst of battle, Zhang Yang's ability to command the team was not compromised one bit. Shush! Zhang Yang had totally did a number on the enemy that left all men spellbound. No one besides Zhang Yang alone was above level 20, thus they did not possess any AoE skills. They were only limited to damaging one monster at a time. According to the damage statistics, Zhang Yang completely dominated the entire party with a staggering 92% damage contribution. How many horizontal sweep or thunder strike could a level 10 monster with 3000 HP take? After 40 seconds, monsters lay defeated, and everyone gained a luxurious amount of experience points. Since Zhang Yang was already level 22, the amount of experience points a level 10 monster could provide for him was minuscule. For the most part, however, he did help to contribute to the morale of the party. With the current race to gather more guild contribution, every member had their priority set to complete daily guild quest, competing with each other to accumulate more points. Zhang Yang had decreed that the first who reached level 20 will be added into the Marzerway's Lair's raiding party. And because of that decree, the guild atmosphere was most intense, with everyone wanting to get their hands on the set equipment. The second quest was also an easy feat. However, the problem in this case was the spawn rate. Weak zombies were simply too scarce. They spent too much time hunting for them one at a time. It was lucky that the game had a shared party kill system. As long as the party members did not stray too far away from each other, any weak zombie that Zhang Yang killed will also be counted as a kill for the rest of the team. The same went for anyone else. Still, they had to spend an hour to be able to kill a total of 20 weak zombies. This pisses me off. Drizzler was a temperamental girl. She could not endure any form of slow progress that required patience. Arg, I don't care how sad or pitiful the girl is. If she gives out another quest that requires me to run around again, I'd smack her upside down. 10 minutes later, I was actually poisoned to death. Tears flowed down Fatty Hand's cheek. I object this. This is absurd. How could there be a venomous frog? Drizzler scolded. Zhang Yang laughed. Ah, come on, even something like milk or eggs has poison in them. What's so strange about a poison-spitting frog? Fatty Hand continued to wail alone. Woo, I got sprayed in the face. You, the girls turned away from Fatty Hand in disgust. Zhang Yang and 100 shots burst into laughter after they understood what Fatty Hand meant. It's fine, Fatty. Ha ha, you won't get inseminated by the frog seam, I mean poison. Zhang Yang quickly ran off to his body. Noob tank, since when did you learn all the indecent stuff from Fatty Han? Drizzler turned and gave a scornful look at Fatty Han. Hey, what did you mean by that? Zhang Yang was the bad influence, not me. I was young and pure when this guy came along and dragged me down into the dark side. Ladies, you must set the facts straight. The ever-desolated flatland was still covered in thick fog. The sky was dark and zombies were limping everywhere. The entire place was surrounded in an eerie atmosphere. Since Zhang Yang had visited this area a few times before, the map of the area only revealed a portion. There were still many areas of the map that were still hidden in a black shadow. In this game, a player would have to explore the unknown areas of an unknown region to have the system reveal the region's name. You could also reveal this information through buying map from an NPC of that specific area. This place gives me the creeps, said Little Snow. She had been cowering behind Drizzler this whole time while holding tightly to her sleeves. Cousin, you're already quite old now. Wouldn't you be ashamed for being this scared? Said Drizzler after walking for quite distance. She could not hold in any more. Little Snow nudged her cheek and said, You cheeky little brave girl. We should recruit more people. We aren't getting anywhere with our current numbers, said Fatty Han. Drizzler nodded. I agree as well, we need more people. Suddenly, Zhang Yang had an idea. Everyone, resume your attack. I have a plan. Speak your mind. Zhang Yang smiled. Brat, pay attention, the boss, HP. When it reaches 91%, I want you to use the poison essence. What is that? Drizzler asked honestly. To the one you got from the Frog King, the special item that can poison everyone. Oh, why? Drizzler asked again. Damn, why would you keep asking questions? Of course I'll ask, I don't know what you are up to. Drizzler pouted her lips, trying to act cute. Ha, fine. I give in, Zhang Yang sighed. I think I remembered something about this boss skill. If the targeted player has the poisoned status, the vampiric bite will have no effect. Hunters stand behind as long as you can hit the monsters with your barrage. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, Little Snow, I want you to stand further behind. As for you, little brat, don't attack the monsters just yet. Go and stand together with Little Snow. Drizzler had her jaw dropped in shock. As a battle maniac, she did not feel comfortable when being asked not to fight. Okay, I'll lure the monsters over now. I want you guys to attack the monsters when they start to approach the entrance. Hold on to their aggro, Zhang Yang added. Roger that. Off I go. Little Snow, give me a holy shield. Hong, Little Snow waved her hand, and a transparent shield appeared on his body. Ha, Little Yang. The protection you're wearing is quite powerful, huh? Fatty Hand said. Zhang Yang dashed towards the boss head-on. When the two of them made contact, a star symbol appeared on the boss head, indicating a successful stun. Even though the stun lasted only a few milliseconds, it was still a successful stun. Ha ha! Zhang Yang swung his sword and sliced the boss, taking away -339 damage. Larg. The boss cried in pain. Bright piercing light started to burst out from the boss' body, blinding those who would look at it. Fatty Han and the rest of the party quickly turned around. What's happening? Shiing. A metallic sound could be heard when the red giant scorpion Gyuranda snapped its claws. Fu! It moved out of the sudden towards Zhang Yang. Shush! The sound of the air being ripped apart by the claw as it missed Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Yang quickly took a few more steps back and got out of the claw's attack range. But just when he wanted to take a breather, he could feel a strong sense of killing intent from the boss. His was just about to activate block out of instinct. Suddenly, he could see a shadow resembling a spear piercing through the air towards him. It was the dark red scorpion's tail, and it was coming for him. Block. -117. Block reflect damage. -234. Shield bash. That's weird. How come there aren't any monsters around? Curious and childlike, Drizzler squeezed out from behind Zhang Yang and stood in front of him. Zhang Yang frowned. It is impossible to have no monsters on the field. Either there were really no monsters around, or perhaps they were. Pong, the sound of a hollow knock could be heard, and stars appeared on Drizzler's head, indicating a stun effect. Immediately her character began to sway back and forth. Foosh. A black-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and stood behind Drizzler. It then raised a pair of shiny daggers and started to stab at Drizzler's back. "I'm being attacked," Drizzler cried out. Zhang Yang immediately used Provoke and hacked his sword into the monster. -347. Being affected by Zhang Yang's Provoke, the black-clothed man turned around and began to attack Zhang Yang instead. "Shit, it's a stealth monster," Fatty Hen cried. "Shadow Assassin, normal. Level 25. Being attacked by the boss, it would take a miracle for 100 shots to escape unscathed. However, it did provide a valuable opening for the rest of the team to attack the boss. 14%, 13%, 12%. Ding, player 100 shots had died. Freyna turned and attacked Zhang Yang. This boss is smart. She killed off the easy targets first. Her IQ must be over 200. Fatty Han could still find the time to joke. Pervy Fatty, your IQ on the other hand is just only 1 digit lesser than hers. Only 20, said Drizzler mockingly. Fatty Hen appeared to be unfazed by her insult. He laughed instead. Ho Tilda, I've actually graduated properly from high school. I have a certificate. So what? Drizzler was not impressed. Well then, shall we try and test our knowledge? Where is your progress on your syllabus? Lika the Slaughterer, Green Copper. Level 25. HP 250k. Let's hope that this boss has the same skill as the skeleton guard, said Zhang Yang. The elite skeleton guard's attacks are strong but not particularly deadly. But when compared with the boss, that's a whole different story. Sai, looks like the load is on me. Little Snow winked at Zhang Yang. Later, when we're done, I expect you to treat me to a relaxing spa session. Fatty Han eyes gleamed, requesting to tag along. He raised his flabby arm up high. Drizzler snorted and said, Fatty bro, where you should go is not the spa but a gym. HMPH. I exercise every day. Now that you mentioned it, I remember back then when I'm at the gym doing my workout, there will always be ladies starting at my sexy butt. Arg, I was so ashamed. Yeah, like that would happen, only in your dreams. Drizzler laughed and everyone else followed. All right, let's get started. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword. I wonder what kind of crazy item this boss would drop. Fatty Han was eager to open the corpse, anxiously anticipating the loot. Little brat, open the corpse. Zhang Yang moved aside and gestured her to proceed. Drizzler helped herself to the body and claimed the prize. Beginner's God Oil, light as a feather, usable. Use, strengthen your boots, permanently increasing your movement speed by 5%. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh. Ha, it actually would appear here. Is this any good? Drizzler asked. She did not think that 5% increase in movement speed is something amazing. Zhang Yang quickly used charge. He did not expect to land a successful stun on a gray-silver boss. He only wanted to generate enough aggro to draw its full attention. If it were to strike anyone aside from the tank, it would be safe to say that certain death would be imminent. Just after charge made contact, Zhang Yang quickly landed a normal attack and activated Provoke. Minus 310. Immune. Arg Provoke is ineffective against this boss, and such a strong defense at that. By the looks of it, there could be over 100 points into it. Zhang Yang then switched to crippled defense to quickly reduce 50% of its defense, allowing the rest of the party to deal more damage. With the limited usage of the antidote and the overwhelming amount of HP, the party knew that they had to put all their effort in to kill the boss in time, or the antidote will wear off and they would die from the poison. Shadow Moon, Shurian's Mount, Gray Silver. Level 25. HP 300k. 2 gray-silver bosses on his right and a controlled Drizzler on his left. Zhang Yang was cornered with danger on both sides. Shush! The enemy attacked. Pushing himself to the limits, Zhang Yang dodged every possible attack to reduce the maximum damage received. Being the closest to Zhang Yang, Drizzler's melee attack reached first, and in a blink of an eye, Zhang Yang was cornered like a chicken in a cage. He did not even have enough space to properly move around. The battle with Shurian was already tough to begin with, and it got much worse when it entered Berserk state. Every swing of its sword felt like a crashing airplane. Even the space around the sword was being distorted. Little Snow. Focus your heel on me, Zhang Yang cried. The final moment of the fight was the most important, but it was the most dangerous too. I all came down to this moment. One wrong move, one misstep, and it will be the end of the party. Zhang Yang emptied his mind and focused on evading every single one of the boss attack. Dodge. Dodge. Block. Minus 1,184. It only took one successful hit for Zhang Yang to lose over 60% of his HP. Were he to absorb full damage, including the 600 shadow damage and the falling rain, he would have certainly died. Little Snow went all out. She did not even care to calculate to save mana points or time. All she knew that she had to do all that it took to prevent Zhang Yang from dying. 9%, 8%, 7%. Vanguard's aggression. The name itself suggested the skill's ability to risk the caster himself to protect the others. With this skill, the team's survival rate will increase tremendously. 100 Shots got excited. He was in fact part of the team. If there was anything that could be done to improve the team's efficiency, he would definitely be happy for it. But the noob tank is more likely to die, Little Snow sighed. Looks like there'll be more work for me again. It is all right, shield wall can be learned when I reached level 30. My HP will not be dropping too much when I activate these two skills together, Zhang Yang said while smiling. HMPH, I just hope that's the case. Although they already picked up 4 items from the corpse, as this was Shurian's first death, there were still more items to obtain from him. Absolute Defense Ring, Gray-Silver Ring. Vitality plus 12. Strength plus 8. Early the next day, Zhang Yang practiced his usual boxing and long-distance running. All in all, it took slightly over an hour. He logged on to the game after eating breakfast. First, Zhang Yang went through the front and main wing hardcore mode dungeon raids with Drizzler and the others. After dismissing the team, Zhang Yang found a few news waiting for him when he returned to the capital. The Dominators, Sky High and Crimson Rage cleared the Marzerway's Lair Hard mode this morning. The main wing hardcore mode is now defeated. Keep the momentum going with the victories and attack the next wing. Fatty Han was in a panic when he read the message and said, "Little Yang, we have to be quick. Otherwise, the first clear achievement of the dungeon raids will belong to others." Zhang Yang thought for a while and asked, "To address the elephant in the room, if we killed Marzerway together, which guild name would be used for first clearance announcement?" "Of course it is us, the Dominators." Humbly Gentleman took it for granted and said dismissively, "But surely you will be rewarded handsomely, you have my word." How much could they possibly offer? Be it 10,000 or even 80,000 gold coins, it won't suffice. This is because a first clear achievement was particularly important to increase the reputation of a guild, and any measly amount of gold would not be equal to it. Zhang Yang smiled and replied, "I am sorry, and we are very much interested in the first clear achievement as well." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An unmistakable gleam radiated from the thief's equipment. He noticed that Ghostly Leaf was wearing a complete set of green copper equipment, with at least 3 of them being thief-class specialized set equipment. Zhang Yang concluded that Ghostly Leaf's guild, Radiance, was much stronger than Sky High or even the Dominators. He believed this due to the equipment that Ghostly Leaf was wearing. Typically, since the equipment could only be obtained from raiding the hard mode of Marzerway's lair, this could only mean that Ghostly Leaf had been part of a group that has already performed the raid several hours ahead, or even one day before the other 2 guilds. As the battle ended, everyone had teleported back to where they were before. Without a doubt, Frost Knight's victory had roused the crowd. Their passion could barely be contained by the very sky itself. Audiences started to fill the public channel with spams of insults and jeers. HMPH. Now you know how strong are the players in White Jade Castle. Go back to Crimson Moon City with the tail between your legs. Haha, you couldn't even win a girl. What can you say now, huh? Beauty Frost Knight, be my girl. Crawl back to whence you came, sucker. Ghostly Leaf was lost in silence for a moment, thoughts running in his head that nobody could have guessed. But after a while, he cried out. "Did you all seriously just send a girl to defend your pride? How could you still call yourselves men? To think that you would send a girl to defeat me, are you all still babies suckling on yo mama's tits? ZHANYU, where the F***CK are you? Come and fight me, ZHANYU. ZHANYU. No, Frost Knight rejected Zhang Yang's invitation outrightly. "But if you defeat me in a battle, I'll participate in just one raid," she added after a little while. "Okay," Zhang Yang nodded. "Ding, player Frost Knight has sent a battle request brawl. Will you accept it?" Zhang Yang accepted the request, and the system announced their fight on the arena announcement board. Room 179, Zhan Yu versus Frost Knight Brawl. Battle starts in 5 minutes. The next day, Zhang Yang logged in and joined the other 18 members of the guild and headed into Snow Sprite City. Frost Snow did not join the rest of them, but she waited instead at the dungeon entrance for the party to enter. From the initial point, the party have killed their way towards the inner part of the city to complete the prerequisite quest of the dungeon. After only 7 to 8 minutes, the quest has been completed, and they headed into the dungeon. Be careful, there are at least 7 other bandits lurking around here, Frost Knight suddenly announced in the party channel. Zhang Yang was shocked and quickly screamed, "Everyone, to me now!" Some of them heard his call and complied, while the others were oblivious and ignored his call. Just then, 7 to 8 figures appeared behind 3 of the daydreamers. Pack, pack, pack. The bandits casted ambush and started to attack them. After clearing both front wing and the middle wing dungeons, Zhang Yang and his party gathered in front of the last dungeon. After 5 minutes or so, the second team led by 100 Shots came out, followed by Fatty Hand's team, and the last team was Iron Hills. In this small dungeon, the performance of the tank will determine the success of the team. That is why even though Iron Hill's team had a strong supporter like Little Snow, it would be useless since their team's tank was not strong enough. I assume by now everyone fully understands the boss mechanics, Zhang Yang asked. If that's the case, go and complete the quest and let's go to the main wing. Woohoo equipment. First clear. Everyone's morale was high as they marched into the main wing with high spirits. The dungeon was set in a palace, and Zhang Yang with his party were standing in the center of a huge courtyard. Ahead of them was the palace's main wing, and it was there Marzerway resided. The second stage of the boss was fairly easy, from the attacker's perspective, that was. In the healer's eyes, they were having the time of their life healing like there was no tomorrow. The boss was just too powerful. His staff looked like it was made from wood, but it felt like it was really just the Monkey King Sun Wukong's golden staff. Zhang Yang's HP was being whacked down like how Sun Wukong whacked the high heavens upside down. Damn you, Zhan Yu. Why are you so squishy like a tofu one? Little Snow complained violently. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, HMPH, keep on complaining, be *TCH. If I were to trade with another tank, you wouldn't even have time to open your mouth at all. You'd be too busy healing crazily. The moment you're distracted, you'd be sure to have the tank killed. The reason team could do so well was all thanks to the powerful damage output from these 5 people, including Zhang Yang, Drizzler, 100 Shots, Fatty Han, and Frost Knight. Their total damage was much higher than the remaining 10 damage dealers. The capability of the team was still guaranteed as long as there was a powerful damage output from 5 of them as the team's foundation, even if the other party members were not as powerful. Little Snow was like a flag, and everyone followed her wherever she went, and it was like playing the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, which everyone found hilarious. The third stage of Marzerway was still as exhausting as Flame Shot, and knockback could instantly kill 80% of the tank's HP. The 4 healers in the team were trying very hard to heal Zhang Yang's HP. Even though he was dealing with Flame Shot, even if he was hit with the combo, he could have 100 HP remaining. The battle started again. Everything went smoothly as all the teammates paid more attention to their movements and positioning. Even if Little Snow had not been around to act as a homing beacon, most of them hardly repeated their mistakes in dying pointlessly due to ice ring, lava, and spikes. The crucial 4th stage loomed before them in no time. When Zhang Yang saw Marzerway starting his scripted dialogue, he immediately selected Magic Scroll, Rising Morale, Level 1, and a golden light surged through all of the party members, buffing everyone with an effect. Rising Morale increases damage and healing effect by 5%, lasts for 5 minutes. Marzerway cast 3 Summoned Cloud, and the ranged attackers changed their target. The 3 hunters followed exactly what Zhang Yang told them just now, which to keep the skills out of cooldown and to focus point. Abruptly, they nuked a great deal of damage and quickly destroyed the 1st and 2nd Summoned Cloud. The announcement of Lone Desert Smoke's achievement spread abruptly across the entire server. Those who were still in the middle of raiding the same dungeon were devastated. The entire China server had at least 20 to 30 elite guilds, and their own exploration teams had been stranded at the 5th stage of the dungeon. The 5th stage was the last round. It was the only remaining obstacle that kept them from the highest glory. But no matter what they did, they just could not pass that stage. Most of them had the idea that they were failing their chances due to the lack of strong equipment, which led to players being unable to perform at their best. This led them to rely on brute force. The stronger guilds could only fight until the boss was reduced to 10% HP, made no progress beyond that. Zhang Yang first sent 1,000 bottles to both Snow Seeker of the Crimson Rage and Sky Shaman of the Sky High. After approximately 10 minutes, only did he send 100 bottles to Humbly Gentleman. What that needed to be done has been done. There was nothing he could have done if Crimson Rage or Sky High still somehow managed to fall behind the Dominators. Anything that could be done for level 20 had been done thoroughly enough. The only thing left was the hardcore mode speed record. However, Zhang Yang was not keen to obtain that achievement. The reward was not luxurious enough for him. On the other hand, there's the case where things might get a little dull. If only him alone was responsible for claiming the first clear achievement, or even the speed achievement, there would be no chance for other guild to grab the spotlight. Even the audience would feel bored if Zhang Yang was the only one remaining in the limelight. The public channel started to get rowdy when Miss Yu Li revealed her existence. Zhang Yang had to message her privately to avoid unnecessary chatter. "Miss Yu, I'd like your help in selling some stuff in Emerald City." "Okay, sure." She only replied back after quite some time. She was probably busy replying those nosy bastards from earlier. "Zhang Yang, have you found a job yet?" she asked. Would this stint in God's miracle count as one? Zhang Yang replied. "I'm still getting myself hooked up with the game. I'm still trying to find some method to earn money here." "Zhang Yang, I've sold all the potions you gave me. Out of the 100 stacks you gave me, I tried selling them at different prices. 6 stacks were sold at 1 gold coins. 3 stacks were sold at 2 gold each. 4 stacks were sold at 3 gold coins each, and most of the potions were sold for 4 gold coins each. I managed to sell only a few bottles for 5 gold each, but the number was negligible. Looks like the current market would only be willing to buy the potions for 4 gold coins each. Either way, the total profit was 6714 gold. Mother asterisk Seeker, the auction house 10% service charge is just shitty as hell. Anyway, I followed your instructions and used 100 gold coins to buy brassica weed and ginkgo flowers. I've taken my part of the profit and have already mailed the rest of the money and ingredients to you." They arrived at the Cave of Bones in the desolated, ghostly flatlands 3 days later. "Hey, idiot Zhan Yu, share the profits with me." Little Snow put both her hands on her waist, revealing more of her bosoms. Drizzler calmed her down immediately. "Little Snow, please be a gentlewoman. Be a gentlewoman." While making the medicine, Zhang Yang looked up and had a glance of her assets. In his mind, he had a thought that time is like a woman's cleavage. It will appear once squeezed. We against the time, so we have to hurry. We're going to need to squeeze out more like Little Snow's cleavage to have enough. Little Snow caught Zhang Yang looking, and she chuckled while saying, "Is it that nice to look at?" "Yeah, perfectly rounded, crystal clear, and very attractive," Zhang Yang replied with compliments. "Pervert." Drizzler despised Zhang Yang for saying such things, but she enviously gazed at Little Snow's bosoms too. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "I was talking about her eyes." Guild Master, the people of Sword and Fire Mercenary just filled a screen of red texts in the capital. They wanted to challenge you to their fastest hardcore clear ranking and gloat at us. Someone spoke out in the guild channel. With everyone talking at the same time, it was hard to get the content of the message. The person then sent a private message to Zhang Yang and repeated what they said. Zhang Yang delivered the message to his party members, and it sparked anger in all of them. What the hell? They think they're so strong for breaking the new ranking. They're just following our steps. Fatty Hand spoke angrily. Hey, noob tank. This is intolerable. We have to break the new ranking and show it to them. Drizzler chipped in as well. Okay. After killing Marzerway and looting some equipment set, I'll study the strategy tonight and we'll break the new ranking tomorrow morning. Shit, the fatty is insulting us. A young man took out a long iron bar from his back and started to act like a hero, and he charged towards Fatty Hand's direction. I'm going to kill you. Fatty Hand lightly stepped aside, and the iron bar struck his arm. He grinned as if the iron did not hit him at all. As Fatty Hand mentioned before, due to the fats in his entire body, he could not feel any pain in fights. The young man was left helpless and stunned. Fatty Hand lifted his foot and stepped on the young man's foot. AH! He suddenly uttered a painful cry, dropping the iron bar onto the floor. He began rolling around on the ground with both his hands hugging his foot. It could be broken as it was obviously bent. The other three young men panicked and were frightened when they saw Fatty Hand's fierce and violent side. Brother Hare pretended to be courageous and said, "You were the gang under Brother Ma. Do you dare offend Brother Ma?" Zhang Yang had just about enough. Just when he finally decided to leave, the door of the elevator opened and the two troublemakers hopped out again. A policewoman walked out of the door, glanced at them, and moved on as if nothing had happened. The two girls did not like her reaction, and they tried to move in closer to her. Wei Yan was dressed as a zombie, and she reached both her hands out to grab the policewoman's shoulder. Swoosh. Pack, the policewoman swiftly turned around and caught her hand before Wei Yan could make any contact. She locked her shoulder and flipped her off her feet, causing her to fall onto the ground hard. Arg! The little brat was tears. Her hand rubbed her painful butt. Her cute and happy little expression was now replaced with a painful one. Tears flowed down her cheek, removing a part of her thick makeup. Ever since the incident at the club, Fatty Hand had been missing in action for the next 2 days before finally popping online during the afternoon of the 3rd day. Fatty, are you all shriveled up now? Be careful not to break your hips, Zhang Yang teased. Little Yang, only today have I finally understood why men love hearing girls say, I want it, but what that follows next. I want more is a nightmare, I'm telling you. For the past 2 days, I've had to listen to her saying, I want more for 17 times. 17 times. God, I'm all skinny right now. Fatty Hand complained about his proud achievement. Ha, congratulations on popping your cherry, Zhang Yang laughed. Even though Fatty Hand had always layered his speech with dirty talk, he never had been able to walk the talk. He has never carried out his spoken intentions. The closest friend he had was just someone called Jean, or was it Jenny? Lone Desert Smoke has successfully broken the speed record for Marzerway's Lair Hardcore mode. Rumors of how Zhang Yang's feeble team, merely lucky in their triple chain of first clear achievements, had dispersed. Their achievements invoked a burning fury in all the other guilds. One by one, they tried to break the record themselves. Zhang Yang's speed record did not hold up for long. Only half a day later, their record was replaced by Breaking Dawn, who broke it by 9 seconds. Several hours later, Crimson Rage broke the record, clocking a time that would last longer. They had successfully raided the dungeon in only 17 minutes and 2 seconds. However, even this speed record was broken and the process repeated itself, each time with a difference of just a few seconds. Still, the record was continually broken to a point where the strong and the weak began showing their differences. Blue Giant Hull, Elite. Level 30. HP 30,000. Defense 0. Melee damage 500. Attack interval 2 seconds. Immediately after entering the battle, Zhang Yang's equipment was all muted. Every skill level was reset down to level 1. To ensure a fair battle among all players, every player that underwent this test would have the same stats. All players would have equal attack power, HP, and MP. Player Zhan Yu. Level 30. HP 3000. Defense 0. Strength 100. Melee damage 100. Attack interval 2 seconds. Critical chance 0. Lucky strike chance 0. The monster he was about to fight was much stronger than he was, if they were to compare with each other numerically. 30,000 x 500, 3,000 x 10. That's 51. The player would not have a chance based on statistics alone. Zhan Yu, this S-level quest is really tough. Still lost in his sea of thoughts, Zhang Yang received a private message from 100 Shots. He laughed a little. Was it called S-level for nothing? There were only very few people in the entirety of China who could finish this quest. Well, if the quest was positioned somewhere further down the progress of the game, there could have been more people completing this quest, as many would already have gotten used to the controls of the game, thereby having the skills, intuition, controls, and attack plan to make it possible. This early in the game, nobody would truly be skilled. 100 Shots was bound to be one of the famous players from China. He was the top among the top 10 hunters. However, his strength would lie on the little red pet dragon. When the dragon would have popped out, he would rule the world. Even if he was slightly lacking in individual skill, his dragon more than made up for it. Divine Soul, passive. Your heart and soul is filled with faith and devotion. All spells and skill costs are reduced by 75%. Zhang Yang's mind went blank the moment he saw the skill description. A 75% spell cost reduction. She could now deal 4 times the amount of healing. What an op skill! His voice shaking in uncontrollable excitement, Zhang Yang said, "Honestly, I had never held such high hopes for us to clear the level 30 dungeon. But now that you have this passive skill, our chances to clear the dungeon has now increased 5-fold. The ideal 6-man party for this dungeon was supposed to be comprised of 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 6 attackers. In his case, Zhang Yang alone could take the place of both tanks. Now that Han Yinzu gained the passive skill, she could also take the role of both healers as well. On the other hand, Zhang Yang himself was a unique tank with strong offensive powers. That would mean that their 6-man team could match the strength of a 10-man party. Here I go. Zhang Yang swung his sword and used charge to dash to the boss. After 1 normal attack, he gained enough rage to immediately cast horizontal sweep. Both maids received nearly 1,000 damage each and had their aggro was fully fixed on Zhang Yang. He then quickly tagged a sun symbol and cried out, "Kill the sun-marked monster!" Everyone started to attack and monster and completely drained her HP. What an ill-behaved guest. You have dirtied Master Waller's flower garden. When her HP dropped below 50%, the maid let out a loud scream. She held the broomstick with both her hands and horizontally cleaved everyone. Ding! You have received the expulsion by the maid effect, dazed for 3 seconds. Han Yinzu quickly casted Holy Prayer to recover a portion of the HP and casted Regeneration to slowly heal them. Her current magic attack had reached 600, which allowed Regeneration to heal 240 HP per tick. Such an impressive healing power, 96%, 94%, 92%. The boss HP started to drop. Winnie suddenly around and shot an arrow towards 100 shots, crying out, "Explosive arrow!" A ring of twirling fire appeared around 100 shots, and a debuff icon appeared on his head. Explosive arrow. Explodes after 5 seconds. Dealing 1 fire damage to the target. 5,000 fire damage will be dealt to targets around 3x3 meters of the vicinity of the target. 100 shots immediately ran away from the crowd. It was not hard to run 3 meters away in 5 seconds. Boom. A loud blast was heard, and 100 shots blasted off like a rocket with flames at his butt. He rose up about 10 meters into the sky. Fire waves spread out everywhere but stopped when it reached the 3-meter border. "Little Snow, I'm counting on you." Zhang Yang rushed towards the boss to start the battle. "Arg! What a bunch of rude bastards! Look at what you've done to my garden! Oh, my crescent moon flower!" He suddenly stopped talking. The face that the party saw was filled with malice and anger. They could feel the burning rage emanating from him. Laxus lowered the giant scissors in his hand and jumped off the stool. As he approached the party with the anger of 1,000 angry men, his face, bulging with blood vessels that looked like they would burst at any time, looked frightening as hell. "You will pay for your impudent behavior." Shush, the boss used charge to dash towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang used charge as well, taking him head-on. He screamed, "Don't start anything yet, I haven't gotten a hold on his aggro." As the both of them slammed against each other, the boss remained unscathed while Zhang Yang was stunned for 2 seconds. Minus 2,137. The party continued circling the garden in counterclockwise. As they moved on, the minions they encountered were slowly transitioning from simple gardeners to full-on werewolves. Werewolf Guard, Elite. Level 34. HP 50,000. These type of monsters were technically stronger, as they had healing abilities which could heal them by 20,000 HP in one spell. However, Zhang Yang countered their healing with his destructive smash, reducing their healing amount down to 5,000 HP. As they cleared all the monsters along the way, they obtained 4 black steel equipment and a bunch of cotton cloth. They arrived at the 3rd boss after 10 minutes. Defense Army Captain Lothar. Level 34. HP 800k. Little Yang, are we doing this fast enough, or are we falling behind? Fatty Han was worried that they could not obtain the first clear achievement as they had been fighting for at least an hour. What on earth is happening? There's even a Brokeback Mountain dude here too. A cheating woman and the star of Brokeback Mountain. This is even better than that TV drama at 8 p.m. With a serious look on his face, Zhang Yang said, "I'll say, it's harder to sort out their relationship than to actually fight them in battle." Judging from the attributes of the ring, hunters and thieves could both benefit from it. However, take aim was a hunter's skill, so the special effect within would not be triggered if given to a thief. Therefore, it would make perfect sense that the ring go to either 100 shots or Fatty Han. Recipe: Dwarf Potion. Use: teaches you to make the dwarf potion. Requirement: Amateur Alchemist. As Zhang Yang was the only alchemist among the group of 6, naturally, no one would want to have the item. Zhang Yang pocketed the item and posted the properties of the dwarf potion for all to view. Dwarf Potion. Consumable. Unforgivable bandits. You killed all my beloved maidens. I shall rip you all into tiny pieces that even God cannot count. Young Master Wrath let out a roar that would awaken the gods in the heavens, as his body began to increase in mass. Plack, pack, plack. The tearing of his clothes as his body bulged out revealed that there were dark, long hairs covering his entire body. The handsome, pretty boy's face instantly transformed into an enormous werewolf. Ding, engulfed by rage, young Master Wrath transformed into his werewolf form. His attack interval decreased by 50%. Rog, the young master werewolf, mindlessly charged towards Zhang Yang with his deadly, powerful claws. Leaving Zhang Yang with no other options, Zhang Yang backpedaled rapidly, evading the deadly attack by a paper-thin margin. At the same instant, he swung his sword in retaliation, managing to make a scratch on the boss. "Those who are in the same dungeon as we are now, we are going to take on the head of Butler's Mac." It was a sudden announcement posted by Fatty Han in the region channel. F***CK off. What are you, a newscaster? Take out the boss first, duh. To think that the amazing lone desert smoke is also stuck at the first boss like we are. Kill carry on. Well, shit. What is wrong with the game company? Are they out of their minds? A boss with this much HP and sky-high damage, it's impossible for anyone to take it. That one comment made by Fatty Han was akin to throwing a fat boulder into a calm lake, stirring up murky waves that broke the surface. The channel became lively all of a sudden. Other parties did not know that they had to go through 4 mini-bosses to be able to stand up to this boss. Everyone had already been wiped out by this particular boss dozens of times over. Lone Desert Smoke has done it again. They got the first clear achievement again. The stream of announcements had sent many parties who were exploring new dungeons into shock. What in the world was happening? During the series of challenges in the previous hardcore mode dungeons, they could see a realistic gap between them and Lone Desert Smoke, even if they ultimately lost. They had managed to push forward until the boss transformed into the 5th stage. If it wasn't for the bloody beginner anti-shadow potion, Lone Desert Smoke would never have stood a chance in finishing the battle. By doing so, the Lone Desert Smoke claimed the first clear achievement. But this time around, there were no excuses. They had not even gone past the first boss yet. How could their party take out 5 bosses? Was there really such a big gap between their capabilities? Sister Sun. Sister Sun, please let me touch it. Wei Yan skipped towards the corpse delightedly. Sun Xinyu simply wanted to move things on, but it didn't matter to her on whoever touched the corpse first. So she stepped aside. Wei Yan grinned before putting her hands upon the cadaver. Skill book, Berserker's Heal. Use teaches the skill Berserker's Heal. Required, Warrior. Noob tank, what does the effect of this Berserker's Heal do? Wei Yan looked up at Zhang Yang before throwing the question to him. This is actually a pretty practical skill, I must say. It depletes your rage to fully heal yourself, Zhang Yang said. The skill was really extremely practical, but the skill book had a decent drop rate as well. Almost every warrior would have one in their hands as they progressed in the game, but to have it at level 30 was pretty uncommon. Boss, Zhang Yang has finally left the city. 44 bandits spoke in the Sword and Fire Mercenary Party channel. About damn time. That bastard sure took his sweet time hanging around there. Dominating Blade spat on his blade. And here I thought that this guy was gonna stay in there forever. That's right, we've received the contract on the 1st of the month, and he's been camping inside for several days now. How do we kill this guy? I thought he might know that we're waiting for him outside. That's why he's been hiding in there since forever. Dominating Blade crossed his arms, staring at 44 bandits. Where did he go? No idea, boss. He was taking the Griffin's service. Could be far. 44 bandit replied nonchalantly. Dominating Blade acknowledged in a deep voice. I see. Let those guys in the guild find out his destination. I want to know where he is right now. Roger that, boss. 44 bandits nodded. Zhang Yang waited for them to strike, to have them gain the red name penalty 1 first. With just an effortless swing, Zhang Yang activated horizontal sweep and took out at least 1,400 HP of everyone around him. Some of the players were still confused on what happened, but they jumped immediately when they saw the damage they just took. Holy crap, this boss is strong as F***CK. Look at me. Half of my HP is gone. Damn. His defense is strong too. I could only deal 1 damage to him. Haha, noob. The stronger the boss, the better the drops. He must be a gray-silver boss. No, stupid. He must be a yellow-gold boss. Rogue Bunny was fuming with rage. He screamed, "Stupid bunch of mindless, good-for-nothing idiots. Look at the system notification. Stupid F***CKS, it's not a boss, you dimwit. It's a player, eh? Isn't that Zhan Yu the guy with the first clear achievements? Somewhere around Tulin town. Floating up. What are we gonna do now? Should we change our course to grab that land lease, or should we stay on course?" said 44 bandits. Both of the sword and fire mercenary leaders were tanks, and Dominating Blade was the captain of the team. He was a guardian just like Zhang Yang. Floating up, the second in command was a defender, and he led this small manhunt party. He answered with a deep and low tone. "I have no idea what this land lease is, but if the system would go all out to announce it, it must be of some value. We will temporarily change our course. Let's kill the what's-his-face, evil sorcerer, and get that land lease. Zhan Yu isn't going to go anywhere anyway, might as well postpone his inevitable death." Following the coordinates provided by the system, the party arrived at the Misty Valley. Broken Uranus suddenly called out, "Isn't this place the Misty Valley? I heard that the Rogue clan had met Zhan Yu here." "What? The F***CK. Look at those elite monsters." 44 bandits scratched his head in frustration. He could not hold in his surprised and cursed as he saw the ridiculous number of monsters cramped up together at the end of the stairs. Floating up frowned with frustration. If they were to enter a regular dungeon instead, even if there were a lot more elite monsters around, the party could take their own sweet time to kill them off since no one else would be competing. But things were not the same with a field boss. Every second counted. They had already gained a huge advantage when they were the first to arrive here, but if they were to start clearing all these monsters here and now, they would lose their advantageous stance. "Where is Zhan Yu?" Beauty Healer asked. "Based on the information we got, Zhan Yu should be ahead of us. But from the looks of it, I don't think he could be in the tower. If monsters had conscious thought, they would be bawling in frustration and denial like sore losers by now. What kind of cheating douche was this guardian? How does he heal himself back to full health like that?" The worst part of it was the fact that he could heal way faster than any priest or scared knight at his level. What was the point of attacking him anyway? He would just heal himself, and they would start from ground zero again. We might as well just give up and drink tea. The tower skeleton sorcerer, however, was not sentient or self-aware in any way, and was chanting non-stop, his bony jaw chattering, to cast shadow arrow after shadow arrow. It would stop at nothing to kill Zhang Yang. However, with 1 full health bar, Zhang Yang could bring down 2-3 of the monster's HP before he activated any of his HP regenerating skills, as if his healing was on steroids. The one having rough days would be the monsters facing Zhang Yang. Almost all of the boss, normal attacks were deflected by block. With that fast attack speed and frequency, Zhang Yang could not spare any single block to waste. At the same time, the brave set equipment constantly restored his health. Slowly yet steadily, many green texts of +100 popped over his head. The Du Ti effect had inflicted 1,920 damage to Zhang Yang in 10 seconds. But at the same time, the Brave Set Equipment effect had healed Zhang Yang by over 500 HP. After removing the second Du Ti skill, he healed another 500 HP again. Ding! You have been afflicted with Spectre's Decay, 1 stack. Receive 800 natural damage every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. Ding! You have been afflicted with Spectre's Decay, 2 stack. Receive 1,600 natural damage every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. 20 seconds later, the boss inflicted another Du Ti poison. Zhang Yang immediately removed the first layer and the second layer after 10 seconds. Logically, silver-tiered servants were not as rare as gold-tier servant, but it was still not supposed to be dropped by Clear Lotus, the Ice Whisperer, a small fry of a gatekeeper boss. Rather, it should have been dropped by the final boss, which was that evil sorcerer. Probably this was due to the first kill of Clear Lotus, the Ice Whisperer, so it was a bonus loot. Yes, great fortune indeed. Zhang Yang felt euphoric and continued to the staircase, step by step to the entrance of 5th floor. He followed the steps and walked down, turning 7 to 8 rounds before entering the tower's 5th floor. This floor was different again. It was full of stelae which were at least as tall as 7 or 8 people, and as wide as about 3 people. Untamed flora grew across the ground. Zhang Yang felt like he had just stepped into ancient historical remains, fit to be an archaeological excavation. Barga, the Mede, tried to regain its distance. As an archer, despite being a boss, it was not going to take any situation lightly and avoid any melee contact. However, moving back while fighting and fully rushing towards the enemy were completely different matters altogether. 4 seconds later, the speed reduction effect had ended, and Zhang Yang rapidly rushed towards Barga. 14 meters, 12 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Barga, the Mede, used tumble and jumped backwards by another 10 meters. Char. Zhang Yang had been saving his charge earlier on for this very occasion. Minus 673. Minus 1,520. Minus 1,492. Zhang Yang immediately swung his sword, slashing vigorously. After the series of normal attacks, he used the horizontal sweep combo along with destructive smash, instantly dealing a massive amount of damage. Zhang Yang reached out to loot Barga, the Mede's corpse. Bow of the Fallen Moon, quest item. Item description: remnant of Barga, the Mede, one of the 7 sanctified equipment of the dwarves. Sanctified equipment. It was just a grade lower than celestial tier equipment. Unfortunately, this was merely a quest item. If Zhang Yang got an actual sanctified weapon now, nothing would stand in his way. Zhang Yang shook his head while smiling. There were 2 types of sanctified equipment, Holy Tier and Ascended Tier. The Holy Tier equipment could only be looted from above level 170 bosses, while Ascended Tier equipment could only looted from above level 200 bosses. Zhang Yang was able to obtain only 2 pieces of Holy Tier equipment in his past life. Dream Technology would not be foolish enough to release such divine equipment and break the balance, with the game being this young. Recipe: Legendary Beast Main. Use: you will learn to make Legendary Beast Mayonnaise. After finishing up his meal with his mind refreshed, Zhang Yang reconnected back online. "Hey, warrior of Stinkass, where have you been?" The attractive voice of Han Yingzhu floated lightly by his ears. Entering the 7th floor. "How's the situation up there?" Zhang Yang asked casually. "Stage clear. We're currently clearing the monsters in the 1st floor and we're almost done with it. Give us another 10 minutes tops and we'll be able to enter the 2nd floor. Han Yingzhu spoke squeakily, as if she would not accept it if she failed to melt the others with her sweetness and charm. "Oh, yay." Han Yingzhu paused for a second and said, "Sky Shaman and Snow Seeker had been asking about your whereabouts." 300,000, 200,000, 100,000. With Akashic's HP depleting wildly, it finally hit as low as 100,000. Zhang Yang had only 2,489 HP left to be exact. Minus 528. Minus 528. Minus 528. In that instant, Shield Bash burst out a strong lethality onto Akashic. The Shield Bash was supposed to have a lower basic damage value, dealing approximately 400 damage point to bosses that were wearing high defense armor. But Zhang Yang could neutralize the boss armor to 0 with crippled defense, and Eagle Eye, completely unleashing the full damage of Shield Bash. Akashic was finally beaten to his last drop of HP, falling hard to the ground, while Zhang Yang only had 518 HP left. Ding, you killed Akashic. The Lionheart acquired 400,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations. You have reached level 31. All attributes +1 acquired 5 attribute points. Zhang Yang went up to open the silver chest. 10%, 40%, 70%. Pow, the chest opened. Zhang Yang could see the loots in the chest with his own eyes. 3 pieces of green copper equipment and a bottle of potion. It was natural that Zhang Yang would not waste time on checking the green copper equipment, as he readily loaded them straight into his backpack. He then took a closer look on the last bottle of the potion. All potions that would fall from bosses or treasure chests were impossible to be crafted or be learned to craft. They were normally very rare and valuable. Just like these 3 pieces of green copper equipment, they could also be considered to be a product of foundry, leather-made, tailored, but the pattern or design of the equipment was not something players could learn to craft. Beginner's colorful potion, consumable. Use, increase all magic resistance by 1,000, last for 8 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Level required, 30. Damn it, I was still wondering, after 5 floors of battle, there's still no sign of any boss. So it was Zhan Yu, that little brat who is 1 step ahead of us. Humbly Gentleman spoke out with anger, tightening his teeth. His hatred towards Zhang Yang had not been just for 1 or 2 days, and now he got fooled by Zhang Yang without knowing again. He was about to burst into flame out of his own anger. No wonder the lone Desert Smoke members went offline already. It seems like they have already sent a part of them ahead of us. Humbly Gentleman tried to provoke the other 2 guilds to channel their hatred towards Zhang Yang, with the thoughts to crush lone Desert Smoke to the ground by having the 3 guilds to work together. But Snow Seeker smiled gently and said, "Getting the field bosses has been a first-come, first-served basis for all of us. It all depends on our own capabilities, on whether we get to them first or not. So what's with all the angry ranting, Humbly Gentleman?" 25%. Ding, Ron Weasley has used Shadow of Death. All physical attacks have been increased with additional 100% Dark Shadow damage. Last for 5 seconds. During the voice notification from the system, Weasley was swinging his huge sword, at that moment surrounded with Dark Aura, charging towards Zhang Yang in huge steps, ready to cleave him in 2. Shield wall. Black, black, black. Minus 800. Minus 800, minus 800. With effects of Shield Wall and Shield Oath in play, the damage was reduced by 80%. The 3 huge swings that could have dealt 4,000 point of damage ended up only doing 800. With his final trump card, Shadows of Death, having been used up, the boss was finally set on the one and only path remaining, the path to his demise. Zhang Yang was in the zone, swinging the sword in his hand, slicing and dicing, ferociously depleting the HP of the boss. 24%, 23%, 22%. Zhang Yang returned to the lab room. He took out the elemental stone and showed it to Merlinda, who saw the rock and was happy beyond measure. "You've done it, brave warrior," said Merlinda gratefully. Elemental stone, quest item. Item description, dispels the bind on Merlinda, Song of the Forest. Zhang Yang walked closer and held out the stone in his hands. "How do I use this?" "Place it on my chest," said Merlinda. "I will absorb the power of the stone to break free of these shackles." Zhang Yang nodded and walked over to the NPC. He then placed the crystal-like rock on her chest. What a beautiful elven woman. Her body was so alluring that when Zhang Yang placed the elemental stone on her chest, it slipped down and rested in between her voluptuous breasts. If only the thing between her boobies could be replaced with his. "What the hell am I thinking?" Gulp, Zhang Yang drank the rainbow potion. His entire body radiated in 5 different colors. That's cool. The light was then absorbed back into this body, and a buff icon appeared on his head. All elemental resistance plus 1000. Hermione pointed her staff at Zhang Yang and blasted him with a fireball. Boom, -600. To think that the potion could reduce all incoming magic damage by 1000. It was the right call to make. Zhang Yang swung his sword and laid waste on Hermione after inflicting 5 layers of crippled defense. He then summoned his servant after. To maximize time and attack power, Zhang Yang had strategically summoned the servant only after stacking the crippled defense. Every second saved counted. "God, I hate warriors," Hermione cried as she raised her staff up high. 3 dim orbs of light beamed across the room and landed on Zhang Yang, his servant, and the NPC Merlinda. "Yo, boss." "Not telling my name, and I would take a while before we could rejoin you." 44 bandits and not telling my name had just only revived themselves and had to start all over again from the first floor. It was just like any save point system of any regular dungeon. At the floor, both of them would have to fight the monsters with true sight, head-on, since stealth was no longer an option. There were players around, joining them in their crusade down the tower. However, the other players were in similar circumstances as 44 bandits and not telling my name. They too had died before and were separated with their main party. Alone, they could not perform any better, and those who had just revived. Dominating Blade was speechless. "How could you not beat Zhan Yu? There lay the 2 of you and only one of him." "That bastard was just too strong for me. It only took him 2 to 3 strikes to kill me off. I didn't even have a single second to react," 44 bandits complained. Light in the shadows. Gray-silver necklace. Vitality +10. Intelligence +20. Equip effect, 1% increase in magic attack or healing power. Level requirement, 30. This necklace was by far the best equipment for magic attack classes. It could be sold for at least 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. If the lease he would get could be used for him to open a store, he could use this necklace as one of the main attractions. Other than the 2 gray-silver equipment, there were also other 8 green-copper equipment. He also obtained 1 chaos gem. Zhang Yang was delighted. He helped himself to the gem and used it to expand his inventory for an additional 10 slots. His inventory now had a total of 60 slots. That was at least 50% more than any majority players around. This was one of the benefits of going for solo raids. When good items appeared, he would not need to compete with anyone for it. Sigh, if only this tower had 30 floors. Zhang Yang hopelessly prayed for it in his mind. Rise! My slaves, fight for your master! Turpat Raihar waved his staff towards the party, and many skeleton monsters began to crawl out from the ground beneath everyone. Dominating Blade and Floating Up were quite responsive. They both unleashed Thunder Strike and Devotion in the split second to keep every monster there. At the same time, they were side-stepping towards the boss to prevent any monsters to attack them from behind. Zhang Yang slept throughout the entire day and had only woken up after 7 p.m. After having his dinner, Zhang Yang turned on his computer and visited the official site to find out the aftermath of his feat. However, before he could even click on the forum link, he saw an update notice on the official site home page. What was happening? The update patch was only supposed to be implemented on 13th of August. There was still 5 months' time. Zhang Yang felt a sudden omen. He must have done something to this timeline. It was probably affected by yesterday's feat when he solo killed a boss and obtained the beyond perfect score. According to the summarized notice, the first patch update did not have much changes. It had several changes to the warrior, especially Guardian skill update. 1. Block skill cooldown has increased from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. Every successful block instant would grant 30 rage points instead of 10 rage points. Needless to say, items that should be placed in the display board should be the gray-silver equipment. Zhang Yang had turned into a man of fortune. He had obtained plenty of gray-silver equipment from the underground tower. Even if he had kept some away for his gang, there were still plenty more that he could place at the display board to attract attention. Others would definitely see it, but they might not be able to buy it. However, they would be intrigued to know what else inside that they could buy. At least, Zhang Yang no longer needs to set bottles after bottles in the auction to sell them off. Now, as long as he set a fixed price in the shop, players could buy the desired amount of beginner anti-shadow potion. The shop will automatically restock the item from his storage to be sold. This was much easier than buying and selling from the auction house. Both sides placed their bets of 1,000 gold coins and waited for the bells to ring. With each team having famous players, spectators were already gathering in the arena. However, when they wanted to enter the arena to spectate, the room was locked with a password. They could only ask around, waiting for someone to reveal the password to enter the arena. The password was placed by Floating Up, fearing that they may face public shaming if either one of them loses the fight, or so Zhang Yang thought. 5 minutes passed like the wind and both contenders entered the battlefield. There was no one around the arena aside from the remaining 9 members of Sword and Fire Mercenary Group. Ding! The battle will start in 10 seconds. Player Floating Up. Level 34. HP 4,560. 9,876,543,210. Clang, 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 boom. The steel cage dropped behind them. Sheeing, ah. What a waste. Zhang Yang had only earned 2,000 gold coins. Zhang Yang sighed a little. He thought that he could have at least earned a little more before they gave up. Oh well, since they did forfeit their challenge, there was nothing else he could do. Zhang Yang summoned the mount and rode to his little merchandise shop. From afar, he could see that there were at least 20 players in the shop, checking out the goods. Not bad, Zhang Yang nodded. Outside the shop were a few nerds surrounding Natalia. They would not stop peppering Natalia with questions. Natalia answered each and every question coldly. Her cool, devil-may-care attitude was truly impressive. She could make that bunch of lonely nerds drool all over the street. Sigh, what losers! They would even try to flirt with an NPC. Beep, the voice messenger rang. Zhang Yang glanced at the notification and saw that it was from Snow Seeker. He accepted the call without hesitation. The special feature of a field boss was that they had at least one powerful AoE skill. Even if there was a sea of players coming to kill him, they would be killed off with a clean sweep. The key to victory was not about the number of players. Zhang Yu will position the boss dead center in the field. The rest of us will spread into a circle. The first 50 attacking will attack within the 30 meters range. The healers will form another circle 20 meters behind the first circle to escape the boss's attacking range. The first group of attackers will surely die as the healer will be unable to heal in time. Once the first team is down, I want the second team to take over the line. "Do not break the chain," said Snow Seeker's beautiful voice echoed clearly in the party channel. "Fragrant. Petal, both of you are in charge of healing Zhang Yu personally. Bitter Coffee, your team will stay behind and heal Fragrant and Petal. You must not let them die." Zhang Yang had just used block 3 seconds ago, and there was no way he could evade that giant foot, so he simply had to take the full blow. Time froze as he did some quick calculations in his mind. His max HP was 5,780 and 2,112. HP had already been deducted as he received damage from Shockwave earlier. He had 3,668 HP remaining. If Chavo's attack did 4,000 base damage points, the damage Zhang Yang going to receive would be around 3,000, so he could withstand that foot just fine, even if it was cutting a little too close. But to be on the safe side, Zhang Yang still drank a bottle of health recovering potion, and instantly his HP rose to 4,668, minus 2,912. Chavo's giant foot landed on Zhang Yang, and a huge damage text floated above his head, along with a debuff icon. "Collapse, you were stomped on by Chavo's. All your armor was completed destroyed. Increases all damage received by 100%. Last for 10 seconds. Crush, the 5th minute, Zhang Yang activated Berserker's heal. The 6th minute, the Lover's Sword lifesteal was activated. The 7th minute, once again Berserker's heal was activated. 3%. Chavo's had 150,000 HP remaining. After getting through the latest Chavo's collapse, the whole team broke out in cheers with victory in sight. 2%. 1%. There was a sudden change. Chavo's body released a red aura, his grayish-white color body turning into bloody red color. Ding. Chavo's is enraged. All damage increases by 200%. F***CK, Zhang Yang scolded. This Chavo's had such a violent death throw. He was planning to drag Zhang Yang along. Fortunately, Shield Wall was ready once again. Shield Wall activated. Minus 1,728. A huge damage text floated above Zhang Yang's head. All around, every member who stood within 30 meters away from Chavo's instantly died as minus 9,000 damage texts popped up on their heads. Zhang Yang returned to White Jade Castle where he took out Skill Book, Deep Wound, and laughed heartily. He patted the skill book against his body and gained Deep Wound. Deep Wound passive. After a successful critical attack, inflicts an additional 30% melee damage as bleeding damage. Lasts for 6 seconds. This was a good passive skill. As long as any attack hits critically, Deep Wound would be activated automatically. Although 30% melee damage did not seem much, this was a free skill book and bleeding damage was unaffected by defense. Certainly, anything that ignored defense was kind of pointless for Zhang Yang, who already had Eagle Eye. But in a battle arena, other than a tank versus tank scenario, otherwise he would not have enough time to stack the effects of crippled defense, so the effect of bleed would be very practical in this kind of situation. There has been a situation. Sith opened up his arms. The skin exposed from the clothes were like waves of water, trembling up and down continuously. His face was full of agony, and his pair of coffee-brown eyeballs were emitting an evil aura that provoked evil thoughts just by the sight of it. Shah, 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 Turpat Raihar will be back for sure. Sith spoke out in a low and husky voice before, thud, collapsing onto the ground facing up at the sky. OF*CK, an evil spiritual possession had just happened. Gong. The door was knocked open, with about 10 dwarf guards charging in. Every one of them were staring at Zhang Yang with their angry eyes, pointing their wielded weapons towards Zhang Yang. You sly human bastard! How dare you use trickery to enter our castle with the purpose to ruin our kind? Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Destructive Smash cooldown was complete. Zhang Yang immediately used Destructive Smash, followed by a Force Strike on one of the mages, dealing 2 damages of -1,680, -821 respectively, sending the players to the afterlife in seconds. Clear Lotus drifted back under the command of Zhang Yang, and then she wildly unleashed her assaults onto the members of the Pride inside out. Take out Zhan Yu first. The members of Pride had finally come back to their senses and reacted. After all, the boss was just an NPC controlled by a computer, artificial intelligence, with limited IQ. As long as the tank returned, the problem could be solved easily. But it was different when it came to players, as players would exploit the softest spot before stabbing in. Zhang Yang laughed loudly and he said, "You guys are taking neither of us out." Thunder Strike, slow down movement speed, horizontal sweep. -1,578. -1,627. 3,360. -1,611. The valley was large, with rows of houses made of wood planks neatly arranged. From time to time, there would be 2 or 3 centaurs passing by, and they would all have this strange expression in their eyes, as if they just saw some kind of a monster. Perhaps just like how humans feel strange looking at these 4-legged strange creatures, they also felt that 2-legged humans are some sort of a monster. Following Banger Cuculo back to his staying place, the mission was prompted as completed, and Zhang Yang was rewarded with 50,000 experience points. Ding! You have activated the reputation of the centaur, current reputation, unfriendly. Zhang Yang brought up the reputation list and took a look. Sure enough, he saw there was a new additional entry for the centaur, currently labeled as unfriendly 03000. Continuing to walk outside, the initial names of the centaurs shown in red have all turned into pale red in color. The white spot antelope was a social kind of animal. Finding one would mean that you will find the whole herd. However, the number in each herd was only roughly 10, shorter time required to kill them all, but what upset Zhang Yang was that the antelope skins did not drop every time. With only 3 antelope skins harvested from 17 white spot antelopes, the drop rate was considerably very low. No other way, just keep searching. White spot antelopes were all over the various location of Shiva Hills. To kill 1 or 2 herds, it was still easy. But to collect enough to support the criteria of elevating from neutral to friendly required 240 antelope skins. It was insanely difficult. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had skeletal warhorse that increased his movement speed to extremely fast, enabling him to run the hills and the forest. Even so, he could only collect 53 antelope skins by 6 p.m., and it was time for him to leave the game for his dinner. The centaur warrior let out a series of roars in rage, once again flailing the long spear in his hands about, finally drawing first blood on Zhang Yang. Minus 1,312. The attack was really ferocious. Its basic damage must have gone up to 2,000. But Zhang Yang had help from Servant, Clear Lotus. His damage per second has exceeded 1,300. To strike down the mere 35,000 HP of the centaur warrior would only take about 30 seconds or so. With all sorts of survival skills activated, he could blast the centaur warrior to death without budging an inch. Ding! You have defeated the centaur warrior, received 100,000 experience points, centaur reputation plus 125. After attempting to speak further to Andark Cuculo garnered no response, Zhang Yang stepped up to his face. The centaur finally said, "The warriors are resting now, you should come back another time. What's weird should remain weird." Zhang Yang unsheathed his blade and dashed towards the monster, joining the centaur fight against the weird amalgamation of hate. Minus 160. The moment Zhang Yang got close to the monster, Zhang Yang received a damage tick. Amalgamation of Hate was an elite-tiered monster, which was far stronger than a regular monster. However, no matter how strong it could not last for long under the focus fire of so many NPC and Zhang Yang's powerful attacking power. It died swiftly. Ding, you have killed Amalgamation of Hate. Reward based on damage contribution. Obtained 27,491 experience points. Obtained 50 centaur reputation points. It was a pity that the monster only dropped several cotton clothes and 78 copper coins, and it definitely did not drop the skill book that Zhang Yang was hoping for. Solid iron bar is a composite item. The materials needed to craft a solid iron bar are 100 iron bar, and they had to go through a process known as smelting, similar to its real-life counterpart. As this goes, the original price of iron bar will increase. The highest price for 200 bars was 50 gold coins. The price will fluctuate and eventually stabilize at 10 gold coins for 200 bars later. This is part of the game's system to prevent gold coin inflation. Endless Starlight's first thought was, once all the skills were out, even if he could not capture all the monsters' aggro, he could at least capture 3 monsters' attention. However, he was surprised that not a single monster had turned to face him. The next morning, Zhang Yang did his daily training and had his breakfast soon after. He visited the official site to read updates and news and the forums. In the dungeon fight topic discussion, many guilds had posted their own battle results there to promote themselves and attract the attention of players and possible future alliances. Popularity is the main factor that would directly impact the revenue of a sponsored guild. So far, everyone had started raiding the level 40 dungeon, Shadow Moon Castle interior. Most of the posts here in this discussion forum were about the bosses in the castle interior. About 5 days back, there were guilds that had started to gather level 40 players to raid the hard mode of the castle interior dungeon to gather information and experience to facilitate the hardcore mode. Right after dinner, the team gathered to clear the floors, all the way until they have met the first boss. Captain Guard Gale Baghdad, legendary centaur hero. Gray Silver Spectre. Level 41. HP 820,000. The male centaur was huge, with his white horse body, along with a muscular human half. With just one look, you would know that he was a formidable one, emitting strong hostility and strength that even his attackers would doubt their capabilities. He wielded a long spear on his right hand, with a long bow hanging from his back. His face stoic and rigid, with eyes glowing emerald flames burning evilly as the only noticeable movement around his complexion. Rather than feeling fear, Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream were both excited as they had never encountered a gray-silver boss before. Looking at the boss, Fatty Hen asked, "Am I seeing things, or is that a spear and a bow? I'm pretty sure players could only use one type of weapon, no?" "Oh, we did it." The party channel was suddenly filled with cheers and laughter, but Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream were even more excited than the others could be. After all, they had never seen a gray-silver boss, much more participate in a party to kill one. This first achievement meant more to them than to Zhang Yang's gang. HMPH, this future-to-be superstar is now considered to be in my hands. Zhang Yang took notice that Daffodil was always wearing a smile on her face, which made Wei Yan look a little more annoyed. It somehow reminded her about a cartoon she watched when she was a kid, about a weird older gentleman and a young girl. Little brat. Get our prize? Zhang Yang quickly gave her something to do when he noticed that Wei Yan was itching around after the battle ended. Aye, aye, Captain. Wei Yan jumped with joy and hopped to the boss. Lunar Sol Magic Staff, Gray Silver Staff. Magic Attack, 690, 750. Unbound. Level Requirement, 40. Any magic-type monster was weak and could be easily defeated as compared to a physical attack-type monster. But when fighting with multitude of them, it did not matter how strong you were. The blast from the arcane magic was enough to send you to the grave. The party did not dare to pull too many monsters in at one go, and only took 2 or 3 at a time. Even though the killing speed was faster than killing one at a time, the efficiency was much lower than killing a large bunch like in the first floor. Thus, the progress was obviously slower, and the accumulation of experience points was slow as well. Still, this was just between the first and second floor, and the progress was better than grinding alone. This guy must be suffering from a massive trauma. He's been acting all crazy, muttered Endless Starlight. The boss had been constantly screaming bastard, pathetic, dreadful, wretched, along with other kind of insults. Perhaps he was in love with a handsome young centaur like himself, and the society stopped them from being together. However, in search for true love, the young prince went through hell and back to be together with his lover. Once the king knew about this, he had the prince's lover killed to maintain his status. Thus, the angered prince cast a curse and sunk the entire castle down to ruins in order to be together with his lover forever, said Daffodil Daydream with a yearning face. Zhang Yang and everyone else exchanged a look and came to a conclusion. If you Joshi won. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. Only second-generation youngsters from wealthy families could do such things at no consequence. You have your entire future laid out for you. All you have to do is to simply follow the yellow brick road, and your life will as comfortable as you can ever imagine. Don't be jealous, dummy. You are also considered a millionaire right now. First-generation millionaires like you have so much more impact than second generations. Han Yingzhu shot back without pause. As Endless Starlight listened to their conversation, a nagging instinct tugged at his heart. With a sudden jump, he was completely flat on the ground, hugging Zhang Yang's feet. Big bro Zhan Yu, please take care of me. Voosh. The saber-toothed skeleton tiger leaped up, vanishing into thin air before reappearing behind Zhang Yang. With a massive slash of its sharp claws, the tiger dealt huge damage on Zhang Yang's back. Minus 1,552. Ding, you have received Mangle 5 stacks. Receive 1,500 HP damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Zhang Yang could not help but flick his middle finger at Lady Luck. The current 4 stacks of Mangle was just about to expire, but he had received a fresh, new mangle that could refresh the skill's effect. He never had thought that the tiger would have a skill similar to a thief's shadow step to immediately teleport behind someone's back. Not only had the mangle been refreshed to 15 seconds, he now had 5 stacks of mangle. He now had to take additional, unnecessary damage for the next 15 seconds. Zhang Yang noticed a look of gratitude flashed across Endless Starlight's face. Zhang Yang smiled secretly and thought in his heart, "Looks like this future icon of a tank has already started to feel indebted to Lone Desert Smoke. As long as they do more raids together, then Zhang Yang would not need to doubt Endless Starlight's loyalty to Lone Desert Smoke." Wei Yan was preoccupied with digging about for further loot since the first item was already distributed. She kept an eye out for the valuable white gleam. Green copper items have long been ignored by her. Feather skirt, gray-silver cloth armor. Defense +4. Vitality +96. Intelligence +48. Spirit +16. Unidentified. Level requirement 40. Han Yingzhu smiled and said, "Give this to Daffodil Daydream first. I'm wearing a full set of equipment, and I do not want to ruin the set equipment effect just yet." She gave up her role, so Daffodil Daydream embarrassingly received the skirt and equipped it. The battle went back and forth, with Kinglos Turk continuously summoning the guards and the gang repeatedly slaying them all. Because Kinglos Turk summoned the guards so frequently, the gang had no time to focus fire on Kinglos Turk alone. The overall damage for Ao Yi's skill was high but still weaker than a single hit damage. Thus, Kinglos Turk's HP dropped at a snail's pace. The gang had to drag the battle without realizing it. Luckily, Han Yingzhu had a great talent for healing, and she was already an expert in MP before she reached level 30. After she had gained Divine Soul, her healing power was further improved, which almost made her MP inexhaustible. "Yellow Gold Boss." The gang spluttered out in unison, hardly able to mask their excited expressions. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, "Kinglos Turk is already level 48, so the final boss could be above level 50. In general, the final boss is stronger, so it is likely to be a yellow gold boss." Han Yingzhu thought about it and said, "Like Cave of Bones, wasn't there a few bosses at the front of the dungeon that were green copper followed by the gray-silver boss appearing at the end?" "Oh yes, it is," Yan Wei excitedly said. "Then will that boss drop a skeletal war horse?" When players reached level 40, they could buy mounts from the mount shop at the capital. The mounts were just the normal generic mount where they could choose between white, brown, or black color horses. They could buy the mount at 10 gold coins only, so it was common that every player had a normal horse as a mount. Although she betrayed herself of her 1 week effort, but the joy of acquiring a servant put a great smile on Wei Yan face, and with a swoop, she summoned her servant out. Centaur Guard Antola, Copper Grade Servant. Level 48. HP 3,100. Under comparison, this servant was so much taller than Clear Lotus, with a long spear in his right arm, constantly having his upper body turning around, looking at the surroundings, appearing desperate for a fight. "Little girl, what's the damage output for this servant? What particular skill sets does he have?" Zhang Yang asked. The details of the servant's attributes were only shown to their masters. Wei Yan paused for a moment and said, "Melee damage range is in between 524–584. Attack interval is 3.6 seconds, damage per second is 154, and only one skill called Force Strike, effects similar to the warrior. S. Oh, what a bunch of puny souls. To be able to take out my darling, it seems that I have underestimated you. Zack descended straight from the air with only a wave of his staff. He landed softly on the ground. He grinned and revealed 2 rows of yellowish teeth and said, "Since you murdered my darling, then I shall pull out all your bones and make a new darling." While he was all having the conversation, Han Yingzhu has seized the opportunity to heal everyone with recovery skills, activating holy prayers and healing bond, trying her best to fill up every single one of their HP bars. Zhang Yang did not charge forward immediately, because that was most probably the introductory remark made by the boss, which provided the gang some precious gap of time to recover their stance for the coming battle. Charging blindly into hitting the boss would only result in provoking the boss to instantly initiate his attacks. Zack raised his long staff up above his head, and a magic array immediately emerged from just beneath his head. Crash magic. Immune. Zhang Yang shook his head a couple times as the chanting could not be interrupted. What kind of devilish crash magic is this? The chanting time for that skill was really short, as it only took 2 seconds before a dark light instantly burst out from the staff, radiating towards all directions. -2,000. For the first time in the attack, a numerical value appeared right on top of Zhang Yang's head. -2,500. -2,500. -2,500. As the dark light emitted through, the other gang members also received a damage of up to 2,500 points. Only Endless Starlight, a night tank, received the least damage, taking only 1,875 points. Ding! Zack has unleashed Shadow Burst. Zack had already begun his chanting for Shadow Burst, while the voice announcement was made in the system. As a yellow gold boss, the equipment drop would not be any lesser. Moreover, it was the first clear for killing the boss, which in fact was genuinely a big bang news for everyone. There were already 4 pieces of gold grade equipment, 7 pieces of silver grade equipment, 17 pieces of bronze grade equipment, and several red and greenish skill books. Everyone was drooling just by looking at them. Golden Fortune. Although the midget has grown out to be crooked, but the loots he left behind matched the status of the yellow golden boss. Fatty Han was beamed with delight. As the natural habit of Wei Yan she always picked up the coins carefully from the floor first, before checking out the equipment drop. Although Zack was a yellow golden boss, there was no sign of any golden coins, only 92 pieces of silver coins, which after were equally dividing gives each player only 11 pieces of silver coins, or maybe a little more for some of them. Undead. The White Jade City's most powerful mage, who also happened to be the only God-class leader, Grand Magus Anthony Phelan, had constantly been pacing back and forth ever since he received the report from Zhang Yang. With his 2 white eyebrows furrowed, he paced to and fro for quite a while before he spoke again. "Warrior, thank you for bringing the news back to us. The Alliance is now aware ahead of time that the undead have been planning something in the dark. Now, the Alliance will not be caught by surprise. Ding, you have completed the main quest. Report to Grand Magus Anthony Phelan. Ding, you have acquired a system reward of 100 gold coins. Ding, you have acquired a skill point. Ding, you have acquired a reward vitality aura. Zhang Yang quickly took every piece of green copper equipment in his inventory and shoved them all into the shop's storage. He also made a few more stacks of beginner's anti-shadow potion and placed them in the shop's storage as well. Do not underestimate the low sale quantity of the potion. Even though he was only selling a few stacks a day, the business is consistent. Eventually, it will pile up to a large fortune. However, with potions or not, the main reason he keeps the low-valued sales up was to draw in more customers. Zhang Yang opened the Upgrade Shop menu and deposited 100,000 gold coins before selecting Proceed. Ding, you are about to upgrade Little Merchandise Shop to level 2. This upgrade will cost you 100,000 gold coins. Yes. The robber called Spade K was furious. Diamond J. What the hell are you doing? Can you stop thinking about woman for minutes? How can you even think of having S*X right in the middle of an operation? If we can get away with this, I'll let you F*CK 10 girls a day. Boss, you know me. Once I get into the mood, I won't be able to control myself anymore. How else would I be in jail the first place? What the actual F*CK? Spade K cried. He flipped up his left wrist and checked his watch. Quick, the cops will arrive after 11 minutes. Enough, I can F*CK real fast. 5 minutes is all I need. The robber called Diamond J was delighted that his leader had given him the green light. He then lounged forward and carried Yan Fei up. "No, help! No. Struggling as much as she could, she cried for help. How persistent could this bastard be? Zhang He Yuan started to get a little agitated. An armed robbery is a huge case. They were right in the middle of the bureau, for God's sake. Sooner or later, there would be more nosy officers sent here to interrogate the victims. By then, it would be too late to change the subject, and he would be caught red-handed. Mr. Zhang, please leave this to our hands. Officers of the Public Security Bureau could fire shots in public without a problem. We won't face any trouble for doing so, but you're a civilian." Zhang He Yuan continued to persuade Zhang Yang. Zhang He Yuan wished he could just faint right there and then. That way he would not have to face Ma Wushi's scary eyes that were about to fire lasers. Zhang He Yuan was an old veteran officer. His body and health have always been at tip-top condition. It was difficult for him to even get dizzy. He put on a thick face and first explained the matters with Sun Xin Yu and Ma Hang. He was smart enough to omit words that Ma Hang had used, such as B*TCH and F*CK her brains out. He then told everything out about how Ma Hang wanted to make a move towards Sun Xin Yu, but was in the end rejected by her and led to the injury on his head. Among the chattering, another high-ranking officer came by. It was Gu Jun when Zhang He Yuan had contacted the chief. He had also contacted Gu Jun to come over. Ma Wuxi, the chief of the Public Security Bureau of the Pingjiang district, was not afraid of Gu Jun, but this little captain could not handle the wrath of an executive deputy chief. Ma Wuxi carefully and respectfully handed over the phone back to Su Xin Yu, with the kind of gesture that you would see from a cashier at the supermarket while giving the customers change. But it was more than that. It was as if the person in front of Ma Wuxi was not his subordinate, but his mother. That kind of nervousness and respect would totally add up. Sun Xin Yu took the phone and slid it into her pocket and nonchalantly said, "So, am I still fired?" URGH, that speech was like a direct slap to the face, a salt to the wound. Ma Wuxi took her sharp words like a knife to the chest, but still smiled bitterly back at her. "What are you saying? Little son is an officer of the law, the officer of the people. Everyone had always looked up to you. Remember your merits." Endless Starlight immediately casted Shield Toss and lured 3 elite monsters in a go. With a sudden roar, the bunch of 11 monsters all came running towards him while screaming things like, "Unwelcome guest, begone. Divide shield. Devotion. Strong hammer." He immediately pulled their aggro. The rest of the team waited for a little while before they joined the fight as well, casting their AoE skills. Zhang Yang did not join the fight. He went on forward and walked to the second group of monsters. They growled immediately when triggered and rushed towards him. Blood Ray, plus 30 rage. Just as Zhang Yang was going to start fight, he withdrew immediately, but after managing to only take 4 paces back, the monsters already appeared right in front of him. Swoosh, horizontal sweep. In an instant, most of the monsters received a huge damage of more than 1,500. The utilization of the AoE skill was maximized during this kind of situations. Wham! Thunder strike. Breaking shot. Hunter Shots aimed his bow and shot an arrow towards Endless Starlight, sending him into a dazed state. Endless Starlight was sent spinning, turning his head around like he was completely drunk. Fatty Han immediately created a distance between Endless Starlight and himself. When Endless Starlight recovered from the daze, Fatty Han fired a concussion shot and slowed him down for 4 seconds. 100 Shots also fired a concussion shot after the slow duration ended. After 3 status-impairing skills were fired, the slave effect on Endless Starlight expired and he regained control of his own character. The party then refocused their efforts on taking down the boss. Here we go! Zhang Yang let out a battle cry and raised his sword to charge towards Lanier. Intruder, ha ha ha, what a coincidence. With you guys around, I can kill some time, cried Lanier. He stood up and dashed towards Zhang Yang. Charge. Minus 613. Zhang Yang slashed the boss and quickly activated block to negate the incoming attack. Crippled defense, crippled defense, crippled defense. Facing boss fights, Zhang Yang would always prioritize inflicting crippled defense for 5 layers before other skills. Sun Xinyu moved in the shadows and appeared behind the boss, slicing and dicing his back, inflicting incredible amount of damage. Just then, Zhang Yang had recalled that he had engaged in any conversation with his girlfriend from when he had logged in. He thought about what to say to her for a while and sent a private message. Hey. Pull the monster properly, Sun Xinyu replied him instantly. Look what the cat dragged in. Who are these worms that would intrude my brother's castle? Said Demison loudly as he stood up. He glanced the party and threw the glass on the floor furiously. Too bad you're all just too weak. I would have sent you all to kill my brother. Then I could rule this castle. Oh my. I have slipped it out my little secret. Ho ho ho. Looks like I'll have to silence you my own way. While the boss was giving his opening speech, everyone was stuck in place, unable to do anything until Demison's speech had ended. Die! Cried Demison as he charged towards the party. When Zhang Yang regained control of his character, he immediately used charge and met Demison's attack head-on. Minus 613, normal attack, crippled defense. Minus 161, crippled defense damage. Ding, player Zhan Yu has received the effect explosive bug. Ding, player Frost Knight has received the effect explosive bug. The third wave of the explosive bug landed on the 2 strongest DPS in the party. Sun Xinyu turned around immediately and brandishing her blades around, dealing explosive damage to the bug on Zhang Yang. However, her strongest damaging skill was rear attack. As the name of the skill implied, the skill would only activate when the user was attacking the target's back. Since these explosive bugs did not have a rear to begin with, Sun Xinyu was left with no choice but to rely on malign attack. Malign attack is a skill that would only cause instantaneous damage based on the primary weapon, with 100% melee attack. Its damage could not be compared to that of rear attack. What more, a single attack from a dagger weapon is severely low. Even if Sun Xin Yu's current primary weapon is a level 40 gray-silver tier, her damage was a little over 600. Angelo seemed to be a true warrior with a rather dignified look. When Zhang Yang entered his aggro zone, Angelo did not open his mouth to say anything unnecessary and only swung his huge axe at Zhang Yang. The silver, pale metal axe was coated in dried blood on the blade. One could only imagine exactly how many people he has killed, or perhaps drained their blood dry. Block! Other than the protection of the shield, he had nothing special to offer. His attack power was nothing much, yet it was the only thing that he depended on whenever his shield breaks. He would try to keep his attackers at bay with sheer attacks, capable of pushing healers to heal until they were out of MP. The boss would only use normal attacks on Zhang Yang. There was no need for Zhang Yang to rely on block to survive as he usually did, unless he was up against an ulti. Minus 2,123. Except for Han Yingzhu and Sun Xin Yu, the rest of the party used their beginner power potion S and frantically fought against Angelo. 4%. 3%. They still left 12 seconds to go before Angelo uses his devil shield. 2%. 9 seconds, 1%. 6 seconds. 0%. Ah, Angelo roared with anger, his helmet shattered into pieces, revealing a frighteningly ugly face as he crashed down. Ding! The party you are in has killed Blood Guardian Angelo. Obtained 187,550 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Yes, we defeated Angelo. The gang cheered and the atmosphere became lively. They were greatly relieved to escape from death. It was really thrilling, but it was so exciting as well. Dungeons like these are really interesting. Zhang Yang laughed and said, Master Waller has only one skill, which is Shadow Slash. He will use it once every 30 seconds towards the player who holds the highest aggro and the target next to that player. It can cause 12,000 of physical damage in total. It cannot be dodged or evaded, so Endless Starlight and I must stand next to Master Waller to deal the damage. It means that 6 of you will need to complete the task of blocking the lights. Then Endless Starlight and I will be responsible for dealing the damage from Master Waller. The night passed uneventfully. Zhang Yang completed his training exercises early the next morning before buying his takeaway breakfast and logging on to the official forum. He was curious and had decided to observe the war happening over the forum while eating his food. Fatty Han had gone ahead and posted under the battle report category under his in-game nickname, Slim and Handsome, boasting about how they conquered the first 4 bosses at the castle interior along with some screenshots. He then directed his sharpened tongue towards the 5th boss, Master Waller, bragging that Lone Desert Smoke would only require 2 days tops to acquire the final dungeon's first clear title. Hey-ya, Fatty Han sighed dejectedly and said, excited over nothing. All right, let's pick up our corpses and go. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I have issued a very clear notice with only one word, accepted, so you guys won't leave me alone to be embarrassed, right? Serves you right. Wei Yan turned towards Zhang Yang and stuck out her tongue at him. The gang went back into the dungeon and revived. After replenishing their statuses, they activated their aura skills immediately. If this act did not become a habit for them, they will easily forget to activate their aura skills every time they are in combat. Although a boost of 2%, 4% of did not seem like much. When the player's basic properties are higher, the boost will still be very significant. In Zhang Yang's case, without activating his vitality aura, he only has 7720 HP, but after activating it, he will have 8030 HP. That is a total boost of 310 HP to the players. Silly you, don't always pick on my little Yan. Han Yingzhu stood up for the unfair treatment. Zhang Yang laughed, and then he said, "The first piece of guild upgrade order will be used by ourselves, there's no doubt about it. The second, third pieces and more to come shall be auctioned out for funds. The dungeon is about to be refreshed. Let's come again tomorrow to bust our luck again. There might be another drop of this." Really? Wei Yan had returned to her joyful state. Zhang Yang nodded, and then he said, "I have some points of the luck attribute which may slightly increase the rate of dropping additional items." "What do you mean?" Everyone was confused. The next morning, logging into the game, Han Yingzhu and the rest were all present, waiting for him to regroup with them to depart for the Centaur Palace first floor, to grind their levels, of course. Needless to say, they were current having an extra 100% additional experience points. But even if they did not have such beneficial effect, the dense number of the melee monsters were also suitable for group sweeping. It was a sacred paradise for leveling up. Because the entrance of the valley was also very well hidden, unless you receive a quest navigation that is related to the place, normal players would not be able to locate the place. Of course, if players fell down the cliff like how Daffodil Daydream and Endless Starlight did, then it would be a whole different story. In his previous life, the rumor that went around was that the guild master of the Crimson Rage was a very rich person possessing a high profit-earning cosmetic company. The company happened to have the name Crimson, founded by Snow Seeker herself. In his previous life, Snow Seeker might not have made it into the list of top 10 players in the China region, but she was definitely one of the top 10 when it comes to fame. On the official website of the game company, there were always special interviews with One Sword Stroke, Snow Seeker, and other superstar players that were widely known in the China region. The current in-game gold piece had dropped to the ratio of 1:3, but 1 million pieces of gold was also the equivalent to $3 million. Snow Seeker must have been a big-budget player. That was a total gamble at a very high stake. Appointed managers. Both 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream gaped with their eyes wide open. Zhang Yang smiled and explained to them, "That's right. As appointed managers, you will receive proper salary from the guild. You will have to put all your focus into managing the guild. Take it as a real job." Both 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream exchanged a confused and hard-to-believe this was real kind of look. Both of them had jobs in their real life. It would be unwise for them to give up on their current job to be a virtual game manager. After all, how long could a game last for? 5 years? 10 years? It will eventually die down. Zhang Yang laughed. "Hold on to your thoughts and listen to my explanation before you reject my proposal. So far, I will pay you $10,000 as the fixed basic salary. In the future development of the guild, you'll get appropriate bonuses. I assume that everyone knows now that there are 8 major cities in just China alone. In each city, the same level 10 to level 50 training grounds are there. However, once you're over level 50, players must leave the city ground and enter the training grounds beyond level 50. One more thing, you can't just simple walk or fly to there. There will be an extremely long quest to unlock the area." Zhang Yang sighed heavily in his heart. To think that Dream Technology was that good in doing business. They are obviously conducting daylight robbery, taking away players' money and gold, and yet they could present it nicely like a booby trap in a present box. "What quest are you talking about?" asked Wei Yan. Time flows like the river. In a flash, it was already the end of September and also the completion of the item submission quest. "Ding! Players of White Jade Castle, The item submission quest has ended. By the order of the King of the Empire, the army expedition will officially start tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please make your preparations for war. Everyone in the city received the system notification when the expedition item submission quest was completed. Please rest early tonight. Tomorrow is the day we fight in the war. The battle will be extremely draggy. My advice, do not stay up tonight. Rest well and be ready to fight a lengthy war, Zhang Yang posted in the guild notice. After the efforts of both 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream, Lone Desert Smoke had begun to display a professional guild's behavior. At least for now, Zhang Yang could still control the members' actions to a certain level. The tanks in the front line has formed a rigid, impregnable defense line, while the ranged attackers standing behind them had started to cast their AoE skills at the monsters that were grouped tightly together. Zhang Yang cast Horizontal Sweep and dealt more than 3,200+ damage to all monster in the semicircular area in front of him. He then stomped the ground and cast Thunder Strike, dealing another 444 damage. Wham! Blast Wave was cast, and a similar 444 damage was dealt. Just as everything was going smoothly, the Dominators started to rush towards the boss. The moment the Dominators initiated a move, countless of guildless players, as well as guilds that were too small to even participate in the Guild Masters meeting yesterday, all poured in after them. Due to the status of Sky High as a Chinese super guild, many did not want to get onto their bad side and had respectfully kept their distance, leaving the boss to them. But as they saw the similarly ranked Dominators charging in, nefarious thoughts, rising up from human nature, took over their minds. If they were to join the fight, it would be like vultures picking clean the bones of carcasses left as remnants of a lion's meal. Those who had low HP could easily retreat and heal back up, but those who were dead could only watch the event from White Jade Castle. It's time to let the NPCs to take one for the team. All three guilds fell back and made way for the rushing NPC army to take the lead in the war. A knight in shining armor, riding a white horse, rushed to the head of the army and cried, "Soldiers of White Jade Castle, fight for the Empire, fight for your nation." Hurrah! With a sudden strong war cry, the NPC army rushed forward and charged into the monster army. Zhang Yang bellowed, "Kill the demons!" Woohoo! Snowseeker was not as easily satisfied as Crimson Fire. After receiving 3 gray-silver equipment from Zhang Yang, her palm remained open to Zhang Yang. What about the skill books? For someone of her caliber, of course, she would know that skill books were much more valuable than equipment. Zhang Yang played dumb, trying his best as possible to look oblivious. What skill book? I didn't see any. Snowseeker had an expression that could be called a smile, yet she could also not be smiling. I see I should let you hang out with perfume water more often then. Zhang Yang immediately raised his hands in surrender. What a B***TCH. He took one book out and gave it to her. Without saying another word, Zhang Yang turned around and ran back to his position. He had taken 3 skill books in total. He was very much afraid that this woman could be greedier than he is. Back at his position, Zhang Yang took out a skill book and a gray-silver robe, giving it to Han Yingzhu. For this wave, the guild that got the boss was a guild called Place of Glory, a medium-sized guild that had the maximum member capacity of a level 1 guild, with all 10,000 members present on the battlefield. However, even with that many members, none of them were of decent caliber. The average player's level was only around level 25. The best-equipped player only had a full set of level 30 gray-silver equipment. It simply wasn't enough to take on the boss. Narxis had the same penetrating skill as the smaller monsters. The long spear thrust out and skewered through the players like a series of caramel apple on one long stick. The longitudinal skill damaged the unfortunate players with 5,000 plus damage, enough to kill of at least 7 to 8 players. Ding! The fourth wave of monsters have started to come out of Tucula Fortress. A huge, 10-meter-tall treant started to walk out slowly from the fortress. Its movement speed seemed rather sloppy and sluggish. The monster moved one limb after the other, at a speed slightly above that of a real-life sloth. However, each stride it took was vast, as long as 6 to 7 meters. In actuality, it was moving rather swiftly towards them. Like the previous waves of monsters, treants were also divided into normal and elites. The elite monster was twice the height. Like a skyscraping tree in the Amazon jungle, this monster had similarly proportional long legs. In fact, it was so huge that every step caused a massive tremor. Thick bark treant, normal elemental. Level 54. HP 5,400. Defense 100. Iron bark treant, elite elemental. Level 54. HP 100,000. Defense 600. Such a strong defense value, almost double that of other monsters, as expected of the names they were given. Zhang Yang hands were in a blur like the hands of Flash. Swish. Swoosh, he grabbed all the loots and placed them into his inventory, from gray-silver equipment to skill books, leaving the green copper as the last. He swiped them off the ground. He had hid his player's profile and turned on the helmet effect that hid his face and appearance. He had even unequipped his shield to be safe. When the players around him saw him picking up the loots, they were not suspicious of him since they knew that the item distribution mode was set to leader distribution. If you wanted the honors of picking them up, by all means, that's probably the closest you can get to owning it. However, in a flash, they realized that something was going wrong. The items on the floor were disappearing extremely quickly. Spy. There's a spy, one of the players shouted, which had instantly triggered the nearby players to react and attack Zhang Yang. Ding! The sixth wave of monsters surging forward from Tucula Fortress. The system was not kind enough to provide sufficient time for the players to prepare for next wave of monsters. The interval between waves was fixed. If the players could not kill all the monsters from the previous wave in time, they would be further assaulted by the next wave of monsters. This time the monsters were demon manticores. The size of the normal variation was similar to normal lions except for their powerful, long scorpion tails. The monster's body was maroon in color, as if it had been drenched in fresh blood. The elite variation were similar to the normal demon manticores other than having heads that swelled up to 7 or 8 times larger than normal. Bloodthirsty demon manticore. Normal demon. Level 56. HP 5,600. Defense 50. Bloodthirsty demon manticore king. Elite demon. Level 56. HP 100,000. Defense 300. As per Zhang Yang's orders, Lone Desert Smoke sent a large amount of tanks and attackers without MP bars towards Anketa. All the healers remained behind, the precious keys to victory tucked safely away. Anketa's physical damage was devastating. Each bite from each head of the Anketa caused 2,000 damage points, which could kill a player within 2 to 3 seconds. Despite not casting AoE skill, its mere attacks brought enough trouble. How many players would die fighting this boss? One after another, more players died, as Anketa's HP was continuously reduced. Most of the guilds did not send their elite members to fight against Anketa, as 80% of the players would die. The most suitable attackers to fight against Anketa were the hunters. When their aggro values were high, they immediately used fake death to clear the aggro. Thus, even if their damage was high to Anketa, their lives were not in danger. Hunters were the MVP ones of this boss. Each sword attack from the Lamia was around 1,000 damage points. With 4 arms and 4 swords, a Lamia's flurry of slashes would amount up to 4,000 damage points if she was attacking a non-tank player. But if she slashed a tank, the damage would be dispersed, and the damage from each sword attack would be reduced by the tank's defense value. Zhang Yang had his 450 damage absorption attribute, so he received only 2 digits worth of damage from Lamia's attack. Every tank was drooling when they saw Zhang Yang taking so little damage. If everyone had the same equipment as he did, these monsters would be a piece of cake for them. Besides Zhang Yang, everyone else was fighting at their best efforts, as all of these were the elite monsters. These elite monsters had high HP, high defense, and high attack, so it was not easy for the players to kill them. Rays of light appeared one after another on the battlefield as more players were sent back to White Jade Castle. Hellfire Demon, Elite Demon, Level 60, HP 150,000, Defense 1,000. These foul demonic creatures that were basically rocks and boulders clumped together to form crude humanoid figures had greenish flames dotted all over their bodies. They had varying heights, but all of them stood over 10 meters. The moment they spawned from the pit, they would immediately charge towards the players with deafening roars. Even before they got within melee range, the players would already suffer from a duty effect of -500 per tick. These Hellfire Demons were equipped with a lesser version of the demonic Fire Lion King's burning aura. After all, the demonic Fire Lion King was a boss. Blitz the boss down quickly. It was no longer a mystery on why he wanted everyone to join his party. It was all because aura skills can only benefit the members of their own party. The increment of 2% or 4% may seem very little, but when the number of the party members increases, the power will be immense. While Zhang Yang kited the boss around, he took out 2 pieces of magic scroll, Increase Morale Level 1, and Magic Scroll, Debilitation 1 Level 1. Lone Desert Smoke had been reserving the Cave of Bones to themselves for the past few days, so there were at least 10 pieces of these scrolls deposited in the warehouse of the guild. Zhang Yang had brought them along this time round. He tore a piece of the Magic Scroll, Increase Morale, adding the effect onto his own side of the party. Every single members instantly acquired an increase of 5% in both damage effect and healing effect. Zhang Yang threw the other scroll, the Magic Scroll, Debilitation at the boss. Failed. Until the moment they were kicked out of the party, everyone only realized that they had not quit the party right before the boss died. They had been too nervous and excited. It was fortunate for them that Zhang Yang did not set the distribution mode to leader distribution mode. Otherwise, it would have been too late for them. It was still half an hour away before the Empire could send the second wave of their army over to the site, so everyone took the time to rest, to have some food and water as well. The 4 ladies logged out to replenish their food. The last battle that was about to begin, and the general of the fortress is a yellow gold rank boss. The drops would be most rewarding. There was no reason for them to miss it at all. Having bought 2 boxes of rices in a haste and devouring them all, Zhang Yang quickly logged back on. A while later, Sun Xinyu, Han Yingzhu, and the remaining ladies appeared at his sides, one after another. Bang! With a swing of his war hammer, Fradok blew open the huge iron door of the mansion. He walked in, followed closely by hundreds of elite guards, with Zhang Yang and the others in the midst of them. Along the way, regular elite monsters were spawning, but they were instantly blown away by the powerful war hammer of Fradok. His hammer smashing an enemy apart at a time, he held nothing back, the monsters dying in a single hit. This NPC is so ferocious. Crimson Fire was left breathless. Zhang Yang laughed. This is the story mode. He must be ferocious to be a general. NPCs will not be too powerful when they engage with players. If that's not the case, you can try to engage with the boss. Crimson Fire quickly shook his head frantically. It was just a joke. If he died in the hands of an NPC when victory was almost at hand, that would make him look very stupid, truly. After splitting up the loots, there was nothing left there for them. The existence of the Tucula Fortress was to allow players to go to level 50+ leveling areas. Currently, this place can be described as a transfer hub. For the players to go to the level 50+ leveling area, one must first travel from the main city to this fortress, and then go on out to the designated areas through here. However, there were a number of territories on the map of level 50+ areas with teleportation points of their own. As long as these territories are refreshed and conquered by players, the players would be able to travel directly from the main cities to the territory points, saving a lot of time. Wei Yan passed 3 yellow gold equipment to Zhang Yang, with 2 of them being Furious set equipment and the other being Shank's two-handed axe. Histola the malicious axe, yellow gold two-handed axe. Weapon attack, 1697-2097. Attack interval, 308 seconds. DPS, 499. Level 2 socket 1. Level 2 socket 2. Equip effect, creates a chance for you to use the power of evil when you're under attack. Deals 1,000 shadow damage to the attacking target. Level requirement, 60. What a crazy amount of damage, cried Zhang Yang after identifying the 3 equipment and returning them to Wei Yan. Delighted at having received praise, Wei Yan had a wide grin as she snorted proudly. As they should be. Just as he was done with it and was about to leave, Wei Yan stopped him and said, "Wait up. My cousin's sister is on her way. You have to help her too." Zhang Yang set off like a rocket towards Han Yingzhu. Since Han Yingzhu was just following the boss and had nothing else to do, she was rather bored and was chirping in Zhang Yang's ear during the whole time. While he was making his way towards her, Han Yingzhu had been asking him all sorts of personal questions, such as his first love, the popping of his cherry. Frozen Sky Wasteland was truly large indeed. The boss was located away by almost as far as half of the map's size itself. He had to spend at least half an hour riding on his mount just to arrive to the point where he could finally see the blinking dot of Han Yingzhu in his mini-map. The blinking dot of an ally meant that the distance between them was within 100 meters. FUU, rah rah. The skeletal war horse roared as it kicked off a heap of snow into the air when Zhang Yang pulled the reins. Zhang Yang pulled over when he reached by Han Yingzhu's side. The woman was sneezing uncontrollably when he had arrived. The 3 of them walked out of the parking lot and walked into the hotel lobby. There stood 4 beautiful doorwomen wearing tight traditional Chinese chi baos, greeting the guests of the hotel. When the 3 guys walked closer, the girls bowed down in respect and greeted them as well. "Welcome." Fatty handed a quick up-down on one of the girls and could not help but leak out a perverted smirk. He reached out with his flabby hands and grabbed Zhang Yang by the shoulder, whispering into his ear. "Dude, check the babe second to the right. Damn, that is one fine piece of arse. I swear to God I'll grab those buns." Zhang Yang sighed heavily. "Dude." Undo the calamity that is your memories. 1. Did you accidentally swallow an entire bottle of Viagra before you got here? Eat up, eat up. Zhou Kangming tried to raise the atmosphere. To shame Zhang Yang was an obligatory act, how it must be done moderately, if it were to be too much. The two of them, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han, were the two fighting addicts that even the teacher would not dare to meddle with. Right now Zhou Kangming felt that his well-being was much more valuable. It's not worth taking a punch for it. In the midst of it, the atmosphere of the table had turned cold and awkward. Besides the chomping of food and the clacking sound of chopsticks, no one would bother to speak up at all. I say the most successful ones in our class would be Zhao Kangming and Han Guang, is it not? Said Liu Qiming out of the blue. Sitting together, Liu Qiming decided to start a conversation topic when he sees everyone was only pushing food down their food pipe. Of all the ladies present, Zhao Huishan was most bitter. Before Li Ru had made her appearance, Zhao Huishan was the most beautiful lady around. Every gesture, every move she made would attract the silent stares of men. But the moment Li Ru stepped in, every single eyeball in the room had swiveled around to lock onto her body. That alone infuriated the narcissistic beauty, Zhao Huishan. How could she allow this to continue any longer? Li Ru smirked again. She slid her sunglasses off and nipped the edge of it with her lips ever so sexily. She slowly turned around, giving the men several more angles to gaze upon her beauty as she scanned the room, her long eyes' lashes fluttering. As soon as she spotted Zhang Yang, her eyes widened. She kicked off the floor with her high heels and headed towards him. Yang Zhaixian only deepened her frown and expressed her disgust. However, she remained quiet. Her silence towards Fatty Han sent the message that she would never lower herself to talk to a person of his stature. Li Ru giggled. Yang Zhaixian, I've not seen you in 4 years. Your temper seems to be much better now. Please, Yang Zhaixian only replied with a single word. What an arrogant and prideful lady. Looking at the lady, fully clad in branded clothing, she looked like she came from a wealthy background. No one dared to put up a face publicly and kept their judgment by themselves. They went back to the dishes and let things run its course. The world won't stop turning just for one person. It's best not to think too egoistically. There is a song out there with lyrics that goes like this. A woman's heart is like a puzzle tilde. Zhang Yang did not understand what was happening to him. Could it be that he was reborn with the hidden attribute of a bastard? Sun Xinyu wanted him to be her boyfriend. Well, technically, he did ask for it. Li Ru has this, I've been M** sent RB** T** to you for several years kind of look on her. If he had not died and had his rebirth, he would have quickly hopped onto this train of pleasure and went off to Sexville. However, this time, in his better sense of mind, he could not possibly accept things lying down like this literally. The gods must be crazy. How could they just toy with his life? Zhang Yang had never wished to be the center of a huge harem. Why would the gods keep sending these minxes to compel him into committing such sins? Zhang Yang ignored him completely and turned to Yu Li. Teacher Yu. Let's go. Qian Hong Wen was immensely angered. He threw his arms across, grabbed Zhang Yang's shoulders, and turned him around forcefully. What do you think you're doing? Leave the woman behind. Being told that they were culprits, betrayers of the nation, and even tagged as a psychotic madman. They had been seriously being dragged into the fire pit, but they had done nothing. Literally nothing. If this turns out any worse than they can imagine, what would happen to them? With that negative thoughts circling in their heads, Liu Qiming and the rest of the victims screamed for justice. On the other hand, Secretary Li was annoyed at their cries. The police will not simply wrong an innocent man. On the other hand, we will not let a criminal run free. So, what are you screaming for? We will get down to the bottom of this. Don't think that you can just get away by simple screaming like a little wimp." Zhou Kang Ming face turned as bitter as a bitter gourd. With nothing else that they could do, they resort to only curse the man at their side. It was all Zhang Yang's fault to begin with. It was all because of his inconsiderate actions that had led them down to this path. Gu Jun steeled his will, putting up a stoic stature, and stated clearly, "Public Security Bureau is a place where justice is enacted. We will only accept facts and evidence and not favors." After Gu Jun's short speech, everyone felt conflicted. Gu Jan intended to protect Zhang Yang. That had been clearly established. But why? Who is Zhang Yang, and what was driving Gu Jun to offend a province leader's daughter to take over the case boldly? He should have known that her father was the provincial leader, a position much higher and more powerful than Gu Jun by several levels. Zhang Yang quickly apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Yu." "Is she okay? It's not serious, right?" Yuli sat opposite Zhang Yang, and her facial expression turned even gloomier as she said, "It's uremia. She needs kidney transplant." Zhang Yang was shocked, as kidney transplants were costly, major surgeries. Besides, it was not easy to look for matching kidneys, so he asked her that. Yuli shook her head anxiously and replied, "They found nothing yet." Zhang Yang let out a sigh as he could not do anything about it. After drinking tea, he stood up and said, "Miss Yu, it's getting late. I've got to go, and you should also get some rest." Zhang Yang went to the door. His fingers were about to touch the door handle when Yu Li suddenly uttered, "Zhang Yang, please take me in." Headaches are never pleasant. Zhang Yang finally woke up, but his whole body was stiff like a plank of wood. It was as if he had fought hundreds of people and took such a beating that he could not even feel his body. His head felt like it had been split open from the inside, like firecrackers continuously exploding in his head. He opened his eyes a little but quickly snapped them shut due to the dazzling sunlight. Damn, how much did I drunk? Zhang Yang could only lie there unmovingly at the whims of his catatonic body. Damn it, how did I end up drinking so much yesterday? This is self-torture. I have to stop doing this. Relatively speaking, Zhang Yang was even more ashamed of his nakedness. Now 2 ladies have seen all of him. He grabbed a pillow and covered his lower body and saying with forced casualness, "Oh, you and Miss Yu staying together." Miss Yu, Yan Fei was greatly surprised. She pointed at Yu Li and Zhang Yang and said, "You guys are teacher-student lovers." Her finger went lower and she immediately screamed, "That's my pillow. Damn it, that's my favorite pillow." Fei, get out," Yu Li said. Yan Fei quickly nodded her head and hurriedly escaped from bedroom where she locked herself in bathroom. "Put on your clothes." Yu Li picked up the clothes from each corner that scattered over the floor. She even generously helped Zhang Yang into his clothes. A surge of warmth emerged across Zhang Yang's mind. He had never felt at home like this before. Since his parents had died, he never had such an experience before. Fortunately for Fatty Han, he continued to explain, unaware of the danger he was in moments ago. The girl Brother Yang fell in love with in high school is about to marry to someone else in this coming May. Would anyone feel good about this? Sun Xinyu relaxed and sheathed her daggers. Wei Yan was curiously agitated, so she tried to pry for more. "Fatty, please be more specific about it." Daffodil Daydream had also become mightily curious, and she begged for more information. Say it, say it." "Fatty, stop saying sh*T. Zhang Yang hacked a monster to death and turned to Fatty Han to issue a warning. Fatty Han threw both of his hands up, pretending to be helpless, and said, "Little Yang, you know that my will is weak. especially against these sex bombs right here. F***CK? But after giving it some thought, Zhang Yang realized that Fatty Han did not know anything that he should not know, so he just left him be. Forward! Zhang Yang gave the command to push forward after every single one of the party members had been buffed. Pong! 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 Approximately 10 meters away from where they stood, the thick mist dispersed and there came a humanoid stone giant, as tall as 10 meter tall, maybe taller, deep crimson in color. Every step it took rocked the ground with tremors. Poison fire giant, elite elemental being. Level 54. HP 1 million. Defense 600. Charge, Zhang Yang shouted with a loud voice, pulling out his axe and used charge to shoulder-check the monster. Ow! The poison fire giant roared in rage, swinging its giant fists at Zhang Yang. Minus 2,267. That means that everyone can have a little pets just like the hunters. Zhang Yang shook his head and explained further. Mounts have many limitations. They can only bring out their functions when players are riding on them. Once dismounted, the mount will disappear immediately, unlike the precious pets of the hunters which can continue attacking separately together with their owner. Only hunters can treat their mounts as their pets and use them. Wah, that is also good enough, noob tank. Let's go catch some battle mounts tomorrow. Wei Yan was happy for a moment, because she is a mount freak. Even if the mount did not have any special abilities, she would still do everything possible to collect them. Let's not forget that the battle mount can actually increase maximum health points, consequently increasing the battle power of the player. For F***CK's sake, man, you are one shameless brat. Isn't that an act of pushing people forward to be the victim instead? Fatty Han was conflicted with mixed feelings, laughing and berating him at the same time. Within such a short period of time, one player had been lost, with the remaining 3 players waiting out for the duration of Chain of Burning Flame to expire, before they headed back to the party and did what they were supposed to do. Zhang Yang then informed, Fatty, hunters have it easiest when it comes to escaping the effect of Chain of Burning Flame. One tumble would do the trick. You'll end up 10 meters away from the others. Oh yay, I actually forgot to use tumble. Defiant Monk gave himself a strong slap to his forehead, with a face that looked like he just woke up from a dream. Soon after the public announcement of the server announcement, Zhang Yang received the congratulatory messages from Snow Seeker, Sky Shaman, Crimson Fire, and the others. Of course, fun being poked at that advertisement was inevitable. He almost logged out of the game to escape the ridicule. As most bosses only dropped gray-silver equipment, Wei Yan had lost her interest in the victory loots, irresponsibly pushing the job of picking everything up to Zhang Yang. Roshan had dropped a total of 5 pieces of gray-silver equipment. Among the 5, 4 were all armor set equipment, being the chest plates that belonged to berserkers, bandits, pyromancers, and beastmasters. So Zhang Yang decided to auction them out using the guild's points as currency. The last piece of the gray-silver equipment was a spellcaster's cape. Fire cape, gray-silver cape. Vitality plus 17. Intelligence plus 17. Equip increases 10 points of spell damage. Unidentified. Level required 50. Who among the party had the best equipment? No, not Zhang Yang. It's Han Yingzhu. Her staff, accessory, boots, rings, and armlet were all yellow gold tiered. That's 5 of them. Their attributes stacking up, her magic attack exceeded 1,800. It was a pity that her offensive skill, Punishment Ray, was not a very high damaging skill. However, she could still deal around 2,700 damage over 2 seconds. Her DPS was around 1,300, which could be compared to Sun Xin Yu or other offensive class characters. All things considered, her attack was rather impressive. That wasn't all. After activating the skill of Magician's Brooch, she would gain an additional 700 magic attack. If she takes another bottle of power potion, she could raise her damage to an extreme level for a brief period. Ha ha, we did it, we did it. Everyone cheered. It was not the toughest boss they've ever encountered. However, it was definitely the most epic fight they have ever been in. Attack, attack, and more attack. Everyone had pushed themselves past their limits to achieve the highest damage output they had ever achieved. This battle had helped the party understand their own classes better, gaining innate knowledge about cycling their skills. They had also gained further understanding on the concept of cost, be it rage, mana, focus, or stamina. In a way, this had been a very different form of training to help them strengthen their characters' class basics. WOHHH, let me pick the loots. Let me, screamed the little girl as she skipped her way to the boss, Coppice. Those who were already familiar with the little girl's behavior made way for her, while the rest who were joining Wei Yan for the first time were taken aback and mesmerized by her cuteness. Zhang Yang rode through the frozen sky wasteland, the necrotic wastelands, and finally reached the eerie flatlands of the passings. Here all year long, in fact, for as long as it had existed, thick mist covered the entire field. It was like a layer of dense clouds had descended from the high heavens and blanketed the entire flatlands. The problem was that sunlight was extremely scarce. Dark and gloomy, the entire area was littered with the deceased of many races. There were corpses of human, elf, dwarf, beastmen, and even monsters of various sizes. Apparently, many years back, a war between the Union and the demons had taken place on this very field. The remains of those who fell in battle were buried deep underground. With the cumulative anger and vengeance left around, the place was corrupted, spawning endless number of specters to forever roam in this wasteland. The set equipment was very good, but it's a shame that its tier was unexpectedly low. Zhang Yang could not give up his yellow-gold equipment for a green-copper set. It was also a shame that the second's equipment effect was strong, but only if the condition to activate it was swapped with the first equipment effect. He could just equip the necklace and cape and be able to stack the increased damage, reduce armor effect. It would be almost similar to the magic scroll. Rising morale, level 1. What a shame, Arg. What a shame. Only guardians and defenders could use shields. Noob Tank, my cousin's sister, and I found ourselves a gray-silver boss. Both of us alone killed it. Naihehehe. Do you know what that means? We don't need you no more. NYAHAHAHA. Wei Yan cute laughed blasted through the voice messenger. Ever since the appearance of the yellow-gold bosses, almost all gray-silver bosses had become weak in comparison. Actually, it was more like them retaining the same level of difficulty, only that the players have grown much stronger. The two ladies finally knew how it felt like to stand out in the crowd. As Zhang Yang was taking his time with Sigma, Wei Yan and Han Yingzhu had somehow discovered that they could defeat a gray-silver boss without the need of a tank. They would never have stood a chance if they had tried this when they were level 30. Even so, for Wei Yan a berserker to able to tank a gray-silver boss and survive the battle, it was most likely due of Han Yingzhu's incredible, massive support. "Find the cave!" cried Zhang Yang when the party arrived at Snowy Peak. The boss is inside a cave called the Cave of the Winter's Wind. The group split up and searched for the cave. Everyone agreed to regroup when any one of them finds it. There was this particularly stupid idiot who had no sense of direction, yet had some ironic luck. She managed to be the first one who stumbled across the cave. "I found it!" Han Yingzhu had managed to find the cave after 20 minutes and happily announced her discovery in the party channel. Everyone hurriedly converged to where Han Yingzhu was and saw a deep, large cave entrance. As the party was about to enter the cave, a sudden breeze blew by, carrying an intense, rotten smell, causing extreme disgust to those who caught whiff of it. "Bleh, what is that smell? It smells like rotten eggs wrapped in stinky old stockings," Wei Yan cried out as she squeezed her nose shut. What a tragedy. It was supposed to be a celebration. The overly large smile on her face was quickly replaced with a depressing pout. She widened her eyes and puffed her cheeks, looking at Zhang Yang with her best imitation of a puppy's eyes. "Don't, just don't. You know I'm not going to give it to you." Zhang Yang instantly rejected her before she could speak. He knew that this little girl wanted him to give up his turn for her. "UWAA." Wei Yan ran away to a corner and sobbed. Perhaps she had really learned her lesson. Perhaps her curse was so powerful that it rebounded back on her. Zhang Yang walked up to the little bear and threw his leash towards it. "Yi," the little bear squeaked, sticking out its pink little tongue. Its cute little round eyes were hypnotizing. Now that's what actual puppy eyes look like. 1%, 3%, 5%. Zhang Yang kept his warrior's will in reserve instead of using it immediately. While the others could easily run out of the effective range, Zhang Yang had to remain tanking the boss. It was his job to begin with. Thus, by logic, the longer he delayed his warrior's will, the longer he will survive in battle. 2 minutes in, Zhang Yang now had 40 stacks of deafening roar. His attack power was decreased by 40%. The damage he was taking had also increased by the same amount. Each time the boss smacked his asterisk SS, Zhang Yang would take more than 8,000 damage. "Zhan Yu, I can't heal you fast enough. You have too many debuffs on you. Do something about it." 30 seconds ago, perfumed water and Han Yingzhu had swapped places. In that short amount of time, Zhang Yang had already gained 10 more stacks of the unfavorable effect, causing perfumed water to receive the baton from Han Yingzhu for an uphill battle. After another 2 hours of mindless grinding, Zhang Yang's pet mount, Whitey, had amassed a large amount of experience points and was already level 40. It had gained much more HP, weapon attack, and defense, along with another skill. Claw Attack. Attacks the target with a beastly claw. Deals 100% melee damage. Cooldown time, 1 second. Cost 50 focus. After the level 40 hard bracket, every level gained will be exponentially harder and tougher than before. Even if they were to fight any monsters beyond level 50, they would take 2 to 3 days, killing monsters one at a time instead of nuking them with large-scaled AoEs. Zhang Yang involuntarily yawned and realized that it was already past 11 p.m. Stretching his arms, he then decided to return to White Jade Castle. Before calling it a day, he mounted Whitey and made his way to the little merchandise shop. Along the way, many players were mesmerized by the majestic mount. One by one, they asked as Zhang Yang rode by. Everyone frowned with varying degrees, some twitching their eyebrows, some baring their teeth in disgust, but one thing was for certain, they were all disgusted by Fatty Han. "What's with that?" "I'm serious," said Fatty Han like a wrongly accused housewife. He did make a rather pitiful expression before he got angry. "If you don't believe me, have a seat and try it." A sudden thought struck Zhang Yang. He looked at the tree that had poked Fatty Han's butt. He tilted his head upwards to look at the tree and managed to catch a glimpse of its peak. For a moment he thought he had been mistaken, but after a closer glimpse he was sure that the silhouette carried a name tag. And the name tag said, "Demonic Treant King." The monster's name tag was in yellow, which means it is a neutral monster that will not attack unless provoked. This was why the group did not notice the monster since it had remained motionless, just like a real tree even when the group was standing right next to it. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Author's note. Horizontal sweep and destructive smash were not all up as you guys thought. Eagle Eye was culprit. It's the most broken skill ever. Demonic the Treant King used the swing attack every 45 seconds, while Wild Charge only had a cooldown time of 30 seconds, which could totally negate the knockback effect of Demonic the Treant King's swing attack. Bang, bang. Bang, Demonic the Treant King trampled on the lake, causing miniature tsunamis and a lot of chaos as fishes and prawns were washed out, hitting the land around it. 90%, 80%, 70%. Everybody slowly reduced Demonic the Treant King's long HP. Snow Seeker acclaimed, Guildmaster Zhan Yu is so smart. If we did not use the lake's environment to weaken the Treant King's damage, we would not even stand a chance. The Treant King's damage is much higher than Mountain Giant. Even if we had more people, this boss would just kill all of us instantly. If real-world elements were not even considered, we would have to gather thousands of players above level 50, or wait until we are at level 70 with better equipment. Everyone started to log in, one after another. At 7 p.m., Sun Xin Yu and Endless Starlight finally joined the team. The 10 of them immediately made their way to Tukula Fortress. They traveled through Phil Forest and Xyler Wasteland, finally entering the Burning Flatlands after 2 hours. Burning Flatlands. The name itself spoke volumes about the environment it carried. The ground was lined with cracks of hot lava, threatening to scorch the feet of those who stepped on its surface. It was a horrible environment. The few flora that did grow were those that had adapted to such conditions, such as flame flower and burning grass, precious medicinal herbs. Most of the monsters here were members of the fire and rock elements. There were burning imps and red fire lizards dwelling beneath the magma, and they were above level 50. Because they had never explored the map before, everyone could only follow the old-fashioned method by splitting up and searching in groups. Usually, the losing side would simply have the experience bar of their current level emptied out. Experience points could be regained by killing more monsters. But since this challenge carried the cost of losing a yellow gold boss and a main quest, Zhang Yang could not afford to let Sun Xin Yu go wild. Knowing her, if Zhang Yang directly told Sun Xin Yu something like, "You are not his opponent, off you go," this block of ice that took human form would definitely lose her temper. Zhang Yang got around it by saying, "How about we decide the winner by the best of 3 between 3 representatives from each side?" One Sword Stroke thought for a while and replied, "Okay, as long as I get to fight you, Zhan Yu, regardless of the other 2 battles." "All right." On another side, Mountain Cleaver immediately said, "Boss, Zhan Yu doesn't seem so sure of you. He is probably using the other 2 battles as a safety net." Wei Yan was rolling on the floor, laughing. She was completely out of breath, and she leaned against Sun Xin Yu 1, clutching her stomach as she continued laughing silently, her mouth twitching wordlessly. On the contrary, the people of Imperial Sky had turned as white as snow. Some of them looked as though they were about to get sick. Fire Fountain was regarded as being second only to One Sword Stroke, a masterful player whose looks could be compared to the pretty boy blooming Ichor. Having brought in by One Sword Stroke to become an irreplaceable asset of the party, not only was he superb in managing his damage output, he shone best in PK battles. But for such a superb player to die by the hands of an idiotic healer who does nothing but heal herself while leaving all the work to putrefying poison, anyone's pride would be ripped to shreds. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. 1. We are aware that Sun Xinyu was supposed to be engaged in her own battle against blooming Ichor at that point, but it is what it says. We simply translated it. Two sides of a football. Author is trying to emphasize the size is very small in a hyperbolic way. Charge. Zhang Yang let endless starlight go ahead, allowing him to acquire the initial aggro of all monsters, giving him the opportunity to kite the elites away. Blasphemer die? The 10 flame acolytes stood up one after another, pointing their magic staff straight at endless starlight and began the chanting of their fireball spells. Meanwhile, the boss swung his gigantic hammer at endless starlight. Sacred protection. Endless Starlight quickly activated his invincible skill and rushed straight at the monsters, activating his devotion. He began swinging his battle hammer around to begin kiting the monsters. Zhang Yang went straight up with a wild charge to engage with the boss. By activating his blood rage, he instantly gained 30 points of rage points. With one normal slash followed by a crippled defense and a horizontal sweep, he swiftly built up the aggro value. Boom! After giving the princess a few gentle slaps, there was no response. No longer surprised, Zhang Yang let out a sigh. It looked like he had to deliver a true love's kiss once again. Serena uttered a low moan, as the mirage of hers once again projected out in the air, standing right before Zhang Yang. She looked at Zhang Yang and asked, "Warrior, why haven't you departed yet?" "Woman, you underestimated me far too much." Zhang Yang took out the molten core of the Flame King and the other 2 quest items, placing them on the floor one after another, and said, "My princess, I have already collected everything as you requested." Serena looked at all 3 of the quest items. Her face broke into a surprised smile. "Warrior, your bravery and your strength far exceeded my expectations. Thank you. With these ingredients, I can finally create a soul vessel." "Little Yang, you really know how to act it out." Fatty Hen laughed out loudly. Zhang Yang was beside himself in nervous excitement, smiling himself silly. With a wave of his hand, he led the gang into the sacred chamber, facing the undead impostor of Princess Serena. Serena, princess of the White Jade Kingdom, holy humanoid creature. Level, HP, defense. Phew, the gang took a deep breath in. A holy grade boss, what is this madness? The highest grade of bosses in God's miracle is the celestial grade. The grade right below the celestial grade is the ascended grade, and the grade right below the ascended grade is the holy grade. Following the holy grade in descending order were the ethereal grade, mythical grade, and violet platinum grade before reaching the yellow gold grade. This was not just a difference of 1 or 2 levels. It was actually a tens of thousands kilometers long kind of difference. Zhang Yang was on the verge of spewing out a series of vulgarities. Does this game want him to die that badly? It was enough having to deal with every NPC that once considered him a friend, but now actual human players had been sent after him. Level +3, a yellow gold weapon, and the title of the Grand General Protector of the Kingdom. With such rewards, even Zhang Yang thought about killing himself and turning his own head over for the reward. All players of the game would want to have higher levels, better equipment than everyone else. That was a given. However, the title was priceless. Levels and equipment can still be achieved by other means, but the title of the Grand General Protector of the Kingdom was one of a kind. The Protector of the Kingdom, Grand General, it was truly impressive. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. 1. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ambitious attempt without a sense of one's pitiable limitations. 2. Tang Seng, a central character in the novel Journey to the West by Wu Cheng'an. The character is based on the historical Buddhist monk Xuanzang. 3 a tiny insect trying to shake a mighty tree, ridiculously overrating one's own strength. Rearm. Warrior's will. A berserker's heal. Zhang Yang removed all the debuffs that he had been bombarded with and recovered his full health. With unrelenting force and will, Zhang Yang shoved his way towards Humbly Gentleman and slashed at him with extreme prejudice. Absorb. Minus 6,320. Destructive smash. Critical. Humbly Gentleman had a maximum HP of 8,200. The first strike had been completely absorbed by a holy shield and was torn through like hot butter after deducting a mere 1,300 damage from destructive smash. Not so invincible now, huh? Minus 1,623. Minus 1,892. Zhang Yang's axe and Whitey's claw struck him from both sides. Humbly Gentleman dropped dead. To add further insult, Whitey walked over Humbly Gentleman's dead body. Talk about wild tea-bagging one. He bent over and reached out his hand to pick up Magic's staff that was on the ground. He laughed triumphantly and kept it in his inventory. Thanks to the system announcing Zhang Yang's position every 10 minutes, Zhang Yang had no chance of covering his trail. His pursuers followed him all the way through the frozen sky wasteland, over the land of deteriorating bones and into the flatlands of the passing. After dying repeatedly for 2 to 3 times, they were unable to revive any further and hovered in their soul states nearby their bodies until it was safe to revive again. Are they still behind me? Oh shit. They're still coming, bloody persistent bastards. Zhang Yang arrived at the Twilight Hills and turned around to observe his situation. All he saw was a swarm of players charging through the flatlands like a massive stampede. HMPH. I'll let the monsters here give you a sweet kiss. Zhang Yang swapped his mount back to the gold-eared Bear King and quietly wait for the players to approach. Until the nearest players had entered the 100-meter range, Zhang Yang ran into the tomb of the Shadow Ash. Where the sword of life and death was swung, millions would be deprived of their lives instantly. The massive surge of players storming up the Twilight Hill were instantly wiped out, nothing but a fading trace of golden light remaining at where they stood. Bodies were piling up, streams of blood flowed down, dyeing the hill red. What a deadly princess, such strength, such power, no wonder they say that one does not anger royalty. Zhang Yang was witnessing raging fury incarnate. Like a storm, simply going on its way, leaving destruction in its wake. Inspired by the scene before his eyes, Zhang Yang called out to 100 shots in the guild channel. 100 shots! Are those bastards from Pride and the Dominators still standing guard over the bodies of our guild mates? CREATORS thoughts. ISB. This was one of the event in China history, describing how fast Guan Yu the war general rode his horse. Walking together, Zhang Yang and Serena proceeded slowly into Tukula Fortress. The horns of war have been sounded. Kill all those who stood guard over the bodies. Kill all those who took advantage of the war. Kill all enemies. Bodies of lone desert smoke continuously revived as the duo passed through them. All of them joined the revolutionary army and their numbers soared. 500, 900, 1,700, Pride annihilated. The Dominators wiped out, Axe Gang vanquished. As the army exited the fortress, all 3 enemy guilds were completely destroyed. Half of them were sent to jail by Serena, the other half killed by lone desert smoke. As such, the fallen players revived and joined the army. Their numbers surpassed 10,000. Watching his enemies in pieces, Zhang Yang summoned Gold-Eared Bear King, mounted it and shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm back, be *Teaches. Everyone laughed at his actions. 5-level bonus. Whoa, dumb you. That means you must be level 60 then. What's an indistinct skill book? Zhang Yang had made the announcement in the party channel, which was why the rest of the gang had rushed over to check things out. He explained the characteristics of his newly obtained skill, and the team was floored. For a non-hunter class character to be able to use beast taming, it made Zhang Yang into half a hunter and a full tank. "Warrior, please head back for now. I'll personally reward you in the future," said Serena with a radiant smile. Her mannerisms and speech towards Zhang Yang seemed a little more than friendly. "Ding, your relationship with Princess Serena is now good." Since the entry period was only for as long as the first 3 days of every month, players who had read the introduction of the war zone have been waiting patiently for the opening of the war zone. Even though the area was large and divided into different levels of areas, it was still a situation where 10 men would need to share a toilet. There are more than 50 million players alone in China. To make matters worse, the introduction had clearly stated that the Spectre War Zone's monster would only respawn once a month, meaning that latecomers would be left with an empty plain of dust and grass. That was the reason why dozens of players stayed up waiting for the clock to strike midnight. The early bird gets the worms. By the time Zhang Yang logged into the game, Han Yingzhu and the other had already entered the war zone. When Wei Yan'er noticed, she quickly contacted him and yelled, "Hey, sleepy head. Lazy bum, why did you wake up so late, noob tank?" Level 1 rune stone. Were weak, and the materials needed for crafting were just too cheap. Almost any rune crafter could craft this level of rune stone, and it only served to raise their mastery level. Just like a level 1 whetstone, it had come to a point where it's something that can be given away. Even the recipient might not appreciate this much. That was the reason why Han Yingzhu had gotten rid of all the level 1 rune stones from her inventory and storage. Zhang Yang stared at Han Yingzhu and laughed under his breath. "What are you looking at? I'll pluck your little balls off and shove them down your throat," Han Yingzhu scolded viciously. Zhang Yang laughed more, ignoring her. He took out his dragon tooth battle axe and inscribed the enhanced vampire rune stone on it. "Ding! Dragon tooth battle axe has gained the effect of vampiric +1. Level 2 whetstone effect has been replaced." It's a shame that both the whetstone and the rune stone could not stack. -1012. -1045. -1009. -1011. 4 attacks landed simultaneously on Zhang Yang, taking away only 10% of his entire HP. The basic attack values of the bandit captains should only be around 3,500. Their attacks were nothing but a scratch. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's current armor was already leagues ahead of the number 2 tank in China. With a full set of yellow gold equipment and the pet mount, shared life ability, these 4 elite monsters were nothing but ants waiting to be squashed. This monster that had a fetish for human feet was also a frozen, fractal skeletal warrior. After sneaking up on Zhang Yang, the monster got out of the ground, covered in dirt and sand. The eyes were just the same as the previous skeletal warrior, malice-filled green emerald flames, and sought nothing but destruction. However, no matter how malicious it was, any non-boss monster was nothing but a scarecrow waiting for Zhang Yang to mow down. The pair of Zhang Yang and the gold-eared bear, King turned this monster into a pile of brittle bones within half a minute. The monster dropped a few cotton cloths and 60 copper coins. What a stingy monster. Zhang Yang continued down the pathway and confronted many more hidden skeletal warriors. However, no matter how many of them came up from the ground, it was their suicide wish. Without breaking a sweat, Zhang Yang sent them back to whence they came, into the ground. "Priestess, I bring grave news." Zhang Yang retold the events that had happened where Kalar had led an attack to assault the Thunderstorm Castle, which failed miserably when King Arthur slaughtered them all. Merlinda listened and could only express her sadness and rage. After a while, she finally opened her mouth to speak. "The sword in the stone is a godly relic with unlimited power. Legend has it that only the bravest of warriors could lift the sword out of the stone. Warrior, I would need your help. As I am now imprisoned, I would need you to find the frozen key that is on the person of the frozen fractal witch specter. You'll need to get the key and the staff of prophecy. Only then will I be able to confront King Arthur with his sword in the stone." Ding, quest change, kill King Arthur. The quest requires you to kill the frozen fractal witch specter and get the frozen key and the staff of prophecy for Merlinda. Zhang Yang managed to lose his aggro once again, forcing Luke Vic to cast Frost Arrow spell at Whitey instead. Zhang Yang recuperated briefly, hefted his battle axe without its usual partner, the shield, and dashed towards Luke Vic. After 2 minutes, Whitey Wild Recovery's cooldown was completed, and Perfect Cycle was bound to fall into place. Zhang Yang had cleared his aggro twice. Whitey's DPS was at least 1,600, and Zhang Yang was intentionally controlling his firepower throughout the battle. Thus, Luke Vic's aggro was securely locked on Gold-Eared Bear King. Wild Recovery, unite, Berserker's heal split. Luke Vic's HP continuously reduced as they repeated the perfect cycle over and over again. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang's Shadow of the Void was ready again. He used Shadow of the Void again after madly slashing at Luke Vic to fully capitalize on the opportunity, stealing the aggro from Whitey for a few short moments. F***CK, another forced trade, it activated upon touch. In Zhang Yang's previous life, he had experienced a territory subjugation battle, but never a battle for Terra Nullius one, so his knowledge on the latter was second-hand, obtained from numerous guides and forums online. Territory subjugation battle and battle for Terra Nullius look similar, but they were actually different in meaning and difficulties. The Territory Command Order Zhang Yang triggered was a battle for Terra Nullius for Thunderous Storm Castle. For tomorrow's battle, Thunderous Storm Castle would become a completely neutral ground, and all the players in the China server would be allowed to participate in this battle. However, the players from the other 7 major cities could only participate if they used destination teleportation scrollless to teleport across cities, and these scrolls were extremely difficult to come across. Ding! You will be marked with a special symbol because you hold a territory command order. Ding! You cannot leave Thunderstorm Castle, otherwise the territory command order will automatically drop. Ding! If you are killed, territory command order will have a 100% chance of dropping. Suddenly, a huge green command order light appeared on the top of Zhang Yang's head. The light beamed straight into the clouds, even ignoring buildings and obstacles. Players far away from Zhang Yang would definitely see the beacon. He was so exposed that he was practically naked. Ha ha ha! Wei Yan could not help but laugh non-stop, out of breath, and said, "Noob Tank, you look like one of those death row inmates from the past, with a sign on your head and round your neck." Han Yingzhu and rest burst out in laughter once they heard Wei Yan. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Well done, one sword stroke, but don't forget that you are also carrying the same negative effect as well. Focus your firepower on one sword stroke and take him out." Both of their destructive smash had the same effect. The threat was just too deadly. Instantly, both sides focused fire on Zhang Yang and one sword stroke, healers from both sides beginning a race of their own as they expended their mana in healing their leading tanks. face to face, axe against axe, shield against shield, titan against titan. Arrows flew across the sky, spells tore through the air, the scene was marvelous. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the territory owner of Thunderstorm Castle. You can now select to rename the territory. Proceed. No wonder he was unfamiliar with the name Thunderstorm Castle, having never encountered it in his previous life. It turns out that the name of territories could be changed. Zhang Yang was lazy, so he said, "No change necessary." Unexpectedly, the system did not continue on with a tutorial on managing the territory, but instead took him directly to the management interface. In his previous life, as he had not managed to conquer a territory before, therefore, he was currently on uncharted waters. He would need to slowly feel his way around and learn more about it the old-fashioned way. Territories indeed gave much convenience to the players, especially their proprietors. If they had to travel by foot and rented flying griffins, the journey would take 3 hours. During that 3 hours of riding the griffin, players wouldn't be able to perform any actions other than to chat with each other. If players below level 60 intended to set off to their appropriately leveled maps from Thunderstorm Castle, they could easily force their way through the slightly over-leveled monsters if they worked in parties. It would only take them about 40 minutes to reach their own maps, saving a lot of time. Therefore, a large number of players had linked their teleportation scroll to Thunderstorm Castle, and the fare of 1 gold piece could easily be earned back within an hour. It was both money and time-saving. 3 days had passed. Zhang Yang took a good look at the financial income of the territory. He could not help himself but to rub his eyes in amazement. 10,680,000 gold pieces. Little brat, how much longer are you gonna take? I'm not a gazelle, you buffoon. Take it easy, geez. Well, hurry up. Pride members are lurking about. They had their eyes on the pet mount. They're probably gathering their men up as we speak. I'm not risking my neck for you. If there's too many of them, I'm out of there. Please, no. You are the ferocious and mighty noob tank. Surely you can take on 100 of them. I'll even send you my cousin's nudes. Wei Yan was genuinely frantic, even bringing up an ultimate weapon. Zhang Yang chuckled, saying, "Faster." He had the shadow of the void on hand, which was why he was totally unafraid of being rounded up or ambushed. In a worst-case scenario, he can still activate the lover's charm to be spirited away to Sun Xin Yu's location. He already had many options planned. The next day, Zhang Yang woke up early in the morning and directly logged into the game. He was being summoned urgently by Wei Yan. So he quickly used a teleportation scroll to teleport to Thunderstorm Castle and arrived at the entrance of the castle as instructed by her. The little girl was on top of an extremely colorful chocobo, joy all over her face, giddy with joy. Zhang Yang had something that was a mix between a glare and a smile, and he asked, "Little girl, did you rush me here just to see Birdie?" "Of course not." Wei Yan quickly shook her head, but her smile only grew wider, and she eagerly asked, "What say you? Isn't my little flower very pretty?" Giving names such as Little White and Little Flower, this little girl could only seem to throw out one-dimensional names. It wasn't as if Zhang Yang had exceptional naming sense himself, looking at Whitey. It's definitely prettier compared to you," Zhang Yang replied with a deadpan expression. "Based on what you had just said to me, this guy called Luo, who claims to be head over heels over the bitchy snow, is in truth only trying to get hold of her share of the company. That's why I said it's disgusting, the lowest, scum." Wei Yan cringed as she described Luo Yang Ming. He would hump my cousin's sister's leg just to get some money from the company's trash can. I mean, look at the guy. Pretending to be a successful man, putting up airs as if he was Bill Gates or the other Apple guy. Disgusting prick. All right, I'm going to stop you there now. Show S over, I'll get going now, said Zhang Yang as he stopped the bear. Ah. Wait up, we just accepted a quest yesterday. We need to go to some ghostly place to kill a boss. I need you to come with us, screamed the little girl. What ghostly place? 10,000 phantoms. How about it? Scary, isn't it? Said Wei Yan as she tried to mimic a ghost with her face. After having their lunch, everyone logged in after 30 minutes and got together. Before they logged off, Zhang Yang had killed all the monster around the area. Since elite-tier monsters required 5 hours to respawn, the place was empty and bare when Zhang Yang, Han Yingzhu, and Wei Yan came back. All of them continued their journey and reached the end of the first part after 3 hours. Technically, the entire tunnel simply followed the shape of the mountain from the inside. The spiral pathway led downwards to the lowest and deepest part of the mountain. Technically, Zhang Yang's current position was a complete cycle from where they entered. If they could drill upwards, the entrance to the mountain would just be 50 meters up. According to rumors, Lost Dream was the son of an official. In real life, his father was a high-level ranking official at the provincial level. That man had 2 special quirks. The first was that he could never keep his mouth shut. The second, he was a gambling addict. Not the kind in the casino, but one to never back down from small wagers and dares. According to rumors, he once took a dare from his friends to go into a gay bar and get some dudes. In the end, the man did not back down from his bet and changed into a raging homosexual man going right into the city's biggest gay bar. Lost Dreams, Blur, ended. Wei Yan cracked an evil smile. She stopped running away and turned around to greet the oncoming Lost Dream. Lost Dream's face turned white when he saw the malicious grin, but he was too slow to react. Tornado sweep. Destructive smash. Minus 4,812. Minus 4,521. Wei Yan had successfully defeated Lost Dream in 2 slashes. Hell yay. Wait, 10 minutes later, Lost Dream came back again after reviving. He did not take his defeat wholeheartedly since he still had one more trick up his sleeve. He had not activated Vanish earlier. If he had used Vanish right after Blur had ended, he would have been able to stun Wei Yan again and surely win the battle. Han Yingzhu and the rest of the gang were progressing really quickly. So far, they had already reached level 59 and were on the brink of reaching level 60. The second and third land leases were released and taken respectively by the guilds Radiance and Crimson Rage. However, these 2 guilds had 2 very different levels of luck. Radiance was lucky enough to produce their land in Blue Ocean City. Although the positioning of the land did not allow it to be as lucrative as little merchandise shop, it was still inside a major city. Crimson Rage had an unfortunate draw. The land that their land lease produced was some random small town outside the Emerald City. It was rather bad. Since it was not worth anything at all, at most, Crimson Rage could only use it as an extra warehouse storage unit. Snowseeker was so angry and frustrated that she even went to Zhang Yang to complain about it. Zhang Yang shook his head, smiling weakly as he asked, "Lend me your gaming helmet. I'd like to log in for a while." Yuli got up from her bed and immediately cringed in pain with a loud ouchie as she limped towards her closet. Digging among the neatly arranged clothing, she bent down, causing her firm breasts to sway about as they dangled down. She straightened up with a gaming helmet. After handing the helmet to Zhang Yang, she returned to bed rather disgruntledly. D*MN, it really hurts. Zhang Yang snickered and put on the helmet to log into the game. Noob Tank, have you seen the system's announcement? The preliminary rounds of Soaring Swords starts next month. Little Yang, registration for Soaring Swords opens tomorrow. Oh, Guildmaster, please babysit me. Zhang Yang arrived at the Crimson Blood Mountains, where the place was filled with monsters. They were all melee attackers, which made it really easy to kill them in large groups. Zhang Yang patted the bear's head and started to rush into the enemy. One by one, he kited them until they accumulated in numbers and killed them in one go. The obtained experience was extreme satisfying. Zhang Yang continued grinding for 3 days straight and killed his way up to the peak. When he arrived, he felt weird. The place was empty. There were so many monsters down the hill, yet at this 100-meter square area was only occupied by one monster. The monster was just kneeling down, gazing into the distance. Its rotting eye sockets were glowing with the typical green emerald flames of a specter. Is that a boss? Zhang Yang eyes glinted. He hurried over to it and observed its properties. Smog normal specter. Level 65. HP 6,500. Defense 60. Zhang Yang unhooked the leather-bound diary and opened it. Smog, my one true love. When I heard about your passing, I was left alone, heartbroken. I wanted to end my life. I want to be with you. Please forgive me, my love. I'm still carrying your child. Until he grows up to be a fine man like you, I shall take my leave and meet you. On the very first page of the diary, Zhang Yang could already feel the unrequited love between a wife and her husband. How could a woman like her be a shameless whore? Zhang Yang flipped over and read more. The next 6 pages were of Leah lamenting of a husband who she clearly loved. But at the 7th page, the contents had changed. Yes, I've finally got her in my hands. I finally have her now. I was afraid to even approach her when Smog was still alive. But now he is dead. Muhahaha, what a good death, such a good death, my wish shall be completed. That be asterisk TCH wanted to commit suicide, but she went mental when I tried to threaten that little parasite in her belly. That be asterisk TCH is such a precious little jewel, especially when her belly has grown bigger and bigger. What a wonderful sensation to that be asterisk TCH. D asterisk MN at all. How did that frog-faced lady know about me and the little B asterisk TCH? It must be the work of Martha. Such a waste. The little B asterisk TCH was beaten to death by the frog-faced lady. What a shame, she was a beauty to behold. Zhang Yang closed the book. A hurtful sorrow lingered in his heart. Even though it was purely fictional, could real humans already commit such crime? After all, humans have been around for a long time. Who knew the atrocities of the past? Intruder! Intruder! The guards around cried out. Smog summoned his strength and managed to free his right hand. He quickly grabbed the sword from Zhang Yang. Having given the sword away, Zhang Yang quickly turned around and pulled his axe out to prepare for combat. Burn that specter now? Aiden's voice could be heard from afar. Pack, pack, pack. 3 flaming torches thrown out of nowhere onto the pile of wooden plank. The fire spread out at an amazing speed, and before he knew it, the entire stage was burning. Zhang Yang was currently busy fighting all the guards. Even though he was probably the strongest player in China, he was completely overwhelmed by the number of elite monsters around that seemed to be spawning endlessly. Boom! A large blast wave came by, knocking everyone back a few feet while sending those closer to it flying. Boom. Boom, boom. The Forgotten Ones was one of Spectre Race's divisions, and their leader was the king of the Forgotten One, the celestial boss, which was independent of the 7 Spectre Witch King. In Zhang Yang's previous life, most of the players' level had just reached level 200, and they did not get to defeat celestial bosses yet. That was why Zhang Yang found Smog's name familiar but could not recall any further information about him. No wonder Smog had earned a reputation as the closest man to the god of war during his lifetime. Even though he had turned into Spectre after death, he could still become a celestial boss. This was so awesome. To gain a good relationship with a celestial boss. Relationships were something intangible but undoubtedly practical. Perhaps someday it would play a huge role. It was definitely much more valuable than a yellow gold item that would be rolled out over time. Let's talk about tactics while fighting. Here we go. Zhang Yang had already taken out his axe and shield and rushed towards left-handed Phil. The battle was initiated. A black aura immediately appeared beneath left-handed Phil's feet. It reached out with its right hand, which was completely skeletal, and tried to grab Zhang Yang's face. Ding! Left-handed, Phil initiated Frost Aura. Causes 1,000 frost damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius range every 2 seconds. Minus 3,982. Ding, you are affected by fire receptive effect when you are receive fire attack. Damage increased by 200%, lasts for 1 minute. Left-handed, Phil slapped Zhang Yang across his face, and a damage text immediately floated above his head, while a debuff icon popped up in his HUD. Minus 1,000. 2 seconds later, except for Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight, the rest of the people received the first tick of damage from Frost Aura. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. Beethoven directly translates FROM Chinese letter, which is different from Beethoven, Chinese letter. 2. Atman directly translates from Chinese letter. In German, Altman is a Jewish surname, and the meaning of the name Altman is wise man. This is fun. Wei Yan clapped her hands and said, I'm responsible for do. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, it actually tests the player's memory. It will also turn into rage mode if we don't defeat it within 8 minutes. We need to memorize the order of stepping into the circle we are responsible for. At the same time, we need to attack the boss at our best effort. It's going to get quite messy. Zhang Yang assigned the gang. Currently, Little Brat and Ice Cube are the strongest attackers, so both of them will attack throughout the entire battle and will not participate in playing the song. I will tank Beethoven, and the remaining 7 will responsible for a vocal note scale each person. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, also do not expect to pass this at once. We have to start with playing the song until we are able to cooperate without any mistakes before we can really unleash our DPS. Don't bother drinking potions, we're going to test it out first. Right after musician Beethoven was slaughtered, the white, opaque barrier right behind him also collapsed, and a vast square was presented right before their eyes. There was a total of 4 entrances, but the other 3 entrances were still blocked by barriers. So, Zhang Yang and the gang could not enter the territories of the other parties to snatch-kill their bosses. Right in the middle of the square stood a beautiful woman with an extremely graceful, slim body, a waist that begged for men to grab hold of, and a shapely butt, with a pair of breasts that had extremely pronounced tips, with a full head of blonde hair that came together with sex appeal that gushed out all around her. She was literally a standard femme fatale one, judging from her weapons. She held a saw in her right hand, and her left arm stopped resembling human altogether at the wrist. instead ending in a long, spiraling tentacle that dangled straight down to her heel. Zreators thoughts. ISB. One femme fatale. A seductive woman who lures men into dangerous or compromising situations. Two chrysanthemum remnant, injuries everywhere. A lyrics in J. Chow's song, Ju Hua Tai. Author implied chrysanthemum as the anus, so it literally meant the scattered petals of an anus after being brutally injured by a chrysanthemum. Ding! Your party has defeated childhood idols. The lone desert smoke first party has proceeded to the next round. Please remain in the main city. The next match is beginning in 40 minutes. Following the sound of the system notification, Zhang Yang and the gang were teleported out of the arena. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, "The little girl spent a total of 47 seconds to secure the victory of our first round. Let us compete to see who can take down the opposition party in the shortest time, shall we?" HMPH? Wei Yan put her hands on her hip joints and said, "You are so wicked. If I had known we were racing, I could have did it faster. 30 seconds, no, 20 seconds would have been enough to take them all out." Han Yingzhu pinched the little girl's face and said, "Keep puffing hot air, little prick." Wei Yan flung her head in a huff and said, "Cousin, sister, even you're being mean. I am finally seeing through your entire being, your heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys." There was no chance of breaking Zhang Yang's record, not anymore. Wei Yan glared at him dejectedly, and she said, "Noob tank, you got real lucky, engaging 4 melee profession players at a time, if only I HMPH. Zhang Yang shrugged and said, "It could not be helped, luck is also a part of strength." How ostentatious! Han Yingzhu rolled her eyes at him. Sun Xinyu was on fire, constantly rubbing her daggers against each other every time they stepped into battle. However, after the 6th round, only 4,096 parties managed to proceed to the 7th round of the competition. Maybe they could still manage to send 1 player each for the coming rounds, but naturally, these parties were the cream of the crop, possessing greater strength than their previous encounters. As a safety precaution, Zhang Yang would have his party charge out as one starting from the next day. They cannot risk any 1v5 battles anymore. Right after the end of round 7, only 2,049 parties remained. 106 parties of lone desert smoke managed to proceed to the upcoming round, still taking the lead in White Jade Castle. At 8 p.m., the 8th round of the Soaring Swords competition followed closely after the previous session, and the opposition standing before Zhang Yang's party was the second party of the Dominators. When the enemies come face to face, heads will fly. Zhang Yang and his party ruthlessly hacked away, proceeding to the next round with ease. There were only 2 rounds of matches on the 3rd day. Only 1024 parties of White Jade Castle were able to stay in the competition so far, with 61 parties of Lone Desert Smoke remaining, far exceeding the 33 parties of Crimson Rage and the 24 parties of Imperial Sky. Upon activating Vanguard's aggression, the tankers started to receive double damage. Thus, under the concentrated fire of the enemy, both Zhang Yang and Traveling Piglet activated their own shield walls concurrently, and they began slashing at each other like crazy. At this moment, the difference between the strength of the tankers were their equipment. Even though with their shield walls activated, the health points of Traveling Piglet were falling much quicker than Zhang Yang's. After all, Lone Desert Smoke had the upper hand in both defense and offense. Even the gold-eared Bear King alone could have made things difficult for the Dominators. After 3 seconds, Zhang Yang's destructive smash had finally cooled down. Immediately, he threw another destructive smash onto Traveling Piglet, reducing 75% of the healing effects on him. He had basically taken the healer out of the battle. After the 10 preliminary rounds, the name list of 4 battle teams was displayed in White Jade Castle. Lone Desert Smoke took up 2 slots out of the 4 finalists. Their excellent performance had caused a heated discussion in the forums. The super guilds in the other cities also performed as expected. The result was pretty predictable. Big names appeared up there as expected. None of them emulated Lone Desert Smoke's achievement, however, to take up 2 slots like that. Ding! You have searched the evil wolves' fortress and found no traces of men from White Lamb Village. Perhaps you should return to the village and inform the villagers. Perhaps they have some insight on the manor. After the system notification rung in his ears, Zhang Yang turned back and hurried his way back to the village. The place was hauntingly eerie. Just by standing in there could give anyone nightmares. After another 20 minutes, Zhang Yang returned back to White Lamb Village. The rest of the villagers had already dispersed and went back to do whatever they were doing. The only NPC left standing at the entrance was the same old woman. "Adventurer, why did you come back?" said the woman, looking unhappy. She had a face that practically said, "You've eaten and taken everything, yet you have nothing to show for it." Zhang Yang gave the boss a single attempt. Since he could not ride the battle mount in an indoor environment, the maximum healing amount of Berserker's heal was only at 30,000 HP at most. Moreover, Marzarek Spider's venom was too strong for Zhang Yang or practically anyone else. One stack could deal close to 2,000 damage every 3 seconds. No one, not even Zhang Yang, could handle it when the stack count got higher than 3 or 4. The boss's physical attacks were nothing to be afraid of, however. Zhang Yang had no way of continuing the fight without a priest or a sacred knight supporting him with dispel. Just as he was about to contact Han Yingzhu to join his party, he felt a sudden nudge on his physical body's shoulder and Fatty Han's voice muffled in his ear. "Ooey, hello. Time for dinner, yo." Liu Wei was smiling with such radiance that he was literally glowing with the main character's aura of a movie's super handsome man. Standing not far behind him, Zhang Yang noticed immediately that their 2 extremely well-built middle-aged men were staring at all of them with extreme prejudice. Their silent stoic stance was practically bursting with the strength of tigers. They were Liu Wei's bodyguards. If any of them made any sudden movements, these 2 punks would definitely drop them by the second. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Fatty Han, who had known Zhang Yang his whole life, picked up Zhang Yang's sudden glint in his eyes. Zhang Yang pointed at the chair and said, "Please sit." Liu Wei bowed a little and sat down elegantly. However, with a loud thud, he fell onto the floor hard, with his legs practically pointed up to the sky. The gentlemanly, classy, masculine image that was created was completely destroyed. "Ha ha ha," Fatty Han and Wei Yan burst in laughter. Master Liu Liu Shishi moaned silkily. As a woman, she had a heightened sense when it comes to a male's attention. She realized that Liu Wei's attention was now directly onto someone else but not her. She tried her best to draw back Liu Wei's attention. Compared to the manufactured charms of Liu Shishi, Han Yingzhu was a natural. Just her glinting pair of eyes could set a man burning with the raging fire of lust. Those 2 women could not be compared as they were both on a different scale. Liu Wei immediately responded to her pathetic attempt. "Miss Liu must be tired after having to work for the entire day. Please head back for some rest." A direct slap to the face, a hidden command to get lost, so that he could court with the ladies in peace. 100 Shots looked like a middle-aged man despite being only 30 years old or so. He was well built, not like the refined build of a bodybuilder, but a build that had to come from genuine, tough labor and a full-faced beard and mustache. When he spoke, they knew he most definitely originated from somewhere far north of China. As for Daffodil Daydream, she was a cheerful woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She looked like the kind of woman you would meet randomly on the street. Still, there is a high chance that men and women, if they swung that way, would turn around just to have another glance at her. "Woo-hoo," the little girl cried her eyes out. "Why didn't you spare her?" "It's so pitiful." "Okay, my bad. In that case, I'll take full responsibility. I guess I should be the one taking all the loot then." Zhang Yang whistled as he pretended to pace towards the battle drops. "Aye, that won't do." Wei Yan jumped to her feet and headed straight for the drops. "Oh yay, there's 3 yellow gold items here," said Wei Yan as she pulled a piece of accessory out. "This one's mine. You're not allowed to take it." A spider's kiss, yellow gold accessory. Equip effect, grants your weapon a poison coat. Grants a certain chance to an attack to inflict the target with 1,000 natural damage. The success rate is increased if the attack interval of the weapon is longer. Level requirement, 60. Zhang Yang nodded. "No problem, that's just a trinket with some minor bonuses." As the 20th slowly approached, many more players had started to flock the hotel. On the 14th, Lost Dream, Galileo, Fantasy Sweetheart had arrived and exchanged greetings with Zhang Yang and the rest. Naturally, everyone was excited. Lost Dream was an ordinary-looking youth of average build, not too shabby nor too bulky. Galileo was just a high school student. Zhang Yang wondered about how he managed to get his parents' approval to come all the way to Shanghai all by himself. The best way to describe Fantasy Sweetheart was big-boobed baby face. She was 20 years old, however. Her cute appearance totally went against her age that everyone had to agree that she was just too kawaii. Her big juggling breasts were firm and large, on par to Han Yingzhu's perfect jeans. Lost Dream and Fatty Han were openly drooling at her. Galileo was the only innocent young boy. He had to hide somewhere else to hide his blushing red face. 5 minutes before the battle started, both teams had entered the mock arena. Lone Desert Smoke was represented by the color red, and Youthful Era was represented by the color blue. "Our opponents are mostly physical attackers," said Zhang Yang as he observed the opponent's team line up and class composition. "Do not underestimate the enemy. To stand here facing us, they have no doubt earned the spot. We cannot afford to be careless." "All right then, what's the battle plan?" "Focus fire on one guy at a time." "What? You call that a battle plan?" Everyone else other than Zhang Yang and Sun Zin Yu rolled their eyes. "There was never a battle plan to begin with. It all depends on how the enemy reacts, and we will react accordingly. I'm just reminding you to be careful. Never let your guard down." "You don't say." Just when Mei Kao Feng thought that he had shaken off Zhang Yang and moved to Wei Yan a sudden figure appeared in front of him, blocking out his unfocused vision. It was Zhang Yang himself. He too had moved and blocked Mei Kao Feng from trying to change his target. If he still persisted on moving forward, he will clash into Zhang Yang. Mei Kao Feng clearly understood the difference in power between him and Zhang Yang. One simple glance at Zhang Yang's HP would tell all about the immense gap between the two of them. He had only around 18,000 HP, while Zhang Yang had over 29,000 HP. The gap was ridiculous. If the two of them did crash into each other, the person who would be knocked back would be Mei Kao Feng. 8 o'clock sharp. The second contest started, Lone Desert Smoke versus the Glory. Lone Desert Smoke's team won the loudest cheers. The official battle bets offered odds of 1.05 to 4.7 for Lone Desert Smoke to the glory, respectively. However, many more fans placed bets for Lone Desert Smoke. Easy as a pie. Zhang Yang's team did not give the glory any chances of winning. Regardless of levels, equipment, controls, and teamwork, Zhang Yang's team reigned superior in all. Zhang Yang's team won an overwhelming victory in 2 matches and successfully broke into quarterfinals, showing their well-earned, prevailing dominance. All 8 qualifying teams were announced after 9:03 p.m. The first few matches were Crimson Rage vs. Sunset Amber and Radiance vs. Imperial Sky. The second batch of matches were Angel Wings vs. Breaking Dawn and Lone Desert Smoke vs. Brilliant Star. The second match started 5 minutes later. Brilliant Star's team was still discouraged from last game's loss. After some half-hearted, disorganized swings, they were quickly defeated. 2-0 Lone Desert Smoke wins. Noob Tank, you are level 67 and I'm level 64. When we get the championship, I'll gain 3 levels, along with the MVP award which grants me another level, so I'll be level 68, 1 level above you. Wei Yan-er grinned. She loved stepping on Zhang Yang's head. Silly girl, if your elementary school's math teacher heard that, he would run headfirst into a wall, Zhang Yang sighed. The others at the dining table only smiled gently. Wei Yan-er bit her fingers for a while and said, "Humph, can't people act cute for a little?" You see?" Fatty Hand pointed at a corner of restaurant. Liu Wei was sitting closely with a tall young man, their faces so close to each other that it was inevitable for Fatty Hand to suspect that they were lovers. After Sword of Light and Greensleeve's prince left, Zhang Yang went deep in thought. Although he had not known one sword stroke well in his past life, he would never expect such a distinguished figure to use such contemptible ways. Liu Wei, that's right. Zhang Yang's eyes shone. Only Liu Wei would slink around and manipulate people in such manner. Only with his wealth could offer such important key persons in Radiance and Sunset Amber to turn their coats. Everything about it spoke of Liu Wei. In Zhang Yang's previous life, Liu Wei had headhunted all the talented members in Blue Sea and had left with only an empty shell. Finally, he built the myth and replaced Blue Sea. What if Liu Wei bribes Zhang Yang's 5-man team? It was 7:30 p.m. The first match of the Soaring Swords competition finale had begun. The audience immediately noticed the situation and started chattering among themselves. Would a guild master and party leader simply not show up at such an important event? Did he get cold feet? Was he lost in some paradise of his own? The rules of the competition, only the 5 players who registered for the competition can enter the competition. If anything led to the shortage of 1 person or so, they would have to make do. There came a wave of boo from the audience. Since the beginning of the quarterfinals, those parties who went up against Imperial Sky all seemed to suffer some misfortune. During the quarterfinal match, the spellcaster from the Radiance was acting silly. During the semifinals, the thief from the Yellow Flame was floating about like an idiot. And now, someone was completely missing. Everyone could connect the dots at this rate. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. A powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its old haunts. Even a person with great power cannot defeat a local villain in his/her own territory. After a short break, the climatic battle was beginning to unfold. Just charge forward, use any violent means necessary and crush them. Zhang Yang raised up his battle sword and let out a war cry. The 2 sides drew closer. The battle had begun. Both sides had Vanguard's aggression and shield wall. After using rearm, Zhang Yang had activated Vanguard's aggression once again, forcing Imperial Sky's thieves and spellcasters to activate their blur and ice barrier. The firepower of lone desert smoke was already ridiculous to begin with, and after waiting out for their opponents to exhaust their life-saving skills, they simply took out the enemy one after another under concentrated fire. It was like breaking the dead branches off a tree. They were simply unstoppable. One sword stroke was sure that he had popped a vein somewhere in his temple, but he did not care. This was just too convenient. Lone Desert Smoke has been well known to be highly efficient in dungeon progression. To witness Zhang Yang being conveniently provided with 2 pieces of violet platinum equipment, it was stupidly ridiculous. By the time Zhang Yang achieves level 80, who in the world would stand a chance against them? He may have obtained 1 piece of violet platinum equipment, an accessory at that too. Normally, accessories such as rings and necklaces are extremely difficult to find. They were a gem among all other equipment, but the odds of drawing 2 set equipment would put that accessory to shame. Another day passed, and the players who participated in the memorable soaring sword competition had arrived at the doorsteps of their cozy home, and the profile icons that had been left dimmed for a day in the friend list started lighting up one after another as players got back to their daily lives. Zhang Yang logged into the game early in the morning, and the first thing he saw was the portrait icon of Wei Yan glowing brightly in his friend list. Shocked, he sent her a private message asking, "Little girl, did you just skip your classes again?" "Who said that I am? It's New Year's Eve, for Christ's sake. We have 3 days off." "Even so, don't you have anything else to do? Are you planning to get a degree in God's miracle or something?" After running forwards for some distance, the rate of mud men appearing from the sides began to decrease, and eventually they disappeared. After going through a narrow and small exit, the gang instantly saw a stinging light in front of them, and a huge temple appeared right in front of their eyes. This temple was in the shape of a pyramid. From the looks of it, there was no telling of how many floors the building had. Every single surface of the building was smooth and shiny, and the height of the building was approximately hundreds of meters. The base of the building alone was already 30 to 40 meters tall. It was a magnificent sight to behold. Within the peripheral view of the temple, there was a large number of rock monsters patrolling back and forth, their heavy footsteps issuing out continuous rumbles, like the sound of thunder along with the tremors of earthquake. Stone Man of Mount Heaven's Fall, elite elemental creature. Level 73. HP 146,000. Defense 1,000. Heart of the Stone Giant Hurlo. Quest item. Item description: the entire essence of the stone giant concentrated into a rock. This is the world's strongest rock that can break anything. We got it! Zhang Yang picked the stone giant's heart and kept it in the inventory before looking at other items. "Oh man, why didn't this boss drop any weapon shards?" said Wei Yan. She had yet to get over Zhang Yang's dark, enigmatic sword. Even though there were 3 yellow-gold items and a bunch of gray-silver items around, there was not a single piece of weapon or armor shard. Zhang Yang snickered at her and said, "This boss is as easy as a pie. Moreover, it's a quest-based boss. It was kind enough to drop some yellow-gold items for you. What more can you ask for? Stop talking and start picking, and don't forget to post the item descriptions if there are any good equipment," said Han Yingzhu disgruntledly. After a short series of curving route and corners, the party had finally arrived at the deepest parts of the palace. There, a 100-meter-tall tower stood there, covered in a completely silver outline which practically glowed brighter than the moon itself. Silver, not appealing enough. It would be better if it was made of gold. It will look rather bold that way, no? You know, it looks like Sun Wukong's Ru Yijing Gu Bang one. The place where they were right now should be the astrology tower. Unlike other places that were fully guarded, this towering structure had only 4 guards securing the entrances and no one else inside. There was practically nothing inside but a long, spirally stone stairway, twisting up all the way to the peak of the tower. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. One Ruya Jinggu Bang, the golden magical staff that Sun Wukong wields, which is capable of adjust its size according to the wielder's will. Snow White, you evil being, I will never allow Oz to fall into your hands. Your evil ways will cause Oz to fall into the depth of the abyss. Shinita held up a dark magic staff and stepped forwards boldly. She raised her staff up high and chanted something rather mysterious. However, after a quick rumble, she stopped halfway. Her confident expression went pale immediately. She looked up to Snow White with horror written all over her face. You've destroyed the mirror of truth. Shinita looked in despair at Zhang Yang and the party. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The mirror of truth is the one and only thing that could repel Snow White. She could have never destroyed it herself. It was you. All of you, how could all of you be so dumb and stupid to help her? Imbeciles, you have assisted evil itself. What have you done? Zhang Yang was stunned. It was a huge, sudden change of events. And did we just help the villain? The shadow of Smog continued slashing away like a butcher, hacking away Snow White's HP down from 8 million as if it was just a piece of butter. How could a mere violet platinum boss last for long under the attack from a holy tier summon? 1 hack and 200,000 HP was gone. F*CK, D*MN, that 1-inch sword. How dare he pull off such a move? We won't be able to leave Thunderstorm Castle unoccupied now. HMPH. Obviously, he's afraid of us. You got that right. That little boy doesn't dare take us head-on. That's why he's playing tricks like a schoolgirl. What a P*SSY. In an instant, members from Lone Desert Smoke had started to flood the guild channel with a massive number of angry complaints, despite the warnings from 100 shots. It was clear that the system announcement was not narrowcasted to Zhang Yang alone, but to all members of Lone Desert Smoke. Zhang Yang shook his head. There was more to this. He spoke in the party channel. Lone Desert Smoke is big, but our presence does not necessitate the usage of such a rare item. We are strong. We are large, having 20,000 members. But all that is nothing against the might of an entire city. Our strength is not even up to scale. What do you mean? Ding, the first wave of monsters have started the attack. Zhang Yang rode on the back of the white bear towards the castle wall. From the high altitude, Zhang Yang observed the far horizon and saw a cloud of dark dust rushing towards their direction. The earth trembled from the sheer number of monsters charging their way to destroy the castle. After just a few moments, the cloud of dust had dispersed, leaving a massive horde of monsters closing in. At that distance, Zhang Yang could finally identify the types of monsters. It was a large number of twin-head demonic wolves covered in pitch-black fur. Panting frantically, their eyes were unfocused, with fresh blood dripping from the edge of their sharp fangs. Twin-head demonic wolf, normal beast. Level 64. HP 6,400. Defense 60. Zhang Yang went deeper into the swarm of monsters. Nervous and worried sick for him, Han Yingzhu leaped to her feet and followed Zhang Yang from a safe distance. There, she kept on casting healing spells, regeneration to keep him alive and kicking. It was now where the difference in individual strengths would be made apparent. Like the character, Zhao Zai Long, from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Yang was weaving about in the battlefield, with his sword held out, he twisted and turned, turning living monsters into dead corpses without much effort and strength. From afar, you can really see that Zhang Yang was more like a dancer instead of a fighter. If those judges were present in the field, sitting behind a desk, they would surely be holding up scoreboards of 10. Full marks. The boss's attack was considered to be a ranged attack, which could not be blocked. Since the attack was an instant cast, Zhang Yang could not even react in time before a quick, loud pack caused him to be covered in a splat of green, sticky goo. Right then, he looked like as if someone had just dumped a large bucket of green, gooey slime on him. As a guild master, many members had greatly admired him. Though he may not be as stern as 100 shots, his position as the guild master had made others think that Zhang Yang was a little harder to approach. That impression was made even stronger when Zhang Yang was the person who had led the guild to take all the first clear achievements so far. He had even led Team 1 of Lone Desert Smoke to win the championship title of the Soaring Sword competition in Shanghai. The image around him was more god than man. With the presence of a yellow-gold boss in the field, everyone was pumped up. The incensed players started wiping the monsters at a faster rate, taking bigger risks, bigger swings. Akmoshi's strides were so massive with it took less than 10 steps to reach the castle gates, walking over all the other monsters and jumping into the castle area. The last thing that they wanted was to have any monsters getting into the castle gates. Zhang Yang hurriedly activated his Spear of Obliteration and rode on his white bear towards the boss. Minus 2,346. Akmoshi growled. Provoked and agitated, the boss hurled its massive fist at Zhang Yang. Block. Ding, you have received the effect, weightless. You have gained the ability to float. Movement speed reduced by 70%. Like the air elementals, Zhang Yang had floated several centimeters above the ground. The white bear beneath him was wiggling its feet frantically like a dog in the water. They may have been slowed down, but the good part was the fact that he could fly. Hey, little Yang, what are you doing? Are you finally going to the heavens? Hello. Even Aladdin needs a magic carpet to fly. Our boss only needs a giant polar bear to fly. Hey, hell nah, everyone can fly. It's easy as getting stoned. What? Everyone started to laugh at Fatty Han and endless starlight jokes and forgot to fight. Hey. Wankers, don't just yap around, start attacking the boss, Zhang Yang sternly scolded. A lot of Death Knights charged into the castle, some of them clashing with players. However, most of the Death Knights which had not been attacked by the players were riding their specter skeletal horses directly towards the territorial hall. After all, the ultimate goal was not to annihilate each other. One side had to destroy the guild flag in Territorial Hall, while another side had to defend and protect the flag from being destroyed by monsters within the time limit. Therefore, Zhang Yang's ultimate goal did not necessarily involve the annihilation of the enemy. As a result, a lot of Death Knights directly rushed into Territorial Hall once they entered the castle. The guild flag always was the target of attack within Death Knight's aggro list, and unless Death Knights were attacked by players, they would ignore everything else and head directly towards the hall. Pull back! Zhang Yang frowned as he shouted. Wei Yan not joining the auction of Death Blade was good news for the other Lone Desert Smokes members. As part of Zhang Yang's team, naturally, should she choose to bid, nobody would be able to outbid her. Even if she did, they wouldn't be complaining. No one could deny their contributions that brought such fame to Lone Desert Smoke in the first place. Finally, the auction ended, and the Death Blade was finally obtained by the berserker in the secondary team, Galileo. The young, cute little boy was so overjoyed that he feverishly bowed to everyone, greeting them by Big Brother, Big Sister. Everyone laughed at his antics. The Heart of the Abyss, Violet Platinum Necklace. Vitality, plus 141. Intelligence, plus 94. Unidentified. Equipment, when your spells cause any damage or healings, you have a 1% chance of increasing your spell's damage by 200 points. Lasts for 5 seconds. Level requirement, 80. 100 shots did not disappoint Zhang Yang, as it only took 2 days to come back with useful information. Imperial Sky had defeated a yellow-gold boss, the mythical king of Tyrannosaurus's Morchasen, and this boss actually dropped monster attack order. 100 Shots had purposely searched the information about Morchasen at the official website. Level 70 yellow-gold boss, beast, 7 million HP, melee attack, body height of 56 meters, basic attack of 11,000, attack interval of 2 seconds. Spawns in northern part of mountains of Miduo at Meadow Flatlands. Respawn time is 1 month, real time. Scavenging mythical Tyrannosaurus, normal beast. Level 65. HP 6,500. Defense 60. These mythical Tyrannosauruses looked basically just like the dinosaur itself. Every single one of them was about 10 meters tall, with lower bodies that looked incredibly strong and powerful while having a pair of short, tiny hands with claws. They looked just like the feet of chickens popping out of their chests. Each of them had long and thick tails that looked like steel whips. Their entire bodies were dark gray in color, and they had gnashing big maws full of blade-like teeth. However, Zhang Yang would not waste his time looking at regular monsters. He patted Whitey's head gently and said, "We shall charge forward and just ignore everything else along our way. If anything follows, we'll just wipe them out." After finishing his words, he rode on Whitey and began to charge into the valley, and naturally, Sun Xinyu followed behind closely. Zhang Yang launched another spear of obliteration at the boss and resumed his assault on the boss. Morchasen was truly frustrated, and it let out a series of thunderous roars, fruitlessly gnashing its teeth against the rocks. Sun Xinyu had immediately followed up. Actually, if Zhang Yang wanted to, he could have used the special terrain of this crack hole to launch a series of attacks every 6 seconds, using his block to immunize himself from any damage, even being able to slay the boss without receiving any damage. But if he did so, he would make Sun Xinyu feel awkward, therefore, he abandoned the thought and decided to carry on. "I see, let's go, it's time to leave." After getting his hands on the monster attack order, Zhang Yang naturally felt contented. "You go on ahead, I am going to slaughter some more Japanese pigs." Looking at her excited eyes, Zhang Yang could not help but to feel riled up, and he suggested, "Fine. Let's go kill some more of them piggies. Just let me activate this monster attack order first." With a gentle tap on the monster attack order, a 3-dimensional projection of a map appeared right in front of his eyes. On the left-hand side of the map were the names of the 8 main regions, while the right-hand side of the map was empty. "Ding, you have used the monster attack order. First, please confirm the region." The Japanese players were trying to wash away their humiliation, and they were really putting in a lot of effort and money into doing so. It was actually unbelievable that they actually managed to dig out something such as this hovering amphitheater. Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts and replied, "Since they are willing to spend money to buy more humiliation, then I shall grant them their wish." He quit the game and looked up the official forum page where the Japanese posted their challenge invitation. By looking at it, he found out that the post was already been replied over tens of thousands of times. Some were summoning Zhang Yang and Sun Xinyu to stand out and accept their challenge, while some other were cursing and scolding these 2 Japanese players for not knowing their own boundaries. Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts, and then he said, "You two young ladies should be more careful about this. They may be your relatives, but you will be taking a load of money off their hands. Who knows what may happen?" In his previous life, he had not heard about Han Ying-Zhu and Wei Yan-Er. Was it because they had an accident before he knew about them? Some people would kill for tens of $1,000s. Silky Soft Holdings was a large-scale company, worth tens of millions. That kind of profit would drive people into the madness of greed and kill for it. The Kingdom of Oz was just located by the north side of the forest of Tanilla, being the nearest map from Thunderstorm Castle among the 6 level 70 maps. Of course, it would naturally become their first choice to grind their levels. "Why aren't there any male succubi?" Wei Yan-Er asked. "Are they even called male succubi to begin with?" "I think they are called incubuses," Daffodil Daydream whispered to herself quietly. In that case, could they just give birth to male succubus?" Persistent till the end, Wei Yan-Er refused to let the topic die off without getting a satisfied answer. Zhang Yang rustled his hair furiously. If he did not answer her question, it would only be hell for him, as she will continue bugging the party with more and more stupid questions. He gave it serious thought and finally came up with a suitable answer. "I believe that this race is a peculiar, special one. I think that if the succubi gave birth to male offspring, they will inherit the father's race. The female offspring will the succubi by default." Whoa, Wei Yan-Er eyes glinted with joy at the newly acquired knowledge. However, she cocked her head and asked, "Why is that?" Zhang Yang rushed to the front and entered the boss attack range. The moment the boss reacted in a hostile manner, the battle started promptly. With nothing with his bare fist, Nightmare thrusts his massive knuckles towards Zhang Yang. The massive fist cast a huge shadow that enveloped Zhang Yang. He quickly used block. As per the usual battle strategy, Wei Yan-Er and Sun Xinyu went behind the boss and attacked from there. Daffodil Daydream and Han Ying-Zhu stood behind Zhang Yang, attacking with fire spells and healing. Nightmare shared the standard attack interval of around 2 seconds. After the first strike, the second attack came 2 seconds later. This time, Zhang Yang could not use block, and he could not evade the lightning speed fist coming at him. Zhang Yang had to take the fist, fully undefended. Minus 7,812. A massive, painful attack landed, taking away a significant amount of HP and leaving a debuff on him at the same time. The battle between Nightmare continued on. This time, however, the party stayed strong while the boss was close to death. 10%. "ShimaleShitu," the boss suddenly cried out in a loud screech. Its body suddenly expanded out like a balloon. Ding, Nightmare has entered Berserk state. All damage increased by 50%. The boss has gone Berserk, kill it quick. A few days went by, and Fatty Han and Lost Dream had managed to get themselves to level 70. Zhang Yang then proceeded to recruit them into his small team to make 9 men, and ventured throughout Oz to search for every available quest. The problem was that they could not find any quests that rewarded them handsomely. Most of the quests they found were the repetitive types that required them to kill monsters and submit items. A few days went by like this, and by January the 16th, Zhang Yang was the first to reach level 73. As expected, no matter how fast his killing speed was, it would take him roughly 8 days to gain a level. To get to level 80 would take another 2 months. By then, the professional league would already have started. For the past 2 days, Han Ying-Zhu and Wei Yan-Er were not acting as themselves. After enduring the urge to ask, Zhang Yang finally caved in and broke the ice. "What on earth are the both of you?" Yan Fei shook her head in disappointment and disgust. You just can't keep it in your pants, could you? Said Yan Fei Fei to Zhang Yang. He shrugged. And you, some dry spell, huh? You'll literally impale yourself on any guy you see? I couldn't, just. You should be ashamed of yourself. I am ashamed for you. Get it together, girl. Hey, you came in without knocking. I should be the one going off on you, said Yu Li, refusing to back down. Zhang Yang wanted no part of this. He was feeling famished. He left the scene and went to the dinner table to help himself. Fei Fei, I remember you saying that you're going to shoot a video or something. Why are you back so early? Asked Yu Li. Yan Fei Fei clicked her tongue disgruntledly. Well, sorry for disturbing you two lovebirds in your precious moments. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Growth. In Chinese culture, there was a taboo for anyone who witnessed, spy, either intentionally or unintentionally, the naked body of another person without the party's consent. The growth would be similar to a small acne growing at the corner of the eyes. The crowd arrived to the Valley of the Ent and was greeted by a mountain full of ancient trees that soared up to the sky. In the mountain, there were many of those forementioned quad-winged saber-toothed tiger roaming freely. As their names suggested, they had wings sticking out of their backs and razor-sharp fangs that could pierce even the toughest armor. Quad-winged saber-toothed tiger, normal beast. Level 73. HP 7,300. Defense 70. Let's split up. To have the team farm a total of 200 teeth would be troublesome. It would be for the best to have them split up and farm for their own parts. Han Yingzhu had quietly remained by Zhang Yang's side as they started going their own paths. Naturally, Zhang Yang had to farm her parts too since she was a priest with low attacking power. Dummy. Did you really mean it when you said that the Liu and Luo couple were planning to harm Yan and me? Said Han Yingzhu. No wonder she was so serious. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. The original joke was not that. It was Chinese letter, 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 which explains the formation of the word Chinese letter, and endless starlight made fun of that. It made sense in Mandarin, but it does not carry the meaning in English. I took the liberty to create a new joke. Once the skill effect was released, Fatty Han, 100 shots, lost dreams started whining. Also affected as Sun Xin Yu, as classes that highly depended on dexterity were the ones that were affected the most. After 15 seconds, there was a green hue glowed brightly, and everyone received another debuff. Ding! You have received Curse of the Green Dragon. Vitality has been reduced by 20%. 100 shots immediately cried out to exclaim. I think there were green, blue, red, black, and also copper-colored dragons merging into that big dragon. I think the boss dragon will have 5 types of curses. Zhang Yang laughed. Hey, little brat, that dragon's much better at cursing than you ever will be. HMPH. So what, that thing is still going down either way, said Wei Yan. Ding, you have completed the quest, collect the dragon crystal, obtained 500,000 experience points. After submitting the dragon crystal, everyone obtained only a little experience. It was only about the same as killing monsters. After the level 70 threshold, the amount of experience points required to gain another level was a headache. This is wonderful. Now I can create a teleportation device. Thea the priestess took out a bunch of tiger teeth and burning ambers from somewhere on the back of her body. She then placed the ingredients on the ground and the dragon crystal on top of the pile. She then proceeded to pour vials of potion-like stuff on the pile. Say, little Yang, do you think that this lady kept all the tiger tooth? said Fatty Han as he stared pointedly at Thea's voluptuous butt. His question was completely rhetorical. Gray-silver. It had nothing on Zhang Yang. Deloka the butcher was immediately flattened like a pancake. That being said, how could a pancake fill your stomach when you break fasting? The equipment that the boss dropped was nothing but scraps. All the gray silver and green copper equipment were swept into Zhang Yang inventory, ready to be sold in the shop. Right now, the current market value of green copper equipment was worth peanuts. On the other hand, gray silvers proved to be slightly better and were worth a couple of beer, with some snacks on the side. That being said, yellow gold bosses were still as rare as the blue moon. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. In truth, there's no way I would give up riding a 1986 Toyota Sprinter Truno I-86 over a Mitsubishi Evo. For the sake of the story, let's say they don't like to ride the old classic. According to the battle record, it was Florix, Chain Lightning, Skill. After striking the current target, it would jump to the next target for a total of 3 times. Each strike caused 10,000 nature damage. Damn it, is this boss a physical type or a spellcaster? Why does it know all kinds of skill? Lost Dream complained. Florix, Chain Lightning, undoubtedly increased the workload for Han Ying-Zhu. This time, the bewitching queen did not have time to joke around and tease them with any of her obscene moans, but instead shouted in desperation, "Hurry up! Kill the boss! I'm exhausted!" "Ha-ha, your money is mine, Florix laughed cynically. Zhang Yang could not help it, but laughed and said, "Be asterisk T-Chai Snow, I think this boss, Florix, and you make a good match. If both of your greediness were combined, nothing can possibly match up to it." "And exactly, cousin is very greedy." Wei Yan nodded her head again and again. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Fortuna, Latin. Fortuna, equivalent to the Greek goddess Tich, was the goddess of fortune and personification of luck in Roman religion. Shush! Another flash of light floated across them, and this time they finally read the monster's information. Sightless Slayer Hazel, yellow gold humanoid. Level 78. HP 7,800,000. Defense 1,400. Everybody started to attack the boss. However, the hall was too dark. Besides, the doors had automatically closed when they started the battle, so they could see anything in the limitless and eternal darkness, let alone know which way they were facing. The emerald flame flashed again for a brief moment before the hall became completely dark again. The melee attackers could still slash blindly as long as the boss was not moving around. However, blind rangers were as good as no rangers. Hunters could still fire randomly in the dark and hope they hit something. However, most of the spellcasters' attack spells required casting time, and in such a dark hall, if the boss disappears from Daffodil Daydream's sight, the spell casting bar would be interrupted. Besides Merlinda, there were no other NPCs. Zhang Yang and the gang looked at each other and focused their sight on the grill at the end of the hall. "Let's go." There was a long corridor which was connected to staircase after they opened up the grill. Everybody followed the staircase and reached the top of the castle. It was an outdoor environment and the wind was violent. The entire ground on this floor was all flat and the area was larger than a football field. The 9 of them stood there like insignificant ants. A red-skinned beastman stood magnificently not far from them. Its height was 3 meters tall with ripped abs. Its muscular arms were much thicker than an ordinary people's thighs. The red-skinned beastman was holding a giant axe where it puffed its chest out in an imposing fashion. Red-skinned beastman Lord Pylo, violet platinum humanoid. Level 80. HP 8 million. Defense 2,400. It was a Violet Platinum boss. At first it was a 9 versus 1 fight. Now it became an all-out chaotic skirmish. In terms of strength, the guards summoned by Pylo were much more powerful, but Endless Starlight was also a top tank with the best equipment, good intuition and control. Thus, he easily pulled 5 monsters and left another 4 monsters to the summoned soldiers to deal with. Although the summoned soldiers had weaker attack power than players, they had vastly more HP. They would serve as good tanks. Sun Xin Yu and the rest tentatively switched their targets and attacked the elite guards. With their strong attack power, the elite guards were killed, one after another. The instant when Pylo died, the 36 elite guards vanished in a puff of smoke at the same instant, and the assaults were put to an end, leaving everyone with great relief. Quickly, let's see what the boss dropped for us. Anyone would be crazy about the loots of a Violet Platinum boss, so everyone was a little excited about it. They circled around the dead body of the boss. Poor boss, not only he was shot in the knee, but he also had to bear the humiliation of being studied like an exhibition showpiece after his death. The first thing they managed to recover from the loots was a dark key, known to be used to open up shackles that were specially designed to special characters such as Merlinda. The second trophy they recovered from their victory was a piece of recipe for a specific profession. Recipe: Alchemist's Intuition. Usage teaches you Alchemist's intuition. Require professional alchemy, bound upon picking up. After a bunch of crap talk, the battle was triggered immediately. It wasn't that Zhang Yang and his gang did not want to initiate the battle, but it was because the game had entered a cutscene, and they could only speak at that point. Shoof. Zhang Yang initiated the battle with a charge. Although Slain was only a yellow gold boss, his attacks were extremely brutal, and he constantly activated Tornado Cleave, inflicting high damage to any players around him. Regrettably for the boss, now that Zhang Yang and the gang had Merlinda on their side, her constant healing had turned the tables. Fatty Hand drove Zhang Yang over to a hotel's conference hall. A banner hung over the entrance of the hall, Best Century Major Speed Date Assembly. However, entry was not free. Men were required to pay a sum of $100 to enter, while women could simply walk in. Although Zhang Yang and Fatty Hand did not care for that small sum of $100, they were still sighing over the fact that men and women will never be equal, despite all the protests and slogans and speeches about true equality. The two of them searched around for a table to sit, and leisurely ate the melon fruits that were served on the table. These melon fruits were free of charge, but if anyone wanted a refill, it would cost some money. Of course, they could order some other food, but they would all cost some money. CREATORS Thoughts. ISB. Editor Toniquil here. I might go on a slightly personal rant here, so kindly move on to the next chapter. The original text merely stated that the helmet would buzz, I think, and wake him up via physical stimuli while he's already in VR. I couldn't let that slide, so I was about to create some theories on behalf of the author, like maybe, just maybe, the helmet gets him into REM, random eye movement, sleep while he's playing in sleep mode, and maybe he would be in a dreamlike state as he plays the game, so he'll appear to be sluggish and stoned. There should be some drawbacks to this sleep mode. The Space Marines from Warhammer 40K turn off parts of their brains at a time in order to sleep while being awake at the same time. Some birds could fly while they're asleep, in similar fashion to the WH-40K Marines. Batman has trained himself to get full night's sleep in 4 hours. The organic infiltrator units from the Terminator franchise can get a full night's sleep in 1 hour if I'm not mistaken. I mean, other than the altered perception of time that the game has now, as a sci-fi-ish person, I couldn't let certain major plot holes slide. Hope I did not overstep any boundaries. That being said, let's just all enjoy the story together, yay? Try your best to cast aside such doubts. Ding. You have crafted Enrage Potion X4. Ding, you have crafted Enrage Potion X4. Because of your alchemist's intuition, the Furious Potion have acquired a transmutation. Zhang Yang had crafted thousands of Enrage Potion in a single breath. But unfortunately, the rate of alchemist's intuition kicking in was extremely low, and less than 100 bottles of potions had acquired transmutation. Furthermore, most of them only acquired grade 1 to grade 3 transmutations. Naturally, the higher the grade, the harder they are to occur. For instance, the number of potions that had undergone grade 7 transmutation or above were only 7 bottles. 3 of them had undergone grade 7 transmutation, 2 of them had undergone grade 8 transmutation, 1 of them had undergone a grade 9 transmutation, while the last bottle undergone a grade 10 transmutation. Even then, most of it was due to his extremely high luck attribute. Creators thoughts. ISB. A Chinese culture saying, if heaven wishes it to rain or your mother to remarry, there is no way in stopping them, an inevitable occurrence. The Han Yingzhu at that moment seemed very weak. Her lovely and gentle eyes were lost in despair. Zhang Yang nodded and said, I will do my best. Thank you. Han Yingzhu frowned and said, I do not know who to trust anymore. If Yan Er's father has been murdered, then their fangs must have found their way into the inner circle of the company's management. No one in the entire company can be trusted. Too much thought had been put into this already. Luo Mingyang had a simple thought, and that was to make sure Han Yingzhu, Wei Yan Er, and Wei Yan Er's father stay dead. Then the entire silky soft holdings will become theirs to claim. They did not care how bad will the company becomes in the future. As long as they could get their hands on the profit, they were already satisfied. Fatty Han's hands were fast and deft. With a few seconds, he had unbuckled the rather thick jeans and had pulled the pants down, revealing a pair of floral Hawaiian-style boxers. Urham, Fatty. Are you Urham? Are you planning to give him the experience of a woman? Said Zhang Yang with a shiver. Please, boobies are the only pair I'll take. That and nice curvy buttocks, said Fatty Han. This is what I call a real-life crippled defense. Zhang Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Even Luo Yang Ming, who had been pinned down, was screaming at one point, thinking that his anus was truly in danger. After hearing Fatty Han's explanation, he relaxed and stopped struggling violently. Fatty Han then removed Luo Yang Ming's leather, hard sole shoes and smacked his unprotected butt with the hard end. Oh ye, Luo Yang Ming screamed like a woman, his entire body stiffen up like a solid wood, trying his best to struggle. His sudden buckle even shoved off someone as heavy as Fatty Han. Creators thoughts. ISB. Longevity noodle. People from China or those who practice the Chinese culture usually eat long yellow noodles that represents the longevity of one's health. They say that if the noodles are lifted up high from the bowl, they would signify a long and prosperous life. Linger got back on his horse and rode off. Puffing her cheeks out, Han Yingzhu scoffed. Dummy, I'd never known that some kid like you would actually manage to hook up with a princess. That and the elven priestess of the moon, what a player. Zhang Yang was not paying attention to her, as he was busy thinking about the reason why Princess Serena would actually summon him. Normally, an NPC would only interact with a player via direct communication and interaction. That applies to NPCs with complex AI as well. All things considered, Princess Serena had actually sent someone out to contact him. It was extremely odd. Zhang Yang took out a piece of teleportation scroll and said, You guys continue your training. I'll head back for a bit. With a flash of bright light, Zhang Yang arrived at Thunderstorm Castle and jumped to White Jade Castle via the teleportation points. He then made his way quickly to the castle doors. Without keeping him waiting, the guard came back and welcomed Zhang Yang into the castle. Please follow me. The queen will see you. The guard led Zhang Yang all the way into the castle and into an exquisite library. There were 2 guards standing outside the library, which were both elite tier, and their levels were 3 question marks, an indication that their levels were at least 20 levels higher than Zhang Yang. Your Highness, the visitor from Laguta has arrived, said the guard with the utmost respect. Let him in. The voice of Shinita rang from within the library. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Chinese numbers are slightly different. There are 10s, 100s, and 1000s. After that, things start changing. Instead of 10,000 going by 10,000, they are referred to by a specific term known as yuan. When referring to 1 million, the Chinese will refer to it as 100 yuans, aka 110,000s. I hope it makes sense to you. The Black Hound relentlessly made its return over again and again. 15,100. 43,100. Since the town was a town, the number of people who lived here were few. That means the number of laundries were as little. Many of times, Zhang Yang would have to sit there and wait until the underwear respawned again. For as long as it seemed, Zhang Yang got really agitated as times goes by. Every time there was someone coming out of their house to dry their clothes, Zhang Yang would be the first to visit the house and wait for the golden chance to swipe the lady's undergarment. 81,100. 99,100. Woof, the Black Hound barked, welcoming Zhang Yang for the last time as Zhang Yang defeated the little critter to claim his final prize. Once it's done, he rode frantically to Gus to dump all the dirty load. What a blessing, said Gus as he buried his face in the pile of slightly damp laundry. Ding. You have completed the quest, fixing the magic mirror, obtained 1 million experience points. Shinita raised her gaze to Zhang Yang and praised him. You have done your part, adventurer. It is my turn to fulfill my end of the bargain. I will lend you the mirror of truth, however. You must return it back to me within 10 days. The man in the mirror turned around to observe the person who was about to receive his aid, and was shocked to see the same person who was responsible for his demise. Oh, my beloved queen, TT that man, please don't let him take me. He was the reason. He was the person. He was the one responsible for my death. Zhang Yang picked up the mirror and grinned evilly while meeting the mirror's gaze directly. If I were you, I'd be grateful to have been revived in the first place, instead of basking in your narcissism. Or should I find another stone to wreck your body once more? When a user plays the game, the body will be placed into a sleep-like state. The gaming helmet did more than just connect the user to the game. A weak electrical current flowed through the body to maintain a certain level of connectivity between the user and the helmet. This allowed the helmet to monitor the user's body health status. This function was thoroughly checked by the health department. The function to allow player to continue playing the game consciously even in sleep was a newly added feature. Since the developers who had introduced the function did not apply any additional update to the helmet, had led everyone to believe that the function had already existed in the helmet and was only waiting to be released. Just like a game update, it will only be open to the public, one update at a time, and would only gather a number of response for a brief period of time before dying down. What happened? Zhang Yang asked frantically. When we were led to destroy the Batmen under Tiffany's command, we had successfully pushed them back to their lair. However, when we thought that victory was already in hand, there came down thousands of monsters' reinforcements. Among the monsters, one of them was exceptionally strong and even defeated Tiffany. Unfortunately, she was nabbed and taken to Ghastly Mountain, explained one of the villagers. "Warrior, you look tough. Could you please rescue Tiffany on our behalf?" asked another. "Ding, you have completed the quest. Retrieve news. Obtained 100,000 experience points." "Ding, the Alfalfa villagers have a quest for you. Rescue Tiffany. Will you accept it?" HMPH. Zhang Yang would accept any rescue mission in a heartbeat, compared to any other ridiculous quests like the stealing panties. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. 1. PvP, PvE. PvP is short for player vs player. PvE is short for player vs enemy. In this case, PvE is used to classify battle between players and non-player entity, that is monsters or NPC. "Give it up, human. I will never surrender the fountain of life to the likes of you." Fango lifted the stone club again, preparing for another brawl. The beginning phase of the battle was fairly straightforward. Zhang Yang kited the boss up to 70 to 80 meters away from the fountain of life before starting to attack him. Based on the damage statistics, the boss was no match to Zhang Yang. Still, it had an extremely long HP bar. With time, Zhang Yang gradually ground the boss, HP down to 10%, which was only 80,000 HP. Fango jumped back, and just when he was about to turn around to run, Zhang Yang activated Dance of the Heaven and Earth. A hollow shadow emerged out of Zhang Yang's character and formed a soldier that wielded a long broadsword. The shadow then flew across the field and sliced into Fango like a piece of bread. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. When both captains had submitted the name list, the system will have lock in their entries. The name list would not be modifiable anymore. In the case where the battle team did not contain the players that was listed in the presented name list, the said battle team will automatically be forfeited from the battle without any discussion. Ding! The Battle of Silky Soft Battle Team vs Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team will commence shortly. Both opponents shall proceed into the battle arena. The battle shall start in 30 seconds. Zhang Yang immediately walked up into the battlegrounds. It's Zhan Yu. Their ace in the first round. Zhan Yu, you can do it. Fight, fight. Fight. Fervor from the audience could be heard from all the way up in the spectator seats around the stadium. Cheers from the audiences could be heard before the match starts. However, once the battle starts, the surroundings will be muted to allow the contestants to focus. The second match, Sun Xinyu versus Blooming Ichor. Both of them had fought against each other before, and now they were meeting each other in the battle arena once again. Their gazes locked, furious and grudgingly. However, the resulting, endless match made people extremely angry and bored, as when there is match between thieves, they will only play hide and seek with each other. Still, Sun Xinyu was more skillful, and she successfully caught Blooming Ichor after some time. After 2 to 3 attacks, Blooming Ichor's HP bar had become empty instantly. Zhang Yang's gang won another match. The third match, Wei Yan versus Lonely Tree. Lonely Tree was the thief who defected from Sunset Amber to Imperial Sky. Previously, he was the main thief in Sunset Amber, and now he was apparently doing well, developing and growing rapidly in Imperial Sky. Wei Yan hated traitors the most, especially due to her personal experiences. Her full might was brought out upon her opponent. Ding! Tiffany has already escaped from the clutches of Batman, and she is hiding somewhere in Ghastly Mountain. Find her immediately and escort her out of Ghastly Mountain. No wonder the quest had no time limitation. The game developers had simply solved the problem by mentioning Tiffany had escaped from the clutches of Batman. Such convenient coincidence. Still, where could Tiffany be hiding at? This ghastly mountain was not exactly small in size. Zhang Yang thought for a bit, knowing that the system definitely would not allow players to complete the quest so easily. As always, to make things difficult, Tiffany would most likely be at the top of the mountain. Also, this would mean that players would have to fight their way through hordes of monsters in order to achieve their objective. Besides, clearing monsters is the supreme path and concept of online games. Time to set off. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. One Happy Lamb and Grey Wolf is a Chinese animated television series. Grey Wolf Wolfie is the main antagonist of the series. His catchphrase, which he utters in one form or another each episode, is "darn goat." I'll definitely come back, I'll come back for sure, I'll be back, I'll get my revenge. Mostly, I'll be back in later seasons, which is based on the Terminator. Shush, a shadow emerged from Zhang Yang's body and formed a shadow which held a rapier. The shadow thrust the rapier rapidly like a flash of light and penetrated the King of Batman's body. Rapid, -10,000 damage texts appeared on top of its head, one after another. Such a scene would never get boring. No, King of Batman struggled to stay afloat and tried to escape from the devastating attacks. But without invincibility, there was no escaping such an attack. Within 10 seconds, the boss abruptly lost all its remaining HP. Bang! The corpse of King of Batman was sliced up in the air and its blood poured like blood rain. The scene was sanguinary and adrenaline-inducing. As always, a moment later, the corpse of the boss came crashing down again, back in one piece. It was just a cinematic effect of the skill. As Uncle Susan was cooking the snake meat, Zhang Yang also started making Troll Recovery Potion. Ding, you have made Troll Recovery Potion X4. What? A ding. You have made Troll Recovery Potion X4. Due to Alchemist's intuition, Troll Recovery Potion has become transmuted. What? Ding, congratulations, your alchemy mastery has increased to specialist level. The number of potion and medicine that can be made at once is increased to 6. After Zhang Yang's alchemy mastery became specialist-level alchemist, Zhang Yang would not gain any more experience from making any potions and medicines at the current phase, as he required the learning of new recipes or the gathering of new herbs to continue increasing his mastery. He would only worry about this when he reaches level 90. Troll Recovery Potion, Transmute 2, Consumable. Use restore 100 HP every 5 seconds. When you are hit, there is 3% chance of restoring 10% HP. Lasts for 1 hour. Level requirement, 60. Having accumulated a sufficient amount of rage points, Zhang Yang flung a blast wave forward and took advantage of the 4-second stun on the monster to summon out Whitey. The man and the bear joined forces on the battlefield, or rather, battle waters, instantly inflicting an extreme amount of damage on the shiny silver snake eel. But it would be no surprise for one given a name such as a snake eel to have the characteristics of both eel and snake. Not only could the monster electrify its target, it also had the ability to use poison. Electrification caused 5,000 points of elemental damage and also paralyses the target for 2 seconds, while the ability to poison actually had a damage over time, due T effect, inflicting a total of 3,000 elemental damage points. However, the poison effect was unstackable. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, numerous underlings, ineffective troops. 2. The cart will find its way round the hill when it gets there. Things will eventually sort themselves out. Screeching Naga Warrior, elite humanoid creature. Level 77. HP 77,000. Defense 400. Its attributes were similar to the screeching siren, and it was also capable of using sonic screech. However, it was a warrior-type monster that can perform both ranged attacks and melee attacks, unlike the screeching siren that was poor in melee combat. This instantly gave Zhang Yang a small headache, but he took care of it swiftly. Along the way, approaching slowly towards the center of the palace, any Naga monsters that appeared within Zhang Yang's sight were all put down to the ground by his sword. Normally, humanoid monsters dropped clothing ingredients, but Nagas were categorized as abnormal types. Instead of dropping clothes, they dropped clamshells, and Zhang Yang acquired quite a number of pearls from all the clamshells that he collected. Krishan immediately turned from being a green-named NPC to a red-named boss monster. Meanwhile, he gained 2 extra effects on him. Twisted Heart. Attack increased by 1,000%. Immune to all damage, last for 30 minutes. Arrogance, movement speed reduced by 50%, however, recover 10% movement speed for every guard dying in battle, last for 30 minutes. 30 minutes of invincibility, game-breaking attack, reduced movement speed. The main idea of the quest was clear: buying time. Let's not talk about Zhang Yang for the moment. The system is fair and will not allow any players to have the chance to slack while doing a quest, not even in a quest that requires hundreds or thousands of players to complete. No player shall be able to take advantage of any quests. Meanwhile, the 5 elite guards were granted an additional effect, Pursue, on each of them, having their movement speed increased by 100%, lasting for 30 minutes. Zhang Yang took a look at the quest timer. Currently, 24 minutes had passed, and there were only 6 minutes left before the king of the merfolks arrives to get Muril. Protect her to the end. Another 2 minutes passed, and the 5 guards had finally come out of the passage and stood right in front of Zhang Yang. They shouted, waving their weapons, and charged towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang flipped onto Whitey and let Muril climb behind him, where she hugged him tightly. After tightening his teeth, he gulped down a transmuted level 5 troll recovery potion, with the additional effect of having a 3% rate to recover 25% health points when hit by enemy. It was equal to recovering 0.75% of health points every time the enemy struck him. The health points of Zhang Yang after mounting onto Whitey is about 60,000 points. It would mean that he would recover 450 points every hit. Because the mythical turtle was current at level 0, it could only appear in the form of a small little pet. It was fortunate that this mythical turtle could be summoned out together with Whitey. Zhang Yang quickly tore a teleportation scroll and went back to the White Jade Castle, and he picked a spot where there was a large number of monsters and began to train the mythical turtle. It was fairly easy to level a pet up, in addition to the face that Zhang Yang was currently engaged with monsters that were level 70 and above, so the mythical turtle received an enormous amount of experience points. In just a short while, the little fellow had already leveled up to level 30 and was immediately upgraded to battle mount status. With Whitey as the higher-level battle mount, the mythical turtle was automatically unsummoned back into the backpack. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. A centipede dies, but never falls down. Old institutions die hard. Zhang Yang dwelled in his sea of thoughts. In the end, he felt that Liu Shuyan was the main suspect. If Liu Wei ever wanted to act, he would have already done so before he entered Silky Soft Holdings. Since it all happened after he had become the CEO, perhaps Liu Shuyan's prime reason in doing so was due to the hatred and the intention to seek revenge on Zhang Yang. With that thought in mind, Zhang Yang went back and shared his thoughts with everyone, which put everyone on edge, especially Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan-er. They asked Zhang Yang to protect them even more. Zhang Yang did not rush into the battle with the boss first. Instead, he spent some time to clear out the other monsters, using Spear of Obliteration and killing them one at a time. Zhang Yang was not stupid enough to rush into the herd and fight them all once like he usually does. These monsters were all elite tiered. If he rushes in crazily, he would probably be in trouble. With Mordor standing there, minding his own business, Zhang Yang successfully killed all the monsters without triggering the boss fight. It took him a brief 10 minutes before the boss was the only target left for Zhang Yang to kill. He was still, in fact, shouting commands, as if there were still crew members around to listen to him. Now that everything was ready, it was time for the boss. Zhang Yang patted the turtle and charged towards Mordor at an amazing speed. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. Snow, Wolf Lake. Snow, Wolf Lake, Chinese. Chinese letter is Hong Kong's first modern musical. The title combines the Chinese name of the two main characters. Wolf, Chinese letter in the title, refers to the main male protagonist, and Snow, Chinese letter, refers to the main female protagonist. The lake, Chinese letter refers to a plot-related element. The mythical turtle mount, possessed by Zhang Yang, had given him the highest advantage in underwater battle. Whichever target Zhang Yang chose, the turtle would swim towards his target like a homing missile. On the other hand, the poor enemy could never surpass Zhang Yang's speed and could only use skills to evade and survive. Zhang Yang had the natural athletic ability that was able to move behind his opponent during a battle. That was proven during the fight in the battle arena. Now that he had the mythical turtle with him, he was able to chase after two of the thieves and one of the guardians, not giving them any single chance to attack him. The crimson gold crab's main attraction point was that its color was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yang was reminded of the color of blood. Han Yingzhu was clearly delighted at the sight of it. She quickly took a sealing leash out and used it on the crab. The little crab was shocked. Like a real-life crab, it actually tried to run away when Han Yingzhu approached the little critter. 23%, 36%, 45%, pack, fail. That's 100 gold coins wasted away, cried Han Yingzhu bitterly as she took out another sealing leash and used it on the crab. 17%, 57%, 89%, 100% success. The mechanics of Edward Dunkirk's skill, the mountain of treasure, were really complicated. There was no fixed interval to it. It could be as frequent as once a minute, or it wouldn't even occur after a certain period of time. If Zhang Yang had not been lucky enough to stumble upon the mythical turtle, he would have already been gritting his teeth, thinking of 1,000 ways to defeat the boss. As expected from an open-world boss, the game developers had turned off their common sense while designing open-world bosses. There was only one strategy: to take as many players as you can and to overpower him with numbers. If 10 was not enough, bring a 100. If 100 was not enough, bring 1,000. Or even 10,000. Could you please refrain from drooling all over the chest? You're gonna get it dirty, said Zhang Yang while crossing his arms. Han Yingzhu pushed herself back up and rolled her eyes at him. She then opened the chest and revealed the haul. Titan's Cape, Violet Platinum Cape. Vitality, plus 141. Strength, plus 40. Dexterity, plus 20. Equip effect, absorb 81 damage on attack. Equip effect, grants a 10% chance to reset the cooldown of block every time you use destructive smash. Unidentified. Class requirement, Guardian. Level requirement, 80. It's a Titan armor set. Zhang Yang was extremely happy. With that, he had collected a total of 4 pieces of the Titan armor set. With one more piece, he could activate the second set equipment effect. "Great, Ho-Ho, this maiden has the best of hands," said Han Yingzhu as she kissed her own pair of hands. Yeah, I'll give you a red packet when we go back. Don't stop now." Consult Marjorie. Difficulty level A. Quest description. According to Banderas, you should look for a magician scholar named Marjorie. Request her help to solve the problem with the seals on the sword's hilt. Marjorie lives in a place called the Pandemonium. You will face great difficulties in meeting her. Note, Marjorie will only appear in the hardcore mode of the Pandemonium dungeon. Progress. Obtain the method to unseal the power of the sword 01. What kind of question was that? Clearly, Zhang Yang is not going to kill him. Zhang Yang withdrew the blade that he had placed right at Schroeder's neck. "Sir, I bring you no ill intent. I am Kent Joseph's distant relative. I have come back to Kalen on behalf of his father. I have to meet Kent. I will never believe it until I see his body." Schroeder got back to his feet and dusted off the dirt on his shirt. He got closer to Zhang Yang and asked curiously, "You know Kent?" "Of course. I'm one of his nephews." Zhang Yang shamelessly established a close relationship with an unknown person. He did not even know how he looked like. Luckily, Wei Yan was not around, or else that little brat would be teasing him for the next few days. Schroeder's face darkened. "Must you disturb the spirit of Kent?" It's sad to say that Zhang Yang's pushing speed was reduced due to him not able mass kill. Still, it wasn't like he had the attack power of a grunt. Zhang Yang's attack power was still considered to be somewhere among the best. That being said, Sun Xin Yu and Wei Yan were the best among the best. There could be others out there who were stronger than they were. However, being combined with the gold-eared Bear King, Zhang Yang could consider himself as a one-man army. The most important factor was his defense. From the beginning till now, Zhang Yang had never needed to sit down to heal himself with any recovery items. If he had an issue with HP, all he had to do was to use Berserker's Heal. He was like a perpetual moving machine. This kind of efficiency was far superior to Sun Xin Yu or Wei Yan. After 2 hours of trekking, Zhang Yang had made his way to the second outpost of the hill and found himself another boss to defeat. Having defeated Galini, there were no more monsters in Zhang Yang's way. After passing through a narrow mountain path, he came to the top of the hill and saw a huge tile-roofed house. Outside the tile-roofed house was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. He was working on a boxing bag, his shirtless body gleaming in the sun as his rippled muscles worked. Joe Smith, yellow-gold humanoid. Level 85. HP 1,700,000. Defense 1,500. Note, leader of gang of bandits in Whitestone Hills. The boss' aggro range was wide, so it directly rushed towards Zhang Yang with its huge fists. "Kent!" Zhang Yang shouted. The boss blinked in surprise and immediately stopped attacking Zhang Yang and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Yang laughed as he answered, "Kent. Joseph, son of old John, you kept your identity hidden for 20 years and became the leader of a gang of bandits, right?" Zhang Yang hastened the fight to his limits, as fighting one boss and 3 minions at the same time would be ridiculous, even for him. He quickened his attacks upon the elite guards. Fortunately, those 3 elite guards were already close to death. Under Zhang Yang's storm-like bombardment, they soon fell, groaning their last. "Fool, I'm going to slice you into pieces and make you scream for 3 days and 3 nights. Now entertain me as you struggle futilely against my might." Mata smiled evilly as he swung his saber at Zhang Yang. minus 6,273. The boss damage was very high, more than 6,000 points of damage in a single slash. Although the HP of yellow-gold bosses in level 80 area maps were reduced, their attacks were still very strong. Zhang Yang rode on the mythical turtle and stood motionless at that spot like a dummy, as he could not even move around to change positions. The Titan set equipment actually had such a great backstory. Since the Titan set equipment was created by the god of Titans, even if the Titan set equipment is already damaged, how should it just be a violet platinum grade? Zhang Yang could not hold his doubt anymore, so he unequipped his Titan wall and handed over to Kent, asking, "Kent, I came across this Titan wall, at least that's what it calls itself. Can you have a look at it?" Oh, Kent was a little surprised and took the shield and examined it carefully. He focused on the shield, and after a while he passed the shield back to Zhang Yang, smiling as he said, "Young man, this Titan wall is an imitation. Although it is not the real Titan wall, I have to confess that the craftsmanship of this shield is very intricate. It faithfully reproduces the image of the original. Imitation or not, it does have power in its own right. The one who forged this shield must have been very skillful." Both of them continued pushing forward like locusts crossing the border, not missing out any herbs or monsters. Still, they had to tread carefully. Up ahead, the black river swirled into a huge and bottomless vortex. If both of them aren't careful, they might actually end up being flushed down it. If both of them really did get caught by the current, there would be no escape. Either they would have to use a teleportation scroll to teleport back to the city, or commit suicide and resurrect at a graveyard. Both of these were totally unnecessary expenses. 3 hours later, they came to the deepest of the abyss. Both of them had already obtained plenty of experience points and herbs, and Han Ying-Zu's backpack was already fully stuffed. They could see from afar that a huge python had coiled its body under a huge rock. Its body was thicker than a train. The huge python's scales were thick and heavy, and each scale was as big as a manhole cover, which made them drip cold sweat. Assassins excelled in stealth attacks. Emerging from their stealth mode, they would acquire an additional 30% damage over their initial damage output. With 2 weapons to wave around, they could also stun players of any professions, at similar levels and similar grade of equipment. As long as they weren't dealing with tankers, no one else stood a chance against them. Creators thoughts. ISB. One Stromgard keep a ruined capital city in a kingdom in World of Warcraft. Because the boss was taken down mostly by Kent, the loot dropped from the body were extremely miserable to look at. All Zhang Yang got was a piece of yellow gold equipment and 2 gray-silver equipment. Furthermore, that piece of yellow gold equipment was just a mere cloth armor with weirdly high attributes of spirit and ice resistance. So he could only put it out for sale at his little merchandise. Pui, filthy scumbag! Kent spat on the dead body of Kiev and charged into the tower with large strides. There were no thieves among them, the sounds of battle far behind them. Well, it was obvious that they had stepped into the battlegrounds of the final showdown between 2 kings. As they entered the tower, Zhang Yang was automatically dismounted from Whitey. Because Zhang Yang had beast taming, Whitey had immediately turned into a combative pet and followed Zhang Yang from behind. Creators thoughts. ISB. 1. Spanish donkey, a tool for torturing people, but in modern days it has become a tool for BDSM. Minus 1,391. Every single attack of the monsters inflicted Zhang Yang with approximately 1,400 points of damage value. Zhang Yang did not dare kite both the monsters by himself, so he only kited one of the monsters and allowed Mythical Turtle to block the other monster. When his health points were beginning to run low, Zhang Yang would take a bottle of grade 5 transmuted troll recovery potion, or a fountain of life, or activate Berserker's heal, depending on the situation. While waiting for those activated skills to cool down, Zhang Yang did not forget to throw his spear of obliteration onto the boss. Even if he could just reduce a 1-second period of time required for Kent to slay the boss, it would definitely reduce the pressure on him in blocking the monsters by the stairs as well. Creators thoughts. ISB 1. Trying to put out a burning cartload with just a cup of water, an utterly inadequate measure. The good news was that the 4th fragment piece of the dimensional key had been acquired. The bad news was that, even though Zhang Yang had been hurling spears of obliteration at Kazalo throughout the boss battle, he had not earned a single experience point. And the boss did not even drop anything at all. At least he acquired the Titan chest plate, which was already worth all the trouble he went through. More importantly, he had already collected enough Titan armor set pieces to activate the 2nd special effect of the armor set. Every time block is activated, the next activation of Shield Bash wouldn't consume any rage points, while it would deal an additional 100%, lasts for 3 seconds. Creators thoughts. ISB 1. Ultra sheer, super thin long socks that reach beyond thighs. Covers almost the entire leg, also known as stockings. 100 shots immediately summoned all the top-tiered players of Lone Desert Smoke and made arrangements to gather them at the mining cave as soon as possible. After some days of progress, the sub-guild had accumulated enough guild experience points to be eligible to use the level 2 guild upgrade order. Then they upgraded the sub-guild up to a level 2 guild, increasing the limit of the players that they could recruit into their guild, up to 20,000. In just a short period of time, they had also almost hit the maximum limit of members of the guild. Approximately 20,000 top-tier players of Lone Desert Smoke were roaming close to the entrance of the mining cave. Zhang Yang and his party members arrived at the hilltop nearby the mining cave. They had a vantage point on the only path that led straight to their mining cave. Creators thoughts. ISB 1. Zhao Yun courtesy named Xilong was a military general who lived in the late Eastern Han Dynasty and early Three Kingdoms period. 2. Charges 7 times through. A famous scene in Romance of the Three Kingdoms in which Zhao Yun charges 7 times through the ranks of Cao Cao's armies. 3. Spear made of wax looks impressive but useless. Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu's surroundings were immediately cleared. The two of them swiftly turned back to their mounts and rode to their army. "After them, don't let them get away," cried Humbly Gentleman with great hatred. If Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu managed to escape to safety, it would be a massive blow to Humbly Gentleman's soldier morale. However, during the casting of Blizzard Sky and Lunar's Dew, all 4 guilds had scattered a great distance from them to avoid the attack. Now, to have them chasing after them was an incredible tough task. Furthermore, both Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu had mounts. A majority of the enemy soldiers were still running on their 2 feet. How could they run after a person who on a mount? It was impossible. Not even 100-foot soldiers could chase after them. All they could do is eat the dust that was flung onto them. "Boss." "Sister Snow, and you were too cool. That's bloody sick, yo," said Endless Starlight in the party channel. Creators thoughts. ISB 1. Zhao Xilong, or as commonly known as Zhao Yun, courtesy name Xilong, was a military general who lived in the late Eastern Han Dynasty and early Three Kingdoms period. In the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhao Yun had never been wounded in battle before, so there were no scars on his body. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "I'm not on a horse, this is a bear." Zhang Yang was expecting some rude comeback, but the villagers were obviously not programmed to have a sense of humor. They had only screamed angrily at him and demanded him to get down from his mount. Fanatic follower, normal, humanoid. Level 85. HP 8,500. Defense 80. Note, they are the most loyal followers of Brook. As they were all normal tiered, Zhang Yang would not have trouble facing thousands of them. However, that was if he were to attack them. The NPC name tags were all in green, which meant that Zhang Yang could only take a beating and not return any. Zhang Yang sighed and moved towards the entrance of the village. However, when the bear was about to enter the village border, it was stopped with such a sudden force, as if it had just hit an invisible wall. The huge force nearly threw Zhang Yang off. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. 1. This opinion is based on the author. How fortunate! He has the chance to meet with the great Lord Brook. ARGH. I'm so jealous. I know, right. The great lord will only agree to meet one follower every month. Right after the moment when Solace had dropped the news about how Zhang Yang and the gang had obtained the privilege to have an audience with Brook, they were in shock, surprise, astonishment, and the kind of expressions you would expect when someone announces that they had just won the lottery. Zhang Yang pretended to be as excited as well. After the ordeal, Zhang Yang and the party went on to the reputation shop to get themselves the enchanting gemstone and sprint pet skill book. After spending their gold coins, everyone proceeded to learn the skill, recipes, and they waited until everyone was ready to use the enchanting gemstone. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. 1. The author finally uses RMB. That's Ren Ming Bai, the currency of China. Like withered leaves during autumn, the monsters dropped gracefully into the pile of snow. The enemies behind the first group that had fallen came taking over the empty space in the front. One by one, they continued to fall over and over. Ding, you and the party members around have killed fanatic follower. Obtained 9,494 experience points, 50 points party bonus. Ding, you and the party members around have killed fanatic follower. Obtained 9,494 experience points, 50 points party bonus. Like popcorn, the popping sound of the system notification continued to ring in everyone's ears. As for their experience points, it was going up so swiftly that they could practically see the experience bar slowly filling up. As always, Zhang Yang's party total attack power was not to be underestimated. The boss was strong, but so was the party. They had managed to hack down Brook's HP down to 75% in less than a minute. During that time, Brook lifted his wand and cried out, "Spirits of fire! I summoned thee to assist me." In a split of a second, 8 fire elementals appeared on the battlefield. They had miraculously been formed roughly 40 meters away from the boss. Slowly, the elementals moved towards the center where they spread out to where Brook was at. The elementals were only as tall as half of a man's height. Burning in the air, they hovered a few inches above the ground, like the glowing orbs of ghosts. Ding, Brook has used Summon Fire Spirits. Fire Spirit, Elite Summoned. Level 85. HP 100,000. Defense 450. Immediately, Zhang Yang switched his targets and called out, "Aim for the minions." As Wei Yan skipped happily toward the loot of the boss, everyone could not help but smile, especially those who did not have any Violet Platinum equipment. Party Summon Order. Violet Platinum Accessory. Use summons your party maximum 10, including party leader to your side. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Leave requirement, 80. Everyone exchanged a look and raised an eyebrow. What kind of item would not increase attack, defense, or any stats, but summons a bunch of people to one side? While everyone was extremely confused, Zhang Yang was the only person who was laughing happily. Since no one expressed their desire for the item, Zhang Yang took the item and kept it. Hey guys. It's not as bad as it looks. If anyone could get their hands on a group summon order or an expedition summon order, that would be nice. A sharp shiver went up his spine. Even though Zhang Yang had a yellow-gold battle mount and a violet-platinum battle mount, a majority of lone Desert Smoke members had not yet still owned a battle mount, especially the normal members. Even Fatty Hand's battle mount was still a green-copper giant lizard. If Zhang Yang wins the competition and gives everyone in the guild a gray-silver battle mount, his entire guild would become very powerful indeed. Zhang Yang shivered with excitement with that thought alone. Wei Yan snickered happily when she saw Zhang Yang's reaction. Ha ha, noob tank, are you actually be that greedy? Why are you getting so excited about getting a free gray-silver mount? Zhang Yang laughed along. I am excited. If you think this is how I get excited, you should see how I am when I'm really excited. Wei Yan cocked her head in confusion, which did not last long, as she had lost interest in what Zhang Yang said. Wait, something is not right. Why would they run up with just 2 players? Hey, don't go in such large group. We might not know what are they planning. In the guild channel of Path of Calamity, a player named Mountain Mover kept on advising the guild members to think before they act. I suggest we send a group of 100 men to attack them. Even if it is a trap, we would only lose 100 points. Sadly, his words meant nothing, as no one paid heed to him. Everyone else was already intoxicated by the thought of obtaining the pride of killing China's #1 man. Neither one of them were willing to allow the honor to slip past their hands, not even for their own guild mates. Stop them now, Guild Master! Mountain Mover urged the Guild Master of Path of Calamity to subdue his own guild members. Once Zhang Yang got the boss aggro, all the other melee fighters rushed straight for it. The other ranged fighters remained further back while maintaining the furthest attacking range. Before the final boss, everyone had taken their time, slowly hacking and slashing the bosses without a sense of urgency. Since the previous bosses were just gray-silver difficulty, none of them felt pressured and had easily defeated the previous obstacles. However, when it came to the last boss, everyone kept their guard up, knowing clearly that the boss was a yellow-gold boss. With their broad range of seriousness, the damage dealt on this different occasion differed greatly. Ding! You and your party have acquired the Pandemonium Hardcore mode. First clear title. As the leader of the party, please key in the name of your party. Your name will be published on the list of the first clear title, allowing the world to praise you. Once Solga died, Zhang Yang received the system notification immediately. He let out a sigh and then keyed in those advertising words. Luckily, he was a shareholder of Silky Soft Holdings now, so he did not feel as embarrassed as before. Suddenly, the server was flooded with plenty of their first clear notifications. Besides that, Zhang Yang and his 20-man party members were entitled to rewards of 10 gold coins, 1 skill point, and 500 alliance reputation points. Zhang Yang struck like a hurricane. The elite monster could only live for 10 seconds under the combined attacks of Zhang Yang and Whitey. However, even with rearm, Zhang Yang was still forced to take quite an amount of unnecessary damage. As Zhang Yang had quickly burned through 2 Warrior's Will's effects, He needed to withstand the sharp bone stunning effect and lose 6,000 HP in the progress. Zhang Yang's Heart of the Death Knight helped to reduce 50% of status restriction duration. Thus, 5 seconds of stunning became 2.5 seconds to him, and he only suffered 3 seconds worth of damage. In the end, the elite monster still caused sizable damage to Zhang Yang. In order to save time, Zhang Yang did not eat health recover cakes after defeating the monsters, but drank level 4 healing potions, one after another. Also with the effect of transmuted troll recovery potion, was sufficient to support Zhang Yang. He did not need to take any breaks to recover his health condition. Party summon order's teleportation was consensual. When someone in the party used a party summon order, a dialog box would pop up in the rest of the 9 party members' interface to give them the option to accept. The players could choose to accept or reject, or even ignore the dialog box, but the dialog box would last for only a minute. After a minute, the system would reject the summoning automatically. Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan loved to be garrulous with Zhang Yang, as they knew that Zhang Yang would not summon them for fun. So both of them only appeared around Zhang Yang after 3 to 4 seconds later. Besides, Zhang Yang had to reimburse them the ticket back to the city. Zhang Yang pointed at Rhine Wildhammer and said, "Talk to that NPC to receive a quest." Everyone talked to that dwarf and received the quest. "This is just a little favor." "This is just a little favor. Difficulty B." The devilish boss manipulated everything an ancient devil. Within the black fog, countless of faces continuously moaned and screamed in pain in a terrifying image of sorrow. This scene exactly looks like the end of days. That huge palm came at Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang immediately raised his shield and activated block. At the same time, he also lifted his axe on his right and hacked at terrifying evil palm. -1,000. -1,000. 12 -1,000 damage texts floated on top of Zhang Yang's head continuously. At the same time, Zhang Yang's axe chopped nothing but air. Fatty Hand could not help but feel content for the moment. "Little Yang, let's slow down the pace for a little bit and kill some more monsters. We can get more experience points." Wei Yan laughed out loudly at Fatty Han and said, "Wretched Fatty, you just don't want to engage with the scary ghost boss, am I right?" Fatty Han sunk into shame and blushed as the gang continued teasing him. Everyone was laughing at him for being afraid of ghosts. 56%, 53%, 50%. "Arg, no, no, no!" Lord of the Myriad Ghosts let out a thunderous roar and collapsed down to the ground. The black mist that was surging through the body of the boss had also dispersed through the surroundings, followed by countless hideous faces crying miserably while rushing towards the gang in a ferocious manner. -1,000. -1,000. After the Guardian and the Priest, the third armor set for a profession has appeared. But there was only one armor set for DPS profession. Unlike Guardians and Berserkers, Priests and Pastors, the differences between these were like 2 different professions already, and each of them had their own armor set. Sun Xin Yu and Lost Dream are both in need of this equipment, so they agreed on to decide by tossing the dices. Sun Xin Yu threw out a 21 point as the first toss, and just when she thought she was not fated to be the owner of the Blood Rage chest plate, who would have thought? Lost Dream threw out a 12-point roll only. Who would have thought Lost Dream was so out of luck on that day? Song of Victory, Violet Platinum accessory. Zhang Yang was shocked to see the keys. "How did you manage to get the keys to the jail cell?" "Haha, my friend, you have underestimated the power of gold and coins. Honduras laughed hard, but he quickly frowned again and said, "I can escape, but my daughter, Adele, will suffer a worse fate. And I have only one daughter, nothing must happen to her." It was actually unbelievable to see this crooked traitor turning out to be a good, loving father. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Then, how can I help in such regard?" Honduras sat down and began to explain. "Let me tell you the entire story from the beginning till the end." He paused for a while, trying to find the best way to tell the story, and finally began. "I, Honduras, am the best trader there is in Kulia Castle and also the richest man. 20 years ago, I married the prettiest girl in Kulia's castle, haha. Every man in the city envied me. No exception." After wandering across half the lake, Zhang Yang spotted a white shadow flashing by his eyes. It was an extremely handsome white horse, as pale as lightning, arriving at the side of the lake. The horse lowered its head down to the surface of the lake and began to drink the water. The hair all around the body of the horse was so white and glossy that it glimmered in the light, enunciating every muscle, every defined curve of its body. It was an enchanting sight. Most importantly of all, there was a single horn that was about half a foot long on top of its forehead. The horn was sharp as a spear, giving off gleams of cold light. AI Carlo the Unicorn, Elite Beast. Level 85. HP 85,000. Defense 450. Finally found it. Charging all the way back like a thunderbolt, Zhang Yang arrived back at the cave where Winchester was resting by. Fortunately, the NPC was still there. Zhang Yang was very worried that the demons would have launched their assaults on poor Winchester after he left, and they might kill him just like that, and Zhang Yang would have failed the quest. "Warrior, you return so soon. Good news or bad news?" Winchester looked at Zhang Yang suspiciously. Following the normal quest flow, players should have located the unicorn first, activated the side quest where players need to go on searching for the Fountain of Life, before finally returning here. So it should be impossible for players to return in such short period of time. Zhang Yang took out the blood of purity and passed it to Winchester. "Let's cure the demon's venom coursing through your veins first." Claudier had actually dropped some good items. Amateur God Oil, light as feather, usable. Use enhances your boots. Permanently increase movement speed by 10%. Beginner God Oil, light as feather, would only grant a 5% bonus movement speed. Ever since Zhang Yang and his friends had dominated the Cave of Bones, the supply for beginner God Oil was able to meet up to his demands. It was by luck that Zhang Yang could finally stumble upon the God Oil that would grant him 10% movement speed. The boot that Zhang Yang was wearing now had a 5% movement speed bonus. However, he was eager to put on the Titan set equipment instead. The amateur God Oil would best be kept for the Titan boots instead of using it on his current one. Besides God Oil, the rest of the loot was not worthy of mentioning. None of the yellow gold equipment in the stash was up to his standards. All of the loot were dumped into his inventory and would be sold in the little merchandise shop. Both of them were cinematic NPCs, but Winchester was winning by a landslide. By the time Winchester had over 30% HP left, he had already managed to bring Leonardo down to his knees. Victory was just a sword slash away. "It looks like the quest was that easy," everyone agreed. "Lord Wakala, help me!" Out of a sudden, Leonardo cried in terror. Winchester scoffed and pointed his sword at Leonardo's throat. "Give up your foolish dreams, Leonardo. From the moment you raised your sword against humanity, you were destined to have this ending." Winchester lifted his sword up high. "When his blades fall, Leonardo's head will roll. Boom! A cloud of black gas seeps out of Leonardo's body and formed a large hand that grabbed hold of the sword as it came down, stopping the blade from slicing off Leonardo's head. Time is of the essence. Right now, time is a luxury none of them had, for each passing second was vital and could not be wasted on anything else. Zhang Yang's party had used their utmost best to damage the demon portal, and within 10 minutes they had already dealt enough damage to hack down the portal to 56% HP. In the first 10 minutes, they had relied on their dance of heaven and earth, and Zhang Yang's chaotic dance of electric current to deal damage. Luckily, they were not greatly affected by the monsters that were coming out of the portal. Honduras ran at such speed that Zhang Yang wondered that whether he was really true to his heart about meeting his daughter, or is that he wanted to actually skip town to get away from Zhang Yang. Luckily, Zhang Yang's mount could keep up with anything on 2 feet. No matter how fast Honduras ran, Zhang Yang was always able to chase after to him. He never had to worry about losing him. Honduras ran a good distance and turned back, only to see Zhang Yang was smirking at his futile attempt to flee. Finally giving in to his fatigue, Honduras panted and walked with a slower pace. He knows that no matter how fast he ran, he could never outrun Zhang Yang and his bear. His actions had only proved that he wanted to con Zhang Yang. The duo finally reached a town and went around a few streets before coming to a large building. "Master!" Standing near the entrance were 2 gardeners. When they saw Honduras walking towards them, they exclaimed in surprise. What a load of surprise! Marjorie smiled kindly and said, "Adventurer, I have discovered the means to break the 2nd seal. For the next step, I need you to collect 3 items. They are zinc alloy, dark magical fruit, and light of miracle." Ding! "Marjorie has a quest for you, breaking the 2nd seal. Will you accept it?" After breaking the 1st seal, the sword of purging devourer was so strong that it could be a bug. If all the seals were broken, just how strong would the sword be? However, here comes the problem. Zhang Yang knew that all the items that Marjorie has just asked for can only be collected after Zhang Yang reaches level 100. It has been made clear that after breaking the 2nd seal, the sword of purging devourer would evolve into a mythical tier. If Zhang Yang could have guessed that, after breaking the 3rd seal, the sword will evolve to ethereal tier. Zhang Yang had proactively taken only a pair gray-silver boots and moved to one side. Treasure Water and his friends had understood Zhang Yang's good intentions to give them all the equipment and felt extremely grateful for his actions. Unlike Zhang Yang, they had high demands of yellow gold equipment. "Hey guys, could you speed things up at the part where you're supposed to help me?" cried Kyolanka. During the boss fight, the boss had not crushed the spot where Kyolanka was stuck. The attack from the boss had only managed to loosen the land around and made the small hole into a long crack in the earth. However, the gap was only as large as his head, and Kyolanka could only stare from the inside. Zhang Yang and the rest of the party member went towards the gap and forcefully pulled Kyolanka out by his hands. "F***CK, what a SH**TTY NPC, cried Bleeding Tornado. Even though the NPC had obviously turned against the player, his name tag was still in the color of green. Zhang Yang and the other players could not attack him just yet. Zhang Yang tried to trigger something to initiate the battle. "Kyolanka, just what is that, servant?" "Ha, now that is the question I wanted to hear." His sinister laugh echoed through the cockpit. "This machine is a living mechanical being that came from outer space, for it possesses an immense power, strength, and the ability to transform. According to my extensive research, these aliens were divided into 2 factions. They are the Autobots and the Decepticons. The previous enemy that you had just defeated for me was the leader of the Autobots. He was the last of his kind. It was a pity that when I had revived him, he was still conscious and I was unable to control him. "Dimensional power," said Megatron as he noticed the key fragment. He then held out his palm, and the key fragment somehow moved on its own and flew into his palm, as if Megatron had the power of telekinesis despite being a mechanical being. "Marvelous! With this power of dimensional travel, I can finally complete my search for the Allspark. Beware my words, Earth dwellers, for now I am wounded. You shall live for another day, but I will be back, and I will lead an army to dominate this pathetic world." "Beep beep boop ching clang. What power you have for a tiny little Earth dweller," cried Starscream. He wavered a little and withdrew a few steps back. Suddenly, his massive body made a huge, loud crack, and he then transformed into a huge jet plane just like Megatron. In this case, Starscream's jet plane was red in color. It fired its afterburner and was about to take off. If Zhang Yang was slower by a little later, Starscream would have already shot through the cave and disappeared just like Megatron did back then. Zhang Yang could not allow it to happen. He then jumped to the front and activated Dance of Heaven and Earth, and the ring, Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. The shadow formed and quickly seeped into Starscream's body. At the same time, an old orc mage appeared by Zhang Yang's side and started chanting a spell. -5,000. -5,000. -10,000. -10,000. In the cartoon, Devastator was one of the savage generals of Decepticons, and its iconic combination function was extremely strong. Admittedly, to smack around a strong villain from a childhood cartoon was a very exhilarating moment. Zhang Yang was very excited, as this cartoon was a classic over 60 years ago. Berserker's Heel, Shield Wall, and Heart of the Death Knight's effect were activated in succession, and Zhang Yang drank the grade 10 transmutation potions like a jug of water, while also drinking a health potion. Then he used Rearm to reactivate Berserker's Heel and Shield Wall once again. He vigorously bombarded Devastator, HP down to less than 10%. "No D***eminent Earthling," Devastator roared as its body pivoted, its left arm suddenly falling off and transforming into Long Haul. "I will crush you to pieces. I will. Idiots, all of you do not deserve to take possession of this world." Megatron launched another attack and slashed at Zhang Yang. "I proclaim that this world will be ruled by us." I never thought that this mechanical boss would have such a great ambition in its mechanical brain, Han Yingzhu teased. "Sure, everyone must have a dream." Sigh, Fatty Han sighed. "When will my little dream come true?" Zhang Yang smiled as he said, "Fatty, you are that eager to get married to Zyro Wei, huh? She still has not graduated from university. Calm your flaps down." As the mining cave had been providing many different kinds of mining ore, Thunderstorm Castle had already been built up to the level 2 city defense, and they were almost reaching level 3 city defense. In other words, the total amount of mechanical servants that Thunderstorm Castle could accommodate would be up to 1,000. These were 1,000 level 85 elites. With the help of the players, if there is another monster attack, Zhang Yang was confident that he could easily defend Thunderstorm Castle against a monster attack. "Noob Tank, did you get any good items? You're smiling so tightly that your eyes have disappeared," Wei Yan said sweetly. "Is it that bad?" Zhang Yang smiled as he asked. "Yes, yes," Wei Yan nodded again and again. Zhang Yang then posted the fragment of the Allspark as description in party channel, and everybody oohed at it. "Oh my gosh, our Thunderstorm Castle is going to reach level 3 city defense. Would it be possible to accommodate 1,000 robots?" Overlord Prince of Dragon City could not believe Zhang Yang, and even Big Cannon also shocked. He looked at Zhang Yang as he said, "Dude, you don't make trouble just because I'm not selling the skill book to you. You are poor because you were born in a poor family's background and you are disappointed. I get it. Just don't blame society for it." F***CK, Zhang Yang could not bear with them anymore. Zhang Yang opened up trade window with Big Cannon and keyed in 200,000 gold coins, but he never selected confirm transaction. In God's miracle, the amount of money keyed into the trade window is restricted by the player's money. If the players had 100,000 gold coins, they would not be allowed to key in 100,001 gold coins in the trade window. Even an extra copper coin was not allowed. The reason Zhang Yang did so just to prove to Big Cannon that he could pay the price of 200,000 gold coins. Even though everyone had guessed the outcome of the competition, the entire process of the battle was really out of expectation. It was totally a one-sided slaughter. Under the tactical command of Mountain Mover, the lone desert smoke exhibited their explosive battle power to the public by taking out Imperial Sky off their feet with just a snap of their fingertips. It was really lamentable to see how a large army of absolute power was broken down by one super tactician on their enemy side. The difference of just one person could really make a difference. During the competition, Zhang Yang had also let Fatty Han and the sub-guild join into the main guild on purpose. The intention was to let every single one of them get their very own gray-silver grade battle mount. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. Guerrilla tactics, a form of irregular warfare in which a small group of combatants uses military tactics such as ambushes, sabotage, raids, petty warfare, hit-and-run tactics, and mobility to fight a larger military force. 2. Sailor Moon main character in Sailor Moon anime series. 3. Sailor Chibimun, one of the sailor character in Sailor Moon anime series. 4. Sailor Mars, one of the sailor character in Sailor Moon anime series, representing Mars. The next day, Zhang Yang went to meet the girls, along with Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan-er, and also Sun Xinyu. They went straight to the address that the Sailor Moon girls, the Zhao Bin sisters, gave to Zhang Yang. So the three girls are Zhao Bin, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Zhu. All of them are 19 years old. They had just moved into the life of a university. Their hometown is located at Jinan District. Although the three of them were going to the same university, but they were of different majors, so they could not stay in the same dorm. The bond of their sisterhood is strong, as they cannot live without each other in their lives. So they are renting a unit near their university so that they can stay together. Initially, Zhang Yang intended to bring only Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan-er, but as they ran into Sun Xinyu, the Icy Queen actually followed them without saying a word. Zhang Yang was actually shocked to see that she actually cared. CREATORS thoughts. ISB 1. A woman is like 500 ducks. It means a typical woman is very good in making arguments. The noises made during the argument suggest that the noises are like the sounds made by ducks. However, just a few days after, Zhang Yang received an important news. The news came from Luo Xinyan. Just like history unfolding itself into the present, she actually did meet Liu Wei when she joined the model exhibition in her school. And just like history, Liu Wei fell for her and took her in as his mistress. Luo Xinyan was really greedy. It wasn't enough for her, even after Liu Wei provided her $50,000 every month. So she still continued to be the spy and consistently contacted Zhang Yang. Only she was not able to provide any important information, therefore she was not given any additional rewards. But this time, the news that she brought up to Zhang Yang was definitely worth something. Right on top of the territory walls and door, the lone desert smoke had arranged some surprises for them. Spellcasters, hunters of the lone desert smokes, were stationed at the top of the walls, showering their AoE attacks onto the members of the Imperial Sky all around the walls and door on the outside, trying to weaken their assaults on the castle door. Rains of hailstones, flames, and arrows were descending onto the members of the Imperial Sky. It did not matter if they were the regular members or the elite members of the Imperial Sky, rolling rocks and storm riders. They could only take everything coming down on them and suffer great damage. The bloodshed was extreme, and many had fallen. F*CK this SH*T. One sword stroke could only curse out loud and take a few steps back. He could still hold his ground if there was only the chaotic dance of electric current charging up on him, because with his defense capability and a few healers healing him, he could hold his ground. But when Zhang Yang launched his super skill onto one sword stroke, the members of the lone desert smoke quickly noticed the flamboyant effects, and they also locked on to one sword stroke. Without the protection of his shield wall, he would definitely take heavy damage. One sword stroke continued to back his steps. Although he could not dodge the attack of the chaotic dance of electric current, he could still let his guild members aid him by blocking the assaults from the members of Lone Desert Smoke, so that he could be healed in peace. If the 500 men that Imperial Sky had just produced could turn the tide of war, then the 1,000 heads of mechanical servant that Zhang Yang had just summoned could easily send Imperial Sky packing home, with their tails tucked between their legs. Just when they thought that victory was at hand, Zhang Yang had pulled something out from his pocket, using some sort of cheat code. "Ha ha, just look at their faces, it's funny as hell." Hello. I'll tell you, if this was a comedy movie, they could really be holding that little gold man in the Oscars. Yo, quit playing, guys. Might as well try acting for a change of profession. One by one, when the tables had turned against Lone Desert Smoke, players from Zhang Yang's side started to taunt the enemy. The all-out war between Lone Desert Smoke against the Dominators and Imperial Sky and the rest of the guild was just a menial war among other greater and bigger guild wars in the whole region of China. Statically speaking, wars between guilds were always present. It could be triggered for all sorts of reasons, such as the case of mining cave rights, a revenge war, a retribution war, and etc. In the real world, there were many limitations to how people could have their way with each other. Here, they sought out a way to let out their frustration in the game. Many a thing that could not be done in real life were free to be done in the game. Since Zhang Yang had no idea on how to trigger the vampire inheritance quest, he had to just follow what Cheryl tells him to do. However, he was not afraid of completing the quest, because he could always let other players to complete the main inheritance quest. All inheritance quests were the same. First, they had to complete a series of quests to obtain a piece of inheritance fragment. Secondly, to gather all the fragments which varies in different type of inheritance and start the main inheritance quest. Finally, complete the long and draggy chain quest to obtain the inheritance skill. Some inheritances did not have the same first step, but the second and third steps were usually the same. The shards obtained were not bound by a count, which meant Zhang Yang could complete all the inheritance quests and obtain all the shards only to give it to someone else to complete the main inheritance quest. -952. -953. With just one blast wave, the vampires gathering outside the house were stunned. More than 30 vampires had received the direct hit from that skill, which had caused a high proccing chance for Zhang Yang's Sword of Purging Devourer, sword effect. The skill chained for 4 procs and stopped at the 5th. Even though the skill had echoed 4 times, the monsters were all elite tier, with HP bars as high as 85,000. 4 Blast Wave had only dealt close to 5% of their own HP. However, the accumulated damage had exceeded 120,000 damage. It was more than Dance of Heaven and Earth and Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. But Blast Wave had only a 20-second cooldown rate. The townsmen had chased after Zhang Yang for about 2 kilometers before stopping to catch their breath. Although they had stopped, Zhang Yang could still see where they were due to the light from their touch and the loud, inaudible screaming. Zhang Yang continued to ride until they reached to a thick forest before helping Cheryl down from the bear. With wide, unfocused eyes, Cheryl finally broke. Why? Zhang Yang sighed. It was understandable that Cheryl would react that way. She was only 16 years old, for God's sake. Zhang Yang tried to lighten her mood. Those townspeople of yours are really scary. Cheryl smiled weakly and turned towards the direction of the town. The glint in her eyes still suggested the shock from being treated harshly by the townsmen. Zhang Yang crossed his arms and gave into his recklessness. Wait here, I'll be back. Where are you going? Cheryl asked. She seemed to regain some level of vigor. Both Lorraine and Phoebe had dropped a weird item called Vampire's Fang. Vampire's Fang. Use: collect and combine 7 vampire's fangs to form a vampire's touch. Huh, said Zhang Yang as he read through the item description of the Vampire's Fang. Vampire's Touch was an enhancing item similar to that of Rune Stone, and a whetstone that is used on weapons to increase its power. Like the item name suggested, the Vampire's Touch would grant a lifesteal effect on the weapon that was chosen to be enhanced. Since it was a rare effect, it was stronger than regular enhancement via other methods. The lifesteal effect gained from this item cannot be stacked with rune stones nor whetstones. Among the 3 enhancing items, only one can be applied at the same time. The boss fight had rewarded Zhang Yang with 2 yellow-gold equipment and 6 gray-silver equipment. Among them was a rather strong dagger, Thorn of Dizionia, yellow-gold. Weapon attack, 402, 602. Attack interval, 1.4 seconds. DPS, 358. Equip effect, grants a 10% chance to restore 500 HP on every attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 80. Even though the dagger was not up to tier, it was still one of the strongest yellow-gold weapons out there. Surely there were people who would want the dagger since there were not many violet platinums circling in the market at the moment. Zhang Yang picked up the loot and moved forward. There were many other monsters along the way which were killed and turned into fine ash. Just as he felt happy that the monsters had granted a luxurious amount of experience points, he was reminded about the quest that he had just received right before the boss fight with Dizionia. Rescue Cheryl, difficulty level, S. Look here, cried Han Yingzhu as she displayed 3 bottles of potions for Zhang Yang to see. Blood potion, usable. Use: restore 10% HP every second for 10 seconds. Cool down, 10 minutes. All potions will share same cooldown duration after consuming this potion. Level requirement, 80. Zhang Yang laughed manically and bellowed. Old man vampire, if you want to marry my woman, you would have to go through me first. Asterisk ahem, Han Yingzhu coughed a little and glared at him. What a woman. She would even be jealous of a fictional character. Cheryl had jumped and shielded Zhang Yang for a second time. Having to pull back at the last minute again, Madrose had finally given up trying to maintain his composure. Madrose had been screaming in an incomprehensible language ever since Cheryl and stepped into the field and had blocked Madrose attack for the second time. Because of Cheryl, Zhang Yang was able to endure longer and had successfully hacked away freely. It was only a matter of time before the boss was truly defeated. "Traitor! Since you wish to die that badly, I shall grant your wish then," Madrose bellowed. He thrust his saber towards Zhang Yang and did not show any signs of stopping even when Cheryl was protecting Zhang Yang. The blade pierced through the air, giving out a whistle-like sound as it plunged into Cheryl's abdomen. Madrose had finally resort to this mean, for if he had not only he would be losing Cheryl's ability to walk under the sun, he would be defeated by Zhang Yang. Minus 33,300. Han Yingzhu quickly activated a Rise Anew on Zhang Yang. The effect of the skill is very grand and pretty to see. A stream of white light blanketed over Zhang Yang, while tiny-sized angels looking a little like cupids appeared dazzlingly all around Zhang Yang, singing and dancing for 10 seconds long before everything vanished. This skill can be upgraded, and I'm guessing it either increases the duration or decreases the cooldown time period. Han Yingzhu felt very satisfied with the skill. Yes, after you upgrade it up to level 10, it should give you a 30-minute cooldown time period, and the duration will most probably stay at 1 hour. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "So if you no longer need me here, I better get back to Wei Yan. I've kept her waiting for long enough. She might get mad and go Hulk on me." Han Yingzhu asked for a teleportation scroll from Zhang Yang, because saving up whenever it's possible was the one rule that she would never break. Brainless zombie, elite undead. Level 86. HP 86,000. Defense 450. Although these brainless zombies were named brainless, their brains were still very much intact. Only their flesh and bones were rotten to the core, with visible maggots creeping all around their flesh. It was disgusting as hell. Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan had twitches on their faces, looking as if they had been hit in the balls the moment they saw the zombies. "Why do I have a feeling that we're watching some zombie flicks?" Wei Yan complained. Zhang Yang took up his shield and sword, and then he flung a spear of obliteration at one of the brainless zombies, as per his regular routine, to throw a spear of obliteration to attract monsters from afar to get everything under control so that monsters wouldn't swarm up on him. Wei Yan placed all the tooth of a zombie onto the floor as if they were presenting treasures to him. "Respected elder, take a look. We're good, aren't we? To be able to complete the quest in such short time, you must not be stingy. Please give us more rewards." Oh my God, this little girl has been thinking all about the money and gold. She even tries to negotiate with an NPC. Kyle Dillon smiled awkwardly. "Little girl, you are fighting in the name of justice, so it would be rude to judge your courage with gold pieces." "Don't you worry about it." Both of her eyes began to glitter as she spoke. "You can just throw tens of thousands of gold on me." Kyle Dillon burst into laughter, then he continued, "Little girl, you're funny." "All right, jokes aside. Adventurers, you have done it again, completing the quest perfectly." "Ding, you have completed a quest. Tooth of a Zombie acquired 5 million experience points." Ryan Wildhammer was following closely behind the group with his large backpack on his back. Every time when they passed by a coffin chamber, he would look around intensely, as if he was worried that monsters might suddenly leap out from the room and take away his precious backpack. As they did not have to battle any other monsters along the way, they arrived at the second floor of the tomb cave in just a short time. Thud, 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 footsteps were heard from the front. Zhang Yang and the ladies exchanged looks and halted abruptly. In just a while, a party of 5 appeared right before Zhang Yang and the ladies. They had 1 tanker, 1 healer, and 3 attackers. It was a standard party formed to complete a quest. It was really an unfortunate thing that the paired skills, Blizzard Sky and Luna's dew were still under a cool-down period. Or else, they could have kited the monsters in the entire area and unleash hell upon them with the paired skills. The amount of experience points that they could have acquired by doing so would have definitely been substantial, and it would have been a very satisfying experience. However, Zhang Yang could only frown whenever he thought about that. That one sword stroke and Liu Wei are really two lucky sons of beaches. They actually managed to get their hands on two sets of paired skills. Although one set of paired skills had a very long cooldown period, if used wisely, every set of paired skill can unleash hell onto the monsters in an area and vacuum in a sea of experience points for the players. So Zhang Yang could foresee that one sword stroke will definitely be leveling up like mad and catch up with Zhang Yang. Right before the battle began, Zhang Yang quickly unsummoned Whitey and summoned the mythical turtle out. Things might get difficult, and he needed another powerful tanker by his side. Heh, actual living, breathing souls stepping into this place. Can you recall how long ago was it since the last living soul set foot into our lair, Gillick? Margent was speaking in a sharp, weird voice, and he would make some weird noises as he spoke. Gillick paused and gave some thought before replying, should be. About 15 to 16 years ago. So it's been that long already. Hiss he. Margent suddenly unfurled his wings and flew up into the air, and the next thing was him flying at Zhang Yang and the ladies. This is going to be a hell lot of fun. Wee-hee. Ha, Margent, please restrain yourself a little bit here. You're scaring our guests. At least leave one alive for me. Gillick was also flapping his wings and began to fly into the air and followed suit. Charge. Zhang Yang re-engaged into battle with the Blackrock Spectre. Raising up his sword of Purging Devourer, he swung it straight towards the Spectre. Arg! The Spectre once again let out a roar of rage, and the sound had this powerful force that blasted Zhang Yang a few meters back. The damage inflicted on Zhang Yang was almost similar, about 4,000 damage points. What the F***, CK? Zhang Yang could not take it any more and cursed. As he had already used his charge, he could only run towards the Spectre again on his feet. Meanwhile, the Spectre was floating slowly towards Zhang Yang as well. As they once again clashed into each other, Zhang Yang was once again thrown a few meters back, right after slicing the monster with his sword just once. How long will it take for him to kill this god D**MN Spectre if this goes on? Although the black water puddles could inflict AoE damage of 10,000 upon touch, upon the activation of Vanguard's aggression, the damage can be minimized greatly. As for the green flames, it was a different story. Judging from how Devastator was drilled to bits within seconds, and no damage values appeared on its head, it was obvious that the attacks ignored defense, damage immunity, and damage absorption. So one touch, and you are as good as dead. Wei Yan had been hanging around Zhang Yang throughout the entire battle, so Han Yingzhu had to approach them quickly to enter into the radius area of 3 meters, marking Zhang Yang as the center point. By entering the effective range of Vanguard's aggression, she would be able to enjoy the special effect of the skill. The black water puddles were right in front of them already. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Wei Yan beat on her chest and said. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh and said, I really hate these types of dramatic quests, always making us look like fools. Kyle Dillon was laughing madly like he was about to drown himself into madness, as if he was being possessed by a demon. He gazed at Zhang Yang and the two ladies. I must really show my gratitude to you adventurers. You worked so hard, aiding me in collecting all the ingredients that I need to resurrect my Anelia in the name of justice and some treasures and coins. Thank you so much. For 20 years, I have waited for so long, and today is finally the day. Boom, a powerful quake trembled across the ground for just a brief moment, then everything went quiet. Zhang Yang had been aware of his surroundings, taking in everything, including the expressions of the 5 Spartan warriors. He had not missed that. He smiled coldly and said, "Witchy Snow, hang back a little and keep my health bar at 50%. What are you trying to do?" Han Yingzhu couldn't understand what Zhang Yang wanted to do, so she asked. "Those 5 behind us aren't looking at us so pleasantly, so I plan to set up a bait and see if they would change their minds maybe. Their decisions shall decide their own fate." Zhang Yang laughed. "Noob Tank, you're very benevolent." Wei Yan was laughing very hard. "Well, if they weren't thinking about taking advantage on us, then they wouldn't be lurking around us still. Ha ha." Han Yingzhu slowed down her healing on Zhang Yang, slowly letting Zhang Yang's health bar reduce from 90% down to 80%, 70%, and all the way down to 50%. Thud, thud, thud. The Death Knights did not even allow the party time to prepare themselves. They came up, wielding their heavy swords at Zhang Yang as if they were about to slay a god. Minus 1,785. Minus 1,536. Minus 1,693. Minus 7,384. Minus 1,634. The 5 Death Knights directed their heavy swords right at Zhang Yang, and one of them was able to score a death strike, inflicting a horrific damage on Zhang Yang. The boss did not just stand there and watch as well. She reached out for them with her massive arms. Fortunately, Zhang Yang was ready. He had reserved his block just for her. With his shield raised up high, he activated block and repelled the arms, preventing himself from being damaged even further. Zhang Yang could not care whether the damage output of Turtle was reduced or not at this time. He immediately flipped himself over onto Turtle, boosting his maximum health points up to 130,000 to increase his own survivability. A blast wave. Ding, you have completed a quest. Slay Anelia acquired 5 million experience points. The mesmerizing sound of the system notification sounded across the ears of Zhang Yang and the 2 ladies. Those were the sweetest sound notifications they have heard for the day. Please do not engage a boss with only 3 members in a party. That was so tiring. Han Yingzhu shook her head again and again. Her mana bar had dried up once, and now it got sucked dry once again. But Wei Yan was happy about this. Sister Snow, the fewer we are, the more gold coins we get after slaying the boss. Han Yingzhu immediately revealed a conflicted expression right on her face. Su Lan smiled. She did not drop her professional demeanor, since the 2 of them were surrounded by their own staff members. Moreover, they were both in public. I finally see the reason why during each first kill announcement, Lone Desert Smoke would put up an advert for Silky Soft Holdings. Even the name of your battle team is Silky Soft Battle Team. You're the CEO of Silky Soft Holdings. You flatter me too much. I'm but a sheep in wolf's skin. Who would have thought that it was a good idea to make me a CEO? Zhang Yang laughed. Speaking of which, who would have thought that we were allies in the game and business partners in the real world? It must be fate. I hope that Mr. Zhang would show a little leniency. You have already hoarded so much in the game. Su Lan grinned happily. Zhang Yang had always admired Su Lan, or rather, Snow Seeker, because of her mature methods of handling any kind of situation. There was something attractive about it. The Lone Survivor, difficulty level D. Quest description. As the lone survivor of the Erie Massacre, you feel a sense of guilt and the obligation to report the incident to a higher authority. Hurry over to the island of the Sacred One and bring this matter to the Public Safety Officer Julio. Inform him of the incident and allow him to make preparations to prevent any deadly attacks of the Naga. Progress. Inform Julio-01. Since the boss fight had not yet started, the party was paying attention to lost dreams and endless starlight's petty squabble. They shrugged helplessly, in pity for the two childish men. Zhang Yang ignored the two of them and proceeded on with the boss. It's just a yellow gold tier. Just kill and be done with it. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. If the boss was a yellow gold boss in a dungeon instead, the party would have been a little more cautious. After all, dungeon bosses were defeated with skill. No amount of high-tiered equipment would save you from being a dumb meathead. But an open-world boss was different. Their difficulties were just based on their tiers. It's true that they may have skills which required skills to defeat. But when the team is strong as F***CK, there's nothing to it anymore. Zhang Yang replied immediately, Naga King, I assume that you have a brilliant idea. Sinepper laughed, brilliant. Wrong there, I'd called it the last measure. That idiot Julio is our answer. Didn't he want my head? Then a head he shall get. I'd bet the trident of Poseidon that he would take the head to meet Madron. When he does, I want you to follow him. That is how you can sneak past the magic seal. Joe suddenly grew anxious. There was a glint of panic in his eyes. My king, you are our king. The king of Naga. Without your leadership, we would be nothing but wandering soldiers. Sinepper sighed and smacked Joe lightly at the back of his head. You fool! Do you think that I would take my own head off for the death of a simple human? I never said that I would give him my head. I will use magic to create a head. The human warrior could take the fake one and trick the idiot Julio. Phew, that freaked me out. Joe was calmed down. Zhang Yang found the door which the soldiers had through. Proceed inside. The place behind the door was like a dormitory for the soldiers. It was a narrow passageway, with doors on either side of the place. The first few rooms had their doors opened wide with no one inside but messy beds. It looked like the rooms belonged to the soldiers who had just rushed out to attack Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang and the party proceeded further down the pathway, more soldiers had rushed out and had attacked them. Without much trouble, the lot hacked their way through the mess and proceeded on through the mess. After covering a short distance at a slow pace, the team arrived at a dome-shaped room. The room was clearly big since it housed a similar pool of blood like before. The system must be cheating. This boss must be a violet platinum boss, masking as a yellow gold. F***C King Prick must be thinking of saving violet platinum equipment. That's why he paid the right people off to be classified as a yellow gold. *T is still as difficult as a violet platinum fuck. Yeah, D*MN, it's not what we signed up for. Everyone was pissed off when the fight between Mardavos was so much tougher than Julio, even when both of them were of the same tier. 20%. The Lord had wished for land, and the earth sprung new land for the Lord. Right after the boss had finished talking, a large meteorite fell down from the sky, smashing down on them. From the words that the boss had just said, they were expecting something to come out from the ground. None of them was prepared to defend against the falling rocks. Gluttony Aura inflicts the status effect of gluttony every 3 seconds on any target within the aura ranged. Gluttony will decrease 1% of the target's attack power. Maximum stack, 50. Additional attack buffs will be granted to the aura's owner whenever one of the following auras is applied on the target. Greed Aura, or Slayer Aura, or Destiny Aura. 2 auras, 50% bonus attack. 3 auras, 100% bonus attack. 4 auras, 150% bonus attack. Aura radius, 20 meters around the owner. Gluttony aura belonged to Belroy, while the other 3 auras belonged to the other horsemen. As the aura skill description depicted, if more than one aura is stacked, the bosses would gain an attack bonus buff. Greed aura would cause players to receive a stackable debuff, just like Gluttony. Greed would cause players to receive additional damage received by 1% per stack with a maximum of 50 stacks. Debuffs will stack once every 3 seconds. I'd say the price for the ring could go as high as 100,000 gold coins. I'm sure there will be people fighting for it, said Fatty Han as he examined the ring of Grandiose. Fatty Han's logic was right on one aspect. Rings and accessories were rare drops. Players would definitely put on a high price for it, even though it was not a violet platinum tier. Fatty bro, I think you're missing 1 digit, said Daffodil Daydream. Huh, what? You're saying the ring is actually worth more? Fatty Han asked curiously. Zhang Yang nodded. Don't be surprised, but a ring like that would fetch prices as high as 1 million. However, I urge that we do not sell the ring just yet, since neither, if you have a violet platinum ring, might as well use this for the moment. Until the day we can get a better one, we shall keep this. But little Yang, by the time we farm for new rings, this one would not be worth selling anymore, said Fatty Han with a bitter, sad face. Making complaints now would not do anyone any good. Since the boss was designed to be that way, they could only complain to the designers. Zhang Yang shouted, "Little brat, maintain destructive smash on Rayleigh." Okay. Wei Yan nodded her head vigorously and made sure not to waste any second of the skill's cool-down time. Now that they had formed a new plan, Cherry's Holy Starburst would heal one boss with 75% reduced healing, one boss with 50% reduced healing, and one boss receiving a full heal. Zhang Yang's plan would prevent an extra 200,000 HP from being healed. It was a real shame that Zhang Yang's party did not have one more player who could inflict destructive smash. Weepy, I hope that the bosses will give us some awesome stuff, said Wei Yan with an innocent smile. Zhang Yang, still huffing from the fatigue of the fight, said, Don't get your hopes high, girl, lest you be disappointed. If yellow gold bosses drop violent platinum gears, I'd be running all day searching for them. If the boss does drop yellow gold equips, then wait for it. There ain't no yellow gold equip stronger than a violet platinum. Wei Yan listened, but Zhang Yang had already lost her halfway through his explanation. Daffodil Daydream interjected in and said, Yan don't worry too much. A yellow gold drop is still worth a lot of money. Only after Daffodil Daydream had explained it that way, Wei Yan had smiled and walked away happily. Daffy. I heard that you're moving out of your old house, asked Han Yingzhu while waiting for the little brat to pick the loot. Logan stomped down onto the ground thunderously, looking simply heroic. As he presented himself out like a prince battling evil dragons in a fairy tale, it had made him look more like the good guy, and Zhang Yang and his gang looked more like a bunch of evil goons who were trying to cause havoc. Intruders, this is as far as you can go, Logan spoke with a powerful voice. He then swung the long sword in his hand with brute force towards Zhang Yang. It was like a flash of lightning flashing through, but Zhang Yang was even quicker. His shield was raised up high right before the sword could even touch him. Block. -59. Boss, I'll love you for eternity for taking care of me so much. Endless Starlight let out a weird cry. Get lost. The effect of the Defiant had been stacked up to 6 layers, and the attack of the bosses had become a little too powerful for the players to handle. One single hit onto Zhang Yang could inflict about 20,000 to 30,000 damage. Fortunately, Block could immunize the user from any damage every 6 seconds, and it did not matter how strong the attack was. That reduced the DPS of the boss down to about 7,600 points. Although this amount of DPS was still beyond the healing capability of Fantasy Sweetheart, with appropriate timing, using life-saving skills and some potions on hand, Zhang Yang could still manage. On the other hand, since that the fatigue scroll had already reduced the attack of the boss by 10%, and he had Han Yingzhu the super healer to back him up, Endless Starlight could still manage to hold on. Roxburgh, the Warbringer, let out a burst of thunderous roars as he lifted up the hammer backhandedly. Then he charged towards Zhang Yang right after he took up his hammer. "You insolent piece of sh*T, how dare you touch me? The deity of the divine servants shall not be offended. Intruders must be eliminated at once." Roxburgh had arrived in front of Zhang Yang with only a few steps, and he lifted up his heavy hammer up into the air and smashed it down with brute force. Boom! Although Zhang Yang had already raised his shield and blocked the attack of the boss, the strength of the boss is just too great. That smash actually staggered Zhang Yang back for about 7 to 8 steps back before Zhang Yang could regain his balance and stand firm. He could feel that his legs were numb, and it seemed that he could not even take another step at the moment. "Do you want me tank the boss?" Endless Starlight took the initiative to propose. He had just acquired 2 pieces of violet platinum equipment. Although he still could not equip them, his confidence level had been boosted very much. Furthermore, the boss before them was a spellcaster-type boss, so it was also more suitable for a knight to tank the boss, in theory. Wei Yan could not help but laugh. "Hold up there, you have not even reached level 90 yet. That means you can't even equip them yet." "So what are you trying to show off then? Lost yourself in the excitement, eh? You people just love to blow me in the face." Endless Starlight smiled sheepishly, and he also sucked up his butt cheeks while doing that. Arg! The ladies could not bear to see him do that, so they shouted out in unity. Zhang Yang pulled out his sword of Purging Devourer and said, "Old rules, try it out first, figure things out along the way." 100 Shots and Fatty Han quickly reflected on what that just happened. But what that had already happened. Nothing good would come from blaming anyone. Fortunately for the remaining surviving members of the party, the Stardust explosion was over, leaving behind a spacious area for them to avoid being touched by the level 1 ancient demonic souls that had the ability to instant kill. Endless Starlight kited the monsters away to a quiet side of the area, while everyone else felt not hurry attack the 2 monsters, because these summoned ancient demonic souls would just last for 30 seconds. So all Endless Starlight had to do was to kite them around until the time was up and let them vanish on their own. Soon, 30 seconds had passed. Pack, pack. Pack, brutal onslaught chest plate. Yellow gold heavy armor. Defense plus 40. Vitality plus 302. Strength plus 274. Agility plus 121. Unidentified. Required level 90. Wei Yan uncovered the first piece of equipment among the loot, which was a piece of chest plate that glittered in a gold complexion, looking dazzling. The piece was just magnificently beautiful to look at. "Ha ha! I'm calling dibs for this one." Wei Yan was grinning broadly as she held the equipment in her hands. Everyone saw how badly she wanted the chest plate, so they gave up on trying to take it from the little girl. Pleased with herself, she kept it in her inventory. After that, she was ready to uncover the second piece of equipment. Staff of Wisdom, yellow gold staff. Magic attack, 1,372, 1,772. Equip, 10% rate to add 50 intelligence points when hitting a target, can stack up to 3 times. Unidentified. Required level, 90. Arg, Fatty Hand suddenly screamed like a little B***TCH, as if his parents had just died in front of him. His scream was miserable. Sea King Fatty, why did you suddenly scream like an animal shouting out a mating call? The boss has not even started poking your ass yet. Zhang Yang asked and laughed. The two of them had already gotten used to joking around with each other. The boss died, but there was no loot. Fatty Hen let out an enraged roar. The boss hasn't died yet. Oh, you mean Kazakral? Yes, we just managed to take out a mythical grade boss and nothing dropped from it. What the *CK, man? Is this some sort of prank, or what? Fatty Han was very angry with the fact he did all the hard work for nothing. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, the boss only had about 1 million health points. The system put it in just to raise the difficulty of the battle by a little. So what can you expect? Do you think you just took out a fully powered mythical boss? Ha ha. 10 seconds was enough for Fantasy Sweetheart to run into the safe zone area. Boom. Immediately, a stream of white dazzling light emanated from the entire body of the pretty-faced pair of huge boobies, radiating out into the surrounding. But there was no one around within the effective range of the effect, so the attack was the equivalent of shooting bullets into the ocean. Pack. Fantasy Sweetheart was inflicted with 1 point of damage. Right after the effect faded, Fantasy Sweetheart returned to her position and continued to do her duty on the battlefield. Although Zhang Yang and his party were lesser in number now, that was also an advantage for them, as there was no more space for them to run. When someone is being inflicted by the Strength of Madron effect without having to worry that others would be wounded when the skill explodes. Wei Yan was still sulking, and she kicked and stomped on the dead body of the boss. Stinky boss! How dare you try to kill me and waste so much of my time? Humph. Now you should know, I'm not a person you should be meddling with. Fatty Han laughed and said, Little Yan you're actually raping the dead body of a boss. Careful and don't spill out of the stomach of the boss. Ayo, all the ladies could not stand that wretched Fatty anymore. Even Sun Xin Yu could not help but twitch in anger. Wei Yan was about to bend down to pick up the loot that had been dropped from the boss, but the moment she recalled what Fatty Han just said, she could not bear to bend down anymore. If she really did accidentally squeeze something out from the stomach of the boss, then it would be horrifically disgusting. After returning back to White Jade Castle, Zhang Yang was piecing up the fragments of the dimensional key, while he put the cloak of the dark wings into the shop for identification. Boom. When the 7 pieces of fragment of dimensional key were put together in one spot, streams of immensely beautiful light shone out to the surroundings, one wave after another from the pieced key, just like a blinding sun, and it continued to vibrate in a mysterious and inexplicable way. Every player in White Jade Castle stopped what they were doing. Those who were indoor quickly ran out of the house and looked at the direction of Zhang Yang. Shoof, shoof, shoof. Streams of white lights surged through the 7 pieces of the dimensional key fragments, and the fragments were beginning to piece themselves up, like a lively, wiggling snake. Finally, the pieces of the fragments were slowly merging together to form the dimensional key. Translator note: apparently there is a minor error on the site causing a chapter to be skipped. Fear not, the real chapter 435 is on my Patreon page. 26/10/2017. Zhang Yang did not intend to cause any unwanted trouble to himself, so he lay low, standing at one of the corners of the elevator. However, the elder man set his extremely sharp eyes onto Zhang Yang, giving him an uneasy feeling, as if countless cold needles were stabbing into his heart. Zhang Yang intended to turn his head away from the old man, but after giving it a thought, they barely even knew each other, so what is he being so afraid of? so he did not hold back and returned the stare. As he headed to the ground floor in a daze, Zhang Yang felt a rush of joy in his heart, but he also felt an unexplained sense of pure terror down his spine. Deep down his heart, the shadow of Lin Yu was fading by the second. And on the other hand, Sun Xin Yu and Han Yingzhu had earned more ground in his heart. He could not help but think it was possible that he might end up like the main character Zhai Zun Bao Wen in the story of A Chinese Odyssey, a Pandora's box, who finally finds his true love after time traveling through 500 years of time. But speaking of true love, one was enough as it is. If there were two true loves in one's life, then the troubles would be endless. Zhang Yang walked into the house to find Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan fighting over for a bottle of perfume that was deemed to be a limited edition, like their lives were depending on it. They did not realize that Zhang Yang had spent a longer than usual period of time outside. Naihehe, in your face, newbie tank, how does it feel to be trampled over? Ha ha ha, this is the payback for your bullying ways. The little brat laughed like how an audience laughed at a clown. Zhang Yang remained unfazed. Based on Han Yingzhu and everyone else's progress, he had deduced that the glory points found in chest varied from 1 points to 20 points. It was not completely random either. If the chest was found nearby an area with normal tiered monsters, it will produce glory points ranging from 1 to 10 points. Most of them had not even spawned any glory points. On the other hand, if the chest was found in an area with elite monsters, the glory points found inside would be between 11 points to 20 points. These types of chests would more likely spawn glory points. Since the start, his luck had not been that good, since he had only been able to find normal monsters. However, Zhang Yang had faith that his luck would turn for the better. In this final round, the format had changed. All 10 players were teleported to a small hillside. The method to obtaining glory points remained the same. That was to open as many chests as you can find. However, the chests were all buried deep in the earth. Moreover, one must first hunt monsters to obtain maps that would reveal the locations of the chest. Without a map, players would have no means of finding the chest. In one instance, only one chest is spawned. Many maps that lead to the same chest would be dropped by the monsters. There would be situations where 2, 3, or even all players would end up searching for the same chest. During this time, players will be placed in a battle royale-style combat, and the players who are killed would be unable to revive until the chest is opened, and only then would they be revived at a random point around the hill. A battle royale, and only the strongest shall remain. After Zhang Yang emptied the chest, he got out of the hole that he had dug and got to ground level. Just then, he saw the silhouette of a man walking away. He selected the player and examined him. It was Caesar the Great. The player must have obtained the map to the chest, but was one step too late. Since every one of them were still enemies, there was no reason for him to find trouble when there was none. Caesar the Great had only observed the situation, and when there was nothing else he could do, he bylayed. Now that it had come to this, there was no point putting up a brave front. Zhang Yang jumped on his bear and moved on to the next group of monsters to kill. Dummy. How are you? Han Yingzhu asked in the party channel. I'm fine, though I'm still at rank 4, said Zhang Yang. After 3 to 4 minutes, he had encountered another swarm of monsters and had proceeded to slaughter them all. The number of monsters in the valley were constantly respawning at an alarming rate. Zhang Yang had mentioned it before. If he had not wanted to hunt for the chest, grinding levels here would be a sweet dream. However, no matter how much experience points the monsters would give, the level reward from being the champion or even the second place was extremely valuable. Furthermore, the chest would have a chance to drop level 5 gemstone of any kind. There was even a chance to open up a violet platinum equipment. Who would want to waste their time hunting monsters when such a luxurious booty awaits them? Hence, the battle between 10 players was a silent rage. After 1 hour in the battle, the game developers had received requests from many players around the world to have a look at the current battle through God mode. Players were allowed to watch the game but were locked from carrying out any conversation of any kind. One sword stroke did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards Dusk Phoenix. A guardian ate 1 thieves for breakfast by default. Even though One Sword Stroke was a proud man, he would not jeopardize victory for the sake of pride. He purposefully left the harder target for Zhang Yang to handle as he took on the easier one. Zhang Yang crossed his arms and nodded with a smile. He left One Sword Stroke alone and decided to accept the challenge. "Curses!" Dusk Phoenix cried. She did not wait for One Sword Stroke to come to her, but instead she leaped forward and swung her sword hard to parry One Sword Stroke's attacks. On the other side, Lord Mandela muttered something under his breath and instantly cast a fireball at Zhang Yang, dealing close to 2,000 damage. That attack was a pyromancer's Fire Blast, an instant cast skill which did not require any chanting. The skill allowed Lord Mandela to ride away on his mount while attacking at the same time. Zhang Yang was all too busy enjoying himself from beneath the ground. Whoever who gets their hands on the chest would inevitably be the winner for this long, draggy event. Level +3 and a one-of-a-kind title would surely be enticing to many players. The same thought lingered in everyone's mind. The last chest belonged to them. So what if they were killed after opening the chest? The reward alone was more than enough to compensate for that. Once the system made the announcement, Zhang Yang's character glowed brightly and gained 3 levels instantly, pushing him up to level 97. Zhang Yang was suddenly assaulted with deep fear. If he had been a little more diligent, he would have gained more levels before the Sacred Glory event had started. If so, he would have shot up to level 100. That was good in a sense, but what would happen to the Dimensional Key quest? Would it not be available to him forever? Zhang Yang placed the SB on Shield Wall, making it level 9 with only 3 minutes of cooldown time. At first, Zhang Yang was never interested in the title Warrior of the Sacred Glory, but when he found out its hidden features, he equipped the title without hesitation. The title effect was 10% increase attack when attacking Spectre and demons. It was a great boost to him, since most of the enemies in the game were Spectres. The Royal Palace was too huge to explore. Honestly, Zhang Yang felt that if the monsters did not drop those lucrative equipment, he would not even want to explore the entire place. Not even if you paid him. After spending close to 24 hours of real-world time, Zhang Yang and his party had explored only 20% of the entire royal palace. The total equipment that they had amassed had already reached the thousands. Inevitably, all of their inventory slots were not enough to store that much. Zhang Yang remained inside the royal palace while the 4 of them went back to the main city using the teleportation scrolls. After depositing all of the equipment in the guild storage and personal storage, Zhang Yang had recalled them back into the royal palace with the party summon order. Zhang Yang was not afraid of the item now working, since he had tried it previously. The system had not allowed him to summon more than 5 of them. That was the only condition. "Let's search for it," Zhang Yang cried annoyingly. Everyone spread out and started to search in all directions. Some thought that it must be some sort of switch mechanism that could open a hatch or reveal a secret wall. "Nyahaha, I found it," Wei Yan-er laughed happily. Right at where she stood, there was a large humanoid statue. At the base of the statue was a glowing jade. In the game, items or objects that could be interacted with would be highlighted with a glowing aura. Items or objects such as herbs, minerals, and even switches would be highlighted to help players spot them. "Wait, don't touch it!" Zhang Yang stopped her. The stupid and reckless little brat might kill herself by triggering the boss alone. Zhang Yang and everyone else rushed to Wei Yan-er's side. Zhang Yang nodded, and Wei Yan-er twisted the jade. Cracks started to form on the statue and fall down from the top. With a loud crack, a hand burst out and slammed downward. With the all-powerful pillar standing there, Ludovic's axe barrage was rendered ineffective on the second time. In the 10 seconds of channeling duration, Zhang Yang and everyone were able to heal themselves with their own bandages to save Han Yingzhu's MP. 10 seconds later, everyone shot up, with Zhang Yang taking all the heat like an indestructible punching bag. 70%. "I will smash you into mincemeat." As the battle dragged on, his temper tantrums got frequent. By the time that boss was damaged to 70%, its normal axe attacks were imbued with powerful forces that the wind generated after swinging it could cause damage when it struck everyone else. "What a disgusting face! Stupid you! It's all because of you. You just had to knock his helmet off. Well, have a good look now, damn it. Great, I just lost my appetite," said Han Yingzhu. Wei Yan-er continued to pick up the loot that had been dropped by the boss. The second yellow gold equipment was a pair of leather boots, with additional of fire resistance attributes, so everyone just ignored it. They deduced that even if they placed it into the little merchandise to sell, no one would actually spend a dime to purchase this pair of boots. So by the end of it, Han Yingzhu took it and dismantled it into materials for making a runestone. But afterwards, the little girl picked up a staff that was aquamarine in color. This aquamarine staff radiated with a vague violet light, presenting its fascinating appearance like a crystal jade. Everyone already knew that this was one fine staff just by looking at it. Staff of Nostalgia, Violet Platinum Staff. Magic Attack, 2321, 2921. Equip increases 10% of damage and healing effect. As the dead bodies of the monsters were far too vast, all 5 of them were involved in picking up all the loot on the ground. But although the monsters in this area were harder to deal with, the loot that was left behind after they died were considerably good. Or one should say that the loots that are dropped in this area were a little more mediocre. Well, these monsters were all elite grade after all. The only problem was that Zhang Yang and his party members were being pampered too well by the monsters out there. They would feel uncomfortable or unhappy if the monsters they slew did not drop any equipment. It was a dissonance of standards. Phew, the moment the boss was slain, the 5 of them swayed weakly on their feet, and they sat onto the ground without a care about their unflattering positions. They could only spare the energy to breathe heavily. That was really close. Zhang Yang could not help but to wonder if he did not have alchemist's intuition, which allowed him to make potions with the highest level of transmutation to boost the firepower of his party up by 10% to 20%, would they still have made it. Furthermore, all of them had the super skill, Dance of the Heaven and Earth, and they had 3 aura skills to boost them. Still, they had barely made it after having all these perks. It would not be far-fetched to say that even among all 8 main servers of the game, Zhang Yang and his party would still remain as the strongest party there is in the entire game. They were on the brink of tasting defeat when victory was within reach. Well, how many parties could actually clear this boss? Although the name Gentle Palace Maid had the word gentle in there, these maids were anything but that. After being struck by the spear of obliteration, the maid immediately let out a deafening screech. Her mouth was large enough to swallow Zhang Yang's head whole. The monster leaped towards Zhang Yang like a frog, similar to how those swordsmen in wire fu wuxia films glided through the air. However, those swordsmen in the movies had soft, graceful landings. They could even stand on leaves and branches of the trees. But on the contrary, this so-called gentle palace maid landed heavily, and the impact was so strong that the thick, solid tiles beneath their feet cracked open. Zhang Yang laughed, and then he said, "This gentle monster should go and cut off some weight. She has no flesh left. What is there to cut off? Throwing away a few bones and joints might do the trick just fine." It took them about 2 hours to find themselves standing before the third boss in the treasure cove. However, the boss on this floor was not alone. He had 11 underlings around him. The second Prince Rogali, Violet Platinum Spectre. Level 100. HP 10 million. Defense 2,900. Royal Guard Elite Spectre. Level 95. HP 3 million. Defense 2,000. Rogali did not have a full set of armor on him, like the two bosses that Zhang Yang and his party had previously encountered. Instead, this boss wore a grand, magic robe, embroidered with magical runes in gold thread. Instead of looking like a prince, this boss looked more like a priest from some sort of cult. Right beside him were his royal guards, equipped with full sets of heavy armor. They seemed to be guarding the prince with everything they have. After being ganged up by the party, Rogali was even further enraged. As the second prince of the Imperial Heavens Empire, Rogali is usually the one bringing along his underlings, rounding up on the weak. How could he accept such treatment? Shoof, shoof. Shoof, the boss repeatedly casted the large, dark skulls after Zhang Yang, damaging Zhang Yang by about 17,000 damage with each hit. But Zhang Yang had a total of 90,000 health points without even being atop the mythical turtle. There was really nothing to worry about at that moment. Of course, a Violet Platinum boss is not so simple. Rogali had not yet revealed his true power. "Spirits of the air, heed my summons and gather to me." Rogali raised his staff up into the air and started chanting a spell in a loud voice. Instantly, 5 beams of iridescent light swam around, Rogali like guards patrolling around him. Rogali shook his body, turning into a rocket man, launching a spray fireworks into the surroundings. He would send out a wave of flames across the area from time to time, giving Han Yingzhu a hard time. Fortunately, Daffodil Daydream had already leveled her recovery aura up to level 3, so everyone could heal 500 health points and 230 mana points every 3 seconds, lightening some of Han Yingzhu's workload. The recovery of 230 mana points every 3 seconds would also be turned into an abundance of hit points, thanks to the efficient catalytic converter that was Han Yingzhu. Everyone in the party was beginning to get the flow of this super difficult battle. They were getting better and better in evading the hits, slowly bringing up their DPS. After picking up the loots, the dead body of the Rogali vanished without a trace. The 5 of them went back to the place where they had first encountered the boss, and made their way down to the 4th floor of Treasure Cove. "Little Yang, let me tell you a great piece of news." Right after Zhang Yang and the ladies stepped foot into the passage, Zhang Yang received a voice message from Fatty Han. "What is it?" Zhang Yang was not really interested to find out, as he knew Fatty Han a little too well to know that most of his great news were either baseless rumors or idle gossip. His news was of no help. Fatty Han laughed and tried to build up his story dramatically, but he had always been a big-mouthed person. So he let the words slip out of his mouth after a brief while. "One sword stroke and Liu Wei have turned on each other." Zhang Yang widened his eyes. That really caught his interest, so he quickly pressed, "How did you know about this?" Crack, crack, crack. Soon all 12 ribs were all torn apart from its ribs, and it stood before them, a ribless spine. Wei Yan laughed at the boss and said, "Stinky boss, let's see what else you can do now." Jesse Rogue let out a roar, and its entire body quivered for a very brief moment. 12 bones emerged right from his spine, forming a new set of rib cage. The boss had returned back to its initial form, which meant that the boss could tear off his rib bones one by one and attack them with that terrifying AoE attack again. Wei Yan-er's jaw fell slack for one moment, and then she pointed at the boss furiously and said, "You stinky boss. You cheated." Crack, Jesse Rogue tore out another rib bone, held it firmly in his hand, and stabbed at Zhang Yang. As the rib bone blew up, everyone was inflicted with massive damage values. "I have never seen a boss that loves torturing himself so much," Han Yingzhu said. Zhang Yang went straight to the warehouse of his guild and took out all of the zombie moss and turned them into tons of zombie potion. Thanks to his alchemist's intuition, he had also made some transmuted zombie potions. The transmuted zombie potions did not only increase the duration of users being transformed into zombies, they also increased the attack of the users after they are being zombified. So a zombie potion with grade 1 transmutation only gave an additional 5% attack to a player when the player is zombified. For every increasing level of transmutation, the damage of the zombified players would increase by 5%. So, the highest amount of attack value a zombified player could get would be a total of 50%. This meant that when a player is using a zombie potion with the highest grade of transmutation, an additional 50% attack would be added on top of the basic attack of the player. That was the limit to it since the highest transmutation grade was only level 10. What kind of queen is this? What a shameless B**TCH? Daffodil Daydream had finally lost it. Han Yingzhu sent a private message over to Zhang Yang saying, "Silly you, the boss is questioning your capability." Zhang Yang laughed and replied, "Should I be offended? Well, you've seen how capable I am." "You hoodlum?" Han Yingzhu blushed with a slight frown on her face as she rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang. Madisha sniffed the air a little and revealed a shocked face and suddenly laughed knowingly. "Huh, these 4 girls are still virgins. Little man, seriously." Cough, Zhang Yang almost choked in his own saliva, and he could not help but sigh. This boss could actually sniff out your virginities. This game is that intrusive, huh? Awesome, though who knows if it's real or not. He turned his head to look at Sun Xinyu, Han Yingzhu, and Daffodil Daydream. "You hoodlum, what are you looking at?" Han Yingzhu snapped at him. Although Madisha was very aggressive, Sun Xinyu and the other 3 ladies were not made of mushy papers. Even though their levels were tens of levels lower than the boss, and their attacks had been weakened due to the level gap penalty, they managed to perform outstandingly with the mythical equipment and were dishing out a decent amount of firepower. The health bar of the boss plummeted rapidly by every passing second. This was indeed an extremely difficult battle for all of them. The health bar of the boss was just too long, and everyone in the party felt the massive stress knowing that none of them could afford a tiny mistake. The tanker could not fall, the healer could not fail, and the DPS players were a must in order to bring down the boss and claim victory over this boss battle. One DPS player short would delay the battle by about 4 to 5 minutes, which would be sufficient for the boss to have fun and wipe them all out. Zhang Yang stepped up and inserted the now customary promotional phase into the input box. "Silky soft bras, providing you the best protection for your assets. Lone Desert Smoke." As such, the server proceeded to announce the victory notification throughout China. As the rewards, all of them obtained 10 gold coins and 500 Union reputation points. However, there was no SP rewards but a luck attribute point. There was also a level 4 gemstone reward which were given, based on the player's main attributes. Naturally, Zhang Yang obtained a vitality gemstone. Once everything was accounted for, Zhang Yang traveled to Thunderstorm Castle and then to White Jade Castle. There he used the party summon order and pulled everyone back, as per Han Yingzhu's insistent instructions. After everyone gathered together, Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan dragged Zhang Yang along, making sure that he did not run away when it came to identifying the mythical equipment for them. Although he did not want to, he did not have much of a choice to begin with. He took out all the mythical equipment and gave them to the identifier. The older gentleman was taking his time, reading a piece of newspaper. When he saw Zhang Yang coming into his store, the man placed down his reading glasses and spoke to Zhang Yang in a rather annoyed tone. "Young man, there's no need to rush. A gentleman must always be conscious of his posture." Fatty Han had even brought along his girlfriend, Zaya Wei. The girl was extremely sweet and polite, nothing like what Fatty Han had described. If Fatty Han had never mentioned about her being as ruthless as a hungry lion with him, Zhang Yang would have never imagined it. The night continued on, and everyone was enjoying the dinner and conversation. However, when someone mentioned the name Liu Wei and one sword stroke, everyone's mood turned foul. As the saying went, nations that crumble from foreign attacks will rebuild and come back stronger than ever. But what of an attack that comes from the inside? Even though Imperial Sky could never reach the strength level of lone desert smoke, the guild was still one of the strongest guilds in China's region. Despite so, the guild had crumbled down due to internal strife because of a single woman. Everyone understood the damage, but Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had a deeper insight of it. A simultaneous roar from all players in the entire world could be heard. Just as they had taken 3F* seeking days to introduce a simple inheritance patch, they would need to endure another server shut down now, just to patch some battle companion crap. What the hell? No matter how much the players complained, there was no stopping from what that was to come. The patch would still commence. Players from all over the world lost connection to the game in less than a minute. But luckily, the patch was only 5 minutes. The server came back online slightly earlier. Some of the players that were not as active like Zhang Yang had not realized that and logged in after the server was patched the second time. With such a little time, Zhang Yang and his gang took the chance to review the battle companion crap from the official site. Zhang Yang jumped when he heard Perilous finally uttering her first word. He would have never expected Big Brother 1 to be her first word. On Cloud 9, Zhang Yang smiled happily and said, "Perilous, do you know who you are?" Perilous was surprised at the sudden question and went quiet as she dwelled in her sea of thoughts. After a slight wincing, Perilous shook her head and replied, "I think I do, but whenever I try to remember it, I would have a headache." Zhang Yang walked closer to her and patted her head gently. She was at his shoulder height, and it was easy for Zhang Yang to rub the top of her head. "There's no need to hurt yourself thinking about it. You'll have my word that I will protect you." "Yes, big brother," Perilous nodded her head enthusiastically. Zhang Yang opened Perilous' profile window and analyzed her properties. Perilous, humanoid. Level 30. HP, 43,530. Defense, 1,960. Melee attack, 5,888, 6,488. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. Skills. "Nicely done," Zhang Yang cried out. He had the heart of the Death Knight equipped and would only experience half of the intended stun duration. However, since his character level was already 20 levels beyond the item level, the equipment's effect would be reduced. Thus, Zhang Yang had experienced 1.2 seconds of the 2-second stun. After a slugfest, Zhang Yang defeated the giant orc and obtained a few pieces of inscribed cloth and a few silver coins. When Zhang Yang looted the item, he found the inscribed cloth odd, considering the fact that the orc only had a short loincloth on. After he finished up with his business there, Zhang Yang called out to Felis, "Let's go." Felis answered obediently, "Pua." A venomous projectile flew through the air and splattered all over Zhang Yang's armor. The green liquid almost immediately started sliding off his armor. The damage done to him was only 3,061 natural damage. The monsters in the Chaos Realm were a distinct step above their pre-Chaos Realm brethren. Immediately, Felis started acting on her own, without waiting for a single word from Zhang Yang. She shot down from the sky and morphed back into an energetic young woman. With a quick thrust of her spear, Felis stabbed the snake. -6,201. She was already level 77, having grown far stronger since the time Zhang Yang fought the orcs. Sadly, her attacks have been reduced by the system's level gap suppression. On monsters over level 107, she would only deal 50% of her damage. However, even with half of her attacks taken away by the system, one attack from her spear was already enough to take away 1/3 of the snake's HP. Hydra resumed an attack stance. After the green head retracted back, the red color head expanded the venom sac below its jaw and spat out a stream of fire, passing right through Zhang Yang's face. -9,882. Zhang Yang rolled over quickly. He had already taken a huge amount of damage and had also gained a debuff called Burning, which could induce blindness at a certain rate within 15 seconds. "Bloody snake, how dare you!" Felis jumped into the air and changed to her dragonhawk form. She shot into the sky and flew closer to the boss, attacking him with a fire missile to enact vengeance. -8,921. The boss took its share of damage, slightly higher than what it had done to Zhang Yang, and wiggled its head. Zhang Yang frowned. Right then, Felis was only 30 levels behind the Hydra. Technically, her attacks should be higher than that. Zhang Yang thought for a while and had an idea. "Felis, attack the white head after this." "You." "Who are you?" One of them looked like their ringleader, the one they called young Master Bendok, shouted at Zhang Yang with anger. The moment one of them had been slashed, the other two had sobered up immediately upon the sight of spilled blood. "Me, I am no one, just a passing grim reaper." Zhang Yang took note of their green-colored name tags and was troubled by it. Killing a friendly NPC would not do him any good. There might even be a chance of him increasing the enmity of the residents who live in the town of Mourning. It might even affect the quest availability, or worse, he might not even able to get himself a territory command order. Right then, Zhang Yang had already succumbed to his anger. With furious killing intent in his eyes, he brandished his sword, not hiding his intention to spare any of them. When Felis arrived at Zhang Yang's side, she was infuriated. Fiery sparks burst from the tip of her spear. Zhang Yang knew this stone giant from his past life. Located near the first territory after arriving at the Chaos Realm, this mythical tier boss resided on a hill. Since the boss lingered around the hill close to the town, many players have repeatedly committed suicide against it, hoping to get a shot at killing it. In his past life, he had seen the boss a couple of times in his previous life. At most, the boss was constantly fighting with players that had come from Mourning Town. Now that Chaos Realm was just released, and Zhang Yang was the only person who could access this realm, The boss was alive, well, and left alone. Not until Zhang Yang had roused it just to help him kick some butts. Zhang Yan did not dare to risk giving these monsters the chance to strike first. These are all ranged attacking monsters, and they had already surrounded Zhang Yang from all directions. Just imagine this. If 50 plus of these monsters launched their assaults on Zhang Yang at the same time, he would be instantly killed, even if he were to activate his shield wall. So Zhang Yang made a quick decision to throw Lualina over to Felis and say, "Felis, take Lualina and get the hell out of here." Roger. Felis was well aware that Zhang Yang had more than one method of escaping, so she did not raise any objections this time around and started taking off with Lualina in her arms. "After them, do not let them escape," Brandon growled ruthlessly. Zhang Yang hopped on to the snow-scale wind serpent as Felis and Lualina followed him up. As he telepathically controlled it, the serpent began to hover and fly into the sky, heading towards the morning town. Finally, it was possible to soar freely in the sky. The feeling is just too sweet. The flying speed of the serpent was at least 3 times faster than the movement speed on the ground. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Yang could see the morning town from afar. Zhang Yang took a stop at the front of Lualina's little cottage and put the blind little girl there as a temporary measure. He planned to slay Rakia first, which should guarantee Lualina's safety after that. "Ding, you have completed a quest. In for a penny, in for a pound. Acquired 5 million experience points." The boss was finally dead, and it was time to harvest the loot and see what the boss dropped. Rakia had dropped a total of 4 pieces of equipment, but among the 4, only one of them was a violet platinum tier equipment, and the remaining 3 were all yellow gold tier equipment. Ever since the number of violet platinum bosses appearing is getting more and more, the yellow gold tier equipment were slowly dropping in popularity and value. It seems that the violet platinum tier equipment has taken over the role. This special piece of violet platinum equipment is a light silver leather cloth. Purplish sparkles hovered over the equipment, making it look otherworldly. Silver tiger fur cuirass, violet platinum leather armor. Defense plus 48. Vitality plus 847. Strength plus 242. Agility plus 548. Equip increases 3% damage. Royal Highness of Thunder and his goons reflexively craned their necks upwards to look into the sky. What they saw was a gigantic shadow of a bird hovering in the midair. As the sun was just over the gigantic bird, they were partially blinded by the sunlight and could barely make out the scene. Most of them had almost instantly shut their eyes, staring back to the ground, recovering from the glare. Hoof. Zhang Yang gave a command to the serpent, and they both landed heavily onto the ground. Felis was also standing atop the serpent's back like a steadfast bodyguard, her lance held ready. "Huh!" The goons from the myth were all stunned when they saw the serpent landing right before their eyes. Could this be the legendary flying mount circulating in the official forums? Well, this had to be the easiest, most peaceful, and most boring territory conquest in the entire history of gaming. Zhang Yang sat on Whitey and wandered around the small town. The mayor was dead, thanks to Zhang Yang, but it seemed that nothing had changed at all. His death had not changed anything at all. The entire town was still very silent. The town folks were still doing what they were supposed to do. Nothing had changed at all. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Server announcement. The territory conquest has ended. The last player with the territory command order is player Zhan Yu. Morning Town is now a private territory. Everyone shall be teleported back to their main cities immediately. It was an ending that everyone saw coming. No matter how envious the other people were, the irrefutable fact was that the morning town belonged to Zhang Yang now. Messick, elite humanoid. Level 110. HP 1,100,000. MP 10,000. Defense 1,200. Melee attack 8,094, 9,094. Skills. Light of Life recovers 10% health points. Consumes 500 MP. Foul Chatters. Begins to curse at a target, inflicting a large amount of aggro. Instant activation. Cool down 5 seconds. Note, calls himself the best tailor in the world. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh, so this was the person who had tricked the Duchess into walking naked in the public. So he said, "You really have balls of steel. You even dare make fun of a Duchess." Messick laughed and said, "I say you, my friend, can't we get out of this dangerous place first, before we speak any further?" Ding, Messick has given you a quest. Escape from Winst Castle. Will you accept it? That got Zhang Yang's attention, so it might really be true that there was a treasure chamber deep within the territory. He smiled and said, "All right, seeing that you are so sincere already, I shall help you one more time." You only agreed to help because you heard about the treasure chamber." Messick was annoyed. "You are even more shameless than I am. Don't you dare say something like that to my big brother." Perilous was annoyed by Messick's words, so she raised up her lance and jabbed the sharp tip straight into Messick's butt. Previously, Zhang Yang wasn't aware of any of the arrows had really gone straight into Messick's anus, but this time, he was very positive that the lance totally penetrated Messick's vital spot. Messick was in much pain that he kept howling towards the sky as he jumped about 3 meters high, with his hands pressed against his face. His face had turned really pale. Zhang Yang let out an intimidating roar. Instead of retreating, he pushed forwards against the elite monsters, slamming his shield into one of the monsters' faces. At the same instant, he raised his right leg and gave a powerful kick right at the other elite monster beside the monster he was currently engaged with. Bam! Book! Although Zhang Yang was at a disadvantage in terms of strength when standing up against a level 115 yellow-gold boss, but he could still take on the elite-tier monsters without much trouble. The 2 elite-tier monsters staggered back as he pressed on, unable to retaliate. Their chanting for Heart Pierce were repeatedly interrupted. -2,814. -2,711. Zhang Yang was inflicted with 2 basic damage values of the monster's normal attacks, rather than 2 Heart Pierce, as he had managed to interrupt the monsters from casting the skills. Zhang Yang went all out, trying his very best to capture the aggro of the boss. However, his DPS never even surpassed 4,000 damage. To get the boss attention from Perilous, one would have to reach a DPS of 10,000 damage at least. That wouldn't be achieved so easily. After pushing himself, having gulped down a bottle of power potion, and even activating his Dance of the Heaven and Earth, Zhang Yang finally succeeded at becoming the primary target of the boss. 30 seconds after the battle raged on, Zhang Yang found himself close to death, having been tossed around relentlessly by the boss without any moment of pause. He had no choice but to activate his Berserker's heal, and healed himself back up to full health again. Streams of lightning rained down upon Zhang Yang as high damage values. Ranging between 11,000 points and 12,000 points were inflicted upon him, one after another. After just a brief period of time, Zhang Yang was already forced to activate his Berserker's heal and shield wall to keep himself alive for a little longer, followed by the activation of his last vigor and blood of life. While he was at it, he also consumed potions. Every time the global cool-down period for using potions was over. Meanwhile, the aggro value on Messick was increasing drastically. Zhang Yang was now certain that he would not even have to activate his Shadow of the Void to disengage from the battle. All he had to do now was to stop attacking for a moment, and Messick would definitely gain the aggro of the boss. The ancient-looking pale yellowish necklace and the bronze armor plate were both violet platinum tier. Unfortunately, although both of these equipment were powerful, players could only equip them when they reached level 120. By level 110, Zhang Yang would no longer be looking for violet platinums. He would be hunting for mythical tiered equipment. These level 120 violet platinum equipment would be mere decorations by then. Still, they would fetch a great price. If Zhang Yang sells them, they would definitely capture the eyes of a large number of buyers and earn Zhang Yang a lot of money. They were still good loot, no matter what. The single piece of yellow gold scale was not an equipment, but instead it was a material. Golden Dragon Scale, material. Right after the server announcement, every single player in the China region was feverish with excitement. A war between two kingdoms. The first war between two kingdoms. Many players traveled back to their main cities to take a look at what the special merchant had to offer, to see how much merit points would require for each of the equipment and items available. After taking a good look at the list, everyone was shocked to find that among the list, there were a few pieces of level 100 violet platinum equipment. At the current stage of the game, players would already be respected and cheered on for having a full set of yellow gold equipment. After all, the number of violet platinum bosses appearing across the open world map was just too small. So violet platinum equipment can only belong to those players at the top. Even rich players needed luck to get a violet platinum equipment. Zhang Yang summoned the flying serpent, much to the delight of Wei Yan and Han Yingzhu. Both of them insisted to ride along, something which he did not mind. The serpent had reached a point where it was strong enough to lift 3 to 5 players. However, in this mode of transportation, players who are riding along would not be able to participate in fights. The flying serpent shot into the sky, taking Zhang Yang, Han Yingzhu, and Wei Yan to the front lines. The moment they reached, the little brat and Han Yingzhu summoned their own mounts and headed straight into enemy lines. With Han Yingzhu taking care of Wei Yan Zhang Yang was left at ease. Together with Perilous, they went back up to the skies. Why not make use of the first flying mount in the game? It would be a shame not to. Players had all the right to spend every single second fighting for merit points. But wisdom sometimes trumps strength. Reviving on the spot would only give you 20% HP for a start. It's not safe to roam around with such low health. The battlefield may look empty, but the place was filled with invisible thieves lurking about, preying on the weak. Suffice to say, if you are newly revived, the first few seconds where you sit down to heal would be the most dangerous period. Since you can only revive yourself for a total of 3 times, the remaining players would be extremely cautious about their lives, while thieves would have their eyes and ears wide open. Professional players had something else in mind. Besides obtaining equipment, they wanted to get titles. Those rewards can never be discarded after gaining levels, unlike that of an equipment. It would be something that you can wear on your name tag till Kingdom comes. Plus, it's cool. Oi, stop following us. Buzz off, cried Zhang Yang. For a while now, Zhang Yang and his party had been flitting about, trying to remain inconspicuous while one sword stroke, Snow Seeker and Greensleeve Prince had followed them closely. Zhang Yang was immensely annoyed. With such a large number of players concentrated in a small area, it would surely attract the attention of the boss. If that happens, they would be in serious trouble. Lo and behold, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Maukender tugged on his reins and rode like the wind towards Zhang Yang. "Oh, Athish dollar hashat?" Zhang Yang's face turned white. These idiots. Most unhelpfully, one sword stroke and Snow Seeker scattered from his party. Maukender paused only a brief second and decided to charge towards Zhang Yang. "Mother F*** Seeker," Fatty Hen cried. They were very well aware of the boss' power by now. Zhang Yang immediately called out, "I'll take the boss, run." "But," "Feudal," Serena proclaimed, as she swung her sword and blasted the healers behind Maukender with a wide green sword aura. The green light radiance morphed into the dragon and tore them all to pieces. Without any signs of losing strength, the green dragon flew straight on and clawed its way through the castle wall. A loud crashing noise was heard, and the castle wall collapsed, revealing a large hole that drew the attention of many players around. The blade aura had more power than it was expected to have and soared to the sky, at where the dragon riders of Emerald Kingdom hovered. The light force cleaved through the giant dragon in half and brought its rider down. Zhang Yang fiddled with the inheritance fragment and thought of the god of war inheritance. In his previous life, the blabbering North America player had publicly announced the method of obtaining the first fragment of the god of war. As long as you get your hands on the first piece of the inheritance fragment, the system will automatically lead you to the next fragment, either through quests or other means when a player enters the map that has a piece of the inheritance fragment. It was made easy for players to collect all other inheritance fragments. Hence, as long as players get the first one, the rest of the inheritance fragments would be easy to collect over time. The first piece of the God of War inheritance fragment was not obtained by quest nor a boss drop. It was found deep inside a cave. It was as easy as finding a cave. The problem, however, was getting into the cave. Zhang Yang ignored the monster. There's no reason to make a detour for a single orc. Even though there were monsters that were airborne and sharing the same airspace as he, there were more monsters that were roaming the earth than in the air. Zhang Yang had merely spent a short time defeating monsters that were randomly scattered in the airspace and reached his destination, the cavern of lava and amber. The map was the lair of the man-eating orcs. Even though Zhang Yang had not yet entered the system of caverns, he had a good idea about the sheer number of orcs in the map by counting the orcs that were coming in and out of the cavern. Molten man-eating orc, elite humanoid. Level 125. HP 1,250,000. Defense 1,300. Melee attack 8,381, 10,381. Skills. Raging Smash. Bashes the target with rage. Inflicts 150% melee physical damage. Has a fixed chance of stunning the target. After flying for half an hour, Zhang Yang arrived at the airspace of the psychedelic valley. He then descended down towards the Earth's surface and found himself in the middle of a beautiful, flourishing valley that was filled with life. The rivers were clean, the trees were growing thickly in the forest, and the animals were thriving. There were even rabbits among other small critters playing around in a small flower bush. It was like Eden. However, even in the most peaceful of environments, danger could exist in many ways. Just when one of the little rabbit was happy hopping around a tree, the root shot out and grabbed the little rabbit. The tree's trunk cracked open a mouth and swallowed it whole. His strength clearly demonstrated before every orc present, and they submissively made way for him. That was what power could do in the orcish society. Not politics, not money, but by fists of fury. Whoever who wields the biggest stick shall be treated with utmost respect. As the saying goes, the strong prey on the weak. Zhang Yang ventured into the deepest section of the orc's lair. How did that dwarf get in? Zhang Yang moved like a shadow and quietly hid behind a coffin closest to the dwarf. He peered out and saw that he was unpacking many large bottles, mixing them up together. There was a cloud of colored gas floating up and around him. After mixing a couple more liquids, he raised a bottle of what seemed to be a completed potion and spoke to himself happily. I did it! I will be the first to find the ancient treasure. I will be the one to write this historical event down in the books. I will be the greatest explorer there is. I will be the richest there is. Galulu then poured the liquid onto a solid block on the floor, melting it away. The rock was pitch black and looked extremely tough, but when Galulu poured the liquid over it, it turned into a sand and was blown away. Galulu then brushed the now softened rock away and unearthed a black-colored box. Mecha was not difficult to spot. In no time at all, Zhang Yang had already found a small hut by the lake. There was a vegetation farm next to the hut. A middle-aged man was in the midst of it, watering the plants. The man was sloppily dressed in tattered cloth linen clothes. Everything from his movements to his appearance had no indication of his colorful past. Still, there was one thing about his appearance. Zhang Yang could see that beneath the ragged clothes, the man had a muscular body. He had a pretty good-looking face, too. Zhang Yang believed that if he were to change into something a little more luxurious, he would easily be one of those noble elitists. Even right then, there was a sense of maturity, especially the light in his eyes. He had some mysterious charm that would entice even the loveliest of maidens. He was definitely a man of tales. Mecha, elite humanoid. Level 120. HP 1,200,000. Defense 1,300. Melee attack. After all, Zhang Yang was not a mere gray-silver tier tanker. He had a full set of violet platinum tier equipment. Furthermore, those were not some random pieces of violet platinum equipment cobbled up together into one set. Zhang Yang had a complete set of equipment. How would it be possible for a mere elite tier monster to suppress him? The tiger was magnificent in every manner except for one thing, its size. The thing was the same size as a tiny kitten. Zhang Yang could not help but begin doubting. There is that age-old saying, size does not matter. Yet, how would that middle-aged uncle accept something of this size? But wait, this was not the Tiger King related to his questline. It was a flying mount. Winged Tiger Cub, Violet Platinum Flying Mount. Level 0. HP 50. Note can be sealed. A Violet Platinum Flying Mount. If it already looked like this as a cub, how would it be as an adult? A white tiger, a rare specimen indeed. People are going to swoon over this mount. Zhang Yang held off the urge to take out his own sealing leash and sent a voice message over to Han Ying Zhu and Wei Yan When are you guys going to wrap it up? Hee, what's wrong, silly you? You miss me already. Witchy Snow began to tease Zhang Yang as usual. This was the crucial 10% stage. Anusuba was beginning to get extremely agitated. Its entire body began to radiate in a bloody red, glowing light. The boss looked as if it had just taken a dip in a blood tub. The two glowing eyes of the boss started releasing chilly vapors. The foul stench from its mouth grew even stronger, suffocating Zhang Yang to the point that he almost smashed his face into the ground. Upon seeing the hundreds of female knights before them, Han Yingzhu lost her tongue for the moment, before she recovered and said, Silly you, why couldn't you just lure a small number of monsters every time you summon me? Zhang Yang shook his head as he said, Nonsense. If I'm only fighting a small number of monsters, why would I even need your help? You ruffians, how dare you go against the will of Snowflake Castle? In the name of the Countess, we shall kill you all. a female knight with a pair of extremely outstanding boobs shouted, as she waved her sword and directed it at Zhang Yang. Instantly, the hundreds of female knights right before Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu started their charge. This countess is a level 135 mythical boss, and her level is already 32 levels higher than Zhang Yang's level. The damage he inflicts on the boss would be restricted by the level gap suppression function of the game. That was just unfair. Zhang Yang and the ladies would not be able to channel their damage output efficiently because of the level gap suppression function of the game. Furthermore, this is not just some yellow-gold boss. This is an actual mythical tier boss. Zhang Yang had not forgotten the day when he had to struggle against the Spectre B*TCH from the Imperial Heavens Empire who had been dead for thousands of years. It had been so tiring. Compared to that encounter with that boss, although they had one more Violet Platinum tier mount, and a battle companion with higher tiers with them this time, they were still far stronger than they are now. Zhang Yang took the inheritance keepsake of the god of war out of his inventory. The axe suddenly became alive and freed itself from the grip of Zhang Yang. After that, the axe radiated and turned into a stream of light, and it began to fly off. He quickly patted Whitey Jr., and the serpent soared to the sky and chased after the light. Although the light was traveling quite swiftly, it would stop after a certain distance, as if it was waiting for Zhang Yang to follow it. That way, Zhang Yang would not lose track of it. Although this small axe got the chance to rest, however, Whitey Jr. was giving its all, flying at its top speed just to keep up with it. Whitey Jr. was so exhausted that its two beady eyes were swollen with tears. It would turn around to look at Zhang Yang, trying to look pitiful, pleading Zhang Yang to let it stop and rest for a while. The massacre was endless. Zhang Yang had lost count on how many opponents he had slain. However, both sides of the arena were piled up with countless bodies, and the very air itself was shrouded in red mist. In this arena, the passing time would be much slower than the time in the game, because Dream Technology has managed to adjust the in-game time and the real time to the ratio of 3:1. They would have no problem adjusting it further here. Zhang Yang felt that he had been killing for an entire month already. Whenever he battled one opponent during the day, he would have one night to rest it off before he would encounter another new opponent the next day. Zhang Yang figured that he had probably overnight for over 30 times. Finally, he was teleported out of the arena. However, it was actually not impossible to slay the boss at the current moment. It would only require the support of powerful items, such as the Forbidden Scroll. Zhang Yang could not help but let out a breath of sigh as he began to think about the insufficient number of good cards on his deck. If only he could get a large number of Forbidden Scrolls, then he should be able to crush this boss without any problems. Unfortunate for him, being the first to enter the Chaos Realm, Zhang Yang had only managed to obtain one Forbidden Scroll ever since he stepped foot into this realm. It seems that the rate of dropping of this item is extremely low. So, hoping for players to sell out a rare item like the Forbidden Scroll isn't going to cut it. Is this mighty and powerful ethereal tier boss about to be slain battle companion who was 50 levels underneath it? Zhang Yang could not help but to feel giddy and lightheaded. But after seeing the HP bar of the boss dropping lower than 20%, he was very certain that it was not his eyes playing tricks on him. Everything that was happening was the real deal. Zhang Yang did not act like a clueless animal, nor did he become hot-headed and charged right towards the boss, although he actually thought of doing it initially. That was just his emotions taking over for a second, because he could not watch Phyllis charging up to a powerful boss, getting herself killed. In the game, it would not matter how powerful the mounts or the battle companions are. Once the player who owns them dies, the mount and the battle companion would disappear as well. So the best way for Zhang Yang to help Felis is to find a suitable spot and make sure that he survives. The teleportation circle was activated. Zhang Yang arrived at the Winst Castle in no time at all. The moment after he walked right out of the teleportation hall, he saw Han Yingzhu running in a hurry towards him. Before he could even open his mouth to ask, he saw that annoying whiner NPC, Messick, chasing after her plump buttocks. He chuckled, amused. Witchy Snow, why did you simply flirt around and attract weird beings again? Zhang Yang appeared to be a savior to Han Yingzhu the moment she laid eyes on him. She quickly ran behind Zhang Yang and used him as her human shield. Then she said, "My charm is too great to be ignored. Even NPCs can be seduced by just looking at me. Silly you, please save me." Messick revealed an impatient expression on his face as he stared at Zhang Yang. "I say, you ugly horse, stand aside while a gentleman like myself is pursuing true love." "Felis, how do you feel now? Are you all right now?" After summoning the little lady out from the battle companion slot, Zhang Yang asked her with genuine concern. Felis shook her head and said, "Nothing is off, big brother." Zhang Yang could not help but sulked a little. The little girl seemed to be on some form of heavenly steroids, as she went all out on the Black Dragon boss. So, logically speaking, she should have experienced some side effect from that kind of rush. The ancient kung fu masters who had went all out with their super skills and all in crushing their enemies would actually shorten their lives by 10 years or so. This little lady actually recovered after a nap. After everything that she went through, that doesn't even make any sense. What the hell, the Black Dragon must have died with its eyes opened. Can you remember anything that happened before you passed out? Zhang Yang asked further. With her absolute defense activated, Felis became every tank player's envy. Every attack from the boss was like an itch to her. Aegis let out a series of thunderous roars as it fluttered its wings, stirring up waves of strong air currents that were so strong that they almost blew Zhang Yang off his feet. Zhang Yang could feel as if he was a small raft in the middle of a thunderstorm that threatened to capsize him at any time. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Yang recovered his stance and began to increase his damage output towards the boss. As the DPS of Felis in her humanoid form is much weaker than her DPS when she is in her Dragonhawk form, it became easier for Zhang Yang to retake the aggro of the boss. With some increment in his DPS, Zhang Yang managed to put himself back at the top of the aggro list of the boss in just 5 seconds. Zhang Yang caught up to Han Yingzhu and forced her to summon the huge pervert, Messick. The moment the despicable battle companion appeared, the perverted young man cried his eyes out and said to Han Yingzhu, "Oh, my mistress. Please punish me with your loving whip tilde." Zhang Yang had the man unequip his weapon. The man was using a violet platinum tier spear. Even though the level of the weapon was lower than the crimson blazing sword, it also had the power to level up along with Messick. When the big pervert turned level 120, the spear will also be upgraded to a level 120 violet platinum spear. However, only the level would change, not the weapon tier. The tier would always and forever will be a violet platinum tier. To have something even better, they would have to earn a better weapon, just like players do. After all, Felis was not only battle companion around. Like a boy on a pogo stick, Zhang Yang hopped about, evading all the laser beam's attacks. Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan-er, who were standing a distance away from where Zhang Yang was battling, clapped their hands and cheered him on. The boss, Death Ray, attack radius was vast. Luckily, Felis had the battle awareness and intelligence to maneuver around the beam in the air. All the while, the two girls were having a good time cheering for the both of them, but Zhang Yang was too busy to respond. Since when did this chick get to level 100? But then again, if Han Ying-Zhu and Wei Yan-Er were able to discover the main story quest, others would be able to. There are many wonders and mysteries in God's miracle. Things like how did Dusk Phoenix being level 100 wouldn't be that much of a surprise. The real question was, why was Dusk Phoenix here with him? It would really be a 1 in a million chance that Dusk Phoenix would be there because of a quest. If that was really the case, she should be here Zhang Yang. It was likely, as Zhang Yang had embarrassed the hell out of her in the land of the sacred glory. So how did she even find him? Such bounce, so wow, very hypnotizing. It was indeed mesmerizing to look at. However, there is always a limit to everything. When something gets far too large, it loses the sex appeal. It would turn into a horror movie. With Zhang Yang continuous smacking, Dusk Phoenix's swollen breasts could make 99% of all girls envious and 100% of men to have the urge to bury their heads in those peaks. The problem was that, when her breasts swelled up even further, they became so large that they started sagging. "Zhan Yu, I'll never forgive you." Dusk Phoenix literally had tears flowing down her pretty face. She had abandoned her daggers and appeared to have no desire of fighting on. Such a torturous session had left her with a mental scar. Pew! Zhang Yang rushed over with great speed to finish up the quest. In his haste, Zhang Yang did not even bother to review the loots and just swept them all into his inventory. He then rode Whitey Jr. and rushed over to the Camaro Islands. Zhang Yang allowed the flying serpent to take the wheel as he reviewed the drops. Laguana had dropped a total of 3 equipment, a yellow gold bow, a yellow gold cloth armor pants, and a violet platinum shield which was rather strong. Molten lava shield, violet platinum shield. Defense plus 2016. Vitality plus 1411. Equip effect. Absorbs 688 damage upon attack. Equip effect, upon receiving an attack, grants a 10% chance to counterattack with a flamethrower, deals 700 fire damage. Equip effect, increases 2,800 maximum HP. Unidentified. Level requirement, 120. Having obtained the God of War inheritance, Zhang Yang was in high spirits and decided that it was good cause for a big celebration. He had invited Fatty Han to join him for dinner together with them at a high-class hotel restaurant. The entire family soon gathered up and sat down happily. Zhang Yang took the opportunity to talk about the inheritance, starting all the way from the passive stat boosts to the amazing transformation skill. At that point, everyone had gasped in surprise and shock. Names like pervert, wretch, hypocrite flew in his face. Zhang Yang blinked in surprise. Come on. It's a transformation skill. It's not like I would go faking my identity. It's not that. Transforming as in changing your gender. Changing your gender just for the sake of power is so perverted. Tut, you're such an airhead. Wei Yan-Er patted Zhang Yang's shoulder like she was an elder sibling. Now that they have already reached this bridge, why not cross it? Perhaps 2 little Zhang Yangs were already forming in each of their wombs. Before allowing the women to leave the room, Zhang Yang held the door shut and got into a heated argument with the both of them. His authoritative aura was finally of some use. Eventually, both of them agreed to take a step back and acknowledge that each other would be with Zhang Yang from now on. However, there was one problem that he simply couldn't address. Both of them wanted his hand in marriages, and the other woman to be the side chick. After accepting the quest, Zhang Yang summoned Whitey Jr. and flew along with Fellis to the place called Jackal Men's Ridge. The ridge was too short to be called a ridge to begin with. It was close to only 200 to 300 meters in length. Due to the thick, blackened clouds in the sky, Whitey Jr. was unable to get much altitude and only flew about 10 or more meters over the ground. At this altitude, the monsters in the ground were capable of attacking with their ranged attacks. Zhang Yang had no idea where the goods were and felt that kiting so many monsters would be a bad idea. Still, it was a good chance for Zhang Yang to grind some levels. Since they could not fly up high, Zhang Yang decided to walk on foot and hike the mountain with Felis. In terms of individual damage, Crushing Strike was far weaker than Horizontal Sweep. However, the attack range of the skill was ginormous. The skill's effective range was as large as 100 meters around Zhang Yang. Be it the boss or his 12 little brothers, the attack had even managed to attack the monsters who were resting in the wooden sheds of the encampment. Rudely interrupted, the jackalmen had rushed out of their wooden sheds to attack Zhang Yang. In his transformed form, these new arrivals were like ants to him. All it would take is just a simple punch to kill them all. He did not even need to move around, adjust angles, or lift a foot. With his now boosted armor, be it 100 or 1,000, he would not lose a single drop of health. Such an awesome feeling. Enough with that. "I intended to call you here for a boss anyway," said Zhang Yang as he pointed at the direction of the golden monkey. "That's him." That's a mythical tier boss," the two females gasped. After the Chaos Realm threshold, many of bosses that they had encountered were mostly Violet Platinum. The only mythical boss ever encountered was the Black Dragon that Zhang Yang had killed. None of the ladies had ever seen any mythical tier boss. "Dummy, can you really hold up against that?" said Han Yingzhu with a bit of concern. "Minus 40,512. The winged monkey had completed the chanting for the radiant eyes of the clairvoyant. The quarterstaff of the winged monkey king swung towards the chest of Zhang Yang at lightning speed, as it struck him in the middle of his chest, causing some damage. If it wasn't for the holy shield that had been cast him earlier on, this strike would have inflicted Zhang Yang with more than 50,000 damage. That was not all. The impact of this swing was so freaking powerful that it sent Zhang Yang flying, along with Whitey Jr., who was beneath him 10s of meters back. Zhang Yang could taste his own blood in his throat as a small amount of blood was forced out from his mouth. If he had hurriedly attempted to gulp down a healing potion, at that moment, he would have spat the healing potion out from his mouth, together with his blood. That would have wasted one bottle of healing potion and one chance for taking a potion. Zhang Yang scouted around the magical fruit of yin and yang, while Han Yingzhu and Wei Yan went up to the loot dropped from the boss, full of joy and expectations. The winged monkey king dropped 4 pieces of equipment in total. One was a pitch-black, huge metallic quarterstaff. One end of it was heavier than the other, ending in a huge, non-reflective crown, so it should work as a bludgeoning weapon, something like a maul or a hammer. The second equipment was a pair of greaves that was also purely black in color, looking rather bulky. The third one was a fine piece of jewelry, an alluring, dark blue necklace that sparkled brilliantly, making itself look pricey. Last but not least, was an exquisite long gown in the color of creamy white. Zhang Yang was still searching around for his fruit. Meanwhile, Wei Yan picked up the gown and put it by herself, trying to see if it fit her, and she asked, "Snow, do I look pretty in this?" The first steps of collecting the fragments of an inheritance are understandably annoying. However, if a player could even get one piece of the fragments, it would just be a matter of time before the player can locate the remaining pieces. So in just 7 days, Fatty Han had already gathered the 6 pieces of the vampire inheritance, fragments, and put them together to form the inheritance keepsake of the vampire inheritance. With that inheritance keepsake in his hands, Fatty Hand succeeded in activating the linking quest for the vampire inheritance. The first few quests had only required players to run around and kill some weaker monsters. Even with his current level and skills, Fatty Hand could have handled things by himself with ease, despite his controls were not at the level of a professional player. He could still crush every monster that the quests required him to kill without any problem at all. Zhan Yu, ode to the Grim Reaper, was enraged. He raised up his sword and shield and pointed the sharp tip of the blade at Zhang Yang. "You dare to insult me!" So this imbecile claimed Zhang Yang's nationality to be Korean, but felt humiliated when Zhang Yang claimed himself to be their supreme leader. Now, who is the joke now? What are we waiting for? Stop with the *T and get rid of him already, one of the spellcasters with the name of Ancient House Prince said. It was pretty obvious that he was not very fond of Ode to the Grim Reaper. He pointed his staff at Zhang Yang and started chanting for his spell. A Japanese player, perhaps. Zhang Yang revealed a sinister smile on his face and said, "Fellas, let's go and kill that shorty Japan." Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was pleased with the outcome of the battle. He had just crippled a party made up of top-tier players from a large region, and more importantly, he had taken them out all by himself without any other party members around him. That itself was already an impressive achievement. It does not matter even if he fails to capture all of them. Unfortunately, such days will not remain for long. When other players begin to acquire inheritances for themselves, the advantage that Zhang Yang has right now would diminish, or even be gone. But the God of War inheritance is the best top-tier S-class inheritance in the game. Only 6 players would be able to obtain this class. Ergo, Zhang Yang would still have some advantages over the other players. But the advantages he holds shall not be as great as before. In God's miracle, when it comes to the level gap suppression feature of the game, there is a 10% rate of players inflicting only 10% of the damage that they can cause to monsters. Then, there is a 20% rate for players to only inflict 20% of their initial damage. This follows with a 30% rate for players to only inflict 30% of their initial damage. Last but not least, there is a 40% rate for players to only inflict 50% of their initial damage. In other words, players would never have the chance to inflict more than 50% of their normal damage when the level gap suppression function of the game is activated, due to the large gap between the level of players and the level of monsters. The strike that Zhang Yang landed on the monster was only 20% of his normal damage. Zhang Yang acted without hesitation as he threw the glare of the death god on the boss. For every passing second, his mind only thought of whether the 2-hour transformation duration was enough for him to make his plan work. The cooldown period for the glare of the death god was only 60 minutes, so he can actually use the skill twice 2 times while he is still in his transformed form. Henceforth, he would use Glare of the Death God immediately. Well, who knows whether he could really time it right by then. If he can throw a third Glare of the Death God on the boss in between that 1 split second before the 2-hour-long God of War transformation, skill is over. While the boss only has 10% HP remaining on him, then Zhang Yang might stand a better chance at slaying the boss. Zhang Yang was really lucky this time. The glare of the death god could not be resisted by the boss. A large, dark skull appeared right on top of the boss's head in just an instant. Truth be told, out of the 48% HP that they had taken off, 10% of it was the additional bonus provided by the glare of the death god. This would indirectly mean that Zhang Yang and his party members were only capable of reducing 38% of the boss's HP bar in an hour. Based on their current performance, the boss would still have 14% HP remained on him when Zhang Yang's God of War transformation wears off. By then, Zhang Yang should be able to use another Glare of the Death God. As long as it takes effect, they should still stand a chance at bringing the HP bar of the boss down to 4%. However, the last two skill books that the little brat picked up were much less capable of such torture. Wei Yan took out the first skill book and pasted the name of the book onto the party channel. The skill on the skill book is called Vampiric Touch. It is a skill that was not limited to classes. Everyone stands a chance to learn it. Everyone rolled for it. The little brat was the one who got the skill book. After she learned the skill and revealed the description for the skill, Wei Yan posted the description of the skill onto the party channel immediately. Not only was Wei Yan a local in Jiusu, she was also on the board of directors of her company. Her assets were worth hundreds of millions. The university knew this and were treating her like royalty. They had already sent her all the necessary information. Her enrollment process was ready-made for her. Now all she needed to do was to turn up in person at the location and move her things into the hostel. So, when Zhang Yang drove the little brat over to the front of the hostel building, the area was already flooded with cars. Quite a number of people were busy unloading their luggage from their cars. These students should be Jiusu locals or from the towns or cities beside Jiusu, so it made sense for them to drive there by themselves. "Hey, Mr. Chang." A middle-aged man in his mid-40s came right up and said, "Come, allow me to introduce. This is Deputy Chief Gu Jungu, and we are here to celebrate his impending promotion. This is Department Chief Mr. Liu of the District Publicity Division." Chang Yue Lai was delighted. In order to do business nowadays, a businessman must have good connections with the ranking officers from up high. He would need as much support as possible from the officers if he ever wants to expand his business. Back in his day, Chang Yue Lai had managed to get in bed with a small director of the business administration department, shoving tens of thousands of gratitude money over to the director, causing his competitors to close down. After that, he monopolized the marketplace like a boss and earned a substantial sum of money. Compared to the normal tier harpies, the elite tier harpies were large in size, and their wings were definitely far more vibrant. They held long spears, and by the way the spearheads glinted in the light, the spears had to be extremely sharp. The wooden shafts of the spears were stained with dry blood, suggesting that they had been used to kill before, and that goes to show that the harpies are bloodthirsty militants. Raging Harpy, Elite Humanoid. Level 110. HP 1,100,000. Defense 1,200. Melee attack 7,594, 9,594. Skills. Screech of Despair. Makes enemies run in despair. The target will not be able to do anything for 5 seconds. Force Strike. Performs a powerful strike on the target, dealing 100% of melee damage with a 10% chance of triggering an additional attack. Clack, clack, clack. A series of noisy footsteps was heard from afar, and a party of players had approached them. The party consisted of multiple races of players, and were wearing different kinds of weird outfits. The group spotted Shinnokbi and cried out, "There!" At the same time, they spotted Zhang Yang, but remained calm and neutral. Zhang Yang examined each of their properties. Savage Lord, level 100, Guardian, Male Beastman, Land of Savages, India region. King Kong Wrath, level 100, Sacred Knight, Male Dwarf, Land of Savages, India region. King Arcane, level 100, Assassin, Male Elf, Land of Savages, India region. Hourglass Figure, level 101, Sniper, Female Elf, Land of Savages, India region. Bloodbath Apocalypse, level 100, Pyromancer, Land of Savages, India region. Savage Lord was enraged. Or he was trying to be. In truth, he was more confused than anything. There were 5 of them and one of Zhang Yang, yet he was already picking them off in the opening seconds of the battle. They did not even get the opportunity to use any life-saving skills. "Grah!" he bellowed, almost puking his guts out. All skills, including the ones that he had reserved for the boss, was unleashed. The man swung his axe and shot out a ray of silvery light. The light then morphed and formed itself into a white, fiery bird that flew directly into Zhang Yang's chest. Eh? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and decided to only use Last Vigor. The skill would push his maximum HP to over 140,000. With the 20% passive damage reduction skill, it would take a damage value of over 180,000 to kill Zhang Yang instantly. Zhang Yang maintained his pace and charged towards King Kong's wrath. Minus 5,394. Zhang Yang did not stay to guard the dead bodies. Instead, he led Shinnokbi out of the cave. The cave was too large, and if he had no quest guiding assistance, he would never be able to search for the zinc alloy when he does not even know what it looked like. As they walked on, Zhang Yang casually asked, "Shinnokbi, did the harpies do anything to you?" "No," cried Shinnokbi. His nose then grew longer. Nervous, Shinnokbi quickly added, "There's this weird lady harpy that was always asking me to place my face in front of her. She would make me repeat and lie and then a truth in turn and then repeat it over and over again. I don't know what she wanted me to do, but she made my nose all sticky and wet. What a weird harpy, asking me to use my nose to poke her insides. She knows very well that my nose is made of wood. Moisture isn't exactly good for it. She seemed to cry out each time it grew longer and shorter. How scary." Zhang Yang finished off the harpies around him and then opened the character window. Compared to when he first started the game, Zhang Yang now had 3 tabs of windows to browse through, 2 of them having been added over time. The first being his own character profile, the second was the summoned pet and battle pet, and the last one was the battle companion window, where he could look up Felis's stats. As expected, beside the 5 basic attribute points, the attack and defense properties, there was a string of stars behind each of the 5 main attribute points, indicating the level of growth Felis had. Vitality, 10 stars. Strength, 10 stars. Dexterity, 10 stars. Intelligence, 10 stars. Spirit, 10 stars. They were all 10 stars, a perfect balance. Away with you. Instead, bring me back the little wooden puppet that would grow his nose when he lies, the harpy queen drawled lazily. "Yes, my queen." 2 elite guards knelt down and saluted. Zhang Yang roared and paced over boldly. "No need to waste your time. Might I suggest you clean your neck, a little so that wouldn't stain my blade when I remove your head." "Insolent." All 20 elite guards raised their spear and glared at Zhang Yang. They awaited for their queen's command to act. The queen widened her eyes as she lazily crawled out of her nest. She spread open her glorified wings and hovered a few feet above the ground without the need to flap them. Judging from her completely naked upper body, all men would have slobbered over her. But their mood would be killed instantly when they lower their gazes to her lower half, which looked like eagle talons attached to the end of chicken drumsticks. Last one, the skill book. Pet skill book, Shatterpoint weakness. Use teaches you pet the skill, Shatterpoint weakness. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. Yanibok was a level 125 boss, despite not being the strongest entity in the map. Even so, since it was her first kill, the skill should be of some caliber. The problem was, which pet should he put the skill on? After the Greaves were identified, the stats had been increased. Vitality, 1,270. Strength and Dexterity, 601, and 2,500 max HP bonus. 5% damage boost and 512 damage absorption. However, the gemstone that Zhang Yang had socketed in were strength gemstones to increase his attack instead of defense. Hence, the increment of his HP limit was not as drastic. As of then, with the bonus of Vitality Aura, Zhang Yang's max HP was 134,520, 3,211 Strength, 24,547, 28,147 melee attack, 2,480 defense, and 2,886 damage absorption. Overall, his stats were equally balanced for attack and defense. Zhang Yang arrived safely at Morning Town with Felis in his inventory battle companion space. Only then did he summon out the newly obtained mount. Juvenile Violet Thunderhawk, mythical flying mount. Level 0. HP 50. Defense 0. Attack power 1-3. Skills nil. Zhang Yang was stunned. Was it not supposed to be only a Violet Platinum tier? It took him only 1 second to realize that the same hawk he had obtained back then had probably been respawned many times over. Furthermore, if the parent was a mythical tier boss, it should not be a mystery on why the offspring would also be a mythical being. HMPH. Lucky, a good haul. Zhang Yang summoned the flying serpent alongside the hawk and brought it to grind as swiftly as he could to level 100. The hawk could be as strong as Felis and would be a great help to him. Zhang Yang had never planned to own Winst Castle forever, but he had never wanted to lose it so soon either. However, still, the end must come. By hook or by crook, Zhang Yang would never allow the China territory be lost. He would never allow the joke of the Japan-Korea region to be rebounded back at them. Naturally, the first guildmasters he contacted were Snow Seeker, Sky Shaman, and Greensleeve Prince. In truth, there was no need for him to explain the situation. They had spies planted in lone desert smoke. Luckily, all the guildmasters that he had contacted shared the same view as Zhang Yang. Without asking, they had all agreed to lend their members to Lone Desert Smoke. It was a gesture that any guild, friendly or otherwise, would do, since it was a matter of national pride. Naturally, Morning Town was filled with players of the highest capabilities. Sun Xinyu, Han Yingzhu, Snow Seeker, and even one Sword Stroke himself was present. Additionally, Zhang Yang had even given Sun Xinyu the Forbidden Scroll just in case. If they were to lose the territory, Zhang Yang would be at loss for words. Hence, there was nothing for him to worry about while standing alone in the middle of Winst Castle. 7 p.m. Ding, the territory conquest war has started. As the notification rang, all non-Lone Desert Smoke players were teleported 10 km away. On the other hand, players of EE Guild and Sakura no Nagirmi were lined up neatly, 2 km outside their target territories. Through the new battle UI, Zhang Yang could check out the forces of both army. Morning Town, Attacker, EE. Player count 30,000 Defender, Lone Desert Smoke. Player count 39,999. Although regular mounts were not as swift as flying mounts, the gap wasn't much. The ground mounts would arrive 10 seconds after the flying mounts. The army up ahead had already arrived at the front gates of the castle. They began to launch their assaults aggressively. The city gate was not particularly tough, having a maximum HP of only 1 million. It was like a violent, powerful hurricane threatening to tear the city gate off its hinges. A territory conquest is never about the kill count. As long as the attackers take down the city hall of the territory, victory would automatically be theirs. See REATORS thoughts. ASB. Hey guys. ASB here. Do remember to cast your votes, yay XD. With the increasing number of healers arriving at the scene, the health bars of Musashi Aosama and Shuro Aosama were healed back to their full health states. Musashi Aosama laughed madly as he said, "Zhan Yu, it doesn't matter how powerful you are just one man. So let us show you just how powerful we, the great empire of Japan, really are." But players would always be players. They would always believe that they are the best. Zhang Yang would definitely not act like a boss, where its decision-making choices would mainly be restricted by the aggro system of the game. So he would not only focus his attention on Musashi Aosama and Shuro Aosama, his main target remained. If he takes out that tanker Ikebin's sake, then he will be releasing Rakovich from the control of the players around him. Then, the mythical tier boss shall be able to unleash hell upon the players from Japan. Yarrow! Musashi Aosama and Shuro Aosama screaming in rage, as they had believed that they could have stopped Zhang Yang from killing Ikebin's sake. Their confidence level was hammered hard as they were proven wrong. The delay of Ikebin's sake's demise wasn't due to the fact that the two of them posed any threat to Zhang Yang in their transformed states. It was actually because Zhang Yang was not in the mood to kill him yet. Just look at it. The Guardian was wiped out so easily. Just a single strike had already sent him to his demise without the need to throw another strike at him. The battle was totally a one-sided slaughter. Zhang Yang planted his feet in the middle of the castle entrance. Right before the front row of the Japanese players could clash into him, he swung his Heaven Shaker like the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, one who stood in the middle of the Changbin Bridge too. Every roar was lethal and every strike was destructive. With only one man, Zhang Yang was holding against tens of thousands of Japanese players, leaving no one to pass him. 19,820, 17,892, 15,922. The number of players from the Sakura no Nagare Mi had been reduced by half and they were only 1 hour into the battle. The casualty was increasing at an unacceptable rate. The Japan-Korea region had launched their assaults on the two territories of Lone Desert Smoke at the same time, however. The two massive armies were soundly annihilated like ants. The news had spread across the official forums like wildfire. At first, many players could not treat it seriously, believing them to simply be rumors, however, after knowing that the two territories of the China region still belonged to Lone Desert Smoke. Solid evidence to that fact. They could no longer deny the truth. Therefore, everyone began to wonder how did Lone Desert Smoke pull that off. After all, guarding the territory to defend their rights, overruling the territory in a territory conquest, and annihilating the enemies to claim victory in a territory conquest were two different things. I'm an adventurer from the White Jade Castle, and my name is Zhan Yu. Zhang Yang hopped off the Thunderhawk and gestured courteously. I came across an orc by the name of Aldo. Even at death's door, he was beseeching for me to pass this message to your orc chieftain Roger Kluge. Hellscream. Aldo is dead. Sod this, how dare those bloody goblins to spill the blood of our kin? To arms. Show these litter critters the meaning of death. Kill them all. The red-skinned orcs started to roar in rage. The ultimate act of evil had been committed to one of their kind. They would not let this pass. The leader calmed the orcs down and said, "Human, follow me." Zhang Yang laughed out loud, seeing how the goblin was still rambling on about compensatory fees, even though he was about to die a most gruesome death. He was truly worthy of being a goblin. This goblin halted all of a sudden as it took out a mini-sized red mortar and directed it at Zhang Yang. Only God knows how the goblin had produced it out of thin air. The goblin fumbled around with the fuse at the bottom, while covering an ear with its free hand. A series of sparkles ignited at the bottom of the mortar and boom. The mortar fired a blazing hot missile straight from its muzzle, a stream of burning light trailing behind it like a shooting star. It may have seemed to be a long, slow process, but it had all unfolded within 1/10 of a second. Judging from the speed and the way it handled the weapon, the goblin had to be extremely proficient at handling that odd-looking weapon. This mechanical city was a little smaller than the campsite of the orcs, but they made up for that by sheer height. The buildings here are at least 5 stories to 8 stories tall, made by layers after layers of gears and cogs. To locate for a specific monster in such a complex place was not exactly like looking for a needle in a haystack, but it would be a tall order nonetheless. Fortunately for Zhang Yang, he was provided with a map. He quickly took the map out to take a look at it. He saw a skull drawn on the left upper corner of the map. That must be where the target is. Zhang Yang activated Burrow and began to move northeast. As his movement speed is halved when Burrow is activated, Zhang Yang made slow progress. It took quite a while for him to reach beneath the building where his target was. The objective of the quest would be very obvious. Zhang Yang did not say anything unnecessary. Immediately, he hopped onto the back of Thunderhawk and once again headed over to the Miracle Mining Cave. After flying about for a brief while, Zhang Yang arrived back at the entrance of the mining cave. The Goblin-Orc standoff was no longer there. Instead, there was a small-scale defense facility built by the entrance of the mining cave. There was a row of orcs, most probably about 20 elite-tier orcs, standing behind a wooden wall that had spikes all over it. Meanwhile, there were also giant spiders with scarlet-red linings on their backs, coming straight out from the mining cave one after another, and they would attack the orcs right outside the cave. After listening to a bunch of crap that he threw at her, Dusk Phoenix's face turned ash-white. As she was overwhelmed with shame and vexation, she shouted out loud at Zhang Yang, "Shut up!" Zhang Yang laughed out loud and suddenly got back to the main topic. "Out of boredom, perhaps you're just here to admire my beauty as I killed monsters." Dusk Phoenix was on the verge of popping her vein, ridiculing her and blaming her for being bored right after that. Dusk Phoenix was completely pissed off. This sexy girl could not stand feeling so vulnerable before Zhang Yang. Her image of being noble and elegant would be shattered by Zhang Yang every time they happened to bump into each other. She truly felt like murdering Zhang Yang every time she looked at that goofy smile on Zhang Yang's face. Dusk Phoenix was frustrated beyond words. The moment her blood angel transformation faded, she screamed into the sky at a deafening pitch, and then she took out a teleportation scroll and tore it apart without any hesitation. In just a while, her body radiated in a bright white light as she teleported away from the scene. Honestly speaking, this Black Phoenix walked on the path of an assassin. She could have stayed and waited for the right moment to ambush Zhang Yang. Even though Zhang Yang was capable of doing so, it would be an extremely difficult task to detect a thief in stealth mode. If she times it right, she could take him out. She could have gotten the job done by using her ambush on him when the right time comes. However, her previous encounter with Zhang Yang had left her with an irrational, paranoid fear. Without the support of her blood angel transformation, she was no longer willing to take on Zhang Yang. There were at least 1,000 of these white spider eggs being spawned. These eggs had occupied almost half of the cave, leaving almost no room to step on in that area. The place became disgustingly white, and most people would feel chills up their spines. The scene before Zhang Yang and the gang was really creepy. As Endless Starlight was not required to channel damage output or tank the boss as a secondary tanker, he was chilling at a spot that was more than 40 meters away from the boss. After seeing so many eggs, he could not help himself but to exclaim in great fear, "What the F asterisk CK? This boss is such a strong breeder." "Well, she deserves to be awarded with the title Mother Heroine. One," Daffodil Daydream giggled. Wei Yan could not understand the meaning of it, as she began to widen her eyes and blink them for a while, then she asked, "Why so?" Without a doubt, the axe was Wei Yan-er's. She finally had a weapon befitting of her strength. The axe was just as powerful as Zhang Yang's weapon. When a warrior equips an axe, the character's class passive skill axe mastery would provide an additional 5% critical rate and damage. Even though it was not as strong as the God of War Inheritance 50% damage boost, Wei Yan was now strong enough to act as Lone Desert Smoke's top berserker, one who would not be dwarfed by Zhang Yang. The little girl had stopped picking up loot, as she was too far gone in her own world with the axe. Han Yingzhu sighed and went over to take over the role. Firstly, she picked up a grayish-white necklace. Expecting it to be made of pearl, the witch examined the necklace closer and sulked in disgust after discovering it was made of tiny skulls. The woman did not have such a heavy metal taste. Skeletal necklace, violet platinum necklace. Vitality plus 212. Strength plus 137. The 4 floating driftwoods had no instructors with them. Hence, Zhang Yang was unfortunately dragged to the pool and was forced to teach them how to swim. The pool was situated indoors. Even though there was air conditioning inside the complex, it would never be the same as breathing the natural air of summer. Han Yingzhu and Daffodil Daydream were distracted by the noises that the little girls made and decided to join the fray and have some fun in the water. After everyone had gotten into their swimsuits, Zhang Yang felt a great sense of bliss in the pool. After dinner, Han Yingzhu sneaked into Zhang Yang's room, and they spent the entire evening banging each other up. At some point, his bed started creaking and loosening up. It had had enough of their madness. For a few days now, Sun Xinyu had been extremely busy with a big case at work. She had not been able to come back to the villa and had been resting in the office or in her car. Occasionally, she would log in for a while and disappear without anyone noticing. It was a chance for Han Yingzhu to dominate Zhang Yang alone. After a good bam-bam in the ham session, both lovers were soaked in each other's sweat. They continued on snuggling and cuddling for a bit. Thanks to the lubricating, lewd, dirty sweat, Han Yingzhu managed to entice Zhang Yang for one last shag by smothering him with her shining, oiled-up breasts. After that, they put their gaming helmets on and got to work. There is always a drawback for disguising as someone else. That is, the fake can never perform as well as the real deal. Hence, when a player sends out an invitation for a fight, the system will still reveal the opponent's profile information. However, a player could choose to hide their profile as a choice. It was to protect one's dignity if they happened to be defeated. In this case, where both sides had no choice to hide their profile information, who in their right mind would choose to accept a hovering amphitheater challenge? The penalty for losing would be the deduction of levels and the inheritance fragments. However, when a player walks to you and reveals their profile information and name tag, even if they had registered the invitation with a hidden profile, players would take it for real and accept the fight. Sigh. The things people would do to cheat and lie. 2 players, 2 transformation. 1 fight, 1 winner. Dusk Phoenix did not dare let her guard down in the face of a player with an inheritance. She sensed that she would need to fight her, as if she was fighting a stronger foe. With a cloud of smoke, she disappeared midair. Zhang Yang's eyes widened when he saw that Dusk Phoenix had entered stealth mode in mid-flight. Zhang Yang closed his eyes and calmed himself down. By the time a player can see an invisible attack, It would be too late to do anything by then. Instead of the eyes, it would be more efficient to rely on the other senses of touch and hearing. Players can sense and hear the distorted airspace and could determine the location of the thief and attack at that very spot to force her out of the stealth mode. Fu. After initiating the S-Class Inheritance quest, Han Ying-Zhu laughed her head off as she went off to complete it. She had the big pervert battle companion with her as her tank, and she herself could heal at an outstanding rate. Han Ying-Zhu now had the ability to fight any boss below Violet Platinum tier all by herself, as long as the boss fight does not have a time-based mechanism. That being said, if she is patient enough, she could fight alone. In fact, she had always been calling for Zhang Yang to help her do the rough work. It was somewhat like working for his wife. According to Han Ying-Zhu, she would rather do something fun with him instead of wasting time killing monsters alone. No matter what class of inheritance quest it may be, the first few initial quests should involve running around to talk to a few NPCs first. Hence, Zhang Yang was free to do his messenger quest while Han Ying-Zhu did her menial errands. They say that being a firefighter takes a real man to the test of his limits. Only with a steel mind and a strong body could they last against the fiery flames. Zhang Yang sat in a spare chair in Yu Li's office, tired and panting like a mad dog. His first crush had the face that read fatigue, but she still had some energy left to her. There were sparkles on her face that made her even more attractive than before. Both of them were the same breed of human, so why was he the only one panting for air? Zhang Yang was so tired that he could barely lift his legs, yet Yu Li was still radiating with beauty. Why are you so tired?" asked Yu Li after she came back to her sense after being in trance. She got up to her feet and gently patted Zhang Yang little dragon. "Did you have a little too much nectar?" Heh. Zhang Yang pulled Yu Li into his embrace and made her sit on his lap. "You should stay with me." The Pirate's Treasure Map, difficulty level S. Description: you have acquired half of a treasure map. The other half of the map is in the hands of Ditch, leader of the Blackbeard Pirates. Complete the map and you may have a chance of owning the treasure chest that belonged to the legendary pirate King Roger. Be advised, Ditch is not an easy foe to deal with. Numerous residents of the Camaro Islands have heard the name and would advise you to leave. Consider your options carefully and react accordingly. Completion. Obtain the complete Pirate's Treasure Map 01. Zhang Yang frowned at the description of the quest log. They had left out a crucial detail for him to proceed on with the quest: the location of the pirate's lair. Luckily, Zhang Yang had not yet left Waniea's side. He could simply ask her about it. RAWR, 3 lionesses leaped at Zhang Yang and pinned him down to the ground. The one closer to his face opened its large mouth and sank its fangs into his throat. The pounce attack was fast and strong. Zhang Yang had been too busy dealing with the other lioness and had not paid attention to the ones behind his back. Those 3 lionesses were not light, obviously. However, Zhang Yang had remained standing, carrying their weight. It was the monster's certain kill skill: suffocate. If he does not do anything, the skill will deal the instant death effect on after 10 seconds. It cannot be stopped with any defense or any amount of HP. 2 yellow gold tier joined the Pride, but it did not help to ensure their survivability. After some time, Wei Yan and Han Ying-Zhu completely forgot about their battle companions. The little girl had genuinely forgotten about her battle companion, while Han Ying-Zhu was annoyed at the big pervert's dirty talk. That being said, Messic's attack was rather low, and since Zhang Yang was here to tank the monsters, she had no reason to summon Messic out to the field. She would only be giving a chance for the big pervert to make a move on her. After 4 minutes, the party of 3 surrounded the dead bodies of the lion and lionesses. It's a shame that beast monsters do not have the tendency of dropping coins. Instead, they had dropped many ETC-type items such as their fangs, mane, leather, and other useless items that would end up being sold to an NPC merchant. Still, the money obtained from selling them would be equivalent to that of gold drops. The loot that was dropped by the boss was worth looking forward to. There should be some level 100 Violet Platinum tier equipment to pick up. These equipment should be able to provide his party members some quick, short-term power-ups, as they would be able to instantly equip these equipment without having to wait. Wei Yan was as impatient as ever, as were her hands. Even before the corpse of the boss had touched the ground, she had already picked up every single piece of loot, including the coins, of course, from the ground. This little brat then grinned like a money grubber. The boss dropped a total of 4 equipment. One was a pair of pale greenish leather pants, another was a pair of gray-silver cloth armor gloves, the other one was a long bow made from animal bones, and the last one was an earthly yellow heavy armor helmet. The 4 of them summoned out their own mounts. However, right before they could fly into the air, they were greeted with countless of arrows from the direction of the fortress. One brief moment later, the 4 of them were left with hundreds of holes on them. Their HP bars were reducing so rapidly that they were terrified to see it with their own eyes. Zhang Yang quickly activated his Vanguard's aggression and his Heart of the Death Knight at the same time as he started to panic. Then he quickly said, "Retreat." Shoof, shoof, shoof. Arrow continued to rain upon them endlessly, one wave after another. There were so many arrows flying through the sky at the same time that they looked like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sun. However, the 2 pieces of the treasure map were right inside Zhang Yang's inventory. He took out the 2 pieces of treasure map and pieced them together. They produced a sudden, blinding flash of light, seamlessly forming into one complete treasure map without any indication that it was once in pieces. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the gang heard a long laugh. A shadow appeared out of nowhere and forcefully relieved Zhang Yang of his treasure map. Zhang Yang was struck by a fist. He received a blow so great that his HP dropped all the way down to 1. The shadow vanished and reappeared at a spot 10 meters away from Zhang Yang. It took the form of a tall, imposing hulk of a man. This man was clad in a thick set of clothing. His jacket had been left undone, leaving his large belly exposed. His thick-set, beefy face and broad cheeks were half covered by a thick, long beard. He looked a little like the legendary warrior, Zhang Fei. After taking out Snowman, Snow, the 4 of them arrived at the 2nd floor of the cabin. As the special note of the first boss had stated that Snow was just one of the 3 generals serving under Blackbeard Ditch, Zhang Yang and the ladies knew that they would still have to defeat 2 more general bosses before they could actually face Blackbeard Ditch himself. The monsters on the 2nd floor of the cabin were also similar to the monsters on the 1st floor of the deck. Other than the pirates of different races and species, there was also a new type of monster, Pirate's Parrot. Pirate's Parrot, Elite Beast. Level 125. HP 1,250,000. Defense 1,300. Attack 7,380, 11,381. Skills. Dive charges down from the sky, causing 150% physical damage to the target. Causes the target to fall. The target will be able to get back to their feet after 1 second. Only one person would reject such great gifts. Zhang Yang shoved the inheritance fragment into his inventory with joy. The only disadvantage was that this fragment must be carried along with him. He could not put it in his bank or the warehouse of his guild. That would take up one precious slot in his inventory for a period of time. If one sword stroke and his other fellow, friends, ever knew about this, ordeal, they would definitely give Zhang Yang a good beating. Who would be unhappy about having part of their inventory taken up by treasures? Sigh, what a stingy boss. Just like Noob Tank over there. He didn't drop anything good for me, no good equipment, and not even a single skill book. Stingy? Wei Yan-er was scolding the dead boss and ostensibly criticizing Zhang Yang with her hands planted on her waist. Zhang Yang was annoyed to hear that coming from the little brat and ground his teeth together. Since Zhang Yang had activated his God of War transformation skill, he basically did not require Han Yingzhu to heal him at all. The transformation skill boosted him with an additional 75% HP. He also got to use his shield wall once every 2.5 minutes. Those circumstances should be enough to keep him alive well enough until they slay the boss. Unfortunately, the Titan chest plate was only a level 80 Violet Platinum tier equipment. The special effect of the piece had begun to deteriorate after he reached level 100. When he is able to reach level 110, the special effect should get deteriorated even more because of its attributes that are based on percentage ratio. After all, this Titan chest plate was merely a knockoff instead of a godly equipment. Furthermore, all players that are joining the boss battle should be up to a certain standard. At the very least, they should be able to kill the illusion of the boss within the 30-second time frame. If they fail to kill the illusion, they would only end up aiding the boss by healing the boss 1% again and again, if they were to die one after another. That being said, 100 players getting killed by devouring darkness would already heal the boss completely. By then, it would be better to give up on the boss battle rather than torment oneself. The three ladies seemed to have understood the danger of the skill. They nodded to express their acknowledgement. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. With a flap in his wings, he flew up into the air like a god and dove down towards the boss. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang had arrived before the boss and started with his assaults. With a shoof, he activated his charge and swung his sword of Purging Devourer at the boss. 7 minutes before the God of War transformation duration ran out, the HP bar of the boss had finally been reduced down to 10%. Although the assaults of Daffodil Daydream, Perilous, and Thunderhawk could not stay consistent, as they had to stop their assaults and run away from the boss, the three of them were still able to provide a certain standard of damage output at the boss. Furthermore, they were attacking with their magic-type attacks, so their damage dealt on the boss were not weakened by the darkness transformation of the boss. They could still deliver half of their firepower even though they were required to move around constantly. The DPS of these three magic-type attackers had exceeded 10,000 damage. Even though they could not perform at full capacity, they could still deal a total amount of 15,000 damage in every passing second. That amount of damage should not be underestimated. Along with the Cobalt helmet, Zhang Yang had finally gotten 2 pieces of equipment out of this quest. It was better than nothing. The next item would be the Coral Red Staff, Coral Staff, Mythical Staff. Magic Attack, 4,711, 5.511. Equip increases both damage and healing efficiency by 14%. Equip, when you have succeeded in releasing a spell, there is a certain rate that the target would be stuck by corals. The target will not be able to move at all. Lasts for 5 seconds. Unidentified. Required level, 130. Special reduces 20 levels from the required level. Although Daffodil Daydream was amazed to see it, she said, "Sister Snow, I already have the epicormic branch of the Tree of Life. You should have the staff instead." Her staff was also a mythical tier equipment. Although her staff was only level 110, it wouldn't be too far behind than the coral staff. The ancient creatures would drop different tier of insect shells, upon their deaths. Those insect shells could be exchanged for equipment of ranging up to the tier of violet platinum. Although the amount of insect shells required for a particular equipment from the event merchant still remained unknown, it would always be best to collect as many insect shells as possible. It would be even better if the players could collect better tiered insect shells. The 8 armies of the ancient creatures had departed from the Baroque island. They were going to reach the territories of the 8 main regions through their portals within the Chaos realm. That was mainly because the best places to lay siege on were the territory gateways of the 8 main regions in the Chaos realm. Zhang Yang operated the magic cannon himself. Beams of blinding lights blasted from the cannon barrel and smashed in the midst of the clumped-up, massive army of the ancient creatures. Every single one of the Zergert beasts that stood in the range of the beam were vaporized. There was nothing left of them. This magic cannon is indeed a powerful weapon for sweeping up a large horde of monsters. Unfortunately, this magic cannon could only fire a maximum of 10 shots in a day. It did not matter if they were in a territory conquest or otherwise, the limit of shots would still be 10. Upon leveling up the territory's defense to level 4, Zhang Yang could finally place 4 magic cannons on the walls of Morning Town. That being said, they only had a total of 40 shots from the magic cannons per day. It was not just a boss, it was a large group of bosses. Unless it was a legendary quest, it would be very hard to imagine dozens of bosses charging at you in such manner. There was a total of 13 Zergert beasts with wings on their backs, hovering in the sky. These Zergert beasts were a few times larger than the normal-sized Zergert beasts. Their skins were traced with golden, runic lines. Their fangs looked extremely terrifying. Zergert Beast King, Yellow Gold Beast. Level 108. HP 3,240,000. Defense 1,800. Skills. Mangle mauls the target with their sharp teeth, causing 150% physical damage to the target. Rushing Pounce lunges towards a target from afar and pins the target down to the ground. Stuns the target for 5 seconds. Range 320 meters. Here comes the yellow gold equipment. Zhang Yang smiled gently as he hopped onto Thunderhawk and flew towards the bosses. Some 10 hours later, Sun Xinyu finally joined in, when she had logged off at the Territorial Hall teleportation points. It was the place that Zhang Yang and the guild had been protecting with their lives. So when she logged into the game, she was not attacked by any monsters. She would have been shredded into pieces if she were to appear on the streets. Server announcement: Edo Castle, Japan Korea region, has been overwhelmed by the ancient creatures. The server announcement popped out 38 hours into the battle. The first major city had fallen. Zhang Yang and his teammates shared a look and smirked. Albeit having died countless of times, players in the 10 Barren Sea had obtained a luxurious amount of experience points and a number of insect shells. Some of them who were luckier had managed to haul in a good number of yellow gold insect shells. As a result, they had only died and lost 10% of their equipment durability. It was a worthwhile trade. Hence, everyone was prepared to face the monsters. They had set camp outside the portal and were attacking all the monsters that came out of the portal. Just when the atmosphere was reaching its boiling point, dark rays blasted out of the portal. Players who were camping all around the portal were startled and attacked the spot without giving any second thoughts. Well, with many bosses come many drops. Investors would even walk through the Valley of Shadows just to earn 100% or 200% profit deals. In comparison, equipment damage that players had to pay on death was nothing compared to the chance of obtaining a boss loot. Hence, after a short session of panic and confusion, players made a huge comeback when they realized the benefits of rushing up to the bosses. Such a scene had made even the calm Zhang Yang shocked. It was something he had never had expected. Zhang Yang could not help but shake his head in disappointment. A fool would always commit a fool's deed. They knew nothing about the danger of the boss, hence the absence of fear. The space in their hearts had been completely filled by greed. F***CK logic. However, it was good. Is it not greed that causes most wars? Greed and the will to live are yin and yang. Both emotions could instill a zealous fervor that would drive a man to fight. S-class inheritance? Sword of Light cried out loud as he sucked in a deep breath. Sword of Light would not have much trouble obtaining a C-class inheritance. He had done his research all about inheritance. Although the information he obtained from the official site was not adequate, the official had released a few notices about the bonus attack that each inheritance would provide. For example, the bonus attack passive that Zhang Yang had just revealed. According to official database, only an S-class inheritance could provide such a staggering amount of attack boost. And a class inheritance would only provide a 45% attack boost, B-class 40%, C-class 35%. Deduct 5% for each descending tier, and Z-class inheritance would only have 5% attack boost. Hence, the lowest inheritance Sword of Light had allowed himself to obtain was a B-class inheritance. Even though they had successfully killed a boss, the number of monsters flowing out of the portal door did not ebb. Sadly, the players' killing speed was not as fast as the monster spawn rate. Hence, players had beginning to lose their advantage even though the monsters were bottlenecked through the portal. Slowly, yet surely, the monster had gained the battle superiority and had pressured the players to the edge of retreat. For better or worse, the monsters had made their way to the mountains and deeper into the lands. The players' death rate had far exceeded the revival rate. Players who had just revived themselves were immediately torn to shreds. The problem was the mammoths. Its powerful stomps were killing players who had just revived themselves. It was a complete bloodbath. Whenever a player revives, they would only start with 20% HP. It was not a mystery that they were instantly killed by the stomps of the mammoths. They were losing. Amongst the crowd of soldiers, a single figure zoomed into the sky. It was the beautiful heroine, Queen Serena. The meteor sword in her hands gleamed with an intense brightness. The glow spread across her entire character. Flying through the air, she glowed like a fireball. Following closely behind her were the Dragon Knights. With her leading the charge and a total of 10 ferocious, mighty dragons behind her, it was the perfect wallpaper for anyone's desktop. Pray that you live long enough to regret the day you decided to raise arms against my kingdom. Serena gathered her strength and swung her sword with the might of an ascended boss. The sword sent out a ray of light and morphed into a large green dragon. The green dragon crashed into the battlefield and flew through the ranks of the enemy. All that the dragon touched instantly turned into dust, even the strong mammoths. No, leave, wretched beings. You don't belong in this world, cried Kaysara as spotted Zhang Yang approaching her. She brandished her blade arms and slithered towards Zhang Yang. Even though the boss was classified as a melee attacker, her blades were several meters long. Zhang Yang was not sure of it, but he was certain that her attack range would be far greater than any ranged attacker. BUMG. Zhang Yang first raised his shield to block the incoming blade. With a long bang, the Thunderhawk and him were sent flying several meters away. If the Thunderhawk had not been a violet platinum tier mount, Zhang Yang would most likely have been sent flying even further away. The Thunderhawk flapped his wings vigorously and shot towards the Queen of Blades. Zhang Yang brandished his sword and dealt a strong blow that caused the creature to wail in pain. With a quick thought, Zhang Yang activated Glare of the Death God. Oh, we will win. Yes, we will. We have killed an ethereal boss before. Why are we shaking our butts for a level 130 mythical boss? Hee, good ones. Everyone encouraged each other and occasionally joked around. Being exposed to a long duration of mental stress could put a toll on a person's psyche. Jokes and occasional teasing would help a lot in lightening the atmosphere. Zhang Yang was fully focused all the time. Block was never on cooldown as it was one of the skills that he would use the moment it became available. At least, Block has a 100% success rate. It was a pity that his current level of strength was pretty much useless. The boss was far stronger than he is. Supporting attacks could not be applied to a stronger enemy. Block was the only other defensive move he had to nullify an incoming attack. A coincidence. Did they think that it was really a coincidence that he dodged the attacks because he had timed Block perfectly? Zhang Yang smirked. Although he could not deny that the dodge was completely unintentional, the fact that he could sense danger without even looking behind should be proof that he was not an ordinary player. Another blade came and he borrowed the boss knockback effect to flee from 2 berserker and 1 thief. This time, he did not use block and took the damage directly. Was it another coincidence? Sun Xinyu and the rest of the attacking team did not wait for verbal orders from Zhang Yang and proceeded to counterattack. Sun Xinyu, Lost Dream, Wei Yan and Galileo made up the melee team. 100 Shots, Fatty Han, Daffodil Daydream formed the ranged team. Both teams targeted one player at a time and started wiping them out with deadly efficiency. Snow Seeker frowned in annoyance and stopped attacking. The only way to break this is to use a special tool, am I right, Mr. Guild Master Zhan Yu? Said Snow Seeker with a forced smile. Zhang Yang shrugged and looked the other way. Beats me. I just got here not too long ago and was fighting the European bastards. No one, not Snow Seeker, not one sword stroke could have bought his lie, especially when he had pointedly looked away like that. However, with no around to say otherwise, there's no other way but to accept his lie. Even though guild masters had smuggled spies into guilds of others, they were not able to smuggle secrets to all corners of the world. The moment Zhang Yang flung the bomb, every single player on Baroque Island received the same system notification. Everyone hopped onto their flying mounts and ascended into the sky as possible as they could and flew towards the direction away from the island while cursing Zhang Yang because Morning Town had not been reconstructed yet. Everyone still did not have access to the teleportation circle of the territory. Zhang Yang laughed out loud as he hopped on his Thunderhawk and fled like the others. What the F*** CK? These goblins had such shoddy handiwork. With 11 seconds still remaining on the counter, a sudden loud bang that shook the heavens went out far into the surroundings. The next thing happening was a gigantic mushroom cloud, rising from the center of Baroque Island, blooming straight up towards heaven. The external walls of the tall tower were dark green in color. Each of the floors was 100 meters tall, and the friezes jutted out under the cornices so immensely that they looked like giant umbrellas that were overlapped with each other. Right outside the high tower, countless specters wandered around the area. Their tiers and levels were randomized. Some were just skeleton soldiers, the lowest tier of all, and some were necromancers of extremely high tier. There were also a few skeleton dragons among the monsters roaming around. The number of monsters in the area was similar to the number of ancient creatures that Zhang Yang had faced a few days back. Furthermore, these foul monsters were literally rotten to their core. It would really send a good chill up the spine by just looking at them. In this quest of delivering the vibrator to Kalina, Zhang Yang's friendship Jade would not be able to work its wonder. This would be due to the fact that this fallen Wind Ranger was a demonic baron. Zhang Yang could only put the quest aside for now. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was also unable to complete the other quest where he would have to send a letter to the Spider Kingdom. Both quests involved traveling into maps that would be too highly leveled for him to set foot in. Therefore, Zhang Yang's focus should only be on leveling himself up, nothing more. During the day, he would just grind for higher levels. During nights, he would join his guild in clearing the Dragon Throat Fortress. For most of the players, the time between 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. was the best time for playing. After all, most of the players were social workers with normal jobs. Not many of them earned their income through playing the game all day, like Zhang Yang and his gang. Before players managed to acquire equipment that would meet the minimum requirement for these bosses, any boss battle would become even harder than flying into the sky with bare hands. No matter how hard you try, you would not be able to kill the boss at all. However, of course, when the level and tier of the equipment are way over-spexed, the battle would be child's play. The bosses would be crushed within minutes. The players had the software of skills and willpower but lacked the hardware. Hardware can never be completely solved by good gaming skills or the strong will to win. After accompanying the little brat in slaying a few mini-bosses, the three of them had to stop at the quest where they were required to slay the Lord of Darkness, Mordok. The final boss for the Class A Inheritance quest was much more powerful than Vampire Count Farah. They could not take on the boss just yet. Over the next few days, 100 Shots, Galileo and Sun Xinyu had already completed the preliminary quests before the final quest for their inheritances. Now, each of them only had to kill the final boss of their own inheritance, questlines before they could acquire their inheritances. Zhang Yang could only choose to leave Sun Xinyu in the basket, as the boss she needed to kill was a Class S inheritance boss. Unless Felis goes wild again like she did before, the boss would not be going down anytime soon. That Dragonhawk lady was really a nightmare when she went berserk. The next minute gave the party a moment to take a deep breath and rally up. They took the opportunity to use some bandages and wait for their skills to cool down. The magic-type players recovered quite an amount of MP during that period of time. The third minute had passed. The corpses of frost spawns melted into puddles of water. Then the water gathered around together and reformed the massive body of Marin Curse. Everything went back to normal. Everyone was attacking the boss in their previous places. "One sword stroke is about to get married," Fatty Hen suddenly said it out loud. According to some rumors I just heard, the Imperial Sky had purchased tons of firecrackers. They are using the firecrackers in Greenfield City. One sword stroke was about to get married. With Luo Xinyan? After the boss died, Lost Dream was the only one who was excited. Others were just calm. Well, the boss was level 150. So basically, even if the equipment the boss dropped had the special attribute that reduces 20 levels on the required level, it would require players to be level 130 to be able to equip them. Although the equipment was all good and powerful, none of them were up to that level yet. So none of them would be able to equip any of the equipment just yet. It would only be an eyesore in the inventory. On the other hand, Lost Dream had found and picked up the frost essence that his inheritance required. With that quest item, Lost Dream was just a few minor steps away from getting his snowman inheritance. He would only be required to run some errands and slay some mini-bosses for the remaining quests. Without having to activate any of their inheritance transformation skill, the party managed to progress without much problem. The strength and toughness of a boss were not measured proportionately to the number of inheritance transformation skills required in order for players to defeat the boss. Most of the time, players were required to implement tactics that were more complex. Players would need to move around frequently while maintaining high damage to the boss. If players could not take out the boss within 10 minutes, the boss would enter its hysterical drive state and wipe out the entire party. Give it all you got, don't hold back. Both the dead and the living were screaming and yelling like madmen. 10 minutes passed. You imbeciles, feel my wrath, Argent let out a raging roar. Green veins began to pop up on the surface of Agent's red skin through his entire body. The green veins spread across his skin like spider webs. It made the boss look hideous and ferocious at the same time. Anyone would have a chill up their spines when they look at the boss. Boom. The boss clashed his axe against the sword of Purging Devourer and sent Zhang Yang flying. At the same time, his demonic decay aura was causing 100,000 shadow damage to the 8 players who were all still alive. However, that first tick of shadow damage had taken out 5 players at once, leaving only Zhang Yang, Fatty Han, and Endless Starlight alive. Guild Master, Brother Fatty. We're counting on you guys. Everyone was cheering for the two. Lone Desert Smoke included. Every guild in the entire game was busy grinding their levels. Most of them had entered the Chaos Realm in search of the inheritance. Those who were still below level 100 were trying even harder to get their levels up in an attempt to reach the required level to enter the Chaos Realm. They had yet to feast their eyes on the vast and new world. Furthermore, most of them wanted to join in their own forces against other forces from other regions. As each region had their very own proprietary map, it should be enough for players from each region to grind their levels without much problem. Unless they were required to run an errand in order to complete a quest, players had no reason to set foot on the map of others. Therefore, the quarrels and wars between players of different regions were not very intense as of now. A few small-scale party battles broke around the borders, but nothing big had taken place yet. The moment he returned to the palace ruins, Zhang Yang went straight up to the northwest corner of the palace and scouted about. He tried to pinpoint the exact location of the royal mausoleum. It was not difficult at all. Zhang Yang had already located the mausoleum by a garden full of flowers and trees. He landed in the garden and saw that the tombstone built by the mausoleum clearly had Helena's name right on it. It was truly the resting ground of Princess Helena. However, the moment Zhang Yang landed, he was welcomed by 10 maidservants. They broke out of the ground all of a sudden and surrounded Zhang Yang, Felis, and Thunderhawk. Arg! Upon hearing a deafening screech, Zhang Yang immediately lost control of his own body and began to run around, trying to escape. He was afflicted by the negative effect of Screech of Death. Granduice Ridge was originally the territory of Japankaria region. However, ever since Winst Castle had fallen into the hands of Zhang Yang, those maps had been under his control. So, Zhang Yang tore a teleportation scroll and went back to Morning Town. Then he used the teleportation circle of Morning Town to reach Winst Castle within seconds. It saved a lot of time traveling. Well, he was very happy about that. The teleportation circle of the territory came handy after all. If the players of Japankaria region were to know that Zhang Yang was using their territory gateway only for his own convenience, they would be punching their own teeth out, you son of the B*TCH. Using it to your own convenience while disposing the convenience of 100 millions of players from Japankaria region, humiliating them completely. They would want to bite this China pig to death, literally. She could never let go of the feelings of the past. That was why, even after death, she had returned in the form of a specter. Zhang Yang sat down next to the coffins and said, "Tell me your story, Count Roland. Why are you not dead but hiding in the coffin?" Banked Roland started to shed tears. The man should be only around 40 years of age, yet his complexion and appearance made him look like an 80-year-old. Surprisingly, the man still carried a little of that gentleman's aura. Banked kept quiet for a moment. After sobbing for a bit, he muttered, "I was engaged before I knew Helena." The only response to Liu Wei's cruel act was to just insult and curse behind his back. There was literally nothing that anyone could do. If scolding could solve most problems, having a debate would solve any world's problem. Zhang Yang had other things to do at the moment and put the thought about Liu Wei behind his head. Zhang Yang was riding to the castle, and by the time he arrived, the ruins were not as bad when he left the place. Even though it was not fully rebuilt, the roof of the palace had been remade. Zhang Yang wandered around the palace and found the princess standing on a broken balcony. The sun was setting then, and the sky was dyed in red. The princess was gazing into the horizon. She looked like her thoughts were somewhere as far as the bird in the sky. The soft wind blew, gently caressing her hair and dress. She turned to Zhang Yang and walked back into the room. "Do you have news for me, adventurer?" she asked anxiously. How could the Japanese and Korean players stand aside and allow the invader to waltz in at will? That man was the player who snatched their territory, the same man who had caused them huge shame. Look at him. The man had even shoved his finger up and showed the world a middle finger. How could one remain calm when 1,000 players are being overwhelmed by one man and a boss? Eventually, rage had clouded their judgment, making them jump into the fight. Sadly, their rage was immediately repaid with Helena's 1,000-shadow slash, turning them into a pile of diced meat. Furthermore, the players who receive a single attack, either from Zhang Yang, the Thunderhawk, or Perilous, will suffer the experience point loss penalty and the chance to lose equipment and items in their inventory. "Stop rushing in, morons. He's provoking us." 20 magic attackers. Zhang Yang caved in and resorted to using the God of War transformation. A bright, radiant light blasted out as a pair of light wings protruded out of Zhang Yang's back. With a light flap, Zhang Yang zoomed towards the ladies. "Kill the intruder," cried the spellcasters. The women quickly sidestepped to dodge the attack and quickly cast frost arrows. A blast wave. Wham! Zhang Yang leaped backward and swung his sword hard, creating a powerful blast of air that stunned all 20 enemies. Perilous and the Thunderhawk had not needed to withdraw, so they simply continued attacking the monsters. Unlike melee attackers, ranged attackers would always try to remain a distance from their attackers. Hence, after they recovered from the stun, each woman ran in a different direction. Some of them were still fixed at their positions and could only attack from where they stood. Minus 7,080. Resist, resist. Minus 7,562. 7 inheritance players, 1 boss against 1 Zhang Yang, and not a single D*MN was given. He merely threw a disdainful glare at them and focused on the boss. The boss cannot be underestimated. Even though Zhang Yang was in his super-powered mode, he had to end the fight as soon as possible. "Zhan Yu, enough with your insolence!" Musashi Aosama screamed angrily. He raised a palm up and twisted his arm in dramatic fashion, conjuring a tornado which zoomed towards Zhang Yang. Shiro Aosama had spent the whole time creating an army of infectors, but all of a sudden, all of them had turned against him. He quickly turned tail and ran. All of the skeletal infector had turned around to attack him. He had never expected his own ultimate skill to be used against him. The first slap in his face was that all the skeletal infectors could not do any damage to Zhang Yang. The second slap, and the hardest one, was that he had just given the boss an army of skeletal infectors for free. By the looks of how the infectors had bowed respectfully to the boss, they would most likely be used against him. Princess Helena made another inaudible and incomprehensible muttering. causing all the skeletal infectors to turn around and glare at the Japan-Korea region players. Their original hollow eye sockets burned brightly with the green emerald flames of the specter. Thousands of skeletal infectors marched outside the tomb and laid waste to all the players. The news of Zhang Yang invasion of Grandu Ice Ridge spread all around, which led to the retaliation of the Japanese and Korean players, where they infiltrated Tibanya wastelands to have their revenge. They only sent 5 players, however. All of them possess inheritances. Although all of them were only C-class inheritance holders, all 5 of them had activated their transformation skills. Their combined power was strong. An average C-class inheritance player could easily fight 10 players with no inheritance. With 5 of them grouped together, that power would be multiplied. One of them was a healer, hence, their fighting endurance was made stronger and could take on 100 non-inheritance players at a time. This only happened due to the high resistance rate of status-affecting skills. That, and the ridiculously high HP and attack power of the inheritance players, granting them an absolute advantage in the battle. This entity should be the character of an important story, or was. The strongest ranked characters among the demons would be the demon leaders like Rougelier, or the fallen Wind Ranger Kelina, who were all celestial tier bosses. Any bosses lower than the demon leader's position would be the demon brigadier generals followed by demon generals. Hackles was only banished, exiled after he had made a move on the wife of his higher-ups. From a certain perspective, this character should be extremely tough, since he had not been subjected to execution. Either Hackles himself was too strong to be killed, or the higher-ups had been lenient enough to spare his life. Either way around, the demons are not to be messed with. Zhang Yang smirked at their weak attempts of attacking him. Hence, to give them their fill of bloodthirst, Zhang Yang moved towards the incoming attack group and cut down the first player closest to him. Fresh blood splattered across the airspace. Use breaking shot. One of the hunters fired an arrow which struck Zhang Yang on his head, successfully stunning him. It was an extremely lucky shot. For a non-inheritance player, it would be extremely tough to land a status effect skill on a player with inheritance, due to their high resistance to status effect skills. If Zhang Yang were to activate his transformation skill, the chances would be even lower. Warrior's Will. Zhang Yang spun around the players of the myth, all the while grabbing Liu Wei's neck, wringing him like a goose. After he was satisfied dragging Liu Wei around, he zoomed towards Crimson Rage and released his grip. ARRRGHHH. Zhang Yang was 10 meters above the ground. At that height, any normal players would surely receive a tiny amount of fall damage. Hence, when Liu Wei struck the ground, he took a small amount of damage. However, he had landed on his head and started to bleed. Naturally, the rich boy started squeaking like a madman. "There's no need to be such a pussy about a little pain. Get up." Zhang Yang landed by his side and grabbed him by the throat. With only one hand, Zhang Yang lifted him off his feet and grinned evilly. "I told you this. You'll beg me to kill you." Hackles waved his left hand up at the sky. Countless meteor rocks suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rained terror upon the players on the ground. Minus 50,000. Minus 50,000. As the meteor rocks came crashing down, everyone received massive damage. Furthermore, the meteor rain did not stop after one wave of attack. It continued to spread terror upon the ground. It was as wide as 10 × 10 meters. That surface area was rather vast, even for an AoE attack. Such was the boss's meteor rain. The skill would aim at 3 different spots at a time and cause 50,000 fire damage per second. Targets within the effective range of the meteor attacks would receive 5 strikes. Most of the normal players would be dead the moment they received the third strike. Even though Mellow Venom managed to take over as the tank against the boss, but the rate of reduction on the HP of the boss got even slower than before, without the support of the inheritance transformations of Zhang Yang and his gang of bros. Well, without the support of inheritance transformations, the total damage that they could deal on the boss reduced steeply. Although the boss had taken all 10 of the Glare of the Death God's special effects, the amount of HP the boss was still hanging around at 28%. The worst part of it was that no matter how hard they tried, the HP level of the boss was not moving at all. Everyone was feeling fatigued. I'm definitely not going to fight a boss with a level gap suppression ever again. Fatty Han had been repeating his words so many times that people have lost count of it. Perfumed Water, White Orchid, and the other ladies around Zhang Yang were renowned models under the employment of Crimson Cosmetic Holdings. All of them had pretty faces and hot, voluptuous bodies. Most men would fall under the spell of their pretty faces and their hot, spicy bodies while being smothered by these bombshells. But not Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang humphed and said, "It's futile to use seduction on me. I'm still getting my part of the loot." Tusk. Thorny Rose, White Orchid, and the ladies immediately let go of him. However, Perfumed Water was still touching Zhang Yang from head to toe. Zhang Yang was annoyed, so he picked Perfumed Water up by the scruff of her collar like a lost cat and brought her to Snow Seeker. Then he shoved Perfumed Water right into the arms of Snow Seeker. Zhang Yang divided the total number of armor-piercing potion that he made into 2 equal portions. Naturally, he kept all the armor-piercing potion that had gone through transmutation for his own use. Then he equally split the number of armor-piercing potion without going through transmutation into 2 portions. Half of it was reserved for his own normal guild members. Whoever wanted to use the potions should accumulate guild points in exchange for the potions. The other half of the armor-piercing potions were placed on the shelves at his little merchandise shop, ready for sale. "Grandpa, who would put so much poison in the food?" Zhang Yang asked. Charlie Modo let out a series of sighs and said, "This is a land of divinity given by the gods. It has the power to provide us with an endless supply of food. No one will have to starve here. However, a bunch of crazies lost their minds trying to mine the possessions of the gods. Rumor has it that the possessions of the gods can give one tremendous power. However, why would any of us offend the gods in order to help them when we're all living peacefully in the land?" The old man shook his head, staring at them darkly. He continued to talk. Therefore, they came up with numerous dirty tricks, like how they poisoned our God-given food. So they came up with the idea of poisoning our food with melamine, poisonous shadow, glue, gutter oil. I've mentioned all of them earlier on. They're trying to force us into submission to help they mine for the ore, or they will not give us the antidote. Zhang Yang and the girls turned their heads around. Wei Yan beat the others to it and said, "Grandpa, you want us to help you beat up those goblins, right? No problem, you can count on us." She hated those Black Heart goblins very much. Even if Charlie Modo did not ask for their help, she would still want to unleash hell upon those monsters. Charlie Modo was surprised by her enthusiasm. He froze for a second before he said, That's right. I really wanted to ask for your help in taking out the goblins. Not long ago, those goblins charged into our village and took away all the grown-up villagers. They took them over to their campsite and forced them to mine for every single day. I see that you guys got the enhanced antidote within such a short period of time. So I could tell that you must be very capable and powerful. You should have what it takes to help us." "A poison master," Zhang Yang let out a sigh. "Silly you, can you do it without your god of war transformation?" Han Yingzhu was worried once again. Yesterday, they went to challenge the final boss of Wei Yan Er's inheritance quest. By the end of it, they were crushed into meat pies. Therefore, Zhang Yang could not activate his God of War transformation as it was still under cooldown. Can't I or can I? Zhang Yang wagged his finger at Han Yingzhu, then he said, "Never say that to a man." Then let's do it. This is a level 120 mythical tier boss. We should be able to equip his loot. Haha, noob tank, you're a greedy eater as well. How dare you point at me saying that I'm a greedy eater? Wei Yan grabbed the opportunity to shoot Zhang Yang off with a few words. Of course, she was not going to let it slide. Zhang Yang smiled quietly as he continued to take as much leaves as possible into his hands and ate them. He also picked up rocks to eat and river water to drink. He kept eating as every second passed. By doing so, he would earn 10,000 experience points with each passing second. That was quite a substantial amount of experience points he could get, considering that he was getting the same amount of experience points for killing a normal tier monster every 2 seconds. His experience bar was shooting up. Zhang Yang continued to smack the little brat without any restraint whatsoever. Then he stopped and said, "Now do you know what would happen if you ever do this again? I care about you. I came all the way back here like a crazy person just to find out that you were just fooling around with me. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. When you're really in great danger and you're in need of desperate help, would anyone still believe you and come for you? Yan ever heard of the boy who cried wolf? Who? Han Yingzhu snickered. Wei Yan looked more like a panda more than anything now. Her eyes were teary while her expression was pitiful and yet funny. Furthermore, she kept blinking her huge eyes as she said, "Woo, woo, woo, noob tank. I was wrong, I'm sorry, please don't hit me anymore. My buttocks are going to be split into 4 if you keep hitting them." This is the old lair of the Dark Knight Jamido, the Silent Death Valley. Large, powerful bosses would have a marked advantage. They would usually have a large number of monsters around them. There would also be bosses that were located in vast, however, having no other monsters at all around them. Players could just engage in battle with the boss without the trouble of fighting other monsters, of course. There were also some exemptions, such as the Wraith King and the Demon Lord. There would be millions of monsters surrounding them. However, the Dark Knight Jamido was alone in the boss stage. He was the only one alive in the entire valley. Oh, his war horse too, the Dark Knight Jamido, the Mouth of Death, ethereal specter. Level 150. HP 450 million. Melee attack 75,409, 95,409. Defense 9.95. Skills. The moment when the boss was dead, Wei Yan rushed up to the boss and picked up all of the loot on the ground. She was giggling with joy after seeing the amount of coins she got. Wei Yan is going to get her Class A inheritance. Lost Dream and the others were envious. They were not patient enough to wait for the appearance of other Class A inheritance previously. They had made a fatal decision to take a Class B inheritance for themselves. Now they could only look at other with regret. Ha ha! From now on, you guys should just call me Wonder Girl Little Yan Everyone laughed. Zhang Yang bent down and picked up all the loot from the ground. Wow! This quest is giving me a violet platinum bow. Wow, woohoo! Fatty Han immediately shouted out with sarcasm like an ungrateful son of a B*TCH. He tried to act as if he had never seen a good equipment before. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Fatty, we are now capable of taking on ethereal tier bosses like a normal routine. Why can't you just be better than this? You should wet your pants over holy tier equipment, not this." Ha ha, Fatty Han did not feel any shame as he laughed it off. This equipment is not bound upon pickup. I shall sell it when I get it. Zhang Yang frowned. When did this wretched fatty learn how to act like Han Ying-Zhu and Wei Yan-Er? All he could think about was money. Why would he need so much money then? Fatty Han was turning into a miser like Han Ying-Zhu and Wei Yan-Er. He had started to love money more than ever since he was getting married. Despite that, he had wasted enough time for Zhang Yang to craft tens of thousands of armor-piercing potion. If he had realized that, he could have already skipped the quest and begged Zhang Yang to keep on crafting. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "That bow is only a preliminary reward. Just you wait until the end of the quest. I'm sure there's something far precious for you." "What precious item? Is it even worth the time we're spending here?" Fatty Han roared. Zhang Yang shook his head. Well, I'm not too sure, but one thing I do know is it will definitely be worth it. Come on, why are you even asking me that? You don't believe your bro. Violet Platinum boss drops were nothing but scraps to sell. However, drops of a mythical tier boss were very different. The golden vermilion burning python was level 135. Hence, the equipment dropped by the boss should be level 130. Even though the equipment drops do not have the special lowered level requirement, it was worth keeping since level 130 was just above the horizon. If they could not get their hands on an ethereal tier equipment, a mythical tier would be the second choice. The boss had only dropped a sad number of loots. There were only 2 mythical tier equipment and 3 violet platinum equipment. There were no skill books. Only an open-world boss of a map would drop luxurious items such as skill books or skill points. Mythical tier bosses were nothing but side bosses that would never drop anything precious, as expected of an S-class inheritance skill. As the level grows higher, the stronger the skills will be. Luckily, that skill effect had taken percentage into account, or else the skill could be extremely useless against highly leveled bosses with more than millions of HP. Zhang Yang would have to grind his way slowly and only use the skill when the boss drops below his own HP. By then, the boss would already be dead. As a tank, especially during a boss fight, Zhang Yang's HP will fluctuate up and down between 50% to 80% depending on the healer present. It will be a rare case where he would be at full health. As such, the skill, God of War Heavy Axe, would need to be timed precisely in order to deliver 300% damage. A careless miss and he would be dealing normal damage to the boss. In reality, Chiffany's attacks were not that strong. However, that depends on who she's striking. Players like Han Ying-Zhu and Sun Xin-Yu who had not acquired their inheritance could not cope with the boss, attack even when they have increased their maximum HP with their battle mount. The skill, Blazing Radiant Light, could deal 40,000 holy damage to all players every 2 seconds over a wide area. The damage dealt was rapid and strong. Perhaps only a healer with a suitable inheritance and equipped with an array of strong equipment could heal. As of now, the world's greatest healer would not even cope with the powerful damage. Although the equipment contained the word night, its properties did not seem to share the similar implications. It did not even have a single intelligence point. Zhang Yang's Titan chestplate would be nerfed considerably when he reaches level 130. He decided to swap it out and threw a large sum of guild contribution points on the table to claim the heavy armor. "Dear brothers and sister, Mr. and Mrs., could I have this, please?" The little brat carried the skill point crystal in her palms and pleaded to the entire party, complete with puppy eyes and a cute smile. Zhang Yang frowned immediately. He knew the little brat wanted the best thing for herself. Fatty Han was still camping under a pile of snow even after Sun Xin-Yu obtained her inheritance. Since no one really knows when the fox snow spurt will appear, Fatty Han could end up camping for weeks. Luckily, Fatty Han was commanded by Zhang Yang himself. If someone else were to instruct Fatty Han to camp that long, Fatty Han would have stuffed that person into an oven and had him camp inside there for as long as Fatty Hand liked. Someone in the cold, lonely, and dark forest, Fatty Hand screamed into the snow, muffling his voice as he was yelled. F asterisk 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 CK this SH asterisk 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 T. Back to Sun Xinyu, her shadow dancer inheritance was particularly famous in her past life, and had earned its fame by one skill, the dance and slash. Zhang Yang was excited, but he was not as excited as Fatty Han. In fact, when the two of them left the straw house, Fatty Han was practically dragging Zhang Yang out. The two flew towards Longguller Hills with their flying mount. With the exact location marked on the world map, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had taken roughly 20 minutes to land. The hill was completely devoid of trees. There was a good reason for it as well. Before Zhang Yang had landed, he could feel that the air around him was hot. It was a complete opposite of where he had come from. The air was so hot it felt like Zhang Yang was hovering over hot steam. Before landing, Zhang Yang had advised Fatty Han to lower his sensitivity setting to the minimum. The two circled around the hill and could not find any creeks or caves. Kronos had mentioned that it was going to be hard to locate the entrance to the cave. Hence, with great reluctance, the both of them got off their mount and traveled on foot. It keeps getting stronger. Every time Fatty Han's phoenix pet evolved into the next tier, Fatty Han would never fail to report it to Zhang Yang until the pet reached level 120. By then, Fatty Han's voice was already cracking with joy. Zhang Yang could understand why Fatty Han was so excited about the phoenix, as well as why 100 shots would be able to stand over a class inheritance players despite only having a C-class inheritance. Or was it B-class? Zhang Yang could not remember it clearly. The reason was due to the skill Phoenix transformation. If Zhang Yang's phoenix had such a skill, the red dragon pet that 100 shot would definitely possess a similar skill. The skill had to have similar effects as well. You wanna go? Let's have a go. Unable to resist the provocation of Death Arbiter, all 13 members of Lone Desert Smoke present there had jumped at him altogether. Wah! 1v13. Death by a player's hands would result in all experience points lost. That man is bold. He could lose any one of his equipment. That is what I call balls of steel. The spectating players started to chat. The cheers and claps were directed towards the brave. Naturally, in that sort of situation, the audience was cheering for Death Arbiter. Liu Wei and his guild members enjoyed the show, despite one sword stroke's demeaning words. His true intention to not use his transformation skill was because it was his trump card. In fact, transformation skill is every player's trump card. Only a few players would release information regarding about their inheritance. The smart ones would not tell everyone about your strengths, giving everyone a chance to exploit your weaknesses. A good example was Wei Yan Er's darkness inheritance. Her transformation skill may be strong, but she was extremely vulnerable to holy elemental damage during the activation duration. If her weakness was discovered by outsiders, anyone could counter her with a bunch of priests and knights. On the other hand, if the fire immunity of the Phoenix is kept a secret, all dispatched pyromancer will be completely wasted. Death Arbiter was shocked, and he let out a breath of surprise. He quickly hopped onto his pet mount and did a tactical retreat. Who would want to get caught in the swing of a killing cleave from Zhang Yang? However, Zhang Yang did not intend to activate his killing cleave. As the guild master of the Lone Desert Smoke, Zhang Yang wanted to get even for his guild members. He wanted to show that Death Arbiter had made a grave mistake by shaming them with his foul words. So Death Arbiter wanted to retreat, huh? Could he be faster than the speed of a phoenix pet? Is that a joke? The phoenix was a legendary beast. It would be the best among all pet mounts in the current stage of the game. It would remain as number 1 until the first appearance of a dragon pet. Liu Wei could not help but feel a chill up his spine as he saw how swollen Death Arbiter's face was. Liu Wei had the same experience back then when he was trying to snatch a boss from Crimson Rage. It was one of the worst ways to be humiliated. If even Death Arbiter could not defeat Zhang Yang, would there still be someone who could? Would there still be anyone left to defeat Zhang Yang in a one-on-one battle? The question could only be answered by Zhang Yang himself. He had someone in mind, Sun Xinyu. Only that Queen of Shadows could pose a threat to Zhang Yang. As a thief, she could just enter her stealth mode and stay quiet while approaching Zhang Yang. Upon the activation of her dance and slash, she could ambush Zhang Yang in silence and take him out instantly. Zhang Yang would not even have the chance to activate his God of War transformation. But how about facing each other fair and square? A fair player versus player match. Despite the fact that Death Arbiter was suffering at the hands of Zhang Yang, his outstanding battle performance stood out while he was battling one sword stroke. Many players praised and recognized him as one of the best players in the entire game. It could be said that he would be famous, a new rising star in the China region overnight after that battle. A large number of players believed that Death Arbiter deserved to be ranked as one of the top-tier player with a special title. Little did they know that they had been underestimating Zhang Yang all the while. Zhang Yang was indeed worthy to be the number 1 in the entire China region. It seemed that he was so powerful than those beneath his throne, that the gap of strength between Zhang Yang and the rest were blurred greatly. No one could seem to shake his title up to this point. At 8 p.m., the first match of the World League Championship finale finally kicked off. Players from all around the world put everything aside and tuned in to watch the matches. Battles between top-tier players would either last 10 seconds or drag on for hours. Truth be told, unless it is a battle between thief-class players, the matches would typically last for tens of minutes before it ends with victor up top. After all, players who have made it this far must have been one of the top players in their own regions. Silky Soft Battle Team obtained their first victory and they scored 1-0 against their opposition team. The next to go up the stage was Han Ying Zhu. The witchy Snow planted a kiss on Zhang Yang's lips and said, "I'll be right back, sweetheart." What the F***CK? This witch had turned him into the involuntary half of a couple displaying their affection in public. Coincidentally, her opponent was a level 118 spellcaster with the name Elemental Mistress. She was a female elf. She seemed to be well equipped. Her battle companion was a female hunter. It seemed that this player would be attacking the target together with her battle companion. They would attempt to go on an all-out assault. Han Ying Zhu summoned the whiner out. Before Messick could even begin with his perverted acts, she had already sent him flying with a kick to the face. Then she said, "Go defeat the 2 enemies over there. Make them your girl slaves." It was a pet skill, similar to the player's skill, Sacrifice. The damage that the owner of the pet receives will be switched over to the pet instead. Unfortunately, Wind Fox was a spell-type pet, so it did not possess a high amount of HP and defense. Upon receiving 2 extremely high damage values dealt by Zhang Yang, the Wind Fox was instantly killed. However, the sacrifice of this little pet had granted seductive Wild Pussy an opportunity to survive. The moment she recovered from the stun effect, she activated Ice Trap, and she leaped back at high speed. She leaped over 10 meters back. That was the hunter's tumble. Zhang Yang reacted very quickly as well. He activated his heroic leap and got away before the Ice Trap could trigger its effect. He went flying straight towards seductive wild pussy like a fearsome speedster. Fake death. As for how the lady did the translation, Zhang Yang had no idea about it. After all the talk, it only meant one thing: let's go. The three of them walked out of the room. Zhang Yang followed the two of them through a few twists and turns. There were really many buildings, halls, and chambers within the vicinity of the castle. The three of them walked all the way from the east side of the castle to its west side. Then they entered a small building that reminded him of ancient palaces. There were 4 bodyguards standing by the entrance of the building. They wore black suits with earphones over their ears. They looked like those FBI and CIA officers in the movies. After walking through the entrance, Zhang Yang could also see several other large men wearing black suits lined up by the walls. It seemed that the place was heavily guarded. So who could this owner be? Why would he need so many bodyguards then? So she's not willing to give in. Then I shall bring you round a tour in Smacktown. Spanking a pair of jelly mountains would not cause lasting injury to a person, so Zhang Yang gathered his might and continued directing his spanks on her pom-poms with all his might. MMMMH. As the spankings got harder and harder, Dusk Phoenix suddenly let out a strange utterance, as if she had given in to her fate. This scene that she was in had happened before in her dreams, countless times over countless nights. This man who was spanking her royal SS hard had inadvertently turned into her inner demon long ago, even without his own knowledge. If such is her fate, so be it. It was not their first time doing it anyway, not in real life at least. She was ready to give in as long as Zhang Yang does not start bashing her face in. For the semi-finals, Silky Soft Battle Team would be going up against the Hell Battle Team. Meanwhile, Crimson Rage Battle Team would be going up against the Steely Dangs Battle Team. The battle teams from China region were performing at an outstanding level, as 2 of their battle teams had managed to proceed into the semi-finals. Everyone was impressed and shocked at the same time. It was not a surprise to Zhang Yang at all. The Crimson Rage Battle Team was the runner-up for the World League Championships in Zhang Yang's previous life. Meanwhile, Silky Soft Battle Team had Zhang Yang, Sun Xinyu, and Han Yingzhu. The 3 of them had acquired their very own Class S inheritances. Of course, they stood heads and shoulders above other players for now. Other than that, Bloodbath Apocalypse, the other player with a Class A inheritance known as the Swampy Inheritance. I only know one of the inheritance skill called Swamp. The skill could turn a radius of 30 meters into a swamp. It will reduce 50% movement speed of all non-flying units. Zhang Yang moved his finger and pointed at the other name on the list. That sounds troublesome, Lost Dream frowned. Bloodbath Apocalypse was a spellcaster. Although a spellcaster would not have a blind spot or a minimum range, they were disliked being approached by their opponents. Because their opponents could interrupt their spells or stun them. They basically worked like how a hunter would. They would need space and time before they can launch an assault. If they get interrupted while chanting their spells, they would not be able to attack or heal their comrades. Destructive Smash. Savage Lord did not slow down at all. He swung another skill attack that could potentially damage Zhang Yang. Destructive Smash only has 8 seconds of cooldown. On the other hand, Shield Wall could last for 10 seconds. Therefore, his Destructive Smash would be ready for dispatching again when Zhang Yang's Shield Wall fades. Minus 3,167. That attack of his had finally dealt some damage to Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang had over 350,000 HP. It was like a mosquito bite. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang could have just taken another bottle of level 5 healing potion, grade 10 transmutation. After that, he could still recover another 60,000 HP if he does that. However, he would have recovered too much amount HP that he would have pushed Savage Lord into despair. When that happens, Savage Lord would have just given up hope, and he might not use his third full recovery potion if he really had one with him. Therefore, Zhang Yang had to maintain his HP bar at a certain amount to encourage Savage Lord that the match was not over yet. He could coax the other Guardian into giving his best and pulling out every other trump card. Hey, more effort is required in order for one to be the villain these days. Perhaps there was no way that anyone could beat the record set by Zhang Yang and his battle team. The entire arena remained quiet for a long time before the usual rowdiness returned. It took several players quite some time for them to accept the fact that Zhang Yang had single-handedly eliminated all 5 enemies with a single strike. Steely Dang's battle team did not even have time to react. It could not be helped. Rising Dragon's strike was only activated by luck and luck alone. It was not something that Zhang Yang could control. It would be extremely nice to have the skill proc at the crucial moment. After a few days of boredom, Daffodil Daydream had managed to obtain the Soul Breaker inheritance that she had been eagerly waiting for. Despite being in a class inheritance, the inheritance was Lone Desert Smoke's one and only magic class-specific type, a class inheritance. Hence, Daffodil Daydream became the center of attention for a short period of time, and everyone was interested to know of her abilities. The young woman happily obliged. Understanding of the soul permanently increases your damage by 45%. Soul Pierce directly attacks the soul of the target, deals 300% magic shadow attack, stuns the target for 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Soul Breaker transformation transforms into the Breaker of Souls. Increases HP by 3,000%, attack by 400%, defense by 400%. Gains a chance to nullify magic attack by 30%. Gains 1 Soul Breaker energy point every second. Lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown 72 hours. There were many strong players who had participated in the global ranking competition. However, strong or weak was an abstract value. Even during the first ladder climbing phase, the enemies that Zhang Yang faced were B-class inheritance players. When a B-class inheritance player meets an S-class player, the result would be likely one-sided. An intense battle is unavoidable when 2 sides use their transformation skills. However, Zhang Yang stood undefeated. After several more fights, Zhang Yang collected enough points and met Sun Xin Yu in the random role player assignment. It was inevitable since she too was climbing up the ladder. McLaren Artillos, the king of Hansung Kingdom, mythical humanoid. Level 144. HP 1 billion. Defense 9,410. Melee attack 70, 92, 90,092. Skills. Great Destructor. Lays down a powerful strike to destroy the land. Deals 100% melee attack to all targets attacking the caster. Heavy Bash. Bashes a target and deals 150% melee physical attack. Knocks a target back and reduces the aggro value held by the target. Constitution. Restore 2% HP every 30 seconds. Cannot be affected by any effect. Wrath of a King, if the battle was prolonged to 10 minutes. McLaren will be enraged and summons all his guards to destroy all enemies. Note, the ruler of Hansung Kingdom. Despite his age, the man is powerful. He was a war general when he was younger and carried the skills of war to his old age. Zhan Yu. WTF, dude, you said 400 million. The boss has 1 billion HP? Sword of Light gasped. The moment the boss fell, all China players received a system notification. The king of Hansung Kingdom has been killed and everyone has gained a level for free. On the other hand, the players of Japan-Korea Region 2 had received a notification. For their king has been slain, everyone would have one level deducted. Zhang Yang snickered. WTF was probably the phrase that every player in Japan-Korea Region had blasted out in unison. They had been planning this for a few days and had even sorted all the strongest players of guilds, big and small, from all over Japan and Korea. Only then were they capable of sending more than 40 million players to conquer all major cities in China. How could they have known that the Chinese players would send only 3,000 players to take down a kingdom before they could? Right then, the only thing they could do to make things even would be to take down a kingdom. The Japanese and Koreans were not thinking straight when they declared a nation war. In the end, they had it coming. Instead of toppling another kingdom, they had their own kingdom toppled first. Worst yet, not only have they failed to kill the steward, their entire fleet of players were completely wiped out as well. Everything that happened was witnessed by the entire world. Though China may have won both defensive and offensive wars, the sudden attack of Japan and Korea was a good wake-up call for all the players. To prevent future attacks, they would have to increase their alertness in every territory. Truth be told, China was lucky. However, they might not be this lucky in the next attack. Well, *MN, the monsters here are strong, cried Lost Dream as he laid down a powerful barrage of damage on the abomination monster. Lost Dream was referring to its attack instead of its overall constitution. Despite having powerful skills and attack, the normal tier monster had only over 100,000 HP. It did not take long for the party to kill one and the other. Zhang Yang nodded. You have to be careful. The monsters are powerful inside here. I suspect that the attack power of the monsters inside will be several times more than the regular monsters you fight in the normal map. Let me tank the monsters. You guys should be able to finish their low HP in no time. The two monsters had fallen and provided a total of 300,000 experience. It was 50% more than the monsters outside the Gagaros missed. Woohoo! I'm getting excited by the minute. I wonder what will we get in the end, said Fatty Han as he drooled all over the place. With the Phoenix pet in hand, Fatty Han's DPS had finally received an upgrade, allowing him to rise from the bottom to the middle tier. Anything is fine as long as there's some ethereal equipment for me. I only have 2 here. Hey, I only have 1. Everyone started to be chatty when it comes about ethereal tier equipment. Zhang Yang could not deny that fact that he too wanted more ethereal equipment, although he already possessed 4 of them. He, look at you guys squeaking about equipment. Fatty Han points his fingers here and there as he making fun of the party member. You pig, you too want the ethereal equipment, don't you, if you deny it? Give us all the equipment you have, and switch them with a whitewood tier. The strongest aspect of the monster in the Gagaros mist was their attack. The normal tier monsters there would have attack values several times stronger than an elite tier monster in the outside world, who could tank 500 elite monsters in one go without dying. It was possible, since the monsters' HP were low to start with. They could not even survive after moving a few meters. Zhang Yang easily defeated them even without the help of his transformation skill. It was easy dealing with the summoned soldiers. It was as simple as keeping them in place and not allowing any single monster to roam around and flank the party. 100,000 HP could be easily killed with 2 volleys of AoE attacks. Fatty Han laughed manically as he boasted. Heh. Screw them, they had transformation skills but refused to use them. Who do they think they are? Wow, this item is good, cried the little girl. Everyone else agreed. This item was extremely useful in the map. If the item was used on the healer, even if they were unfortunate enough to be party wiped, the healer could resurrect immediately on the spot and revive the rest of the party with ease. It was not just specifically for the healer, in fact, anyone could benefit from the monolith. However, at that time and place, the party decided to just entrust the monolith to Han Yingzhu. It's sure nice if the next few bosses drop a few more monoliths as well. Besides the resurrection monolith, the other rare item dropped was the skill point crystal. After a session of rolling, Lost Dream won the item and used it for himself. The poor fellow smiled like he had just touched a pair of boobs for the first time in his life. Every time an inheritance is activated, the progress of each party would receive a boost. 5 hours later, all 13 parties arrived at the second boss. Although they arrived at different times, none of them were falling behind. However, it remained unknown whether all parties could still maintain the speed of their progress. No one had any idea how many players from the other parties had already activated their inheritance transformation skills. It could only be assumed that weaker parties would already be urging their party members to activate their inheritance transformation skills. The second boss was a gigantic blood mist zombie. It was a male that was approximately 15 meters tall. His flesh all around his body was rotten and stinky. More surprisingly, that rotten man was wearing a nose hoop on his nose. He also wore many other golden rings on his utterly decomposed body. The golden rings were clanking into each other as he moved. This skill had the exact same name as the skill that seductive wild pussy was using during the World League Championship. Skill book, armor-piercing arrow. Use teaches you the skill, armor-piercing arrow. Required class, hunter. Required level, 100. Fatty Han and 100 shots were in immediate agreement. After all, Fatty Han was not suited to using such skills that would require precision upon activation. Therefore, he gave the skill book to 100 shots without the slightest hesitation. Armor-piercing arrow crushes the target's defense, causing all defensive-type equipment and accessories to malfunction. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. This skill did not seem to be useful in a boss battle. That was because the duration of the skill was too brief. However, this skill could be really effective in a PvP match, especially when going up against a tanker with super high defense. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. After seeing that the boss only had 100 million HP on her, everyone was happy. However, when their eyes came across the skilled descriptions of the boss, that happiness was snuffed out. What the F asterisk CK? It's not like the boss is launching a rocket into space. She has a stage 1 and 2. Are you kidding me? Fatty Han was infuriated because he knew that they would go through hell battling this boss. Such bosses that could turn into something more powerful would definitely be annoying as F asterisk CK. It would definitely be narrowing the potential effect of Glare of the Death God. Of course, the rate of success for using Glare of the Death God is extremely low to begin with, so there was nothing to be upset about. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. Fatty Han suddenly revealed a dreadful expression on his face, and he said, "What a pity that the boss did not drop her clothes and her pants." The mind of a wretched one would of course be wretched. If the boss had really dropped her clothes and pants, she would be battling Zhang Yang and his party with her jiggly tatas and her big bada-booms exposed. Everyone shook their heads at what Fatty Han had to say. Only Endless Starlight sighed along with Fatty Han. After all, he was a feather from the same flock as Fatty Han. During the battle with the boss, Endless Starlight was swinging his hammer so much harder than before, as if he was wishing that his hammer would knock off the clothes and pants of the boss. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. It took Zhang Yang and his party approximately 2 hours to clear out every single Death Knights in the surroundings before they finally stood before the fourth boss. The transformation skill of 100 shots had expired for some time by now. However, Daffodil Daydream had activated her Soul Breaker transformation right after that. She made sure that their party would always have at least one player with a transformation skill active. CREATORS Thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit Stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of Spirit Stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. It was the most troubling boss battle for them so far. Of course, the battle was only so troublesome and risky because everyone had to reserve some of their life-saving skills and power for the battles that yet to come. If they ever come across any super bosses in the open world map, they could have easily bested the boss when every one of them activates their inheritance transformation skills. They could just beat the boss into submission even if the boss goes berserk. However, there were quite a number of bosses on this special map. This special map was designed to be like a dungeon. Therefore, the party must ration and distribute the inheritance transformation skills wisely. As everyone could not simply activate their inheritance transformation skills at the same time, it made things much harder in this map. The battles here were tougher as well. CREATORS Thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit Stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of Spirit Stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. More fake, shoddy goods again? Pewee! Wei Yan was infuriated immediately. While they were back on the mountains of 12 zodiacs, she had been very eager to get a dragon as her pet. However, after exploring for half a day, she only came to realize that the so-called Dragon Mountain was inhabited by countless flightless raptors. She was so disappointed and furious that she had committed it deep into memory. She had brought that grudge along with her ever since. The two phoenix pets were performing with great exemplary. The damage they dealt with the monsters were tremendous. These 10-meter-tall raptors were considered to be the final line of defense for the final boss. They were trampled over by the two phoenix pets with ease. Well, at least the monsters died trying to stop Zhang Yang and his party from progressing forward. Even though they failed, they went down honorably. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR, RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. You insolent, insignificant beings! Get lost! The frosty ghost dragon let out a series of roars that trembled across the entire surroundings. Gigantic dragons could take the shape of a human, so it would only be natural if they could speak the tongue of men. Although the ghost dragon had lost its ability to shift into a humanoid form, it was not hard for it to speak human language. The bony dragon stood up abruptly on its hind legs and reached out with one of its claws. Each of its claws was approximately 10 meters long. The claws reached out for Zhang Yang. The air was swept up by the force of the swing. It made contact. Luckily for him, he raised his shield just in time to shield himself from that blow. At the same instant, the boss released its frosty dragon breath across the surroundings. Zhang Yang's body was covered in fragments of frost. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR, RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. When they saw that the HP bar of the boss on Zhang Yang's side was dropping down below 20%, the players on the two other parties started to discuss among themselves. They were trying to come up with a solution on getting the chest lying quietly on the stage. They've got the boss fight wrapped up. There's no doubt about it. Let's try out our luck. I'm willing to make a wager. When the boss on their side dies, all air walls on all bridges would all disappear at the same time. By then, we shall heal ourselves up first. Then we will kite the boss towards the lone desert smoke and drag them into battle as well. Most importantly, we need to get our hands on that chest. That's right. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. This treasure chest could not be put into the inventory. It could only be opened up on the spot. No takeouts. Wei Yan leaped over to the chest and grabbed Han Yingzhu like how an octopus would do to its prey. Then she pulled Han Yingzhu away from the chest and smiled like a little bee *TCH. Well, she would always be the one opening the chest, anytime, anywhere. The progress of opening the chest required 30 seconds. Not only were Zhang Yang and his party were staring at the progress bar, filling up with their eyes widened, the players on the other 2 parties were also staring at the chest without blinking even once. They were curious to find out what Wei Yan would take out from the treasure chest. Ayo, what a disappointment! Everything here is crappy. Wei Yan screamed in misery after she opened the chest. She took out a total of 5 items. 1 piece of broken staff fragment, 1 scroll, and 3 books with different colors. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. After distributing everything, the chest slowly vanished. The other two parties were finally willing to give up on their thoughts. It had proved to be impossible to slay the frosty ghost dragon under 24 hours. Hence, the two parties decided to give up on the boss battle. Upon releasing their souls after their deaths, everyone was sent back to the other end of the stone bridge they were on. Since they had no hope of taking down the boss, it would be better if they focus on killing the monsters to earn some experience points while they could still remain in the mist. After all, it was not easy at all to get their essays over here. They had lost their chances of getting the treasure chest. If they also lose the opportunity to earn some experience points, they would have come here for nothing. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR, RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. The scorching Amber Canyon was located by the north side of the Rainbow Village. While Zhang Yang was flying towards the canyon from afar, he could see harpies gliding around the sky above the canyon. Their numbers was so shockingly high that they blotted out the sun. It looked like they were building an army or something. These harpies had bodies and faces of normal humans. However, their feet were the claws of the birds. The tips of their claws were so sharp that they could easily crush rocks. Their arms were actually their large wings which kept them in the air. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR, RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of spirit stones, SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. Zhang Yang returned to Rainbow Village and submitted the quest, obtaining 5 million experience points as a reward. Even though 5 million experience points was not a small amount, Zhang Yang EXP bar had merely budged by a tiny tick. Zhang Yang could not really do anything about it when it comes to leveling. It was really getting tougher and harder to gain levels. Snort, you have to be a pig, I'd say. Shabu was extremely delighted as he held Zhang Yang's tiny hands in his massive hooves, hand-hybrid limbs, being called a pig by a pig. How does someone react to such a comment? Should Zhang Yang be happy or angry? With all the right mind, Zhang Yang would not want to be a pig. He quickly addressed another issue to change the topic. Chief, I heard about something concerning a sacred keepsake. CREATORS thoughts. ISB. Dear readers, TLDR. RLG has entered premium status. Spirit stones can be spent on premium chapters. Premium readers would have access to far more content than free readers. However, free readers would still be able to read at a slower pace. You will still get to finish the novel for free if you can wait. Spirit Stone cost per chapter is based on chapter length. Premium release rate, 14-week/free release rate, 7-week. Long version. There are changes to the system regarding RLG's latest chapters. We have been selected as one of 4 titles to enter the premium status. This means that you would be able to access RLG's premium chapters at the cost of a certain amount of Spirit Stones. SS. The cost is determined by the length of each chapter. However, no advertisement viewing would be allowed for such chapters. This system works in a similar way to Patreon. Readers will be able to support the translators, authors, as well as Kidian by spending SS on their favorite titles. However, fret not, free readers. You will still be able to access RLG's chapters without spending a penny. Just wait until the chapters turn free before attempting to open them. Right now, premium chapters would be released at a 14-week rate, while free chapters would be released at a 7-week rate. This is boring, said Zhang Yang as he yawned. He had been waiting for more than 20 minutes and the boss still had 82% HP left on its extremely long HP bar. Luckily for the players down there were all above than level 110. Or else they would have been affected by the annoying level suppression system. Not that it mattered, since they were fighting the boss in such a chaotic situation. Either side would have to deal with the destructive attack of the boss. On one side, Zhang Yang had forced himself to be awake. On the other, the players were having one of the most intense moments in their lifetime. As the battle continued to drag on, the 2 guilds had not waited for long to reveal their trump card. Many of them had used their inheritance transformation skills to speed things up a notch. There were a total of 7 players in the myth who had used their transformation, while Sengoku Daimyo had only 6. As such, the tide of war changed dramatically. Quicker than Death Arbiter, Zhang Yang had gained instant popularity in just 5 minutes. Both guilds, the Myth and Sengoku Daimyo, had resorted to vent their anger on the international forums. Naturally, the contents of their post were ill-voiced. Most of it was simple insults for stealing their loot and running away without a fight. All in all, the sort of actions that does not befit a guild master. The myth had even hired a few members of rogue family to stand at the entrance of Morning Town to insult Zhang Yang. Naturally, without Zhang Yang's master approval, a few members had launched an attack to get rid of the hooligans. However, before they could even start gathering, someone had stood out amongst the crowd stating that Zhang Yang had successfully stolen the boss loot despite having more than 20,000 players from each guild. With so many eyeballs around, how could they not be on the alert? What was there to blame anymore? It has been a while since he last talked to Fellis. Right then, when Fellis had suddenly said something that was completely out of the norm, Zhang Yang could not help but to think about her past. He had no idea of Fellis's background. She was a battle companion. Despite hatching out of an egg, the little powerful girl had a connection with the goddess of war. Whenever she goes berserks, she could even solo kill an S-class inheritance quest boss. If that is not weird enough, she also had the ability to morph into a dragon hawk. What sort of being was Fellis, really? Zhang Yang stopped the phoenix and said, "Follow the voice that calls to you. I shall follow you from behind in case anything goes wrong." However, Fellis thinks that Big Brother should go to Zixaluka Sea. Fellis does not want to waste Big Brother's time. Fellis shrunk in guilt. "I don't recall there being a branch family," Zhang Yang commented coldly. "I don't see the reason that why she would tell you about it. After all, our family is the main branch." Ma Hua denoted his statement with a stoic stance. "When I say she, I meant my cousin's sister, Sun Xin Yu." Did he just claim to be Sun Xin Yu's elder cousin? Zhang Yang examined his behavior and believed his words. Such a statement could either be true, or he had the balls to proclaim something as absurd as him being the ruler of China. However, even if he were to marry Sun Xinyu, there was some sort of feeling that he was unable to shake off. Now that this self-righteous bastard was their talking bulk *CK, Zhang Yang felt that he was no one being married into a royal family. Everyone will be looking and judging him. Zhang Yang dragged the hostess out of the room and gave her a name card. He had even pulled out his own name card and wrote a short message on it. "Take this, and if you want to find another job that pays well, try it. Someone will find and take care of you." She had been unfortunately caught in the crossfire when Zhang Yang and Liu Wei was going on. Liu Wei had slapped her in the face just because he could not hold his anger in. Zhang Yang patted the hostess, bare shoulders, and bade her good luck before storming out of the establishment with rage. The girl teared up a little and followed him closely. Water, the habitat of the merfolk. Dalmian's speed underwater was much faster in comparison to Zhang Yang's when they were on land. In the blink of an eye, Dalmian lunged at Zhang Yang with his trident aimed at Zhang Yang's chest. Block! Zhang Yang blocked the attack with sparks flashing out from the waters. Water bubbles sparkled on him, causing him to be knocked a few meters behind. Despite Dalmian's strength and power underwater, Zhang Yang was barely phased. In a split second, Zhang Yang took the inertia of the blast and torqued it into a quick 360-degree pivot to hit the boss with his axe and dealt more than 80,000 damage. Weakling, the ocean is not for the likes of you. You land beings are so pathetic here. Beings that would succumb to mere water, you dare attack my lair, I will grant you your death wish here. The boss chased after Zhang Yang and thrust his trident at him. Heroes, I appreciate that you have taken the job, but I have to ask. Do you really have what it takes to defeat the Dark Magician? Rapali was sitting on a magnificent throne and asked Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu worriedly. Sitting beside him was a noble woman dressed in the grandest lady with her thick dress and fur coat. She was slightly younger than the Baron himself. The lady was probably his wife. Zhang Yang nodded. I may not be strong, but I do have a band of friends. Together we have killed countless evil and strong demons. Count. Rest assured that we will kill this dark magician that you speak of." "Very well," Count Ropali smiled with relief. "In that case, allow me to ask of you my selfish request. Please make haste, for my 7-year-old daughter's life rests in your hands." "Ding, Count Ropali has a quest for you. Kill the dark magician. Will you accept it?" Both Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu exchanged a look. 7 years old? What? The red zone of the HP will always be different in different battles. However, there is 99% chance that the higher HP you have, the safer it will be for a player to fight a boss. The remaining 1% chance was that of a fight with a boss such as this dark magician who could cast skills to reduce a player's HP by a fixed percentage. Having a full HP all the time would only be a complete waste of mana for healing. In that battle with the dark magician, it will be efficient to have the HP at 100,000 and above. Not much higher, but never lower. If the healers can do that, the threat of the dark magician's curse would be nullified. Han Yingzhu and Fantasy Sweetheart's burden would be slightly easier. The main item that was up for grabs was the skill point crystal. It was rather valuable after all. Hence, using the rolling method was not too practical. Lucky players like the little brat or even Han Yingzhu could easily get them. Players like Zhang Yang and Daffodil Daydream had never been very lucky in that sort of thing. Hence, items with high value were distributed via turns instead. This time, the crystals fell to Endless Starlight. Since there were only 10 of them, farming the next one should not be too difficult. Zhang Yang had the identifying scroll in hand, and he had the 2 ethereal tier equipment identified. The heavy armor equipment was given to the little brat. Anti-shadow helmet, ethereal heavy armor. Defense plus 320. Vitality plus 6668. Strength plus 2265. Intelligence plus 972. Level 5 Socket 1. Level 5 Socket 2. Equip increases your maximum HP by 13,330. There were a total of 6 sub-dungeons in the Death Abyss dungeon. 2 of the sub-dungeons were 10-player scaled dungeons, while the other 4 sub-dungeons were 5-player dungeons. Each dungeon was similar to the previous dungeons that they had cleared before. There would be normal modes, hard modes, and hardcore modes. Players would be required to unlock the next mode by clearing the previous mode. However, one thing different in this dungeon compared to the others. This Death Abyss is located in the War Canyon. Meanwhile, players would have to go through so many battles in order to be deemed worthy to enter the War Canyon. The details were as follow. Zhang Yang felt a rush of joy up his chest. He continued to let his blood flow on the statue while eating snacks like a joyful madman. He also took a glance at his surroundings once in a while. He did not seem to care about how people looked at him at all. If such a facial expression was seen on a normal player, that player would have been surrounded and beaten up for good. However, the circumstances were different for Zhang Yang. He was the number 1 player in the entire game. He had all right to do that. Those who crossed eyes with Zhang Yang could not even look him straight in his eyes. They either looked at another direction or looked down to their own feet. Well, Zhang Yang looked intimidating just by standing there. So there was nothing to be said about it. "Little Yang, rumors say that you're masturbating to a statue. You masturbated so much that blood came out instead." The voice of Fatty Hand squeaked in his ear. Upon visiting Gilstein, Phyllis had advanced up to the level of an ethereal tier. She looked almighty from all sides. The scene of her wiping out a large number of players from the myth mesmerized the players who witnessed her actions in the surroundings. They truly believed that Zhang Yang had acquired this powerful battle companion by giving his blood to a statue. The rumors spread on. Countless players went to the goddess of war's statue and cut their wrists as well. They even needed to fight their way through in order to get close to the statue. Some players who knew about the lore of God's miracle immediately pointed out that the statue was actually the statue of the goddess of war who had fallen during ancient times. After confirming the fact, the players became even more obsessed than they ever could. Was this the reason why Perilous was so powerful? Was it because she had a direct connection to the gods in the ancient times? Of course, it would not mean that victory is claimed after a party managed to secure the center point. They would still have many other problems to worry about. Yes, they would take control of the defensive facilities and the special graveyard which would enable them to jump straight back into the battle without having to run through the entire pathway. However, the region who gets hold of the center point would have to face the assaults from the other 7 regions. The players able to stand on this map were all players that had been filtered out by the system based on their equipment tier. The system would only deem those who had higher tier equipment on them to be eligible to enter the War Canyon. Therefore, the standard of the players from all regions should not differ greatly among themselves. Zhang Yang single-handedly took out a player with a Class B inheritance who already activated his transformation skill in merely tens of seconds. Judging by the looks of it, Zhang Yang could do the same to 90% of the players, the surroundings in a brief period of time. After all, the number of players with Class A inheritance and Class S inheritance was extremely low. The majority of the players who made it into the War Canyon were basically players with Class B inheritances. Take out Zhan Yu first. Players from all other regions immediately agreed on one thing. It was futile for Zhang Yang to hide his character information at that point. Every single top-tier player already knew that there was only one player in the entire world who could raise a shield while holding a two-handed weapon in the other hand. Furthermore, his Phoenix pet had given up his identity to whoever was in the surroundings. Sun Xin Yu and her stealthy strike force was rather crafty. When the number of Japan-Korea players that got resurrected was too great, they immediately went into stealth mode and fled the scene. They only needed to activate their vanish to get away for the worst-case scenario. On the contrary, if the number of Japan-Korea players was small, then the graveyard would become their slaughtering feast. Many of them were only able to open their eyes after they were resurrected before they are killed again. Those poor souls would have to repeatedly wait for the 30-second countdown to end before they could get resurrected by the graveyard again. Speaking of tactics, the China region was undoubtedly the most successful among them all. It only took approximately half an hour for them to collect a large amount of kill count to gain an advantageous head start over the others. As long as they maintain their pace until the battle ends, they should be the one claiming victory over the war. As mentioned previously, taking control over the center point was merely one of many ways of attaining victory over the war. It was not necessary to take down the central point in order for the region to win. However, everyone was blinded by the killing and slaughtering right before their eyes, that they lost track of the main objective. They were so eager to take control over the center point that they lost track of everything. Even though there were a few who were clear-minded enough to stop and inform the rest by shouting and screaming, no one seemed to care about it at all. Just kill them. Just slaughter them all. Mountain Mover did not join the battle. He remained on a flying mount. He was levitating 3 meters above from the ground while observing the situation of the battle and giving commands to the other players. In any 1v1 match, the important thing was a player's strength and skills. In any 2v2 match, collaboration becomes crucial and important if you wanted to win the match. When the number of players in a match reaches a certain height, collaboration would become so significant that strengths, equipment no longer matter much. Too fast? That happened too fast. Was it because there were no monsters at all throughout the entire dungeon? Could it be that there was just one boss in the entire dungeon? Normal players were having similar thoughts on what just happened. Meanwhile, one sword stroke and the other dungeon exploration parties had a chill up their spines after hearing about it. They quickly hustled up and killed the monsters as soon as they were able to. They were pretty worried that lone desert smoke might just enter the other dungeons as well to get the first clear of the other sub-dungeons. They might just rush in to snatch for the second, maybe even the third, first clear for the sub-dungeons on the map. Well, they did not say that any guild that already cleared their own dungeon could not continue on with the other dungeons. If they really had that kind of capability on them, why don't they just take out Zhang Yang or Sun Xinyu or any other core players of Lone Desert Smoke from the individual ranking competition list then? They could just prove by doing so, right? However, even though they were afraid to lose, they were actually making themselves loud and clear as they were recruiting. The little brat was infuriated immediately upon hearing it. The little brat had always been clear about her preferences. She would never let a thorn stay in her eye, so she decided to stir up some trouble. Humph, humph, let me go and tell them what a high-tier player is. Wei Yan leaped down to the side of the arena and challenged the berserker from eternal flame. I'll go too, Sun Xinyu said coldly. Then she vanished into thin air. She went into her stealth mode immediately. Zhang Yang and his party descended to the ground. The NPCs were startled. They thought that they were ambushed by enemy forces, so they quickly raised their weapons up, ready to engage in battle. After seeing the faces of Zhang Yang and his party members, they put down their weapons and put themselves at ease. Then one of them asked, "Who are you?" "We're adventurers who have traveled from a faraway land called the White Jade Castle." Zhang Yang made a salutative gesture of an adventurer and showed the NPCs the badge on his chest. White Jade Castle. Those outpost guards were confused, but it did not take long before they recovered and asked, "What do you intend to trouble us with?" As usual, Zhang Yang was at the head of his gang. Right before he stepped foot onto the ground, his phoenix pet had already opened up its mouth, spitting out a stream of blazing flames. The flames caused impressive damage values to the monsters. However, these wolf guards had the ability to throw nets at players. They were throwing nets at Zhang Yang and his gang without stopping. The flying mounts were falling onto the ground one after another after being entangled in the nets. Even the legendary beast phoenix pet could not escape such fate. Fortunately, they were just trapped. The nets did not affect their assaults at all. However, it was not a pleasant experience to be trapped. Zhang Yang immediately leaped down from the back of Phoenix Pet. Well, he had the skill called beast taming after all. His pet mount would not disappear even after he is separated from his pet mount. Charge! Maelendor! Zhang Yang roared and dove downward. He jumped off the fiery bird before the phoenix could reach ground level. He sustained a little fall damage but got up and immediately grabbed Maelendor's shoulder. You were once a human like us all. Do you wish for the fall of the earth? Do you wish for all that is living to fall to evil? What do you know? I'm doing this for my sister. Maelendor snarled at Zhang Yang. The ring in his finger gleamed with a bright radiance. The ring was so weak in battle, yet it possessed powerful protection powers. The attack that should have killed Maelendor had failed to do so, for he had used the one ring. Even if the Dark Riders does not make an appearance, it would be hard to even kill Maelendor alone. Sauron's castle was located at the center of Margaya Forest. Be it from any direction, it was the same distance from any direction in the thick forest. It was both easy to move around, and hence was one of the major factors of any territory which made it easier to defend. 1. By having higher upper damage limit, does not mean the Zhang Yang would have higher DPS than Wei Yan Er. After all, Zhang Yang's charge-up strike as cooldown time was 60 seconds. He could not confirm that all of his skills would deal critical strikes. Then again, as expected of a celestial tier equipment, even though the stat boost was just from a single ring, it had nearly increased Wei Yan Er's overall performance by 30%. Anita was greatly pushed back. Despite having strong AoE skills that could deal high damage and possessing knockback effects, the skill was suppressed by having a long 30 seconds cooldown. Under heavy fire, the boss could not even retaliate in a proper manner. Crack, the earth split apart violently, and out came a massive humanoid creature from within the creases. The monster crawled out and stood at nearly 30 meters tall. Fully clad in armor-like scales, the beast had a long, spiky tail and a horn as long as its head that stuck out of its forehead. The beast had only one eye, which had taken almost half of its face's surface area. The dark, orange and black stripes pupil glared at the party with a killing aura so strong that it made a little visible crack on the rusted helmet on the ground. Shadow Demon Sauron, the Dark One, Holy Demon. Level 170. HP 1,700,000,000. Defense 17,660. Melee attack 140,086, 200,086. Skills. Death Glare blasts a powerful death ray towards a target within 30 meters. Deals 200,000 damage. Damage will be increased by 100% for every 10 meters a target is away from the caster. Maximum range 10,000 meters. The match goes on strong. As long as Zhang Yang could hold on for as long as he could, the healers stop death in its tracks, and members of the party do not get killed by death's touch. And nothing else could factor the fall of the party. In the end, the boss fight would only be a matter of time. However, even if after activating Inheritance Transformation and gain 300% or 500% attack boss, it does not mean that their DPS would increase by 3 times or 5 times. It was a matter of calculation. The shield alone had provided a total of 26,000 HP. With the Vitality Aura stacked with the shield's HP bonus, the total HP it provided was 36,000. Right then, Zhang Yang had over 510,000 HP, giving him a significant boost of HP. What a loot! Sadly, Zhang Yang would have to wait until he reached level 150 before he could equip it. Right then, he was level 144. With a little push, Zhang Yang could reach level 150 in just 1 month's time. Little Yan Er's hands are really lucky. 2 weapons and a shield. That's better than striking the lottery. Fatty Hen gave her 2 thumbs up. It's a shame that there's no hunter's EQ, though. Zhang Yang pretended a cough. Giving you a weapon would be a major waste. Hey. I heard that. How could you say this to a bro? Fatty Hen puffed. Everyone ignored the fatso and paid their attention to the last dagger. Shadow Totem's dagger. Holy dagger. Weapon attack. 8,465, 12,465. All level 6 gemstones were instantly kept in the guild warehouse, since only level 170 equipment would have level 6 sockets. Whoever who gets their level raised to that level may take the gems for themselves. After all the items were distributed, the party returned to Hanier Valley to submit their quest to General Turkin Han. Back at the valley, the party was warmly welcomed not just by the general, but almost by everyone present. The party was surrounded by NPCs congratulating them for their deeds. Naturally, Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were at each other's throats, trying to grab the limelight. After obtaining 20 million experience points as their reward, they also obtained an equipment. Mark of the Demon Slayer, mythical ring. Vitality, plus 1889. Strength, plus 635. Dexterity, plus 635. Equip, increases maximum HP by 3,770. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 8%. Equip, absorbs 539 damage when attacked. Now that someone had taken the lead to charge into the church, the others followed closely behind. Other players had also followed his footsteps and activated their own inheritance transformation skills. While the commotion was happening, many other stronger, famous guilds stood aside and watched the action from the sidelines. It was not a war that sought to destroy the territory's main hall. It was a war to kill the player carrying the command order and to hold on to the item until 3 hours end. Even if someone is able to hold on to the command order until the very last minute, someone else might sneak up on him, kill the player, and claim the command order. 3 forbidden scrolls were used simultaneously. Zhang Yang could only assume that they had meant to target anyone that did not belong to their own respective guilds. As such, players with at least 1 million HP would lose 300,000 HP per second. That means that it would take only 4 seconds to be killed. As for players with more than 1 million HP, they would also experience 300,000 damage per second. What more, the damage inflicted from the Forbidden Scroll would not be affected any defensive means. Zhang Yang was left with over 9 million HP left. Hourglass Figure planned to have Zhang Yang attack her so that others might have the chance to attack him instead. Zhang Yang applauded her strategy. By having an S-class inheritance, she was more than qualified to have him, another S-class inheritance holder, to fight her. As for the attacks, she was more than capable of being on par with him, and with coordinated attacks, Zhang Yang could be killed. Zhang Yang grinned and cast Glare of the Death God. Success. A dark cloud formed on top of Hourglass Figure's character and crystallized into a grinning skull. Although the skill rarely ever worked on a boss, whenever it is used on a player or a monster, it would be a sure hit. In a territory conquest, everyone was logically eligible to snatch the territory order for themselves. The system did not say that the other China region players could not snatch the territory order from Zhang Yang. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang had paid quite a substantial amount of price before he got Snow Seeker and her guild to work for Lone Desert Smoke. From that point of view, Zhang Yang did not mind having Eternal Flame snatch the territory order from him. However, the fact that irked Zhang Yang so much that he was infuriated was that Eternal Flame was reserving their strength while they were using other guilds as their shield to protect themselves. They had waited for the Lone Desert Smoke to face the worst situation before they charged in and gave Lone Desert Smoke a stab in the back. It was infuriating even for the others. It was not acceptable at all. However, it would be pointless to be in fear all the time. Zhang Yang had never underestimated his opponents. He would not fear them either just because they were powerful as well. On the contrary, Zhang Yang had enough confidence that he would be able to triumph over his opponents, as long as his opponents were of equal level and equipment. Furthermore, his current level and equipment tier were the best in the entire world now. He also had an extremely powerful battle companion, Perilous, and a legendary tier pet mount, who could best his current attributes now. Upon reaching level 150, Zhang Yang had another new skill point to add to his Shadow Clone. With the new upgrade, he could now summon up to 6 Shadow Clones at the same time. Once he activates his Shadow Clone, 7 Zhang Yang would become a threatening existence that would send anyone trembling in fear. Apparently, Andros was not a location's name. It was actually the name of the spider god. According to legend, the ancestors of this spider men had followed the god of light long during the ancient times. Because the ancestor managed to perform exceptionally meritorious services for the god of light, he was gifted with a part of the divinity of the gods. When the great war among gods had ended, the gods had fallen one after another. Andros hid himself in the spider kingdom and lived a quiet life ever since. Of course, this location was not named as the spider kingdom when he first arrived. Well, this spider brother could not stand the loneliness for long, so he shot his junk into a few female spiders. Well, one female spider could lay many eggs at a time. Not long after that, a large army of spiders spawned into being to conquer this land. They worshipped Andros like a god ever since. They even built many temples to enshrine him. Sun Xinyu pulled some strings and discovered the real identity of Dragon Marquis from the databank of dream technology. It was a surprise to see Sun Xinyu so shocked at her own discovery. Her face turned gloomy for quite some time after that. So this Dragon Marquis had the surname Zhang. His full name was Zhang Xiuhua. He was in fact Sun Xinyu's playmates in her childhood when Sun Xinyu was still small. She had stayed in Beijing for quite some time. This Zhang Xiuhua was her neighbor right beside her house. According to Sun Xinyu, Zhang Xiuhua had liked her ever since they first met. Meanwhile, she hated the personality of Zhang Xiuhua. She felt that this man was a little too devious. Sometimes, even though he is angry, he would still put a smile on his face. That personality trait of his made quite a hypocrite out of him. "Wah, you stinky eight-legged freak! Let go of me now?" Wei Yan began to scream like a little bee asterisk tch. She repeatedly tried to break the spider's strings with her battle axe. However, Conros was a green-named monster. Zhang Yang and the ladies had obviously triggered some sort of drama mode. No matter how hard Wei Yan tried, she could not do anything about the webs wrapping around her. As the levels of the players keep rising and improving, more and more equipment with higher tiers will appear. The difference between the normal players and the top-tier players was getting wider and wider as time passed by. However, top-tier players were only one small cluster of the entire population in the game. Furthermore, they were so busy grinding their levels and killing bosses to farm for better equipment. Even if there is a PvP battle, it would only happen between players who are about the same level and tier. Therefore, the normal players would not really be affected much. It would be just like normal people watching two rich people fighting against each other. No matter how much money those two rich people had, it would not affect the plebeians. The boss had a skill that could recover his own HP. Well, that had been a trend for every powerful boss that they had encountered so far, and it's quickly getting old. "Time to get Wretched Fatty and the rest over here," Han Yingzhu suggested. Well, the five of them could not do anything about the boss's demonic build. They might as well stare at the boss until the boss kills them all. Furthermore, there was also quite a large number of elite-tier monsters guarding the boss. The situation was pretty F***ed up. Zhang Yang took out Andros's jade pendant and said, "Let's try out the power of this little pendant. If we can't get this done even after we use this, then we shall summon Fatty and the rest over to finish the job. Let's activate our inheritance transformations and kick the boss's *SS. All right. The most important thing about Andros' shadow clone was not its attack power. It was not his defense that allowed him to tank against the boss. It was his purify that could nullify the annoying effect of mind control of Poilak that mattered the most. However, the system deemed that the monster horde would be more annoying than the mind control by the boss. Hence, the system provided players with a huge advantage at the start of the boss battle. Andro's shadow clone was meant to be there to wipe out the entire horde of elite-tier monsters. Truth to be told, normal players would definitely find it more difficult to deal with so many elite-tier monsters at the same time. If these monsters got the chance to swarm up on normal players, they would be as good as dead. They might even get wiped out in an instant. Not every player had an inheritance transformation skill after all. The three cloth armor-oriented class players rolled for the equipment. The first equipment was claimed by Han Yingzhu. The moment she took it up, she immediately equipped it to try it out. However, her previous hat was much more attractive than this piece of a hat. Therefore, she had chosen to show the appearance of her previous hat. However, when she switched the new hat onto her head, she forgot to disable the function that would show the appearance of the hat she was wearing. Instantly, a weird lady, looking like a wild gargoyle, stood right in front of everyone. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing a ridiculous hat on her head. "Sis, let's make some more of this kind of hats and go back to your old apartment to scare some people during the night." Wei Yan-er's eyes began to glow again. Whenever she had some weird, evil plans in her mind, her eyes would glow that way. After all, she had always been into such weird things. "Yay, I'm just messing around in the game just for fun," Zhang Yang said. Right after he came into his office, he had taken out his game helmet straight away, ready to plug into the game. Before he could do that, this mesmerizingly disastrous new girl had walked right into his office. Mr. Zhang should have reached quite a high level in the game, I assume. Chen Zhu Yao was a little surprised to see that Zhang Yang was also a player for the game. "I just started playing the game a few days ago. I'm just level 9. Please teach me how to be a good player." If they had known that Chen Zhu Yao would summon a high-level tanker to aid them, they would have suggested looking for a tanker themselves. If Unkillable Cockroach's colleague could bring him to farm the level 20 dungeon, then they would not have problems clearing this dungeon at all. At first, the three male players were competing against each other to see who could win the girl over. They were trying to show off their strong suites one after another. A fight almost exploded among them, even. However, when Zhang Yang showed himself, the three of them agreed on to stand on the same line to repel their strongest competitor. "This is the CEO of the company where I work at." Chen Zhu Yao smiled sweetly at them. "Is this some sort of joke? A hidden story between the boss and his secretary? Damn." Even though Snowbark was already a level 142 high-level player, he would not be fast enough to stop Suiko Taro and his party members from getting away through the entrance of the dungeon. For that, they could only sigh heavily to express how unfortunate it was for them. After all, it was really a rare opportunity for them to gaze their eyes upon a rare specimen of beauty like Chen Zhu Yao. However, there was one person who stayed behind instead of running into the dungeon like the other 5 of his party members. Snowbark burst into laughter when he saw that. Since that the pretty lady had escaped, they decided to have some fun with the idiot who stayed. With Cheng Zhu Yao's help, the Unkillable Cockroach trio was able to waltz out of the dungeon with their chests held out proudly. They had said it then. It would not matter for them to lose their experience points since it was only worth a day's work. In fact, they were only saying that to get to Cheng Zhu Yao's good side. On the other hand, Suiko Taro was greatly dismayed. He was level 99 and was about to reach level 100. He was that close to entering the Chaos Realm, a further chapter of the game. Hence, he bit down his pride, thought over it thoroughly, and realized that he did not have the urge to gamble. If he is able to win the lovely lady's heart with the bet, he would be all in for it. However, at that point, it was already too late for him. Eventually, Suiko Taro had decided to give all up and used a teleportation scroll to leave the dungeon. "What are you talking about? A new friend?" Zhang Yang shook his head vigorously. Ah, I know what you mean. It's a new recruit with potential. Fatty Hand said that he had something to do. I simply brought the new recruit for a dungeon raid the other day. Is that what you mean by new friend? Noob Tank, I have you know that our policy of truth is as simple as lowering your head humbly. Deny your claim and we will forcefully dig it out. Wei Yan poked Zhang Yang. Those who lower their heads humbly can even escape the wrath of a god. Those who deny their claims could even go back home safely. So, little brat, what are you planning to claim from me? I have always been a straightforward man. Zhang Yang was nearly cornered by Wei Yan. I heard that new friend of yours is a super beauty. Is that correct? Said Han Yingzhu, again with the smile of hers. The enemies were all mounted on their mounts, however. Mounts were prohibited from flying in the map, hence, the players were not airborne but merely riding their mounts like a horse. Besides Scholar, Musu, and Longrich, the other player present was Ink Wave, a level 146 Guardian, and Wind Chime, a level 145 Bandit. Obviously, all of them were of the Guild Eternal Flame. Hey, don't you know who we are? Said Wind Chime as he brandished his swords out, grinning with smugness on his face as he threatened Zhang Yang. Before you get your sad face off this map, pay us 100,000 gold coins as a compensation for wasting our time. Mind you, don't even try thinking of running away. Pay up or I will find you and kill you every single day. The only way you'll reach level 150 is in your dreams. Stupid, that's just being too nice to them, Ink Wave snorted. There is a saying in olden China warfare that one should not use dirty tricks to win a war. But that was in the olden days, and the future is now. Zhang Yang smirked evilly and turned around to attack Wind Chime. Shush, another sword miss, ache, it was not just Wind Chime. He was about to lose his mind when Zhang Yang changed his target abruptly. In fact, Ink Wave, Longrich, and Scholar Musu was stunned. What was happening? Could Charge Up Strike be used without a cooldown? Could the effect of Charge Up Strike be stacked? Or was it something else? Longrich widened his eyes as he realized the truth. They had been duped. It was not a skill, but a simple basic attack that was meant to miss. When Longrich realized that, it was too late for him. He had wasted a precious skill. Zhang Yang turned his head immediately to an empty patch of land and commanded the Phoenix to attack that area. As the trail of fire blasted the area, Wind Chime was forced out of the shadows. That was an intense, shocking revelation for Wind Chime. How could you detect me? Said Wind Chime as he panicked. I was using Sprint. Haha, I knew that you were going to use Sprint, and that's exactly why I could predict your location. If you hadn't, I would probably have lost you. All 7 Zhang Yangs laughed and used Charge at Wind Chime, stunning him all at the same time. Aggravated, Wind Chime could do nothing but to accept the fact that Zhang Yang was strong. He had already activated Sprint at the instant he entered stealth. It was a complex command that only a proficient thief player could execute. Little did he know that Zhang Yang had anticipated his move and predicted where he would be. Ha, you should have seen their faces when they jumped out of the portal. Ha, they looked like clowns. Little Wei Yan laughed. Zhang Yang scoffed and replied, You're right, they are nothing but clowns. The fight was rather enjoyable, though. If Longrich and Scholar Musu could hear their conversation, they would perhaps turn around and fight Zhang Yang to the death. They were, at the very least, players who had entered the top 15th individual rankings. Anyone within the top 100, while possessing a class inheritances, were strong. If Zhang Yang were to call them clowns, where else could he find a true rival? Even if someone were to complain about Zhang Yang's bad gaming etiquette, he had the right to say such things. Technically, he had faced 4 players alone, excluding the fact that Felis and the Phoenix were not players themselves. Out of the 3 transformation skills, he had merely used the Phoenix's skill to defeat all 4 of them. After reaching level 150, the best thing that they could do then was to equip their level 170 holy tier weapons. Daffodil Daydream was the first to equip hers. She swapped out her old staff for the new Shadow Lord's staff and gained a massive boost to her attack stats. For any class or any player at all, the best way to gain higher damage was to equip a stronger weapon. Han Ying Zhu and Wei Yan continued to clear the loots on the ground. However, there were drops of more than thousands of monsters. How long would they take to pick them all? In the end, Zhang Yang had only permitted them to loot all the equipment and item. As for the coins, it would be a waste of time, since the total coins they could loot would only sum up to several thousand gold coins. It was a number which was valuable to noob players, but worthless to Zhang Yang and his party. That's a crimson fire crow," cried Zhang Yang happily. "What about it?" "That monster will drop something called the Crimson Fire Essence. It's one of the materials for crafting the amateur power potion," said Zhang Yang as he rushed over to the monster in delight. "Amateur power potion?" Everyone was shocked. "How much does it boost?" 30% attack power, said Zhang Yang. "Advanced tier will give 40% boost. If it's the same as the beginner power potion, a transmuted grade 10 could increase the effect by 100%. That amateur power potion could provide a massive boost of 60% damage for a short amount of time." After the party was finished with the Crimson Fire Crow King, there was nothing left but to go out of the steamy hot cave. The party circled around the walls of the cave and managed to find a small opening that led to the outside of the cave. After squeezing through the pathway, they were led to another large cave, with a gigantic palace situated in it. The structure of the castle was built in accordance to the shape of the cave itself. There was no other way but to go into the castle. The castle itself was extremely old. Cracks were here and there, showing signs of severe deterioration. The first chamber of the castle was opened wide, since there were no doors to enclose it. From outside, the party could see countless of specter-infested monsters that were patrolling around aimlessly. The sounds of their eerie cries, coupled with their extreme numbers, was only an early indication that their journey forward will be tough. "I applaud your efforts of entering my realm with only the 5 of you." Dorak laughed with a deep, husky voice that was both eerie and bold. He then lifted his staff and fired shadow arrows, again and again, dealing 200,000 damage to Zhang Yang. However, despite being powerful, the attack was like a mosquito bite when Zhang Yang is in his transformation state. He had 40% magic nullification chance. Hence, technically, he would only take on average of 50,000 to 60,000 shadow damage and lose around 30,000 HP per second. It was too low. "Come on, pump it up, give me more pain." Zhang Yang provoked him. If he is possessed then, it would be extremely difficult to push Zhang Yang's HP down to 10%. Perhaps he would even kill everyone before then. The most dangerous part of Possess was its ability to control players. Players who are controlled by the boss would be more dangerous than the boss. Therefore, Zhang Yang and his gang rather kept their HP down to danger level of 10% remaining rather than become possessed by the boss. For normal players, even if the boss did not have Possess, the Shadow Trap and Shadow Roller were already extremely difficult to deal with. While they are dodging either one of those attacks, they might get hit by the other. Each attack could deal up to 300,000 damage to 400,000 damage. So how many players in the game could afford to sustain so much damage over time then? However, for high-tier players, the boss would be easy to slay if the boss did not have the skill Possess. All they needed to do would be dodge, hit, and dodge and hit again. Upon getting used to the pace of the battle, the boss would no longer be a threat to them. After distributing everything, everyone took out their scrolls and left the mythical dragon realm. Well, this realm was going to collapse automatically soon. It remained unknown how long would it take for this realm to spawn again. Also, there was no telling where the realm would spawn either. Players would have to look it up from scratch. After arriving at the main city, Zhang Yang quickly inserted a level 6 strength gemstone into the socket of his crimson goblin gauntlets. Until he reaches level 160, he would not be able to equip it. Zhang Yang was currently at level 154. He only needed 50% more to reach level 155. From that perspective, it would not take long before he reaches level 160. Also, another happy thought crossed his mind. When he reaches level 160, he also gets to borrow the little brat's hammer for a spin. The 13 players were all from a guild called Contra. It should be a small guild. Zhang Yang had never heard of it in both of his lives. He had practically committed every noteworthy guild to memory. If this guild was not in his memory banks, it had to be rather insignificant. Although it would be best to come to this map after players have attained level 150, the other level 120, 150 maps were crowded with players from all around the world. It would be almost impossible to find a peaceful spot to farm. Therefore, many players have begun running over to this map the moment they hit level 140. As long as they do not encounter any level 170 monsters, none of them would have to suffer at the hands of the level gap suppression function of the game. See, isn't the boss looks powerful? Me and my depressed man here could not even defeat it even activating our transformation skills. Female Raid Covent noticed that Zhang Yang and Han Yingzhu was frowning intensely upon seeing the boss. So he spoke proudly. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He was showing off about how he and his friend got defeated by the boss. Zhang Yang equipped his party summon order first. Then he informed Sun Xin Yu, 100 Shots, and the others about the situation. After using his party summon order, everyone was teleported to Zhang Yang's location. After seeing two strangers standing right beside him, everyone was curious. However, female Raid Covent widened his eyes at Wei Yan. Then he said, "What a cute lowly! Come, I will bring you to see some goldfish." After activating their transformation skills, the red dragon pet and the phoenix pet had a 30-meter-long flaming tongue. Although the amount of damage from their attacks were based on their melee attack power, their melee attacks were basically far enough to be considered range attacks. Therefore, 100 Shots was standing together with the ranged combatants as he was launching his attacks at the boss. After hearing Zhang Yang's command, he immediately nodded and turned his red dragon around. Then he commanded his red dragon to spit out a blast if dragon breath at the monsters. With the advantage of having a 30-meter attack range, 100 Shots was able to lure the monsters over to him. Meanwhile, he had over 20 million HP upon riding on his red dragon, so he had no reason to fear, even if he is surrounded by a bunch of elite-tier monkeys. The loot that the boss dropped were quite satisfying. There were 2 holy tier equipment and 4 ethereal tier equipment. All of them were level 170 equipment. Meanwhile, there was also 1 skill book and 1 skill point crystal. Because they had 2 outsiders this time round, Zhang Yang could not give the skill point crystal to his party members based on their turns anymore. At first, Zhang Yang tried to get the skill point crystal by offering equipment, gold pieces, or some high-tier potions to the 2 of them. However, they seemed to know how valuable that skill point crystal was. They did not intend to give it to Zhang Yang at all. Hence, Zhang Yang let them have it, and he picked the skill book instead. There were only a total of 4 high-tier territories in the entire server. If Zhang Yang decides to take another one for himself, then the other regions would definitely get offended. They would start stirring up trouble and messing things up for him. Zhang Yang would not be worried if only one region does that. However, getting challenged by 2 or 3 regions and having them work together, that would be a disastrous situation for even him, wouldn't it? From that point of perspective, Zhang Yang had no reason to join the territory conquest. Furthermore, if he ever gets himself killed in the territory conquest, he would lose a large amount of experience points. Well, what's even worse was that if either of him or son Xin Yu dies, they would even drop the pieces of Book of Revelation that they were currently carrying. More surprisingly, Ten Dusk and female Raid Covent were both still alive. Ten Dusk survived because he had followed Zhang Yang's instructions and took off a few pieces of his best equipment. That included his shield, which added the most vitality attribute onto him. Meanwhile, female Raid Covent put up an outstanding performance on utilizing his healing capability. Even though he could be annoying at times, well, most of the times, but he managed to heal up himself and his best pal Ten Dusk as they were showered by the meteors. Zhang Yang was very curious about it. Ten Dusk had removed a few pieces of his best equipment on him to reduce his own maximum HP so that he could reduce the pressure on his healer partner. However, he seemed to still have over 200,000 HP on him after that. He would require a healing amount of 20,000 HP in each passing second in order to stay alive. Zhang Yang and his gang were putting up an excellent performance on the battlefield. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter. No one on the battlefield was able to stop them. They were basically being rolled over by a gigantic tank. They were screaming in misery, begging for mercy while turning into white light and streaming back to their graveyards. Because Fantasy Sweetheart's inheritance transformation had expired a little while ago, Zhang Yang had asked her to teleport back to the main city. If she ever gets killed in the battle, she would lose a lot of experience points. Most importantly, they were just there to kill players. They would not be surrounded by too many enemies at the same time. Han Yingzhu alone was more than enough to support the rest of the party. Dusk Phoenix and her guards had also followed Zhang Yang and his gang from behind. They took advantage of the situation and charged towards the direction of the territory order with ease. Titan's grip was indeed powerful, but Zhang Yang's defense was insanely powerful. Even though chaos damage could ignore defense, the attributes of damage immunity and damage absorption could still reduce the damage dealt on Zhang Yang. The amount of damage that Zhang Yang received from Captain America had been reduced down to only approximately 700,000 damage. Yes, the amount of damage dealt on Zhang Yang was not weak at all. However, if both of their amount of maximum HP bars were compared side by side, Captain America would be the one losing out by a gap. Furthermore, that amount of damage was not the highest damage that Zhang Yang could deal. Brutal smash. Zhang Yang stunned Captain America and activated his charge-up strike straight away. With a swing that missed, he swung another stronger strike right into the face of Captain America. God's left hand was conflicted with the choices that lay in front of him. However, Zhang Yang had come up to him with a clear aim. He just wanted the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation that God's left hand had on him. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yang flew up to God's left hand and swung his sword of Purging Devourer straight at God's left hand with full force. Clang! The swing was greeted by God's left hand with his shield. He blocked Zhang Yang's powerful strike down and roared in rage. "Zhan Yu, do not think that I'm afraid of you." "Kai Kai Cha Cha, you really are a man of many words." Zhang Yang was calm. He told his party members not to dwell on random players anymore through the party channel. Instead, he told them to focus on finishing off the other 7 members of Paragon. God's left hand was getting anxious. His inheritance transformation could only last for another 3 minutes. If he does not land in time, he would be falling to his own demise. Of course, it had been a while since he had not engaged in battle with Zhang Yang, so he was no longer in his battle mode. Even if he really falls to his own death, he would be deemed as dying of natural cause. It would not affect him at all. He would not lose any experience point or drop any equipment after he dies. As for what had happened in his past life, Zhang Yang recalled that when the Spectre invasion started, he was only level 50 or so. He could only be a side character, killing random small minions at the side of the map, while the other heroes charged into the real fight with Angus, Lord of the 7 Spectre King. While others had faced trouble fighting him when they were already higher levels than he was, Zhang Yang could not even set foot in the fight. It might be a surreal fantasy, but the truth was factual. A celestial tier boss, Angus had descended down to the human realm and brought the doomsday with him. Even though each major city should have their own celestial tier boss, due to several story plot devices, they were untouchable. Even the bosses in neutral grounds could not be touched as they were all friendlies. Players would not even give it a try since, firstly, it would be extremely difficult, and secondly, there was no reason to. Although the skill, Death Wave, would not heal the caster himself, it could be used to heal others. Hence, if 2 Spectre Wizard were to stand side by side, they could technically heal each other endlessly, making the battle much harder. If he kites too many of them at the same time, it would be really difficult. Stack them up to a certain amount, all the monsters could basically heal themselves back to full health if Zhang Yang is unable to kill them all in a blast. What a sad case indeed. Zhang Yang had initially thought that he could at least perform a fast mass skill since the tower floor was crowded and small. Sadly, due to the AoE healing, Death Wave, Zhang Yang had to change his killing style to one at a time. The slowest, boringest, lamest style ever. After restoring his HP, Zhang Yang brought Felis and Phoenix up front to attack. He still insisted on attacking alone instead of calling his friends. "Fresh FRESH, meat!" cried the leaper captain as he leaped towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had earlier sent away Felis and Phoenix, hence, he was the only one who suffered from the stunning effect. While the stun effect was still ongoing, Felis and the Phoenix attacked the boss without waiting. Felis's DPS was perhaps 1 tier higher than the Phoenix, hence, the aggro value generated on her was double that of the Phoenix. Hence, the boss had chosen Felis as his attack target. Sharp claws flung around, slicing and dicing Felis. Although she was wearing metal armor, it did not stop the claws from cutting through. Blood was spilt everywhere. Zhang Yang recovered immediately and used charge to instant close the gap between him and the boss. Liu Xin Mei was flustered. Her eyes were glued to the computer screen, yet her attention was elsewhere. She had been Zhang Yang's secretary for more than a month now, yet she failed to seduce the man himself. She failed to capture the moment when Zhang Yang tried to take advantage of her. After so long of letting herself go, Zhang Yang had never once even tried to make a move on her. As such, she was beginning to think that the man might be a eunuch. How else could she explain it when Zhang Yang was not even remotely interested in touching 6 super hot, super sexy, super model secretaries? Could there be such a modest man in this century? It would not be true. Perhaps was he trying to overcompensate himself for not being able to pitch a tent by hiring 6 hot bootylicious babes to follow him? What was going on? Cheng Zuyao took the chance to toast Zhang Yang, and both of them gulped down the entire content of the cup in a single gulp. If any bartender sees the two gulp down the exquisite wine like cheap booze, he would have flipped out and taken the bottle of wine for himself. "Mr. Zhang, can I ask you a question?" asked Cheng Zuyao with a grin. The alcohol had started to work up all the way to her cheeks. In fact, both Zhang Yang and Cheng Zuyao were dyed in red. "Ask away," said Zhang Yang. He was beginning to feel the effect of the wine in him and felt wavy and tipsy. It got so hard to concentrate on anything at all that any word that came out of his own mouth was forgotten immediately. "What is your name?" "Hick, my name's He. Zhang, wait for it, Yang, Zhang Yang." "Who are your parents?" "My parents, let's see, they are nobody. Their names are Zhang Xian Yu and Fang Li." "Who do you love most?" After logging into the game, Zhang Yang continued to raid the 4 remaining towers. After spending close to 10 hours or so, Zhang Yang cleared all the tower and headed back to White Jade Castle to report to Gulaj. Although the quest had taken close to 30 hours, the rewards that he reaped were rather worth their while. Equipment alone was already worth a crap ton of coins. There were 3 complete sets of cloth armor type, 2 complete sets of leather armor type, and 1 complete set of a heavy armor type. There were still 15 random equipment that could make up 3 sets, which will end up leaving 6 pieces of equipment to spare. Even though they were only mythical tier, having a set equipment was still worth a lot of gold coins, even though they were not the strongest equipment around these days. It would be worth a lot more to those set equipment hoarders. If the equipment is the right one, the price of it could reach as high as a few hundreds of thousands. 1 week later, Cheng Zuyao returned to Zhou City. However, after delivering the documents to Zhang Yang, she disappeared immediately without giving Zhang Yang a chance to redeem himself. Zhang Yang only managed to catch a glimpse of her back as she left the building in a hurry. If there was something he could do, he would. But then again, he had already obtained the major piece that he required to complete his next task. After that, he only passed the documents to Sun Xin Yu and let her work her magic on it. Liu family had established themselves for a long time, had amassed more than hundreds of millions of fortune. They had connected themselves to the network of officials in Jing State. It would not be easy to topple over the Liu family, especially since their fate was connected to the Jing State. It was not just the economy, but the magistrate itself, since corrupted politicians like Luo Ziyuan will be brought down to their knees. Everyone, including Zhang Yang himself, gasped at the array of skills that the boss had. With the sloth aura in effect, players will be forced to move around every 4 seconds, or they will deal 200,000 AoE damage. Worse of all, if they are moving, they will receive double damage from both Tail Whip and Death Blade. The situation was so bad that the party was caught between getting killed by sharks in the ocean or tigers on land. Fortunately, the sloth aura bomb effect will only detonate after 4 seconds. All they had to do to remove the debuff was to move within 1 second after obtaining it. On the other hand, both Tail Whip and Death Blade had casting times, which allowed players to decide whether to take it or to avoid it. Naturally, taking the hit was far better than allowing the bomb to detonate. Anyone would rather take the double damage rather than inflict damage to anyone around them. Although the boss was clearing attacking with all it has, it would never stop the party from attacking him on and on until it reaches 20%. It was time for the killing strike. As mentioned before, like Zhang Yang and Wei Yan who possess Killing Cleave, other classes had the skill that could increase damage once the target has lower or equal to 20% HP. When the conditions are met, the skill can be activated to increase one's power. As such, the party had activated their killing skills. Wei Yan took a bottle of amateur power potion transmuted grade 10 and unleashed indiscriminate. She rushed over to the boss and consumed all her rage to cast Killing Cleave on the boss. The damage that she had dealt that instant was so powerful that even Zhang Yang had to stop and praised the girl. "Good job." Zhang Yang planted the boss and quickly signaled the retreat. However, only after 2 seconds, the bomb exploded prematurely. The explosion was so strong that everyone, including the heavily armored Zhang Yang, was blasted away like paper planes in a storm. Worst of all, the explosion almost took off all their HP. What a useless goblin tech. Everyone stopped their tracks to rest and recover their HP. Fatty had panicked at the last second and quickly morphed into his bat form to suck on endless Starlight's HP. The quest had ended, yet their transformations had over 1 hour of active duration remaining. Since it would be waste to let it expire, the party decided to go their own way to grind. After the transformations ended, they regrouped back at Sauron's castle and teleported back to White Jade Castle to submit the quest. Ding! You have completed the quest. Destroy the Mithril Refinery. Obtained 10 million experience points, 500 military points. After getting down from his pet mount, Zhang Yang went up to the head of his party. He threw his Spear of Obliteration as the signal to charge. Merdza Leidenla! The aggro of the two spirits were locked to each other. When one of them was lured over, the other one would follow. They were speaking in a strange and unexplainable language while they were charging towards Zhang Yang. These spirit beings were probably as tall as 5 meters. Their entire bodies were formed from a mixture of different gases. Some of the gases were gray, while some of them were white. These spiritual beings had 2 hands but no legs. They were levitating around midair. Volcanic Dragon Mountain Air Spirit, Elite Elemental. Level 170. HP 5,100,000. Defense 7,000. Melee attack 40,822, 60,822. Skills. Jetstream causes 100% melee attack of physical damage on a target and blasts the target 10 meters backward. The boss did not give everyone within its attack range a moment to hesitate. It began to throw countless of small, pinkish, crystallized square boxes to its surroundings. It did not take long before the entire space of the area was filled with these small, pinkish, crystallized square boxes. Suddenly, every single one of those crystals exploded. It was the boss. Timed energy charge. Boom! God's left hand was occupied. Heart of Destruction was engaged in a fierce battle. So who was left to stop the greatest threat of all time, Zhang Yang? No one. Hourglass Figure and the members of the Land of Savages were engaged in a fierce battle with 2 parties that held quite some grudges against them. So there was no way that they would cut in to stop Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, Wei Yan. Felis and the Phoenix Pet formed together to become a force so powerful that no one could reckon with them anymore. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's destructive smash could cause all his enemies to suffer a 75% reduction in their healing efficiency. Whoever who gets targeted by them would be as good as dead, even if that player activates a Class B inheritance transformation. However, when it comes down to healing ability, no one in the entire server would match the healing ability of Han Yingzhu. Although God's left hand's healing capability could really pack a punch, he was also half-oriented on his defense as well. Unlike Han Yingzhu, he did not lose himself fully in the art of healing. Under the circumstance of having a Class S inheritance, how could a player who cultivates both defense and healing match the ability of a player who fully cultivates only in healing? Of course, there would be a difference between them. As long as Han Yingzhu does not die on the battlefield, she could basically assure that everyone in her party could stay alive, at least. Of course, she could only do it under the circumstance that she was not affected by any status restriction skill. She had to be able to healing her party members without any restriction. Of course, Zhang Yang would not take advantage of the Crimson Rage to such an extent. Even though Crimson Rage was helping themselves by helping the lone desert smoke, they also had the notion to snatch the equipment and complete the quest. Well, what's done was done. They had extended their help to the lone desert smoke. Without Crimson Rage's support, maybe Zhang Yang, Sun Xin Yu, and Han Yingzhu would not die, but Zhang Yang's other party members would have suffered a great loss. After teasing Snowseeker for a little while, even though Zhang Yang did not pass the holy tier equipment that they got from the boss's loots, he still gave Snowseeker quite a substantial amount of armor-piercing potions, amateur power potions, and temporary invincibility potions. For free, of course. Snowseeker knew that she would never be able to sweep fortune from Zhang Yang anymore, so she was content with what she got from him. This quest was automatically assigned to the player. As long as players have reached level 160, it would not matter where you are, the system will shove this quest onto your quest list by force. Other than that, the quest assistant had also given a clear description of the boss of that quest. Skeleton Admiral Matthewven, a level 185 holy tier boss, a world tier boss. As a world tier boss, this Matthewven should be extremely powerful and difficult to take on. Currently, Zhang Yang had only encountered a level 20+ world tier boss called Martyr Unduin, Queen Serena, and the good Spectre Princess. Well, she was faithful to her love, at least. Matthewven would lead an army of Spectre to launch a full-scale attack on the Green Dragon Alphonse at 7 p.m., 3 days from now. The location of the battle would be Mount Apak, which was located on the map of Rock Flatland. The top-tier guilds did not make clear of the vicinity, even though the normal players had swarmed into the place. They knew it better than anyone that these low-level players were just food powder on the battlefield. They would be wiped out when the boss starts sneezing. Well, no one would ever have enough of food in powder form anyway, so let them come. Countless players were waiting and expecting the Spectre army to arrive. However, when the players finally saw the scale of the Spectre army, they almost wet their pants. So that was why the quest was listed as one of the main story quests. So that was why only players who managed to attain the required level of the quest managed to receive the new quest. So how large was the scale of the army then? Was it millions? Or was it hundreds of millions then? Meanwhile, the players had also suffered quite a number of casualties. Those who still had their flying mounts with them were still doing fine. They could just fly into the air whenever they ran low on HP. However, those who did not possess flying mounts had nowhere to run when their HP bars go low. Well, players who had not even reached level 150 suffered the most. Because of the level gap suppression of the game, they had to receive 2 times, 3 times, or even 5 times the damage they usually did. That was outrageous for them. However, there was nothing to do for the players who died. They could only run all the way back to their dead bodies to resurrect themselves. It would only take about half an hour to get back, all the way from the graveyard. In a way of saying in Chinese, one will become a heroic man 18 years later. This was much faster than that. Players could already come back heroically to the battlefield half an hour later. The HP bar of the boss had been reduced to 36%. In between that, 10% of the boss's HP bar was reduced by the special effect of the glare of the death god. Judging by that alone, the total firepower of the players was looking weak. Meanwhile, the players could only survive for so long because they had the green dragon to keep the boss occupied. If the boss could run around as he liked, this battle could have ended far earlier with all the players being wiped out. Zhang Yang's luck was not really that great that day, or should we say that the boss had a high resistance against the glare of the death god? Look at Zhang Yang. After so many attempts, only one was not resisted. However, because of that one trigger, the boss battle had been shortened by 3 hours. That was quite a marvelous outcome. If each of the tens of thousands of players' 3 hours are added up together, how many hours would that be? Although the dark shadow appeared incredibly sudden, it also left the vicinity incredibly fast as well. However, everyone was able to have a good look at the information of the dark shadow. Angus, the Lord of the Seven Spectre King, Celestial Spectre. Level, HP, the defense, melee attack. Skills. Note, Angus was once a human warrior who was kind and brave. However, because his great merits made the king uneasy. So the king framed him and exiled him to the land of the orcs. He succumbed after cutting through hordes of orcs. His undying vengeance had resurrected him from his death. From that day on, he became a spectre. His strength is undoubtedly powerful. It did not take long for him to become the Lord of the Seven Spectre King, the highest of the higher in the realm of Spectre. He is the one spectre that will send tremors across the entire land. Ding! You have completed a quest. Protect the giant dragon. You have received the rewards, 50 million experience points, 1,000 military points. Ding, you have acquired an item, Sacred Badge. Ding, you have acquired the additional reward, +2 levels. Well, it was unfortunate that the appearance of Angus had led to the demise of the great green dragon lady. She got killed by a single blow from Angus. However, the entire event was just an accidental event. As a quest, the players did their best at making sure that Matthewvan does not kill the green dragon. Angus appearing out of nowhere was just part of the necessary drama. Coincidentally, there was a Christmas party at the Zhou Shu University at night. Zhang Yang brought the ladies over to the university to visit Wei Yan. The more the merrier, right? With Zhang Yang's current achievement, he could be considered as an honored alumni of the university. Whenever there was a 10th anniversary or a 5th anniversary celebration going on in the university, Zhang Yang would definitely be invited over to attend. It has been more than 2 years since he graduated. Zhang Yang walked down memory lane. He remembered that he was all alone when he was walking on the roads in the university. Now he had so many ladies around him. Furthermore, these ladies were just beautiful. His life had changed so much ever since he left the university. He could not even believe the contrast between his past and his current situation. The difference was like heaven and earth. 30 days' time was not long enough, especially when it was the altered in-game time. Everyone took that chance to raid bosses to raise their levels and strength. However, little did they know that it would be a complete waste of time. Their opponent was a celestial tier boss where 99% of all players around can only deal a pathetic 1 damage. They could only make a difference if they could reach level 200 by the end of the given time. Zhang Yang had managed to reach level 169 by the end, and was incredibly saddened that he was unable to reach level 170 before the Great War. Then again, even if he is able to reach level 170, it would not allow Zhang Yang to equip the ascended tier weapon in his storage, since that equipment required Zhang Yang to be level 180. The key to defeating Angus is to not die by his hands. A single death will only restore 1% of his health. That number would be as high as 230 million. No wonder none had managed to kill Angus at the first try. Using massive numbers to defeat the boss was not only inefficient, but would also give free health to the boss. However, the current players' levels were so low, no one would be on par with the boss. The only way of surviving the war and defeating the boss was to rely on the NPC. The problem was that the system had not made things that simple. In his previous life, the NPCs had gone through 7 attempts and was only able to defeat the boss on the 8th attempt, only when the NPCs had been greatly strengthened. Sadly, due to their failure, Angus' death had only dropped 4 random celestial non-set equipment. When the main pillar of hope was broken, players had no other place to rely on and was turned into mincemeat by the boss. Right then, no player was capable of standing toe-to-toe with the celestial tier boss. Hence, the only sensible route left for them was to run away. The boss did not allow anyone on the battlefield to escape. He truly intended to kill every single player there were then. He then pulled out his sword and sliced a dimensional doorway. The dimensional doorway expanded fully and out came a swarm of monsters. With Angus leading the command, the swarm of newly spawned monsters attacked the players like locust swarms. Now that Angus was the only superpower left on the battlefield, players were completely outmatched and overwhelmed. A single swing of his blade of obliteration was able to wipe out the weak players within 500 meters. With such powerful killing skill, Sauron's castle was overrun easily. Holy Land of the Elves Athurin was a level 180, level 210 map. The map had probably not been visited, yet since the creation of the game, and Zhang Yang could be the first player to set foot into the map. Trees were growing ever so tall that were several hundreds of meters tall. The entire map was practically filled with the skyscraping trees. As far as the trees grew, there was a bigger one that had planted itself in the center of the map. The tree was far older, taller, and bigger than the rest of the trees. The crown of trees was growing so vast and wide that it spanned nearly over several tens of kilometers. That was as wide as the entire map itself. "Hello there," said Zhang Yang as he casually waved his hand to Merlinda. That disrespectful act had only triggered the elven warriors around him to curse him even more. The man had not only defiled the sacred waters and had shown his disrespects to the one above all of them. When Merlinda removed her hood, her expression was stoic and furious. However, when she saw Zhang Yang was waving at her, she smiled jubilantly and waved back at him happily. "It's been a while," said Merlinda. The unicorn that she was riding noticed Zhang Yang and puffed angrily while stomping his hooves in midair. When everyone saw the reaction of their priestess of the moon waving nonchalantly back at Zhang Yang, they dropped their weapons and stared at her as if Merlinda was not the same person that they'd been worshipping all this time. Merlinda had arrived 2 days ago, when Zhang Yang had just reached level 170. He returned to the city and rendezvoused with Merlinda to meet Gulaj together. "Oh, my heavens! Her chakra level is over 10,000, cried Gulaj with both fear and anxiety as he examined Merlinda through a weird, giant monocle. Zhang Yang had no idea why he would mention something like chakra when none of them were even using that system. Still, 10,000 seems to be a high enough number to shock the greedy little goblin. "Goblin, how does it look like? Is my ally strong enough for you?" "Warrior, do yourself a favor and sit back and relax. You have done a good job," said Gulaj as he nodded. "Ding. You have completed a quest. Search for reinforcement. Obtained 5,000 military points." That single swift stroke of the boss had not only cleared a large number of NPC soldiers, but also unfortunate players who had miscalculated the trajectory of the attack. What's more, after they revived at the nearest graveyard, they were not allowed to re-enter the castle region. They were blocked by a familiar wall of air. Some things are best experienced yourself. During the counterattack attempts of the other nations, almost all the audience had not noticed the tiny details. Obviously, The system had already predicted a scenario where players will try to sabotage their own nation. They had indirectly made it easier to surviving players to fight Angus. In a sense, weaker players who allow themselves killed by Angus will be permanently removed from the battle. It was a good way to help stronger players who were actually trying and succeeding in killing the boss. Weaker players would only be food for the boss. Players like Snow Seeker and the guilds that she was leading were all good at calculating the odds. They had all seen the wars of the other region and had speculated that China will face the same fate as them. Hence, they had not tried to fight in the first counterattack. Instead, they had placed their faith in the third or fourth attempt. More and more players from all over the world gathered at the outskirts of Sauron's castle to witness how China was going to perform, or rather, how the stars of Lone Desert Smoke performed. Guilds like Crimson Rage, who had a good relationship with Lone Desert Smoke, bore no resentment to them, and they cheered their allies on wholeheartedly. On the other end of the spectrum, guilds that would curse and resent Zhang Yang would be none other than the Myth, Eternal Flame, and the Dominators. Zhang Yang found the whole situation extremely funny. Still, it was still dangerous for him to linger there any longer. Serena was about to return to White Jade Castle as well. It would be best for Zhang Yang to go back to town, where PvP was forbidden. Even though he was able to tank Angus, a celestial tier boss, he will never be able to tank all of China's raging players. Queen Serena was still in an attack stance when she escorted Zhang Yang to the far end of the now quiet battlefield. No one dared to approach him when Superwoman was right beside him. The Empire's spellcasters opened up a portal from White Jade Castle and allowed the entire army to return home. Players in the battlefield could use the portal as well. Zhang Yang thanked Serena for her efforts in the war and quickly bade her farewell. He rushed back and brought Merlinda and his party members back safely to White Jade Castle. Truth be told, other than the Celestial Tier armor set, the Book of Revelation, Chapter 2, was the one item that made Zhang Yang the happiest man on earth. Zhang Yang had the Book of Revelation, Chapter 1, and Book of Revelation, Chapter 3, 4 in his possession. By acquiring the Book of Revelation, Chapter 2, he could finally combine all 4 broken chapters of the book into one. With all 4 broken chapters combining together into one, a stream of blinding light flashed across the items. Then the 4 items became one. Book of Revelation, Chapter 1, 4, Legendary Unique. With the intention of showing the fishman how powerful his block has become after the enhancement, Zhang Yang immediately raised his shield to engage in battle with the monster. Block. A damage deflection, minus 107,298, shield bash. Because of the 200% additional boost on the strength attribute, the damage deflection of the block was now the same as the damage dealt from Zhang Yang's shield bash. The fishman instantly let out a series of miserable cries. Then it raised up its metallic trident and threw it straight at Zhang Yang. The trident smacked right in the middle of Zhang Yang's chest and left a large hole right in the middle of his armor and chest. A damage value popped right on top of Zhang Yang's head, and Zhang Yang was instantly afflicted by a negative effect that caused him to receive an additional 20% damage if he ever gets hit by the monster again. Piercing-type attacks were really intimidating. There was no need to even summon Han Yingzhu and the rest of the gang to aid in the battle at all. With Felis going all out on the boss, Zhang Yang could oppress the ethereal tier boss without even having to activate his God of War inheritance transformation. Let's just F***CK that thing up without wasting another breath. Kai kai kai. After being stabbed by Zhang Yang's spear of obliteration coming from afar, the aqua monkey let out a deafening screech. Then it raised its claws and swung them at Zhang Yang. Block. Zhang Yang raised his shield up high and began to hack and slash at the boss as intensely as he could. Wei Yan-er's evil plot was seen through by Zhang Yang, so she could only growl at Zhang Yang and show her teeth at Zhang Yang as if she wanted to bite him. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Little brat, you don't have to be so fierce. Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe that I can defeat you without using my weapon? I can beat you with my shield." "I don't believe it." Wei Yan-er immediately shook her head like she was hitting her head on a drum. Without wasting any more breath, she brought her hammer up in an instant. Zhang Yang smiled and raised his shield up to block the little brat's attack. Then he said, "Starlight, you lead the party and carry on." "Roger." The other 8 party members went ahead of them. They gave Zhang Yang and the Wei Yan-er their personal space to settle their score. The 2 phoenixes were not willing to stay idle either. Normally, they were just 2 giant birds radiating in a crimson-red light. However, they were now 2 gigantic birds that were blazing hot. The 2 of them were like 2 great bonfires illuminating the surroundings of the entire area. Initially, players who wanted to enter the castle had to purchase some torches before they set foot on the place. However, the 2 blazing birds were illuminating the surroundings much better than having 100 torches around. Everyone laughed. With the 2 blazing phoenixes leading the way, the 2 giant birds were like 2 giant searchlights, shedding light into the surroundings. The gang need not worry about falling into a hole out of nowhere. "Boss, I'll lure the monsters." Endless Starlight was giving a pass on luring the boss this time. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "If you can lure the aggro of the monsters around, try it and you'll know it." "Pewee, boss, how can you underestimate me that much?" Endless Starlight was not willing to concede defeat. However, as they were still having this conversation, Zhang Yang was already making his move. He charged towards the boss like a fearless general and attacked the boss with his scythe. Servant Guardian Tatashu let out a bored cry. It was very hard to tell whether the boss was feeling bored or painful by just listening to its cry. Then, the boss swung its metallic claws straight at Zhang Yang. It shot out a beam of ray through all 6 of its eyes. The beam landed on Zhang Yang. Then the 20 elite-tier monsters began to launch their attacks on Zhang Yang as well. They surrounded Zhang Yang the moment they moved near enough to Zhang Yang. Because of that, the lone desert smoke now had over 3 pieces of powerful AoE forbidden scrolls. Furthermore, they also had 1 forbidden scroll that could be used to restrict a single target. That being said, the lone desert smoke now had over 4 pieces of forbidden scroll in total. Well, who in the world could have 4 forbidden scrolls in hand at the same time? That number would scare the daylights out of the other guilds. Some guilds might not even have gotten 1 forbidden scroll after joining the God's Miracle, ever since it started. Finally, it was time to turn their attention to the metallic doll. Servant, Guardian of the Earth, Gold Tier. Use summons a giant guardian to fight for you. Lasts for 5 minutes. You can only summon 1 servant at a time. Summon any of the servants in your possession will cause this doll to enter a state of global cooldown. Cooldown 15 minutes. Required level 150. Bound upon pickup. A gold tier servant. Back in his school days, Zhang Yang was basically involved in fighting and brawling cases every single day. Therefore, Fatty Han and Zhang Yang had become regulars at the local police station. Therefore, he was very familiar with the half-white and half-black kind of daces. Noticing the 2 of them were trying to communicate through their eyes, he could not help to smile quietly in his heart. There are good and bad cops anywhere in the world. He recalled, back when he was still in his 1st grade of junior high school, he would fight with some hoodlums in the neighborhood and get arrested by the cops. An old cop tried to talk him out of becoming a hoodlum in the underworld. Sometimes Zhang Yang would be locked up until midnight. The old cop would even buy him something to eat. However, Zhang Yang could strongly sense that the man had an unexplainable murderous aura blazing deep in him. His presence had really given Zhang Yang a tremendous amount of stress. "Please sit." Zhang Ziuhua was acting like a civilized gentleman in front of Sun Xinyu. He looked like an easygoing person at the moment. He did not look intimidating at all. Zhang Yang was tired of keeping up with all these false pretenses. So he sat down with aplomb and pulled his chair a little closer over to Sun Xinyu. Initially, the table only had 3 chairs around. The distances between the 3 chairs were the same. Well, it would not matter where Sun Xinyu and Zhang Yang sit. The 3 of them should look like 3 enemy generals from 3 different kingdoms. However, because Zhang Yang moved his chair like that, he instantly made Zhang Ziuhua feel like he was isolated by the 2 of them sitting nearer together. Zhang Ziuhua's retaliation came fast. Quite a number of related departments came over to Zhang Yang's company to look for trouble. Because of that, the morale of the staffs was seriously affected. Well, these so-called related departments did bring some of Zhang Yang's designers back to the Bureau for further investigation. Some anonymous sources claimed that the designers were abusing their positions to take advantage of the models. Various media were also involved in attempting to expose the scandals that had really affected the Silky Soft holdings in a negative manner. Fortunately, the Silky Soft holdings had recovered back its former glory. Currently, the advertisements propelled by Lone Desert Smoke had drilled its way into the market of Europe, America, Japan, Korea, and other foreign countries. With merely a small setback in the market of Zhou Shu, the sales of Silky Soft holdings was still going extremely well. As the captain of the Philosopher's Stone battle team, Captain America was very eager to win the first match in an attempt to raise the morale of his newly formed battle team. Furthermore, he would be able to solidify his position as the captain of the battle team. Because their battle team was sponsored by the Philosopher's Stone holdings, he still had a certain level of authority when it came to the setting up of the battle team. However, if his performance was not as good as Heart of Destruction, then he might get replaced by Heart of Destruction at some point. After all, a captain with a Class S inheritance would be more capable of encouraging the party members or team members. However, he had a great problem to solve right before him if he ever wants to win. The Red Dragon Pet. Crystallized Frost Rock Dragon Scorpion. Elite Beast. Level 190. HP 9,500,000. Defense 12,110. Melee attack 86,871. 126,871. Skills. Pincer uses its gigantic pincers to clamp target, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Tail Sting uses its sharp, venomous tail to attack the target, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. The target will suffer 60,000 nature damage for the next 6 seconds. Note: Crystallized Frost Rock Dragon Scorpion is the dominators of the land around here. Because their food source is extremely limited, they will usually hibernate beneath the surface of the ground and wait for the right moment to ambush their prey. But Chief, Joseph reacted almost immediately. The King Cross's sword is a holy sword handed down to us by our forefathers. How can we simply gift it to an outsider? Desperate times call for desperate measures. This draft is getting worse with each passing day. Do you wish to see our villagers die of thirst? Hushma spoke with such anger that his whiskers shook. He then calmed himself down and said in a softer tone, "And besides, the holy sword is incomplete. Holding on to only a piece of it is of no use to us." "A wise decision, Chief." Joseph instantly buttered up to Hushmo instead. Zhang Yang, who watched the conversation taking place in front of him, was speechless. If this was an anime, he would have streaks of black lines going down his head. Hushmo then turned and faced Zhang Yang. "So, how about it, stranger? If you bring us enough water to survive this draft, I'll give you the King Cross holy sword that our village has kept for generations." Zhang Yang did not stay long in the village. There were already no more quests left for him here. But he did ask Hushmo more about the King Cross sword before he left. He wanted to know about the sword's history, as well as the whereabouts of the other pieces. However, Hushmo was not able to answer his questions about the sword as it has been handed down in the village for generations, its lore already lost to time. But he did, however, imparted a very interesting piece of information to him. This land was not always this filled with salt crystals. It was once a blushful and green land filled with life. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the territory of the great Xialok clan? Upon seeing Zhang Yang trespassing into their territory, Tartarsia let out a deafening roar. Then he conveniently picked up a long and thick quarterstaff and swung it straight towards Zhang Yang with a full swing. The body mass of the orc was so sturdy and strong. Every step he took struck the ground so hard that the buildings in the surroundings were trembling. There were also cracks appearing all over the crystal salt surface. The cracks were spreading out like a spider web. Boom, boom. Boom, a savage battle had just begun. The boss was unbelievably strong and intimidating. The boss whirled his weapon across a massive range. There was no telling what sort of material was used to make the quarterstaff. It was as tough as a holy tier scythe. Sparks flew out of the weapon repeatedly while the boss was swinging it around like nobody's business. After distributing the potions to all of his party members, the party of 50 players gathered by the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon was merrier than expected. Players who had reached beyond level 170 were present then to try out. Even when they did not have enough level 170 players in their guild, they still came to the dungeon to form a new random party. Well, they planned to grind and farm in the dungeon's hard mode for equipment first. After all, the hard mode of the dungeon would still give players ethereal tier equipment. Currently, only a very small portion of top-tier players were able to have holy tier equipment on them. Ethereal tier equipment was still rare, not to mention very precious and powerful to most of the players at the current stage of the game. Therefore, after everyone had a brief discussion, they decided not to kill the monsters. They've made their own calculations. Under the circumstance that they do not activate their inheritance transformations, the party would barely kill the boss under 10 minutes with their current firepower. It would be a difficult battle. If they wanted to assign some of their men to deal with the skeleton patrollers once they are spawned, they would end up being wiped out by the bosses, Spectre's fury, and the monsters eventually. After restoring themselves, Zhang Yang began to distribute the loot among the party. The boss had dropped 2 holy tier equipment and 3 ethereal tier equipment. They were all level 170 equipment. Of course, equipment acquired from dungeons would not have the special that could reduce required level by 20 levels. Also, they would not have both offensive and defensive attributes. It would be very obvious if one equipment is a defensive type or an offensive type. However, the advantage of acquiring equipment in a dungeon would be, if you can take down the boss, then you can surely wear the equipment you obtained. Unlike open-world bosses, you will not have to wait for quite some time before you can wear the equipment you acquired. Well, sometimes, you might need to wait for a very long time before you can equip the equipment you obtained from open-world bosses. At the order of Zhang Yang, Everyone activated their inheritance transformations, one after another. Everyone turned into a menace of destruction, one after another, and charged at the boss. After getting hit by everyone, the boss was triggered. The boss let out a screeching roar, unfurled its wings, and flew towards Zhang Yang. It looked like a dark cloud floating by. The two wings looked as sharp as blades. They seemed like they could just slice through Zhang Yang's armor and dice Zhang Yang up into countless bloody pieces. Gargoyles shriek. 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer. 1 minute later, Zhang Yang had 6 layers of gargoyles shriek piled up on him, causing him to receive additional 120% damage from the boss. The boss would deal damage ranging approximately from 300,000 to 440,000 damage with each hit. Just as the situation began to get out of hand, a creaking sound was heard. The door of the house was pushed open. An old lady who seemed to be in her 70s or 80s came out of the house. She was wearing a black wizard robe as she hobbled out of the house with a stick. Instantly, all the plants fled to the side of the old lady as if they just saw their own mother. Then they shrieked at Zhang Yang with strange and bizarre screeching sounds. "How dare you trespass into my territory like a wild animal and startle my babies?" The old lady raised up her stick and pointed the tip of her stick right at Zhang Yang. It seemed that she was holding a staff instead of a stick. She looked very intimidating. The wizard, normal, humanoid. Level 200. HP, 218,680. Note, Zhu is not a legitimate wizard. However, her research on alchemist and magic circles is quite in-depth. King Cross's sword, special. Use immunizes you, your party members, all pets, and all battle companions on your party from the effect of the soul penetrate. Lasts for 2 minutes. Cooldown 1 minute. Required level 180. Bound upon pickup. That was some strange special effect, though. Did he just went through so much trouble just to get that weird asterisk SS effect? What a tragic day. Meanwhile, the quest ended there. The wizard did not even look at him at all. After that, Zhang Yang went all the way back to see Bandarash. Since he did not react to the King Cross's sword at all, it seemed that the quest was over. But what the heck is this? What kind of F*** King reward was that then? Zhang Yang frowned intensely at that. Immunizes everyone from the effect of soul penetrate. What good can it bring for him or the party? What the F*** is a soul penetrate, even. After getting familiarized with the Professional League Championship over the past 2 years, the officials made some amendments to the rules and regulations of the championship. Zhang Yang and the others were gathered at Marlin's Land of Salt. After that, they departed for the Bavarian's castle together. After rushing along for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. Even though this was the lair of Brox, there was no way that that maniac could have single-handedly saltified the entire land. The walls have been corroded so badly that they looked ancient. There was no telling how long this castle had been there. Zhang Yang and the gang were not the first to reach the castle, though. There were already many players battling against some jellyfish-like monsters. These monsters had translucent skins. However, they did not have any eyes, nor ears, nor hands and legs. They did not even have a single bone in their body. They were basically wiggling their way through everything. Decayed Beast, Elite Elemental. Level 190. HP 9,500,000. Defense 12,110. Melee attack 86,871, 126,871. Immune, the dark lights landed solidly on everyone who was approaching the boss. However, the word immune popped right on top of everyone's head. If there were any other players left in the surroundings to witness this, they would be able to see that the boss's soul penetrate could do nothing to anyone around him. None of them would suffer any damage or lose any HP. A soul penetrate. The moment everyone set foot within the range of 1,000 meters from the boss, everyone was afflicted with the negative effect of the soul penetrate. From that moment on, if anyone ever gets out of the range of 1,000 meters from the boss, that player would be killed instantly. Shadow Arrow Barrage. Snowseeker went through the 10 pieces of Ascended tier equipment over and over again without being able to make up her mind at all. After struggling hard for over half a day, she finally decided to take the 3 Ascended tier equipment that she hand-picked. After that, Snowseeker led the Lady Army and left for White Jade Castle. They wanted to stand by at the main city until Zhang Yang and their gang get back, before they hand in the quest together. Among the 7 Ascended tier equipment, there were 2 heavy armor, 3 leather armor, and 2 cloth armor. Snowseeker took 1 ring, 1 necklace, and 1 accessory. Well, her decision was reasonable. Defensive equipment were much easier to come by. However, necklaces, rings, and accessories were very rare in the game. It would be much more difficult to farm for them. The moment the tank system was implemented into the game, many guilds began to purchase the tanks. The implementation of the new system had sparked the guild to spend fortunes to secure as many tanks as they could. Even though not all guilds were as rich as Zhang Yang's Lone Desert Smoke, they just had to buy at least 1 or 2 tanks to stay in the game. After all, 1 Model 4 tank would have much more HP than a player that has activated his or her Class S inheritance transformation. Of course, the guilds would need such a powerful asset on their sides. Furthermore, the tanks initially existed in the form of small models that could be held in one's hand. They were similar to the leash of a pet. So the guilds could just keep the number of tanks they possessed hidden deep up their sleeves to create an element of surprise for their enemies. They would only reveal how many tanks they had during very crucial moments in battle. One of the main reasons Eternal Flame lost was because Zhangziu Hua acted rashly. If he was willing to spend such a large sum of money, he could have bought 1,000 Model 4 tanks and wait patiently for his guild to have 50,000 level 180 players first. By then, he could have launched a full-scale attack on Sauron Castle with 1,000 Model 4 tanks at the same time. 1,000 Model 4 tanks would be equally tough as 1,000 players who had activated Class S inheritance transformation. Even though the tanks could only move at an extremely slow speed, but territories and the territory hall would not move. So it would be possible for them to take over the territory hall if they are well prepared in the first place. So who could they be then? Which party was currently battling the boss then? Well, it would not matter much. Since Zhang Yang and his gang had arrived, they would definitely be sticking their feet into the battle. The existence of world-class bosses was to encourage players to compete against each other in order to snatch the boss kill for themselves. There was no such thing as a first-come, first-served basis. Everything will be based on one's capability of snatching. Zhang Yang and his gang were staying low by the bushes as they were observing the boss battle. There were a total of 16 Model 4 tanks lining up by the legs of the boss. They were launching their most ferocious attacks on the boss. Other than the 16 tanks, there were also more than 10 players who had activated their inheritance transformation acting on their own free will. After wiping out every single one of the members of Eternal Flame, Zhang Yang immediately drew the boss over to him. Then he quickly led the boss away from where it was initially spawned. He led the boss deeper into the forest. 100 Shots was providing the new coordinates of the boss to the 18 parties of Lone Desert Smoke. He wanted the others to reroute, so that they would not end up at the wrong place later on. Zhang Yang's movement speed was unbelievable fast, while he was under the boost of his god of war transformation. After all, the movement speed of a Class S inheritance transformation is much faster than the movement speed of inheritance transformation of the other classes below it. If he did not have to wait for Lost Dream, Endless Starlight, and the others who only had a Class B inheritance transformation, he could have led the boss to other spots that were at least 10 kilometers away from its initial spawning spot in a short amount of time. Slam! Zhang Ziuhua smashed his fist heavily against the surface of the table. The tabletop trembled. He was infuriated to the point that veins were visibly popping out on his head. Then he said, "Lone Desert Smoke." "It's Lone Desert Smoke again. You're all calling yourselves the top-tier players in the game. You claim that nothing can beat you. So how come no one here can actually beat that F***C King Zhang Yang? Huh, F***CK. Scholar Musu and the rest remained in silence for the moment. Before they encountered Zhang Yang, they were really cocky and arrogant. They really believed that they could take down the entire game with their bare hands. However, only the ones who battled Zhang Yang before now would know how terrifying Zhang Yang could be when he gets serious in a battle. Wei Yan did not even give a damn about the army of admirers flowing right behind her. She went up to the passenger seat at the front, shut the door, and said, "Drive now, quickly. Cousin Sis has ordered for delivery from the Long Chuan Lu Hotel. Let's get back and prepare. I don't want them to eat before we arrive." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Do you know all those boys that followed you out of the university gate?" "Not at all." The little brat shook her head like a little monkey. "But they're all very nice. They always treat me nicely and they always bring me out for meals." Zhang Yang frowned. This little brat was either really slow on picking things up in such regards, or she's just pure stupid. He started his sports car and drove away from the university. Then they headed back to Zhang Yang's house. Zhang Yang had a strange dream. In the dream, he was having a fierce battle with Sun Xin Yu and Han Yingzhu. He did it to them in all sorts of positions. That included many positions that they had never tried before. Well, he was very content with the session. His eyes were blurry. He saw that the woman beside her was not Sun Xin Yu nor Han Yingzhu. As his vision cleared, he saw that the woman was Yu Li. The next moment, he saw the woman as the witch who always seduced him, Chen Zhu Yao. By the end of it, he saw the woman as a woman that he did not know at all. Well, that woman wasn't a total stranger to him as well. Zhang Yang had just watched her movies a few days back. Well, it was probably because her stunning body curves were mesmerizing to the point that it was stuck deep somewhere in his brain. Well, he actually dreamed of having sex with her. Zhang Yang had disappeared for over one full day. Sun Xin Yu and the ladies were beginning to panic. Truth be told, Han Yingzhu began to worry because she noticed that Zhang Yang had not returned from his regular routine jog since morning. So she called Sun Xin Yu in the afternoon and told her about it. By the end of it, she decided to let the professionals deal with it. Sun Xin Yu immediately ordered a few of her colleagues to check on the regular route of Zhang Yang's jog. They managed to acquire a rough idea on what happened at the park. After that, she immediately used her connections in the network and began a search throughout the entirety of Zhou City. Even though Zhou was not a big city, it would still take a while for them to look through the entire city. Just as they were about to run out of hope, Zhang Yang called in all of a sudden. Although Zhang Yang really wished that Sun Xin Yu and Han Yingzhu would be pregnant with his child, he would not want a stranger to be the mother of his child. So he nodded immediately and said, "I don't have any in the house. I'll buy it immediately." Coincidentally, he was about to send Fatty Han back home. So the two of them arrived at the pharmacy to buy the birth control pills. However, the female attendant at the counter of the pharmacy was shocked to see them. Her eyes betrayed her thoughts to Zhang Yang and Fatty Han. She was looking at them with genuine shock and pity. How could a gay get pregnant as well? How outrageous can the world be now? Zhang Yang's brain melted. He had no idea what he was feeling then. When the words came out of Luo Yuru's mouth, he felt it all. Everything happy, shocked, euphoric bliss. Conflict, all of it. He had no idea what to do next. He gagged with his mouth dropping to the floor and said one sentence. "Are you sure? Why would I lie about bad news? This is something bad for me, more than it is to you," said Luo Yuru angrily, like a cat having its tail stepped on. Zhang Yang was not the kind of man that would take a beating without giving one back. In fact, he was on the lucky side since he had managed to score a real superstar and have her to carry his potential son in her belly. Still, the entire experience of it was like coming out of the fire and scoring a damsel. The problem was the fact that someone had set him ablaze. That was the real beef he had with Zhang Ziuhua. There's a saying in the Chinese culture, "You're not a real man if you don't right those who wrong you." Zhang Yang did not care about what Sun Xin Yu warned him about. He did not care about her family background or where she stood at the political world. All he knows that Zhang Ziuhua had stuck first, and he will strike back. The hammer of justice shall be swift. He hired many private investigators to find any possible information regarding Zhang Ziuhua that he could use it to Zhang Yang's advantage. "Let's move. It's time for a change of pace," said Zhang Yang after all the assassin were killed. Why aren't we doing just fine here?" said Wei Yan a little disgruntled. "Could you just, never mind. The players that had just attacked us were obviously rather noob. Even though we can't see their profile information, they obviously belong to some random, unheard-of guild. The person who sent them to us had no intention to kill us. They wanted to inflict psychological stress on us. In fact, it would. Right now, we will always be on the alert, and that will be a little distracting." I see now, quite sneaky, aren't they? After getting the first 2 ranks, Lone Desert Smoke had expanded the rest of their miracle powers. The third person to reach level 200 was a player named Heart of Destruction. His skill reward was called Rocky Shield and a luck attribute point. The third place was the last ranking that will receive luck attribute rewards. There on out, the only reward for the 4th until the 10th ranking will only receive skill points. Even though the system did not display the skill Rocky Shield, everyone could have easily guessed the skill was most likely a defensive skill. If not, then the system or the skill designer would be trolling. The 4th person to reach level 200 was Hourglass Figure, followed by God's Left Hand as the 5th. Clearly, players with S-class inheritance had the upper advantage. The 6th was Wei Yan and her skill reward was called Melodies of War. Luckily, all of the Minotaurs were friendlies. When Zhang Yang and everyone else landed on the ground, one of the Minotaurs, called Raydosa the Warmonger, walked up to them and stabbed a huge stone pillar that he carried on his back into the ground. He flexed his muscles to the group and yelled, "What are you little itty-bitty things doing around here?" Zhang Yang saluted the beast and smiled. "Oh, strong one. We wish to enter the canyon. Could you allow us to pass in peace?" "Did my ears heard you wrong? You bunch of scrawny little insects wish to enter the canyon. Woe be me then, the canyon does not welcome the weak. Run along and go back to your mommies." Raydosa crossed his arms, showing no intention to allow the group to pass. "Wait a minute. I see that you have quite the experience in war. You don't have to tell me. I can smell the lingering blood on your blades. I'll grant you entrance to the canyon, only if you can defeat me. There were tons of NPCs that had quests for players to accept. Sadly, most of them were scraps. They were either lame quests that involved killing monsters, running errands, completing a series of item hunting, all the while rewards were next to worthless. None of them were even remotely related to that of the land lease. Most of all, due to the fact that there were literally tons of quests available, no one would have any clue to which one would actually lead to the quests that gives the land lease. After spending some time searching about, the little girl finally called out to Zhang Yang with some good news. "Newbie Tank, you better thank me later. I think I've found a good quest," said Wei Yan as she posted the quest description on the party channel. Hunting the silvery scale eel king, difficulty level A. When the beast first showed its presence in the field, the first thing it did was to pounce on Zhang Yang. The powerful blow knocked Zhang Yang off his feet and sat stunned on the ground for 3 seconds. Without wasting any time, the ancient hybrid turned sideways and stabbed Zhang Yang with his scorpion tail. A large white shell egg as large as a football was implanted in his chest cavity. Without a doubt, everyone had first witnessed the activation animation for the skill parasitic laying. Zhang Yang had first assumed that such a skill would not be used until the boss is about to die. Little did he know that the very first skill it was going to use would be parasitic laying. "Hello. Newbie Tank, you're about to be a mother," Wei Yan laughed till she dropped on the floor. Even when Thunder Strike had been strengthened, the number of monsters that had gradually gained numbers by the minute made the skill 3 meters effective range rather weak. There will always be monsters that escape the effective range and manage to attack Zhang Yang. If Thunder Strike wasn't enough. Blast Wave, Brutal Smash, Heroic Leap. Zhang Yang unleashed more and more skills to compensate for the insufficiency of Thunder Strike. Han Ying Zhu and Fantasy Sweetheart even managed to lend a hand by using Lunar's Imprisonment and other controlling skills to slow down the monster's pursuit. At one point, the entire party was attacking at the same time. Once the monsters that were chasing after Zhang Yang were killed, the threat on Zhang Yang was reduced greatly. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. The party proceeded further and encountered many more revived warriors along the way. Naturally, they were all swiftly dealt with. Despite the first monster dropping a set equipment, they had not managed to farm many others later on. After the party cleared the entire floor, they only managed to find 2 of the same gloves and 1 pair of boots. 1 more and they would have a complete set. Although it was not stated in the official site, the party could have easily figured out there were more than 7 floors in this crypt. If each of the monsters in the crypt could drop the set equipment, the party would farm a few sets of equipment by the time they reached the bottommost floor. With only 10 players all refusing to use their transformation skill, the chance of the victory was 0%. In less than a few minutes, Hargino had chopped, sliced, and diced everyone fine julienne style. The battle ended with an utter defeat. However, out of the ashes of their defeat, they did manage to retrieve important notes. The skill Ghost Parade would be used once every 30 seconds. The monsters that were summoned were all elite tiers with only 10 million HP. Force Strike will be used every 10 seconds. Although the boss will have a 50% chance of dealing a 100% critical strike, that sort of damage was tankable by Zhang Yang in his transformed state. Upon switching up the 2 ascended tier equipment, Zhang Yang's attack power did not really increase much. However, because the shield is a piece of equipment that could boost a player's HP the most, Zhang Yang's HP amount increased tremendously. Now he only needed his Vitality Aura to boost his HP up to 3,778,420. After all, before a player can attain level 200, the player must be mounted on his or her mount in order to obtain that much HP. Meanwhile, his defense had also reached up to 33,700. If he just activates his God of War Inheritance transformation, his defense would be boosted up to approximately 170,000 points. Furthermore, he also had 20% passive damage immunity and 28,454 damage absorption. If one wants to hurt Zhang Yang with a physical attack, that person would need to deal at least 200,000 damage in a single hit just to break his defense. Over the next few days, Zhang Yang had assigned another 2 new members to the second party that he was working on. Scorched Cloud, human, male, level 197, pyromancer, possesses Class B hysterical monkey inheritance. Mini Piglet, elf, female, level 195, holy knight, possesses Class B sand inheritance. Actually, the second party that Zhang Yang was working on already had a holy knight on it. Furthermore, the party seemed to be too weak with only a few of them there. So Zhang Yang decided to shuffle the members of the first party and the second party. He moved Endless Starlight, 100 Shots, and Fantasy Sweetheart to the second party. Then he moved Mini Piglet and Chen Zhu Yao over to the first party. Something as famous as the football team of Brazil would be the local gangsters of Brazil. They were so bold that they were daring enough to raid the police station. They even dared to break their gang members out of prison. Even the Italian mafia would have to stare with their eyes wide open. Meanwhile, tragic incidents tend to happen to those who do not really understand the place, especially the tourist from other countries. 1 hour in the game is equal to 20 minutes in real life. Zhang Yang had spent over 10 days studying the Tesseract. After combining junk over 500 to 600 times, he finally got a rough idea on how the thing worked. Following the improvement on the tier of the weapon, it just kept looking better and better. With every solid hit on the target, the hit would look like it had broken the dimension itself. The dimension was cut open, and block holes were seen floating in the middle of the air. The visual effect of the scene was just gorgeous. Minus 3,407,176. Zhang Yang could deal approximately 3,400,000 damage with each normal attack. He did not even use his skills yet. So how did he deal so much damage with his normal attacks then? Upon taking a closer look at his battle logs, he finally noticed that his normal attack had triggered the special effect of the axe. That allowed him to deal 8 times of his initial damage. 15 hours later, Zhang Yang returned to the Death Shadow mine once again. The Death Shadow canine zoans had been respawned. Zhang Yang went back into the mine to finish up what he had started. Once again, the Phoenix pet was able to show off its might. It only took up about an hour before they cleared out the monsters in the mine again. By doing that, Zhang Yang had finally acquired 200 pieces of Death Source stone. Upon getting back to Baldular, that old man took the bag full of Death Source stones and had a look at them. Then he revealed a contented expression on his face and said, "Young man, you're truly remarkable. You've not let me down a single bit. The hope of acquiring the title of hero who saves the world is real now." Zhang Yang almost popped a vein or two. This old man was obviously a cheater. F***CK. Ding, you've completed a quest, Death Source Stone. You've received a reward, 50 million experience points. Come the 6th hour, and the number of soldiers in each wave had been increased up to 12 elite-tier soldiers and 40 normal-tier soldiers. If Zhang Yang only has to deal with so many monsters at the same time, he could not be worried at all. The problems lie in the fact that each of these monsters could use punt on him, with more than 50 monsters chaining their punt consecutively on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang would not even get the chance to fall. He would be hit consecutively to the point that he would stay in the air for all eternity. Fortunately for him, Zhang Yang still had help from Phoenix, Pet, and Felis. The Pet and the battle companion were told to focus on wiping out the normal tier monsters first, before turning their attention towards wiping out the elite tier monsters. So, what's next? Baldular did not answer Zhang Yang immediately. He gave Zhang Yang a quick glance before he slowly said, "The Spectre's heart of evil necromancer Cheryl." He was obviously worried that Zhang Yang might ask for the reason as to why creating a sacred enchantment would require an evil and tainted specter's heart. However, as a player, one should just dedicate oneself to completing a quest that NPC provides in order to get the rewards for completing it. That's the natural order in the game. So Zhang Yang had no reason to ask much of it. Therefore, Baldular's worry was for nothing. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "So where's Cheryl?" Baldular was relieved as he let out a heavy breath. Then he said, "Cheryl is located at the far side of the Wensk kingdom. She's known to live in the dark castle somewhere in that kingdom. Take her out and bring her specter's heart back to me." After getting a rough calculation, Zhang Yang no longer had any fear left in him. He immediately activated his God of War transformation without any hesitation. Instantly, he acquired quite a boost to all of his attributes. HP, 139,560,000. Basic attack, 1,036,166. 1,176,166. Zhang Yang did not charge into battle immediately. Instead, he was waiting for his God of War energy bar to accumulate 11 EP before he heads out. He used his charge-up strike in conjunction with his God of War devastation, causing approximately 9 million damage to the 12 monsters at the same time in less than 6 minutes. It was definitely worth the wait. Upon enhancing the equipment, the percentage of the additional damage and the amount of damage absorption would not change even by a bit. However, the vitality, strength, and the other attributes would increase by 10% every time the equipment is enhanced. That would make the equipment quite powerful. Theoretically speaking, the attributes and other additional effects that a +8 holy tier equipment had could have exceeded the attributes of an ascended tier equipment. Of course, the success rate of enhancing the equipment up to +8 would be extremely low. One failure in the fusion of two equipment would result in the destruction of both equipment. There will not be a second attempt. That being said, the rate of success would theoretically be 0, 9*0, 8*0, 7*0, 2 equals 0.3%. It would not be that easy, of course. However, the Tesseract would still be a useful item no matter what. Zhang Yang was charging forward against the direction of the wind current. He was sweating so profusely that his sweat was dripping down across his face as if he had just come out of water. For every single second, his mind was set to calculate and predict. Well, any slightest mistake he makes will doom him to pieces. Using his brain power over a period of time was exhausting as F***CK. Zhang Yang felt dizzy, as if he was about to pass out. He was on the verge of losing his focus now. Just when his face became pale as snow, he saw that his front view became clear and sunny. There was a stone room with the size of 40 to 50 meters square with a boulder in the middle of the stone room. There was a snowy white large bead placed right on top of the boulder. It was about the size of a fist. That must be the Wind Essence Pearl. For a tanker, the best achievement would be seeing the aggro of the monsters were firmly fixed on him or herself. Well, that would cause all DPS players to not go to OT. That would be the glory for the tankers. Therefore, Zhang Yang, Endless Starlight, and 10 Dusks could not help but begin snatching the monster's aggro over to themselves. To exhibit their true strength in such regard, the three of them did not use their provoke any more, other than luring the monsters in the beginning of the battle. They were competing against each other in the aspect of controlling the monster's aggro. Zhang Yang jumped into the fight, closely trailed by the party. "Everyone, it's morphin time!" Fatty Hen laughed out loud while the rest of the team giggled as they activated their transformation skills. One by one, all sorts of forms were unleashed. Each time they went through this, Wei Yan would never fail to laugh at Endless Starlight the King Kong and Fatty Han the overweight vampire. After all of the equipment was distributed, all was left to give out were random ETC items including Skill Point Crystal, Advance Aura Stone, a few Level 8 Gemstone, and a few skill books. Zhang Yang did not participate in the role for the Skill Point Crystals and the Aura Stone, for he already had more than enough. "Hugh. What's this Aura Skill Book?" said Wei Yan as she picked up a red leather-bound book. "Skill Book Burning Aura. Use teaches you the skill Burning Aura. Class requirement, nil. Level requirement, 200. It's an aura book." "Dimwit," Zhang Yang pinched Wei Yan cheek and said, "All right, those with their aura skills maxed out are forbidden from rolling for this. Please allow your juniors to have a chance. Those who were attacked with the fire beacon will gain only one chance to use beacon's radiance." Hence, the formation they had come up with was to stick together to make sure beacon's radiance could cover everyone. Instead of using their transformation skill to charge in recklessly, Zhang Yang had ordered one to have a test run without transforming. Naturally, Zhang Yang was the first to strike the boss. "Mortal. You have sullied the holy land of the gods. Is it death that you seek?" Antoine roared and shot out a frost arrow to deal 350,000 damage to Zhang Yang. Following closely after the first attack was the cold to the bone skill. Zhang Yang was immediately inflicted with a debuff, causing him to take 300,000 frost damage every 3 seconds and a 10% movement speed reduction for every second. This is bad. That skill is a single target skill. Zhang Yang frowned and grunted. The downside of the frostbite aura was its damage being weaker than burning aura. However, the major advantage of frostbite aura was the additional movement speed reduction. As a spellcaster, the skill was more than helpful for Cheng Zhu Yao, since the effect will be applied to all targets within the effective range. It was as similar to Zhang Yang's Thunder Strike, only that it was permanently active and can never be dispelled. Naturally, Cheng Zhu Yao was so delighted with the skill that she gave Zhang Yang a blow kiss. Zhang Yang tried his best to be oblivious to it, but Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were extremely sensitive to that sort of thing. Sun Xin Yu and Han Ying Zhu immediately rolled their eyes at him. But then again, perhaps it was called for, since Zhang Yang had slightly played with her by pinching her cheeks when she had served him coffee at work. The woman must be trying to get the game straight with him. In-game, although the avatars of the players talk using their mouths, it was all but a simulation of reality. In truth, everything is interpreted by reading brain waves. As such, the movement speed of players, the reaction rate, body movements are all limited by the human mind. It all comes to the ability of the player to step outside the boundaries of cybergaming. In short, the faster you think, the faster you chant. Wei Yan had an epiphany and widened her eyes. She heeded Zhang Yang's advice and tried to outsmart her own brain. It was hard in the beginning since everyone has gotten used to talking with their own mouth since birth. Hence, unless you're a rapper like Jay Chou or Eminem, you'll be a mere mortal. To gain speed, one must train. It was that simple. Luckily for Wei Yan Melodies of War only had 30 seconds of cooldown duration. She could train as much as she wanted to. As expected of the Bane of Shadow, the skill set of the Lord of Light was almost, if not stronger than Margalar. Perhaps the Lord of Light was stronger in a sense that he was a magic attack type, while Margalar was a physical attack type. The skill, Radiant China, should be the Lord of Light's special skill. The conditions were simple, as all three chosen players must run 40 meters away from each other in different directions. I think the skill, Radiant Chain, will be a little tricky. All of us would have to concentrate on using the Shadow Orb, and if anyone out of the three marked players are supposed to use their Shadow Orbs, how are they supposed to coordinate? There has to be a plan for this. Since the transformations needed time to cool down, Zhang Yang announced a day off the game. Luo Yu was pregnant for the 7th month by then, and her belly was bulging out rather spectacularly. Her original slim waist had expanded so massively that Luo Yu, the famous superstar who was famous for being extremely sexy, while also having a serious case of celebrity syndrome, grunted every time she laid eyes on Zhang Yang. Back before the existence of God's miracle, being pregnant would automatically take an actress out of the acting line. However, in God's miracle, all that mattered was her appearance. On the plus side of recording in the game, she had no need to move around. She was literally laying down on the bed while her in-game character would run, jump, and perform many other actions that she could not perform in the real world. After defeating the boss, everyone sat down on the floor and relaxed. It was a long trip indeed. The chained quest line had them chasing after bosses for more than a month. However, since they were tasked to kill Ascended Tier bosses and were rewarded with Ascended Tier equipment, could they be rewarded with Celestial Tier equipment after the quest is over? It was a thought that everyone shared. Zhang Yang smiled. He was thinking the same thing, but he knew that the game would not simply hand out Celestial Tier equipment that easily. That being said, there was a high chance that there would be a Celestial Tier boss for them to fight later on. The Rolling Rock Canyon was in the Pinkst Flatland, a level 240 to level 270 map. The next tier would be the last, which will be the level 270, level 300 maps. Zhang Yang and the majority of his party member had only managed to enter the level 210, level 240 map, yet they were all expected to infiltrate into a level 240, level 270 map. It was either the system wanting the quest to be extremely difficult, or that the system had no intention of allowing players to even finish the quest in the first place. Naturally, in a higher level map where all the monsters are at a much higher level than you, it would be impossible to escape a tough battle. As such, even if Zhang Yang's party is the strongest party in the entire game, they cannot escape the fate of being killed repeatedly. In fact, at one point, the party was taking turns, dying and reviving. One giant army of demons, one giant demonic leader, one giant war. It was an inevitable conflict. The first place to be struck by the demon was Kandahar, one of the main cities in the Japan-Korea region. Many have asked Zhang Yang to initiate an attack strike on the incoming wave, but was rejected immediately. A majority of players had no intention of doing so either. Players from other regions will never travel all the way to another region to fight, even if the rewards are good. The main reason was due to the lack of transportation. Players are not allowed to use teleportation to move there. The only way to travel there was to run. It would be faster if they had flying mounts, but it was still considered as a long and tiresome journey. Then again, even with flying mounts, traveling from the furthest point of origin from a region to the next would take at least 12 hours. By then, the invasion would have been over. The two phoenix pets opened their mouth wide at the same instant. They began to spit their blazing flames 15 meters across the area in different directions. Each of the monsters received over 300,000 damage. The damage values popped out right on top of the monsters that were packed together. Under the bombardment of the flames, all the normal tier monsters were killed instantly. The elite tier monsters remained because they were tougher. Zhang Yang and Fatty Hand stood on top of the castle wall. By blocking a part of the Phoenix Pet's sight view, they were able to keep the two phoenixes to the task of sweeping the monsters on the ground. The gigantic birds spat their flames in an attempt to pull as much aggro as they could in hope to reduce as much stress as they could for the other players. Zhang Yang and his gang quickly turned around and got back to the walls to handle the void dwellers that were about to breach the wall. Fortunately, not all of the void dwellers were at the walls. Currently, there was only approximately 1,000 of them over by the wall. Although these 1,000 elite tier monsters were actually pretty scary and intimidating, the headquarters of the humans was just located over those walls. Therefore, it was impossible that the number of players around the vicinity to dwindle. Furthermore, the NPCs weren't just standing idle allowing the monsters to hit them. They immediately engaged those elite tier monsters with the weapons in their hands. Because these monsters were not affected by the aggro system, Zhang Yang had no way of luring them or to get them to follow him. So he could only focus on dealing as much damage as he could onto those monsters. One less monster would lighten the amount of damage the NPCs would receive. After Endless Starlight managed to get the boss to follow him, a large number of players from other guilds began to lurk in the shadows. They kept sending their men to poke the boss from the side. However, all of them ended up in a tragic death, of course. Truth to be told, the boss was using her tornado cleave so frequently that anyone who got near enough would get themselves killed on the spot. Well, kiting the boss could only do good in preventing the boss from running around, taking the innocent lives of the players. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang did not put any expectations on killing the boss either. He let Endless Starlight be in charge of pulling the boss from the more populated area of the battlefield. After the monsters were cleared out from the battlefield, then only Zhang Yang and the others would focus their attention on the boss. We can't afford to let those turtles destroy our castle walls. We must kill those demonic turtles first. Zhang Yang patted the head of the Phoenix Pet. The blazing big bird instantly turned into a stream of blazing light and shot towards one of the gigantic turtles. The demonic servants right on top of the turtles immediately opened fire on Zhang Yang. Minus 132. Right before the absolute defense of Zhang Yang, all physical attacks of the normal tier monsters would find it almost impossible to penetrate Zhang Yang's defense alone. With tens of arrows landing on Zhang Yang, only 1/3 of the arrows managed to penetrate Zhang Yang's defense. More pathetically, all of their attacks only dealt about 2,000 damage to Zhang Yang. Ding, the fourth wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. This time, countless Amor mages were seen, appearing on the horizon. Amor mages were all deemed to be demons of higher tier. Not only did they have 2 horns on their heads, they also had the tails of lizards trailing behind them. They even had a pair of wings right on their backs. That should be enough to symbolize them to be one of the higher tier demons in the realm of hell. Well, players would pay no mind to the statues of those demons. The one thing they cared about was that these monsters could fly. With so many of them flying around, they could easily form a deadly formation in the air and cause massive destruction to the players on the ground. The tanks were massive. So they would be attacked by approximately 100 monsters at the same time. Well, the other monsters would not be able to get themselves close enough to hit the tanks anymore after each tank is surrounded by 100 monsters. Ding! The 8th wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. The monsters from the 8th wave was a large number of Cerberuses. They were as huge as male lions. Their entire bodies were black. They were drooling from their slightly open mouths where their white, sharp teeth were revealed. They looked horrifically wretched and scary. Cerberuses were known to be deadly to spell-type players. Well, they were equipped with 2 extremely brutal and annoying skills: mana incineration, spell rebound. Fortunately, these countless Cerberuses were mostly normal-tier monsters. The elite-tier 3-headed Cerberuses were just the minority. Cerberus, normal demon. Level 235. HP, 303,390. Defense, 9,160. Melee attack, 58,071, 78,071. Skills: mana incineration, reduces 30,000 MP of the target, causes 60,000 chaos damage to the target as well. Zhang Yang had contacted Snow Seeker, One Sword Stroke, and the others. They sent their own powerful tankers and healers over to handle the bosses. Zhang Yang did not contact Eternal Flame at all. Instead, he just sent 2 of his best tankers, Endless Starlight and 10 Dusk. Truth to be told, the bosses were not too difficult to handle. The might of these bosses would only become obvious when standing among players. Well, their AoE skills were extremely powerful. However, once they are kited away from the players, they would not be able to cause much trouble to anyone. Well, their attack power would be similar or slightly stronger than the attack power of an elite-tier monster. The worst part about these monsters was not because they were elite-tier or because of their HP amount or their attack power. It was their level 245. Currently, there were only a few, maybe only more than 10 players who have managed to reach level 215. Other than those players, the remaining players would be affected by the level gap suppression effect of the game while they battle level 245 monsters. Initially, there were only approximately 240,000 players remaining to fend off the last wave of the monsters. There would be tens of millions of monsters charging at them. Now that they would be restricted by the level gap suppression of the game, it seemed that the players were going to be slaughtered big time. Right in the middle of the sky, a gigantic 4-winged demonic bat was flapping its 4 wings as it was making its way down to the battlefield. There was a demon with a gigantic axe riding on the back of the weird and bizarre-looking bat. The demon had a pair of horns on its head, a pair of wings on its back, and a long, powerful tail trailing behind his back. The demon Commander Isles, Ascended Demon. Level 245. HP, 12,250,000,000. Defense, 37,330. Attack power, 370,948, 450,948. Skills: Sky Slicer, consecutively slashes the target, dealing 100% basic melee attack. The monster will gain 100% additional damage for every passing second after that. Lasts for 10 seconds, can be interrupted. Storm Blades, afflict all targets within the range of 300 meters with Force Strike, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to all targets. Lasts for 30 seconds. Well, it was most probably because Isles did not have demonic build to recover his HP. The players had not lost all hope yet. Well, if the boss could recover 1% HP once in every 30 seconds, they players should just kneel down and give up on the boss battle. The system must have predicted that only a few would be able to survive until the end of the 10th wave. So they designed the boss to be less threatening than he should have been. Mortals, you have only one way out of this. Die before the great demon. Give up on your pointless struggles and become my slaves. Then I'll let you live." Isles let out a series of strange and bizarre laughs. Then he waved his axe and summoned countless meteors upon the players. They were bombarded so violently that they were jumping around up and down in an attempt to dodge the impacts of the meteors. With 200 million HP left on him, Zhang Yang began to engage Isles, who still had 200 million HP remaining. However, the attack power of both sides was not on the same notch after all. It did not take much before Zhang Yang destroyed the boss entirely. Rog, Isles let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. Numerous loots were dropped across the ground. Ding! The demonic commander Isles has been eliminated. Ding, you've acquired 3 additional skill points. Server announcement. Congratulations to China region for successfully fending off the demonic invasion. Yeah, we're rich. Naturally, Han Yingzhu was freed from the prison the moment the boss died. In the face of the glittering pile of loots across the ground, Han Yingzhu's eyes began to glitter as well. Well, here she goes again. She had just entered her money-grubbing mode again. Among the 8 main regions in the entire server, China region was the only one who survived the onslaught of the demonic forces during the demonic invasion event. So, it was natural that the players from China region were proud and happy at the same time. They managed to convince themselves that their efforts did not go to waste because of that. However, they managed to survive the last 2 waves, merely because Zhang Yang had summoned his legion of demons with his gate of hell. That would be the irreplaceable factor that led China region to their victory over the demonic forces. Even though it was true that the lone desert smoke would not have made it to the last wave all by themselves, the other players could not deny Zhang Yang's efforts and contributions on that matter. The unfilial may multiply, but they can never prosper. That is a main teaching of China. It is also one of the most important teachings that are practically written in every living being. Zhang Yang had never been able to sleep properly. In fact, he was practically disturbed by every audible grunt coming out from Luo Yuru's mouth. He was like a monkey out of a box. Of the times that he had not been logging into the game, he had used that time of his life to sit beside Luo Yuru, caressing her womb and staring at it. It was then Luo Yuru felt like she had made a good decision to keep the baby with a man such as Zhang Yang. The fatherhood he had displayed before the baby was still in her belly had truly moved her. The fight with Kenzak was far harder than the first celestial tier boss, Angus. The main reason was due to the fact that Angus was alone, while Kenzak was accompanied by an ascended tier supporter. However, after factoring in all the players' strength and the boss' skill, the fight with Kenzak was apparently much easier. Angus was tougher to defeat due to several reasons. The main reason was the level gap between players and the boss. None of them were even level 190 when they were fighting Angus. That and the fact that Angus had a recovery skill that was a bloody hack. Weak players could not even get close to Angus without being killed and heal him in return. Well, to say that a level 250 elite tier monster is strong would be circumstantial. At most, their DPS level would be as only around 70,000. Based on their damage, they would not be a match to a level 250 player with a full ethereal gear. On the other hand, when fighting a boss, the ability to deal high damage and any damage at all would make all the difference in determining the victor. As mentioned, Kenzak's Void Blast was an AoE powerful skill. Those without transformations could not come close to the boss. Even with superpowered attacks, one would die without the ability to take several hits from that. Elite monsters were different. Their HP would be as high as 125 million. They would last for as long as 3 minutes without healing while fighting the boss. Hence, the ultimate rule of war, only the living can be useful. Hurry, give it. Give it. When everyone had returned to the holy city, all eyes were locked on Wei Yan, as she was the only person then that was holding all of Kenzak's drops. The little girl fidgeted around shyly and blushed. Him, please don't stare at me like that. I'm bashful, you know. At that moment, everyone that was close to Wei Yan was on the urge of actually vomiting in their mouth. Bashful. Really, if Wei Yan knew shame, the sun would rise from the north and sets in the south. Zhang Yang laughed till his tummy ached a little. He wiped his tears away and laughed as he said, "Please stop making us laugh. It's time for our prizes." Okay, just don't stare at me. I aware of my own beauty. Wei Yan opened her inventory UI and pulled out a cape that shone with the colors of the rainbow. She then passes it to Han Yingzhu. Cousin, sister, this is yours. Bang! Zhang Ziuhua's fist had only made a tiny bump on the plastic table in his office. With rage, he lifted his right fist and slams it down again, as if he was dissatisfied for not being able to break it. How is Lone Desert Smoke taking all the good stuff in the game? How could we allow Lone Desert Smoke? No, how could we allow Zhang Yang to beat us? US, we are the Eternal Flame Guild. Is TH1 as goes on, how are we going to be China's #1 guild? Standing on the opposite side of the table were two grown men in their early adulthoods. They were Scholar Musu and Longrich. Both of them stood there like scarecrows, motionless as they could not muster up any excuses to answer Zhang Ziuhua. The atmosphere of the office grew heavier. Back when Zhang Yang was still roaming the beginner's village as a fresh young greenhorn, he had already accepted a main story quest about the Demon Lord and the fallen Wind Ranger Kaelina. However, due to the outrageous quest requirements, he had prolonged the quest until he was level 100 to gather the required items. After that, he had accepted the quest, Quell Thy Anger, where he was given a quest item to use on Kaelina to finish the quest. It may sound simple, but would a celestial tier demon boss let you touch her *SS? Back then, before the killing of Kenzak, the system had not revealed the location of Kaelina, and that was why Zhang Yang had completely forgotten about her. However, when he saw the information about the 9 demon lords and the 7 specter kings, he took note of Kaelina and was ready to resume his quest. What is that? Kaelina placed down her goblet and leaned forward, revealing her deeper-than-any-canyon cleavage. Aha, she squeaked. It's the warrior from back then. I remember you now. Did you come to join me? Perhaps I would permit you, only if you can reach me. Kaelina's had only managed to detect Zhang Yang when he was 100 meters away from her. Her level range was not too far from Zhang Yang, hence her aggro range had been reduced, unlike Kenzak or Regalia where their level gaps were too far apart, causing their aggro range to extend as far 300 meters. Newbie tank, we have already discussed about the battle setting and had come in agreement to fight Regalia together. Each guild will surrender their part of the magic staff thingy. After the boss is killed, each guild that has contributed one part will receive one portion of the loot while we take 2. Cried Wei Yan when Zhang Yang was just finishing with socketing gemstone in his god killer chest plate. Even though she had left out some information, Zhang Yang basically understood what had happened. There were a total 8 parts to the primordial staff of life. Lone Desert Smoke had 2 parts, while the other 6 were in the hands of other guilds. It would seem that all the guilds had sorted out their spats and had decided to work together instead of fighting one another. Since it had come down to that way, everyone had agreed to split the loot equally. Since Lone Desert Smoke had contributed 2 parts of the staff, they had the right to claim 2 parts of the loot. Regalia fell to the ground, dead and lifeless, spitting out a mountain of loot for the players. Well, 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 will you look at that, eh? Thank God we skipped school today for this. D*MN straight. Not many players besides Zhang Yang's party have ever seen such an amount of loot. Those who had died in the beginning of the fight had already managed to return to the valley. Those who survived the entire ordeal were just sitting down by the side of the treasure, panting like dogs as they feasted their eyes on the glittering treasures. Luckily, all that were present then were core members of the guilds. Gaming mannerisms were already buried deep in their hearts, and they knew better than to snatch and run. Then again, all the 7 groups had set the looting system to party leaders only. That meant that only the guild master could pick up the items. All right. Boss dead now. Time to compare D*CKS. You mean DPS? I know what I said. While the procurement of Huayi Investment Fund is still in the midst of processing, Zhangziu Hua's mom took the initiative to raise money and perform a reverse acquisition, causing a huge uproar within the stock market. This decision was made due to her unwillingness to forfeit the ownership of the organization. As a summary of the current scenario, Huayi Investment Fund is not an easy prey which could be devoured within a short period of time. Because the party was in leader distribution mode, everyone could only look at the loot and drool. They had to wait for the Bull Demon King to distribute the loots. Bull Demon King turned his eyes around and passed an ethereal tier equipment over to Zhang Yang. Then he said, "Warrior, this is the payment that I have promised you." Huh, did he just strike his own head with the stone that he tried to bear? Zhang Yang thought to himself quietly. Immediately, he understood something. His powerful damage output had triggered some jealousy among the others. So those people would, of course, want to provoke Zhang Yang now. The first one to attack would become a red-name player. Red-named players would be killed on the spot. That also would grant an additional 20% chance of dropping an item or equipment when the player is killed. What an insidious bastard! Because Bull Demon King could not pick up the loots in time before he was slaughtered, the loots had all went to waste. The system would probably flush everything away after an hour or less. Zhang Yang had no need for any new equipment for the moment. However, he did feel that the few lesser demonic pearls would be wasted. However, holy tier bosses were not like the ascended tier and celestial tier bosses. They were much easier to find. Therefore, it would be simpler to search them, slaughter them up, and acquire lesser demonic pearls upon killing them. Currently, the auction house had these demonic pearls on sale already. However, the price of each pearl was unbelievably high. One lesser demonic pearl could cost up to 1 million gold pieces. It was obvious that those who were selling these pearls were trying to suck off people's wallets. Zhang Yang began to contact the old allies of Lone Desert Smoke. He wanted to gather them all together to challenge Maya. However, Zhang Yang was surprised to find out that other than Snow Seeker, the other guildmasters did not agree to lend a hand in this. They expressed themselves clearly that they wanted to challenge the boss all on their own. Obviously, they had already found out that the boss did not have a decent AoE skill. So they were determined to take out the boss with the strength of their own guild. Zhang Yang was so pissed because of that. It did not take long before the first guild launched their attacks on Maya. The first guild who acted was Paragon from Europe region. The abundant number of players had clogged up the surroundings of the boss. Players without flying mounts were not even able to move freely. They could not even dodge the attacks of the boss. They could only witness themselves getting sucked into the vortexes, and their HP bars getting reduced at an insanely fast pace. Right after they get out of the vortexes, they would have lost over 99% HP. The players were from different regions after all. So when some of them are using skills such as Tornado Cleave, They would accidentally wound the players from different regions with their attacks as well. As many of them had lost quite a number of HP during the boss battle, they would just die on the spot right after they received the attacks from the Dark Vortex. Although they couldn't get all of the Celestial Tier items from the boss, having 5 Celestial Tier armor set pieces and 2 Celestial Tier normal pieces should suffice. After all, the boss had only dropped about 13 to 14 pieces of Celestial Tier equipment upon its death. Well, Zhang Yang and his gang had already taken half of the total amount. If they were still not content with their achievement, they should be struck by lightning a couple of times. It would have been great if we're the only guild that killed the boss. Fatty Han was speaking out of his greed. Everyone had gotten used to taking down a boss with their party of 10 or their party of 20 over the past years. So now that they had to share the loot with the others, they still felt a little disgruntled about it. So this boss appears to be the type that grows stronger as the battle continues on. He would recover more HP if more players were to attack him. Theoretically, the 300-meter radius area around the boss should be able to hold quite a substantial number of players. Hulkinch was rather similar to Angus. They were both the type of bosses that would become even more fearless if they were to battle a larger number of enemies. It would best to battle these bosses with a bunch of elites. Of course, that would work for the other players. Other than the 9 Celestial Tier armor set pieces, Hulkinch had also dropped another 5 pieces of normal Celestial Tier equipment. Among those pieces of equipment, one of them was a 2-handed battle axe. Akinch Hellord's battle axe, Celestial 2-handed axe. Attack 83,633, 103,633. Attack interval 3.8 seconds. DPS 24,640. Level 9 Socket 1. Level 9 Socket 2. Equip increases damage by 70%. Equip increases critical rate by 20%. Equip normal attacks have a certain rate of dealing a damage 10 times higher than normal damage. Use within 5 minutes afflicts your target with a negative effect upon every successful hit on your target. Causes the target to receive an additional 1% damage whenever struck again by you. Can stack. Can only stack up to a maximum of 100%. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Required level 260. Special reduces required level by 30 levels. Although Zhang Ziuhua has a very powerful father, he has never been fond of asking favors from other people, especially his father. From his point of view, maintaining good connections would mean wealth and fame, a total control over the others. Meanwhile, he also witnessed quite a number of events that convinced him that his thoughts were true. One must at least act like an upright officer. It would be impossible for Zhang Ziuhua to behave otherwise. Since he joined God's Miracle, pursuing Sun Xinyu was merely one of his smaller aims. Well, he wanted to get Sun Xinyu in order to form an alliance with the Sun family. The Zhang family would still have a limited capability. His father was the only one who managed to slip himself onto the political stages. He would need to search for a new political platform for him to shine in his own way, because he did not intend to follow his father's footsteps. After proceeding into the quarterfinals, the silky, soft battle team would only have 1 day of rest before the semifinals. Well, their opponents were just some players they knew long ago. The Philosopher's Stone battle team. Although their opponents were not weak at all, Zhang Yang and his gang had acquired enough Celestial Tier equipment to get the first special effect of the armor set. They were able to take the lead in the battle. Because of that, they managed to win the matches with ease. By scoring 5-1, they managed to proceed into the semi-finals. At night, back in Zhang Yang's room, Sun Xinyu revealed a sense of worry on her face. She was serious. Zhang Ziuhua has just arrived at Shanghai. So have you made up your mind? Are you sure? Zhang Yang had only wanted Zhang Ziuhua to be caught red-handed. However, he would never have thought that Zhang Ziuhua would descend into insanity and force himself upon his own demise. The moment Zhang Yang was abducted by the two men in black suits, Sun Xinyu had immediately called the police. Then, she quickly traced the GPS device that was planted on Zhang Yang to get the precise location of Zhang Yang. After that, she allowed the police to rush to the crime scene without any delay. By doing so, the police would be able to catch Zhang Ziuhua red-handed. If they could post the video footage they had for the police operation, with so much hard evidence, Zhang Ziuhua would never escape the law this time, even if he was still alive. However, things escalated beyond Zhang Yang's imagination. Although Zhang Ziuhua was dead, Zhang Yang now has to face the wrath of the Zhang family. Their retaliation was at hand now. That's unbelievable. A guardian has 20% passive damage immunity. Zhang Yang's full celestial tier armor set has a 20% passive damage immunity. His shield has a 10% passive damage immunity. The skill, God of War Shield, will provide another 20% damage immunity. Furthermore, his Rock Solid also bestows him with a 30% passive damage immunity. So Zhan Yu's passive damage immunity has most certainly reached 100%. Any attack will be nullified by the passive damage immunity on him. That's really unbelievable. Oh my God. No wonder Zhan Yu decided to take all 5 of his opponents at once. I can't believe that his defense has become so insanely horrifying. No, Jack. You've overestimated Zhan Yu. This 100% passive damage immunity is just temporary. His God of War shield only lasts for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, his Rock Solid only lasts for 10 seconds. Therefore, Zhan Yu has to end the battle within 10 minutes or his defense will go back to normal. Zhang Yang grinned faintly. Although he still had one accessory that could allow him to break out of any status restriction effect once, he did not intend to use it for the moment. So, he activated his Shield Wall. That skill would still be accessible even while he is under a status restriction effect. Although his Rock Solid was no longer in effect, Zhang Yang could still have over 92.5% passive damage immunity under the support of his Shield Wall. Even if any of his opponents could deal as much damage as the last hit of his Sky Slicer, the amount of damage the strike would deal would drop from 1,200,000 to 700,000 damage. In the meantime, Heart of Destruction and the others were trying their very best to restrain Zhang Yang as much as they could. They were attempting to buy enough time for God's Left Hand and Captain America to fully unleash the full potential of their Sky Slicers on Zhang Yang. I cannot believe my eyes, my lord. Zhang Yu had killed the 3rd member of Steely Dang's battle team. What the hell is actually happening? Just look at Zhang Yu's HP. It's still at 68%. Looks like Hourglass Figure and Heart of Destruction have no chance of defeating him. Calm down. They had still plenty of opportunities. After all, those 2 remaining players are the strongest DPS units in the party. What's more, Zhan Yu only has 69% HP left. He has already dispensed God of War Radiant and can no longer recover his HP. On the other hand, both Heart of Destruction and Hourglass Figure still have their HP recovery skills. Despite your observations, I think that Steely Dangs would still advance come up top. Relax a little, both of you. You guys look like you're about to start a fight with each other. Enjoy the match. I believe that the winner will show itself soon.